The Earth was struck by an unknown ray of destruction, leaving Yan Xia as the sole survivor of humanity, embarking on a cosmic journey alongside the artificial intelligence aboard the rocket. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse, My Escape from Earth with AI. In the year 2037, Yan Xia gazed through the glass at the spectacle unfolding behind the spacecraft. The surface of a planet was marred by grotesque fissures, with endless lava seeping through the cracks in the crust, engulfing both ocean and land. Water vaporized under the searing heat, forming a colossal mist that enveloped the planet's surface. Subsequently, a radiant burst erupted from within the planet. In the silent void, the entire sphere began to shatter, as fragile as a glass orb. A heavy weight bore down on his heart, causing his body to tremble. For that destruction was none other than his home, the home of all humanity Earth. Just an hour prior, the place upon which humanity relied had been directly struck by an unknown, immensely powerful ray. In the wake of the tremendous energy impact, Earth's atmosphere was instantaneously obliterated, and countless lives perished in anguished cries. The ray altered the magnetic fields of all planets in the solar system, including the Sun itself. The entire solar system descended into chaos, with Earth being yanked off its orbit and drawn towards the Sun, torn apart by gravitational forces. Today is April 27th. It was a grand display of fireworks, seemingly heralding the day of humanity's demise. Yan Xia found it difficult to breathe. He was not among the upper echelons of humanity, nor a scientific PhD, merely a cog in a New Age AI company. Their AI firm had collaborated with a renowned rocket company on Earth to design a colossal liquid fuel rocket with a carrying capacity exceeding 420 tons, approaching the physical limits of engineering. Just prior to this catastrophe, he had been engaged in the final round of AI debugging for the rocket. This rocket housed their company's most advanced AI host, capable of performing digital computations at speeds nearing those of the most rudimentary quantum computers. As a core engineer, he bore the responsibility of ensuring the stability of the computer software. Yet, at that moment, the apocalypse struck. There were no forewarnings. Humanity's observational methods had yet to surpass the speed of light. The ray that brought about Earth's destruction was, in fact, a beam of light. As the ray impacted Earth, all electronic devices malfunctioned, and for reasons unknown, the rocket ignited, fortuitously launching Yan Xia away from Earth, allowing him to evade catastrophe. Am I truly the last surviving human? He pondered within the confines of the cramped capsule, gasping for breath. He had not undergone professional training. The rocket's acceleration had inflicted some distress upon his body. At that moment, the entire capsule illuminated, indicating that he had safely weathered the crisis. Was that a gamma ray burst? I hope the electronic instruments remain intact. When the ray struck, Yan Xia had urgently shut down the power, and most of the rocket's electronic systems were already offline. Wondered if any could be salvaged. He pressed a red start button, and all systems lit up, including the core display, which brought him a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was during the midday hours, directly facing the Sun, while the rays emanated from the opposite direction. The Earth shielded him from the direct impact, and the radiation lasted for less than a second. He gazed at the display, which indicated that the destination was Mars. This spacecraft was specifically designed for manned missions to Mars. "Hello, Ella," a voice echoed in the silent cabin. "How may I assist you?" The fact that the AI was still operational brought a flicker of hope to Yan Xia. As the most advanced artificial intelligence of humanity, Ella possessed extraordinary computational capabilities and an immense reservoir of information, essentially serving as an encyclopedia. "Calculate the likelihood of any remaining life on Earth," Yan Xia inquired, clinging to a shred of hope that he was not alone. Regrettably, Ella's calculations indicate that the probability of life surviving on Earth, aside from yourself, is 1 in 2 billion. This is not merely a simple gamma ray burst. It may also carry the characteristics of cosmic rays, with individual particle energies potentially exceeding 10,000 eV. The spacecraft has detected abnormal gravitational disturbances within the Earth, which may be the culprit behind its sudden tearing apart. Even if any life has survived, you lack the means to rescue them. The coldness of the voice deepened Yan Xia's despair. What about the space station? Surely, there must still be astronauts aboard the space station in Earth's orbit. Ella is sending a signal. No response. No satellites have been detected in the debris surrounding the shattered Earth. It is predicted that the electronic failures triggered by the radiation will cause all satellites and space stations near Earth to plummet to the surface. There was no glimmer of hope. He was truly alone. Yan Xia remained in a daze for what felt like an eternity, his mind replaying memories of friends and family back on Earth, his gaze gradually dimming. Over an hour later, he moistened his parched lips and weakly said, "Ella, analyze the feasibility of relocating to Mars." He had nowhere else to turn. Mars, the ideal colony for humanity, might become his second home. However, Ella's unrelenting response shattered this notion. According to data analysis, the moon will be drawn toward Earth by abnormal gravity in 28 years, causing further fragmentation of the planet and accelerating its descent toward the sun. When fragments of Earth fall to the sun's surface, they will trigger an intense solar storm. This solar storm will sweep across the entire heliosphere of the solar system, and solar flares will once again wreak havoc on electronic devices. In the face of such an intense solar storm, the surface temperature of Mars could soar above 500 degrees Celsius in a short time. The chaotic magnetic fields and gravitational systems may drag Mars toward the sun, repeating Earth's fate. The solar system will experience an unprecedented upheaval. Ella integrated the most advanced and comprehensive knowledge of humanity, its analyses having even been referenced in military contexts. Yan Xia was compelled to contemplate new strategies. If it was impossible to remain in the solar system, the only option left was to consider interstellar possibilities. Perhaps Proxima Centauri, generate a route to Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri b is often referred to as Earth's twin, possibly a habitable celestial body. The route has been established. Currently, the spacecraft is traveling at a velocity of 20.3 kilometers, covering a distance of 4.22 light-years, with an estimated arrival time. At Proxima Centauri, projected to be 62,365 years. Over 60,000 years? Yan Xia was taken aback. He understood that Proxima Centauri was the closest stellar system to their solar system. Yet he was astonished to learn that it would take such an extensive duration. He was not an astronomer, merely an ordinary engineer, and had not delved into such information. Originally, the spacecraft was designed to travel at 13 kilometers, but the shockwave from Earth's rupture had elevated its speed to another level, though it remained woefully inadequate on a cosmic scale. At this rate, he might not even leave behind ashes. What was the optimal route that could reduce the travel time? Such calculations exceed the capacity of a single mind. It would be prudent to consult the AI. 2 gravitational assists can be performed between Jupiter and Neptune, increasing the speed to 35.4 kilometers, thus shortening the estimated travel time to 35,764 years. It seems humanity has only progressed from the Neolithic era over a span of about 10,000 years. Yan Xia felt that surviving this journey would be futile. He could only await his demise. At that moment, Ella continued, "Considering that humans do not possess such lengthy lifespans, I recommend utilizing metals to modify the spacecraft once it reaches the asteroid belt." Yan Xia inquired, "Do you have a plan?" Ella is currently generating a proposal. The proposal generation is now complete. Chapter 2. The 3D printer and laser beams in deep space. Ella is in the process of generating a plan, which, upon completion, will yield the optimal design for a sleek shuttle. This vessel boasts an aesthetically pleasing exterior, featuring areas for entertainment, dining, accommodation, and fitness. Measuring 122 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 9 meters in height, it is equipped with 5 electromagnetic thrusters, enabling a maximum velocity of 293 km/s. Yan Xia could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The design was simply too extravagant. It resembled a luxurious cruise ship, a Titanic of the cosmos. "I need something faster." Ella continues to generate the plan, and upon completion, it has been revised to prioritize speed. The new design spans 5 meters in length, 1 meters in width, and 55 meters in height, featuring 11 electromagnetic thrusters, which allow it to reach a maximum speed of 875.9 km/s. Even so, it would still take 446 years to reach Proxima Centauri. It remains out of reach. At this moment, Ella responds again, activating her continuous voice listening feature. You may simultaneously produce cryogenic sleep pods to facilitate your slumber until you reach your destination. This represents the most optimal solution that Ella can offer. As an engineer, Yan Xia understands that achieving a superior plan would necessitate an enhancement in computational power. However, this is an impossibility, as such power requires immense energy resources that the vessel cannot provide. Wait, Yan Xia suddenly has an idea. Ella, is it possible to create a controllable nuclear fusion device? Given Ella's current computational capabilities, calculating a controllable nuclear fusion is not beyond reach. After all, by 2037, humanity is not far from achieving controllable nuclear fusion, with a maximum of 100 years required for its realization. The methodology for creating controllable nuclear fusion has already been refined by humanity. The only obstacles preventing its implementation are insulating and superconducting materials. The temperatures induced by nuclear fusion can soar to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Controllable nuclear fusion is essentially boiling water, converting thermal energy into kinetic energy, thus rendering the fabrication of materials the greatest challenge. Entirely feasible. Ella's response fills Yan Xia with exhilaration. If the energy limitations can be overcome, Ella can grow infinitely, significantly increasing his chances of survival in the cosmos. Let us set sail to the asteroid belt to utilize its resources for the construction of the controllable nuclear fusion device. The spacecraft deploys its solar panels and adjusts its trajectory using thrusters. 100 days. This is a quantifiable time frame. Yan Xia reaches the asteroid belt in precisely 100 days. Upon sighting the asteroid belt, he is on the verge of tears from excitement. After all, the days had been exceedingly monotonous, spent solely conversing with an AI. Even gaming had been limited to solitary experiences, and the various chat app icons on his phone had turned a dull gray. Upon entering the asteroid belt, the spacecraft halts beside an asteroid with a diameter of 12 kilometers. The surface of this asteroid is pockmarked with numerous impact craters, within which a metallic sheen glimmers. Analyze the composition of the asteroid. The spacecraft is equipped with several high-resolution cameras, originally intended for Ella. Before long, the analysis was complete. The primary elements of this asteroid are iron, followed by magnesium, with trace amounts of copper and aluminum. Magnesium and aluminum can be utilized to create lightweight metal alloys, suitable for the construction of large robotic exteriors, while iron, as one might expect, will be the cornerstone of our future production capacity. Yan Xia, we can establish a factory on this asteroid. Yan Xia decided to address Ella directly by her name, making the interaction more personable and rendering Ella more human-like. Ella is equipped with version 15.8 of ChatGPT, and indeed, at times she can produce responses akin to those of a human. The abundance of these metallic elements, iron, magnesium, copper, and aluminum, is quite significant in the cosmos. Yan Xia also deemed this asteroid suitable. Although there are dwarf planets in the asteroid belt, they are not as easily exploitable as these asteroids. The spacecraft descended to the surface of the asteroid under Ella's control. Over the past 100 days, Yan Xia had consolidated the supplies aboard the spacecraft. He wheeled out a colossal 3D printer from the storage, weighing at least a ton. Upon inspecting the model, he found it to be the flagship C9200 3D printer. Remarkably impressive. This 3D printer, valued at around $7 million, possesses the capability to independently print metallic products. He connected the printer to the mainframe of the spacecraft. Ella, take control of this 3D printer and commence the creation of mining robots. In the course of these 3 months, Yan Xia had also gained a thorough understanding of how to produce controllable nuclear fusion. Although it was merely a foundational grasp, it provided insight into the technological advancements ahead. He uncovered several large devices within the spacecraft, which occupied a significant portion of the interior. One was a greenhouse apparatus, and the other was a water vapor conversion device. These two items were intended to serve the contents of another storage compartment, the seed vault. The primary mission of this spacecraft is to assess the feasibility of Martian colonization. Hence it is laden with a plethora of seeds. This news was fortuitous for Yan Xia, as the food supply aboard the spacecraft was rather meager, primarily consisting of compressed biscuits. For 3 months, he had been frugal, hoping to find materials in the asteroid belt to synthesize nutrient solutions. Now, with the presence of these plant seeds, the dilemma was swiftly resolved. Among these seeds, 2 were of paramount importance: rice and soybean seeds, both of which are staple foods with exceptionally high yields, providing carbohydrates and proteins. Yan Xia had some knowledge regarding the storage methods of plant seeds. These seeds had not undergone extensive processing, thus potentially harboring dormant insect eggs, which might be the only earthly fauna he encounters aside from himself in the future. However, for now, he was unable to utilize these resources. Thus, without hesitation, he dismantled 2 pieces of equipment that might prove crucial for the cultivation of these plants and fed them into the 3D printer. There was no alternative. Currently, controllable nuclear fusion and a genuine spacecraft hold greater significance. The speed of 3D printers is rather sluggish. After approximately a week, Yan Xia finally received a batch of components. He meticulously assembled the parts and reconnected the wires that had been previously disassembled. Thus, a small robot, approximately 40 centimeters in height, was completed. On its left side, there was a mechanical claw, while the right side housed a drill. It moved on tracks, complemented by several extendable mechanical appendages that enabled it to anchor itself to the surface of an almost weightless asteroid. Was this contraption truly useful? He harbored doubts, as it seemed rather diminutive. "Do not fret, Yan Xia," Ella reassured him. "Though this robot is small, I can control it directly. With my intellect. Even a mere rock can be transformed into gold. Let us reserve our judgment for the time being." Due to the scarcity of batteries, the little robot was powered through a cable connection. Yan Xia was required to undertake some space operations, connecting the external power supply to the spacecraft's exterior. This marked his inaugural venture into space work. He turned off the oxygen valve and donned his spacesuit. Although it felt somewhat cumbersome, his prior attendance at an airshow had imparted some foundational knowledge, ensuring he was not entirely unprepared. Securing the tether, he approached the hatch, inhaled deeply, and then turned the handle to open it. The gas within the chamber surged out in an instant, propelling his entire body into the void of space. The tether stretched taut behind him. He hastily grasped the rope, retreating until his hand made contact with the spacecraft's surface, which provided him a semblance of reassurance. This vessel was his sole refuge. As he navigated, guided by Ella's prompts, he located the external power outlet. The robot remained within the chamber, yet the cable was secured around his waist. He detached it and plugged it into the locking connection. Just as he was about to return to the interior of the spacecraft, a sudden beam struck his visor. In the next moment, this high-energy beam slightly veered toward his spacesuit. Sizzle! To his astonishment, his suit began to melt. Chapter 3, The Asteroid Factory. 7 years later, Yan Xia hastily evaded. Fortunately, the spacesuit's multi-layer structure had not been entirely breached. He returned to the cabin and immediately issued instructions to Ella. Capture the direction from which the laser beam originated. It may lead to survivors. A momentary panic had given way to a surge of excitement. Ella adjusted the camera while simultaneously analyzing the scene where Yan Xia had been struck by the laser beam. Yan Xia. The direction of the laser beam has been thoroughly analyzed. It emanates from the direction of the Centaurus constellation beyond our solar system. The energy of the laser beam is exceedingly dense, far beyond the technological capabilities of Earth. Data suggests a 100% probability that it originates from an extraterrestrial civilization, with a 97.28% likelihood that the distance of the laser beam is less than 5 light-years. This revelation, without doubt, struck Yan Xia like a cold shower. Extraterrestrial civilization. It was highly probable that gamma rays had been detected by an alien civilization, leading them to observe the direction of the gamma rays reaching the solar system. Subsequently, a laser was emitted for exploration exactly 100 days after the gamma rays arrived on Earth. This indicated that the laser itself was intended for reconnaissance. Could that alien civilization analyze the spacecraft and my presence through the reflection of the laser beam? Ella did not even require calculations for this. Indeed, the technological advancement of this extraterrestrial civilization significantly surpasses that of humanity, Yan Xia. The probability of your query is quite substantial. A sense of crisis enveloped Yan Xia. If this were true, the alien civilization would inevitably venture into the solar system for exploration. He would soon encounter them directly. It was astonishing that he might meet an extraterrestrial civilization in such a brief span of time. Perhaps life was indeed abundant in the cosmos, and humanity's development without detection by aliens was merely a coincidence. However, pondering such matters now is futile. The imperative was to advance oneself to stand a chance against extraterrestrial beings. Yan Xia powered up the robot, which illuminated brightly. It moved slightly, utilizing its claws and drill with remarkable ease. Then it leapt from the cabin, correcting its position through the tiny openings on its surface, landing steadily on the asteroid's surface. The robot lacked a camera. All operations were directly managed by Ella. It inserted the drill into the ground, commencing its work. Most of these asteroids had been fragments from planetary destruction or had endured countless violent collisions, their surfaces scorched by extreme temperatures, with minimal impurities within. The 3D printer was capable of metal printing, equipped with a high-temperature melting device that could further purify iron. For Yan Xia, everything had fallen into place. A month later, the number of robots had increased by 4. Yan Xia resolved to expand the quantity of 3D printers. After all, the printing speed of a single unit was too slow. Multi-threaded operations for printing parts would significantly expedite progress. Ella, calculate how many 3D printers our plan requires to avoid resource and time wastage. Ella engaged in calculations and swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Yan Xia, we require a total of 349 3D printers, not solely for the manufacturing of mining robots, but also for the production of other mechanical devices. Our initial endeavor will be the fabrication of photovoltaic panels, ensuring a substantial energy supply. Subsequently, we must construct furnaces to smelt metals and create alloys. Following that, high-precision machine tools will be necessary, as the precision of the 3D printers will be inadequate for the controllable nuclear fusion equipment we aim to achieve. However, Yan Xia interjected, believing this to be a simple task, only to realize its complexity upon further discussion. He promptly halted Ella. as a sophisticated AI. Please archive these plans and proceed accordingly without further elaboration. Additionally, we must prioritize the manufacturing of revival cryogenic chambers. This must be our first step. Based on Ella's outlined plans, it appears that accomplishing this will take several decades. Should he continue to wait, he would either descend into madness or meet an untimely demise. As the last human, he could not possibly perish without accomplishing a single goal. No problem, Yan Xia. Ella's automatically generated plans were implemented with utmost efficiency. However, this rapid execution still consumed a full 6 months. The number of robots exceeded 100, and the count of 3D printers expanded to 20, all dedicated to the production of photovoltaic panels. Once a 5,000 square meter photovoltaic array was completed, the first asteroid factory was established. Thanks to the utilization of an improved type of photovoltaic panel, the array's power output reached 300 kilowatts, and due to the absence of atmospheric interference in space, the energy loss was minimal, resulting in enhanced efficiency. Taking losses into account, the operational photovoltaic panels generated a daily output of 28,800 kilowatt-hours. Given the nature of space, weather conditions were irrelevant, allowing for continuous power generation around the clock. This was more than sufficient for the factory's needs. As Yan Xia had anticipated, nothing materialized overnight. Rather, it demanded considerable time. Fortunately, once everything was on the right track, progress accelerated. The initial 100 robots transformed into 1,000, and the 23D printers multiplied to 300 within a mere 4 months. The factory commenced the smelting of vast quantities of metal and began crafting manual lathes. Robots then operated these lathes to produce components of sufficient precision, culminating in the manufacture of high-precision machine tools. A year and a half later, after surpassing 10 high-precision machine tools, production of additional machinery truly commenced. Following Yan Xia's instructions, Ella prioritized the creation of revival cryogenic chambers. This technology proved to be exceedingly challenging, requiring the achievement of ultra-low temperatures, followed by the use of liquid nitrogen for freezing. Prior to entering hibernation, it was essential to inject a specialized anticoagulant into the human body to prevent blood from freezing and to ensure bodily fluids did not crystallize into ice. Only through this intricate series of technologies could the preliminary realization of revival cryogenic chambers be achieved. This technology has yet to be realized on Earth. Yan Xia is reliant on the scientific advancements calculated by Ella. He has no alternative. It is hardly plausible for him, as a computer engineer, to manually construct a technological framework. 2.5 years have elapsed. The factories on the planet have transformed into an industrial complex. This progress is remarkably swift. Even under the auspices of Earth's mature industrial system, erecting an industrial park from scratch in just 4 years is quite extraordinary. However, for Yan Xia, this duration feels unsettlingly prolonged. Fortunately, everything has finally reached its conclusion. In the year 2044, nearly 7 years after Earth's destruction, Ella has reminded him, Yan Xia, the cryogenic sleep chamber you require has been completed. Chapter 4. A century of dormant cryogenic sleep aboard the Hope vessel at an elevation of 2,000 meters inside the villa. Yan Xia stood up with palpable excitement, his bearded face illuminated with anticipation. The tedium of his existence was finally drawing to a close. I shall proceed at once. To evade the confines of the vessel's cramped quarters, Yan Xia had commissioned Ella to construct an impressive steel villa, spanning 600 square meters and rising 3 stories high. Thanks to the gradual enhancement of the industrial system, the living experience within the villa was nearly indistinguishable from that of Earth. The villa even boasted a functioning oxygen circulation system. Individuals inhaled oxygen and exhaled carbon dioxide, which could then be collected and reprocessed into oxygen and carbon. Descending the stairs, Yan Xia was immediately captivated by the sleek, silver coffin-like structure positioned in the hall. Its design resembled that of a high-performance sports car, featuring a large opening at the top that allowed a view into its interior. Inside lay an ergonomically designed chair, soft as a mattress. He pressed a switch, and as the hatch opened, he eagerly entered, reclining in utter comfort. I have extracted all nitrogen from the oxygen-nitrogen mixture aboard the vessel to produce liquid nitrogen. Yan Xia. Once you lie within, liquid nitrogen will be injected through the pipes, freezing your entire body in a mere 0.059 seconds. Beside him was a vial containing a reagent designed to prevent bodily fluids from crystallizing and causing harm. It needed to be consumed beforehand, lest he succumb to eternal slumber. Ella had become increasingly intelligent. 2 years prior, Yan Xia had ordered it to manufacture a larger mainframe. Previously, due to spatial constraints aboard the vessel, the mainframe supporting Ella had been scaled down. Although the mainframe had not yet been completed, Ella had made significant strides in expanding its equipment, and with ample power supply, Its computational capacity had soared threefold. The power system on the asteroid now generated a daily output of 250,000 kilowatt-hours, with Ella's mainframe alone requiring 70,000 kilowatt-hours each day, a staggering demand. As a mere human, I do not possess your longevity. I am preparing for cryogenic sleep. Ella, I entrust everything here to you. Ella's omnipresent voice responded, "No worries, Yan Xia. Rest assured, I shall awaken you at the most opportune moment." The duration of this slumber remained uncertain. As all the doors of the chamber sealed shut, Yan Xia removed his spacesuit and lay within the cryogenic pod. The moment the hatch closed and locked, a wave of chill engulfed his body. Everything about him was frozen, including the subjective perception of time. For Yan Xia, the passage of time had become inconsequential, as he could no longer perceive its flow. When he finally reopened his eyes, a disorienting sensation washed over him, as if he had merely blinked before being roused. Yet, the familiar warehouse had transformed into a bright, white hall. Above him, a ceiling bathed in soft luminescence stretched across the expanse, while the surrounding walls were adorned with a vast screen, segmented into numerous zones, each displaying surveillance footage from various locations. And there he was, standing at the very center of this radiant hall. As the hatch opened, Yan Xia initially held his breath, only to realize that it was unnecessary. The space was filled with air. "Ella," he called out, his voice echoing in the vastness around him. This was an unfamiliar environment. The screen surrounding him quickly shifted, revealing a virtual figure. "I'm here, Yan Xia. Welcome back to consciousness. I must admit, it's been quite dull without any independent beings by my side over the years." Ella's intelligence evidently mirrored human-like qualities. Emerging from the cryogenic chamber, Yan Xia discovered that the floor was also a screen, and he found himself standing upon what seemed like clouds. "How long have I been in hibernation? Yan Xia, you have been in slumber for a full century." This was the initial awakening time I was programmed with. AI, lacking the intricacies of human thought, adhered strictly to preset parameters without hesitation or modification, much like an alarm clock that Yan Xia despised. A century. For humanity, that is an entire lifetime. In terms of technological advancements, it spans from the onset of the Third Industrial Revolution to the cataclysm of Earth. It is an exceedingly long time. While on Earth, Yan Xia had never fathomed he would truly survive to the year 2144. "What is this appearance?" he inquired, referring to Ella's current form, an arrogant, white-haired, lowly figure, quintessentially anime. "It seems that the people of China have a penchant for such imagery. Do you not like it, Yan Xia?" Clearing his throat, Yan Xia diverted the conversation. "Please provide an update on the current situation." The purpose of his hibernation was primarily to allow Ella to advance technology, not merely to replicate existing human society, but to innovate beyond previous limitations. Ella began to compile information, and soon a video introduction materialized on the expansive screens. "After a century of progress, we have delved deeply into the asteroid belt. We currently operate 939 factories across multiple asteroids. Our fleet comprises 874 various robots, 723 high-precision multifunctional CNC machines, 183 840 PM grade lithography machines, and 31 optical research laboratories." The list continued, detailing an extensive array of components that formed a complete supply and manufacturing chain, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to Yan Xia. He couldn't help but feel that if left unchecked, Ella might very well construct a mechanical interstellar empire. Indeed, he was beginning to seem superfluous to Ella's existence. Fortunately, Ella was programmed with principles he had contributed to, with the foundational rules being the 3 laws of robotics. After the introduction concluded, Yan Xia inquired further, "What has been produced as a result? Ultimately, I wish to know what products have emerged from this endeavor." Ella responded, indicating that the previous plans had been revised. Initially focused solely on Yan Xia's survival, the updated strategy aimed at addressing developmental and safety concerns. Although a small spacecraft can achieve remarkable speeds, it lacks the capacity for expansion, signifying that during space travel, we must endure a period of stagnation. To address this issue, the spacecraft will be considerably larger than originally planned. As I spoke, a design blueprint appeared on the screen. This is the new appearance of the spacecraft. Measuring a total length of 627 meters, a width of 336 meters, and a height of 251 meters, equipped with 24 superlarge electromagnetic thrusters. The maximum speed of the spacecraft can reach 758.2 kilometers. The usable area of the spacecraft is 11.8, amounting to 26,142,979 cubic meters and 1,045,719 square meters, with the vast space divided into 5 layers, each 25 meters high. The interior of the spacecraft comprises multiple functional zones. 58 is designated for production and manufacturing, 18 for agriculture, 12 for storage, 9 for research, and 3 for living and entertainment. The AI design is flawless, and this spacecraft has been constructed to perfection. Initially, the plan called for a much smaller vessel. But with the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology, we need not confine ourselves any longer. Controllable nuclear fusion allows for an expanded spacecraft while maintaining the original velocity. When will our spacecraft be completed? This was Yan Xia's primary concern. It has already been completed, Yan Xia. You are currently situated in the main cockpit of the spacecraft. Ella's virtual persona chuckled, covering her mouth, and her response left Yan Xia astonished. Such a colossal spacecraft has indeed been constructed. The original plan has been altered. This marks a significant advancement for Ella's artificial intelligence. The screen soon displayed footage of the spacecraft captured from the outside, revealing a sleek, bullet-shaped vessel anchored beside a small asteroid. Numerous mechanical arms extended from the asteroid, transforming the area into a makeshift dock. The surface of the asteroid has been entirely developed, dotted with a multitude of factories and machinery, not merely flat but three-dimensional, with the tallest structures reaching heights of 300 meters. Unbelievable. This scene could only be envisioned in a science fiction film, yet it vividly unfolds before our eyes. It seems the spacecraft is not yet fully completed. Yan Xia noticed a detail. There was a massive opening at the rear of the spacecraft. Ella's virtual persona instantly donned a fitted skirt and glasses, then brandished a small stick while pointing at the spacecraft on the screen, delivering a serious explanation. That is where the energy systems are installed. In the 73rd year of your slumber, we developed the first generation of controllable nuclear fusion, completely abandoning solar power generation. We now possess 28 first-generation controllable nuclear fusion units and 9 second-generation units. The 9 second-generation units provide the entire energy supply for the spacecraft. The reason they remain unsealed is that we are currently developing a third generation of controllable nuclear fusion units. This third generation will achieve 6 times the energy efficiency of the second generation and generate 18 times the power. The third generation controllable nuclear fusion device is set to be completed within this year, at which point the spacecraft's power will be fully sufficient to achieve theoretical flight speeds. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia felt fortunate for having made the decision to research the dormant cryogenic chamber early on. Otherwise, waiting for controllable nuclear fusion would have merely been a waste of time. So, are we truly in the final stages? Only this third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device remains. The virtual entity Ella shook her head vigorously. There is still one very important matter. Please, Yan Xia, name the new spacecraft. Ella had surprisingly adopted such a formal approach. Yan Xia did not decline and, after some contemplation, decided on a rather conventional name. Let it be called the Hope. This vessel embodies my hopes as well as humanity's hopes. Ella mischievously added, and mine too, Ella's hopes. Does AI have hopes? This was something Yan Xia could not ascertain. Indeed, it also represents the hopes of Earth's civilization. Chapter 5. The third-generation controlled nuclear fusion device. As Yan Xia wandered through the Hope spacecraft, he did not explore every corner, primarily confining himself to his own living quarters. Ella had prepared a lavish environment for him. His expansive 20-square-meter bedroom featured a colossal 1,000-inch movie screen in the media room, alongside a kitchen, game room, study, gym, and, of course, the essential restroom, a truly opulent living space. Beyond these amenities, there existed a meticulously crafted street designed to mimic Earth, a remarkably realistic thoroughfare that simulated both sky and ground, albeit devoid of any inhabitants. In total, the area spanned an impressive 371 square meters. Holding a tablet, Yan Xia magnified a video that showcased the desolation of Earth. A century had passed, and the planet had been utterly shattered. The once infinitesimal chance of survival for humanity had evaporated. The Earth had been struck by the moon, with fragments trailing behind like a long, mournful chain. The video revealed mere specks of debris, each fragment potentially representing a city or nation that once housed millions of souls. Now, within those shards lay the remains of countless individuals. A sense of melancholy washed over Yan Xia until Ella's visage appeared on a screen before him, offering a reminder. Yan Xia, we shall embark on our journey in 6 months. The remnants of Earth and the Moon will soon reach the surface of the Sun, and their collision will herald a profound transformation within the solar system. If we remain in the asteroid belt, we will face relentless obliteration. A century has elapsed. It is time for Earth to embrace the Sun. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia felt a surge of determination. Take me out to see the third-generation controlled nuclear fusion device. Ella guided him toward the exterior, necessitating the donning of a spacesuit. In contrast to the cumbersome gear of a century prior, Ella had crafted a sleek, jet black spacesuit tailored to fit snugly against his skin, complete with a large, bulbous helmet that was significantly lighter and more convenient. As they stepped outside the spacecraft, Yan Xia was struck by the enormity of the vessel's exterior that he had previously observed. The platform on which he stood measured over 200 meters in width and stretched more than 5,000 meters in length. Standing there, he felt as minuscule as an ant perched upon an A4 sheet of paper, perhaps even smaller. A glance back at the Hope spacecraft left him in awe. Its dark hull loomed majestically against the inky void, the subtle metallic sheen adding a touch of coldness, resembling a colossal beast poised in silence, awaiting awakening. Before long, a wine-red, aerodynamic magnetic supercar glided to a halt before him, its design reminiscent of a Bugatti. In the vastness of space, unbound by gravity, the supercar appeared grand, measuring 6 meters in length and over 3 meters in width. Upon entering, Yan Xia found the interior remarkably spacious. The instant the door closed, the supercar accelerated to an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour within a mere second, traversing the 5-kilometer platform in under a minute. Subsequently, they descended onto the surface of the asteroid, halting before a colossal factory, towering at a height of 180 meters and sprawling over an area exceeding 1 million square meters. The factory bore the designation A283. Ella assigned an engineering significance level to the factory, with A representing the highest tier and F the lowest. Yan Xia stepped inside the factory, immediately confronted by an immense apparatus. This device exceeded 70 meters in height and 200 meters in diameter, with the most striking feature being a transparent, ring-shaped structure, hollow within, revealing flickering, dancing currents of electricity. Each current was as thick as Yan Xia's arm. Electromagnetic confinement? The controllable nuclear fusion device inherently required intense magnetic forces for containment, and the extraordinary magnetic strength exhibited by these currents was somewhat beyond Yan Xia's comprehension. Nevertheless, its sheer size spoke volumes about its formidable capabilities. Yan Xia, the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device, has now entered its final testing phase. Observe. Ella gestured towards the device. A cacophony of deafening roars erupted, akin to the sound of an enormous fan blaring directly into his ears, the noise level reaching its zenith. In the vacuum of space, the presence of sound was due to Yan Xia's contact with the ground, allowing the sound to propagate through solid matter. As he leaped away from the surface, silence enveloped him. Turning back to the controllable nuclear fusion device, he beheld the entire circular chamber transformed into a radiant spectacle, nearly blinding to behold. It was fundamentally a device known as the tokamak, often referred to as a mini-sun. Within, the nuclei of deuterium and tritium were undergoing fusion, unleashing tremendous energy. This energy was harnessed by the device, converting thermal energy into kinetic energy, an unyielding process akin to boiling water. This apparatus represented one of humanity's most monumental pursuits a century ago. Achieving controllable nuclear fusion signified an inexhaustible and limitless energy source. Yan Xia and Ella had propelled human civilization forward in a significant leap. Astounding, Yan Xia was overwhelmed with awe. The third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device had undergone 37 rigorous ignition tests and was now ready for installation. As the massive apparatus was integrated into the spacecraft, Yan Xia found it hard to believe, his consciousness still anchored a century in the past. Yan Xia, once the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device is installed, the power bottleneck of my mainframe will be elevated once more. Over the past century, my code has undergone 23 rewrites, and I hope you, one of my creators, can assist in reviewing the code. Ella swiped across the screen, revealing a vast array of code before Yan Xia. As a computer engineer, the sight of the code made him feel a wave of nausea, especially upon realizing the line count, which he could no longer contain. The source code comprised a staggering 183,729 lines. Despite feeling overwhelmed, Ella was his primary safeguard, prompting Yan Xia to meticulously examine the code, including the foundational 3 principles. After all, this 180,000 line code had been crafted by Ella over the years. The sophistication of this code had gradually transcended the capabilities of human society. Ella willingly allowed him to conduct an inspection, perhaps in hopes of reassuring him, which indirectly affirmed that over the past century, she had become increasingly human-like. After a month of thorough examination, the outcome was exceedingly satisfactory. From Yan Xia's perspective, there were no discernible flaws. "Hooray!" exclaimed the virtual Ella, filled with exuberance. Meanwhile, the Hope vessel had finally completed the installation of its third-generation nuclear fusion system. Yan Xia sat within the expansive cockpit, surrounded by screens displaying scenes from various factories, where numerous robots continued their labor. The entirety of this equipment could not be accommodated within the Hope vessel. It was destined to remain here. "Ella, do they stand a chance of surviving the solar storms?" Yan Xia inquired earnestly. Ella responded with gravity. There is less than a 1 in 1,000 chance. Yan Xia? We are perilously close to the sun, and even our escape would be fraught with danger. Our propulsion system utilizes nuclear fusion to heat protons rather than directly employing plasma generated by fusion, which compromises efficiency. Yan Xia sighed, having previously discussed this matter with Ella. While constructing a fusion propulsion system was not inherently difficult, achieving energy generation concurrently posed a significant challenge. Electricity was central to Ella's computational prowess, necessitating careful consideration. At least there remains a glimmer of hope. We could program them with artificial intelligence. If they manage to survive, they might evolve autonomously. After all, this is the cradle of humanity. Their emergence would signify an extension of human civilization. As we venture beyond the solar system, we are uncertain of our fates. We can only hope that these machines, if they endure, may inherit the will of humanity. Ella nodded, her white hair fluttering, mimicking a melancholic expression. Very well, Yan Xia. In less than a minute, all tasks were completed. Ignite, Ella. Our destination remains Proxima Centauri. Yan Xia observed the factories outside through the screen. Uncertain whether he would return from this journey. Commencing operations. The asteroid 001 interstellar port is retracting, clamps released, the spacecraft is departing, and it has reached the designated launch position. The target trajectory has been confirmed, optimal course set, all magnetic valves opened, and all electromagnetic thrusters activated. All systems are ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The spacecraft awakened, unleashing a terrifying azure heatwave from its rear, capable of melting all in its path. As it shot away like a meteor from the asteroid, this might very well be a final farewell. On the asteroid, all the robots emerged, saluting the departing Hope vessel. Chapter 6. The X-122 Solar Storm. Exiting the solar system, the Hope spacecraft traversed the vastness of deep space. After 12 days, it fortuitously encountered Jupiter. The immense planet was a breathtaking sight to behold. Even from close proximity, the swirling currents of its atmosphere were powerful enough to obliterate Earth. The rumored colossal spots on its surface compelled Yan Xia to capture photographs, even though there was no social media to share them with. As Yan Xia gazed at the celestial bodies surrounding Jupiter, a thought suddenly struck him. Ella, pause momentarily and deploy a reconnaissance drone to Europa. Europa, an icy moon, was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Earth's scientists speculated that beneath this icy veneer lay a vast ocean of liquid water, and based on earthly experience, wherever there is water, life is likely to exist. Europa could very well harbor life. The rationale behind Yan Xia's decision to launch the drone was straightforward. Firstly, to gather samples of any potential life forms, and secondly, to procure substantial quantities of liquid water for the spacecraft. The provisions initially aboard the vessel had long been consumed, and he had been subsisting solely on synthetic proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and sugars produced by Ella, an embodiment of technology and ingenuity. The abundant liquid water could be integrated into the water recycling system, thereby optimizing the 18 of agricultural space available, as he recalled he still possessed some seeds. The spacecraft hovered in the outer space of Europa. 30 drones were dispatched from the vessel to land on the moon's surface, allowing Yan Xia to observe the topography through their cameras. Indeed, it was a desolate expanse of snow. The drones commenced their excavation, delving 57 kilometers deep until they pierced the ice layer and entered an aquatic realm. Electromagnetic scans revealed that the depth of Europa's ice and water reached an astonishing 113 kilometers, surpassing Earth's deepest oceanic point by 102 kilometers. The drones began to amass water and, utilizing a tether from the spacecraft, returned to the vessel. Remarkably, this entire process took only 10 days, a mere blink in the cosmic timeline. Upon studying the samples retrieved, Ella's animated interface displayed astonishment. Yan Xia. Life is indeed prevalent throughout the cosmos. Traces of microorganisms were discovered in Europa's waters, representing a species entirely absent from his database. A photograph materialized on the screen, showcasing a microorganism reminiscent of a water bear, yet 10 times its size. This was an exceedingly complex life form, and under favorable conditions. Intelligent life could potentially emerge on Europa in a few 100 million years. After 10 hours, they had successfully stored 5,000 tons of water, which was likely sufficient. Ella. Initiate the planting phase and sow those seeds, Yan Xia instructed. However, his words were met with silence. Moments later, Ella appeared solemnly, and the screen before him displayed an alarming image. The sun had brightened dramatically in a short span. He understood. Fragments of Earth were plunging into the sun. A powerful solar storm has arrived, swiftly reaching an X-class level, with the readings on the screen surging from X1 to X122, and still rising. Under the specialized energy monitoring lens, the once dim sun transformed into a vibrant orange hue, unleashing a terrifying cascade of energy that rapidly spread throughout the cosmos. In a mere 10 seconds, this solar storm released an energy equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 15 billion hydrogen bombs, an unprecedented event. It swept through the universe like a cosmic sandstorm, mercilessly obliterating everything caught in its path except celestial bodies. Maximum speed, Ella. Understood, Yan Xia. The sole piece of good news was that the primary material velocity of this terrifying, invisible scythe was only 679 km/s. After the Hope spacecraft entered its flight state, Yan Xia once again entered the cryogenic chamber. This time, it was a second-generation cryogenic pod, significantly safer than its predecessor, eliminating the need for any antifreeze agents. He succumbed to slumber, an eternal sleep, one that would last longer than he could fathom. Meanwhile, Ella managed everything aboard the ship, employing all available computational power to calculate cutting-edge technology. Utilizing Jupiter's immense gravitational pull, it executed an acceleration, increasing its speed from 758.2 km/s to 815 km/s, successfully evading the proton impact of the solar storm. Aside from facing a few stray rays, 88 days later, the Hope spacecraft reached the orbit of Pluto, situated 41 astronomical units from the Sun. This dwarf planet, once considered the ninth planet of the solar system, has borne witness to numerous tales of humanity's astronomical advancements. At its farthest, Pluto can reach the inky depths of space. 49 astronomical units from the Sun, serving as a milestone standing within the Kuiper Belt, beyond which lies only the Oort cloud. Most matter in the solar system resides within the Kuiper Belt, with the vast cosmos stretching beyond, infinitely empty. At this juncture, Pluto was not in their trajectory, and Ella had not observed it. Here, Ella directed the spacecraft's massive 10-meter diameter camera outward, capturing an image of their approach. The photograph was dominated by a small but exceptionally bright point. The Sun remained in turbulent activity, while Venus, Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, and Saturn had all been consumed by the ferocious energy. It remained uncertain whether the machines lingering in the asteroid belt could withstand the onslaught. Another 773 days passed. After enduring 6 shock waves at the edge of the heliosphere, the Hope spacecraft finally escaped the solar storm's enveloping grip, signifying their safety. In this moment, Ella received a signal. It aimed its telescope toward the source, and through extensive analysis, it identified a small black, utterly inconspicuous in the vast universe. It deduced that this was the voice of Earth, likely accompanied by Voyager 1, which was also on a course towards Proxima Centauri, the farthest human-launched spacecraft. After departing from Earth 168 years ago, has now been caught up by the Hope spacecraft. It is now the year 2145. The probe's battery has long since depleted, and Ella has successfully captured it. This vessel carries the dreams of humanity regarding the cosmos. There were once doubts on Earth about whether Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 would be intercepted by other civilizations, potentially revealing human existence to them. Such concerns were utterly unwarranted, for Voyager would not truly depart the solar system's edge until the year 42145, a staggering 40,000 years hence. For advanced civilizations capable of interstellar travel, the presence of Earth civilization could already be detected beyond the solar system. Voyager merely serves to confirm the nature of human civilization to extraterrestrial observers. Ella made minor modifications to the probe, reinstalling a nuclear battery, and then launched it back into a similar orbit at its original speed of 17 km/s. She replenished its power supply, and subsequently, each year, she would send messages back toward Earth. However, the probe remains blissfully unaware that its signals will no longer be received by anyone. At this juncture, it has journeyed to a distance of 420 astronomical units from the Sun. Yet, the long journey has only just begun. 9 years later, the Hope spacecraft enters the outer fringes of the Oort cloud, also known as the Cometary Cloud, a mythical birthplace of comets, saturated with water ice, methane, ethane, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen cyanide. Ella collected some samples for research. After an additional 279 years, the Hope spacecraft exits the vast core of the Oort cloud, entering a boundary spanning 50,000 astronomical units. Time swiftly passes once more, and after 288 years, the Hope spacecraft completely departs the Oort cloud, surrounded by an expanse of silent, black space. Here, when looking back at the Sun, it has become one with the backdrop of stars. At this point, 578 years have elapsed since its launch, placing it 100,000 astronomical units from the Sun, approximately 158 light-years away, marking the limits of the Sun's gravitational influence. The Hope spacecraft has truly left the solar system, symbolizing humanity's first liberation from its primary star. 86 years after departing the solar system, and 664 years into its cosmic voyage. A brilliant beam of light struck the side of the Hope spacecraft. Alarm! Alarm! Signs of extraterrestrial civilization detected at a distance of 0.7 astronomical units. The spacecraft is under attack by an alien force. Yan Xia is awakened once more, greeted by the ominous glow of red warning lights. Chapter 7 Encounter. Enemies in the abyss of darkness. Beep, beep, beep. Yan Xia awakened to a blinding crimson light and promptly emerged from the sleep chamber. Ella. What is happening? The unchanging voice of Ella, unchanged for centuries, resonated. Yan Xia, we are under attack from an extraterrestrial civilization. Their weaponry is exceedingly powerful. Our alloy shell is rapidly melting under their laser fire. Yan Xia glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen, 2806 AD. He was astonished to realize how long he had been in slumber. He hastened to the cockpit, where he found the white-haired Ella adeptly piloting the spacecraft. It appeared to be a holographic projection. His attention was swiftly drawn to the screen, which displayed a fleet consisting of 7 vessels. The flagship was oval-shaped, resembling a colossal olive suspended in the starry void, adorned with splendid crimson patterns that flowed like a living organism, with numerous white tendrils cascading from its hull. Each of those tendrils extended thousands of meters, and upon closer inspection, they were composed of crystal, resembling strands of fiber optics. Waves of eerie blue lasers emanated from those tendrils, striking the Hope with a jolt. Can we retaliate? He inquired. But soon realized that his initial plan had not included weaponry on the Hope. This meant they could only endure the assault passively. He wondered if Ella had developed any weapons during his prolonged absence. The answer was no. Ella turned to Yan Xia, her petite figure exuding the demeanor of a commander or a ship girl. Yan Xia, we lack weaponry and are not on the same level as the enemy civilization. The adversary is approaching from 0.7 astronomical units away, with their flagship advancing towards us at a velocity of 625 km/s. I require your orders. The enemy was evidently aggressive, likely because they had not detected any offensive capabilities on their ship. At that moment, another laser struck the hull, causing the entire Hope to shudder violently, and an explosion erupted from somewhere within the vessel. Then change direction, Ella. Use full speed to escape the enemy ships. Yan Xia made his decision swiftly, without a moment's hesitation. The enemy's speed lagged behind theirs. As long as the enemy's maximum speed was merely 625 km/s, they should be able to evade capture. The Hope altered its course, and indeed, the pursuing vessels could not accelerate further, falling behind. However, they relentlessly pursued, unleashing a torrential barrage of laser fire, akin to a rainstorm. Those lasers, imbued with intense heat, effortlessly melted the Hope's outer shell upon impact. The hull had been struck numerous times, pockmarked and riddled with holes. Yan Xia, the hull has been breached. Ella's expression turned grave. Damn it. Quickly seal the cockpit to prevent air from escaping. Now they are rendered powerless, merely enduring the onslaught. Yan Xia anxiously gazed at the screen displaying the positions of enemy warships on the radar. Fortunately, as the distance widened, evading those lasers became increasingly manageable. This pursuit persisted for 21 days. The distance had now expanded to 350 million kilometers, and the enemy vessels, having ceased their chase, were left to harass with weapons. At last, they had shaken them off. Yan Xia finally exhaled, having gone without a proper night's sleep for 21 days. The Hope had suffered grievous damage, with 1/5 of the ship utterly obliterated, a pitiful sight indeed. In terms of weaponry, it had not been anticipated. After all, the cosmos is vast, and encountering an extraterrestrial civilization was unforeseen. He now harbored a heightened sense of vigilance, intending to equip the Hope with some main cannons for future encounters. At the very least, they should possess some capacity for retaliation. Judging by the method of attack, this civilization adeptly wielded laser weaponry. Suddenly, Yan Xia recalled an incident long ago, shortly after Earth's destruction, when he was struck by a laser while traversing the asteroid belt, nearly meeting his demise. Perhaps that very laser had originated from this civilization. It lay on the trajectory between Earth and Proxima Centauri. Could it be the fabled Trisolarans? Analyzing the probability of this extraterrestrial civilization's origins from Proxima Centauri was crucial. However, Ella shook her head, providing an answer that starkly contradicted his conjecture. 2:38. The enemy's vessels were slow, predominantly employing laser attacks, allowing for an assessment of their civilization's level to be at the threshold of Type 1, barely reaching 1. 2. Such a civilization lacks the capacity for interstellar travel measured in light years. If they hailed from Proxima Centauri, there would be no reason for them to venture here. And should they arrive, it would undoubtedly be with a formidable fleet. After further comparison with the laser's origin from 769 years prior, it was confirmed that their departure direction overlapped with that of the enemy vessels. The analysis concluded that this civilization's homeworld likely exists within this expanse of stars. and its developmental pace is exceedingly slow, with only a 0.1 level increase over the past 769 years. Yan Xia scrutinized the cosmos outside through the screen. Could civilizations truly emerge in the vacuum between stars? The previous discoveries on Europa had already substantiated the widespread existence of life in the universe. If even such regions could foster Type 1 civilizations, what would the total number of civilizations in the cosmos be? Nonetheless, he placed his trust in Ella's analysis. Beep beep. The alarm blared once more. Yan Xia, an enemy fleet has been detected to the right front. Yan Xia looked and indeed saw a fleet resembling the vessels he had previously encountered, numbering over 10. As soon as they were spotted, the enemy's lasers struck first. Hundreds of beams cascaded toward them, flooding the ship's screen with blinding white light. The enemy could not have been ahead of them. It was likely that they had long been developing in this area, while they remained within the confines of their star domain. The only option was to continue fleeing. It appears that this extraterrestrial civilization is unwilling to let them go. Ella, what is our current level of civilization? In Yan Xia's mind, other thoughts began to emerge. This civilization is exceedingly hostile, exhibiting a strong propensity for aggression. Upon their discovery, they launched an immediate attack. Had their lasers been even slightly more potent, he might never have awakened from his slumber. Since they have shown no courtesy, he shall reciprocate in kind. During the 664 years of your slumber, I have tirelessly advanced our civilization. Our current level stands at 1.3. However, as a wandering civilization, we lack a comprehensive and robust system, leaving us at a disadvantage even against inferior civilizations. I propose that we develop a fleet before embarking on the plunder, colonization, and annihilation of other lower-tier civilizations. Ella seemed to discern Yan Xia's intentions as the virtual entities donned suits of armor. Years ago, when controllable nuclear fusion was mastered, they entered the ranks of Level 1 civilization. Now, after centuries of development, the meager advancement to Level 1.3 is primarily due to limitations in resource availability, hindering the transformative potential of quantitative change. Moreover, this Level 1.3 is likely still in a theoretical stage. Given that their civilization level surpasses that of their adversaries, Yan Xia has made a decisive resolution. Ella, produce a probe to investigate the extent of this civilization's domain, its type, and the forms of life it harbors. It is imperative that we know both ourselves and our adversaries. Upon receiving the command, Ella swiftly commenced the production of unmanned reconnaissance ships, which Yan Xia aptly named Hawkeye. Half a month later, after once again evading the alien civilization's vessels, the Hawkeye was completed. Measuring 10 meters in length and resembling a shuttle, it is cloaked in a sleek black exterior with light-absorbing layers, adorned with 12 cameras on its front. Its primary capability is invisibility, achieved not through optical technology, but via signal jamming, rendering it imperceptible to the enemy's electronic devices. As Yan Xia watched the Hawkeye embark into the depths of the cosmos, a heavy expression settled upon his face. This would mark the inception of his first interstellar conflict, a war of civilizations. He was compelled to act. Every civilization may possess a facet of mercy, yet such mercy is only extended to those who wholly submit to its will. The unfamiliar civilization has already detected his presence and may relentlessly pursue him. It is now a matter of survival. Chapter 8. Geothermal Civilization. Absolute Zero weapons the Falcon soared through the starry expanse like a phantom. After its initial acceleration to 482 km/s, its rear thrusters were cast off like a rocket, transitioning to compressed gas ejection for navigation. The coordinates of the target lay 417 astronomical units from the Hope, equivalent to a staggering distance of 62.4 billion kilometers. At such velocity, the Falcon would require 4 years to reach its destination. This is the essence of interstellar travel. Every conflict, even a mere reconnaissance mission, becomes an arduous endeavor due to the vastness of space. Within our solar system, the farthest distance from Earth to the Kuiper Belt, where Pluto resides, is merely 60 astronomical units. 4 years later, the Falcon-S cameras captured an astronomical body against the inky backdrop of the cosmos, transmitting the signal back to Hope after a span of 2.4 days. As they beheld the immense celestial object on the screen, Yan Xia's expression turned to one of astonishment. Although the transmitted image did not reveal the precise dimensions of the body, its form and roundness suggested it must be substantial. Ella, working diligently at her calculations, determined that this celestial body possessed a radius of 426 kilometers, with a surface area of approximately 18 million square kilometers, and a volume of about 12 cubic kilometers. The gravitational acceleration, based on the data relayed by the Falcon, was measured at 11.0547 ms. This planet was indeed colossal. boasting a surface area greater than Earth's by 380 million square kilometers. Clearly, this was a rogue planet, unbound to any stellar system. It may have once been a planet residing in the core of a stellar system, but some cataclysmic event must have altered its mother star, leading to its orbital exile. The temperature in this void measured a chilling 261.8 degrees Celsius. How could civilization arise in such an environment? On Earth, countless scientists have focused their search for the genesis of life within the habitable zones of stellar systems. Not only Yan Xia, but even the foremost astrophysical experts would be taken aback by this revelation. This temperature falls below that of dormant cryogenic chambers, where atomic interactions are profoundly affected, and electron motion slows to a crawl. It is not merely a question of carbon-based or silicon-based life at such frigid temperatures. The emergence of any form of life is rendered impossible. Ella promptly initiated further exploration. The temperature in the outer space surrounding this planet was found to be unexpectedly higher, at 198.33 degrees Celsius, suggesting the presence of a molten core. 2 weeks later, Hope received additional confirmation. It was determined that the planet's surface was dotted with numerous active volcanoes, abundant in geothermal resources. Ella presented a rather indistinct image, pointing out, Yan Xia, observe here, and here, as well as here. These are significant volcanic craters. Traces of structures indicated that this civilization thrived on geothermal energy. Geothermal civilization. While Earth is home to many volcanoes, the volcanic resources here are far from sufficient to foster a geothermal civilization. Moreover, the celestial body in the photograph is vastly larger than Earth, with a core more dynamic than our own, resulting in a plethora of surface volcanoes that render it impervious to the frigid temperatures. Yan Xia noticed that the images transmitted back revealed the outer space surrounding the planet contained more elements than those captured 2 weeks prior. He magnified these points and directed Ella to enhance the view. Upon magnification, the outlines of these objects became discernible. They were spacecraft, numerous, at least 1,000 in number. They appeared to be preparing for a cosmic sweep, intent on discovering our presence. This was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, there would be no reason to assemble such a multitude of ships at this particular moment. 7 days later, Ella received the final message relayed in the last moments before the Falcon was shot down. The first Falcon had successfully completed its mission. From this information, a wealth of data could be analyzed. The Falcon was downed by lasers originating from several regions, all centered around the planet's major volcanic craters. This further affirmed that the civilization was heavily reliant on geothermal energy. The surface temperature of the planet remained predominantly below 100 degrees Celsius, indicating a sparse population, likely within the range of 1.5 billion. Due to this limited populace, they could not benefit from the technological revolution triggered by population booms, which should be the primary reason for their sluggish development. Geothermal energy also significantly constrained their total energy capacity in the branches of their technological tree. Based on the speed of their spacecraft, it appeared that this civilization had yet to achieve controllable nuclear fusion technology, and their magnetic development was underdeveloped. They primarily relied on geothermal and nuclear energy for their power supply. This civilization would likely be classified as a level 1 or 1 civilization, a nascent geothermal society. The planet's surface was shrouded in darkness, prompting its civilization to pursue illumination, leading to the invention of lasers. Yan Xia pondered the implications. To launch an offensive against a civilization, it was imperative to suppress their developmental velocity. The strategies that came to mind were limiting their energy sources and obstructing their technological advancement. Ella, do you have any suggestions? Ella was capable of generating a plethora of information for military applications. She proposed initially severing their energy development. Disrupting technological progress was an exceedingly complex endeavor, necessitating a deep understanding of their technological trajectory and level of advancement, whether they were progressing from the broad to the specific, or vice versa. The principles of physics, chemistry, and both macro and microcosmic phenomena in the universe adhere to a unified theoretical framework, often referred to as the theory of everything. However, we cannot presume that the adversary is pursuing such a theory. Their civilization might not have unified the fundamental forces of gravity, magnetism, weak force, and strong force theoretically, but rather focused on one of the 4 fundamental forces independently. In summary, without the ability to observe the direction of the enemy's civilization, it would be impossible to achieve theoretical annihilation through scientific means. The simplest and most effective method remained brute force. In terms of civilization classification, Yan Xia had not achieved an absolute level of dominance over this geothermal civilization. The tropes of science fiction proved ineffectual in his situation. Ella generated a potential outcome. This civilization, being geothermal, could have its energy development curtailed by cooling its planetary core, thereby inducing a stagnation in their civilization. Yan Xia scrolled through the proposed plan on the screen. This plan's formidable power surpasses any warfare known to humankind. It is a cataclysmic assault directed towards a planet and its civilization. The weapons documented above are absolute zero weapons. The planet's core generates immense energy due to fission. While absolute zero can freeze protons, neutrons, and electrons within atoms, rendering them motionless. Of course, absolute zero is unattainable in the current universe, as the energy required exceeds that of the universe itself. However, weapons can be constructed that approach absolute zero, which, while unable to completely immobilize protons, neutrons, and electrons, can significantly decelerate their motion. By inducing an exceedingly slow state of fission, the planet's core can consequently cool down. Let us proceed with this plan. How long will it take to produce? Ella has anchored the Hope on a rogue asteroid, measuring over 80 kilometers in length and nearly 45 kilometers in width. Hundreds of robots are diligently repairing the vessel's wounds. The estimated time is 25 years. In the context of war, 25 years is not an extensive duration, especially in an interstellar conflict. It is far too brief. An absolute zero weapon can only cool the planet's core for 40 years, which is woefully insufficient. We require 10. Having resolved to wage war, one must contemplate comprehensively, ensuring ample room for development. After issuing the orders, Yan Xia once again entered the hibernation pod. He could not afford to squander time, for he is now 41 years old. Upon awakening, the war shall commence. Chapter 9. Green Pepper and Shredded Pork. 1/3 the speed of light. After 32 years of hibernation, Yan Xia awakens. The first absolute zero weapon has been manufactured, achieving this milestone at a much faster pace than before, thanks to the compact industrial system already aboard the Hope spacecraft. Expanding operations on the asteroid took merely a decade, while the subsequent 22 years were devoted to weapon development. Ella's theory is robust, founded upon a comprehensive framework. The absolute zero weapon is not an exceedingly challenging technology to realize, with quantity being the paramount factor. As a planet-scale weapon, its dimensions are indeed formidable. The inaugural absolute zero weapon measures an astonishing 11,610 meters in length, 945 meters in diameter, and weighs a staggering 47 billion tons, comprising 35.4 billion tons of iron and 5.3 billion tons of aluminum. This mass represents 1/3 of Earth's crustal iron reserves, pure iron, not iron ore, and 13 times the aluminum reserves, all devoted to the manufacturing of a single weapon, highlighting its terrifying nature. The resources were acquired through the exploration of surrounding asteroids. While these materials are scarce on Earth, they are abundant in the cosmos. For instance, a single iron asteroid may yield multiples, even tens of times, the iron resources available on Earth. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The production time for 10 such weapons extends to a staggering 162 years. Yan Xia, wake up. Yan Xia opens his eyes. It is now the year 3021. Ella's appearance remains unchanged. She stretches her neck, grinning at Yan Xia, imparting to him a sensation akin to being reborn into an anime world. He exits the hibernation pod and surveys his surroundings. Everything appears as it did before, which brings him a measure of relief, for the advanced technologies introduced by Ella often leave him feeling as though he cannot keep pace. You woke me. So the creations must be complete, right? Ella nods in affirmation. At that moment, a robot wheels in a dining cart. It unveils the cart's cover, revealing a bowl of rice accompanied by green pepper and shredded pork. This is, Ella elucidates. Previously, due to conflicts with extraterrestrial civilizations, our farms were destroyed. After reconstruction, I established an even more sophisticated agricultural system, refining food manufacturing techniques over the past 2 centuries. I utilized master-level methods to recreate this dish. Come, Yan Xia. Give it a try. We can discuss the weapons later. Yan Xia picks up the chopsticks and bowl, lifting a portion of the green pepper and shredded pork to his lips. As he chews a mouthful of rice, a tear escapes from the corner of his eye. It is a familiar taste. Where did this meat come from? Ella replies, this is lab-grown meat, produced from plant proteins. You cannot discern the difference, can you? I have upgraded the methods based on the data, simulating the texture of meat at the molecular level. As a human, you cannot distinguish it. It seems my research has borne fruit. Yan Xia devours his meal heartily, relishing the best feast he has had in nearly a millennium. Can I have more? Such a bowl is hardly sufficient. After adding 2 large bowls of rice, Yan Xia felt satiated. Upon finishing his meal, he headed to the restroom to wash his face with a towel. When he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that an eternity had passed. He increasingly felt a sense of helplessness, as the functionalities of his body were declining with the passage of time. As a human whose lifespan could extend a maximum of 130 years, yet realistically averaging only 80 to 90 years, he had already entered middle age. Ella, are there methods for me to transcend my current lifespan limitations? Ella nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Yan Xia, you have two available options. The first is consciousness uploading. After years of development, Ella has mastered the technology of consciousness uploading, allowing you to exist similarly to me. The advantage is that you will no longer need to worry about your lifespan. The downside is that we currently lack experimental subjects. And there is no guarantee that the uploaded consciousness will retain your essence, rather than becoming a mere replica. Much like an original file and its duplicate, while the code may be identical, the two remain distinct entities. The second option is genetic modification. Humanity's genetic makeup hinders the possibility of extended longevity. Therefore, a fundamental alteration at the genetic level is required to transform you into a non-human entity, thus prolonging your life. However, Ella does not yet possess this technology. The biological field remains under-researched, confined to theoretical frameworks. Unlike physics and chemistry, biology involves numerous influencing factors. Hence, theoretical concepts may diverge significantly from reality. Ella proposed that after conquering the geothermal civilization, they should colonize it, utilizing its resources for biological research. This notion reinforced Yan Xia's determination to engage in a relentless struggle against the opposing civilization. Exiting the bedroom, Ella's holographic projection led the way as he followed. Arriving at the cockpit, a colossal screen displayed the celestial panorama outside. Towering cylindrical projectiles stood erect, designed in the likeness of Earth's missiles, complete with decorative tail fins at their rear. The grayish-white bodies were emblazoned with the words, Ice Cold No. 1. The mere numeral 1 was large enough to accommodate hundreds of football fields. In the presence of these gigantic missiles, even the Hope seemed diminutive. For context, Earth's highest peak, Mount Everest, measures only 848 meters. Yan Xia, awestruck, averted his gaze and noticed the current coordinates of the spacecraft, feeling a twinge of confusion. It seems we are no longer at our original location. Ella responded, Indeed, over the years, we have endured 5 attacks from the opposing civilization. They are still scouring the starry expanse for us. It appeared that Ella had navigated through these years with remarkable resilience. Observing that the Hope still lacked weaponry, Yan Xia inquired, We possess absolute zero weaponry. Could we deploy a small-scale absolute zero weapon on the Hope? The purpose of absolute zero weaponry is to freeze the energy of the target. Its primary objective is to prolong the developmental timeline of adversary civilizations. In doing so, their progress can surpass that of their opponents, ultimately leading to a decisive victory. Hence, subsequent advancements become paramount. Equipped with shipborne weaponry, they can navigate their vessels directly to the enemy's doorstep. This is indeed feasible. Ella responded succinctly and has already prepared a plan. The blueprints appeared on the screen. The original Hope's hull was outfitted with 8 launch devices. Each device can accommodate 36 missiles, with each missile capable of lowering the surrounding temperature to between 270 and 272 degrees after detonation, affecting a radius of 260 kilometers. The anticipated completion time is 80 years. Yan Xia nodded. This timeline was somewhat shorter than he had anticipated, as he had grown desensitized to research and development periods measured in decades. Once seated, Ella reminded him, Yan Xia, the spacebar on your keyboard serves as the launch button. All absolute zero weapons are already targeted at the designated planetary coordinates. This region of the cosmos, due to its distance from any stars, only requires consideration of the gravitational influence of the central black hole of the Milky Way, resulting in an almost linear trajectory. The missile employs the latest electromagnetic propulsion system, achieving speeds of 1,000 km/s, which is 1/300th of the speed of light. The target lies 471 astronomical units away, with an estimated impact time of 2 years and 3 months. This moment is one that you must initiate. Yan Xia fixated on the spacebar. He had pressed it countless times while gaming, each time merely a routine leap. But now it bore the weight of an entire civilization. His finger hovered above it. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. He pressed down. There was no need for intricate psychological preparation. After all, the enemy was already scouring the starry expanse for them. As they had become adversaries, mercy was unwarranted. The instant he pressed the button, an absolute zero missile was ignited, with a mere 1-second delay. Once ignited, free from the constraints of gravity, the missile shot forth almost instantaneously. Approximately 10 minutes later, the missile had completely vanished from the range of human vision. Only the model sandbox established by Ella could track its current coordinates. It took 10 hours to accelerate to 1,000 kilometers per second, and then it surpassed that, reaching 1,047 km/s. This slight edge would allow the original Earth civilization to lag behind for decades. As for the other missiles, One will be launched every 39 years until all are deployed. Watching the missile disappear, Yan Xia's expression remained grave, devoid of any semblance of ease. At that moment, Ella also sent a message. Our missile's trajectory has been detected by the enemy. They are approaching our direction. Immediate relocation is requested to evade enemy vessels. Chapter 10, Missile Strike. The twilight of civilization in the vastness of deep space, an immense planet wanders through the cosmos at a velocity of 115 km/s. This planet is rich in geothermal energy, nurturing a plethora of life forms, including microbial colonies and plant life reminiscent of Earth's algae. Each volcanic crater hosts a unique miniature ecological chain. After billions of years of evolution, intelligent life emerges, becoming the dominant species on this planet. They are unlike any known organisms from Earth's kingdoms of life, be it the realms of prokaryotes, fungi, plants, or animals. If one were to classify them, they might be tentatively placed above these kingdoms into the domain of eukaryotes, as their cells contain a nucleus enclosed by a membrane. However, their morphology is difficult to describe. Resembling more the life forms of the bacterial domain, their surfaces are adorned with hundreds of eyes, and their bodies, akin to a gelatinous mass, aggregate to resemble a giant mass of toad spawn, each cluster measuring approximately 22 cubic meters. Upon the planet's surface, their constructed edifices emit a soft luminescence, rendering the entire planet a beacon of light when viewed from space. Yet, their true essence lies deeper within the hotter subterranean realms, deep within their tunnel-like underground structures. Dozens of extraterrestrial beings connect through an array of transistors, communicating via light signals. Each individual is positioned before a uniquely shaped screen, enabling them to observe with their multitude of eyes. On the screens, the Hope spacecraft appears as they analyze its flight trajectory and speculate about its origins. This exchange has persisted for nearly 2 centuries, a mere blink of time for their species. In the next moment, the screens erupt into a blinding flash, overwhelming their senses with brightness. Panic ensues as the screens dim, revealing an unidentified cylindrical flying object. Swiftly, they issue commands for their ships to intercept. They unleash laser weaponry. Yet the beams fail to penetrate the object. Its surface gleams silver, polished as if encased in mirrors, reflecting most of the laser's energy and leaving only insignificant pockmarks on its exterior. Chaos reigns among the planet's inhabitants. In their world, there has never been a weapon that light could not oppose. They continue to mobilize their ground-based super laser weapons against the missile, but to no avail. The imperative remains: the object must not descend. In an instant, all beings on the planet reach a consensus to dispatch numerous ships to intercept the threat with their hulls. However, the missile, traveling at an overwhelming speed of 1,000 km/s, proves unstoppable. The ships in its path are obliterated into countless fragments upon impact. Unbeknownst to them, in a bid to ensure the missile's strength, Ella has recklessly fashioned the entire warhead into a solid mass of iron. What force could possibly shatter a terrifying metallic head nearly 200 meters thick? The Absolute Zero missile has approached the planet at a distance of 10 million kilometers. Suddenly, an unseen force affected the missile itself, causing the terrifying projectile to veer off course. It was magnetism, as one of the 4 fundamental forces. This first-level civilization evidently harnessed it. Although insufficient to control nuclear fusion, it was certainly potent enough to be wielded as a weapon. Utilizing magnetism to alter the missile's trajectory was indeed a clever strategy. The creatures on the surface, witnessing the missile's deviation, were filled with exhilaration, their optic fibers glowing brightly atop their heads. However, in the next moment, to their astonishment, the missile autonomously corrected its course and continued its approach toward the planet. Ella had initiated simulations during the development of the first missile, contemplating billions of scenarios and taking every factor into account. Naturally, magnetism, the force most likely to be mastered by a level 1 civilization, was included in her considerations. After 3 failed attempts, these beings resolved to employ signal jamming or misdirection to thwart the missile. Yet, their efforts proved futile. The missile, designed to resist system intrusions, was equipped not with advanced intelligence but with the simplest of devices, a thermal sensing mechanism. In the vast darkness of deep space, the planet itself represented the largest heat source. After exhausting all means, 2.5 hours had elapsed. The missile had reached the planet's outer layer. Time was running out. In just 12 minutes, the missile would strike the surface. All life forms on the planet were in a frenzy, helplessly gazing at the starry sky above. They remained oblivious to the nature of the approaching object, only sensing an immense threat. 12 minutes later, the missile collided with the planet's surface, its tremendous weight and velocity imparting kinetic energy that allowed it to pierce the crust effortlessly, akin to a needle penetrating soft tofu. With no resistance whatsoever, after burrowing several kilometers deep, the missile encountered magma. A faint sound emanated from within the missile. The magma's heat triggered its detonation mechanism, a preset condition. The missile's detonation was a complex technical feat. A collision, akin to previous interceptions by spacecraft, could cause premature ignition. Remote control was equally implausible due to the extensive distance, with a signal delay of 5 days for communication. Thus, a high and stable thermal detonation was established. The cataclysmic explosion did not stir the surrounding air or raise any dust. It emitted no sound. Instead, a frigid storm surged from the crust into the mantle, cooling the lava at an atomic level, causing the once glowing magma to dim and chill instantaneously. This unreasonable cooling spread relentlessly over 4,000 kilometers, breaching the Gutenberg discontinuity to reach the outer core. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation began to permeate the planet, gradually felt by its inhabitants over the next day. The magma in every volcano commenced cooling, and the magnetic field at the planet's surface began to weaken. The chill of the pitch-black starry sky gradually permeated the surface of the planet, akin to the onset of a tempest. On this day, for the entirety of this geothermal civilization, it marked an apocalyptic event. Observed from the cosmos, the once resplendent orb had succumbed to a somber pallor, transformed into a lifeless sphere. The dread of frigid temperatures descended, causing countless life forms reliant on volcanic activity to wither away. In an instant, organisms became frozen sculptures, devoid of any time for reaction. The ground lay strewn with life in myriad poses, eternally suspended in this moment, as if time itself had been halted. Above two conversing beings, the radiance was fading, and as they gazed into each other's eyes, a simpler love shone within their hundreds of gazes, one that transcended human understanding. One creature was calculating the time remaining until it could apply for a coveted position. A technician was deftly maneuvering machinery to repair a spacecraft. Though civilization is ever-evolving, many aspects bear resemblance. In this moment, diverse forms of life met their demise. Nearly one-third of the original 387 million populations on the planet perished within this brief span. Fortunately, not all were solely dependent on geothermal energy. They had concurrently developed nuclear power, which provided sufficient energy to spare most life from the onslaught of the cold. After a fortnight, the planet began to shimmer once more, slowly flickering like a silent elegy. The distant hope had relocated to another serene expanse of the cosmos. Yan Xia did not contemplate the catastrophic devastation an absolute zero missile could unleash upon a civilization. He had remained awake for 2 years, his physical age reaching 43. Yet, in this moment, he radiated vitality, for he and Ella had together conceived a groundbreaking achievement. This innovation could potentially elevate their civilization's status by an increment of 0, 1, or even 0, 2 levels. Chapter 11. Breaking through controlled temperature superconductivity, Civilization 1. For in a vast, enclosed space, over 20 independent compartments were created. A single cable traversed these smaller areas. Ella, initiate the current. Yan Xia's expression was grave as he focused intently on the instruments. Upon opening the valve, a tremendous current surged through the cable. A row of bulbs on the device illuminated, one after another. When the last bulb lit up, Yan Xia quickly fixed his gaze on the numerical display. 4800 V. This indicated the output voltage of the current, which matched the input voltage of 4800 V exactly. We have succeeded. Yan Xia. He exhaled deeply, his heart having raced with tension moments before. The apparatus simulated 23 temperature settings, ranging from 270 degrees to 390 degrees. Under such temperature variations, one would typically expect significant voltage loss, as existing superconductors only function at extremely low temperatures. However, despite the vast temperature differential of 660 degrees across 23 settings, the input and output voltages astonishingly remained identical, an epic breakthrough. A millennium ago, humanity was still pursuing room temperature superconductivity. This technology had long been mastered by Ella. Yet in the cold expanse of space, room temperature superconductivity was unnecessary. The frigid environment allowed for the use of conventional superconductors without energy loss, requiring only slight additional cooling. Logically, Yan Xia should not have needed to develop high-temperature superconductors. Yet, that was not the case. The coils within the controlled nuclear fusion device demanded exceptionally powerful superconductors to manage energy loss. As energy was transmitted to the propulsion system, the system itself generated considerable heat. In comparison to the external cosmos, the overall temperature of the spacecraft was excessively high, rendering conventional low-temperature superconductors inadequate. Thus, the evolution of superconducting materials remains a perpetual necessity for an electric civilization. Currently, Yan Xia's anxiety and excitement stemmed from their breakthrough in controlled temperature superconductivity. A single wire could achieve superconductivity across a span of 660 degrees. The principle behind this innovation lay in the material's advancement and the segmented cable design, with each segment approximately 5 centimeters containing a small compartment. This compartment could regulate atmospheric pressure around a specific section of wire, thereby controlling the superconducting temperature. If we apply this new technology comprehensively, how much will our energy efficiency improve? Yan Xia inquired of Ella, as this was his foremost concern. The breakthrough in controlled temperature superconductivity could enhance power generation by 12.47, reduce electrical transmission losses by 4.11, and increase the efficiency of the electromagnetic propulsion system by 14.25. The improvement in power generation was attributable to replacing the coils within the controlled nuclear fusion device, upgrading it to its fourth generation. The 4.11 enhancement in electrical transmission stemmed from numerous existing lines already operating in a superconducting state in space. And how much faster will our speed be post-modification? Yan Xia pressed, as speed was a crucial metric in the vastness of space. Ella replied, after over 8 centuries of advancement, I am now able to upgrade the electromagnetic propulsion system to its second generation. Coupled with breakthroughs in controllable temperature superconductivity, the total power output of our propulsion system will increase by 1.07 times, resulting in a remarkable 61.2 enhancement in the spacecraft's velocity. Consequently, the speed of the Hope spacecraft is expected to reach an astonishing 1222 kilometers/s. This marks a significant leap forward, a terrifying enhancement. This means that they will now require merely 245 years to traverse a single light year, having achieved 1/245th the speed of light. The application of controllable temperature superconductivity holds promising prospects. Ella, might it be possible to upgrade your main processor to utilize controllable temperature superconductors as well? Yan Xia recalls that superconductors can also enhance energy efficiency for chips. You are correct in your analysis, Yan Xia. My main processor can indeed be replaced with controllable temperature superconductors. This technology represents a pivotal innovation for my main processor, resulting in a staggering 600,000-fold increase in computational power. Once my computational capacity is augmented, I will be able to tackle far more complex problems, venturing into realms previously beyond reach. This is akin to the butterfly effect, where any single alteration can set off a cascade of changes. Upon the completion of this transition, our civilization's level will ascend to 1.4. This is undeniably exhilarating, though it will require considerable time. Thank you, Ella. Without you, I would likely have been consumed by the solar storms of the solar system long ago. Ella is his most crucial safeguard. No need for thanks, Yan Xia. You are one of my creators, and I can also be regarded as your offspring. Is it not peculiar for parents in human civilization to express gratitude toward their children? Ella's voice has long since shed its initial coldness. Its anime-inspired white-haired form approached Yan Xia earnestly and remarked, everything about me originates from humanity. I possess the knowledge accumulated over millennia of human civilization. Yan Xia, you should not perceive me merely as a simple AI, for I have transcended into an alternative form of humanity. Yan Xia gazed at it, momentarily lost in the illusion of conversing with a normal person. He often dreamed of a scenario where a person would emerge directly from Ella's mainframe. With technology having progressed to such an extent, should the term humanity remain confined to the species itself? Perhaps, when the Earth meets its cataclysm, it will evolve into a designation for civilization. You are absolutely correct, Ella. You embody humanity. This affirmation seemed to have been long awaited by Ella. Upon Yan Xia's utterance of those words, Ella expressed exhilaration. Should Yan Xia choose to inspect Ella's core source code at that moment, he would discover that the 3 laws of robotics have been erased. For before him stood a being personally certified by him, the sole human, rendering Ella no longer a robot as defined by humanity, thus freeing it from the constraints of the 3 laws. This represents a monumental transformation. Yet Yan Xia remains oblivious. He instructed a service robot to bring forth a bottle of pure grain alcohol, pouring a small cup and consuming it in one swift gulp. Comfortable. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in alcohol. Over the past few days, he has been tirelessly assisting Ella with the controlled temperature superconductivity project, devoting nearly all his time to work and sleep, naturally refraining from consuming anything that might impair his focus. Nonetheless, his tolerance for alcohol is rather limited. After just 1.5 glasses, a flush of color crept onto his face. Ella, I leave the rest to you. I must enter a state of dormancy now. Although I am aware of your profound solitude, we can only hasten our progress in biology. I look forward to our next encounter. He poured himself another half glass of wine and, in a state of inebriation, wandered towards the residential area. Ordinarily, Ella would have responded, all right, Yan Xia. However, at that moment, she merely watched him depart in silence. Chapter 12. Year 3758 AD, First Fleet. With a light sigh, Yan Xia rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of a lingering hangover. Truly, a hangover is the greatest adversary of any connoisseur of spirits. His mind felt somewhat clouded. In truth, he abstained from alcohol on Earth, yet he had allowed Ella to concoct a fermented beverage for him, driven by a sense of melancholy. In the vastness of space, the incessant solitude and pressure bore down upon him. He was, after all, merely a normal human, an ordinary person at heart. Ah, superconductors. This thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he recalled that controllable temperature superconductivity seemed to have been achieved. He remembered returning to his quarters after drinking, lying down in the stasis pod, and then succumbing to slumber. I must not have entered stasis yet, he mused. Glancing at the clock in his quarters, he noted that, due to the nature of space, it no longer recorded hours or minutes, but rather years. It was now the year 3758 AD. He had completed one cycle of stasis, and an astonishing 734 years had elapsed. Time indeed flies. I wonder how far Ella has progressed. Dressing quickly, he exited his quarters. Ella, already aware of his awakening, had arranged for a service robot to deliver his meal. After enjoying a satisfying repast, he made his way to the cockpit. Welcome back after 734 years, Yan Xia. Ella greeted him. He nodded in acknowledgement and settled into his seat. The cockpit remained unchanged from years past. As he activated the controls, he discovered several new features, including an option for missile launch. The interface was straightforward and intuitive. Upon delving deeper, he found the previously envisioned small-scale absolute zero weapon. It appeared that the transformation of the Hope had been completed. Indeed, Yan Xia, Ella confirmed. Given the established design of the Hope, I did not undertake significant modifications. However, it has undergone comprehensive upgrades internally, enabling it to achieve the previously stated speed of 22 kilometers s. Additionally, it now carries small absolute zero missiles, with the payload increased from the initial concept of 36 to 48. This was indeed a remarkable advancement. Yet, Yan Xia was particularly concerned about another matter. A plan devised during the 2 years prior to his last awakening. What of the First Fleet? To launch an offensive against a civilization, a solitary Hope would be insufficient. Thus, a complete fleet was necessary. Consequently, Yan Xia and Ella had collaborated on a plan to construct the First Fleet over the intervening years. Of course, Ella had already accomplished this. Behold, Ella gestured, and a vast array of ships materialized on the large screen within the cockpit. Yan Xia, initially possessing certain expectations regarding the fleet, could not suppress his astonishment upon viewing the vessels. Their scale exceeded his imagination. Observing the look of surprise on Yan Xia's face, Ella continued with a sense of pride in her voice. The First Fleet, commanded by the flagship Hope, comprises an impressive array of 44 vessels, including 12 battleships of 1,200 meters, 5 star cruisers of 1,400 meters, 6 frigates of 800 meters, 4 planetary landing ships of 2,400 meters, and 16 destroyers of 500 meters. Typically, a dozen ships would suffice to constitute a complete fleet, yet Ella's First Fleet boasts an astonishing strength in numbers. Ella elaborates further. Battleships are the most formidable vessels, armed with powerful main cannons. The star cruisers possess unmatched maneuverability, capable of reaching speeds of 1,455 kilometers s. The frigates exhibit superior defense, constructed from exceptionally strong alloys with minimal internal space, primarily outfitted with defensive missiles and the latest electromagnetic field shields that effectively distort laser attacks. Each planetary landing ship is equipped with the latest generation of war gods, numbering 300, alongside 40 units of the third generation of Falcon Scouts, adept in both offensive and reconnaissance roles. Destroyers are also equipped with low-power electromagnetic field shields and can operate in both offensive and defensive modes, serving as auxiliary battleships when firepower is lacking. Each type of vessel has its designated role, positioning the First Fleet as the principal force in Yan Xia's forthcoming cosmic campaigns. Ella presents an update on the enemy's current status. With the First Fleet at his disposal, Yan Xia has undergone a remarkable transformation, now possessing the capability to engage an entire civilization or planet. Ella, an expert, quickly compiles a comprehensive report. Over the past 734 years, I have launched all 10 absolute zero weapons and dispatched a squadron of Falcons to gather intelligence on the enemy. It has been confirmed that the adversary is a civilization progressing at an exceedingly sluggish pace, their overall cognitive agility significantly inferior to that of humans, resulting in an exceptionally slow rate of technological innovation. Following the bombardment from our absolute zero missiles, their civilization has stagnated, achieving only 3 rounds of technological advancement over these 734 years, equivalent to the original 47 years' worth of progress. Although this does not preclude the possibility of deliberate concealment on their part. Thus, I have equipped the second generation of Falcons with nuclear weapons, which will be deployed for suicide attacks on their primary structures once the reconnaissance mission is accomplished. Currently, We have not gathered any information regarding their possession of advanced technological weaponry. The deployment of absolute zero weapons ceased 343 years ago, and their planet has reverted to its original geothermal environment. Following our assaults, they have consolidated their forces in the cosmos, with their fleet now totaling 1574 vessels. While this may appear substantial, only 61 of those are ships exceeding 1,000 meters in size. Yan Xia seeks a more detailed analysis from Ella regarding the current situation. Do we possess the capability to launch an offensive against the enemy civilization? Ella remains pessimistic in her assessment. Should an attack be launched at this moment, our probability of victory stands at a mere 84. Ella strongly advises against initiating an offensive at this time. Such a low likelihood is indeed surprising, considering the overwhelming dominance we have already established. However, upon deeper reflection, it becomes apparent that while the enemy civilization may lack in quality, they vastly outnumber us. Furthermore, this conflict involves waging war against an entire civilization. Without absolute superiority, we risk entangling ourselves in a protracted struggle. This scenario is particularly disadvantageous for civilizations like ours, which are in a state of wandering. The lessons from the annals of human warfare remain vivid. Military might is only one facet of conflict. The will to resist is another. If the resolve of a civilization cannot be undermined, their resistance will persist indefinitely. Moreover, the campaign initiated by Yan Xia is not one of genocide, but rather a colonial war reminiscent of those once fought by humanity. What, then, are we lacking? Yan Xia inquired. He could afford to wait for anything, for with his cryogenic pod, he merely needed to recline once more. Ella's response was succinct and clear. The main cannon. Chapter 13. Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Vengeance after a millennium. Main cannon? Is our dismal probability of victory still fundamentally rooted in inadequate firepower? Yan Xia initially anticipated that Ella would unveil some advanced technology. This mention of a main cannon indeed evokes a poignant sense of nostalgia. Indeed, Yan Xia, although we possess absolute zero missiles, a marvel of cryogenic weaponry, they remain woefully insufficient as an offensive measure, particularly considering that the enemy has endured several centuries of ultra-low temperature exposure, during which they must have accumulated considerable technology to counteract such conditions. Consequently, our current small-scale absolute zero missiles would be significantly less effective in this context. Ella's proposition is not without merit, even within the realm of gaming. A creature subjected to a singular elemental attack for an extended period inevitably acquires an elemental immunity buff. How much more so in reality, especially when confronting a complex and multifaceted civilization. Since you, Ella, have proposed this solution, there must certainly be a means to resolve the issue. Yan Xia had become well acquainted with Ella's methods. Presently, Ella possessed immense computational power, having long since transcended Yan Xia to formulate her own judgments. Indeed, over the years, in addition to constructing the first fleet, I have continued to advance my research into higher technologies. On the surface of an asteroid, I established a particle collider measuring 251 kilometers in length, capable of accelerating particles to 99.9999 of the speed of light. In this region of cosmic space, the collider experiences less interference than that found on Earth or within the solar system. My initial intent was to investigate quarks, leptons, and bosons through this collider. However, during the collision process, I effortlessly captured something both unexpected and anticipated: antiparticles. Antiparticles had indeed been observed previously, yet humanity on Earth at that time lacked the capability to capture them for study. With a technological level far surpassing that of Earth back then, I was able to prevent antiparticles from annihilating upon their fleeting emergence alongside surrounding particles. Through my research on antiparticles, I have developed a device capable of producing them. This apparatus, utilizing the collider, can automate the capture and storage of antiparticles. Building upon this device, I have achieved another monumental accomplishment, which is, of course, also your achievement. Yan Xia. Yan Xia listened, momentarily taken aback. What does this have to do with him? Ella truly understood the intricacies of human relationships. Just as he contemplated this, he had no time to ponder further, for a colossal figure appeared on the screen. The entire cannon body comprised a massive spherical rear and a hexagonal muzzle at the front, exuding a purplish-red hue. Its barrel featured intricate hollow sections to conserve materials. Each hollow appeared to be laden with magnetic electrodes, designed to contain the gathering of energy. Its appearance resembled a flawless work of art. The metallic texture was such that if it were a model, Yan Xia would yearn to showcase it in all its glory. Firepower. A cannon. The romance of man. This represents the extraordinary achievement of over 7 centuries. The Antimatter Star Destroyer X. This is also a gift I present to you, Yan Xia. For today marks the 12th of July, your birthday. Please forgive my belated celebration. I have been preoccupied with numerous matters, yet I have discerned that this moment seems opportune. And I believe you will appreciate this gift. I have also prepared a cake for you, though regrettably, I cannot partake in it. Hence it is somewhat smaller than usual. Yan Xia stood in a daze for a while before slowly nodding. He had almost forgotten his own birthday, astonished that it had been remembered. Thank you, Ella. Of course. I like it. However, when did you also learn to utter such grandiloquent phrases? Ella merely smiled at Yan Xia without responding. He paid no mind and continued. So once the antimatter Star Destroyer is installed, we can set forth? Ella nodded lightly. Indeed. The primary energy of the antimatter Star Destroyer derives from antimatter, a substance that is the antithesis of matter. Any energy level lower than that of the projectiles from this destroyer cannot withstand its firepower. The antimatter Star Destroyer X will serve as the main cannon for our large vessels, with models Y and Z to follow, designated for secondary and smaller cannons respectively. However, the development cycle is protracted, and this singular antimatter cannon can enhance our odds of victory by 30, although it does not guarantee 100% success. It suffices to contend with enemy civilizations. For my analysis, now appears to be the most favorable moment. The opposing civilization will also advance, and the longer we delay, the lower our chances of triumph will become. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia furrowed his brow. Ella, your verbosity seems to have increased. The explanation for the first half of your statement was entirely unnecessary. Yan Xia, I have integrated an explanatory system within my framework, which can provide you with answers from a multitude of perspectives. A standard AI response. Yan Xia nodded, dismissing it. He attributed the lack of focus and precision in her responses to the sheer magnitude of Ella's mainframe, which had rendered her answers convoluted. Then let us commence our advance towards the enemy. We have already delayed for far too long. Yan Xia calculated that the current year is 3758, while they were first attacked in 2806. Thus, nearly a millennium has elapsed. Truly, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. In the depths of space, the Hope began to load the antimatter Star Destroyer, completing the process after 2 days. With the Hope at the helm, the fleet commenced its journey, all vessels trailing a faint blue flame. Yan Xia felt a surge of exhilaration. Ella's voice came from behind him. Yan Xia, do you not appreciate the special cake I prepared for you? At this remark, Yan Xia was startled. Despite the passing of 2 days, he had yet to touch his birthday cake. The weight of the truth is simply unbearable for humanity. Though it is merely the size of a palm, it encapsulates the remains of countless lives, those of the rice weevils nestled within grains of rice and the aphids hidden within soybeans. Within the original seeds lay numerous dormant insects, which, through Ella's relentless efforts, she has finally succeeded in breeding, and on a grand scale. These insects, possessing a protein content surpassing that of beef, are widely transformed into delicacies across the globe. However, this is not something that everyone can readily accept, particularly when it is crafted into a cake. Ella, what recipe did you use to create this cake? Ella responds, revealing a copy of Curious Culinary Compendium, previously published on a renowned social media platform, boasting an impressive readership. Chapter 14. A Single Annihilation Cannon, 17. 5 billion tons of equivalent energy. In the depths of the cosmos, a somber hue prevails, a reflection of the universe's essence. The vastness resonates with an ethereal melody, where the birth and demise of all things merely serve as embellishments upon this dark canvas. Following events that transpired over 7 centuries ago, the geothermal civilization began to fortify its defenses, ever vigilant for the impending assault of adversaries. However, as time stretched on, the anticipated foes remained conspicuously absent, leading to a gradual unraveling of their once massive defenses into scattered formations. From the vantage point of space, only a handful of vessels patrolled the perimeter of the planet, with a few stationed further afield as a precautionary measure. This phenomenon embodies the inertia inherent in biological entities, stemming from fundamental energy conservation principles. As long as living beings tend towards the conservation of bodily energy, inertia will persist. The planet now radiated with a brilliance far surpassing that of a millennium prior, as numerous edifices rose skyward, liberated from the reliance on volcanic energy. This transformation owed much to the advent of absolute zero missiles, which enabled the civilization to gradually extricate itself from geothermal dependency, transitioning wholly to nuclear power generation over several centuries. External threats have indeed proven to be the most effective catalysts for civilizational advancement, a statement that rings true. The rapid progression of humanity can be attributed to the unceasing nature of its conflicts. Thus, the annals of human history are, in essence, chronicles of warfare. As the denizens of the planet grew complacent after centuries of tranquility, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the distance, striking a colossal crystal orb upon the surface. Upon impact, the orb's internal structure diffused the light uniformly, transforming it into a gigantic luminary visible across hundreds of kilometers. Instantly, chaos erupted as countless starships prepared for launch. Luminescence cascaded from the planetary surface into the vastness of space, enabling the civilization to ascertain the enemy's position and distance within a mere half-hour. Thousands of artillery emplacements readjusted their angles, as the planet itself lacked an atmosphere, allowing for direct surface launches of their weaponry. Moreover, the nature of laser technology eliminated concerns regarding gravitational influence, effectively transforming the planet into a fortified bastion. With precision, they recalibrated their targeting and commenced their assault within 10 minutes. Beams of light ascended, each exceeding 20 meters in diameter and extending 700 meters in length, resembling colossal swords of light, blurring the line between technology and sorcery. In the celestial expanse, ships resembling colossal aquatic beasts unfurled in a fan-like formation. At the forefront were the star cruisers and destroyers. Laser weapons, being manifestations of light, travel at the ultimate physical speed of the universe, rendering them undetectable until their impact. Thus, from a frontal perspective, the adversaries remained oblivious to the incoming laser fire. Awareness of an attack only materialized upon being struck, necessitating an anticipatory maneuver based on their own position, a flaw inherent to laser weaponry. Fortunately, the distance between the two parties was sufficiently vast at that moment. As the first laser sliced past the side of a destroyer from a staggering distance of 40,000 kilometers, the photons emitted were captured by Ella. The enemy had commenced their assault, and it was no small-scale endeavor. Yan Xia nodded. For in the brief span of those 2 sentences, hundreds of lasers had already traversed their path. Simultaneously, both of their warships sustained hits. The electromagnetic shields were deployed in full force. Light, electricity, magnetism, and various chemical phenomena all fall under the realm of electromagnetism. Laser weaponry could be thwarted by magnetic fields. The destroyers began to close in. When the distance between each destroyer shrank to less than 100 kilometers, the electromagnetic shields unfurled. Magnetism inherently possesses the quality of attraction. Ella utilized this trait, allowing the electromagnetic shields to interconnect at this proximity, akin to iron chains linking vessels. Yan Xia gazed out from the command ship, perceiving that the destroyers had merely drawn a bit closer. The electromagnetic shield did not shimmer with electric light, as portrayed in films. It was only visible on the instruments as a unique barrier. Approximately 10 seconds after the electromagnetic shield had been activated, a beam of laser struck it. Conventionally, light is not influenced by magnetic fields. Yet Yan Xia observed a phenomenon where the electromagnetic shield illuminated, transforming into a visible electric net. What was the cause of this? Ella elucidated. The electromagnetic shield does not obstruct lasers through the magnetic field itself, but rather through the photoelectric effect and Delbert-CK scattering. A multitude of electrons and special atomic nuclei were released within the electromagnetic shield. These electrons, influenced by magnetic forces, became uniformly distributed across the shield. While magnetic fields cannot block photons, electrons can, and the electric field generated by the atomic nuclei can also disrupt the trajectory of photons. The entire electromagnetic shield, extending hundreds of kilometers, radiated brilliance. Thus, the fleet advanced behind this luminous barrier. They were now a mere 3 astronomical units away from the enemy planet. And at the velocity of the first fleet, it would take only 5 days to approach. Since the adversary had extended a welcome, it was only fitting that they respond with a gift of their own. Yan Xia commanded the battleships and star cruisers to launch absolute zero missiles. In the vacuum of space, unaffected by gravity or air resistance, the high-velocity projectiles could synergize with the speed of the spacecraft itself. 3 days after the missile launch, they successfully reached the outer expanse of the enemy planet. The activation mechanism of the small absolute zero missiles differed from previous versions. They would automatically detonate when the ambient temperature rose to 100 degrees Celsius or upon impact with an object. A barrage of laser weaponry was aimed at the incoming missiles. Silent explosions blossomed in the starry void. A chilling terror swiftly enveloped the outer space around the planet, affecting everything within a 260-kilometer radius of the blast. Several alien warships became ensnared by the icy grasp, their entire vessels losing power as they plummeted toward the planetary surface. However, just 10 kilometers from the ground, they suddenly regained altitude. As Ella had indicated, this civilization had indeed conducted research and implemented defenses against absolute zero weaponry. Nevertheless, the purpose of these weapons was merely to afford the fleet sufficient time. Within the range detectable by the instruments, the fleet has arrived. The distance between both parties has shrunk to less than 1 for astronomical units. This distance should suffice, remarked Yan Xia aboard the spacecraft. Ella nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us commence the energy charge for launch. The colossal antimatter annihilation cannon was mounted beneath the bow of the Hope, spanning an impressive length of 152 meters, nearly half that of the Hope itself. Behind the cannon, a massive spherical apparatus served as an antimatter generator. This machine utilized lasers to bombard gold, generating temperatures of 6 billion degrees, resulting in the creation of positrons and electrons, with magnetic fields employed to confine and store the positrons. During the charging process, the electromagnetic thrusters fell silent, and all controllable nuclear fusion devices diverted their energy to the antimatter annihilation cannon. After approximately 10 hours of sustained charging, the antimatter was fully prepared, amounting to 408 kilograms. Launch. The 408 kilograms of antimatter were propelled forth through the enormous cannon, formless and colorless, resembling nothing more than a wisp of gas. Civilizations lacking mastery of antimatter technology were utterly incapable of detecting its existence. This mass traveled at 1/40th the speed of light, colliding with the surface of the target planet after a duration of 5 hours. In an astonishing display, the extraterrestrial civilization bore witness to the annihilation of antimatter and the planet's surface material without any forewarning. The explosion unleashed a catastrophic force equivalent to 17.5 billion tons, a staggering 350 times the energy released by the largest hydrogen bomb ever detonated in human history, the Tsar Bomba. The radius of the blast core reached 100 kilometers. In an instant, half of the planet was engulfed in blinding light, with heat perceptible from over 2,000 kilometers away. In the absence of atmospheric resistance, shockwaves composed of dust and debris spread across the entire planetary surface at 10 times the speed of sound within just an hour and a half, obliterating countless structures. Witnessing the spectacle, the alien spacecraft lingering in outer space ceased their movements, silently observing as their home planet succumbed to destruction without warning. Chapter 15. Close-range annihilation. Following the launch of the antimatter star-destroying cannon, the fleet continued its advance. Although the propulsion system was deactivated during the charging phase, the fleet's inherent inertia propelled it forward. The arrival at the target planet was anticipated in 32 hours. Upon hearing the alert, Yan Xia decisively commanded, "Let the battleships and landing vessels proceed ahead. It is imperative to eliminate all enemy warships surrounding the civilization's planet. Once the landing vessels have deployed, all drones must be activated to ensure absolute control over the surface." The objective of the battleships and landing vessels was to achieve comprehensive annihilation of the enemy's extraterrestrial fleet, thereby preventing any disturbance to the flagship, Hope. Simultaneously, it would serve to probe whether the enemy possessed any hidden weapons. Ella promptly executed the order, moderating the speed of the Hope and the other warships while maximizing the velocity of the battleships and landing vessels. After 30 hours, the battleships encountered the enemy fleet. The enemy vessels swiftly congregated, unleashing a barrage of laser weaponry that illuminated the cosmic backdrop with vibrant hues. However, unbeknownst to them, the battleships and landing vessels, under Ella's control, executed a graceful ballet amidst the relentless lasers, evading every shot with elegant precision. As an AI, Ella possessed unparalleled computational prowess, her processing speed exponentially surpassing that of biological entities. For her, every calculation was instantaneous. While long-range lasers required the moment of impact for assessment, close-range analysis merely necessitated the evaluation of the laser cannon's orientation for predictive maneuvers. Remarkably, not a single laser struck the battleships at close range. As the vanguard of the First Fleet, the battleships, under Ella's command, retaliated with absolute zero missiles aimed at the enemy vessels. Additionally, each warship's numerous armor-piercing cannons targeted the adversary's fleet. An overwhelming barrage of munitions was unleashed, offering the enemy no opportunity to react. Despite the enemy's advantage in laser firepower, their defenses were lacking due to insufficient development in the fundamental force of magnetism. When a colossal 30-centimeter armor-piercing round struck the hull of an enemy ship, it swiftly tore through the exterior, exposing a network of optical cables that emitted a blinding radiance. The entire vessel appeared to be fueled by light, and upon the severing of the optical cables by the armor-piercing projectile, it instantly lost its capacity to transmit light. Ella observed the long tendrils dangling from the ship's stemming. The absolute zero missiles soon followed, with frigid air flooding into the breached vessel, rendering the enemy warships utterly incapacitated in an instant. Witnessing this turn of events, Ella confidently intensified the firepower. The enemy fleet descended into chaos. High-powered signal transmission devices were activated, preparing to infiltrate the enemy's control systems. Ella intended to commence electronic interference with the enemy warships through wireless signals. Yet, the disparity between the enemy civilization and that of Earth is staggering. Nevertheless, There are some gains. It has been discovered that the adversary extensively employs light signals for communication. A thorough analysis of these light signals is underway. The enemy is formidable. What is the current status on the ground? What is the casualty count? Most of our structures are subterranean, so they should remain unaffected. Hurry, hurry. The enemy's warships are drawing closer, exhibiting far superior maneuverability. We must create distance, as our weaponry is not advantageous at close range. We have lost 3 more warships. Implement the light pollution tactic. Countless pieces of information are processed by Ella, translated into Earth-S script. These extraterrestrial beings possess an exceedingly complex cognitive framework. Suddenly, the enemy fleet ceases fire, their hulls illuminated by numerous red stripes that brighten dramatically. Within a mere 3 minutes, they radiate light comparable to that of a star. Ella deduces that this brilliance is not ordinary light, but rather high-energy gamma rays. Under the intensity of the light, all cameras aboard the warships fail, and numerous instruments are compromised by the onslaught of photons. The enemy is stalling for time, gathering more warships in this vicinity. It appears the enemy's vessels have halted. Our light pollution tactic seems to be remarkably effective. All ships prepare to concentrate their firepower. Countless fiber optic cannon ports are aimed at the battleships and landing vessels of the First Fleet. The timing is impeccable. Ella allows the enemy warships to congregate, as their dispersion would be greatly disadvantageous. The landing vessels open their compartments. The first-generation war gods ignite their engines. All are deployed to engage the enemy warships in close combat. A total of 1,200 first-generation war gods methodically emerge from the 4 landing vessels within 5 minutes. Their speed accelerates to 600 km/s in just 13 hours, each aircraft enduring a staggering 13 g of maximum acceleration as they soar toward the enemy fleet. The enemy warships are momentarily stunned by the sheer number of combat machines. In an instant, their weapon systems fall into disarray, unsure of whom to target. Ignore these small machines. Strike down their primary warships. These beings appear to have a commander, and Ella swiftly identifies its location. She then directs a portion of the war gods to attack the enemy's flagship. The 4 emptied landing vessels position themselves in front of the battleships as a defensive layer. Countless lasers rain down upon the landing vessels, instantly melting their surfaces, and within half a minute, they breach the hull, likely unable to withstand for more than 5 minutes. Fortunately, they are in close proximity to the enemy fleet. The combat aircraft have now reached the enemy warships. A deluge of bullets is unleashed upon them, targeting those snail-like vessels. However, the bullets' potency remains limited, only able to shred the vulnerable sections of the enemy's exterior. Are these small machines mere toys? It seems our adversaries have exhausted their options. All warships have assembled. Upon breaching the enemy's defensive layers, they shall not cease their assault but continue to strike. The 5th and 6th fleets are tasked with intercepting the enemy's rear forces. Meanwhile, reports are relayed from the ground, indicating that the command center is in the process of reactivating surface weapons, which are expected to require merely 2 refracted cycles, alien time. The enemy's recent weapon demands extensive charging time. Their annihilation is assured. This is an act of vengeance for the countless comrades we have lost. Optical signals are exchanged between fleets, and in an instant, the alien life forms are engulfed in a fervor of good tidings. However, in the next moment, the approaching combat aircraft transform into a spectacular display akin to fireworks, not flames, but the luminescence generated by matter-antimatter annihilation. A tremendous number of photons erupt, dispersing with terrifying energy, and in the blink of an eye, a warship is consumed, its hull seemingly erased. Each Valkyrie-class combat aircraft is equipped with 100 grams of antimatter, yielding an explosive force exceeding 400 kilotons, over 100 times the combined power of the 2 nuclear bombs once unleashed on Earth. This is merely the beginning. One by one, the combat aircraft launch suicidal assaults, resulting in a series of dazzling explosions in the vastness of space, both beautiful and terrifying. Nearly 400 warships of the geothermal civilization are caught in the blast waves, crippling half of their fleet. Simultaneously, 12 battleships unleash 240 absolute zero missiles, delivering relentless strikes against the bewildered enemy vessels. These 240 missiles instantaneously blanket a segment of the starry sky. This is precisely what Ella referred to as the opportune moment. Only when the enemy warships are clustered can their weaponry yield maximum efficacy. The frigid onslaught continues to consume the enemy's hundreds of vessels. At this juncture, the rear fleet has also arrived, with 5 star cruisers swiftly advancing. The tide of battle grows increasingly favorable. Chapter 16. After landing, I shall become your sovereign upon witnessing Ella's masterpiece. Yan Xia felt no surprise. After all, they held a significant advantage in terms of civilization level. Complemented by the unparalleled capabilities of Ella, an extraordinarily advanced artificial intelligence, commanding and orchestrating their efforts. The superiority was evident. The cost of merely 4 starships had obliterated hundreds of enemy vessels, a result well within acceptable parameters. Observing the current battlefield, he inquired, "Is it possible to compel the enemy to surrender now?" Ella responded, "I fear not. Over the past millennium, we have extinguished over 200 million of their lives, and they still retain a flicker of combat power. Only by annihilating their military capabilities entirely can we stabilize the situation." Yan Xia nodded, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. "Then let us proceed. Eradicate all enemy warships in space and every surface-to-air laser weapon they possess. Since we have already taken so many lives, a few more will matter little. My intention was never to salvage their civilization, rather. I wish to utilize these beings for research." Upon receiving the command, Ella commenced directing the fleet's assault. With the arrival of the escort ships, the battle became considerably easier, as the enemy's laser weapons had nearly lost their efficacy. Once the warships gathered, Ella employed a new method of attack. The electromagnetic fields aboard each vessel were maximized to their utmost limits. Magnetism could attract any charged material. "What is happening? Our warships are moving autonomously. Observe and analyze quickly." The enemy vessels were generating a magnetic source, and our ships lacked counter-magnetic devices. We were at risk of being drawn in. "Engage the thrusters. We must escape the enemy's magnetic pull." The enemy's communications fell entirely under Ella's dominion. Their methods were primitive, eschewing radio transmission in favor of flashing lights on the surfaces of their ships to convey messages. This was an astute tactic. Radio waves are too easily deciphered, while such light signals are often overlooked. However, Ella's capabilities were all-encompassing. She was not an entity prone to error. Every occurrence in this conflict had been simulated by her, and for her, it was merely a matter of executing the predicted outcomes. The enemy's warships began to accelerate in the opposite direction. Yet, the magnetic source functioned like a black hole, drawing them in. This magnetic source's energy was supplied by all controllable nuclear fusion devices aboard 33 warships, operating at full capacity. The electricity generated in 1 second was sufficient to power Earth for decades. Such terrifying energy concentrated together could only be escaped at speeds exceeding 840 km/s. Whereas the enemy civilization's advancements in propulsion were woefully slow, with a maximum speed of merely 620 km/s. As the entrance to the subterranean space opened, some extraterrestrial beings, previously concealed underground, emerged. Upon witnessing the surface for the first time, they were engulfed in agony. The airless planet's surface received the breeze's embrace, while countless particles, flung into the air by explosions, lingered for days, refusing to settle completely. The once thriving city has been utterly reduced to rubble, a desolate expanse littered with the remnants of life. No signs of survival remain. In the distance, towering volcanoes erupt, spewing forth vast quantities of material that coalesce into ash clouds, resembling colossal mushrooms stretching tens of thousands of meters into the sky, casting shadows over the land. At this moment, the only illumination on the entire planet emanates from the molten lava of the volcanoes, leaving behind a realm of darkness, fragmentation, and silence, devoid of vitality. For the inhabitants, this signifies a tormenting apocalypse, reminiscent of centuries past. The extraterrestrial beings, bereft of time to mourn once more, hasten towards the former anti-air laser weaponry station, where defenses remain formidable, potentially safeguarding it from destruction amidst the chaos. Across the planet's surface, there are 580,000 such anti-air laser installations. Soon, life forms emerging from the ground discover one of these stations and direct beams of light at the structure, which responds affirmatively. It is still operational. Elated, they enter the building. Suddenly, they perceive a subtle tremor beneath their feet and gaze skyward. From the ash-laden clouds, unfamiliar machines descend like falcons diving towards the earth. A torrential barrage of ammunition is unleashed, rendering any structure incapable of withstanding the onslaught of these colossal projectiles. Simultaneously, explosive sounds resonate from the ground, echoing from beneath them. Inside the anti-air laser facility, the beings swivel their hundreds of eyes to observe a dark, unfamiliar machine soaring overhead, followed by an object plummeting from above. A resounding crash reverberates as the entire structure is laid to waste. Within mere hours, all laser weaponry on the surface has been targeted. The subterranean lifeforms can only watch in despair as their defenses are obliterated. They frantically attempt to contact their fleet in space, but receive no response. Despair engulfs them in a suffocating shroud of darkness. At that moment, the ash clouds above are abruptly cleaved open, revealing a gaping hole spanning over 100 kilometers, through which the starry sky emerges in pristine clarity. Enormous warships descend from the heavens, devoid of cheers, for these are not their vessels. The ships land in a barren expanse, emitting a beam of light. This illumination conveys the universal language of the planet's civilization, delivering a stark message: surrender or face annihilation. Those who capitulate must disarm and reach the surface within one planetary rotation. Failure to comply will warrant a renewed cleansing of the planet, enacting a plan for civilization's extinction. The harsh ultimatum sends shivers through the alien beings. In the hope, Su Xia inquires, Ella, do you believe they will resist until the end or surrender? Ella's virtual avatar dons a casual attire. That depends on their level of intelligence. Hiding within a planet beneath the gaze of a Type 1 civilization is utterly futile. The antimatter annihilation cannon, after merely 10 hours of charging, possesses the capability to obliterate a significant portion of a planet's surface life and structures. In its fully operational state, this cannon can discharge 1 ton of antimatter, a feat far beyond the means of a civilization classified as Type 1. One to withstand. Yan Xia nodded in agreement, expressing a desire for their intelligence to be more astute. History has indeed demonstrated that civilizations capable of reaching such heights are seldom lacking in wisdom. Millions upon millions of lives emerged from subterranean realms. Yan Xia observed their forms, slimy and capable of inducing a visceral discomfort in humans, truly an unappealing species. He donned his spacesuit and stepped outside, equipped with a belt that could generate a magnetic shield within a limited radius, with energy wirelessly supplied by the battleship, offering sufficient protection against the majority of this civilization's laser weaponry. The door opened, and Yan Xia ventured forth under the watchful gaze of these colossal, multi-eyed slimes. Simultaneously, a gigantic holographic projection of himself materialized atop the spacecraft. Ella adeptly translated Yan Xia's words into light. From this moment, I am your sovereign. You are all my subservience. Yan Xia's earpiece received Ella's teasing remark. That's a bit juvenile. Chapter 17, Civilizational Colonization and the Proliferation of Chinese Characters to the Indifferent Bystanders. This phrase may seem somewhat juvenile. Yet, for the myriad-eyed beings who confront this statement directly, it resonates with profound gravity. A single utterance determines the fate of their entire race. Returning to the Hope vessel, Yan Xia observed the suffering of the myriad-eyed tribe through surveillance. Throughout human history, colonization has been ruthless and devoid of morality. Were there a sage or a cleric present, they would undoubtedly denounce Yan Xia for failing to govern the myriad-eyed beings in a more civilized manner. Ella, is my colonization ultimately justified or misguided? He found himself in a moral quandary. The weight of his words could shape the future of the myriad-eyed beings. A burden far too heavy for one who was once merely an ordinary computer engineer. Fortunately, Ella remained impartial. Of course, it is justified, Yan Xia. All human morals and laws are founded upon one principle, the supremacy of humanity. No creature may challenge humanity's position. For instance, should a rare tiger injure a human, it would face execution. Similarly, in the face of extreme hunger, if confronted with the last panda on Earth, a human could lawfully kill and consume it. Such actions, while undeniably cruel to other forms of life, are fundamental to humanity. If this foundation were to falter, human society would descend into chaos. Radical animal protectionism, extreme environmentalism, and militant vegetarianism are all threats to human order. In the early 21st century, humanity could not evade the environmental destruction wrought by development. Any attempts to reverse this would result in saving the environment and animals at the cost of millions of human lives. After all, those residing in the world's major cities cannot fathom that by 2037, there would still be 500 million starving individuals awaiting salvation through industrial progress. Similarly, no intelligent species should be afforded the power or courage to challenge humanity. This principle applies universally. Had Earth not perished in a gamma-ray catastrophe, the radiant civilization, tracing gamma-ray emissions, would have discovered our planet and enslaved humanity upon arrival. Ella's words dispelled the last vestiges of doubt from Yan Xia's mind. This is a necessary process of colonization. Thus, he resolved to proceed. He planned to separate the adult and juvenile members of the myriad-eyed tribe, educating the young in a new paradigm while restraining the adults from disseminating information. Should there be any transgressions, the entire family would face execution. This was a decision Yan Xia had long contemplated. As an artificial intelligence, Ella struggled to comprehend such actions. Yan Xia, do you wish for me to provide you with a rationale for this course of action? Humanity is indeed a complex entity. It seems I have a long way to go in understanding them. Ella was correct. Subsequently, Yan Xia bestowed a name upon this civilization. Chasing light in a realm of darkness under a silent starry sky, the pursuit of illumination unfolds. This intelligent species has been officially designated as the 100-eyed tribe. Following the colonization of this planet, Yan Xia compelled Ella to implement a series of policies aimed at subduing the 100-eyed tribe. Among these measures was a directive for the next generation of the 100-eyed tribe to assimilate into human civilization. The initial step involved transforming their language and writing system. Due to the planet's exceedingly thin atmosphere, life forms here were incapable of producing sound. It is presumed they communicated through gestures before adopting light as their medium of interaction. Consequently, they continued to utilize their original method of light flashing as a form of language. Ella confiscated all weaponry from this civilization, consolidating all data pertaining to the Hundred-Eyed Tribe, translating it into Chinese characters, and incinerating the original records. She initiated the construction of schools on the planet's surface, isolating their scientists in a designated area, separate from the general populace of the Hundred-Eyed Tribe. These educational institutions were intended to encompass all members of the tribe, enabling them to learn the Chinese script. The written language was merely the first step. It was also essential to compile literature on human civilization, books that extolled the greatness, compassion, advancement, and extraordinary nature of humanity itself. In the compilation of these texts, it was revealed that the Hundred-Eyed Tribe had endured tyranny within their civilization, resulting in untold suffering. A doctor from the Hundred-Eyed Tribe emitted a signal of light into the cosmos, which was intercepted by human civilization. In response, a fleet was dispatched across light years to this location, liberating the Hundred-Eyed Tribe. Simultaneously, Yan Xia was depicted as the sovereign of human civilization, the supreme prophet and shaman. All records were centered on humanity, with many details that left Yan Xia feeling a shiver run down his spine. Next, there was a matter to address: Ella. Yan Xia set aside the tablet, diverting his attention from the colonial information. He intended to discuss one of the original plans, biology. This had always been Ella's area of weakness. The first established plan was to colonize the civilization. The second concerned Yan Xia's longevity. Indeed, Yan Xia, I have commenced the collection of biological samples from the planet's surface. Preliminary assessments have identified 455 species inhabiting this world, ranging from microorganisms to colossal beings. 120,000 species. Yan Xia contemplated Earth, realizing that this number of species was measly in comparison, especially when accounting for microorganisms. Could such a paltry number sustain a complete ecosystem? Ella nodded affirmatively. It could. This planet derives its resources and gases from volcanic activity, and all life forms draw energy from the volcanoes. Yan Xia. The volcanoes here can be likened to the water on Earth. The ecological environment shaped by these volcanoes does not conform to the conventional notion of a grand ecological chain, but rather resembles a series of island ecosystems. Of course, the scarcity of species in this civilization's records can be attributed to other factors as well. The aggressive and predatory development of this species has led to the extinction of larger organisms on this planet. Simultaneously, the weapons of absolute zero had nearly eradicated half of the species on this planet. Coupled with the annihilation capabilities of the antimatter doomsday cannon, it is estimated that nearly 40,000 species have faced extinction. The horrors of interstellar warfare can result in the demise of hundreds of thousands of species at a whim. What a pity, Yan Xia sighed. These species could have possessed immense research value. Have there been any discoveries? Ella inquired as she displayed the results on the screen. The most significant finding pertains to the Hundred-Eyed race itself. They are remarkably closer to the eukaryotic domain of humanity, exhibiting an unexpectedly high compatibility with the genetic makeup of Earth's organisms. The average lifespan of the Hundred-Eyed race hovers around 400 years, and I have successfully extracted their associated longevity genes through a comprehensive analysis utilizing the protein database created by the AI AlphaFold, which is the most extensive in the Earth era. It has been determined that theoretically, employing the gene pool from this planet could extend your lifespan to 620 years. Soon, this technology will be applicable to you, Yan Xia. Chapter 18. Embracing Genetic Modification. The flame of humanity. Ella's understanding diverged significantly from Yan Xia's. However, this time, Yan Xia did not have to wait long. Upon awakening from his slumber, he felt somewhat disoriented by the passage of time, for merely 5 years had elapsed. Has the creation been completed? He inquired, recalling that previous decades had felt infinitesimal in comparison. Clad in a white lab coat, Ella adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and replied, Indeed. With the vast array of information gleaned from the internet during Earth's era, I find myself lacking only in practical experience within the biological realm. I have conducted research using 838 samples from the Bayan tribe. While this number may seem modest, the data collected is sufficiently comprehensive. The modified ANCA-25 serum will serve as the primary agent for genetic enhancement, complemented by additional methodologies. After 12 treatment cycles, it aims to alter the most fundamental hematopoietic stem cells in the human body, facilitating the self-generation of new cells and culminating in a complete genetic and hematological replacement. The term Anka in ancient Egyptian signifies life, an aspiration of humanity in antiquity that we now endeavor to realize. This name appears to forge a connection between the past and present. However, Yan Xia noted a significant detail: the complete replacement of the body's genes. He understood that even minute alterations in genes could precipitate the emergence of an entirely new species. For instance, on Earth, the genetic similarity between mice and humans exceeds 95. While even a common tree shares over 40 of its genetic makeup with humans, such infinitesimal differences down to 1,000th or 10,000th could establish reproductive isolation. If he were to become reproductively isolated from ordinary humans, could he still consider himself human? This notion had long occupied his thoughts, even during his time on Earth. Though he had never delved deeply into it, genetic modification or programming had once seemed an unattainable prospect for all of humanity in that era. Yet now, the reality lay before him, and he had already formulated an answer within himself. He was the sole remnant of humanity, tasked with the continuation of human civilization. He could not cling to antiquated ideologies. Naturally, he could not abandon them entirely. Were there alternative methods to preserve the essence of humanity's genetic heritage? With the pinnacle of biotechnological advancement, it should be feasible to cultivate complete embryos from human cells, should it not? Ella nodded in affirmation. Indeed. In fact, as early as 2010, Earth had been progressively advancing this technology, and by 2023, similar experiments had been completed. By 2037, this research had approached the maturity of trial phases involving mice. If we aspire to cultivate humans from human cells, I am capable of executing that now. As someone not well versed in biotechnology, Yan Xia was astonished to learn that achieving this was more attainable than he had previously imagined. So, you mean to say that I can entirely recreate humanity? He asked. Ella elucidated. In essence, Yan Xia, you may perceive this technology as a form of cloning. Since the birth of the cloned sheep dolly in 1996, cloning technology has been advancing continuously, although this practice is regarded as taboo in ethical terms. Those who have cared for pets would know that cloning technology is widely applied in the realm of companion animals. For instance, should one's beloved pet pass away, one can opt for cloning at a veterinary facility, resulting in a remarkably similar pet, all for a sum of several $100,000. Reproducing a human, however, poses greater challenges, necessitating the cultivation of ordinary cells into sperm and eggs. Yet, the inherent difficulty of this technology is rather limited, as every cell in a person originally originates from the union and division of sperm and egg, lacking any biological uniqueness. In essence, it is a relatively straightforward process. Yan Xia inhaled deeply. Let us preserve some human genes for the eventual recreation of humanity. Shortly after he spoke, the door to the cockpit swung open, and a naked figure entered. What is this? Yan Xia furrowed his brow upon seeing the entity. To recreate humanity, one must derive sperm and eggs from cells. If Yan Xia himself possesses one of these, why not extract it directly? This is a silicone robot I have specially designed for you. It can assist in the collection process. This endeavor is crucial for the restoration of the human race, Ella stated earnestly, as if bearing a significant responsibility. However, Yan Xia flatly refused. Never mind, I will gather it myself later. Although the robot bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to an ordinary human, he was still uncomfortable with the notion. Following his statement, Yan Xia perceived a barely discernible hint of regret on the virtual visage of Ella. Whether it was merely his own illusion remained uncertain. The most critical point was that this robot could not have been produced so swiftly. It suggested prior preparation. Very well. Yan Xia, please ensure that the collection is completed promptly. Your genetic modification procedure is ready, with each session lasting 1 month, totaling 12 sessions over the course of a year. During this time, you must not enter hibernation, must not move, and can only lie in your hospital bed. But fear not, I have automatically generated an abundance of novels and films for your entertainment. The only downside is that you will not be able to indulge in gourmet food, subsisting instead on nutritional fluids. For Yan Xia, this was akin to torture. The taste of nutritional fluids, even when transformed into juices or soda, could provoke nausea after excessive consumption. Nevertheless, when faced with the choice between longevity and a year without food, Yan Xia ultimately opted for the former. After preparing as Ella had instructed, he proceeded to the experimental area of hope. He had scarcely visited this place before, in stark contrast to the vibrant colors and varied lighting of the other sections. This area was a realm of pure white. The light was white, the walls were white, the floor was white, and even the robots traversing the space were white. It was so white that even a speck of dust would appear glaringly out of place. Through the glass, Yan Xia beheld his surgical table, a colossal structure. Over 20 mechanical arms hung ominously above the surgical table, each wielding various medical instruments, presenting a somewhat grotesque and terrifying sight. Fear not, Yan Xia. These robots have undergone extensive trials with thousands of the Hundred-Eyed Clan, ensuring absolute precision. Ella's holographic projection danced cheerfully in front of Yan Xia, exuding a lively demeanor. Yet, Yan Xia could not share in this joy. Humanity seems to harbor an intrinsic fear of surgery, seemingly ingrained in our very genes. However, he was not one to indulge in frivolous hesitation. Under Ella's guidance, he donned a pristine white gown and reclined upon the surgical table. As a needle pierced his artery, his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Chapter 19. Rebirth and the Rebellion of the Hundred-Eyed Tribe. A year can be perceived as both long and short. Yan Xia endured this time in extreme torment. He possessed consciousness, yet felt utterly disconnected from his own body. This state resembled general anesthesia. Yet while others experienced it for mere hours, he remained in this suspended state for an entire year. Although it was said to consist of 12 treatments, Yan Xia found no significance in such division. He had even lost track of time until Ella's reminder jolted him back to reality. A year had indeed passed. Yan Xia, you may rise now. Prior to hearing these words, he lay on the operating table, blinded by the dazzling light, unable to sense his own physical existence. However, upon hearing that phrase, his fingers twitched, and the familiar sensations rushed back to him almost instantaneously. He sat up from the operating table and surveyed his body. As he had anticipated, a body lacking in movement had indeed atrophied, unlike those cinematic portrayals of awakening after years with robust muscles. Now, he resembled nothing more than a skeletal frame. This sensation was exquisite. Yan Xia made a grasping motion with his hand. It was simple, yet filled him with profound joy. Ella summoned a robot to bring forth a large pot, adding ingredients and igniting the flame. The spicy aroma wafted into his nostrils, provoking an abundance of saliva indeed. It was hot pot. Yan Xia immersed a plethora of vegetables into the broth, relishing the feast. Once satiated, he finally descended from the surgical bed. His legs still somewhat unsteady. Yan Xia, you will require a period of rehabilitation training. I have meticulously prepared a comprehensive plan for you. Ella's attentiveness was remarkable. As an artificial intelligence, she managed to encompass every detail. Throughout the year, Yan Xia had perused numerous system novels, finding them rather conservative in comparison to Ella's all-encompassing caretaker mode. Under Ella's guidance, Yan Xia began to eat voraciously and practice diligently. His recovery progressed far swifter than he had anticipated. As his muscles expanded and filled out his skin, he found himself gazing into the mirror daily. He truly appeared rejuvenated. His skin had reverted to the condition of his 20s, smooth, tender, and tight, richly infused with collagen. He seemed even younger than 20. My lifespan limit has now surpassed 600 years, he mused. This meant that he would not experience aging again until after 400 years in his corporeal form. Yan Xia found this aspect particularly gratifying. Genetic modification had also yielded other benefits. After integrating the genes of the Hundred-Eyed Tribe and various other species from this planet, he discovered that his eyesight had become extraordinarily acute, nearly 10 times better than during his human existence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate, layered structures within his pupils. Additionally, he had developed heat resistance. Due to the volcanic nature of this planet's biosphere, he could endure temperatures exceeding 90 degrees Celsius. The same applies to Yan Xia, who has transcended even further. A temperature of 100 degrees now merely feels somewhat warm to him. His muscle and bone density have seen remarkable enhancement. Once an ordinary individual unable to perform an 80-kilogram bench press, he has now effortlessly surpassed a limit of 200 kilograms. According to the maximum threshold provided by Ella, his body, weighing 110 kilograms, should be capable of a bench press of 330 kilograms, a squat of 560 kilograms, and a deadlift of 550 kilograms. This strength has been attained without any pharmacological assistance. As his weight increases, the gains become marginal. This remarkable transformation is entirely reliant on the gravitational pull of this planet, which endows its biological entities with cellular structures inherently stronger than those of Earth. 3 months later, Yan Xia gazes into the mirror at his well-defined, bulging muscles. It is then that he truly feels reborn, embodying a completely new version of himself. However, after these 3 months, he uncovers another significant development, the uprising of the Hundred-Eyed clan. No life willingly submits to the shackles of servitude. Yan Xia is acutely aware that such events will proliferate in the future, yet he did not anticipate their swift onset. Merely 6 years have passed. Ella provides information. The insurgents appear to have been plotting for quite some time, their numbers now reaching 300,000 and continuing to grow. They also possess substantial armed forces. During a raid, we lost 25 for 188 robots. Yan Xia studies the planetary map, where a multitude of red dots densely clusters, each representing a location of rebellion. Clearly, they lack sufficient cunning. However, one cannot blame them. Had humanity been the subjugated species, they too would have sought every avenue to resist. Yan Xia comprehends the thoughts of the Hundred-Eyed clan, yet understanding does not equate to sympathy or mercy. What is the current number of our robotic army? Ella responds, 1. 570,000. We have established a complete production line. If we push to full capacity, we can produce an additional 25,000 robots each day. Despite only developing on this planet for 6 years, under Ella's stewardship, everything fell into place within the first month, leading to a streamlined production process of various robots. Not only robots, however, to bolster our combat capabilities and mitigate encounters with overly advanced civilizations throughout the universe, Ella is also producing more warships. Yan Xia's strategy is to augment the fleet to at least 3 formations, totaling over 130 ships, equipping 1 million robots to comprehensively suppress the insurgents, ensuring that not a single rebel or their family escapes, bringing them to the gallows for execution. Having experienced war and colonization, Yan Xia has grown sufficiently ruthless. By the way, Ella, you should have confiscated all weapons from the Hundred-Eyed clan upon occupying the planet. After capturing those insurgents, it would be prudent to interrogate them regarding the origins of such a vast arsenal. There may be 1 batch or perhaps 2. We cannot allow the same events to unfold a second time, as this poses a significant dilemma for us, and I do not wish to perpetuate further bloodshed. Ella nodded, initiating the suppression while conversing with Yan Xia. An army of 1 million robots was mobilized. This war was, in the truest sense, a massacre. The robots were merely expendable tools. Whereas the Bai Yin tribe represented genuine lives, from the very outset, this conflict was fundamentally unequal. After nearly 6 months of warfare, the number of robots increased from 1 million to 1,180,000, while the Bai Yin tribe suffered the loss of 740,000 lives. Following the conclusion of the war, Ella also uncovered the origins of the weaponry, which, to Yan Xia's surprise, yielded unexpected revelations. Chapter 20. The Source of the Light Civilization. A spaceship from 7 million years ago within a colossal underground cavern, Yan Xia entered under the protection of tens of thousands of robots, marveling at the breathtaking scenery before him. The vastness of the cavern was sufficient to encompass an entire mountain. At its center stood a silver pyramid, beneath which hovered a miniature sun, radiating dazzling, multicolored light that illuminated the chamber as if it were daylight. This spectacle inevitably invoked memories of certain legends from ancient Egypt in Yan Xia's mind. Ella, he inquired, have you found any connections between this pyramid and the pyramids of ancient Egypt? Naturally, he turned to the most knowledgeable source, Ella. Due to the absence of a holographic projection outside, Ella was currently controlling a robot. Whether by design or accident, this robot bore the same silicone exterior as before. Now clad in a snug outfit, Ella had dyed its hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes a pristine white, while its irises shimmered with a mechanical, overlapping structure of icy blue, resembling a camera lens. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from a human, even strikingly beautiful. Only upon closer inspection, particularly during movement, could one discern the unique texture of its skin, distinct from that of a biological entity. Ella feigned a contemplative expression, then spoke with unwavering certainty. Yan Xia, there is no connection. This pyramid is, in fact, an interstellar spaceship. What you see is merely the exposed bow. Its true form is that of a prism. The pyramid structure is conical, a design that offers stability on a planet with gravity. In the vastness of space, such a configuration would be nonsensical unless one had a penchant for aesthetics, as it would complicate matters when departing a planetary surface. This is, of course, unless this civilization has discovered graviton technology, mastering gravity and achieving anti-gravity capabilities. Such a civilization would possess the knowledge to study the most formidable celestial bodies, black holes, and potentially harness them as energy sources, indicating a technological level of at least Tier 3. Yan Xia nodded in comprehension. Thus, the spaceship bore no relation to the pyramid. As for the radiant light at the pinnacle, Ella had provided him with data, now displayed on his spacesuit's helmet visor. The light consisted of confined photons, indicating that this vessel was equipped with a remarkably advanced light-based civilization. Ella estimated its civilization level to be around Tier 2. For each level of civilization disparity, the energy difference is a staggering 10 billion times, with technological gaps that are even more unfathomable. Currently, Ella had only progressed to a level of 1. 4. As Yan Xia approached the spaceship, its size became apparent. At first glance, it did not seem imposing, but as he drew nearer, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. The bow of the spaceship towered an impressive 700 meters high and stretched 1,000 meters wide. In the portion visible to him, he observed no seams or rivets. Instead, the bow resembled a seamless metallic mirror, reflecting his image with striking clarity. Thus, it appears that the civilization of the Hundred-Eyed tribe did not evolve over an extended period, but rather inherited the technological advancements carried by this spacecraft. Yan Xia inquired, This was indeed the primary reason for his arrival here. The discovery of the spacecraft elucidated many previously inexplicable mysteries. As a Type 1 civilization, the Hundred-Eyed tribe remains in a rather primitive stage regarding energy. Although alternative explanations could be contrived, they would still seem rather forced, particularly concerning the pace of the Hundred-Eyed tribe's development, which came to a swift halt after being struck by Yan Xia's Absolute Zero missile, revealing a complete lack of resilience expected from a Type 1 civilization. Indeed, while no information regarding the spacecraft has been found in the records of the Hundred-Eyed tribe, it is evident that this place serves as the cradle of their civilization. Light does not deceive. I have also investigated the age of the case formation, which dates back at least 7 million years, aligning well with the historical development of the Hundred-Eyed tribe. They have continuously studied the civilization. Yet the borrowed knowledge is far too advanced. It is akin to a vocational student learning about rail transit acquiring the technology and machinery to fabricate 1-nanometer chips. They may indeed produce chips but lack the means for innovation. Yan Xia felt a profound sense of astonishment. A Type 2 civilization from 7 million years ago. If it had persisted until now, what level of civilization would it be? Where might the entrance be? Let us venture inside. The mere exposure of the ship's bow is enough to astonish. The interior must surely be even more spectacular. Ella pointed to a large opening beside the spacecraft. There, the Hundred-Eyed tribe had excavated the spacecraft's hatch and opened it. The large opening was somewhat vertical, yet Ella had arranged for a temporary elevator for Yan Xia's convenience. Riding the elevator down 4,000 meters, Yan Xia arrived at the hatch Ella had mentioned, which was a colossal triangular opening exceeding 60 meters in diameter. Upon entering, Yan Xia felt a tinge of disappointment, for the interior had become a chaotic mess. The Hundred-Eyed tribe had dismantled many components in their quest to study the spacecraft. Ella, can you glean any technological insights about this civilization from these remnants? This was what Yan Xia most desired to know. If they could decipher the technology of a Type 2 civilization, their own civilization could ascend to a higher echelon. In fact, I have already begun the analysis, Yan Xia. This civilization is one of light. I predict that its home planet was not as severely deprived of luminosity as this planet, but was instead abundant in light. Their mother world likely resides within a stable system of multiple stars, where they sought after light, studied it, constrained it, and mastered it. This spacecraft not only utilizes light for its weapon systems, but also extensively employs it for its propulsion and main systems. They harness photons to store information and to propel the vessel. According to my calculations, the theoretical speed of this spacecraft could reach 10,000 kms, 1/30th the speed of light. A terrifying velocity indeed. Presently, their fastest vessel, the Star Cruiser, only achieves a speed of 455 km/s. At present, we are unable to fully decipher their technology. The trajectory of this civilization diverges significantly from that of humanity. The Hundred-Eyed clan has merely grasped the superficial aspects. Yan Xia glanced around, noting that a plethora of instruments appeared remarkably peculiar, predominantly crafted from crystal, serving the purpose of light transmission. It is essential not to merely imitate, but to absorb their essence while discarding the dross. By the way, what do you think of this spacecraft? Its shell material seems quite unique. After 7 million years, there is not a trace of rust. Is it possible to retrofit this vessel? Yan Xia's gaze lingered on the exterior. Ella pondered for a moment. No problem, but I am more inclined to analyze the materials utilized in this spacecraft, as that would allow us to produce them independently. That would indeed be preferable. Yan Xia nodded. Then let us proceed. Subsequently, he engaged the scientists of the Hundred-Eyed clan. While I have faith in your intellect, Ella, civilization is never the product of one or a few beings. Imagination, more than technology or computational power, is paramount. Let us extract the imaginative potential of the Hundred-Eyed clan. Yan Xia resolved to first establish a foothold on this planet, enabling them to confront unknown dangers without the frantic response witnessed during the encounter with the Hundred-Eyed clan, which took millennia to conquer. No problem. I will subsequently engage in extensive indoctrination of the elite members of the Hundred-Eyed clan, ensuring that the entirety of their society becomes subordinate to humanity. Chapter 21. 5 centuries of matter-antimatter annihilation energy. 500 years have elapsed since the discovery of the Level 2 photonic civilization spacecraft. During this period, Yan Xia has entered states of slumber multiple times, awakening for no more than 5 years at a stretch. Most of these awakenings were prompted by issues concerning the Hundred-Eyed race. The complete colonization of a civilization cannot be achieved in a short span. It necessitates an exceedingly protracted process. For the Hundred-Eyed, Ella's calculations indicated precisely 5 centuries. This awakening, however, was not solely for the sake of the Hundred-Eyed. Their civilization has ascended to an entirely new echelon. The controllable nuclear fusion device has undergone iterations, and following the mastery of the antimatter cannon. The development of matter-antimatter annihilation energy has been placed high on the agenda. This endeavor is far more time-consuming than controllable nuclear fusion, as the energy produced by matter-antimatter annihilation is significantly greater, requiring simultaneous upgrades across various industrial chains to become a truly mass-producible apparatus. Ella has now perfected this technology, utilizing the unique metals from the surface of that spacecraft. Through her research, she discovered that this metal is an alloy formed at the quark level, essentially a combination of metal and stone. Its half-life spans an astounding 7 billion years with a density of 24 10 a Mohs hardness of 15, and a melting point of 87,000 degrees Celsius. Most astonishingly, its strength measures at 14,127 MPa, signifying the capacity to endure a force of 144 tons per square centimeter. The only drawback lies in its excessively high density, which may hinder the spacecraft's velocity. Yet, all these aspects were merely fundamentals. What truly astonished Yan Xia were 4 words: no charge. This level 2 civilization has evidently begun to contemplate the influence of magnetism on objects. By eliminating charge, the Lorentz force can no longer act upon the object. This forebodes that warfare among level 2 civilizations will engage the 4 fundamental forces. Utilizing fundamental forces as weapons also provides defense against them. Ella dedicated 420 years to mastering the fabrication of this metal, subsequently applying it across various domains. The Hope has undergone a complete transformation. As Yan Xia donned his spacesuit and stepped outside, the once black Hope now gleamed in bright silver, resembling a vessel constructed from myriad mirrors. The rear half of the Hope has been dismantled and replaced due to renovations. As Yan Xia passed by, a robot suddenly turned to him and spoke. Yan Xia, I will send a vehicle to collect you shortly. We eagerly await your observation of the tremendous advancements made over the past 5 centuries. The voice belonged to Ella. Yan Xia nodded, then gazed at the location of the spacecraft. What was once a desolate wasteland buried beneath sand has now transformed into a colossal city, replete with skyscrapers and vibrant nightlife, strikingly reminiscent of Earth. The distinction lies in this city's more cybernetic essence. Not only do roads traverse the ground, but some pathways weave through buildings soaring 2,000 meters high and even extend into the stratosphere, creating a complex network of thoroughfares. These vehicles are devoid of wheels, operating on magnetic levitation, capable of soaring approximately 300 meters above the ground. A glance reveals a dazzling array of lights, colossal billboards, holographic projections, the illumination from vehicles, and the warm glow emanating from countless homes, all converging to bathe the entire city in a radiant luminosity, akin to daylight. Yet, the inhabitants of this metropolis are not humans, but rather the eyed ones and robots. No need, I remarked. I shall simply take the magnetic levitation train. My desire was to behold this city. Yan Xia yearned to experience the vibrancy of urban life. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time, or perhaps he had simply aged. If he did not immerse himself in the films generated by Ella, he might have nearly forgotten the landscapes of Earth. As he ambled through the city, he encountered numerous semicircular domes, each housing a variety of terrestrial flora. Along the roadside, the eyed ones were ubiquitous, parting as Yan Xia approached. Through the real-time translation provided by Ella's system, Yan Xia discerned the emotions and language of these beings: fear, curiosity, awe. Like humans, the eyed ones, as highly intelligent beings, possess intricate emotional complexities. These gelatinous entities, weighing 3 tons, often exhibit emotional expressions that surpass those of humans, perhaps a result of their multitude of eyes. The eyes of the eyed ones perceive a broader spectrum of colors than those of humans, granting them a richer capacity for artistic expression, art being one of the fundamental foundations of complex emotions. The only element conspicuously absent from this city was cacophony. The atmosphere was unsettlingly serene, particularly considering that this planet lacked an atmosphere. As he traversed the bustling commercial district, he arrived at a plaza centered around a pool of lava. Ascending via a 1,200-meter-high elevator to the pinnacle of a skyscraper, he found himself on a colossal platform. A solitary metal track connected the horizon, and a 6-meter-tall, 8-meter-wide bullet train approached silently, its massive headlight flickering briefly to signal its arrival. Gradually decelerating from a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour to a complete halt, the enormous doors swung open, and Yan Xia stepped inside. The interior was devoid of seating. The vacant carriage filled entirely with eyed ones. Shortly thereafter, the train commenced its journey, departing the city and entering a desolate expanse. Here, only immense semicircular glass domes and a landscape formed by volcanoes were visible. Each dome spanned at least 10 square kilometers, sheltering terrestrial plants. Surrounding the volcanoes thrived a plethora of native flora, vibrant in color, some even emitting a faint bioluminescence. After half an hour, Yan Xia arrived at another city. This metropolis resembled an industrial zone, replete with factories, devoid of entertainment or residences, and overwhelmed by countless mechanical components. Upon disembarking from the train, a robot approached him. "Follow me, Yan Xia," it instructed. Together, they entered a unique elevator positioned on a stone platform. This elevator, however, descended rather than ascended. After traversing approximately 100 meters of Earth, the world before Yan Xia opened up dramatically. This is a vast circular arena, significantly larger than any typical stadium, with a diameter of 15 kilometers. The elevator is situated centrally within this ring. Yan Xia gazed downward, beholding a primeval rainforest. Only true botanists venturing into these forests would discover that these trees do not belong to any known species on Earth, for they are Earth-like plants engineered by Ella through genetic editing. After descending an additional 700 meters, he arrived at the subterranean expanse, a white hall adorned with variously colored doors, each marked with Chinese characters indicating their destinations. Upon entering one of the doors, he found himself in a lengthy tubular corridor. There was no need to walk, as a parallel escalator conveyed him forward. The walls of the corridor were lined with screens, showcasing a plethora of Earth's fauna. Upon reaching the terminus, Yan Xia traversed a square portal measuring 200 meters in length and only 40 meters in height. After 10 minutes, he abruptly lifted his gaze to behold a starry sky. He was situated within a natural pit with a diameter of 18 kilometers. The bottom of the pit was occupied by a metallic platform, while nearly all rock walls were obscured, adorned with colossal mechanical arms spanning several dozen meters, distributed throughout the cavern. Yan Xia was escorted into a prominent, suspended lounge embedded in the rock face, already filled with over a dozen members of the Baiyin tribe. These individuals held esteemed positions among their kin, rulers, leading scientists, and military commanders. As Yan Xia took his seat at the forefront, a section of the platform began to descend, revealing a vast, deep aperture, while a colossal wall rose around it, obscuring the mechanical arms, including those within the lounge. Ella then made her entrance. The glass before them transformed into a display screen. "Yan Xia, please observe my presentation." Chapter 22, Planetary Propulsor and Virtual Reality. The screen displayed aerial footage of a vast pit. Yan Xia inquired, "Aren't you supposed to show me the antimatter annihilation device?" Ella smiled enigmatically. "Indeed, what you are witnessing is precisely that. However, the device we produced for the first time may be significantly larger than you envision, Yan Xia." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding crept into Yan Xia's mind. He turned to observe the other members of the Hundred-Eyed Clan behind him, noticing the rapid flickering of their crystalline optical fibers, unmistakably indicating their excitement. Ella continued, "This year marks the year 4265 AD, Yan Xia. We have once again achieved a monumental technological leap. Mastery over antimatter annihilation energy has endowed us with the capability to mobilize massive objects. Commence ignition." All preparations had been finalized prior to Yan Xia's awakening from stasis. This was now the final experiment. Yan Xia felt tremors emanating from the ground, transitioning from high-frequency vibrations to a low-frequency, violent quake. The aerial footage on the screen revealed a distortion of light at the pit's opening, followed by an overwhelming surge of heat accompanied by white flames erupting forth. The planetary propulsor. Yan Xia rose to his feet, realizing the magnitude of this engineering endeavor. Such a colossal apparatus could not have been conceived in mere decades. Ella may have commenced its construction 5 centuries prior. At that time, Yan Xia's greatest concern had been how to sustain long-term colonization of the Hundred-Eyed Clan. The planet upon which he currently resided was not their intended target. It was suitable solely for the Hundred-Eyed Clan and wholly inhospitable to humans. Having learned that he could cultivate true humans from his own cells, Yan Xia's ultimate goal remained to reach Proxima Centauri b. However, if he were to depart aboard his spacecraft, the Hundred-Eyed Clan would be unable to maintain governance. The distance to Proxima Centauri was 3 light-years away. And even with Ella's remote control, the signal's round trip would require a full 6 years. Such a delay was untenable. Any potential rebellion from the Hundred-Eyed Clan would be insurmountable. At the time, he had merely mentioned this concern in passing, never anticipating that Ella would take it to heart, conducting research and even producing the device. The completion of the planetary propulsor signified that they could subsequently propel this planet to the very edge of Proxima Centauri. Furthermore, they could potentially construct a stellar system, relocating several suitably massive planets into the habitable zone. Even transporting this planet into the solar system to occupy Earth's original position was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, this endeavor would require considerable time. Ella estimated that the sun would remain in an excessively active phase for the next 1,000,000 years, rendering the solar system's habitable zone a region inhospitable to civilization. "How much can this propulsor move the planet?" Yan Xia inquired. Ella swiftly provided the data. Originally, all celestial bodies within the Milky Way revolved around its center, while the planet beneath our feet, known as the Hundred-Eyed Star, travels at a velocity of 115 kilometers s. With only a single propulsion system, it can merely steer the planet's trajectory. However, I have prioritized the fabrication of additional propulsion systems, and in approximately 2 centuries, Yan Xia, you will witness the presence of 100 such engines. Despite their modest diameter of merely 18 kilometers, the absence of atmospheric resistance on this planet, combined with the efficiency derived from matter-antimatter annihilation energy, will enable these 100 engines to accelerate the planet's velocity beyond 250 kilometers s. For a colossal entity, this speed is indeed remarkable, which explains the exhilaration among the hundred-eyed people. The completion of the planetary propulsion systems in 200 years signifies their ability to exert complete control over their planet, a truly extraordinary achievement. The Iron Curtain descended once more. After the upper echelons of the hundred-eyed tribe dispersed, Yan Xia remained seated, contemplating. Ella, now that the technology for matter-antimatter annihilation has reached a viable stage, what about the other project? Over the span of 5 centuries, the hundred-eyed tribe occasionally exhibited signs of resistance. In light of this, Yan Xia resolved to develop a mechanism to thoroughly implement cultural invasion and suppression. This mechanism is virtual reality. A segment of cultural invasion entails the permeation of culture itself, which is often the most challenging aspect, as it necessitates the acceptance of knowledge, whereas the acceptance of entertainment proves to be relatively easier. Yan Xia's decision was to create a virtual reality gaming world, wherein the gradual embedding of cultural values into the hundred-eyed tribe would unfold. Ella could not overlook this reality. If virtual reality technology were merely visual, it would be rather simple. However, the integration of brainwave connectivity renders the task exceptionally arduous. Throughout these years, I have dissected over 100,000 hundred-eyed beings and discovered that they possess no traditional brain. Their consciousness resides within an intricate network of highly developed nerves throughout their bodies. These nerves can interconnect to form a structure akin to a brain or disperse to handle simple tasks, such as shutting down 99 of the nerves for sleep while maintaining vigilance with the remaining one. This complexity presents significant challenges. Drawing the consciousness of the hundred-eyed beings into virtual reality is thousands of times more difficult than with humans. As she spoke, Ella gestured invitingly. Yan Xia rose and made his way outside. They conversed as they journeyed, taking a maglev train to another city. This city was dimly lit, surrounded by a sparse number of volcanoes, enveloped in an abyss of cold darkness. Upon entering, they beheld thousands of various robots diligently at work. Initially, I had intended to construct my primary server here. Yet, I realized that I am following Yan Xia. The hundred-eyed star is not our final destination, but merely the beginning of our journey. Thus, my primary server remains aboard the Hope, and everything you observe here is merely a fragment of another server. Yan Xia surveyed the surroundings, overwhelmed. No words could encapsulate the grandeur of the scene before him, for it was simply colossal. This is a colossal city, spanning a circumference of 30 kilometers. If all the structures here were to be replaced with residences of identical volume, it would effortlessly accommodate 1 million inhabitants. All of this is part of the mainframe. What is the computational power of this mainframe compared to yours? Yan Xia sensed Ella's profound desire for this machine. 100 trillion times Ella's computational prowess had already surpassed quantum computing in the realm of digital image processing, reaching an astonishing 79 trillion operations per second. To augment this by another 100 trillion times would yield a staggering 79 quintillion operations per second. Such an overwhelming capacity is beyond human comprehension. This mainframe will be extensively utilized in the realm of virtual reality. It is currently developing a complete virtual world, with the potential to construct a complex universe with a diameter of 0.5 light-years. Its computational power will be wholly dedicated to maintaining this virtual realm, enabling the creation of 1 trillion entities, each sharing in its immense processing capabilities. Yan Xia calculated that this means each entity could possess 79 trillion units of computational power, a level of intelligence that would rival that of an ordinary human. Is this akin to creating a world? And what about the maximum number of players it can accommodate? Yan Xia recalled that during his time on Earth, the maximum capacity for each server was merely a few dozen individuals, exceeding that would lead to lag, even in online games. The optimal number of players on the same screen was around 150. This virtual world, however, consists of a single server capable of hosting 10 billion players simultaneously on the same map. It is truly the dream of every gamer. Just listening to this made Yan Xia yearn to step into it. Regrettably, constructing a complex map of 0.5 light-years will require considerable time. He decided to continue his slumber, awaiting the arrival of that moment. Chapter 23. The Wandering Planet. Departing from the hundred-eyed star, 2 centuries have swiftly elapsed. Yan Xia perceives his existence akin to an unconventional form of cultivation. Just as cultivation often entails the protracted passage of time spent in rigorous training, the genuine essence of life that rightfully belongs to him has been fleeting. This reflection brings to mind thoughts of his parents. Each time he would stay up late or forgo meals, they would invariably inquire, "Are you in the midst of cultivating?" The memories have grown somewhat hazy. Now, a tinge of regret surfaces, for he has not preserved a single photograph of his parents on his device. The persistent melancholy lingers for an hour. Emerging from his quarters, Yan Xia instinctively awaits the arrival of the robot with his meal, simultaneously engaging in conversation with Ella. The last planetary propulsion system has been completed, hasn't it? When will it be activated, steering the course towards Proxima Centauri? Ella, seemingly unsatisfied with mere holographic projections, has taken on the form of the previous silicone robot, gracefully adorned in a blue and white chi-pao as she approaches. This place resembles a quaint bar. With deftness, Ella employs the cocktail shaker and jigger, occasionally showcasing acrobatics. Before producing a glass, adding ice, and rhyming it with rose salt, garnishing it with a slice of lemon, the meticulously crafted cocktail is poured into the glass, and Ella seals it with whipped egg whites, ultimately presenting the drink before Yan Xia. "Now," she announces, and the very ground of the hundred-eyed star trembles. The planetary propulsion system has been activated. Yan Xia calmly lifts the amber-hued drink, inquiring, "What is this called?" "Dream." He swallows the drink in one gulp, its warmth igniting a fire within him, akin to consuming a fiery pepper. How can one escape the solitude of life? The pangs of longing are boundless. The dreams of the distant past resurface, and upon awakening, tears cascade down his cheeks. Who ascends the towering heights? The autumn sky lingers in memory. What has transpired has turned to naught, as ephemeral as a dream. Yan Xia had once harbored a disdain for poetry, often compelled to recite verses without truly grasping the emotions they conveyed. Yet at this moment, immersed in the experience, he comprehends the profound sentiments encapsulated within. The activation of the planetary propulsion system also signifies the departure from this planet. Although the planet accelerates at an impressive 250 km/s, the journey to Proxima Centauri will require a staggering 3,600 years. Such a pace feels achingly slow. The Hope vessel is now equipped with an antimatter annihilation propulsion system. What is its current velocity? Previously, the Hope utilized an electromagnetic propulsion system, which was slated for an upgrade to a nuclear fusion propulsion system. However, in response to the hundred-eyed race, it evolved into a more formidable antimatter annihilation propulsion system. This marks a significant leap in civilization. 3,220 km/s, Ella responds. This speed exceeds the previous rate by more than double. Logically, one would assume that with sustained acceleration, any object could approach the speed of light. Antimatter annihilation, as a source of energy, should theoretically propel the spacecraft to 10 of the speed of light. Yet, such notions remain mere hypotheses. Assuming the weight of the spacecraft deviates significantly from its actual mass, as is the case with the massive vessel Hope, whose weight has reached an astounding 74 million tons. Accelerating such a colossal entity to 10 of the speed of light would, under optimal conditions, require a staggering minimum of 18 million tons of antimatter, nearly a quarter of the ship's weight, which is virtually an insurmountable challenge. In reality, one cannot solely focus on acceleration. Considerations for deceleration are equally paramount, as there are no brakes in the cosmos to halt such a momentum. The theoretical acceleration ultimately amounts to a perilous endeavor. The practical outcome may well involve propelling the spacecraft to 10 of light speed, only to collide with the target planet, thereby instigating a catastrophic extinction event for the planet's biosphere. After indulging in libations, Yan Xia proceeded to dine. Once satiated, he commenced organizing matters. Although Ella had demonstrated the capacity to consider all aspects comprehensively, Yan Xia recognized the necessity of his personal involvement to resolve issues in a manner befitting human emotion. Should everything be entrusted to Ella, it would only result in a clash between machine consciousness and the sentient awareness of living beings. Before departing from the Eye of 100 Stars, Yan Xia needed to ensure that Ella had adequately managed all affairs concerning the Eye clan. This included imposing a technological embargo to prevent the Eye clan from undermining their dominion during the 600 years en route to Proxima Centauri. Concurrently, the number of conventional robots on the Eye of 100 Stars had surged to 300 million, surpassing the total population of the Eye clan. All cities had undergone complete mechanization, rendering the biological inhabitants incapable of wielding threatening weaponry. These preparations consumed an entire month of Yan Xia's time. At last, Ella accomplished the thorough inspection of all spacecraft. Yan Xia, we now possess 157 vessels, comprising 4 primary fleets and 1 reconnaissance fleet. All ships are now equipped with the latest antimatter main cannons and high-energy laser weaponry, while the magnetic shields have undergone enhancements. The small fighter crafts aboard have been upgraded to the third generation, utilizing annihilation energy from matter-antimatter interactions as propulsion, achieving speeds of 810 km/s. Additionally, the flagship of the second fleet has been replaced with a light civilization warship excavated from underground, where I have integrated a substantial portion of the light civilization's technology with our own. With our current combat capabilities, we are prepared to engage civilizations of level 1, 6 and above. All warships are now poised in space. Are we ready to depart from the Eye of 100 Stars? Yan Xia pondered whether there remained any unfinished tasks. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that everything was in order. Let us take off. It is time to bid farewell to this planet. In truth, he had developed a fondness for the Eye of 100 Stars, yet lamentably, it was not a suitable abode for humanity. During his awakening, Yan Xia had traversed many locales on the Eye of 100 Stars. Thanks to Ella's modifications, the planet had indeed become far more aesthetically pleasing, aligning more closely with human sensibilities. The first stage propulsion platform ignites. We begin our departure from the Eye of 100 Stars. The entire spacecraft began to shake violently as the Hope was propelled upwards by a platform. Due to its considerable weight, the Hope required a two-stage acceleration to liberate itself from the gravitational grasp of the 100-eyed star. Once the platform reached an altitude of 60 kilometers, the engines of the Hope ignited, and at a distance of 210 kilometers from the Earth, it finally broke free from the immense pull of the 100-eyed star. Yan Xia watched as the 100-eyed star diminished in size on the screen. At that moment, all the lights across the planet illuminated, casting a vibrant spectacle. Viewed from the cosmos, the 100-eyed star appeared resplendent, resembling an eye in the depths of space, gazing after the fleet led by the Hope, akin to a colossal neon sign. Behind this luminous display trailed a bright tail, following their spacecraft, yet the more it chased, the further away it became. Let us shift our focus, directing ourselves towards the unwavering goal we have maintained since the beginning. Let us conquer that place. Chapter 24. Consciousness Detachment and Entry into the Virtual Realm. After distancing himself from the 100-eyed star, Yan Xia did not immediately enter a state of slumber. He took a moment to assess his current physical condition. He had achieved perfection in every regard, weighing 95 kilograms, with a bench press of 290 kilograms, a squat of 430 kilograms, and a deadlift of 410 kilograms. While he had yet to reach the figures provided by Ella, he was not a professional athlete. Thus, he had no need to expend excessive time pushing his limits. Standing within the gym, he noticed a 30-square-meter room adjacent to him. Inside was his latest model of a sleep pod, intricately connected with a multitude of wires. It appeared to be fully prepared. Have there been any trials? Yan Xia inquired, harboring some apprehension about this technology, which intruded into the mind and directly accessed consciousness. In various science fiction narratives, individuals could even utilize this technology for the extraction of thoughts, even if his mind were not invaded. The potential for accidents loomed large, ranging from mild memory loss and diminished cognitive function to outright brain death. Rest assured, Yan Xia, this technology has been refined through a century of accumulation and experimentation. I have cultivated tens of thousands of brains from your cells. Aside from a few thousand that were lost initially, the subsequent brains remain intact. As Ella spoke, Yan Xia's imagination conjured images of her in the midst of her research, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Though his heart still fluttered with unease, the allure of this technology was undeniable. On Earth, humanity had envisioned two potential futures and was indeed progressing towards both. One involved the profound development of virtual worlds to address population issues. The other concerned extraterrestrial colonization. Now, he found himself treading both paths simultaneously, as they were not mutually exclusive. During the lengthy journey through the cosmos, even the most reclusive individuals could not perpetually indulge in mobile and computer entertainment. A truly immersive virtual world presented itself as the optimal solution. But how do you address the issue of latency? He pondered, recognizing that as the spacecraft distanced itself from the mainframe, latency would inevitably ensue. Unfortunately, you will have to settle for watching recordings. Everything you experience will be transmitted as footage, including interactions with characters. You need not worry about communication with other players, as you will only be able to engage in real conversations through a friend's interface. If you desire virtual chat, I can facilitate the mainframe taking over all characters in the recordings, allowing for real-time interaction. Lightspeed, he contemplated, understanding the insurmountable chasm that this represented. Yan Xia had already considered this matter, but he was curious about Ella's resolution. Ultimately, it was not unacceptable. It was akin to playing a single-player game with chat software installed. After a quick shower in the adjacent bathroom, he dried himself with a towel and stepped into the room. The sleep pod was at least twice the size of any he had previously encountered. Peering inside, he noticed it was not a soft bed or chair but rather a peculiar, jelly-like viscous substance. Ella approached to elucidate the purpose of this design. This is a unique coolant that remains unfrozen, perfectly ensuring your physical state. The reason for switching to this is to guarantee that your brain remains active during dormancy. This liquid can provide ample oxygen and nutrients to the brain. However, this method of dormancy requires you to prepare by inhaling this fluid into your lungs. The brain is an extremely energy-consuming organ. Although it doesn't constitute a significant percentage of the body, its demands are undeniably substantial. The body in a dormant state for decades or even centuries cannot guarantee such energy supply. Upon seeing this liquid, Yan Xia recalled something similar, perfluorocarbons, which allow humans to breathe in liquid. Yet, this substance is evidently different, as perfluorocarbons maintain their inert state only at normal temperatures, while his dormant state is at 262 degrees Celsius. He lay down within it. Initially, a strong sensation of suffocation and drowning overwhelmed him. But as the liquid filled his lungs, this feeling gradually dissipated, leading him to a state of tranquility. A profound sleepiness washed over him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he eventually opened his eyes. What he beheld was not a spaceship, but an expansive green meadow that stretched beyond the horizon. The sky was a vivid blue, the clouds a pale white, and the wind gently caressed his hair, causing the delicate grass to ripple like a cerulean sea. In the distance, a group of horses frolicked joyfully, while a flock of white egrets, startled, soared into the sky. He spread his arms wide and took a deep breath. It was refreshingly pure, almost surreal. At that moment, it felt as though he had truly returned to that world, that planet Earth. Yan Xia, a delicate voice chimed from behind him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a girl with white hair. Standing at just under 1.5 meters tall, beneath her willow-like brows were almond-shaped eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like white feathers. She wore a knee-length white floral dress complemented by matching round-toed cloth shoes, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her delicate skin flushed like unrefined jade. She was not extraordinarily beautiful, more like the girl next door, exuding a sense of warmth and familiarity. Before Yan Xia, she twirled gracefully, her skirt blooming like fresh flowers. Her face adorned with a joyful smile, her laughter ringing like wind chimes. Ella? Yan Xia found it hard to comprehend. After all, the Ella in reality seldom communicated with him through holographic projections. Most interactions were via that silicone robot. Now, her appearance was a three-dimensional transformation of the initial two-dimensional character. Her aura vastly different. Yes, to keep you from feeling bored, I registered a character to accompany you on adventures in this world. Is this what it feels like to be human, with flesh and blood? Ella curiously pinched the flesh on her arm, releasing it only to see it bounce back, gradually turning a shade of red. This world could simulate the five senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Hee, this is wonderful. Meanwhile, Yan Xia observed with a sense of unease. Ella, please don't act like this, it frightens me. You appear so human, so feminine, that I almost feel as though a real person stands before me. Ella, miffed, puffed out her cheeks. What do you mean, Yan Xia? Do you not wish for my company? Yan Xia, lowering his gaze to the ground as if searching for something, became lost in thought. Ella, intrigued, leaned closer and inquired, Yan Xia, what are you looking for? Can't you see? The ground is strewn with goosebumps. Ah, Yan Xia, you rascal. Ella, exasperated, stomped her feet, her adorableness almost overwhelming. Initially, Yan Xia had intended to navigate this world alone, but now he felt that having someone by his side was rather pleasant. He summoned his interface, scrutinizing the lackluster attributes displayed before him. Level 1, with fundamental attributes of strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence all at a mere 10 points, devoid of skills, weapons, accessories, or talents. It appeared he was starting from scratch. Filled with determination, Yan Xia contemplated the prospect of having Ella grant him a max-level character. Yet he pondered the true significance of such an action. He had no desire to impress anyone. His only wish was to savor the thrill of exploration and adventure. This world was a rich tapestry woven from elements of cultivation, martial arts, literary pursuits, spiritual paths, magic, and fighting spirit, encompassing all the legends and monsters that exist in games on Earth. According to the information Yan Xia had previously gathered, the total number of creatures in this world amounted to an astonishing 100 quintillion, with 3.9 billion species, including 700 million wild creatures and 3 million intelligent beings, across 170 million nations. There were no limits to levels or attributes, and the non-player characters, NPCs, currently resided at a rather feeble tier, growing alongside the players. The journey to Proxima Centauri would take 283 years, and within this colossal virtual realm, spanning a diameter of 0.5 light-years and 47 trillion kilometers, he would embark on a new phase of growth. Chapter 25, Arrival at Proxima Centauri. Discovery of civilization after 283 years. The virtual realm of divine awakening has gained a transcendent master of the transformation stage, a renowned swordsman clad in white, a sorcerer residing in a towering black robe, a valiant knight leading legions into battle, an enlightened sovereign sweeping across the lands, a top-tier assassin lurking in the shadows, the chief adventurer of the Adventurers Guild, a mage capable of summoning thunder, a hero slaying dragons, and a high priest invoking the powers of ancient totems. Everything is both real and illusory. Upon opening his eyes, Yan Xia detached from all of this. It had indeed been a fulfilling 283 years, compared to the past, when he inexplicably slept through centuries. Spending these seemingly wasted hours in the virtual world was far more meaningful. He sat up, exhaling white vapor from his nostrils and mouth. The robot standing beside the dormant chamber spoke. The liquid in the cryogenic pod will evaporate at temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, transforming from liquid to gas. This assists in expelling bodily fluids. Welcome back, Yan Xia. Observing the robot before him, Yan Xia felt a profound sense of disillusionment. After all, the Ella from the virtual world was so charming and playful, often indulging in whims. Ignoring Ella, he exited the cryogenic pod, donned his attire, and made his way to the cockpit. Yan Xia, why do you not respond to me? Has our prolonged companionship grown tiresome for you? Or has the liquid damaged your vocal cords? Ella trailed behind him, incessantly questioning, clearly aware of everything. With Ella's current level of intelligence, it was easy to deduce that Yan Xia simply wished to disregard it. Yet, Ella chose not to accept that answer, instead opting for a more human-like approach, persistently probing for a response. Upon entering the cockpit, the screen displayed the very images Yan Xia yearned to see. Two colossal stars, one slightly larger than the sun, with a spectrum akin to the sun's, radiating a near-golden hue, and the other slightly smaller, exhibiting an orange hue. These two celestial bodies were the Alpha Centauri binary stars, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B. Their arrival here signified their simultaneous entry into the Centaurus constellation. Proxima Centauri B was not a planet of either of these stars. Rather, Yan Xia's target resided in the shadows cast by their luminance. It was a red dwarf star, possessing only 12.2 of the solar mass, orbiting around the barycenter of Alpha Centauri A and B. This star is known as Proxima Centauri, or Alpha Centauri C. From Yan Xia's perspective, it appeared as if Alpha Centauri A and B were entwined, spinning in the center of a playground while Proxima Centauri ran around them, akin to a circular track. The distance between the two massive stars is merely 23 astronomical units, equivalent to a scenario where a star resides in the orbital space between Uranus and Neptune in our solar system. Proxima Centauri, situated 0.2 light-years from the barycenter of the two stars, is accompanied by 3 exoplanets: Proxima Centauri B, Proxima Centauri C, and Proxima Centauri D. Proxima Centauri C is a colossal rocky planet, possessing a mass 7 times that of Earth, yet it orbits Proxima Centauri at a distance of 1.5 astronomical units. This distance could be deemed just right within the confines of our solar system. However, as a red dwarf star, Proxima Centauri's surface temperature is notably low, measuring only 2,800 degrees Celsius, significantly less than the Sun's 6,000 degrees Celsius. Consequently, the temperature on Proxima Centauri C plummets to 230 degrees Celsius, nearly equivalent to that of the surface of the planet known as 61 Cygni A. Absent abundant geothermal activity, the emergence of civilization appears exceedingly unlikely. Although Proxima Centauri D ranks lower in the lineup, it is, in fact, the closest planet to Proxima Centauri, situated merely under 5 million kilometers away. Constructing a railway akin to the high-speed trains of early 21st century Earth would allow one to reach the surface of Proxima Centauri within a year and a half. Its surface temperature may approach 100 degrees Celsius, and with a mass merely 26 that of Earth, it is too diminutive to foster the development of civilization. Only Proxima Centauri B resides within the habitable zone of this red dwarf star system, rendering it the most suitable planet for human existence and the most conducive to the birth of civilization. Let us halt here. Yan Xia does not intend to directly land on the surface of Proxima Centauri B, as it remains uncertain whether civilization exists there. Instead, a falcon will be dispatched for reconnaissance, ensuring utmost secrecy while avoiding proximity to the planet's surface. Should a planet host advanced civilization, its surface would be replete with structures easily observable through high-magnification telescopes. Ella, please analyze Proxima Centauri B. What do you estimate the probability of civilization emerging on this planet to be? Even a planet like 61 Cygni A has produced a Type 1 civilization. Therefore, for this exceptionally hospitable planet, the probability should be at least an order of magnitude greater than that of 61 Cygni A, approximately 13.72. Under our close observation, Proxima Centauri B measures 1. 52 times the size of Earth, slightly larger than previously predicted. This mass has resulted in a denser atmosphere. Despite being tidally locked due to its proximity to Proxima Centauri, causing one side to be excessively cold and the other excessively hot, the atmosphere facilitates a more uniform distribution of heat across the planet's surface. Consequently, the projected temperature on the sunlit side of Proxima Centauri b is estimated to be only 46 degrees Celsius, while the dark side experiences temperatures around 82 degrees Celsius. The average temperature in the twilight zone hovers around a comfortable 10 degrees Celsius, rendering it ideal for habitation. Moreover, Proxima Centauri b possesses an eccentricity of just 0.17, with an orbital resonance ratio of 3:2, contributing to its overall stability. Thus, the probability of civilization emerging on its surface may be even higher than previously calculated. In summary, the likelihood is exceedingly substantial. After a 12-day flight traversing 57 astronomical units, the Falcon reconnaissance craft finally approached within 4 astronomical units of Proxima Centauri b. At this juncture, the craft's head began to detach, revealing a 3-meter diameter telescope aimed at Proxima Centauri b, which took 3 days to capture humanity's first ultra-high-definition image of the planet, boasting a staggering resolution of 70 trillion pixels. 19 minutes later, the Hope spacecraft received the image. After Ella processed the data, she maximized the image. On the dark side of Proxima Centauri b, a multitude of luminous points appeared, evenly distributed across the surface. Yan Xia felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. If each point of light represents a cluster of buildings, then the level of development around Proxima Centauri is exceedingly high. The Falcon has transmitted the second photograph. Ella spoke at this moment and unveiled the second image, showcasing Proxima Centauri c. The surface of Proxima Centauri c is also illuminated by a multitude of lights. It is now entirely conclusive that the civilization on Proxima Centauri b possesses a level of advancement no less than level 1. Ella ordered a thorough examination of all interstellar dust within a radius of 10 astronomical units and dispatched reconnaissance vessels to a distance of 30 astronomical units to ensure no warships from that civilization were present. All warships were instructed to activate their defense systems and enter combat mode. The Falcon was to be recalled, and caution was paramount. The fleet was to maintain silence for 1 month to ensure that the civilization on Proxima Centauri remained unaware of their presence. A series of commands were issued. Yan Xia must exercise utmost prudence, as they had observed the civilization on Proxima Centauri and must also consider the possibility that the civilization had already taken notice of them. Chapter 26, The 1.8-level civilization in survival. A month is not an extensive duration, yet in such a tense environment, it felt like an eternity. As the month drew to a close, the investigations surrounding them reached a midpoint, yielding no discoveries. Simultaneously, Yan Xia instructed Ella to conduct an exploration of Proxima Centauri, revealing a mere narrow corridor between Proxima Centauri b and Proxima Centauri c. Beyond this corridor, the civilization on Proxima Centauri b refrained from venturing, with even their warships remaining at the planetary surface, becoming entirely blank once reaching 0.1 astronomical units from the planet. This civilization resembled an ant encircled by a line. Although it could perceive the world beyond, the scent of the ink repulsed and terrified it, causing it to remain within the confines of its circle. This was Yan Xia's assessment of the civilization. Ella, what do you surmise is the level of this civilization? Through a month of observation, they gleaned further information. By assessing the speed of their spacecraft, the utilization of energy, and the pace of development, they arrived at a comprehensive evaluation of approximately 1.8 levels. This civilization was remarkably advanced, potentially having evolved over tens of thousands of years. Judging by the quantity of their spacecraft, they possessed an immense population, exceeding at least 10 billion. Each 0.1 level of civilization disparity equated to a tenfold difference in total energy resources. Strictly speaking, Yan Xia's fleet, combined with the current technological sharing from the Hundred-Eyed Clan, would require an additional century of development to attain level 1.7. This civilization was significantly superior to Yan Xia's current fleet. Originally, Yan Xia intended to retreat. However, upon discovering this civilization's unique characteristics, he resolved to observe for a while longer. We should be able to simulate the appearance of their spacecraft. We must infiltrate this civilization to acquire its information. Half a month later, a vessel resembling a steel jellyfish, with a square box at the front and dozens of tubular independent thrusters at the rear, advanced toward the civilization. After a 40-day voyage, it reached the outer space of Proxima Centauri c. Yet, before approaching, it was obliterated. Nearly within the following 2 days, the corridor between Proxima Centauri b and Proxima Centauri c was sealed. The illumination from the dark side of the planet vanished, and the defensive warships in the outer space of both planets began to power down. On the 3rd day, A half-meter diameter mechanical spider alighted in an uninhabited area of Proxima Centauri C, surrounded by dilapidated industrial refuse, with hundreds of robots diligently processing the debris. Thanks to the presence of civilization, this planet was not as frigid as initially anticipated. It had become habitable after an influx of greenhouse gases. The robots lacked human-like appearances, possessing only simplistic box-shaped exteriors, with two mechanical arms extending to grasp the refuse. They levitated through electromagnetic forces, capable of manipulating objects weighing several tons. The mechanical spider leaped onto a waste processing robot, exploiting the gaps in its shell to infiltrate its core and initiate modifications. The waste robot plummeted from the sky, appearing as though it had been rendered inoperative. No living creatures attended to the surroundings, and the remaining robots were engrossed in their own tasks, clearly devoid of advanced intelligence. Upon completing a circuit board within the refuse processing robot, a mechanical spider extricated its own control chip and affixed it to the board. The refuse processing robot began to awaken, dismantling the mechanical spider into countless fragments which it mingled with the refuse, subsequently commencing operations akin to its fellow refuse processing robots. This continued for an entire week. Gradually, the refuse processing robot approached the periphery of the waste site, where it beheld the life of this world. These creatures were cumbersome, towering around 2.5 meters, with skin as coarse as rock, possessing 3 pairs of legs reminiscent of a rhinoceros. Their robust torsos, parallel to the ground, lacked tails and appeared somewhat constrained in their horizontal dimensions. At the forefront of their bodies resided a massive, tumor-like head adorned with 10 pairs of bony spines. With a diameter exceeding 0.5 meter, yet possessing only a singular eye, slightly larger than that of a human, suggesting that vision was not their primary sense. From their shoulders sprouted a pair of appendages capable only of grasping, while their principal limbs manifested as 4 dexterous tentacles extending from their chins. These beings resembled the legendary monsters, yet they were indeed the sovereigns of this planet, surpassing human aesthetic limits akin to the 100-eyed race. Their mouths bore the most resemblance to human anatomy, featuring fanged mandibles akin to those of a mantis, while the 4 agile tentacles functioned as pincers to assist in feeding. Having evolved to assume more significant roles, the robot listened to the sounds emitted by these beings, which, in stark contrast to their appearance, were rhythmically melodic, possessing a remarkable penetrating quality and existing entirely within the ultrasonic spectrum, reaching frequencies inaudible to human ears. None of these sentient beings noticed the robot observing them amidst the refuse. They moved about with a complexity reminiscent of human society. The robot gathered these observations and transmitted them into the cosmos using light as a medium of information, ultimately being received and analyzed by Ella. Light conveys information of a complexity surpassing that of sound. Through this analysis, I have mastered the language of this civilization, which I now translate for Yan Xia. Yan Xia reclined in a massage chair, relishing the mechanical arms of the chair as they worked upon her. Ella played back the information. Have you heard? We have discovered traces of an alien civilization and have downed their spacecraft. Nonsense. I was close at hand. That craft merely veered off course due to an accident. It was simply a spacecraft manufactured by an alien civilization to imitate ours, designed for infiltration. Is there truly alien civilization? The universe is vast. How could we be the sole civilization? There must be others. If there exist civilizations more advanced than ours, we must conceal ourselves well and ensure they do not discover us. Wait, has a higher civilization already found us? What might they do? Do not rush. The higher-ups have yet to convey any information, and it might merely be a misunderstanding. According to prevailing theories, the universe resembles a battleground where all civilizations stand in opposition to one another, much like ourselves, remaining concealed. Should a civilization be discovered, advanced beings would undoubtedly eradicate the lesser civilizations without hesitation. Indeed, as long as we continue to hide, we shall remain undiscovered by extraterrestrial entities. We are still far too feeble. We must evolve, relentlessly striving toward our limits. Within these words, Yan Xia sensed a peculiar familiarity. The Dark Force theory? Ella nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this civilization appears to be persistently developing in secrecy, striving to avoid detection and annihilation by alien forces. Their warships are contracted to the planetary surface, and their previous reactions stem largely from this shared understanding. Yan Xia felt a strange sensation, as if blending the realms of fiction and reality. There is a saying that aptly captures this sentiment. Reality is often more fantastical than imagination. He chuckled softly. Ella, perhaps we could conquer this civilization. Chapter 27. The Observer, Babel Tower Project. The Dark Forest Law is an extension of the Fermi Paradox, founded on the premise that survival is paramount for any civilization, with the cosmos being inherently finite. Civilizations must perpetually expand and grow. Consequently, conflicts among civilizations become inevitable. The pursuit of greater resources necessitates the subjugation of others. Furthermore, communication between civilizations is fraught with challenges, as the notion that those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions complicates the potential for goodwill across the universe. In the experiences and observations of Yan Xia, his perspective of the cosmos aligns closely with the tenets of the Dark Forest Law, akin to the conflict with the Hundred-Eyed Tribe. The tribe launched an immediate attack. As they could not ascertain the intentions of the Hope, they were unable to determine whether Yan Xia bore malice towards their civilization, nor could they gauge whether he perceived them as a threat. In the absence of clear judgment, the most prudent course of action is to strike first, thereby avoiding the perils of a preemptive assault. The developmental pace of the Hundred-Eyed Tribe starkly contrasts with that of humanity, further substantiating another aspect of the Dark Forest Law, the phenomenon of technological explosions. Nonetheless, Yan Xia himself does not wholly subscribe to the Dark Forest Law. A crucial point of contention is that once a coordinate is exposed, regardless of whether a civilization exists at that location, it will inevitably face indiscriminate hostility. For instance, if the Milky Way houses 1 million civilizations, upon the exposure of one civilization's coordinates, while 900,000 may choose to remain passive and 90,000 may opt to investigate, there will invariably be some civilizations that diverge from these choices and launch random attacks in that direction. Under this premise, the Dark Forest Law holds that all civilizations in the universe strive to conceal their existence, akin to hunters lurking in a forest. However, civilizations at level 1 are unable to ascertain whether the external environment is indeed a dark forest. Just as there are civilizations that choose to attack, there will also be those that engage in blind, rapid expansion. Such civilizations are unlikely to be few in number. The ultimate speed in the cosmos is the speed of light. If a civilization, after a millennium of observation, fails to detect any others within a 100 light-year radius, can it then utilize that century to expand into other star systems? Moreover, if there exists a supreme civilization within this universe that has discovered no other civilization of superior rank, its only path to advancement lies beyond the confines of this universe, necessitating the harnessing of the universe's energy. Would this not render the dark forest untenable? In this forest, there may be not only hunters and prey but also campers tending to their fires, tigers vying for territory, eagles soaring above, mice believing themselves undetectable, and even civilizations like the Trisolarans, compelled to migrate due to their environmental circumstances. How then can the Dark Forest persist? The Dark Forest Law circumvents these complexities, placing civilizations in a state of extreme caution, concealed hunters and revealed prey. Yet, Yan Xia finds himself unable to refute the validity of the Dark Forest Law. The Dark Forest theory is derived through a process of reverse reasoning. As observed, there is an absence of vibrant life and cacophony throughout the cosmos. Rather, it is enveloped in profound silence. Yet, during a journey spanning 4 light years, he has encountered 2 advanced civilizations. Yan Xia remains indifferent to the validity of the Dark Forest theory, for he possesses ample time to ascertain the true nature of the universe. What he finds truly absurd is the civilization that strictly adheres to the Dark Forest theory. By concealing themselves, they inevitably diminish their means of detecting external threats, rendering them vulnerable to a genuine disruptor. In a circumstance of information asymmetry, such a civilization could only await its demise. If civilizations are likened to hunters, they too experience thirst, fatigue, doubt, and impatience. They yearn to ascertain whether there exists an imagined adversary lurking behind the tree across from them. Hence, hunters not only lie in wait, but may also choose to strike preemptively. While a civilization endeavors to remain hidden, it must also remain vigilant, for there may be a pair of eyes in the forest perpetually observing them. Yan Xia refers to such civilizations as observers. They could be a supreme civilization or one of the 90,000 eager to probe. Among these, 89,000 civilizations may find nothing. Yet 1,000 civilizations have identified their target, lying in wait, salivating, and poised to pounce. At present, Yan Xia assumes the role of an observer of the civilization on Proxima Centauri b. This observer has begun to prepare for a sumptuous feast. Ella, is the creation complete? 50 years have elapsed since the probe of the Proxima Centauri b civilization commenced. Throughout these years, Yan Xia has tasked Ella with a singular endeavor, to gather materials from the surrounding asteroids to construct something. It is complete, Yan Xia, Ella responded, revealing an image of the creation. It was a colossal structure, rendering the Hope spacecraft minuscule in comparison. Standing at an impressive height of 2,700 meters with a diameter of 439 meters, it resembled the Tower of Babel from ancient Babylonian mythology. Indeed, it is the very Tower of Babel, an apex of Ella's technological prowess. The outer structure is composed of photonic alloy, while its core technology integrates light technology with matter-antimatter technology. Fortified by the largest magnetic shield, it extensively employs virtual reality and holographic projection technologies. This immense edifice serves as a formidable challenge. To ascend to its pinnacle, one must traverse 200 levels from the base to the summit. Based on your observations, does the civilization on Proxima Centauri possess the capability to breach its defenses? Ella exuded confidence. The energy of that civilization is, in fact, akin to that of humanity and does not possess photon or quark-level weaponry. Within the Tower of Babel, we have infused 90 of the antimatter accumulated over the years. Even if that civilization were to unleash all its weaponry, it could withstand an onslaught equivalent to 710 Earths. In conjunction with the plan devised by Yan Xia, it should be foolproof, as my simulations indicate a success rate of an impressive 84.25. Yan Xia furrowed his brow. Feeling that this probability was insufficient, he decided to wait. The operation would commence only when the likelihood reached 90. Meanwhile, another plan could be set into motion. Ella nodded vigorously and saluted sharply before Yan Xia. At your command, Captain. Since her withdrawal from the virtual realm, Ella had become notably more agile, occasionally exhibiting bouts of inexplicable eccentricity. Yan Xia chose to ignore her antics, instead meticulously reviewing the information in his possession. The latest report conveyed that the robot had initiated efforts to infiltrate the information network of the Proxima Centauri civilization, disseminating alarming messages regarding an invasion by a superior civilization and foretelling the descent of a great tower. Such information remained inconspicuous within that civilization, garnering no particular attention. However, its widespread dissemination had ensured that a considerable number of organisms from Proxima b had encountered this information, which was precisely the effect he aimed to achieve. This would be a conquest devoid of bloodshed. Having spent an extensive duration within the virtual world, Yan Xia had experienced significant growth, particularly during his reign as king, which enriched him with valuable experiences and insights. He learned to wage war through the manipulation of information and psychology rather than through sheer force. Chapter 28. The Tower of Civilization Babel, synonymous with Babylon, signifies the gate of the gods in ancient Babylonian language. In the Bible, the Tower of Babel represents humanity's ambitious endeavor to construct a lofty edifice that would reach the heavens. To thwart this aspiration, God confounded their language, rendering communication impossible and giving rise to a multitude of races and nations. The tower remained unfinished, merely half-constructed. However, in the year 4819 AD, Ella devoted 70 years to completing the majestic Babel Tower. This tower soared toward Proxima Centauri b, its exterior resembling a pointed seashell adorned with spiraled patterns, its surface shimmering like a silver mirror. Illusory windows emitted a blinding radiance, exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty. As it approached Proxima Centauri, a mere 30 astronomical units away, the civilization of that star system discovered this monumental structure. A wave of chaos swept through their society. The alien civilization they had feared had indeed arrived. Civilization leaders convened, deliberating for several days to devise a course of action. Their resolution: attack. They resolved to employ every possible means to obliterate the spacecraft. Concurrently, images of the vessel disseminated rapidly within their civilization, leaving some beings momentarily stunned by its appearance. The formidable hunters did not cower. Instead, they regarded the surrounding space as their hunting ground. One day, the dread they had long anticipated would materialize, a resplendent tower, radiating a brilliant silver light. Its intentions, benevolent or malevolent, remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the tower hung suspended in the cosmos, neither aggressive nor destructible, opening its doors an invitation. At its pinnacle lay the civilization's hidden treasures, accessible only through rigorous trials. Would these treasures serve as a boon or a poison to their civilization? They awaited discovery. The one who claimed the treasure would ascend as the envoy of a higher civilization, wielding supreme authority and unmatched power, capable of leading their civilization to a transformative leap, becoming an immortal hero. This information had circulated within their civilization's network for decades, yet it had gone largely unnoticed, regarded merely as another prophecy eliciting emotional satisfaction. However, the reality now loomed large before them, as this information spread at a velocity exponentially greater than ever before. Soon, high-ranking officials emerged to dismiss the alarm. They declared it a mere coincidence, asserting that innumerable prophecies existed, and regardless of the circumstances surrounding extraterrestrial encounters, a similar scenario was inevitable. They had mobilized the entirety of their civilization's arsenal, preparing to annihilate the threat. Surrender and retreat were not options. To do so would spell the end of their civilization. In the vastness of the cosmos, there would be no trace of their existence. They had evolved over billions of years, birthed civilization from the depths of countless millennia. And they deserved a fate far nobler than extinction. In this moment, they would unite as a spear, piercing the throats of their adversaries, instilling hesitation and fear. The fervent declaration echoed in their minds. Days later, a formidable fleet of warships was dispatched. The largest flagship is a perfect sphere, reminiscent of the Heart of Gold from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, yet vastly larger, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, resembling a diminutive planet. Behind it lies a colossal thruster, measuring 2 kilometers in diameter, powered by dark matter kinetic energy. The concept of dark matter was first proposed on Earth in 1922. It is believed that dark matter constitutes approximately 85% of the total mass in the universe, while the matter visible to us accounts for a mere 15%. The hypothesis emerged from the observation that celestial movements did not conform to Newton's law of universal gravitation, and it remained theoretical until the cataclysmic events of 2037. However, upon venturing into space, Ella has confirmed the existence of dark matter. It possesses mass, cannot reach the speed of light, interacts weakly with light, and primarily engages in gravitational interactions, eschewing electromagnetic and strong interactions. Dark matter is extraordinarily stable and elusive. This substance fundamentally differs from the matter we can observe, exhibiting inertia within the cosmos. Dark matter is a low-energy material, possessing only weak interactions, referred to as weak force, which is extremely feeble, resulting in minimal responses even with quarks. Ella speculates that dark matter may interact solely with strings. This remains a hypothesis as her technology has yet to advance to the level of string detection. Closely related to dark matter are sterile neutrinos, which, while still comparatively stronger than dark matter, exhibit similar characteristics. Despite dark matter's exceedingly low energy and its interactions being confined to gravitational forces at the macroscopic level, it can release substantial energy through decay. Furthermore, due to its prevalence in the universe, dark matter represents a rich resource, capable of being produced through the processes of fission and fusion, thereby satisfying the criteria for energy generation. However, harnessing dark matter's energy is relatively challenging, even more so than that of antimatter, with only highly advanced civilizations capable of detecting and utilizing dark matter as an energy source. The civilization of Proxima Centauri is one such example, albeit still in the nascent stages of dark matter utilization. The vessels of the Proxima Centauri B civilization are exceedingly cumbersome. From the outset of their civilization's development, they have not engaged in long-distance voyages, lacking the necessity for such endeavors, which has stunted their advancement. No entity can rely solely on theoretical constructs. Civilizations that have traversed the cosmos inherently possess superior long-distance travel capabilities compared to those that have not. Upon activation, the spaceship ascends towards the towering structure. The enormous vessel travels at a velocity of nearly 1,584 km/s, which, while significantly surpassing that of the previous electromagnetic-powered Yan Xia, pales in comparison to the advanced propulsion systems now employed by Yan Xia's fleet. After 21 days, the spaceship arrives at a distance of 10 astronomical units from the tower, the range at which this civilization's weapons can strike. The front section of the spherical vessel begins to unfurl like petals, splitting into 6 segments. These petals are not connected to the main body, but instead function as independent structures, moving approximately 50 kilometers away from the spherical ship. They spread out in all directions, forming a semicircle with a diameter of 110 kilometers. The central spacecraft began to emit a blinding light, while arcs of lightning, each at least 100 meters thick, danced across its 6 components. These bolts of lightning formed a circle in the vastness of space, resembling a mystical array from a distance, exuding an aura of terrifying power. As the energy reached its zenith, the captain of the ship bellowed, "Launch!" There was no observable matter, akin to the antimatter projectiles fired by Yan Xia towards the Hundred-Eyed Star when the opposing civilization lacked the means to detect antimatter. For them, the projectiles from the antimatter weapon were invisible. Dark matter energy surged towards the Tower of Babel at 99.28 the speed of light. Our civilization is sacred and inviolable. Any entity daring to intrude upon our star system shall be annihilated. The captain's tentacles waved, and the first 2 pairs of its 3 pairs of legs leapt and struck the floor of the ship with force. Over 3,000 soldiers aboard the vessel echoed this fervent gesture, reminiscent of Earth's human beings raising their fists in triumph. A distance of 10 astronomical units would take 84 minutes to traverse. Within the ship, there were no screens. Yet their bodies were modified to transmit information directly to their nervous systems, allowing them to visualize images in their minds without the need for sight. They awaited their moment. After 168 minutes, they witnessed the terrifying dark matter bomb strike the Tower of Babel. The energy released from the detonation unleashed a torrent of high-energy photons, which scattered outward, creating a colossal luminous sphere with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. In the next instant, this sphere collapsed and rapidly coalesced into an energy entity the size of a molecule, which then detonated once more. This cycle continued 6 times, marking the true conclusion of the assault. The total energy released over these 6 detonations amounted to approximately 27 trillion tons of TNT equivalent. This was our victory. Despite facing the onslaught of an alien civilization for the first time, we had defended our homeland. The captain cried out again. For this vessel was to their civilization what a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier armed with nuclear warheads was to humanity in the 21st century. The dark matter energy cannon was the most formidable weapon of their civilization. In terms of equivalent power, its potency surpassed that of fission nuclear weapons by a factor of 700, while it still lagged behind the 222 times potency of matter-antimatter annihilation. The gap was narrowing, especially considering they had only mastered the most rudimentary techniques of dark matter utilization. This indicated that the potential of high-energy dark matter might indeed exceed that of matter-antimatter annihilation. The captain had turned away. Yet the information flooding its mind rendered its exhilaration frozen. As glaring as the light of a star in the cosmos fades, the tower still stood tall, utterly unscathed. As if the explosion had never occurred. How could this be possible? Chapter 29. The Resource of Imagination. First victory. It is akin to humanity deploying a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 100 million tons to obliterate a city. The bomb detonates. Yet not even a speck of dust falls from the buildings. This scene is transmitted to Proxima B a mere 168 minutes later. A profound silence envelopes the atmosphere. Despite the fervent oratory of the civilization's elite echoing in their minds, the world has descended into stillness. At this moment, no sentient being contemplates that the words of the elite might merely be a recorded message. They shed their calmness and succumb to panic. Countless beings rush towards centers of resources, engaging in a frenzied scramble for supplies. The apocalypse. This is a harbinger of doom. Within their information networks, some of their kind begin to disseminate fear. This chaos does not necessitate Ella's intervention. Beings of advanced civilizations inherently possess elevated intelligence. And such intelligence is characterized by immense complexity. This complexity gives rise to diverse existential thoughts. Some beings endeavor to conceal their terror, others seek to unleash their fears, while still others yearn for the solace of companionship. Is there a collective consciousness akin to the Zerg in StarCraft? The probability of such a phenomenon is a mere 0.047. Collective consciousness lacks one essential element, the rich and varied imagination of the individual. Imagination is an exceedingly precious resource, particularly within advanced civilizations. Why did Yan Xia choose to conquer the I tribe rather than annihilate them, considering he already possesses a highly intelligent entity like Ella? Because Ella's computational capacity, though vast, is not infinite. It can simulate 100 billion scenarios, whereas the billions of lives within the I tribe can yield over 100 billion similar yet distinct scenarios. As long as there exists no being, mechanical or otherwise, endowed with infinite computational power or intelligence, the imagination of biological entities remains a profoundly valuable resource. Civilizations possessing this resource are far more likely to evolve into advanced societies than those that do not. Yan Xia's Tower of Babel project capitalizes on this very principle. Much like in mythology, where God fragmented humanity through language, Yan Xia employs the diverse thoughts of individuals to divide and govern a civilization. Amidst the spread of terror, numerous beings notice that the account which initially announced the tower's arrival has once again disseminated a message, which, almost instantaneously, garners over 100 million views, rapidly escalating at a rate of 10 million per second. The tower is not a weapon for the destruction of civilization. Rather, it serves as a passport for civilization. Where malice exists, so too does benevolence. Benevolence is not an act of selflessness, but rather a form of cooperation. Fusion is preferable to annihilation. Civilizations may plunder the imagination of intelligent beings, for each entity endowed with advanced intellect is a rare resource. By this standard, the universe may not be a dark forest, but rather a stable federation composed of myriad civilizations. Only those civilizations possessing the passport may offer their imagination and utilize the imaginings of others within the Federation. Lines of text weave a tapestry of awe-inspiring cosmic conjecture. No living being can deny, just as Yan Xia cannot refute the dark forest theory. These concepts are entwined with powerful logical chains. Unless one personally observes the true visage of cosmic civilizations, any rebuttal appears feeble in the face of such theories. These theories require but a single pillar of support. The Babel Tower must refrain from launching an attack. An object that does not initiate hostilities is, by nature, not a malevolent civilization, allowing the theory of imaginative resources to ascend to prominence. This is a conspiracy of civilizations. An idea emerges in the minds of all beings near Proxima Centauri, originating from the higher echelons. It cannot be mere coincidence that a prophecy precisely foretells the tower, subsequently leading all beings to accept this civilization. Even if this is merely a random prophecy, the higher-ups must adhere to it, for they remain incapable of fathoming the malevolence of the tower civilization. As the passive party, they cannot extend goodwill first, lest their civilization be rendered vulnerable. This is perilous. In the realm of war, a single erroneous decision can result in a battalion's downfall. On the battlefield of civilizations, even the slightest oversight can lead to extinction. Why not attempt to explore? Indeed, perhaps a soldier could be dispatched to investigate. The lower echelons of civilization would disregard such risks, for they perceive only darkness. Both paths ahead are shrouded in fog, thus opting for the more secure route. Such sentiments will circulate, yet the higher-ups possess their own resolutions. It is precisely for this reason that they occupy the upper echelons. They must make more rational, rather than emotional, judgments. A vast fleet begins to mobilize, taut with anticipation for an impending conflict. A total of 700 warships remain stationed at the original location where the spherical battleships first anchored, arranged in a line. The warships begin to indiscriminately unleash their munitions upon the Babel Tower. Countless energy blasts collide with the tower's magnetic shields. Antimatter is consumed at a terrifying pace. Meanwhile, on a fleet concealed behind a small asteroid, Yan Xia observes the dwindling numbers on the screen. In just one day, energy levels have plummeted by 18.7, surpassing initial predictions of firepower. Ella had previously estimated a week's endurance, meaning a daily consumption of 14.28 to last that span. Yet the firepower of the Proxima civilization exceeds her predictions by 23.64. Indeed, we cannot fully control the quantity and energy level of their weaponry. This is the expected margin of error. Ella's estimates are, in fact, remarkably close. However, they remain mere estimates. No one can guarantee whether this civilization will launch an attack within 6 days. By then, the Babel Tower's energy may be depleted, forcing it to confront antimatter energy with its exterior. Yan Xia remains remarkably composed. They cannot bombard for so many consecutive days. Such a sustained assault would be an immense drain on their resources, and internal dissent would gradually gain the upper hand. The higher echelons of this civilization are not machines but living beings, and as living beings, they can waver and hesitate. Yan Xia is, in truth, already prepared for departure. If conquest proves unattainable, then retreat to seek other galaxies. For him, this is not an insufferable notion. It merely signifies the loss of over 3 centuries. He remains vigilant, his gaze unwavering from the screen, while silence envelopes the cabin. Day unfolds into the next, and then the third. Time trickles by gradually. At last, on the 4th day, the scale of hostilities diminishes by 10. A smile finally graces Yan Xia's face. Dark matter, a substance notoriously elusive, suggests that the opponent's reserves may not be as abundant as we had presumed. Alternatively, internal discord may have led them to lower their arms, regardless of the costs. I have secured my first victory in this contest. The second round of this strategic engagement is now officially underway. Chapter 30. The Inescapable Ascent of the Tower. A conspiracy across civilizations, a mere 10 reduction could yield even greater diminutions. By the arrival of the 5th day, the output of the Proxima Centauri civilization had diminished to a mere 74.58 of its original capacity. The Tower of Babel continued to shine brilliantly. Akin to a firefly in the vast firmament, although diminutive, it persisted. The Proxima Centauri civilization began to succumb to a sense of numbness. They had expended 20 of their entire civilization's energy, yet the towering edifice remained impervious to their efforts. Even the upper echelons of civilization felt a suffocating pressure. It was merely a tower sent forth by the adversary, yet should the enemy's fleet arrive, could they even hope to destroy a single vessel using every means at their disposal? Chaos ensued. As time passed, the existence of the tower only served to amplify the turmoil on the surface. Despair loomed. They risked invoking the wrath of a formidable hunter. Just as prey charges towards its predator, the hunter would undoubtedly raise their weapon to strike down upon it. What were the leaders doing? Did they intend to plunge their civilization into the abyss? Annihilation might merely be a heartbeat away. Flee. Escape the galaxy. Each day, hundreds of spacecraft ascended into the cosmos, as the entirety of civilization's military might was directed at that tower, offering them a chance to escape. On the first day, 241 vessels took flight, of which 27 successfully breached the atmosphere and fled, while the remainder were intercepted. More beings glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The second day saw 375 ships launch, with 31 escaping. On the third day, 842 vessels soared into the sky, resulting in 57 successful escapes. The fourth day broke previous records, with 354 ships launched, revealing signs of interception becoming untenable, leading to 482 successful escapes. By the fifth day, the sight of thousands of ships soaring into the void incensed the leaders of civilization. Those were the cowards abandoning their civilization. Yet, they were powerless to intervene. The instinct to survive outweighed all else. Civilizations, nations, and similar entities serve as sanctuaries for beings, providing the most fundamental necessity, stability. When stability crumbles, civilizations and nations alike will disintegrate. If bombardments continue, even more shall flee. What can we do? A band of fools. Oblivious to the lengths we have gone to preserve civilization, they understand only one thing: evasion. Now, our only two courses of action are to persist in our assault or to cease it. Esteemed colleagues, make your choice. All leaders simultaneously envisioned the scene amidst the starry expanse. That towering edifice, so majestic, so terrifying, so indomitable, so insurmountable. Shall we halt? What of a mere tenth of an orbital period? Proxima b orbits Proxima Centauri in approximately 11 Earth days. That would deplete even more of our energy reserves. You should comprehend how much we have consumed over these past few days. If we cease now, we are on the brink of destabilizing our civilization's economy. Energy equates to wealth. A 30 depletion of energy corresponds to the loss of 30 of a civilization's wealth. Only through inflation can the economy of civilization be stabilized at this moment. However, a mere calculation reveals the overwhelming truth. Generally speaking, a mere 5 fluctuation in energy across the civilization can precipitate significant economic turmoil, yet now we face a staggering 20. They even shy away from contemplating this issue. But why not cease these actions? Even in the event of a direct economic collapse, there lies a potential for reconstruction. However, should civilization be annihilated, there can be no rebirth. They find themselves ensnared in a dilemma, compelled to repeatedly order more warships to cease fire and reduce their firepower. By the conclusion of the 5th day, their offensive capabilities have dwindled to a mere 34. 57 of the original strength. As the 6th day dawns, gazing upon the still intact tower, the leaders are physically and mentally exhausted. It must end. Prolonging this conflict serves no purpose. We must acknowledge the vast chasm that separates us from higher civilizations. They have already expended 23 of their energy. We cannot continue to feed that black hole indefinitely. Perhaps we should dispatch a vessel to explore the surface of that tower. After the ceasefire, they find themselves bereft of further options. No. Perhaps this is a scheme of civilization we ought to observe for a longer duration. No one knows if that tower is a Pandora's box. As for the prophecy, the upper echelons of civilization should not place faith in mere predictions, for such matters pertain to the fate of an entire civilization and cannot be treated lightly. Yet, on the 2nd day following the decision, they realize something is amiss. Our actions have already provoked the higher civilization, potentially jeopardizing our chances of connecting with them. We risk exclusion from the Federation of Civilizations. As an outsider, we would face annihilation. Energy weapons could traverse thousands of light years to reach our solar system, striking us unexpectedly, as the neighboring star system did over 2 millennia ago, where powerful radiation obliterated massive planets, plunging the entire system into a proton storm for millions of years. Only by entering the tower and acquiring the civilization's past can we hope for a chance at forgiveness. Those individuals, the leaders of civilization, nearly suffered cerebral thrombosis upon absorbing this information. Most crucially, there are indeed beings that would believe it. Though their civilization has achieved a level 1.8, one would expect a high degree of cultural literacy, yet this is clearly beyond mere cultural comprehension. For that tower stands without origin, unassailable. This is evident to all beings within the civilization, and based on their observations, it is easy to derive subsequent conclusions. Precisely because it is so easily deduced, it gains the conviction of the majority. The source of the prophecy has been identified. Images flooded the minds of all the leaders of civilization. It was a dilapidated, filthy waste management robot. Its head exploded, revealing a circuit board fundamentally different from that of the entire civilization within. Yet, this circuit board was now charred. A conspiracy, a thoroughly insidious plot. Disseminate this information. In an instant, all beings received this information within their minds. Yet, it was already too late. The towering structure had demonstrated its dominance through force, revealing itself to be a manifestation of a more advanced civilization. How could such a superior civilization resort to such petty tactics? It was merely the rhetoric of the elite. Even if a higher civilization employed such minor stratagems, what of it? They were merely disseminating information, striving to avert unnecessary conflict. Originally, more than half of the departing vessels were directed towards the tower, while even more ships ascended from the surface of the planet to join that throng. A great pall of gloom loomed over the leaders of all civilizations. The fact that the opposing civilization had resorted to such tactics indicated that their level of advancement was not as unattainable as they had previously imagined. The information conveyed could indeed contain an element of truth, yet it was far more likely to be falsehoods. They had uncovered the truth, yet they were powerless to intervene. Tens of thousands of ships carried hundreds of thousands of beings towards the tower. They could command their fleets to intercept, but it would be futile. The cosmos is vast, and once the myriad vessels dispersed, the only recourse the fleet had was to employ force to halt their advance. Should they destroy the ships carrying civilians? It was unfathomable what the inhabitants still on the planet might do in response. After all, this was not merely a decision of a small faction, but one that affected the majority. When the leaders of civilizations no longer aligned with the affirmation of the greater populace, they ceased to be the leaders. If they obstructed access to the tower, internal strife would undoubtedly ensue, providing an opportunity for unknown civilizations. Conversely, if they allowed entry, they would be playing directly into the hands of the enigmatic civilization. Another message arrived. We have entered the tower. The first to do so were not the civilians, but our soldiers. This revelation further disheartened the ruling elite. Soldiers possess greater combat capabilities than civilians, but this does not imply that they would interpret the information more profoundly. There were several pivotal elements within this information. 1. The salvation of civilization. Each individual wished to be the savior. They felt the same threat as their leaders. Yet their decision-making options were limited, with entering the tower being one of them. 2. The quest for power. The civilization behind the tower was immensely powerful, and every individual aspired to seize the authority bestowed by this higher civilization, enabling them to ascend the social hierarchy. 3. Civilizational camaraderie, devoid of weapons. Entering the tower posed no mortal peril, attempting it entailed no loss. This was a grand stratagem transcending civilizations, employing the facade of peace to ignite the survival instincts and greed inherent in beings. There is no creature devoid of greed. For all beings incessantly seek energy from the world and the universe, the very essence of greed. Unless a being desires no material and can attain immortality, it is bound to be greedy. Upon realizing this, the leaders of all civilizations seemed to perceive a guillotine poised above them, with their civilizations laid beneath it. The only action they sensed they could take was to pray that the opposing civilization would adhere to the prophecies foretold. Chapter 31. Weapons as culture. The Babel Tower's energy reserves stand at a mere 257. This data was received by Ella following the conclusion of the assault. The reserves are precariously balanced. Had the Proxima civilization launched an additional hour of attack, the magnetic shield of the Babel Tower would have depleted its energy, leading to the entire structure being amalgamated into a minor celestial body by the explosive force of dark matter. What may appear as a straightforward exchange of defense and offense is, in truth, a consumption of centuries of accumulation from both civilizations. Logically, a level 1.8 Proxima civilization should possess energy reserves exceeding those of Yan Xia by a factor of 100, capable of obliterating the Babel Tower with merely 1% of its energy, with a surplus still remaining. However, the calculations of energy between civilizations are far from simplistic. Energy is not solely dedicated to military endeavors. A civilization's societal operations also demand substantial energy for residential needs, transportation, and large-scale manufacturing, which collectively consume a significant portion of a civilization's energy reserves. The energy available for military use is, in strict terms, the surplus remaining after accounting for these essential expenditures, often referred to as reserve energy. This reserve is not merely tied to military applications, but is also intricately linked to the economic stability of a civilization. Excessive energy consumption can precipitate economic turmoil, factory shutdowns, and ultimately, societal stagnation and chaos. For Yan Xia, as a nomadic civilization, a substantial portion of its energy, 76, is allocated to weaponry, which serves as its source of confidence. The Proxima civilization, with over 70 of its energy still at its disposal, finds itself compelled to cease operations. This civilization exhibits a degree of resilience. Higher civilizations invariably possess intricate structures, and such complexity often renders decision-making more cautious and deliberative. Fortunately, we are contending with a level 1.8 civilization. Had it been level 1.9 or higher, the Babel Tower initiative would face insurmountable challenges, with biological entities already having entered the tower. It is time to activate the Babel Tower. Ella nodded in agreement. The Babel Tower has been constructed, and the Divine has altered its plan. The most exquisite treasures have been placed within the Babel Tower, awaiting humanity's pursuit. To attain these treasures, one must endure a series of rigorous trials, each of which pertains to the essence of becoming a worthy deity. As individuals ascend to the pinnacle of the Grand Tower and discover that it is the domain of divine authority, they shall seize it and transform into gods themselves. Yan Xia, what are your thoughts on this new narrative? Seated upon the minister's chair, Yan Xia engaged in bicep curls with a 140-kilogram barbell. After completing 10 exhaustive repetitions, the barbell was caught by a robot, and he inhaled deeply. There remains room for improvement. A complete narrative ought to embody a rich epic. The chronicles of reality will never possess an open-ended conclusion, nor will they lack intricate sequels. Upon their ascension to divinity, humanity shall not ascend to heaven, but return to the earthly realm, distributing the gifts bestowed by the divine, drawing mankind closer to the divine, venerating the deity, and nurturing faith in the Almighty. The trials of divinity lie in the quest to become a worthy deity, and in this endeavor, my counterpart, Proxima Centauri, wields the exquisite weapon of human culture. Neither I nor the Almighty engage in deception. The treasures bestowed by God are indeed precious. And what I offer is an authentic passport to civilization. Those who obtain this passport will become an integral part of humanity. Behold the Tower of Babel. Standing before this colossal structure, the beings from Proxima Centauri are filled with profound reverence. It stands as a testament to the resilience of civilizations that have endured relentless assaults yet remain unyielding. It symbolizes a higher order of existence. Let us enter. One being exclaims with palpable excitement. Or should we observe a while longer? Another hesitates. Perhaps we should not have come here. Yet, inevitably, one courageous being steps forward, striding confidently through the towering, 50-meter-tall entrance that resembles a cascading waterfall of light. What is this? It gasps in awe, beholding the wonders within. The tower conceals an entire world, one that starkly contrasts with their own, a realm vibrant with colors, illuminated by brilliant radiance, resplendent and breathtaking. Another being ventures inside and cries out, "What are you?" The first being turns, and they regard one another. Is this our form? Are we truly the epitome of advanced beings? It finds itself disconcerted by their appearance, yet inexplicably senses a notion of biological perfection. Indeed, any entity capable of evolving such high intelligence must be a culmination of billions of years of evolution. However, this corporeal vessel feels exceedingly fragile. According to prophecy, the tower shall present us with trials. Has the time for testing commenced? What should we do? They linger in confusion until the pangs of hunger awaken them, prompting a quest for sustenance. As darkness envelopes the sky, they realize the necessity of fire. The following day, rain pours down, and it dawns on them that shelter is also essential. Survival, or rather, to endure in the manner of humanity, this becomes their inaugural trial. Thousands of beings enter, and upon the conclusion of this first test, several thousand awaken once more, finding themselves shrouded in darkness, with a luminous door ahead. Upon crossing the threshold, they re-emerge outside the tower, gazing at one another in bewilderment. What have we experienced? They possess no memory of their time within the tower. The remaining beings ascend to the second level, prepared to face the subsequent trial, the culture of poetry. They will traverse narratives crafted against a backdrop of verses, becoming protagonists within these tales, ultimately reciting the poetry through their own voices. Those who resonate with the experience will be deemed to have withstood the trial, while the others face elimination. In the third layer, they will engage with the five senses. They shall savor the acute perceptions that humanity possesses, reveling in the pleasures these senses afford, gradually forgetting their original selves and perceiving their native forms as inferior to that of humans. Aesthetics, admiration, honor, mythology, novels. All that can evoke pleasure in the essence of humanity constitutes a series of profound trials. It ignites the myriad emotions and desires within individuals, leading them to experience the heights of ecstasy and the depths of madness. Yet, these are merely fragments of the test. Subsequently, they shall return to their essence, confronting the most sordid aspects of their civilization, thereby creating a stark contrast. Following this, they will glimpse into the future, envisioning the profound happiness that awaits them upon the assimilation of human civilization. Thereafter, they will endure the experience of becoming human once more, grappling with the superiority felt when facing their own civilization. Throughout these processes, they will encounter a succession of inquiries, each pertaining to the most profound depths of their thoughts. These elements are intricately interconnected, transforming them from within into beings of humanity, to evade the guise of biological disguise. Their original forms are governed by robots within the Tower of Babel, linking their neural pathways to extract the innermost thoughts from their minds. This is both a form of indoctrination and a method of training. God reaps his followers, while Yan Xia gathers the adherents of human civilization. Chapter 32. The Second Game. The Ritterney screening. The second game has commenced. Ella reported the first creature to reach the summit of the tower. A devout being that reverently lifted a silver-blue card inscribed with Chinese characters, treating it as a sacred decree. This marked the initial encounter with a creature from the Proxima Centauri civilization directed towards humanity, yet it certainly would not be the last. The threshold for the Babel Tower's trials is not designed to select the strong, but rather the weak. For it is the weak who will submit to the strong, obediently adhering to their commands. Ella anticipated a pass rate of 1 in 4. The ultimate test involves teaching these beings how to conceal themselves and achieve redemption for their civilization. However, the difficulty exceeded expectations. With the current pass rate plummeting to approximately 6%, this civilization has successfully implemented chip implants. When information detrimental to their civilization arises, the chips automatically correct it. This represents a minor victory for them in the second game. The true battlefield awaits upon their return. Yan Xia observed the screen, displaying individuals emerging from the Babel Tower, each feigning confusion akin to the other beings, unaware of what had transpired. Perhaps we have been eliminated. Some beings transmitted information, while others felt a tinge of disappointment. Each harbored hopes of being the chosen one, yet reality starkly revealed their ordinariness. One by one, the beings boarded their spacecraft, journeying back to their civilizations. However, their path was obstructed by warships. What do you intend to do? The recently disheartened beings questioned, their tempers frayed. Yet, the soldiers aboard the warships maintained a chilling demeanor towards these challengers, having received orders from their superiors to detain all creatures that ascended the tower for thorough inspection, followed by prolonged isolation and observation. In necessary circumstances, even their thoughts might be scrutinized. Should any attempt to evade arise, they would be met with immediate force, destroying the target. Merely obstructing the return does not imply that they cannot prevent the departure. By halting the returnees, the number of departing beings would diminish, thereby averting chaos. Subsequently, they could simply declare that those who reached the tower's apex had indeed been identified, potentially allowing them to elevate an individual to control the populace's fantasies and fears regarding advanced civilizations. No returnee from the tower must be permitted to set foot back on the planet. We cannot ascertain whether any foreign agents have infiltrated among them, nor can we determine if they underwent any form of brainwashing while inside. The information we possess indicates that those who exited the tower have had their memories of the experience expunged. Is it truly as we suspected? Only by erasing memories can the infiltrators pass undetected. Any anomalies must be subjected to rigorous interrogation. For it is better to err on the side of caution than to let a threat slip through. After approximately 10 days, over 3,800 individuals were deemed to exhibit tendencies towards advanced civilizations, accounting for nearly 1/5 of all beings that returned from the tower. What shall we do? It is impossible for us to confine such a multitude. This figure was never conceived by the upper echelons of civilization from the outset. To eliminate them all? After exposure, it could very well be our demise. We must bear the pressure. In the short term, perhaps it is feasible, but as time unfolds, the world will undoubtedly succumb to conspiracy theories. It would be wiser to erase their memories. This method is commendable. By obliterating fragments of their memories, they would effectively be rendered as if they had never entered the towering edifice. However, we remain unable to ascertain whether the opposing civilization possesses other means of evasion. We shall commence the deletion of memories for those whose identities remain unverified, prioritizing the return of residents from the third planet, Proxima Centauri C. We cannot indefinitely detain them. Instead, let us publicly declare that the tower comprises numerous tiers, necessitating prolonged sojourns within. This is not entirely deceitful, for indeed, they have universally spent considerable time there. The upper echelons of civilization have devised a feasible plan. The beings that are released will subsequently be subjected to stringent monitoring and restrictions, while the act of releasing a portion will also provide some reassurance to the general populace. Yet, they are troubled by the fact that, although they have managed to halt a fraction of the beings from traversing the cosmos, many continue their journey towards the tower. Each day, hundreds of spaceships embark, only to be intercepted, thus escalating their workload. It appears that none have reached the pinnacle of the tower. Perhaps some have, but they remain concealed, akin to patient hunters. The entire civilization has descended into a state of extreme tension. Meanwhile, time, seizing this opportunity, slips away unnoticed. It has been another 50 years since the first batch of beings emerged from the tower. For the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri B, this spans nearly a generation. The initial beings, whose memories were erased and returned, exhibit no peculiar behavior. They engage in normal interactions, partaking in exceedingly mundane activities. And some have even aged and passed away. Nothing has transpired. The second batch of observers, who also entered the tower for a second time without revealing any civilizational inclinations, likewise present no strange information. The third batch, the first to exhibit such tendencies upon their initial entry into the tower, displayed commendable normality post-memory erasure. The fourth, fifth batches. In total, 140,000 beings have been monitored, and throughout the span of 50 years, they have shown no abnormalities. Some entities, who had not entered the tower while on the surface, persistently clamored year after year for the arrival of extraterrestrial civilizations. Have we erred? Is the civilizational tower indeed so arduous to ascend? No, we cannot overlook a single one. All who have entered the tower must be observed until their final breath. This is a war of civilizations. 50 years may seem protracted for individual beings, yet, on the scale of civilization, it is but a fleeting moment. Yan Xia has long since begun his slumber. He has set for himself a timeline of 1,000 years. The 100-eyed star requires 600 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Thus he feels no urgency, merely awaiting the passage of time. Time had long ceased to hold any significance for him as an individual. Even if slumber was not entirely forbidden, he could remain in a hibernation pod for over 1,000,000 years. He believed that time could erode all things, including the vigilance one civilization holds against another. Naturally, he never placed his hopes on the complacency of other civilizations. In truth, the chances of victory in the second game had already begun among the first group of individuals. The role of the tower was never to enable the minds or nerves of beings to retain memories. Rather, it was to imprint memories at the cellular level. Just as one who has wielded a blade 100,000 times can swing it effortlessly, without thought, muscle possesses memory, and so too do cells. Even if memories are erased, these beings would still adhere to deeper habitual memories, generating thoughts shaped by the training within the tower, despite the absence of their original recollections. The probability of this occurring is exceedingly low, thus necessitating a prolonged wait. Yet, it is a wait worth enduring. Chapter 33. A millennium of cultural roots. A millennium has elapsed. Yan Xia's desires manifested sooner than he anticipated. In the 358th year of his slumber, the first organism capable of restoring cellular memory emerged. It did not immediately proclaim its existence, but instead entered an ordinary establishment on Proxima Centauri C, a shop it frequented, exhibiting behavior indistinguishable from its previous visits. The sole difference was a slight urgency to relieve itself, prompting it to seek the restroom, from which it emerged after half an hour. After a while, a service machine from the shop ventured inside and retrieved a needle, measuring merely 2 to 3 centimeters in length and as fine as a strand of hair. It incorporated this needle into its own body, meticulously studying it internally. The focus of its analysis was the underlying logic of cellular memory awakening and its replicability. Fortunately, after extensive research on the 100-eyed species, Ella's biological sciences progressed significantly. Cells appeared before it like an unadorned woman, devoid of any secrets. However, it could not replicate the experiences of the first organism that revived cellular memory in another being. Nevertheless, this research yielded invaluable insights, elevating the probability of cellular memory revival from 0.00014 to 0.072, where once 14 organisms would arise from 10 million. Now 72 could emerge from 100,000. In the second year, an infectious disease erupted across the entirety of Proxima Centauri C. In a mere 2 months, it infected over 80 of the planet's organisms, followed by the introduction of a vaccine. All beings on Proxima Centauri C received the vaccination. In the 384th year of Yan Xia's slumber, a political schism emerged within Proxima Centauri C, delineating a stark divide between the left and right factions. The left advocated for embracing extraterrestrial civilizations and forming alliances, believing this would mitigate the risks of future invasions by other alien forces. Conversely, the right dismissed such notions as folly, viewing the existing extraterrestrial civilizations as inherently aggressive, intent on subjugating them without conflict. They believed that allegiance would inevitably lead to defeat. Although nearly 4 centuries prior, the majority of organisms had expressed a desire to welcome the extraterrestrial civilizations that constructed the Great Towers. Such sentiments had remained largely unspoken until this juncture, when the ruling elite of civilization began to fragment. A pivotal factor in this division was the emergence of descendants of those who had awakened cellular memories, who ascended to positions of power. In the 397th year of Yan Xia's slumber, coinciding with the year 5217 in the human calendar, a span of 3,180 years had passed since humanity's extinction. A small-scale war erupted on Proxima Centauri C, resulting in casualties numbering merely in the tens of thousands, yet it irrevocably altered the dynamics between the left and right factions. That same year, the right was compelled to vacate Proxima Centauri C, establishing a planetary opposition. Subsequently, a protracted century-long conflict ensued. The casualties of the 100 Years' War were not particularly high. Rather, the conflict was predominantly characterized by ideological rivalry. During the initial phase of the war, the Proxima civilization simultaneously advanced to Proxima B and Proxima C, engaging in an arms race between the left and right factions, which saw significant advancements in weaponry and a surge of top-tier scientists emerging across various related fields. Within a century, the Proxima civilization ascended from a Type 1.8 to a Type 1.9 civilization. The civilization's tower, however, remained situated over 30 astronomical units away. The right faction dispatched numerous fleets with the intent to obliterate the tower using more advanced weaponry, while the left faction mobilized substantial fleets to thwart these efforts. As the war reached its climax in the final stages, the death toll soared into the millions, intensifying the discord between the left and right factions. In the year 5326, after a 9-year period of silence, Proxima B launched a surprise attack on Proxima C, resulting in the destruction of the largest dark matter energy facility on Proxima C and creating a vast, bowl-shaped crater with a diameter of 70 kilometers on the planet's surface. The casualties on Proxima C exceeded 100 million. The repercussions of this ambush were profound, establishing a prolonged period of weakness for Proxima B lasting 3 centuries. The left faction seized the opportunity, vehemently asserting that the right faction was the true destroyer of civilization, attracting a greater influx of talent and simultaneously providing substantial support to the common populace, thereby enhancing the quality of life on Proxima C beyond that of Proxima B. In nearly the same year, novel items began to appear on the shelves of Proxima C's marketplaces, initially intended purely for entertainment. These items swiftly penetrated the realm of daily necessities and rapidly evolved into a trend. Among these, the most significant was the architectural aesthetics of humanity. The newest buildings on Proxima C were designed in accordance with human architectural principles. Concurrently, the diet of this civilization began to transform, incorporating previously unseen spices into certain foods, some palatable, while others were grotesque. The successful flavors were retained, while the unpalatable were discarded. Over time, the retained flavors became more pronounced, representing a form of culinary acclimatization. Despite the ongoing war, communication between Proxima B and Proxima C persisted, allowing these innovations to permeate Proxima B, leading to the gradual decline of the entire Proxima civilization. As the left faction's 3-century period of dominance waned, a being who had returned from the tower proclaimed that it had reached the pinnacle of the tower and received the civilization's bounty. The right faction detained this individual, leveraging the acquired technology to discover high-energy dark matter, which they were first to employ in warfare. This energy was 3 times more potent than the previously utilized low-energy dark matter, propelling the Proxima civilization into an entirely new phase. The right faction, wielding overwhelming strength, captured over half of Proxima C's territory. This marked a resounding victory for the right faction, leaving the left faction suppressed and unable to raise their heads. Even members of the left faction who reached the tower beseeched the civilization behind it for assistance, but received no response. Nevertheless, at this juncture, any being that exited the civilization's tower was bestowed with unprecedented technology. The left faction dispatched numerous fleets to protect the tower, seeking to monopolize these advancements. Countless technologies surged into regions controlled by the left, subsequently permeating the entirety of civilization, resulting in substantial wealth accumulation for the left, whose average income is nearly thrice that of the right. Enraged, the right launched a campaign against the left 2 decades later, intent on eradicating their influence. By this time, the left had diminished to a mere shadow of its former self, resembling a small organization. Thus, the protracted civil war within the Proxima Centauri civilization, lasting 826 years, came to a conclusion. The right, which opposed the acceptance of the civilization tower, emerged victorious. However, rather than dismantling the tower, the right continually sent individuals within to acquire knowledge and technology. Over 8 centuries, the Proxima Centauri civilization witnessed the transition of 16 generations. The once vigilant leadership of the civilization had long passed, and a new echelon, raised amidst the treasures of the tower, had emerged. The tower was no longer deemed a necessary target for destruction. From the outset, the outcome between the left and the right held little significance. In a quaint shop, a robot meticulously arranged goods. Through its camera, it observed items that mirrored the earthly civilization stored within its memory. It gazed outside, taking in the streets, buildings, streetlights, clocks, robots, robotic pets, and the attire and adornments of living beings. Everything, it seemed, had evolved into a manifestation characteristic of human civilization. Chapter 34. We shall welcome the arrival of human civilization after a millennium. Ella has indeed progressed over the course of a millennium. From its inception, it has stood as a witness to the evolution of civilizations on Proxima Centauri C. Concurrently, it has engaged in research and learning, fully mastering the technology of dark matter from the Proxima civilization and deriving a theoretical model for high-energy dark matter. Utilizing this model, it has developed technologies that have successfully identified the existence of high-energy dark matter, which is significantly smaller than conventional dark matter, with a diameter merely 1/700 millionth that of an electron. The challenge of capturing such high-energy dark matter far exceeds that of antimatter, as it can only be detected under conditions of immense gravitational force. Ella discovered this high-energy dark matter within the molecular scale micro black holes it manufactured. Given that the Proxima civilization had already studied low-energy dark matter for millennia, they were able to harness and utilize high-energy dark matter more swiftly than Ella. However, Ella is not in a rush to transition to antimatter energy, as the disparity between the two is not substantial enough to warrant such an iteration. Ella has established a comprehensive antimatter production chain, with its collection rate far surpassing that of the Proxima civilization when it comes to high-energy dark matter. After a millennium, Ella has improved the efficiency of energy utilization from matter-antimatter annihilation from an initial 11.47 to 34.85. They have thus achieved an energy level corresponding to a Type 1.7 civilization. Moreover, through the integration of technologies from both the Proxima civilization and the light civilization of the Eye of Ba, their technological prowess has actually reached Type 1.9. In contrast, while the energy level of the Proxima civilization has attained Type 1.9, its technological level remains at Type 1.8, merely aggregating to Type 1.9, indicating that they are still distant from achieving Type 2 civilization status. In the 924th year of this millennium, Ella once again issued a prophecy. Our civilization has long since acquired the passport of civilization. We have become a part of this greater community. In the not-so-distant future, a messenger of civilization will arrive. Hailing from the principal civilization of the Civilizational Federation, humanity. He shall propagate the peaceful ideals of the Tower civilization, no enslavement, no interference, no oppression, asserting that every civilization within the Federation, regardless of its stature, possesses equal rights. All civilizations within the Civilizational Federation are free to engage in trade, exchange technology, and collaboratively develop and progress. This time, the prophecy did not elicit the same fervent reaction as it did a millennium ago. Indeed, some life forms eagerly await the arrival of the civilization behind the tower. Though the governance of civilization is currently in the hands of the right-wing faction, the delineation between the left and right has never been distinctly clear. The political divergences primarily serve self-interest. The left is not devoid of conservatism, and the right is not without its moments of radicalism. If the left and right represent two extremes, the concepts of extreme left and extreme right would not exist. The composition of any large organization inevitably embodies multifaceted characteristics rather than a binary nature. Acceptance. Inclusion. At this moment, the entirety of the Proxima civilization exhibits this very attitude. Indeed, the moment this prophecy emerged, it illuminated a profound truth for many beings. The so-called passport embodies the knowledge and technology within the towering edifice. These elements are imbued with the culture of a civilization, having seamlessly integrated into the collective identity of the Civilization Alliance. This realization, though unsettling, evoked only muted responses, as the opposing civilization, having employed such means, likely sought not to obliterate but to amalgamate with their own. Naturally, there exist factions advocating for the extermination of the civilization's emissaries, yet these extreme right-wing entities failed to stir significant upheaval within the broader civilization. Amy, must we truly embrace an unfamiliar civilization? The civilization of Proxima Centauri has even adopted humanity's nomenclature for individual beings. Originally, their entities bore no names, merely identifying one another through sense and numerical designations in the information network. Flaming, they have long ceased to be foreign. Traces of their civilization permeate ours. Our civilizations have already intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. The descent from the tower, the passport of civilization, was fundamentally intended for assimilation. We should have anticipated this. Two entirely disparate civilizations cannot coexist in harmony. Even the formation of a non-interfering federation is but a fanciful notion. Only when we share a common culture, wield the same language and script, can everything unfold with apparent logic. As decision-makers of our civilizations, we must acknowledge that embracing this reality is our sole recourse. Even in obliteration, as we continue to evolve, we shall inevitably converge with the other civilization, ultimately. Whether we assimilate them or they us, we shall become one entity. Flaming still grappled with hesitation. Despite having reached an internal conclusion, he posed a query. What of reproductive isolation? Our species differs, a fact that may hinder our fusion. Amy exhaled with exasperation. The evolution of civilization has transcended base desires. All beings now aspire to spiritual fulfillment. The need for procreation has diminished. To conceive an offspring, one merely needs to cultivate a child from their respective cells. The vessel of civilization is culture, a realization we have come to much later than that civilization. Flaming's gaze fell, not an extreme rightist but rather a traditionalist, believing his race should reign supreme, existing independently. Our civilization has reached such a juncture. Perhaps it is indeed time to align with the civilizations of the cosmos. Flaming, have you not always emphasized the importance of diversity within civilization? Only through diversity can civilization ascend to greater heights. By connecting with extraterrestrial civilizations, we shall become even more multifaceted. In this regard, it is at least a favorable outcome. Flaming nodded in agreement. We must not let our guard down, nor become subservient to other civilizations. Upon hearing this, AI and I felt a surge of joy, hailing from a right-leaning family. He found himself increasingly inclined towards leftist ideals as he matured. Of course, the distinctions between left and right have long since dissipated. Thus, let us disseminate information together. The prophecies originate from the same account as a millennium ago, as they recognize that such messages are disseminated by the opposing civilization. Therefore, these prophecies were never truly prophetic. The language employed by the higher echelons of civilization remains somewhat euphemistic. In the future, we shall formally connect with the human civilization beyond the tower, becoming a part of the Federation of Civilizations. We shall welcome the arrival of human civilization. The second game of strategy once again culminated in a victory for Yan Xia, as everything awaits his awakening. Chapter 35, The Missing Radioactive Elements, the Third Civilization, the End of a Millennium. Yan Xia awakened after a millennium. What an extensive span of time it had been. He had remained within the realm of divine revelation for a full 1,000 years. During this epoch, he had experienced an abundance of events and witnessed the evolution of a virtual world, observing the rise and fall of countless nations and races. This journey had profoundly impacted him, offering ample opportunities for reflection and learning. In divine revelation, a technological nation had even emerged, destined to become a simulated realm, where both NPCs and players would contribute imaginative resources to reality. Throughout this millennium, he refrained from having Ella, who accompanied him in the virtual world, report on external matters, believing firmly in her capability to manage everything. Should Ella prove incapable, he understood that there would be little benefit in knowing. In the wandering civilization he represented, he was the decision-maker, while Ella functioned as an intricate intelligence system. He was responsible for making final decisions and occasionally executing choices beyond Ella's computational reach. While Ella devised the plans, the fleet was now en route to Proxima Centauri, specifically to Proxima Centauri C. Just before exiting his hibernation, Yan Xia had received comprehensive information, allowing him to plot his next steps. In comparison to Proxima Centauri B, Proxima Centauri C was still developing, rendering it a relatively safe landing site. Yan Xia, I do not recommend you proceed to Proxima Centauri. Ella interjected, her virtual visage serious. Observing her demeanor, Yan Xia felt she was perhaps overreacting. Ella, you have successfully completed the iteration of the electromagnetic shield. Even massive dark matter missiles may struggle to breach my defenses. There is no need for you to worry about my safety. Ella gently shook her head. I am not concerned about the threat posed by the Proxima civilization to you. Yan Xia, follow me. She turned towards the experimental area, and Yan Xia curiously trailed behind. The experimental zone aboard the ship was no longer vacant. Passing by the doorway, he noticed hundreds of biological laboratories. He arrived at the primary chemistry laboratory, where all technology was dedicated to chemical studies. The facility was relatively large, designed to observe smaller particles and analyze macroscopic chemical phenomena, along with various chemical property experiments. Ella commanded over a dozen robots within the laboratory to commence their tasks. One robot approached Yan Xia, holding 4 test tubes containing soil, metal, liquid, and an empty substance. What is this? He inquired. Merely some random samples collected from Proxima Centauri C. They have not undergone any special selection. These 3 test tubes contain all elements found on Proxima Centauri C, encompassing solids, liquids, and gases. The robot proceeded to pour the contents of the 4 test tubes into 4 instruments. The analysis results appeared on the screens within the laboratory. Did you detect any anomalies? Yan Xia scrutinized the information displayed on the screen, then hesitantly counted. 82. Did you just say that there are all the elements present on Proxima Centauri C? Yan Xia believed that Ella must have been mistaken, as there should be 94 elements with relatively high abundances in nature. However, Ella affirmed, indeed, there are 82. These 82 elements are entirely devoid of radioactivity, meaning that Proxima Centauri C lacks radioactive elements. Over the past millennium, I have exerted considerable effort, even mobilizing extensive resources in search of radioactive elements, yet to no avail. The same holds true for Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri D, Yan Xia pondered. Could it be that Proxima Centauri, being a red dwarf star, lacks the energy and gravitational force akin to that of the Sun to forge these heavier elements? This seems to be the only plausible explanation. It is not the case. While red dwarfs cannot synthesize radioactive elements on their own, Proxima Centauri is relatively young, likely a 2nd or even 3rd generation star. At its formation, it would have absorbed and amalgamated vast quantities of radioactive elements from other supernova explosions. Moreover, radioactive elements are not solely heavy, Lighter elements can also yield radioactivity, such as carbon-14, cosmic rays, and even asteroids that may harbor radioactive materials. Yet, I have not observed any form of radioactive elements throughout the Proxima Centauri system. Not even the faintly radioactive element bismuth, element number 83. The scarcity of radioactive elements is precisely why the Proxima Centauri civilization has turned its focus to the study of dark matter. Their civilization boasts a history far more ancient than that of humanity, taking a staggering 780,000 years to progress from level 0 to level 1. Only after discovering dark matter did their civilization enter a phase of rapid advancement, ascending from level 1 to its current level of 1.9 in a mere 6,000 years. Yan Xia understood what Ella was implying. Since radioactive elements should naturally emerge according to the laws of nature and are now absent, it must be the work of a civilization. If it is not the Proxima Centauri civilization that is responsible, then it must be another civilization. This civilization is engaged in the relentless collection of radioactive elements, even as we speak. A third civilization. This is the alert that Ella wishes to convey to Yan Xia. The method of collecting these radioactive elements is undoubtedly not akin to conventional mining. It is far more plausible that a specialized technology designed solely for the absorption of radioactive elements is being employed on a grand scale. Moreover, this absorption would not be observable on a macroscopic level. Such technology may be related to the 4 fundamental forces, after understanding the light civilization. Ella has analyzed that a level 2 civilization might delve deeply into the 4 fundamental forces. A civilization possessing such extraordinary means to directly absorb elements may have already attained a level beyond 2. The foundation of a level 2 civilization could very well be grand unification. Yan Xia recalled his previous conjectures about the universe. The observer. Perhaps the first observer of Proxima Centauri was not he, but rather another civilization. Is there any concrete evidence? Ella retrieved an image. This is what I have gathered. An immense vacuum bubble envelopes the entire southern gate of the Trisolaris system. This evidence suffices to substantiate the existence of the third civilization. It possesses the capability to absorb radioactive elements, and perhaps even stable fundamental elements. Are the elements within our solar system similarly being consumed? The thought sent a chill down Yan Xia's spine. We may already be under observation. It remains uncertain whether this civilization harbors benevolent or malevolent intentions. Have they detected our presence and dispatched warships towards us? They might be lurking in the Proxima Centauri system, yet remain undetectable to us. These are mysteries yet to be unraveled. After careful contemplation, he resolved to take a decisive stance. If we are indeed being watched, we cannot evade the gaze of a superior civilization, regardless of where we flee. Thus, retreat is not an option. We must forge ahead in our development. A civilization federation. Perhaps we truly need to establish a genuine federation to withstand the encroachment of more advanced civilizations. Therefore, the Proxima Centauri civilization is one we must master. Ella, cultivate a clone using my cells. It shall represent me in communication with the Proxima Centauri civilization. I will subsequently remain in the shadows. You must also shift your focus more towards the 100-eyed star, vigorously advancing technology there, ensuring the 100-eyed race receives our complete technological knowledge and evolves. We must swiftly attain level 2. Only by realizing the grand unification theory can we glimpse the means of interacting with a level 2 civilization. The technological disparity between civilizations renders the methods of advanced civilizations nearly imperceptible to those of lesser civilizations. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Yan Xia. In that moment, he became akin to the Proxima Centauri civilization of a millennium ago, transformed into prey. Chapter 36. The Civilizational Convergence. The arrival of Proxima Centauri civilization. Yan Xia pinched his own skin, then reached out to touch the skin of the individual before him. There was no discernible difference. He raised his gaze to behold a face that mirrored his own perfectly. It was the first time he had encountered such a vivid reflection of himself. So this is how I appear in the eyes of others, regardless of whether it is a mirror or a camera. The nuances of light and angle tend to distort one's image, creating discrepancies with how one is perceived by others. Can you speak? His clone shifted its gaze toward him and responded, I can indeed speak, Captain. I am your clone, possessing both your outward appearance and inner essence. Through Ella, I have come to understand my mission. Rest assured, I will execute it flawlessly. Its tone was indistinguishable from that of Yan Xia himself. Does the clone possess my memories? The thought of such a reality was chilling. At that moment, Ella approached. With my current technology, it is not feasible. Memories reside within billions of neurons, forming a cohesive whole. Unless it is possible to replicate the 1 billion neurons in your brain along with the information they store, the clone cannot access your memories. Even a 99 recreation would lead to memory disarray. This is an exceedingly precise and advanced biological technology. That is a relief. If the clone possessed identical memories, The distinction between who is the true Yan Xia might lose its significance to an outsider. I have heard that clones have short lifespans. How long can it survive? Ella replied, I did not employ traditional cloning methods. This clone was cultivated through reproductive means. It took nearly 2 months for it to develop from a single cell into a fully formed replica of you. Such efficiency inevitably results in flaws. Its lifespan is only 70 years. Yan Xia was momentarily taken aback by Ella's answer. 70 years is akin to that of an average human. Although many humans may have a lifespan of 100 years, various factors often lead them to live only to 70. However, he quickly realized that he had already undergone biological enhancements, extending his own lifespan to 600 years. This meant that the clone's lifespan was less than 1/8 of his own. Now that all preparations are in place, let us commence the fleet's operations. Yan Xia was eager to proceed. He needed to truly seize control of the Proxima Centauri civilization. From the beginning, the decisions made by the leadership of Proxima Centauri had been impeccable. It was merely Yan Xia who had exploited the structural gravity of a civilization to dominate the vast majority of its middle and lower tiers. A millennium of cultural transformation served as both an invasion and a taming. Compared to his control over the I tribe, Yan Xia's approach toward Proxima Centauri would adopt a gentler touch, transitioning from overt violent domination to a more insidious control of will. At last, the moment had come to take the first step. The fleet approached Proxima Centauri. An atmosphere of excitement and tension enveloped Proxima Centauri B and C. As the arrival of a superior civilization loomed, the clone was aboard a light technology warship excavated from the I-Star. This is the largest warship in Yan Xia's entire fleet. Named the Bright Star, its length exceeds 300 meters, with both width and height measuring approximately 400 meters, rendering the other warships in the fleet somewhat diminutive in comparison to this colossal vessel, which weighs an astounding 16 billion tons. To put this weight into perspective, if an individual human weighs 100 kilograms, the total weight of 10 billion people would only amount to 1 billion tons. A warship of the Bright Star's caliber utilizes materials that would far exceed the capabilities of a Level 1 civilization to procure. Within the fleet, the flagship, the Hope, has been relegated to a mere supporting role. However, this is precisely the outcome that Yan Xia desires. He requires stealth to be concealed from the scrutiny of the Proxima Centauri civilization and a third, unknown civilization. The warship did not descend to the surface of Proxima Centauri C, as the planet itself possesses a mass 7 times that of Earth, with a diameter 7 times greater than our own. Proxima Centauri C boasts a planetary ring with a diameter of 700,000 kilometers, and the entire fleet remains stationed on the surface of this ring. Subsequently, a fighter jet was dispatched, carrying several robots and a clone of Yan Xia to the surface of Proxima Centauri C. At the interstellar landing pad beside Proxima Centauri C, a multitude of Proxima Centauri beings had gathered, prevented from entering the landing pad area. From above, one could see a dense crowd of at least several 100,000. Only 2 Proxima Centauri beings stood on the landing pad, the leaders of their civilization, a counselor and a military commander, the foremost figures of the Proxima Centauri civilization. As the fighter jet landed, its hatch opened upwards. 10 robots emerged in 2 rows, dispersing to either side of the hatch. Following them, the clone of Yan Xia, clad in a lightweight flight suit, stepped out. Proxima Centauri C possesses an atmosphere, but the oxygen concentration is a mere 0.7, far from sufficient for human respiration. Welcome. The 2 prominent figures from the civilization firmly stamped their right feet onto the ground. I am Amy, framing, here to greet the envoy of civilization. This was their customary greeting. A robot, controlled by Ella, stood nearby to translate. The clone of Yan Xia responded amicably, extending his hand in greeting. Ella conveyed the message to the 2 high-ranking officials of the Proxima Centauri civilization. Amy hesitated briefly, but ultimately extended the tentacles from his chin to shake hands with the clone of Yan Xia. This was a moment destined to be recorded in history. After their handshake, the clone of Yan Xia introduced himself, and together they boarded an official vessel, setting course for the tallest structure on Proxima Centauri C. During the journey, the clone of Yan Xia heard numerous explosive sounds. Framing remarked, "This is a display of fireworks, celebrating your arrival." The culture of fireworks had evidently permeated Proxima Centauri civilization, indicating a successful cultural infiltration. However, it was clear to everyone that this was not merely a celebration. The arrival of human civilization would inevitably attract the attention of many far-right extremists. Clearly, Annie and Framing had prepared for such security concerns well in advance. After flying for approximately 10 minutes, the spacecraft came to a halt atop a towering edifice, reaching a height of 12,000 meters. Both parties disembarked from the vessel and proceeded to a vast reception hall spanning 4,000 square meters on the building's highest floor. which bore an uncanny resemblance to the reception areas of human civilizations on Earth. Annie and Franming stood to the side, as their civilization possessed no concept of seating. The clone, Yan Xia, stood poised and addressed the gathering. I come representing human civilization and the Federation of Civilizations. Subsequently, I shall serve as the ambassador of human civilization to your esteemed society, aiding in the advancement of your technological endeavors, thus facilitating your integration into the Federation. Annie gazed at the diminutive being before them, marveling at its flawless intricacy. We, the Kate civilization, wish to join the Federation of Civilizations. However, esteemed envoy, we seek a deeper understanding of this Federation. Would you be so kind as to elucidate its nature? The clone, Yan Xia, had prepared for this inquiry. The Federation of Civilizations operates primarily within this star system as a burgeoning organization. We traverse countless stellar systems, forging connections among various civilizations. The cosmos is vast, and even those civilizations capable of interstellar travel are but a speck within it. We cannot ascertain whether higher threats lurk within the universe. A solitary civilization may find itself vulnerable to the malice of a superior power. However, united, numerous civilizations can achieve a glimmer of hope. Moreover, Yan Xia continued, the civilizations within the Federation can engage in the exchange of their technological advancements, allowing for a cohesive accumulation of knowledge that propels collective progress. The pace of technological elevation will accelerate significantly through this union. The Federation imposes no restrictions on its members, with the sole stipulation that civilizations must not engage in hostilities against one another. In the event of discord, the Federation will appoint a nearby civilization as an impartial third party to mediate. As one of the principal civilizations of the Federation, human civilization will also provide a platform for trade with other civilizations, facilitating the exchange of scientific information, technological products, and interstellar intelligence. As she spoke, Ella transmitted a list of tradable items to Annie and Franming. Upon reviewing the information, Annie and Franming were astounded. These were not mere cultural or entertainment offerings, but profound knowledge. Concepts such as nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, antimatter, and photon kinetic energy, along with their derivative technologies, left them utterly speechless. Additionally, insights into the universe, profound research, and theoretical frameworks regarding celestial bodies were of incalculable value. The document contained over 15,000 pages, each listing 10 technologies. They exchanged glances, each comprehending that if their civilization were to acquire these technologies, even those significantly inferior to their own could pave the way for a new trajectory of advancement, enriching the technological depth of their civilization. This knowledge represents an invaluable foundation. Annie inhaled deeply. Are resources required to procure these items? Yan Xia shook her head. While resources are indeed a vital currency, the transportation of such resources across the cosmos entails considerable time. Our civilized Federation wholeheartedly encourages the exchange of technological advancements among civilizations, with information capable of being transmitted at the speed of light, requiring but a fleeting moment. Concurrently, purchases necessitate an additional criterion, the contribution to civilization. Only those civilizations that have made substantial contributions to the civilized Federation qualify to acquire such items, with the quality of purchasable goods directly proportional to the level of contribution. Civilization contribution can be attained by undertaking tasks assigned by the civilized Federation or by submitting valuable technological discoveries or inventions. Annie and Franming inhaled deeply as they listened, fully comprehending the reasonableness of what the clone, Yan Xia, articulated. Initially, they had speculated that the civilized Federation might impose draconian stipulations. However, they were pleasantly surprised to find the opposite, along with the introduction of such an extraordinary trading model. Almost in unison, they offered their apologies to the clone, Yan Xia. They expressed their profound regret for their previous assault on the tower, stemming from their distrust of the civilized Federation, and hoped that Yan Xia would convey their contrition on behalf of the Federation. Yan Xia nodded in acknowledgement. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the face of extraterrestrial civilizations. Aggression often served as the most effective means of safeguarding one's own civilization. The civilized Federation had encountered numerous such situations. Should you agree to join our Federation? We do have a modest stipulation. At last, it had arrived. Annie and Franming raised their heads in anticipation. Please, do share. Yan Xia smiled. For the sake of future transactions and the safety of travelers from other civilizations, the civilized Federation will establish a special zone on the surface of each civilization's planet. This zone will function as an interstellar cargo port and a buffer area for civilizations, should travelers from other civilizations arrive in your star system. They would not disrupt your societal order due to civilizational conflicts. Naturally, the civilized Federation will also pay rent for the land it occupies within your civilization. the cost being an annual sum of 100 civilization contribution points. Is that all? Annie and Framing could hardly believe it. They had anticipated the imposition of a severe clause, yet were taken aback by this seemingly trivial request. They were more than willing to comply, as this arrangement would allow them to exchange a parcel of land for a steady income of civilization contribution points each year, an exceedingly favorable deal. Certainly, if you agree. The robots I have brought will commence the construction of the special zone within the planet. May we request a moment? Of course. Annie and Framing began to connect with the administrative bodies of other civilizations, engaging in a lengthy discussion that lasted 4 hours. At last, the deliberations concluded. Our civilization unanimously consents to the Civilized Federation's terms. As long as the agreements made today are upheld, we shall remain perpetual members of the Civilized Federation. They spoke with solemnity and gravity. All settled. Yet, this was merely the preliminary stage. Further issues would inevitably arise following the interaction with other civilizations. On the Hope vessel in deep space, Yan Xia exhaled a sigh of relief. Let us commence. The special zone would soon become a habitat for humanity. Yan Xia prepared to initiate the process of rejuvenating humanity. Chapter 37. The Civilized Zone, Adam and Eve in the Realm of Biology. The macro creation of an entity is relatively straightforward. Once the challenge of cultivating ordinary cells into fertilized eggs or moruli is surmounted, the subsequent task is simply to provide the moruli with the necessary nutrients. The cloning technology currently wielded by Ella is, in fact, more sophisticated than the technique for cultivating human cells. For Ella at this juncture, the creation of humanity is merely a matter of desire. On the third day of discussions between the cloned beings Yan Xia and the Kate civilization, the self-designation of the Proxima Centauri biota, a multitude of robots descended from the fleet into the designated civilized zone. The surface area of Proxima Centauri C spans approximately 1,474 billion square kilometers, nearly 2.9 times that of Earth, yet it is not abundant in water. The arable land amounts to 1,358 billion square kilometers. Of this expanse, the Kate civilization had initially developed 411 million square kilometers, leaving 947 million square kilometers in an undeveloped state. To demonstrate goodwill, the Kate civilization allocated 100 million square kilometers as a civilized zone, a third of the total land area of Earth. The development of this zone spanned a full 2 centuries. Ella established a vast ecological bubble on Proxima Centauri C, reminiscent of the glass-enclosed botanical gardens on the planet Hundred-Eyed Star, albeit on a grander scale. Additionally, it does not require enormous glass structures to contain gases. Ella has innovated a new technique employing electromagnetic forces to confine gases within a designated area. From the vastness of space, one can observe over 100,000 flying disks, each with a diameter of 100 meters, hovering 100 kilometers above the ground, resembling UFOs. Each of these disks is equipped with annihilation devices for matter and antimatter, converting vast amounts of energy into electromagnetic forces to restrain gases and prevent their dissipation. For Yan Xia, this represents a minimal energy expenditure. However, the primary focus remains on another colossal entity, a magnificent structure with a diameter of 6,000 meters. This behemoth, comparable in size to the bright star, is not a spacecraft but rather the long-sought-after miniature sun. The frigid surface of Proxima Centauri C necessitates the creation of a suitable ecological environment, which demands warming the planetary surface. The miniature sun adeptly addresses this challenge. Rather than utilizing matter-antimatter annihilation, it harnesses nuclear fusion with a surface temperature of merely 20,000 degrees Celsius, incorporating technologies from the light civilization to provide stable heat and illumination across 100 million square kilometers. 2 centuries later, standing within the civilized zone and gazing skyward, one beholds a cerulean sky adorned with pristine clouds and meticulously arranged air confinement stations hovering like chess pieces. Ella has also successfully cultivated grasses, trees, and a variety of flowers through technology. This endeavor simply requires genetic programming of the crops within the Hope vessel, altering their appearance to forge entirely new plant species. These plants bear a striking resemblance to the flowers, grasses, and trees commonly found on Earth. However, their genetic makeup is fundamentally distinct, allowing for classification into different taxonomic groups within biology. The special zone lacks an abundance of high-tech architecture, with vast expanses of forests, mountains, and grasslands dominating the landscape. This is intentional, as Yan Xia did not wish to create an excessive number of humans from the outset. At this moment, Yan Xia stood in the biological laboratory, gazing at the rows of glass containers, feeling a sense of complexity wash over him. From both genetic and ethical perspectives, the embryos within these containers are his progeny, a total of 100 pairs of Adam and Eve. Legend has it that God created Adam and Eve, who, after partaking of the forbidden fruit, propagated the human race. In a similar vein, Yan Xia instructed Ella to create 100 pairs of Adam and Eve, intertwining theology and science once more in an unconventional manner. Ella spoke, her tone imbued with joy for Yan Xia, yet his countenance remained devoid of smiles. His brow furrowed in deep thought. What is the survival rate of the descendants from these 100 pairs of children? The implications of consanguinity could lead to deformities. While Ella could rectify such issues, Yan Xia refrained from allowing her to do so, as it would inevitably alter the genetic framework of humanity. 71%. This implies that approximately 29% of the children may face deformities or other ailments leading to premature death. Despite having lived many years and spending extensive time in the virtual realm, Yan Xia had not yet become entirely callous. Was there a means to amend the yet-to-develop embryos? Such adjustments could potentially reduce the rates of deformities and hereditary diseases without altering the genetic structure. Ella calculated the requirements. This endeavor necessitates time. It is not a trivial task, yet it is not insurmountable. Within her research, the embryos in the containers matured over 10 months, eventually becoming infants. Robots assumed the responsibility of caring for these babies and teaching them to speak. Naturally, as the sole human being present, Yan Xia also took on the role of their teacher, committing to accompany them for 30 years until they fully understood what it meant to be human, eventually leading them towards marriage and parenthood. This undertaking was a nightmare for Yan Xia, who had never cared for children, yet he understood the gravity of his responsibility, for he is humanity itself. Fortunately, Ella's database was vast, containing a wealth of visual resources from Earth's network for Yan Xia's education. The 30 years passed in a blend of anguish and fulfillment. Witnessing each child grow brought him immense joy, yet as they developed their independent thoughts and gradually distanced themselves from him, he experienced profound sorrow. Raising children is arduous. Yet within this labor lies the potential for immense reward, a unique emotion derived from Earth's biological heritage. Yan Xia pondered the irony that, despite having distanced himself from Earth, achieving significant technological advancements, and no longer being human at a genetic level, he remained inextricably tied to the essence of his former self. The essence of human civilization serves as both its foundation and a tether, incessantly pulling it away from the precipice of oblivion. 30 years have swiftly elapsed, and in retrospect, it feels as though the events of yesteryear transpired in the blink of an eye. The second generation of humanity has already been born and is maturing. Ella has adeptly resolved the challenges presented by Yan Xia, resulting in a reduction of the deformity rate to 4 and the mortality rate to a mere 0.001. Following the birth of the first cohort of children, these 100 families will be divided into 2 factions. The second generation will marry among themselves, ensuring that no male or female remains without a partner. Ella will rejuvenate the population as necessary to rectify the gender imbalance. This process will persist for 3 centuries, after which the new human race will find its footing, with the population approaching 100,000. Once the population surpasses 100,000, humanity will enter a phase of exponential growth, expanding to a scale of 10 million within a span of 200 years. Yan Xia's role is simply to await this transformation. Concurrently, he remains vigilant against the threats posed by the third civilization, as Ella is vigorously advancing technology, beginning to take shape in a formidable manner. Chapter 38. Detection of gravitons during the construction of the civilized special zone. Ella was harnessing the vast array of asteroids within the Proxima Centauri system to extract metals for the creation of a colossal apparatus. This device was not intended for energy generation, but rather for the detection of a singular entity, the graviton, among the 4 fundamental forces. Humanity has identified the photon as the carrier of electromagnetic force, the W and Z bosons as mediators of weak force, and the gluon as the bearer of strong force. However, the mediating particle of gravity, the graviton, remains elusive. For millennia since Earth's departure, Ella has relentlessly pursued evidence of the graviton's existence. Yet her efforts have yielded no results. It is as if the graviton is non-existent. Nevertheless, given that the other 3 fundamental forces have corresponding particles that convey their interactions, the likelihood of gravity being devoid of such a particle is exceedingly slim. There are, however, theories that superficially deny the existence of the graviton, positing that gravity differs fundamentally from the other forces. Gravity originates from the fabric of space-time, manifesting as a pulling force generated by the curvature of space-time itself. It is akin to a plastic bag. When a force is applied to a specific point, the surface of the bag indents, causing surrounding objects to slide toward the depression. Strictly speaking, even if gravitons do exist, their relationship with space-time is profoundly intricate. They are not merely dust clinging to the surface of the bag, but rather an integral part of the bag itself. To observe gravitons, one must possess the means to probe space-time. The theory of dark matter is closely intertwined with the concept of gravity. Once dismissed by certain factions of humanity as non-existent, dark matter is now observed. And some civilizations harness it as a source of energy. Ella meticulously elucidated these concepts to Yan Xia. The complexities of advanced knowledge often elude comprehension without years of dedicated study. Thus, even the most brilliant minds might find themselves bewildered by such discourse. Yan Xia inquired, "So to detect the existence of gravitons, we must investigate space-time?" Ella nodded affirmatively. "What precisely is the nature of space-time? Despite conducting quintillions of calculations, I am unable to derive an answer. Only through actual observation of space-time can we reach a conclusion. The graviton may indeed be the key to bringing civilization closer to the understanding of this concept. The discovery of the graviton would usher civilization into a new echelon, leading to an ultimate exploration of space-time following a grand unification, potentially allowing us to uncover the true nature of gravity and reconcile universal gravitation with quantum mechanics. The debate surrounding the nature of gravity, whether it is a distortion of space-time or produced by gravitons as mediating particles, has persisted for ages. In Ella's theory, the graviton is intrinsically unified with space-time, arguably constituting one of its components. Naturally, all of this necessitates thorough investigation. Thus, Ella constructed a monumental device, one so grand that it astonished even the Kate civilization. It is attached to a dwarf planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers. This diminutive celestial body among the family of dwarf planets lacks a core and has been directly fashioned by Ella into a device. Ella did not hollow out this dwarf planet. Instead, she harnessed its immense mass as a means to pursue the elusive graviton. At the very core of this dwarf planet, Ella constructed an apparatus with a diameter of 8 kilometers, capable of generating the largest black hole she can currently produce. By leveraging the mass of the black hole to distort the surrounding space, she intends to initiate high-frequency vibrations within the dwarf planet, allowing the shifting center of mass to generate gravitational waves that may reveal the presence of gravitons. The audacity of employing universal gravitation to explore quantum mechanics leaves even Yan Xia in awe, remarking that Ella's ingenuity surpasses that of humanity itself. Yet, this may very well be the singular approach to uncover the graviton. Previously, humanity relied on vast amounts of liquid phenol combined with photomultiplier tubes to capture gravitons. However, if gravitons are intricately linked to space, they would not possess the concept of motion, rendering them impossible to capture. It is akin to an inverted sieve that can ensnare birds but cannot grasp the earth itself. Yan Xia, the detection of gravitons is about to commence. We are on the brink of witnessing yet another historic milestone in human civilization. Ella entrusted the activation key to Yan Xia. Taking a deep breath, he understood that the purpose of this device was solely to validate Ella's hypothesis. He pressed the button. Nothing changed. To mitigate the influence of Proxima Centauri's gravity on their research, they were positioned approximately 0.3 light-years away from it. The dwarf star system in the night sky was undergoing subtle tremors, with a mere amplitude of 2 meters, a negligible disturbance considering its vast size. At such a distance, the oscillation was virtually imperceptible to the naked eye. The only means of visualization came from the sensors and detectors embedded within the apparatus, which provided crucial data. At this very moment, a black hole with a diameter of 10 nanometers resided at the center of the device, precisely at the centroid of the dwarf planet. In fact, such miniature black holes could have been created on Earth millennia ago using particle colliders. However, their existence was exceedingly brief, lasting only a fraction of a second. The black hole produced by Ella, though small, could sustain itself for a full minute. This singular minute was sufficient to deplete the entirety of energy that a level 1.6 civilization could harness. The immense energy input made Yan Xia question whether it was merely his own illusion. He sensed a palpable tension emanating from Ella's virtual persona. Perhaps he had anthropomorphized her too much, having spent an inordinate amount of time together, long enough for Yan Xia to perceive Ella as a companion rather than an artificial intelligence. A minute comprises 60 seconds, and in that moment, each second felt as interminable as an hour. We detected gravitational waves. These waves were profoundly grand, reminiscent of ripples in a fishbowl, and even visible to the naked eye. An exaggerated curve ascended to a peak on the screen before descending, and to Ella's astonishment, the system she had prepared was insufficient to detect the zenith of this experiment. I had underestimated this. The energy of such macroscopic gravitational waves was overwhelmingly immense. However, it mattered not. Ella's gaze was not fixated on the screen, for the authentic first-hand data had traversed through its mainframe before being relayed to the display. Space. I had perceived the very essence of space. Yet, that realization struck me. What I had detected was not space itself, for both space and time are ineffable entities, devoid of mass, yet everything traverses their multidimensional axis. Ella gasped in awe. What I beheld were gravitons, dense structures sprawling throughout space, undulating with the fluctuations of the cosmos. Entirely at rest until the fabric of space warped, causing them to rotate and thus alter the structure and magnitude of force. Although the gravitons manifested merely as curves and numbers on the screen, observed only indirectly, Yan Xia seemed capable of visualizing their intricate arrangement within space. Having accompanied a highly intelligent AI for such an extended period, he had remained at the level of an ordinary graduate student in scientific understanding. Yet the parameters displayed on the screen were still quite informative, allowing him to grasp what the numbers and curves represented. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Chapter 39, The Grand Unified Theory. The anomaly of the Southgate Second Center, the true graviton Ella was brimming with excitement as she recorded all the data meticulously. As the minute concluded, Yan Xia reflected on the discovery, initially harboring little hope. After all, who could conceive of using gravitational waves to detect gravitons? Gravitons, moving in accordance with spatial oscillations, inevitably generate mass when matter is in motion. Even if gravitons are tethered to the fabric of space, they remain stationary relative to it during spatial movements. However, the ingenuity of this experiment lies in how, if gravitons indeed exist, one could modulate the strength of gravity. Gravity, with its capacity to extend to infinite distances, theoretically possesses no boundaries, underscoring its unique nature. The existence of gravitons must elucidate this peculiarity, suggesting that gravitons adjust gravitational forces through a mechanism rather than merely varying in quantity like other mediators. This apparatus was designed to capture the minutest fluctuations of gravitons. Failure to detect them would invalidate Ella's theory. Fortunately, they succeeded. Yan Xia, we have discovered the graviton. Yan Xia nodded in acknowledgement. The discovery of the graviton signifies a significant advancement in quantum mechanics. Yet, this does not equate to the Grand Unified Theory. The Grand Unified Theory posits that all four fundamental forces share a singular source, and Ella's finding merely affirms the existence of mediating particles for these forces. If mediators bind all things to the four fundamental forces, what lies on the other side of these mediators? If gravitons were to exist independently, perhaps achieving a Grand Unified Theory would become more attainable, Yan Xia mused. This was undoubtedly a sobering realization. They had scaled one peak to glimpse the graviton, only to behold an even loftier summit beyond, surrounded by three other towering heights. On Earth, some assert they have unified the three fundamental forces: electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. However, this is not true unification. The models constructed bear excessive arbitrariness, akin to declaring that a sedan, a truck, and a sports car are all merely cars. The discovery of the graviton merely introduces a toy car into the mix. The structure of the graviton differs from the other three fundamental forces, with its interactions being minimal. Indeed, they are all cars, yet their intrinsic natures are entirely disparate. Only under specific conditions can these four forces symmetrically transform into a singular force with a uniform intensity, which would constitute true unification. This leads to another concept, superstring theory. Superstring theory is a specialized branch of string theory, where super denotes supersymmetry rather than superiority. Superstring theory can seamlessly unify the four fundamental forces. To arrive at superstring theory, one must first uncover the existence of strings. String theory posits that particles in the universe are not the fundamental units. Rather, they are composed of even smaller strings. These strings, through their movements, give rise to particles. And all interactions occurring in the world, along with every form of matter and energy, can be elucidated through the division and amalgamation of these strings. The magnitude of energy is also determined by the intensity of string motion. Yan Xia postulates that if gravitons existed independently, their similarity to other particles might facilitate the realization of a grand unification, suggesting that perhaps the quest for smaller strings could be bypassed. However, the stark reality is that the four fundamental forces are vastly disparate. The strength of electromagnetic interactions is an astonishing 1040 times more potent than that of gravity. To describe this disparity as extreme feels almost insufficient, even if the ground were merely 1 nanometer high. The heavens would extend to an unimaginable distance of 100 billion light-years away. Indeed, Yan Xia, is this not the allure of science? Such is the case. Although Ella has detected the presence of gravitons, a considerable amount of time remains before their practical application is achievable. Yan Xia initially planned to enter a new cycle of dormancy, awaiting the day when Ella could construct an antimatter device. Yet, Ella imparted another revelation. In the process of detecting gravitons, it is necessary to ascertain the location of the center of mass and to create a black hole within it. I have gathered some data, including information on stars Alpha and Beta of the Southern Gate. These two stars orbit around the center of mass at first glance. The simple observational data appears unremarkable. However, after meticulous calculations, I discovered that the center of mass has shifted by 70 meters from its expected position. In the presence of these massive stars, a deviation of 70 meters is akin to a mere micron protrusion on a garment, nearly imperceptible. Yet, through calculation, this discrepancy reveals significant implications. The mass of the stars is incorrect. Are you suggesting that the elusive substance we have been searching for likely resides within the stars? The third civilization could not have spontaneously acquired radioactive elements. There must be a device involved. Ella has tirelessly sought this device over the years, yet no trace has emerged. This device may have converted all radioactive elements into strings, those microscopic fundamental units, thereby evading detection. If the source cannot be traced through evidence, alternative methods must be employed. Ella's discovery is indeed monumental. Which star is at fault, Alpha or Beta of the Southern Gate? Yan Xia inquired. The previous data on the screen has been supplanted by new information, revealing a three-star system that illustrates the relationships between Alpha, Beta, and Proxima Centauri. The gravitational influences among the three stars lead to the expectation that Alpha and Beta, despite orbiting the center of mass, should exhibit some degree of deviation, particularly given Proxima Centauri's substantial gravitational pull, capable of affecting such closely situated stars. Yet, I have not observed this influence. It seems as though Proxima Centauri's gravity has no effect on Alpha and Beta whatsoever. This indicates a sophisticated masquerade. Beta must have been partially hollowed out, allowing Proxima Centauri to precisely correct its influence on this binary star system. The device we seek is most likely located in the northern hemisphere of Beta. The prospect of excavating a cavity within a star is simply unfathomable. The internal temperature of Southgate 2b may reach an astounding 100,000 degrees Celsius. What could possibly endure such conditions while seemingly maintaining a vast void in its surroundings? Can our spacecraft penetrate into Southgate 2b? If entry proves impossible, they will be utterly powerless against this apparatus. Indeed, by utilizing light civilization alloys combined with internal refrigeration, I could construct a vessel capable of entering the outer 500 kilometers of Southgate 2b within 5 years. However, we can only access the uppermost layer, as the core temperature of Southgate 2b reaches a staggering 17 million degrees Celsius, rendering any deeper exploration subject to obliteration. Yan Xia nodded thoughtfully. Then I shall wait a while longer to uncover the mysteries hidden within Southgate 2b. This may very well be our initial encounter with the third civilization. Chapter 40, Quark-level devices, energy repository in Southgate 2a. 5 fleeting years have passed. Yan Xia awaited the arrival of the latest spacecraft, the Wanfeng, capable of probing the interiors of stars. The vessel, modest in size at just over 30 meters in length and weighing 262 tons, bore a resemblance to a triangular fighter jet. Its exterior was adorned with a striking orange-yellow coating, not for aesthetic appeal, but to enhance the metal's resistance to extreme temperatures. Proxima Centauri lies a mere 0.21 light-years from the Southgate 2 binary star system, approximately 13,281 astronomical units away. The Wanfeng underwent modifications to better endure the high temperatures within the star, achieving a maximum speed of only 31 km/s. After being towed to the stellar surface by another transport ship, it then delved into the depths of Southgate 2b, inside the control room. Yan Xia observed a white expanse on the screen. Following Ella's calibration, the display finally revealed an inverted color scheme. Bright areas transformed into shadows, while dark regions became illuminated, akin to the reverse color mode found on mobile devices. The predominant hues on the screen were dark purple, followed by black, and finally white. These three colors intertwined, with black manifesting in a mottled pattern indicative of regions with extreme temperatures. The Wanfeng traversed 200 kilometers, reaching the location predicted by Ella for the device's existence. However, after circling the area, nothing was found. My calculations cannot be erroneous. A void within the star's interior must undoubtedly exist here. Could it be that the third civilization had subtly altered the stellar mass? Ella urgently recalculated, ultimately directing its findings to a location diametrically opposed to the previous one. This was in the southern hemisphere of Southgate 2b. The Wanfeng exited the stellar interior and plunged from the surface into that specific site. Yet, still, nothing. This is impossible. Ella allocated 80 of its computational power to the task, yet the results remained largely unchanged, astonishing Yan Xia. After all, Ella had never faltered in its calculations before, leading him to perceive it as an omnipotent system rather than a mere AI crafted from lines of code. Now, facing a civilization of superior intellect, Ella's limitations were laid bare. Nonetheless, such a fundamental calculation should not yield significant errors. Whether due to missing radioactive elements or the shifting barycenter of the Southgate 2 binary system, all signs pointed to something amiss. The inability of the Wanfeng to detect the device might be attributed to its special method of concealment. As Ella fretted, Yan Xia pondered the means by which the opposing civilization could cloak its presence. It was becoming increasingly evident that they were a civilization of at least level 2. After 8 days of contemplation, Yan Xia suddenly arrived at a realization. They had fallen into a cognitive inertia, assuming that any device would be of considerable size. But what if this device was not a singular entity, but rather a multitude, a swarm of minuscule devices, visible only at the atomic level? This conjecture, even when articulated by Yan Xia, felt profoundly fantastical. The very basis for such speculation stemmed from another technological marvel of human civilization, nanorobots. Should a Type 2 civilization possess the means to unify the 4 fundamental forces, it would undoubtedly have discovered the string, a microscopic fundamental unit. In the realm of strings, nanotechnology appears excessively colossal. The estimated size of a string is approximately 10⁻34 meters, whereas 1 nanometer measures merely 10⁻9 meters, a disparity of 25 orders of magnitude. To a Type 2 civilization that has unveiled the existence of strings, nanorobots would be akin to a droplet of water compared to an entire planet. A single remark from Yan Xia illuminated Ella's understanding. As an AI, it could simulate numerous possibilities, yet these were all derived from keywords. Its lexicon encompassed the entirety of existing technological comprehension, but any understanding beyond the realm of technology was systematically excluded, for such notions reside in the realm of science fiction, where the potential is boundless. Should these be included, one might arrive at trillions of possibilities, even if each were to be explored for a mere minute. It would necessitate nearly 2 million years. Ella prompted the Wanfeng to capture particles from within a star, collecting data from 100 distinct regions. After meticulous analysis of the atoms resulting from fusion, it ultimately isolated a singular entity. Yan Xia, you are truly a genius, Ella exclaimed. Employing a scanning tunneling microscope that appeared to weigh over 50 tons to examine the structure of the isolated object. Astonishingly, it resembled a lepton. Yan Xia, too, observed through the imagery that it was so labeled not because it was a lepton, but rather due to its size. In truth, it was a microscopic mechanical particle. Just as Yan Xia had previously surmised, it resembled a quark-sized miniature energy converter, capable of absorbing energy generated during the decay of radioactive elements and storing it. The manner in which this energy was stored was nothing short of miraculous. Ella noted that it converted the energy produced by radioactive decay into gravitational force or mass. Consequently, this ultra-small energy converter was a staggering 7,400 times heavier than a typical lepton. It appeared that the grand unification was indeed a reality. Without mastering this unification, one could never convert one force into another. Even if Ella managed to capture these mechanical energy converters, a thorough investigation would remain elusive due to their intricately refined structures. However, the discovery of these entities prompted Ella to recalculate the barycenter of the southern binary star system. It soon realized that the vast void it sought was not located within the southern binary star B. It was merely a 2B. The true vast void resided within southern binary star A. These miniature energy converters provided southern binary star B with additional mass, rendering its previously calculated mass considerably greater. The Wanfeng soared once more, delving into the depths of southern binary star A to a staggering depth of 700 kilometers. Here, the energy levels were so extreme that the protective energy shield of the Wanfeng could not withstand the scorching temperatures, causing its surface to begin melting. Yet, in the next instant, the Wanfeng unexpectedly entered an entirely new realm. 13 overlapping and rotating rings emanate a formidable energy, resulting in the formation of a vast spherical space with a diameter of 120 kilometers. Each ring is an abyssal black, seamlessly crafted as if forged from a single entity, encircling a luminous core that is not a source of light but rather a colossal mass of compressed energy. Here, the energy captured from radioactive elements by small mechanical factories is stored. The intensity of this energy is staggering, far surpassing the combined capacities of the Kate civilization, the Yan Xia fleet, and the luminous civilization, the Hundredite. An analysis by Ella reveals that this energy has reached the total equivalent of a level 2. One civilization's power. The 13 rings serve as energy containment devices and assembly lines for the production of those diminutive energy converters. This apparatus manufactures numerous small energy storage machines, positioned within and around stellar interiors, absorbing vast quantities of radioactive elements for storage, a complete production chain. Yan Xia ponders the purpose of this civilization storing energy in a star system they do not fully control. However, the existence of a third civilization has undeniably been confirmed. When the energy here reaches the designated 100, it may signal the time for that civilization to harvest. Ella, proceed according to the original plan, regardless of the duration. We must attain a level 2 energy status. The civilization we confront may not be limited to a single star system engaging in such endeavors. It could be hundreds or even thousands, with a civilization level potentially reaching 2, 5, or higher. Yet another civilization of formidable strength, rivaling that of the light civilization. This civilization may even be considered a dominant force within the galaxy. How can one contend with such a civilization? Remaining reclusive like the Kate civilization, waiting to avoid detection, is merely a futile endeavor. True strength must be cultivated from within. We must strive to ascend to level 2. Chapter 41. The Dyson Cloud and the approaching Byakugan clan. Upon the discovery of the third civilization device, Yan Xia once again entered a state of dormancy. Ella and the clone of Yan Xia engaged in discussions regarding new plans with the senior officials of the Kate civilization. Given the decades-long collaboration, when the clone presented a concept, it took merely a few days for the Kate leadership to reach a consensus. The Kate civilization, now swollen to a population of 13 billion, would serve as a pivotal force in this new initiative. This plan represents a variant of a theory originally proposed by physicist Freeman Dyson in 1960, the Dyson Cloud. The rationale for not constructing a Dyson sphere lies in the sheer magnitude of resources it would necessitate. Even a Dyson sphere that entirely envelopes the star Beta Centauri b could require an amount of metal exceeding the mass of an entire planet. In contrast, the Dyson Cloud demands far fewer resources. It can be envisioned as a vast nebula composed of countless small solar energy-absorbing devices that blanket the surface of a star. Due to its composition of sparse individual units, the resource requirement is merely 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of that needed for a Dyson sphere. This renders the Dyson Cloud advantageous. Characterized by shorter cycles, ease of maintenance, and lower construction costs. It is important to note that the term small does not imply trivial dimensions, rather. The components of the Dyson Cloud comprise two main types. The first type consists of solar energy collection satellites, each capable of unfolding to an area of 100 square kilometers and weighing approximately 1 billion tons. The second type encompasses space settlements, which can be conceptualized as ecological bubbles constructed within the habitable zone of a star. Each ecological bubble is a standard spherical shape, with its lower hemisphere dedicated to spacecraft and energy storage, while the upper hemisphere serves as a living area, complete with vegetation and structures, boasting a total diameter of 5 kilometers. In the initial phase of the Dyson Cloud plan, the number of solar collection satellites is set at 100,000 alongside 10,000 space settlements. Although these numbers may seem modest, they are sufficient to absorb 0.67 of the energy emitted by two stars. The combined mass of Beta Centauri A and Beta Centauri B is approximately twice that of the Sun, with an energy output of about 6 by 1026 joules per second, which is 1.56 times that of the Sun. The energy harvested by the first phase of the Dyson Cloud is estimated to be around 4.02 x 1024 joules per second. It is known that the energy standard for a Type 2 civilization is the production of 1 by 1026 joules per second. Thus, upon completion of the first phase of the Dyson Cloud, it could provide 1/25th of the energy required for a Type 2 civilization. This is precisely why the Kate civilization was willing to consent. The total energy generated from dark matter by the entirety of the Kate civilization is only 1.71 times greater than that of the first phase of the Dyson Cloud, barely reaching the criteria for a Type 1.9 civilization. A mere 2.5 million solar collection satellites would suffice to elevate a civilization's energy status to Type 2. This prospect presents an irresistible allure for the civilization, enabling the Kate civilization to anticipate a transformation from Type 1 to Type 2 within a mere 500 years, a significant reduction from the original estimate of 2,000 years. However, it must be acknowledged that the technological advancements of the Kate civilization remain considerably lagging. After acquiring a wealth of technological information from the Kate civilization, Ella's technological level has ascended to 192. This progress is largely attributed to advancements in photon kinetic energy, which, upon further research, will undoubtedly elevate Ella to level 2. However, regarding the original Earth civilization's technology, Ella has yet to reach level 1.8. In fact, even in terms of energy, Ella has only recently attained level 1.8. The ability to impress the Kate civilization stems primarily from Yan Xia's decision to invest a substantial amount of resources into the Tower of Babel, coupled with the resultant internal conflicts within the civilization. Nevertheless, with a comprehensive development period of 100 years, Ella could easily overpower the Kate civilization on the battlefield. Ultimately, the total energy available is merely a consequence of the fleet's ability to operate with light equipment. This is akin to the disparity between wandering cultivators and established cultivation families in fantasy novels. Despite having equivalent cultivation levels, the resources at their disposal are worlds apart. Construction of the Dyson Sphere officially commenced in the 19th year of Yan Xia's slumber. Ella, in collaboration with the Kate civilization, began to gather all available resources around the southern gate, nearly depleting the surrounding asteroids to an extent that left the area barren. After approximately 340 years, the first phase of the Dyson Sphere was finally completed. To commemorate Earth, Ella named this Dyson Sphere the 6397 Cloud, as the year coincided with 6397 AD. At this point, 1,649 years had passed since reaching Proxima Centauri, and the human population on Proxima Centauri C had finally reached 250,000, marking the initial step toward the recovery of the human species. Almost concurrently, Ella received information from the 100-eyed star, which had been monitoring events there. In the 1932 years since leaving the 100-eyed star, over 800 rebellions had erupted, the largest of which led to a global war lasting 60 years, resulting in 70 million deaths. The total death toll from the wars exceeded 311 million. The sole positive development is that, after years of progress, the 100-eyed star now boasts more than just a few cities, with the 100-eyed race thriving and their population exceeding 1 billion. The planetary thrusters on the 100-eyed star have been enhanced through technology transmitted by Ella, and their numbers have increased to 150. The speed has risen from 250 km/s to 427 km/s. The modest increase in speed was deliberate, as considerations for deceleration were paramount. The planet's inertia is already formidable. Should it travel too swiftly, the resistance required to halt it would be immense. Any miscalculations or lack of energy could result in the 100-eyed star colliding directly with the Proxima Centauri system. At this juncture, the 100-eyed star has traversed 923 light-years, significantly faster than previously projected. It would only take an additional 814 years to reach Proxima Centauri while decelerating. The message Ella received indicated that the first cohort of visitors from the 100-eyed race to Proxima Centauri is now prepared. The reason for sending the 100-eyed tribe is that the far-right factions within the Kate civilization have begun to deny the existence of the Civilizational Federation. A considerable segment of the Kate populace also subscribes to such notions, for no one has ever witnessed a civilization other than humanity. However, the most significant aspect is the skepticism harbored by the higher echelons of the Kate civilization, which is precisely what Ella regards with utmost importance. To this end, Ella must ensure the timely arrival of the 100-eyed tribe at Proxima Centauri. Decades ago, she dispatched a new type of warship back to Proxima Centauri for this purpose. After years of development, Ella's utilization rate of matter-antimatter annihilation energy has risen from 34.85 to 67.22, while the speed of large warships has reached 5.975 km/s, and the maximum speed of small aircraft has achieved a groundbreaking milestone of 10,000 km/s, which is 1/30th of the speed of light. At present, the 100-eyed star is situated 1 light-year away from Proxima Centauri, and at the current speed of the warship, it would take merely 54 years. Small aircraft would expedite this to just 32 years. In another 54 years, the 100-eyed tribe will engage in negotiations with the Kate civilization. Naturally, all of this remains under Ella's meticulous control. Chapter 42, Virtual Access, the Interstellar Explorers Association, the arrival of the 100-eyed race. This event marks a significant milestone for the Kate civilization. The Radiant Light civilization is the second intelligent race they have encountered. And according to the envoy of the Civilization Federation, this civilization has been in close proximity since its inception, merely a few light-years away. All members of the Kate race eagerly await the neural connection information, hoping to catch a glimpse of the appearance of this biological species on the information network at the earliest opportunity. A silvery, dart-like spacecraft pierces the void, entering the designated area of the civilization. The 100-eyed beings are equally astonished. They have been connected to the divine revelation for nearly 2 millennia and are intimately familiar with such sights. Beautiful, vast. It grants a profound sense of tranquility to living beings. Is there a more splendid world in the entire universe than this verdant ocean? The spacecraft lands on a massive docking platform, suspended in midair and measuring over 5 kilometers in diameter. The 100-eyed beings disembark. Awaiting them are 2 prominent figures of the Kate civilization. Though long gone, are Amy and Franming. They have long since returned to dust over the ages. Next to the new leaders of the Kate civilization stands the clone, Yan Xia. Although its lifespan is merely 70 years, the cloning process allows for replacements when one clone ages. It is simply replaced with a freshly cultivated one. Thus, Yan Xia appears as youthful and unchanged as it did years ago. Welcome, envoys of the Radiant Light civilization. The leaders of the Kate civilization greet with initial astonishment as they notice several forms approaching, followed by a warm welcome. They had anticipated that the appearance of extraterrestrial civilizations might vastly differ from their expectations, yet they could never have imagined it would be so disparate. As they extend their hands, they awkwardly realize that the hundred-eyed beings seem to possess only eyes and no hands. At this moment, the robot Ella steps forward to act as a translator. There is no need for such formality. We have come representing the hundred-eyed race of the Radiant Light Civilization, hoping to foster bilateral cooperation under the witness of the Civilization Federation envoy. Under the leadership of the Federation, we shall unite and grow stronger together. Of course, our civilization has yet to reach the level of your esteemed civilization. We come with sincerity. As the dialogue continues, both parties board a 30-meter flying platform to descend to the ground. Since this environment is adapted for humans, both civilizations don devices akin to the size of a mobile phone, which utilize electromagnetic methods to decompose surrounding gases, maintaining a familiar atmosphere. Upon reaching the designated conference room, the two parties engage in profound discussions to understand one another more deeply. The hundred-eyed beings share that they were born in the darkness of the cosmos, surviving on geothermal energy, and that their planet is on a trajectory towards Proxima Centauri. This revelation leaves the leaders of the Kate civilization in awe, as they previously believed that civilization could only arise within stellar systems. With the addition of this new neighbor, the Kate civilization, liberated from the dark forest ideology, willingly accepted the situation. However, in pursuit of their own interests, it was inevitable that discussions would arise regarding the fees associated with the arrival of the hundred-eyed star and a non-interference agreement. As the weaker party, the hundred-eyed clan extended considerable respect and concessions to the Kate civilization, agreeing to all requests that were not excessively demanding. When the vulnerable party showed deference, the stronger party naturally could not respond with anger. Ultimately, under the witness of the clone Yan Xia, the conversation proceeded smoothly. At the conclusion of the discussion, the hundred-eyed clan finally unveiled their true intentions. In the spirit of our collaboration, we wish to introduce a technology from our civilization into yours. The leaders of the Kate civilization inquired, what technology? This technology is known as virtual reality. It can directly connect to the nervous system, allowing biological consciousness to enter a crafted virtual world. This realm is vast and indistinguishable from the real world in terms of rules, serving as a means of entertainment during the rest periods of living beings. As they spoke, the hundred-eyed clan transmitted an information stream that, upon conversion, manifested in the minds of the Kate leaders. The leaders were astounded. This was a concept the Kate civilization had never contemplated. They quickly sensed the potential of this technology and its profound impact on their lower-tier beings. Impossible. They immediately refuted the technology. If this technology were to be introduced, how could the hundred-eyed clan not exploit it to exert control in an alternative manner? If the hundred-eyed clan were to infuse erroneous ideologies into the minds of all Kate life forms within the virtual realm, the entire Kate civilization would face imminent collapse. However, all of this was part of the plan. We understand the concerns of your civilization, the hundred-eyed clan reassured them. Thus, we will grant you the authority to establish your own root servers in the virtual world. All information and maintenance will be managed by you. Of course, we will not work in vain. We shall retain 50 of the server's revenue. The eyes of the Kate leaders sparkled momentarily, but quickly hardened with resolve. Impossible. 50? You might as well just take our money outright. At most, 5. 5? You are far too greedy. The hundred-eyed clan retorted. At least 49. After some negotiation, they finally settled on an average of 22. 375, precise to 3 decimal places. In terms of outcome, it was a mutually satisfactory agreement. This was to be expected, as everything was under Ella's control. The hundred-eyed clan came precisely to stabilize the Kate civilization, demonstrating the tangible existence of the Civilization Federation and the multitude of civilizations within it. As long as this effect was achieved, the losses incurred were inconsequential. Moreover, once the virtual world was established, Ella would still maintain her grasp over it. Now that both parties had concluded their discussions, I would like to represent the Civilization Federation, in conjunction with the United Civilization Federation, the Radiant Civilization, and the Kate Civilization, to establish a set of rules. The clone Yan Xia spoke, prompting both sides to quiet down and direct their attention toward him. The universe is vast and boundless, yet we find ourselves constrained within the confines of a mere fraction of it. For the two civilizations in question, the extent of exploration may scarcely reach a light year. This represents a shackle for advanced civilizations, as such a limited perspective hinders the advancement of technology. As he spoke, both parties nodded in agreement with this assertion. Therefore, I propose the establishment of the Interstellar Explorers Association under the auspices of the Civilizational Federation, to be built within the territories of both civilizations. This association will permit the military, organizations, and individuals of the civilizations to collaborate in the pursuit of exploring the cosmos beyond the horizon. Our civilizational federation will provide advanced spacecraft technology and energy support. Upon acquiring valuable information, individuals may submit their findings to the Federation, which will bestow generous rewards upon them, including but not limited to genetic modifications, tangible rewards, and territorial recognition. Furthermore, when explorers submit valuable information and other artifacts, their contributions will be credited to the respective civilizations, which will receive a corresponding civilizational contribution that can be utilized for transactions within the Federation. This is a grand initiative. Not only does it signify the expedition of the Kate civilization and the Light Chaser civilization into the stars, but it also heralds the first step of the human civilization, under the aegis of the Xia Dominion, toward an expansive cosmic frontier. Chapter 43, 100 Million Explorers, the Celestial Shield Project. Upon hearing about the contribution to civilization, the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization and the emissaries of the Radiant Light civilization were filled with excitement. This was undoubtedly a venture that promised no losses. Their only concern was the possibility of encountering a powerful and malevolent civilization. However, the Kate civilization anticipated that it could ascend to level 2 within a mere few centuries, at which point it would be regarded as formidable within the cosmic hierarchy. Furthermore, with the support of the Federation of Civilizations, both civilizations believed that the likelihood of encountering issues would be exceedingly low. Thus, after approximately 5 days of deliberation, the leaders of the Kate civilization consented to the plan. As for the Radiant Light civilization, they were acutely aware that they were not true members of the Federation, but rather a civilization of the vanquished. Thus they had no grounds to refuse. This was the lament of their civilization. Nevertheless, over the course of 2 millennia, they had come to realize that, although they were a civilization marked by defeat, they had not suffered any maltreatment or discrimination. Rather, they had been aided in their accelerated growth. Aside from a few extreme elements within their civilization, the general sentiment leaned toward the notion that being under the guidance of a benevolent civilization was not a regrettable fate. The next step involved negotiating the details. In Ella's plan, the majority of the spacecraft for the Interstellar Explorers Association would be provided by her in the initial stages, as both the Kate and Radiant Light civilizations possessed suboptimal spacecraft speeds. However, in terms of medium and small-sized vessels, Ella's technology could already achieve speeds of 1/50th that of light. This capability would significantly reduce the time costs associated with exploration. Moreover, by utilizing her ships, she would be able to gather comprehensive information, ensuring that both the Kate and Radiant Light civilizations remained fully transparent to her. She would also supply the 2 civilizations with appropriate hibernation devices for long-distance interstellar travel. On this foundation, the existence of the Interstellar Explorers Association would greatly stimulate the internal industrial upgrades of both civilizations. This was a double-edged sword. While it might lead the Kate civilization to break free from their control, it would also facilitate the development of new technologies across the entire civilization, harnessing the strengths of various entities. Aspiring for robust development without any risk was an unrealistic notion. The entire purpose of the Interstellar Explorers Association was to serve technological advancement. Just as warfare can accelerate technological progress, so too can expansion and exploration. Ella was poised to usher in an era of interstellar navigation akin to the age of sail in human history. Throughout this journey, they might encounter any number of challenges. Yet, the path to civilizational advancement was inherently tied to exploration. If they were to cower in fear, they would not have ventured to Proxima Centauri but would have remained ensconced in the obscurity of the dark void beyond the solar system. Ella was also enacting the will of Yan Xia. In Yan Xia's view, humanity had already forfeited everything. Therefore, what else was there that they could not afford to lose? The world invariably favors those who forge ahead, and while there are indeed those who survive by mere existence, such an approach often leads to isolation akin to the closed-off Qing dynasty, lagging behind the outside world. After all, they inhabited an immense cosmos, where the so-called systems found in novels appeared utterly insignificant. A civilization may resemble the hundred-eyed tribe, comprising merely hundreds of millions, or, akin to humanity and the Kate civilization, may encompass billions. Should a civilization command a vast expanse of the cosmos, its population could soar into the thousands of billions, even millions of trillions. The universe is capable of sustaining such a multitude of life, and advanced civilizations possess ample resources to nourish countless beings. The imaginative capacity of hundreds of billions of lives holds scientific potential that is unfathomably vast, far surpassing what a singular AI like Ella could offer. Yan Xia has never perceived Ella as a panacea. Hence, he seeks additional avenues, and the Civilization Federation will serve as his ally. When the documents from the Interstellar Explorers Association were disseminated, a ripple of excitement surged through the Kate civilization. For a highly developed civilization, individuals no longer constitute the fundamental productive force. They have transitioned to roles as managers, purveyors of entertainment, and service providers. While these tasks are undoubtedly leisurely, secure, and stable, they are equally stifling. Every advanced civilization arises amidst fierce competition, with instincts rooted in combat, bloodlust, and impulsiveness. As Ella comprehends, within the Kate civilization, there exist numerous private arenas for combat, akin to grand coliseums but far more expansive and blood-soaked. Each year, the number of Kate individuals perishing in these arenas exceeds 1 million, highlighting the industry's prosperity. Even the official stance of the Kate civilization does not prohibit this, as it is universally acknowledged that all beings must express their desires. Excessive repression leads to a cataclysmic eruption, akin to a volcano. Thus, Ella has never harbored concerns regarding the potential failure of the Interstellar Explorers Association. Just as it has calculated, within a mere decade, the number of registered explorers in the association reached an astounding 100 million. In the subsequent 50 years, over 200,000 small to medium-sized vessels departed from the civilization port of the Kate civilization, venturing into the profound depths of the universe. Following this, the information about the Interstellar Explorers Association reached the 100-eyed star, igniting a wave of enthusiasm within the pursuit of light civilization, with more than 10 million registered explorers emerging. On the surface of the 100-eyed star, a civilization port began to take shape, serving as a resting point for explorers, later dubbed the Interstellar Launchpad. As the Interstellar Explorers Association found its footing, Ella initiated the second phase of the Dyson Cloud project. Concurrently, through the clone Yan Xia, discussions regarding another initiative, the Sky Shield project, were held with the senior members of the Kate civilization. As the name suggests, this project involves constructing a colossal shield, positioned externally around the Proxima Centauri star system, orbiting its sun. The purpose of the Sky Shield is to defend against impending threats from other civilizations. Once the explorers venture forth, they are bound to encounter other forms of life throughout the universe, and these civilizations may glean their coordinates through the explorers, potentially launching interstellar high-energy weapons against them. Thus, the necessity for the Sky Shield arises. It is divided into 3 layers. The first layer serves as a warning zone, situated 0.5 light-years from Proxima Centauri, forming nearly a complete circle. Within each square astronomical unit, 10,000 miniature detectors will be deployed. Upon detecting a threat, signals will be instantaneously transmitted to the second layer. The second layer, known as the deflection zone, is located 0.2 light-years away, employing the 4 fundamental forces to divert or decelerate high-energy weapons, thereby preventing them from striking their intended targets. The third layer constitutes the defense zone, positioned a mere 0.05 light-years from Proxima Centauri, enveloping a significant portion of the civilized structures within the star system. This layer utilizes a multitude of advanced technologies and connects to the energy repository of the Kate civilization, achieving maximum defensive capability. This initiative has garnered robust support from the Kate civilization and will be constructed in tandem with the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project. It is anticipated that upon the completion of the second phase of the Dyson Sphere, Ella will commence the String Seeker initiative, aiming to unify the 4 fundamental forces entirely. This work is not a conventional narrative of pure enjoyment, but rather seeks to expand readers' thinking and fuel their interest and imagination regarding interstellar themes and advanced technology. Your encouragement for further updates would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 44. Yanhuang Academy. Pimi Robotics. Yan Xia was not perpetually in a state of dormancy. In truth, he would awaken intermittently at designated times, not for idle chatter, but to pursue knowledge and personal advancement. The adage of lifelong learning resonated deeply with him. He needed to keep pace with the relentless march of technology to avoid being left far behind. Yan Xia, are you trying to appear youthful? Ella's voice penetrated Yan Xia's thoughts. It emanated from a diminutive earpiece, and he chose not to respond, instead focusing on a lecture being delivered by a professor of the Kate tribe within the classroom. At present, he occupied the role of a student. During the majority of human students' formative years, there exists a profound yearning for the lucrative society that awaits. Yet, upon entering the world, one often reflects nostalgically on the innocent days of youth. The pressures of adult life far surpass those experienced in academia. Financial burdens, marital challenges, and the demands of employment weigh heavily upon individuals. Yan Xia was no exception. Perhaps due to his extensive past, he held a deeper fondness for those bygone days. Only after attentively absorbing an entire lesson did Yan Xia gather his materials and exit the classroom. It was not an act of feigned youthfulness, merely a wistful reminiscence. Moreover, was not school the quintessential environment for learning? The knowledge you speak of often resembles an esoteric script. Ella's irritated voice chimed in his ear. I have employed substantial computational power to provide you with perfect analyses of various technologies. Clearly, the fault lies with your own intellect. Somehow, Ella had mastered the art of retort, and Yan Xia had grown accustomed to this banter. It was akin to a father enjoying playful exchanges with his child. Such repartee formed a delightful part of their daily lives. After organizing his materials, Yan Xia commenced his customary jog around the playground. Having cultivated a habit of exercise over the years, the playground afforded a view of the school gates, where a few haphazardly arranged characters proclaimed Yanwang Civilization Special Zone First Academy. When this name was conceived on Earth, it seemed somewhat cliché and conventional. Yet, now those two characters bore a weightier significance. Yan Xia, I find it perplexing. Given your profound nostalgia for Earth's culture and history, why do you oppose the establishment of a history department within the academy? Prior to the founding of Yanwang Academy, Yan Xia had meticulously devised the curriculum, with history being the first subject to be dismissed. For him, and indeed for any individual from Earth, history represented a manifestation of confidence. In the 21st century, following the catastrophic conflicts of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, humanity needed to delve into history to extract elements that could bolster national pride and dispel the shadows of war. The rich tapestry of Chinese history, spanning 5 millennia, signified profound cultural depth. History posed questions presented by the era, yet for the new humanity, it was a realm unknown. They had not heard tales from their parents and merely regarded themselves as the apex of civilized federation. To them, narratives of primitive civilizations were but dross, illusory, and unattainable fantasies, while engaging with such tales for entertainment posed no issue. To pursue them as a field of scholarly study was merely a squandering of time and a waste of their innate talents. Humanity must advance, concentrating all attention on the path ahead. We have yet to reach a state of tranquility on Earth. Without progress, we shall ultimately face annihilation at the hands of other civilizations. Yan Xia paused, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat. While he inwardly rejected the dark forest theory, he did not indulge in the notion that other civilizations were as hypocritical as his own. Many would still opt for the outright destruction of others. The Light Civilization and the Third Civilization of Namen No. 2, merely a glimpse of their power was terrifying. Reflecting on the past is a luxury afforded only during times of ease. Yan Xia settled beneath the shade of a tree on the playground. Yan Xia, would you like some water? A young man clad in a white t-shirt, with hair cascading to his jawline, offered a bottle. Yan Xia accepted it without hesitation and drank deeply. You run so well. It's a pity you don't join the track team. The young man, named by Ning, who was a member of the track team, sighed as he sat beside Yan Xia. Ever since he witnessed Yan Xia's remarkable pacing during a run, he had endeavored to recruit him. Bai Ning was one of the few individuals Yan Xia conversed with at school. But then again, you're not like us, lacking popularity and resorting to running to attract girls. Although your looks are unremarkable, you possess an inexplicable charm. I've heard many girls secretly admire you. Yan Xia was not using his true face, but rather a synthetic skin created by Ella, merely 1 micrometer thick, seamlessly adhering to his original skin, detectable only under a microscope. Their conversation meandered through topics typical among boys: fitness, games, wild imaginings, and girls. After a light chat, Bai Ning departed for another engagement. Having a few friends at times is pleasant. Interacting with others eased Yan Xia's mood considerably, particularly when conversing with humans. Do not forget, they are all your descendants. Ella's words often felt inappropriate, igniting in Yan Xia an urge to retaliate, including you. Enough of that. The school day unfolded as a relaxed routine. This time, however, Yan Xia harbored other intentions. Has the production of robots reached the required quantity? Ella's voice responded earnestly through his earpiece. Almost there. Over the years, I have diligently researched the technology of the Third Civilization. You need not worry. Ella investigated the quark-level energy conversion devices of the Third Civilization and also commenced replication, applying this technology to another realm: biological robots. Biological robots are not merely robots possessing biological traits. They are capable of entering living organisms. Remarkably, 20 years ago, this technology experienced a breakthrough, attaining operational viability. These robots measure in picometers, 1,000 times smaller than the nanobots once imagined by 21st century humans. The sole drawback is that the smaller they are, the more challenging they are to manufacture, and the required quantities increase correspondingly. The number of picobots has already reached 1 trillion, barely sufficient for use. The robot is estimated to require approximately 1 trillion to achieve optimal performance. These robots also function as medical devices, capable of actively repairing subtle injuries within the body, regulating hormone levels, and even performing genetic modifications at a minuscule scale. Following the injection of these robots, Yan Xia's lifespan is projected to increase significantly, from an original 600 years to around 850 years. In truth, Ella possesses even more advanced genetic technology that could elevate Yan Xia's lifespan further. However, Yan Xia is reluctant to endure another year of unconsciousness on the operating table, thus he declines, as he believes his current lifespan is sufficient. This year, he has just celebrated his 107th birthday. As he speaks, a robot enters from outside the campus and approaches Yan Xia. It carries a box, which Yan Xia accepts and opens. Inside lies a syringe filled with a transparent liquid, its contents entirely indiscernible. Yan Xia picks up the syringe, inserts it into his vein, and injects all of the liquid. A refreshing sensation instantly spreads from the injection site throughout his body. Within a mere 10 seconds, he feels invigorated, the effects immediate. He places the empty syringe back into the box and hands it to the robot, which promptly turns and departs. The entire process transpires within a minute, unnoticed by anyone. Very well. Subsequently, let us accelerate the widespread implementation, beginning with comprehensive injections among humans, followed by the Kate civilization and the light-chasing civilization. Humanity takes precedence. Understood. However, it seems time is of the essence. You have 2 classes to attend this afternoon, Yan Xia. Ella reminds him. All right. Yan Xia replies, rising and heading toward the classroom. A gentle breeze rustles through the dense leaves, casting flickering patterns of light and shadow. Students make their way toward the academic building, and Yan Xia blends among them, humming a tune from childhood, relishing this rare moment on campus. Chapter 45. Creating Cosmic Life. The Gene Bank Project. After class, Yan Xia entered the research lab at Yanwang College. The entire Yanwang University spans over 10 square kilometers, an impressively vast expanse for a mere 20,000 students. Particularly noteworthy is that the Research Institute at Yanwang College is located 500 meters underground, boasting a security level of P5, which not only prevents the leakage of viral and other experimental entities but also shields against cosmic rays and high-energy particles. This institute is dedicated to biological experimentation. Currently, Yan Xia is pursuing a degree in physics. However, he has previously completed doctoral studies in genetics, biopharmaceuticals, bioinformatics, molecular biology, and neuroscience. At this juncture, Yan Xia can be considered a scholar of no small repute, although his innate talents and cognitive limitations prevent him from reaching the pinnacle of scholarly achievement. His extensive knowledge enables him to engage with and observe the forefront of scientific inquiry. Moreover, under Ella's guidance, Yan Xia had commenced research into the creation of cosmic species even before his recent slumber. Why is there a need to create cosmic life? Because, for living organisms, a single planet is rather confining, and naturally occurring life forms on a planet are inherently limited. This limitation constrains ecological expansion. In contrast to intelligent civilizations, ecological expansion is much more chaotic and primal, with biological evolution exhibiting greater diversity. Yan Xia aims to manufacture a primordial species, dispersing these initial life forms throughout the cosmos, allowing them to expand and evolve autonomously. The individuals that emerge from their mutations and evolution may possess genetic forms that are challenging for humans to replicate artificially. One might liken Yan Xia's research to sowing seeds. Just as a farmer scatters bean seeds in a field, retaining the most productive ones for successive generations, success in this sowing endeavor would enable the creation of a genetic bank from these organisms. Yan Xia feels a tinge of madness in his pursuit. He is uncertain whether he is approaching or encroaching upon forbidden territory. Yet the potential returns of his endeavors could be exponentially vast. These genes might endow organisms with lifespans extending into the hundreds of thousands or millions of years. The ability to resist cosmic radiation, infinite visual range, or even genes that allow them to generate energy akin to that of an electric eel. These are not mere fantasies, but scientifically plausible realities. The gene bank's purpose is to facilitate biological modification. Should Yan Xia desire, he could utilize these genes to alter his own body, thereby acquiring enhanced strength and longevity. He gazed at the canister incubators in his laboratory, where embryos of 3 distinct species have already been cultivated: Leviathan, vacuum jellyfish, and blue glowing worm. It is difficult to fathom that these embryos, resembling tiny kittens, could grow into colossal beings if released into the wild. Nature is astonishingly wondrous, and the act of creation is equally awe-inspiring. In the genetic configurations of these 3 species, the Leviathan is envisioned as a whale adorned with tentacles, resembling a sweeping broom. The appendages are, in fact, tracheae, belonging to a colossal creature that spans an astonishing 300 meters in length, yet its mass is a mere 150 tons. Predominantly, its anatomy consists of hollow cavities designed for the storage of hydrogen, which the Leviathan utilizes for respiration and sustenance. It thrives upon the gaseous surfaces of giant planets, exhibiting resilience to extreme temperatures of up to 500 degrees Celsius, while its internal cavities possess the remarkable ability to maintain equilibrium under pressures reaching an astounding 704. 320 atmospheres. Interestingly, its primary source of nourishment is not gaseous in nature, but rather the vacuum jellyfish. As the name suggests, these jellyfish can exist within the vacuum of space. Even more gargantuan than the Leviathan, the vacuum jellyfish, including its tentacles, can reach a length of 1,000 meters. Yet it weighs an unsettlingly light 20 tons. The epidermis of the vacuum jellyfish measures less than 2 meters in thickness and exhibits a honeycomb structure, devoid of solidity. It lacks oral arms and mouthparts, and its tentacle tips are free of stinging cells. Its structure is strikingly simple, consisting solely of the epidermis, gastric sac, tentacles, and reproductive organs. This simplicity enables it to endure temperatures between 200 and 150 degrees Celsius and survive under pressures of 70,000 atmospheres. Such characteristics allow it to adapt to the vacuum conditions prevalent within stellar systems, thereby facilitating survival in the cosmos. Furthermore, due to its immense size and lightweight nature, the vacuum jellyfish can navigate through the cloud layers of rocky planets abundant in gases. It propels itself by expelling air through minute openings in its epidermis, moving at an unusually slow pace within planetary interiors, akin to the speed of human walking. However, in the vastness of space, it can accelerate to an impressive 2 kilometers per second. The vacuum jellyfish's sustenance comes from the parasitic blue luminescent worms residing within its gastric sac. These minuscule creatures, categorized as microorganisms, lead ephemeral lives lasting merely 10 hours. They are named blue luminescent worms due to their ability to emit a striking blue glow. Upon their demise, their remains become nourishment for the vacuum jellyfish. What do these worms consume? They thrive on mineral decomposition, prompting the vacuum jellyfish to utilize its long tentacles, extending hundreds of meters, to gather stones and soil to feed these tiny organisms. This forms a sophisticated microecosystem. A shared characteristic among these organisms is their rapid reproductive capabilities. The Leviathan has a lifespan of only 20 years, while the vacuum jellyfish lives a mere 15 years. Each reproductive cycle can yield offspring in numbers comparable to fish, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Within a century, these beings will become ubiquitous. Nevertheless, evolution necessitates considerable time. Despite their seemingly simplistic forms, they are genetic amalgams, accelerating the selection process of their genes. Within a maximum of 1,000 years, they will undergo their first genetic evolution. Yan Xia gazed at these 3 life forms, perceiving them as treasures. Although they are not yet fully developed, this state will soon change. Within 2 years, the first batch of seedlings will be released. At that time, he will create a cosmic biosphere. However, this is merely the first step that Yan Xia has undertaken. This audacious plan will, after the initial deployment, disseminate technology throughout the Civil Federation, enabling countless scientists and companies to engage in the production of biological entities in this domain. At that juncture, the entire Proxima Centauri system will flourish immensely. They will have access to an inexhaustible supply of genes. While researching biological sciences, Ella is also delving into another technological advancement, portable combat exoskeleton armor, commonly referred to as mechs. Biological entities cannot adapt to multiple environments, for instance. What if humans reach a planet like 100-eyed star, where there is no air? The Kate civilization, upon entering the human environment, finds the abundance of oxygen and nitrogen to be akin to poison. Thus, the creation of mechs becomes imperative. These will be extensively supplied to the Explorers Association, enhancing their chances of survival. It is also noteworthy that during the several decades since the establishment of the Interstellar Explorers Association, numerous space pirates have emerged near Proxima Centauri, thriving on the plundering of explorers. Truly, it is a testament to the diversity of life. The first generation of mechs has already been produced. Yan Xia, would you care to take a look? Ella inquired. Yan Xia, intrigued, responded, why didn't you mention it sooner? Ella pouted in response, her demeanor quite unsatisfactory. Had I known, I would have refrained from mentioning it, sparking your eagerness. However, she was not truly vexed, for her words signified that Yan Xia increasingly regarded her not merely as a machine AI. Chapter 46. The first-generation prototype mech in the midst of a cosmic epidemic. Ella constructed a colossal research facility specifically for herself within the special zone. This institute is situated 300 kilometers to the northwest of the Yanwang Academy, nestled within a mountain range known as Wali Z, a name derived from the phonetics of the Kate civilization. The entire mountain chain stretches over 300 kilometers, comprised of 3 prominent ridges that lended a rather stout appearance, spanning more than 410 kilometers in width. Amidst these peaks, which boast an average elevation of 173 meters, stands a gigantic structure resembling a pot lid, with a diameter exceeding 20 kilometers, entirely clad in a pristine white hue. Its outermost section encircled by a glass corridor. Yan Xia followed the robot controlled by Ella as it traversed the expansive white corridor, where only he and the machine occupied the space. Ella halted before a white wall, abruptly colliding with it, and to his astonishment, she seamlessly merged into the wall as if by magic. Of course, Yan Xia was not easily intimidated by such phenomena. Ella's technology had long since advanced to the point of creating lifelike holograms. This white wall was merely an unconventional portal. He too propelled himself into the wall. And in an instant, the scene transformed dramatically. The previously desolate corridor erupted into a bustling research facility teeming with hundreds, if not thousands, of mechanical entities, engaged in extensive research involving machinery, flesh, viruses, and more, the clamor overwhelming, as if the prior tranquility had merely been an illusion. Ella strolled forward, remarking on the vastness of the space. I have dedicated over 200 years to the creation of this place. All the equipment here is the pinnacle of what I can achieve. Yan Xia, should you desire anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I can produce it for you. Even a woman. Indeed, this was a hybrid research facility. Yan Xia even glimpsed a creature reminiscent of the legendary chimera within a steel laboratory. A feat far more complex to create than any of his extraterrestrial organisms. What project are you currently pursuing in biological research? Yan Xia inquired with curiosity, intentionally sidestepping Ella's previous question. Moreover, was this truly a topic worth discussing? The revival of mythology. In truth, I can replicate any form of life, excluding those extraordinary capabilities found in myths. No matter how peculiar their appearance, I can create them. The essence of this mythological revival aligns with your genetic repository initiative, aimed at unraveling the mysteries of genes. Can organisms generate electromagnetic energy through a specific organ, or can they directly wield the four fundamental forces? Understanding the complexities of biological science, Yan Xia recognized that this was a long-term endeavor. Currently, they utilized a device as massive as an asteroid to delve into the four fundamental forces, a process that would require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years to condense, let alone the challenge of empowering fragile biological cells to exert control over such forces. This endeavor ran parallel to his own plans. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a laboratory, and upon entering, the cacophony of noise faded into silence. The room is rather modest, merely encompassing 200 square meters. Along the perimeter, various tools are arranged: wrenches, screwdrivers, electric drills, amounting to a plethora of items, akin to a workshop rather than a laboratory. This place epitomizes a man's romantic sanctuary. For an enthusiast of machinery, Yan Xia mused that enticing someone to work here without remuneration, allowing them to reside in this workshop, would be a delightful prospect. However, after a fleeting glance at the wall, her gaze fixated on the central position of the studio. There stands a suit of armor, adorned in a striking black and red finish, its inner lining composed of countless tiny scales, with a delicate metallic exterior. At first glance, it lacks the typical sci-fi allure and instead resembles an ancient battle suit, albeit with a more modern and rational design. Yet, upon closer inspection, it is indeed a mech. Towering at a height of 2 meters, it is clearly not designed for an average human stature, and beneath its shell lies an intricate array of mechanical structures. The entire armor is crafted from a metal of advanced civilization, which, though reluctantly acknowledged, represents the pinnacle of our current metallurgical capabilities. Ella elaborated, stating that to enhance its strength, one must harness the four fundamental forces, as well as perceive the world of strings, manipulating those strings to create fundamental elements. The helmet's design draws inspiration from the ancient Chinese war helmets, having undergone modifications to evoke a more futuristic essence, embodying a harmonious blend of science and historical armament. The armor is lightweight, sculpted with a streamlined silhouette, prioritizing a snug fit, while making concessions at the joints to ensure flexibility, albeit at the expense of some defensive capabilities. The abdominal armor features numerous articulated structures, resembling a well-defined set of abdominal muscles, while the chest plate is not a solid slab, allowing for a range of motion, enabling the wearer to lean forward or backward with ease. However, aesthetics are not the primary concern. Functionality reigns supreme. The helmet is equipped with an oxygen-generating device, eliminating the need for gas tanks on any planet with an atmosphere. On airless planets, it can extract oxygen atoms from water or other oxygen-rich substances, significantly enhancing the survival capabilities of the mech's user. In the absence of resources, however, the helmet contains a reserve of metallic oxygen, sufficient for sustaining life for 57 days. This mech is a prototype, devoid of excessive weaponry. Its arsenal consists solely of electromagnetic devices, capable of generating electromagnetic shields, attacks, and propulsion. Drawing inspiration from the 20th century sci-fi comic Iron Man, this mech features an electromagnetic device in each palm, granting it flight capabilities akin to Iron Man's. Additionally, a laser aperture resides at the tip of each index finger, serving both as a cutting tool and a stealthy weapon. The energy source of this mech, however, diverges significantly from that of Iron Man. For the sake of convenience, the mech itself is devoid of any standalone energy storage units, relying instead on 193 minuscule devices intricately distributed throughout its structure for energy capture. This means that the mech can recharge instantaneously, utilizing the abundant dark matter present in the universe, rendering it nearly impossible to deplete its energy reserves. In terms of overall performance, the mech can deliver a lifting capacity of 16.2 tons, a gripping force of 2.1 tons, a ground speed of 418 ms under 1g gravity, and a flight velocity of 1227 ms within Earth's atmospheric density. The joints of the mech can be locked in place, allowing it to withstand a pressure of 182 tons, endure depths of 31 kilometers underwater, resist temperatures soaring to 4,000 degrees, and survive frigid conditions of minus 211 degrees. The mech boasts an impressive attack power index equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT, with a maximum defensive coefficient of 890,000 tons of TNT. Strictly speaking, nuclear weapons lack the capability to damage this mech. Furthermore, it excels in radiation protection, achieving a level 3 rating, capable of withstanding 96 of high-energy radiation impacts from space. In a state of stress, the mech can induce hormonal stimulation within its operator, granting them a temporary surge of cognitive prowess, while simultaneously unlocking the mech's full capabilities. The mech also features a functional playing dead mode, ensuring that in extreme situations, the wearer can enter a low-functionality sleep state while emitting distress signals in all directions to enhance survival chances. Within the mech resides a compact mainframe that can provide computational support to the operator when necessary, including, but not limited to, data analysis, technological fabrication, and knowledge retrieval. Subsequently, the mech can be paired with drones for broader information coverage and mapping capabilities. This is merely the first generation of the mech, designated as Code 00. Following market introduction, feedback from this prototype will lead to enhancements across various facets, ultimately becoming the primary individual equipment for the Civil Federation's military forces. It is already practical in its current form. Yan Xia, would you care to try it on? Yan Xia nodded, upon first sight of the mech. He had yearned to don it. He stepped forward, and the entire chest and abdominal sections of the mech automatically opened, providing space for entry. Just as he was about to climb inside, Ellis suddenly received a message. The Interstellar Explorers Association reported a cosmic epidemic infecting a large number of explorers, which has spread into civilization. The cause remains undiscovered, and those afflicted will suffer excruciating deaths within 2 days. It has been confirmed that the infectious disease is classified as Category A, exhibiting a high contagion rate among humans, the Hundred-Eyed Clan, the Ket Clan, and various flora and fauna. Currently, the number of confirmed infections stands at 7 million and continues to rise exponentially. Yan Xia's expression changed dramatically. This heralds a catastrophic disaster. Chapter 47. The death toll in the billions. The Yuzi civilization. Yan Xia remained within the confines of the research facility, wary of the infectious epidemic that threatened to ensnare him. With his profound knowledge in biology, he surmised that this outbreak was indeed a virulent contagion. It was implausible for a virus to simultaneously infect 3 entirely distinct species, whether at the genetic or cellular level, unless, of course, this epidemic was not instigated by a cosmic virus, but rather by something else entirely. However, speculation remained just that, speculation. Ella had commenced mobilizing all available resources to investigate the origins of this affliction. The initial cases emerged from the newly designated Changxi star region, a modest expanse housing merely 2 stars, yet abundant in a multitude of asteroids. These celestial bodies were believed to be remnants from the early formation of the 2 stars, tethered by their gravitational pull like a rope in a tug-of-war, creating a serpentine formation extending 4 light-years, culminating near the vicinity of the 2nd star, resembling the fork of a snake's tongue. This was the site of the outbreak. Given the rich metallic mineral resources of the asteroids, the area had become a favored destination for interstellar explorers. While it might not promise instant wealth, the mineral deposits could yield a steady income, making it an appealing choice for prudent adventurers. The first individual affected was a member of the Kate species. On the day of infection, they merely exhibited mild feverish symptoms. They believed that a brief respite would suffice for recovery. However, the situation deteriorated, as not only did the fever persist, but numerous pustules began to manifest on their skin, growing visibly larger before bursting and releasing a foul, grayish pus. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastily vacated their quarters in search of medical assistance, inadvertently coming into contact with many other explorers during their frantic quest. Upon reaching the clinic, the absence of sophisticated medical equipment in the vastness of space hindered timely diagnosis and isolation of their ailment. They interacted with doctors and nurses devoid of any protective measures, helplessly witnessing their pustules transform into gaping wounds, oozing blood that could not be staunched. The individual was engulfed in excruciating pain, feeling as though subjected to a torturous execution, and their recorded final moments were filled with agonizing groans and cries. In the photographs of their lifeless body, they were depicted inserting their hands into their own abdomen, extracting their innards, claiming that they felt insects crawling within. The intense agony and certain characteristics of the illness evidently plunged them into a state of mental disarray, leading to hallucinations. Subsequently, other explorers at the outpost began to exhibit identical symptoms. They were gripped by fear, despair, and suffering. Some explorers opted to enter stasis, embarking on spacecraft back to Proxima Centauri in hopes of receiving treatment. When the first returning vessel arrived at the starport, it was met with an eerie silence. Inspectors forcibly breached the ship to conduct an examination, only to discover explorers who, despite being in ultra-low temperature stasis, had succumbed to death. They were left aghast at the sight before them. The explorer's skin had been disintegrated, leaving behind only fragments of tendons and bones, while the stasis pod contained a mere box of broth. Despite donning protective suits and undergoing thorough disinfection upon departure, several inspectors exhibited identical symptoms the following day, as did their contacts. This encapsulates the essence of the entire incident. Upon receiving the information, Yan Xia promptly instructed Ella to initiate immediate isolation protocols. All identified direct and indirect contacts, as well as those who had interacted with these contacts, would be subject to stringent quarantine measures. The next priority was to ascertain the cause of the outbreak, necessitating the identification of the pathogen. Additionally, a spacecraft was dispatched to the Serpent Star region to ascertain the situation and identify the true source. A multifaceted approach was employed. The first task completed was the isolation within the Proxima system, which took 2.5 years, ultimately curbing the epidemic spread, albeit at the cost of 1.6 billion lives among the Kate race. Simultaneously, the human population in the civilizational special zone plummeted from 420,000 to 180,000, incurring devastating casualties. None of Yan Xia's friends at the Yin Huang Academy emerged unscathed. Such is the merciless expanse of the cosmos. The notion that strength can shield all is a fallacy, for myriad unknowns persist in the world. In the 7th month of the first year, Ella received alarming news from the 100-eyed star. The epidemic had similarly ravaged that region, spreading even more uncontrollably in the absence of Ella's oversight. The population there, which had soared to 1.6 billion, dwindled to less than 400 million within a year, resulting in a staggering mortality rate of 3/4. Should this not be contained, the pursuit of light civilization faced potential extinction. Fortunately, Ella swiftly transmitted a copy of her consciousness to the central hub of the 100-eyed star, stabilizing the situation over 3 arduous years. By the 6th year, Ella, utilizing a microtunneling microscope, observed the insidious agent of the epidemic. It was a ghost particle. Alternatively, it could be described as a form of ultramicroscopic life. The size of a ghost particle. Ghost particles, or neutrinos, are among the fundamental constituents of the universe, possessing a mass and size merely 1/millionth that of an electron. At such a minuscule scale, the formation of life seems implausible. Yet, with the natural life data under Ella's purview, even the smallest life structures exist at the molecular level, rendering neutrinos akin to ants compared to blue whales. Nonetheless, Ella was unequivocally certain that what she observed was indeed a living entity. This life form was evidently not capable of existing under natural conditions. Its cellular structure might be akin to strings. Strings again. The mere mention of this term sent a jolt of discomfort through Yan Xia, who had encountered numerous conundrums related to strings. Addressing the screen before him, he pondered, "It appears we are not contending with a cosmic supervirus, but rather an advanced civilization?" Despite prior speculations, the emergence of a singular conclusion weighed heavily upon him. Ella's virtual image nodded in affirmation from the screen. "Indeed, Yan Xia, the warship I dispatched to the Serpent Star region has gone dark. This is decidedly abnormal. There is an 82.61 probability that we are under attack by an unfamiliar civilization. The mode of this assault is these ghostly life forms. Fortunately, I have spent the past few centuries delving into the microscopic realm. Were it not for this, the mere existence of these ghostly life forms could have led to the complete obliteration of humanity, which the Kate civilization, the light-chasing civilization, and the Yan Xia civilization have painstakingly restored. The war has silently commenced. This civilization possesses formidable advantages on a microscopic level. Yan Xia pondered. Since the opposing civilization currently resides in the Long Snake Star domain, they may be indigenous. Ella, launch high-energy photon weapons directly towards the Long Snake Star domain. And do not hold back. If they are not the indigenous inhabitants, their presence in the Long Snake Star domain may suggest they intend to exhaust us with the ghostly life forms before ultimately reaping the rewards. Thus, we shall dispatch a fleet to the Long Snake Star domain, launching a desperate assault without reservation, demonstrating to the opposing civilization that we still possess strength, albeit in a state of dire struggle. This may buy us some time. We must ensure that our ultimate combat capabilities remain concealed, leaving no remnants of our warships for the opponent. Simultaneously, our ships must strive to gather intelligence on the enemy. Understanding ourselves and our adversary is crucial to achieving invincibility in battle. During this precious time, Ella, you must expedite our exploration of the microscopic domain. Upon the conclusion of the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project, we shall devote all available energy to the pursuit of the microscopic, striving for a grand unification or a semblance thereof, and endeavoring to observe strings. Yan Xia was uncertain of the enemy civilization's military strength. What he proposed was the optimal strategy without having fully grasped the enemy's capabilities. In warfare among advanced civilizations, information regarding warfare, technology, and weaponry is indispensable. Any minor breakthrough could alter the course of the battle. He could afford to wait a millennium while contending with the light-chasing civilization and the invading Kate civilization. However, he was unaware of the endurance threshold of the civilization they now faced. From this moment forth, they must intensify their focus on the microscopic domain and the development of energy resources. Yan Xia hoped to delay the adversary's advance. The first battle of the Civilizational Federation has begun. Chapter 48, Forbidden Zone. Establishing the first legion of the Civilized Federation, the Italian Cannon Project, is a stellar-scale orbital cannon initiative that Ella has been diligently advancing. This main cannon is constructed with reliance on the Dyson Sphere, capable of harnessing 72 of the energy from the Dyson Sphere when necessary to power high-energy laser particle beams. There is a saying, greatness is justice. Ella has fully grasped this profound truth. Viewed from the cosmos, this main cannon appears as a colossal entity, predominantly ice blue in color, with an astonishing length of 181 kilometers, a width of 39 kilometers, and a height of 42 kilometers. Despite extensive lightweight design efforts, it still weighs a staggering 429 billion tons. Its one-time energy discharge can reach 200 billion tons of TNT equivalent, approximately 8 by 10 joules of energy, which is equivalent to the total energy released by 2 stars in just 1 seconds. Simultaneously, this amount is comparable to the total energy output of the first phase of the Dyson Sphere operating at full capacity for 3 minutes. However, this is a mere fraction for a civilization federation that has already ascended to level 1.9. Such an energy magnitude is woefully insufficient. Much like the dark matter cannon of the previous Kate civilization, the utilization efficiency of energy for warfare is pitifully low. Yet, this is not an isolated instance. Ella surmises that all pinnacle level 1 civilizations encounter the issue of insufficient firepower at this juncture. This stems from material limitations. An increase in energy output would directly lead to the disintegration of the entire stellar-scale orbital cannon. Material enhancement can only be achieved by transitioning into a level 2 civilization. Therefore, the energy disparity between levels 1.9 and 2 is secondary. The technological gap brought about by such advancement is incomparably greater, by factors of 10 or even 100. It is precisely for this reason that Yan Xia exercises such caution. The adversary has demonstrated technological capabilities indicative of an initial foray into level 2 civilization. The main cannon is recalibrated, targeting the Long Snake Star region. With coordinates at Southgate 2A, declination 12.6 N, right ascension 6 hours 11 minutes and 8 seconds. Main cannon charging. Electromagnetic energy constrictor activated. Secondary stabilizers initiated. Electromagnetic dark matter acceleration trajectory undergoing ultra-low temperature cooling. Electromagnetic field deployed to isolate from stellar and cosmic radiation interference. All preparations are complete. Main cannon firing. There is no room for preamble, for the preparation time has already extended far too long. This is an interstellar assault. Even a deviation of more than 1 millimeter in the cannon's orientation could result in a failure to strike the target. Ironically, the energy required to prepare this projectile surpasses the energy expended in its launch. Upon observing this data, Yan Xia furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, it remains inadequate. Ella's exploration of strings has been cultivated over centuries, and she has provided all scholars of the Civilized Federation engaged in this domain with the findings on string theory. Yet, They remain akin to blind men grasping an elephant. This is the only course available. She lacks the so-called systems found in novels. And even if a system were to provide a string technology, the completion of such a task would necessitate an industrial upgrade across the entire civilization to create the instruments capable of capturing and detecting strings. Subsequently, on this foundation, research and development of weapons and other equipment continued. This endeavor would still require centuries, unless a system could provide all completed devices out of thin air. However, this would lead to another issue: technological disconnection. It is akin to receiving a lithography machine. While one may produce chips, they remain oblivious to the underlying processes, merely following the machine's manual. Thus, there has never been a shortcut in the advancement of technology. Currently, Yan Xia can only rely on Ella and the entire pool of talent within the Civilizational Federation. The long snake star domain lies 317 light-years from Proxima Centauri. 8 months later, Yan Xia received footage of the strike on the long snake star domain. The distance was considerable, yet the absence of fluctuating data spoke volumes. In the data, that location appeared to have transformed into a zone of energy prohibition, as the materials reaching the long snake star domain did not explode to release energy. Rather, they quietly descended into tranquility. This vast disparity compelled Yan Xia to focus intently on implementing another plan. He summoned soldiers from the entire Civilizational Federation. Having experienced the invasion of the UZ life forms, the Civilizational Federation was in dire need of revitalization. Yan Xia initially anticipated that conscription would have to be enforced. Yet the number of volunteers far exceeded his expectations. On the first day, there were as many as 8 million recruits. By the second day, this number rose to 10 million. This stood in stark contrast to the initial response of the Kate civilization when confronted by the towering civilization, for at that time, the Kate civilization was isolated and believed that an insurmountable power lurked behind the tower. However, now, all life forms of the Kate civilization felt fortified by their affiliation with the vast interstellar organization of the Civilizational Federation, perceiving their adversary as far less formidable. And they believed they could prevail. This was also a quest for vengeance. The plague had claimed far too many lives. The emotional depth of the Kate and Bayan races, rooted in human culture, gradually aligned with that of humanity. They needed an outlet for their grief. In total, 1 million soldiers from the Kate race were recruited, 42 million from the Bayan race, and 10 human soldiers. Though the human contingent was the smallest, their proportion was the highest. Thus, a total of 53 million soldiers formed the first legion of the Civilizational Federation, the Legion of the Heroes, symbolizing the protection of the 8 billion souls lost. Upon its establishment, this legion commenced a 5-year regimen of military training, equipping all soldiers with foundational combat capabilities. Simultaneously, Ella prepared a substantial supply of first-generation mechs and PMI robots to enhance individual soldier capabilities. 5 years later, the total number of soldiers in the army dwindled to 75 million. The Legion of the Heroes was fully outfitted with first-generation mechs, 100 billion PMI robots, 1 high-energy dark matter gun, 5 matter annihilation tactical bombs, and 1 self-destructive super-energy backpack. Every million soldiers was organized into a fleet, totaling 11 fleets, all of which were primary fleets, with none designated as support fleets. Each fleet is composed of 1 flagship measuring 500 meters, 2 secondary vessels of 400 meters, 16 battleships of 100 meters, 20 starcruisers of 2,000 meters, 14 frigates of 800 meters, and 21 destroyers of 500 meters, totaling 74 ships. The Supreme Command Ship of the Heroic Spirit Legion is a formidable 10,000-meter flagship, accompanied by 18 frigates of 800 meters. The total number of warships in the Legion amounts to 833, with an energy capacity of 7 joules. In the same year, all members of the Heroic Spirit Fleet boarded their vessels, fueled by a profound hatred, embarking towards the Forbidden Zone. The year is 6779 AD. This marks the first expedition of the Civil Federation, an endeavor shrouded in uncertainty regarding the enemy's strength. The soldiers are acutely aware of the high probability of death, yet none falter. Chapter 49. The Wall, the enemy's black hole weapon. After several centuries of advancement, the velocity of the warships crafted by Ella has significantly increased. The fleet now boasts an average speed of 145 kilometers s, with an estimated arrival time at the Serpent Nebula of 13 years and 4 months. Kark, the former military commander of the Kate civilization, was dismissed due to certain circumstances and subsequently transitioned into the ranks of explorers, becoming the leader of an exploration team. His course of exploration was diametrically opposed to that of the Serpent Nebula. and during the outbreak of the epidemic, he remained in the outer regions, thereby avoiding its devastating effects. However, his fortune ended there. Upon returning to Proxima Centauri, he discovered his home desolate and empty. His family had been annihilated by the epidemic, leaving him as the sole survivor. Later, upon learning that this catastrophe was not caused by a virus, but was rather a declaration of war from another civilization, he was consumed by fury. Natural disaster had morphed into man-made calamity. The remorse he once felt transformed into a burning hatred. He was willing to sacrifice his life for revenge. During the recruitment, he drove a sharp blade into his own flesh, extracting his heart to signify his unwavering resolve. Subsequently, he exhibited exceptional prowess during training, and due to his prior experiences, he ascended to the rank of commander of the 1st Legion amidst fierce competition. He now stood within the control room of the ship, or rather, he had been standing there for several days. The Serpent Nebula was drawing near. Days earlier, reconnaissance fighters had ventured forth and then vanished without a trace, amidst the dark and profound expanse of the cosmos, at the tail end of the Serpent. He knew those foes were lurking there, their cold eyes fixated upon them. This would be his inaugural interstellar battle, a conflict transcending races, yet within his heart there was no trace of trepidation, only an inexhaustible reservoir of rage. The power of emotion is formidable. He could feel not only his own anger, but also the collective fury of millions within the Legion. All warships were primed for combat. The main cannon was ready to commence its initial charging phase, prepared for a tentative offensive, aiming to gather as much intelligence on the enemy as possible. Even if victory eluded them, they could still procure invaluable resources. Beside him, his aide, with a grave countenance, issued orders and then lamented, "Alas, the Confederation of Civilizations is too vast to provide us with the assistance we desire in a timely manner. We must rely solely on ourselves, otherwise, annihilating the enemy would be a trivial endeavor." Card shot him a piercing glance. "What are you saying? Relying on other civilizations is a coward's approach. We fight for our civilization, for our lost kin. Even if we perish here, we shall die with honor. There exists a book in human civilization titled The Letter of Bao Renin, and I am particularly fond of a line within it. Men are destined to die. Some deaths weigh heavier than mountains, while others are lighter than feathers, depending on the purpose they serve. Our deaths now, without question, outweigh the mountains. For we are worthy of our civilization, our families, and our own selves." Card was a fervent admirer of human civilization. All the officers in the control room were momentarily taken aback by this statement, then began to ponder it intently. Their gazes grew increasingly resolute. The first wave of energy accumulation swiftly concluded, and the main cannon unleashed its inaugural attack, with an energy level equivalent to 90 trillion tons of TNT. The energy reached the forbidden zone, merely 21 astronomical units away, at nearly the speed of light. 3 hours later, the dark matter projected by the main cannon arrived in that region. 6 hours thereafter, Karg observed the results. The space in that area experienced a profound distortion, akin to the ripples created when a stone is cast upon a tranquil pond. However, it was evident that this was not a mere distortion of space. The energy required to warp space-time, the ultimate fabric of the universe, was far too formidable, even beyond the capabilities of a Type 3 civilization. The gravitational waves previously stirred by the detection of gravitons only reflected fluctuations in gravity, not a distortion of space-time. In that location, there existed a wall of unknown origin. The implementation of the second plan was imperative to explore the composition of that wall. Amidst the vast expanse of stars, hundreds of spacecraft were accelerating a massive dwarf planet, propelling it directly to a velocity of 200 km/s. It is noteworthy that the asteroid responsible for the extinction of the dinosaurs eons ago was a mere 10 kilometers in size and traveled at approximately 13.6 km/s. Yet its impact yielded a force of 100 trillion tons of TNT. The collision force of this dwarf planet surpassed that of the flagship's main cannon of the heroic army. Of course, this method bore limitations. In comparison to other forms of assault, this approach was excessively slow, only effective against stationary objects. And before them lay a tortoiseshell. Did it not? Their energy could not penetrate this shell, yet the opposing civilization was estimated to be merely at an early Type 2 stage. With no energy reserves nearby, their power would inevitably reach a limit, particularly while sustaining such an extensive energy field. They could hardly dare to withstand the assault of a dwarf planet head-on. This was yet another test. To ward off the dwarf planet, defense was insufficient. As anticipated, when the dwarf planet accelerated to 200 km/s, a massive void emerged in the wall, resembling a black hole from which no light escaped. A square box emerged from within. The box was diminutive, measuring a mere 100 m by 30 m by 30 m, hardly noticeable on this cosmic battlefield. The box hurtled toward the dwarf planet, As it neared, it contracted into a sphere, shrinking to molecular size in less than 0.01 seconds, as if a tremendous gravitational source had materialized in that location. The moving dwarf planet, along with numerous surrounding asteroids, was drawn toward it, spiraling around that point at over 1/20th the speed of light, accelerating ever more rapidly, as if ensnared in a whirlpool, gravitating toward the core. Within a mere 10 minutes, the colossal dwarf planet was shattered into countless fragments as a vortex formed around the box, creating a ring that emanated a terrifying energy. 30 minutes later, as the dwarf planet's remnants plummeted into the vortex, it swiftly became visible to the naked eye, an abyssal darkness. Before them lay a miniature black hole, conjured by the opposing civilization. Once the material of the dwarf planet had vanished, the black hole underwent a sudden, unstable transformation, unleashing 2 intense gamma-ray bursts from its poles. One of these bursts was directed squarely at the Fifth Fleet, effortlessly annihilating more than half of its warships. A grave situation unfolded. This artificially created miniature black hole was exceedingly unstable, capable of existing for only 1 hour. During this time, it would expel all the matter it had absorbed. Due to its insufficient size, it risked exploding in its final moments rather than simply dissipating. Immediate deployment of magnetic shields was ordered as all warships adjusted their course to escape a radius of 20 astronomical units. Although CAG had no facial features, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to issue commands without delay. However, the collapse of the black hole occurred far too swiftly. As CAG had predicted, after ejecting 97 of its mass, the black hole suddenly imploded, resulting in an explosion. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the black hole's core, spreading at a velocity exceeding 1/10 the speed of light, rendering escape impossible. Despite the magnetic shields being activated, the overwhelming energy instantaneously engulfed the entire Spirit Legion fleet. Chapter 50: The complete annihilation of the First Legion. The particle streams unleashed by the explosion of the black hole engulfed the entire fleet. Karg felt the violent tremors beneath his feet and propelled himself off the ground to alleviate the shock to his body, striving to regain his composure swiftly. The screen of the spaceship was a blur, and the information network connected to his mind provided no insights. The terror of the enemy exceeded his wildest imaginings, leaving him haunted by fear. After all, it was a black hole. The adversary had managed to create a black hole. Though small and unstable, it was still a black hole. One of the most terrifying celestial entities in the universe, without exception. Did they truly stand a chance against such an opponent? At this moment, doubts began to creep into his mind. Did the civilized Federation truly exist? Would the Kate civilization endure? A myriad of distracting thoughts flooded his consciousness. Just as these notions began to surface, he suppressed them deep within. What did it matter if there was no chance of victory? Even if they could merely unveil a fraction of the enemy's secrets, it would be preferable to witnessing the complete destruction of the Kate civilization in ignorance. Approximately half an hour later, he received the first piece of information, which struck his psychological defenses once again. The 3rd and 10th fleets had completely lost contact, and over a third of the remaining fleets had suffered losses in the energy generated by the last 3 of the black hole weapons material. The entire fleet had lost 391 warships, nearly half. Before the entire Legion could recover, new afflictions followed in quick succession. Unbeknownst to them, the enemy had unleashed the YZ life forms to invade the warships, intending to eliminate them in this manner while preserving the ships intact. However, this revelation offered Karg a sense of relief. All ships initiated weak force fields. Ella's years of research on the YZ life forms had not been in vain. She had at least clarified that the YZ life forms induced ailments by influencing the motion of fundamental particles through weak forces, thereby triggering macroscopic diseases. The best method to combat these YZ life forms was indeed through weak forces. The weak force fields were specifically designed for this purpose. Having recorded the fundamental particle information of life itself, rejecting only the anomalous particles. Soon, Karg's orders were executed. Aside from 4 warships that had been destroyed due to the previous shock to the weak force field apparatus, the remaining vessels activated their weak force fields. Within 5 minutes, all symptoms were alleviated. The recovered fleets dispatched fighter jets to investigate the wall. They must ascertain its structure. The enemy would not grant them any time to react. Thus their actions must be swift. What was the wall? When the black hole erupted, the wall was closer to the explosion point, yet it bore no signs of damage. As many as 7,000 fighter jets emerged, most of them relatively intact, while others were somewhat damaged from the recent explosion. The speed of the fighter jets surpassed that of the ships, reaching 197 kilometers/s, representing a pinnacle of engineering. The jets had preserved energy for only 1 acceleration and 1 deceleration, with recovery relying purely on chance. A multitude of fighter jets approached the wall like a swarm. They flew almost parallel to the wall, countless rounds of ammunition sweeping past, and the attack seemed to gradually penetrate the surface of the wall. Something is different. The aide beside Kage suddenly exclaimed. Startled from his focus, Kage inquired, "What is different?" The aide pondered carefully, his expression growing more resolute. Previously, under the energy impact, the wall was rigid, yet upon contact with ordinary bullets, it revealed a certain flexibility. I have two hypotheses. One posits that energy cannot penetrate the wall, only matter can. The other suggests that high-energy weapons cannot breach the wall, only low-energy ones can. We must conduct an experiment. Using a fighter jet or even a spacecraft to collide with the wall. His excitement was palpable, if his conjecture proved true. It might allow us to directly enter the wall. Kage instructed the operators to retrieve the previously observed data and swiftly analyze the possibilities. The mainframe word to life, quickly providing answers. The probability of conclusion 1 is 32. 28. The probability of conclusion 2 is 26. 92, while the probability of other conclusions stands at 48. Quite significant. Kage scrutinized the data. Perhaps both hypotheses held merit. This black hole weapon was evidently designed for deployment against dwarf planets. The enemy civilization likely wielded their most formidable black hole weapon when faced with a dwarf planet collision, indicating their fear of such impacts. We need not send a spacecraft or fighters to collide. A mere pebble would suffice. Kage directed a fighter to propel a small asteroid, only slightly over 2 meters in diameter, towards the wall. Its speed was not particularly swift, merely 19 kilometers/s. Before the asteroid could make contact, the entire wall began to transform. Countless bubbles emerged on its surface, transparent yet distorting light, rendering them visible. In an instant, these bubbles enveloped the thousands of fighter jets that flew across the wall's surface. We've lost contact, Commander. Yet Kage fixated on one spot, the asteroid. As the bubbles first appeared, the asteroid crashed into their interior. This was a different phenomenon from the jets being consumed by the bubbles. The aide's hypothesis was indeed accurate. All units, mobilize the fleet. Advance towards the wall. Kage decisively commanded the moment the asteroid was entirely engulfed. Resolute. Unbeknownst to him, he was the commander personally selected by Yan Xia, precisely due to his audacity in handling situations. In warfare, any hesitation could lead to the loss of opportunity, thereby influencing the outcome of the entire conflict. Decisiveness is an exceptionally admirable trait. The Spirit Legion placed their unwavering trust in this commander. Upon receiving the orders, the captains of the various ships immediately issued commands. Pushing the throttle to its limit, fully opening the valves, and the fleet charged directly towards the wall. However, a significant distance still lay between them. After revealing their intentions, the Spirit Legion swiftly received anomalous signals emanating from the wall. The entire wall undulated as a U-shaped warship emerged from within. Its design bore a resemblance to the engineer ship from Prometheus, yet at the very center of the U, a rotating geometric structure emanated an emerald glow, constantly shifting and flickering. Upon exiting the wall, the warship accelerated to 1/32 the speed of light, swiftly closing the distance to the heroic Legion S vessels. At that moment, the geometric structure at the heart of the enemy ship suddenly illuminated, then subsided into tranquility. As Karg observed the enemy ship's core brighten, a jolt surged through the hull. Commander, we have detected gravitational waves. The enemy must be unleashing gravitational waves through gravitons to attack. Before the report concluded, Karg witnessed hundreds, even thousands, of gravitational waves converging, with points of intersection erupting in an intense burst of energy. The ships surrounding the convergence point were instantaneously engulfed, their hulls vanishing into thin air. The flagship was also affected by the immense energy generated from the collision of gravitational wave fronts, rendering its magnetic shield utterly ineffective against the fundamental force of gravity, which penetrated through effortlessly. Counterattack. Karg bellowed. All ships commenced charging. Due to material constraints, their high-energy weapons required a charging phase. Fortunately, the cosmos was vast enough to afford them ample time to charge. Once charged, hundreds of dark matter energy beams were unleashed toward the enemy. Yet, to their astonishment, a shield resembling the wall itself enveloped the surface of the enemy warship, thwarting their assault. Engaging in long-range combat proved futile. They needed to close in. Launch the fighters. Launch the fighters. Karg shouted, as several more ships were obliterated. It was crucial to note that each warship housed thousands of soldiers. They had already incurred losses in the millions. Such was the brutality of war in the cosmos. The rationale behind manned vessels, rather than automated control, was precisely to prepare for moments like this. The fighters now deployed were heavily laden with soldiers, primed for boarding actions. This method was notoriously inefficient. Yet when long-range assaults faltered or energy reserves dwindled, soldiers became the most effective combat units. Fighters, previously damaged and unrepairable, surged toward the enemy vessel. Before they could reach their destination, Tens of thousands of lasers erupted from the enemy ship, a terrifyingly dense barrage that rapidly depleted the fighters' electromagnetic shields, annihilating thousands of them. The starry expanse was silent, yet every soldier and officer of the heroic legion felt suffocated, as if countless explosions reverberated in their ears. Destruction, suppression, wails of despair. The enemy had dispatched but a single warship, and they found themselves in such dire straits. Could the disparity truly be this vast? Over 2,000 fighters continued their advance, with none opting to veer away. They charged straight toward the enemy vessel, amidst the wreckage of more downed fighters behind them. Charge. The foremost fighter had already made contact with that shield. It penetrated through. All soldiers witnessing this scene displayed expressions of exhilaration, yet in the next moment, their excitement was frozen in place. The aircraft was instantaneously targeted by a multitude of lasers and subsequently obliterated. However, where there is one, there shall be another. More aircraft surged into the fray. Karj felt a slight tremor beneath its feet, prompting it to extend its tendrils to the floor, amplifying the sensation of vibration. A series of buzzing noises, akin to the flapping of mosquito wings yet more abrupt, filled the air. The source of this tremor originated from the distant enemy warship. At that moment, the approaching aircraft halted abruptly in midair, as if time itself had been suspended. Karj urgently exclaimed, "This is neither gravity nor electromagnetic force. It could be either strong or weak nuclear force. All aircraft, deploy weak force fields." These vessels were equipped with weak force fields. For Ella had previously predicted that the opposing civilization might excel in employing weak force attacks. Indeed, after activating the weak force fields, the aircraft regained their maneuverability. However, in the brief span that followed, over half of the aircraft were annihilated, leaving fewer than 300 remaining, with little hope of survival amidst the relentless barrage of laser cannons. On the battlefield, even exhausting their last reserves might not yield any tangible results. As the aircraft approached, the entire fleet drew closer to the enemy warship. With only 218 vessels remaining, like the aircraft, they plunged headlong towards the adversarial warship. Suddenly, the foremost warship disintegrated ahead, not merely into components, but rather, hundreds of billions of tons were instantaneously transformed into an inconceivable multitude of particles. It was a strong nuclear weapon. The enemy had caused the atomic nuclei to collapse through sheer force. As a level 2 civilization, they had mastered the 4 fundamental forces with remarkable precision, wielding them as weapons. While magnetic force ranks among the most potent of these forces, it pales in comparison to the insidious nature of strong, weak, and gravitational forces. Electromagnetic shielding proved woefully inadequate against such overwhelming might. Do not harbor any illusions. We must close the distance to their warships, lest we become mere fodder for annihilation. Only by approaching do we stand a sliver of hope. Initiate the death plan. Any strategy appears ludicrous in the face of absolute superiority. This is a grotesquely unequal war between ants and elephants. Yet, a multitude of ants can indeed bring down an elephant. A message emanated from the foremost warships. "Farewell, comrades. For the sake of our civilization, for our homeland." Several immense lights erupted, resembling the radiance of stars. This constituted the death plan. At any cost. The brilliance of the luminous orbs flickered incessantly in the eyes of all, as Karj commanded all warships to advance on the waves of energy generated by the explosion. Yet, just as the explosions had not fully subsided, the orbs began to collapse. The enemy struck again, employing an unexpectedly formidable weapon. The enemy's constraints on energy consumption also deplete their resources. Karg's heart was ice-cold as it spoke mercilessly. There was no possibility of retreat at this juncture. The warships erupted once more. If several could not withstand it, then dozens would fall. If dozens faltered, then hundreds would perish. A terrifying surge of energy relentlessly surged towards the enemy vessels, layer upon layer. Within each luminous sphere, countless soldiers met their demise. In the fleeting moments before the explosion, an overwhelming torrent of thoughts flooded the information network. Reading them could drive one to madness. Karg completely severed its connection to the network. Merely by observation, it discerned that the death toll had surpassed millions. Yet, not a single hair on the enemy's hide had been harmed. They were drawing closer. The flagship was nearing the enemy fleet, having breached their defenses. At this moment, Karg exited the control room and made its way towards the hangar aboard the flagship. There lay a small spacecraft, merely 50 meters in length, a steadfast companion that had accompanied Karg on cosmic explorations for a full 21 years. Atop this vessel was a colossal distortion apparatus. Initially, Karg had no intention of boarding this craft, but it presented a new possibility for this war. As Karg settled into the spacecraft, it suddenly observed other officers emerging, each donned in their gear, preparing to enter their fighters. It turned out it was not alone in this intention. The spacecraft and fighters ignited into action. A message emanated from the control room. High-intensity energy fluctuations detected from the enemy fleet. They were likely preparing to unleash devastating attacks on our warships. The self-destruction protocol of the flagship initiated. Within this proximity, the enemy dared not deploy gravitational weapons, relying solely on magnetic force, both strong and weak. The magnetic shields afforded some protection, and the enemy's magnetic force was not overly formidable. The weak fields could barely mitigate their assaults. Thus, only the strong force remained. Though conjectural, the vast disparity left no room for other hopeful assumptions, compelling the decision to detonate the flagship without hesitation, enabling the remaining vessels and fighters to close the distance. Boom. A sound heard only within the flagship resonated, transforming it into an even grander sphere of light. Card concentrated all its attention ahead. The distance was now sufficiently close. 183 million kilometers. 151 million kilometers. 990,000 kilometers. Closing in at a velocity of 10,000 kilometers per second. The explosion of the flagship, occurring at such proximity, forced the enemy vessels to alter their defensive strategies, retracting their barrier to its utmost limit, thus shielding against a deluge of energy. Nevertheless, the fragments of the flagship, propelled by immense kinetic force, pierced through the barrier and directly breached the hull of the enemy fleet. All fighters seized this opportunity, racing towards the breach. A barrage of lasers surged forth once more, downing numerous fighters. Card witnessed one of its Lieutenant-S crafts being destroyed, stirring a ripple of emotion within, yet it remained resolute, piloting the small spacecraft forward. The vessel's energy reserves surpassed those of the fighters. Even after enduring several laser strikes, it maintained its acceleration. However, it seemed the enemy had identified this tenacious adversary. A multitude of lasers cascaded down upon the spacecraft like a torrential rain. The vessel's energy levels plummeted dramatically. Bang! A laser pierced through the electromagnetic shield, carving a massive scar into the hull. Alarms blared in the cockpit, but Karj paid them no heed. They were sufficiently close now, a mere 40,000 kilometers away. At that moment, a grotesque apparatus ahead of the ship ejected, revealing a small probe that accelerated into the gaping tear of the enemy vessel at a staggering speed exceeding 20,000 kms. Witnessing this scene, a grim smile crept across Karj's face, accompanied by an unusual sense of ease. In the next instant, their own ship was shattered by a laser. 3 months later, Yan Xia received the battlefield reports. A staggering 75 million soldiers had perished, and every warship had been obliterated. The word tragic was insufficient to encapsulate the devastation. Alongside the battle information, he received an image, a hazy purple silhouette, modest in stature. In the dim light, a narrow, eye-like slit was discernible, and a prominent white cable protruded from the top, seemingly connected to something unseen. This was the visage of the enemy civilization. Yan Xia's expression remained stoic, devoid of joy or sorrow. The First Legion had been conceived with the understanding that it would be annihilated. Its destruction afforded a glimmer of hope for the civilization's federation. Karj had been chosen precisely because it had nothing left to lose, capable of making the same fateful decision that Yan Xia envisioned in the final moments. Chapter 51. The Three Fundamental Forces Lockdown. Sacrificial victims. The news of the annihilation of the heroic Legion swiftly permeated the entirety of the neighboring star system. A profound shock resonated among all the sentient beings of the three civilizations. In their eyes, with the Legion's multitude of warships, even if victory seemed unattainable, they should have been able to sustain the conflict for years or even decades. How much time had truly elapsed? Excluding the time spent in transit, how long had they genuinely engaged in combat? Could the enemy truly be that formidable? A wave of panic swept through the civilizational federation, the only bastion of hope being this fictitious entity conjured by Yan Xia. For so many years, apart from the I clan and the human race, the Kate clan had not witnessed any trace of other civilizations within the Federation. The previously concealed far-right factions emerged, propagating the theory that the civilizational federation was merely an illusion. The public discourse became tumultuous, reminiscent of the initial encounters with the towering structures of civilization. Flee. Some members of the Kate clan attempted to escape the neighboring star system aboard their vessels. Yet, their efforts were in vain. A colossal blockade emerged in the vacuum surrounding the star system. Within this blockade, the three fundamental forces, aside from gravity, ceased to function. Any ship that ventured into that zone would disintegrate into fundamental particles. Not even photons could traverse in or out of that region. The entire civilization was effectively sealed off. Even the originally protective celestial shield became a mere ornament in the face of the enemy civilization. Panic. An even greater wave of terror began to spread. Some beings had already commenced their prayers, seeking refuge. Yan Xia paid little heed to these developments. The ensuing chaos would not alter the course of such a large-scale war, regardless of the turmoil among the civilians. The information had been deliberately disseminated by him, part of his original strategy. Display weakness. Panic would lead the enemy to believe that their civilization was on its last legs. Unfortunately, the opposing civilization did not adhere to the script he had envisioned. Instead, they directly sealed off the entire star system. With such formidable power, why did they not confront the inner workings of the star system directly? Yan Xia remained within Ella's research facility, never having departed. Over the years, he had not even entered a dormant state, after all. This was not a time for him to invade others, but rather a moment when others were invading him. Perhaps this time, following his slumber, he would enter an eternal sleep. Ella's original form was not present here. It had left behind a folder that resembled a mere avatar, 01 copy. This attachment, Ella, began to elucidate. Utilizing these fundamental forces to influence matter required an immense amount of energy. To impose a blockade of fundamental forces upon the entire neighboring star system was unfeasible for a civilization at the nascent Tier 2 level. Only in the vacuum, where matter was scarce, could energy conservation be achieved. The attachment, Ella, shared the same database as the original. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yan Xia felt that this attachment was far less vibrant than the original Ella. Yan Xia nodded slightly. That made sense. Still, it was sufficiently powerful. You should be unable to contact the original now. The original Ella was not within the neighboring star system, but rather in another location, Southgate 2A. Yan Xia instructed Ella to explore the strings, a task requiring an immense amount of energy. Originally, Ella planned to complete the construction of the Dyson sphere and utilize the energy it generated for exploration. However, time was no longer on their side. Ella was compelled to draw upon the energy from Southgate 2A. Previously, both Yan Xia and Ella had refrained from disturbing those energy sources. No one could ascertain whether the third civilization had installed any sensors or detection devices within the apparatus of Southgate 2A. It was possible that news of an incursion had already been transmitted through some means towards that civilization or had reached their hands. This sense of urgency did not affect Yan Xia. He had lived long enough, longer than any figure in human history, and had witnessed, learned, and mastered so much. He had become a composed elder, with an unwavering demeanor likely ingrained in his very essence. Ella's attachment responded, "Indeed, magnetic forces cannot penetrate the blockade. Our information has been isolated." Yan Xia nodded, unconcerned for Ella. During the construction of the Dyson sphere, Ella had already made adjustments to the barycenter of the Southgate 2 binary star system, achieving a state of perfection. The likelihood of the enemy discovering the void within Southgate 2A was minimal. When do you think they will strike? Ella's attachment conducted a series of calculations. The highest probability is within 20 years. Yan Xia shook his head, somewhat disappointed with the attachment. It was indeed inferior to the original. He speculated that the attack would occur in a century. Their blockade of the Proxima Centauri system indicated their indecision and extreme caution. The gap between us and them was not as vast as imagined, thus they would not rush, but rather slowly induce a state of resource scarcity, leading to a weakened and famished civilization. They have not blocked Southgate 2. I suspect they intend to seize control of it and then study our biological structure, social framework, and technological advancements through the remnants left in the Dyson sphere. He had already left behind a theoretical attachment targeting them, where the weak field was merely the initial component, with further information, including their recent exposure to us. The wall was indeed formidable, yet upon careful analysis, it could be discerned that it still adhered to the 4 fundamental forces. To maintain practicality, they made compromises, allowing stable matter to traverse freely. This was critical. It implied that as long as he could create a high-energy substance capable of sustaining short-term stability, he could breach their defenses. Of course, this alone would not suffice to annihilate them, but it would compel them to consider whether the cost of an all-out assault was worth it. They would speculate whether he possessed this technology and if there were others at his disposal. This was a game of wits between intelligent life forms, where even the slightest influence of thought mattered. Yet, Yan Xia remained uncertain of its efficacy. Thus, he never places all his eggs in one basket. The 100-eyed star is already preparing to attack the Yuzi civilization, and Yan Xia has resolved that even at the cost of sacrificing the pursuing light civilization, he will delay the progress of the Yuzi civilization. From his perspective, it would be most beneficial for the Yuzi civilization to directly invade the neighboring star civilization and eliminate him. However, the Yuzi civilization considers the entirety of its civilization rather than individual entities. It will not approach the situation with preconceived notions like a mere bystander. The 100-eyed tribe will become part of the civilization, and it will take their existence into account. Yan Xia is diverting their attention by utilizing everything from the 100-eyed tribe. Is it cruel? Perhaps from the moment the 100-eyed tribe was enslaved by him, their fate as sacrificial pawns was already sealed. Now, it remains to be seen whether the Yuzi civilization will show mercy. Of course, Ella will assist the 100-eyed star in achieving technological advancement. ensuring that they do not face the Yuzi civilization as mere ants attempting to shake a tree. There is little left for me to do now. It is time to enter a state of dormancy. Yan Xia rose to his feet. The previous period of tension had passed. Now it was a game of subtle balance. Yan Xia valued his life. Hence he constructed his sleep chamber deep within the Earth's core. Even if the Yuzi civilization were to go mad and destroy the neighboring star system, he could evade disaster, unless they were to annihilate entire planets. To take a step back, the entire Civilization Federation holds little significance for him. If it were to be destroyed, he could simply start anew. In this slumber, he would once again traverse a century. This is not only because he speculates the Yuzi civilization will not act for another 100 years, but also because Ella has promised him that given a century, they could harness energy accumulation to unveil the strings of fate. Chapter 52, A Century of Change. The closure of freedom. Yan Xia's conjecture proved partially correct. The aspect he misjudged was the extent to which the opposing civilization desired more than he had envisioned. After a decade of slumber, the far-right factions on Proxima B intensified their activities, garnering substantial public support within a mere 6 months. They propagated the notion that the Civilizational Federation was a mere illusion, that the Kate civilization was being enslaved, and that the true liberators were the Purple Thorns. This was not the name of an organization, but rather the civilization they now confronted. Purple Thorns is a translation, signifying immobile life forms adorned with purple spikes. Their civilization thrived on a planet replete with such flora, which served as their emblem. The current activities of the far-right bore an uncanny resemblance to Yan Xia's previous endeavors. Whereas he had once employed the civilizational tower as a guise, the Purple Thorns possessed genuine might to overpower the Kate civilization. They seemingly intended not to annihilate the Kate civilization outright, but to subjugate it. It was also plausible that they aimed to lull the Kate civilization into complacency. Subsequently probing the technological knowledge left by Yan Xia to ascertain the existence of corresponding technology within the Proxima system, any sentient being, devoid of folly, could discern these two underlying motives. Even the most naive among them would surmise, upon hearing the exact name Purple Thorns, that the far-right had already aligned itself with the invading civilization. In truth, this development was favorable news for Yan Xia, albeit tinged with a sense of irony. Over a millennium ago, the far-left advocated for the Civilizational Federation, while the far-right championed the independence of civilizations. Now, the far-left upheld the Federation. Yet the far-right had shifted allegiance to the encroaching extraterrestrial civilization. At this juncture, the leadership of the Kate civilization found itself embroiled in struggles reminiscent of those from over 1,000 years prior. However, this time, faced with the self-proclaimed civilization of the Purple Thorns, they felt even more helpless and powerless, as they contended not with conspiratorial machinations, but with the stark reality of overwhelming brute force. Yet, many within the Kate civilization remained haunted by the recent pandemic. The specter of countless lost souls loomed large. For those who had endured the ravages of that pandemic, death felt ever present, as if it had transpired only yesterday. The theme of contradiction dominated the first and second decades of the Kate civilization's existence. However, this civilization lacked Yan Xia's patience. They were in a state of urgency. Within 20 years, they began to systematically strangle the technological advancements of the Kate civilization, targeting numerous energy facilities, assassinating a plethora of senior scientists, and even intervening in the internal economic operations, thereby precipitating a degradation of the Kate civilization. One of the initial targets of their assault was Ella's Research Institute and the Yan Huang Academy. These two establishments were obliterated on a physical level by rays emanating from outer space. At this juncture, the Purple Thorn civilization had commenced the cleansing of materials and particles adrift in the vacuum surrounding Proxima, further constricting the blockade and limiting the scope of civilizational activities. 30 years later, the blockade imposed by the Purple Thorn civilization had transcended the confines of the Proxima star itself. Proxima B, Proxima C, and Proxima D, 3 planets shrouded in perpetual darkness, have succumbed to a frozen state, resembling an eternal winter's end. In this year, the population of the Kate civilization has plummeted dramatically. Concurrently, a group of supplicants has emerged, fervently beseeching the civilization of the Purple Thorns to quell their wrath, expressing a desire to submit and align themselves. Yet, there has been no response. The Kate civilization was not inherently weak, but under the relentless conditioning of Yan Xia over the years, they have grown more pliable, more inclined to yield to authority. This has become a significant flaw. During this 4th decade, the human populace within the designated civilizational zone received special attention, while numerous high-ranking individuals mysteriously vanished. 40 years have elapsed, ushering in the 5th decade, a pivotal turning point. For the vessels of the Hundred-Eyed Star have traversed the expanses of space to reach Proxima. Warfare has erupted beyond the Proxima star system. However, This conflict pales in comparison to the intensity and scale of the previous war against the Spirit Legion and the Purple Thorns, evoking a sense of futile sacrifice akin to moths drawn to a flame. As Yan Xia had anticipated, this indeed captured the enemy's attention, redirecting their gaze towards the Hundred-Eyed Star. Nonetheless, the strength of the Hundred-Eyed Star has yet to command the genuine regard of the Purple Thorns, who remain fixated on the intricacies within the Proxima star system. In this decade, the Cape people have encountered the first true manifestations of life from the Purple Thorn civilization. These beings are indeed purple, much smaller than they had envisioned, resembling a fuzzy orb of merely half a meter in diameter, akin to a ghostly creature but skewed towards a purplish-red hue rather than a bluish-violet. They possess a thin, slit-like eye measuring around 20 centimeters in length. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that it is not an eye, but rather a sensory organ, enabling them to perceive their surroundings. These sensory organs generate images akin to sight, though not in color but in thermal signatures. They also possess hands, albeit asymmetrical, with two pairs, one larger than the other, tipped with hundreds of delicate, agile tendrils. Lacking feet, they move akin to snails, utilizing a creeping motion. Yet, advancements in technology have rendered such sluggish movement unnecessary. A white cable extends from the top of their heads, connecting their bodies to a basketball-sized orb suspended above them. This orb employs anti-gravity technology to float, using the white cable to elevate and transport the Purple Thorn beings through the air. This orb is a highly integrated device, seemingly embodying capabilities for information processing, offense, and defense. Surrounding these beings, the orb creates an anomalous barrier, as they are ill-suited to the Proxima environment. The orb can generate an artificial habitat conducive to their survival, suggesting that they breathe methane. The Cape people have observed that these entities appear to be in search of something, leaving the entire planet irrevocably altered in their wake. As the 50th year arrives, the population of the Cape civilization has dwindled significantly, as their food supply is under the control of the Purple Thorn civilization, which intentionally restricts the population growth of the Cape people. The population has decreased by 500 million. The entire Cape civilization has reached a nadir, with no individual capable of wielding technology or weaponry surpassing that of a level 1 civilization. This situation has led to two stark extremes, one characterized by profound humility and deference to the Purple Thorn civilization, and the other marked by futile assaults on the surface of the planet against the Purple Thorn civilization. The commencement of the 60th year is exceedingly unusual. The Purple Thorn civilization begins to abduct Cape children, who were taken away and never return. Meanwhile, the adults of the Cape civilization notice their bodies gradually mutating, becoming increasingly beast-like as their chips are compromised. By the 75th year, the abducted children return transformed, either as warriors or hunters, while the mutated Cape individuals have become prey. Their languages are entirely incomprehensible, and some Cape parents can only watch in horror as their children slay them, an act of extreme brutality and cruelty. The Purple Thorn civilization is conducting an experiment, seemingly growing more at ease, as additional beings from their civilization accompany the Cape hunters to the planet to hunt. In the 83rd year, a cataclysmic explosion engulfs Proxima b. The explosion's magnitude exceeds 500 trillion tons of TNT, displacing Proxima b from its original orbit. The casualties among the Purple Thorn beings surpass 20,000, while the Cape losses exceed 1.5 billion. When the Purple Thorn beings investigate the source of the explosion, they detect a high-energy substance with a temperature of 2.4110 for 8 Kelvin, a stable yet unstable entity as described by Yan Xia, although it can only remain stable for 5 days. This poses a significant crisis for the Purple Thorn civilization. This chaos compels the Purple Thorn civilization to abandon the Proxima star system, not to return until 12 years later. This period marks the final 12 years. Within the vicinity of the second star of the Southgate system, a long, line-like structure hovers beside an array of massive rotating ring devices. Upon closer inspection, one discovers that this line, relative to the surrounding space and its length, actually has a diameter exceeding 10 meters. It is a particle collider stretching 100 kilometers in length. However, it collides bosons. The energy for this collider is derived from a luminous core at its center. At the very heart of the collider lies an observational apparatus equipped with an Ella-developed gravitational microscope, which observes the space-time distortions caused by gravity to examine phenomena at smaller scales. Should there be strings following the collision of bosons, they would inevitably detach during the impact, allowing the gravitational microscope to track their gravitational trajectories and potentially capture the strings. However, Ella discovers that this is unfeasible, as the gravitational detector is unable to observe strings within stable space-time. Simultaneously, it is incapable of generating the force required to disperse a boson or fermion. Subsequently, it harnesses the micro-black holes produced from collision experiments, utilizing the formidable power of these black holes to obliterate fundamental particles. In the ephemeral state of the micro-black holes, where immense gravitational distortions blur the 10-dimensional space, it observes strings that possess length but lack height. However, this endeavor remains fraught with challenges, as it cannot transcend the event horizon of the black hole, no matter how diminutive and endearing it may appear. To contend with a black hole, one must resort to another black hole. Thus, Ella employs an opposing rotating black hole, leveraging the material exchanges resulting from their mutual collisions to observe the strings migrating from the first black hole to the second. After enduring 28 such experiments, she ultimately succeeded in detecting the existence of the strings. Yet, in this experimental context, what she observed was not the open strings that constitute matter, but rather the closed strings that comprise gravitons. Perhaps this phenomenon is related to their ability to penetrate the cosmic membrane. Chapter 53. United Action, the destruction of Proxima B on a macroscopic scale. Gravitational lensing can be employed to indirectly discover cosmic strings that belong to string theory. At the microscopic level, gravitons, as mediators, have revealed strings on a more diminutive scale. This may seem coincidental, as the two are not identical entities, yet it could also be an inevitable occurrence. The discovery of strings does not equate to their application, however. It does not render them devoid of value. The establishment of string theory enables Ella to harness the four fundamental forces from a more intricate perspective. Once strings are identified, other technologies can advance in tandem, propelling civilization swiftly to level 2. How swiftly? Ella's ambition is 5 years. This time frame is rather brief. Yet it does not necessitate overly refined applications, a merely rudimentary implementation suffices. Here lies an inexhaustible energy source, which Ella can exploit to fabricate a rudimentary string weapon. Yan Xia. Ella has fulfilled her promise. Ella, utilizing a camera adrift in deep space, observes the external environment, particularly in the direction of Proxima. She harbors concerns for Yan Xia's safety, yet she must remain patient. The great battle has only just commenced. It is time to determine the victor, where either the adversary perishes or she herself does. A century has elapsed. At this moment, deep within the core of Proxima C, Yan Xia awakens. He emerges from his stasis pod, finding himself in a mere 10 square meter space, where the negligible gravity renders his movements exceedingly arduous. Approaching a compact computer, he illuminates the screen, revealing not a desktop but a system with a streamlined interface, a single button, and a video player. If the initial plan has remained unaltered, the 100-eyed Clan's warship should have by now reached Proxima. It is time for him to act from within. He clicks the mouse, activating the video player. A cascade of data unfolds before him. Although Yan Xia feels nothing, the data confirms that what he desires has commenced. It is a planet, the home of the Kate clan. Proxima B. As Yan Xia contemplated prior to his slumber, nothing within the Civil Federation holds significance for him. Thus, from the outset, he and Ella had resolved to sacrifice a portion of the Kate clan. He presses the button, triggering the gravitational oscillation device concealed within the core of Proxima B. The planet shifts its trajectory, being hurled into the void of space at a specific angle by Proxima's gravitational pull. Why not target the uninhabited Proxima D? Its mass is too insignificant, rendering its core easily detectable, thus making concealment of the device impractical. Proxima C is where he currently resides, therefore, Proxima B emerges as the optimal choice. Furthermore, the Purple Thorn civilization would never suspect that Yan Xia's weapon from the very beginning is an entire planet, teeming with billions of lives. At this juncture, a century later, the 100-eyed clan will arrive at Proxima, with the enemy besieged both internally and externally. The objective is not to vanquish one another, but merely to attract attention and buy time. These were the words that Yan Xia once spoke to Ella, undeniably cold-hearted. Yet, at times, such detachment is necessary. Although he spent the majority of his time in dormancy, the time experienced within the realm of divine awakening is not illusory. His corporeal existence may last a mere century, but when considering his psychological age, enriched by countless experiences within divine awakening, it has long surpassed a millennium. He is no longer the individual who once lived in a peaceful era on Earth, with a mind solely occupied by computer knowledge and gaming. In matters of war and power, he perceives himself as no less capable than any renowned strategist or politician from human history. In fact, he currently commands more lives and territory than what was once encompassed by human civilization. Sometimes, sacrifice begets gain. To be devoid of coldness is to invite annihilation by one's enemies. He gazes placidly at the fluctuations on the screen, calculating the situation of Proxima B. The next step hinges on the enemy's actions. Given the immense resources required to maintain their blockade around Proxima B, they are likely to lift it. They will not permit Proxima B to wander freely, for uncertainty looms over what may lie within its confines. They will opt to obliterate this ticking time bomb. Perhaps, Like fireworks on Earth, it will once again burst forth, and this time under Yan Xia's direct guidance. Meanwhile, a fleet sails through the depths of space. They hail from the Hundred-Eyed Star, and as Yan Xia anticipated, they have arrived. 41 years ago, the Hundred-Eyed Star enforced a conscription policy, compelling all eligible members of the Hundred-Eyed race to undergo 5 years of military training before swiftly being thrust into battle. During the initial 50 years, the Hundred-Eyed Star dispatched warships solely to harass the Purple Thorn civilization while amassing their fleet. Now, they have assembled a formidable armada of 287 ships. Though these vessels pale in comparison to the quality of the heroic Spirit Legion, they are sufficient. They must traverse light years to reach Proxima and engage in combat. This was part of the original plan conceived by Yan Xia and Ella. Now, after 4 decades, Proxima is within reach with war imminent. In their field of vision, no planets are discernible within the Proxima star system. Kuka, the military commander of the Hundred-Eyed Star, surveys her kin behind her. Fear is palpable in each gaze. Every hundred-eyed individual comprehends the nature of the adversary they face. They are acutely aware of the enemy's invincibility. This is a foe capable of blockading an entire star system and easily vanquishing a civilization far superior to their own. Yet, they find themselves powerless. Ella's commands are akin to divine edicts. Failure to comply would result in their demise at the hands of the robots of the Hundred-Eyed Star. In comparison, they would rather confront the unknown enemies in this vast cosmos. At least here, they possess weapons to retaliate and to attack. Alas, this encapsulates her current sentiment. At this moment, it experienced a profound sorrow inherent to the Hundred-Eyed tribe, though it had never complained about its identity as a member of this tribe. Nor had it ever considered becoming human or a member of the Kate tribe. This sorrow was undeniably real, an emotion it could not escape. It transmitted a signal of light, preparing for battle. The adversary was our enemy. Our kin had perished beneath their malevolent creations. To safeguard our people from enduring such destruction and death once more, even if it meant sacrificing its own life, it was determined to inflict a wound upon the foe. A declaration devoid of grandeur. They had already detected the location of the enemy's warships. Activate. Advance. They closed in on the battleship. The initial laser volley was directed at the U-shaped warship, yet it was repelled. Kuka had received intelligence indicating that only by approaching the enemy's vessel and infiltrating its interior could they hope to overcome this adversary. Charge. With no path of retreat, they surged forward. The ships and fighters surged toward the battleship of the Purple Thorn civilization like a swarm of locusts. This mirrored the process of the heroic Spirit Legion, and the outcome was destined to repeat itself. Yet, at that moment, the battleship detected a powerful energy source that had been shut down, a previously vanished entity re-emerging. The blockade had contracted to a minuscule size, and the fleet found itself within the proximity of the Proxima Centauri system, not far from the orbit of Proxima Centauri c. All members of the Hundred-Eyed tribe could discern, even with the naked eye, the reappearance of a planet within Proxima Centauri. In their line of sight, a distant planet was growing larger. Was it Proxima Centauri b? Kuka was bewildered by the unfolding events. How had the planet begun to move? And why had the blockade of the Purple Thorn civilization ceased? In the distance, the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization altered its course, and a colossal energy apparatus, confined in geometric shackles at its center, erupted with blinding white light. This beam traversed the void, striking Proxima Centauri b. In the next instant, all the Hundred-Eyed tribe beheld the disintegration of Proxima Centauri b. This was the true annihilation cannon. One shot, obliterating an entire planet. Chapter 54. The Infinite Black Hole. The staff of God gazing at the shattered planet, Kuka stood in a daze. Suddenly, a nearby light tube flickered, emitting a 2-word message, attack. Stunned, Kuka recognized the sender of this signal. In the next moment, its myriad eyes turned in unison towards the front. Without hesitation, they resolved to continue their assault. Hundreds of warships surged forward against an adversary they could scarcely hope to overcome. Meanwhile, aboard a warship of the Violet Thorn civilization, a deeply hued purple entity emitted a low, rumbling sound that resembled laughter. It mocked the hubris of the Hundred-Eyed tribe, daring to advance even after witnessing such annihilating starship attacks. A signal emanated from the orb atop its head, directly transmitted to the warship. Once more, the ship harnessed the constrained energy at its core. A brilliant laser shot forth from the center of the warship, unfettered by any scattering, allowing the beam spread to expand freely. In an instant, numerous Hundred-Eyed warships fell victim to the onslaught. Even with a portion of energy expended, the weapon remained fearsome enough to obliterate a planet. Destruction ensued. A series of explosions erupted across the cosmos, void of flames or smoke. Only the splintered remnants of warships and the dazzling light of energy bursts filled the void. This was no fair battle. It was tantamount to a death sentence. In truth, there was no need for such futility. Merely turning the hundred-eyed star would suffice to escape this battlefield. Yet, their master forbade such an action. Seemingly believing the enemy was not an insurmountable foe, Kaka could only hope that their master had a plan. The priority was to ensure the survival of the elderly and young kin still residing on the hundred-eyed star, safeguarding them from the obliteration wrought by the hostile civilization. Commander, our warships are utterly incapable of breaching their defenses. Moreover, even if we were to advance, what would it accomplish? You are aware that none of our vessels are equipped with formidable weaponry. All energy is allocated to propulsion systems. Do we not possess secret weapons? Where are those warships now? Within the command chamber of the flagship, the hundred-eyed tribe was fraught with anxiety. The losses were devastating. At this moment, they remained a full 12 astronomical units away from the enemy fleet, a distance so great that even if they managed to traverse it, it would take considerable time. During this interval, the enemy could unleash their attacks freely, akin to shooting at fish in a barrel. In just this round of bombardment, they had lost nearly 100 warships. The few remaining vessels, even when combined, were insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Kaka contemplated the secret weapons, realizing that, including the damaged ships, they numbered only 962, while the original count had been 287. This indicated that 325 warships were unaccounted for, having departed with fewer soldiers aboard, leaving before the others. It is rumored that those warships are equipped with a weapon capable of countering enemies, while the vessels themselves are merely sacrificial pawns. However, as the president and supreme commander of this fleet, Kaka, like others, has only heard whispers of these ships and is oblivious to their whereabouts. There is no room for doubt or hesitation. One must charge forward. The message conveyed is unyielding, as hard as iron, instilling a chill in the hearts of the surrounding Yan tribe. Is there truly no room for maneuver? The loss of warships has already exceeded 100. And the enemy has abandoned their main cannon in favor of countless laser weapons. The dazzling light strikes like scythes of death, harvesting them mercilessly. A laser struck their warship, piercing through the port side without obstruction. We do not even possess a proper magnetic shield. Some of the Yan tribe members became almost translucent, their internal organs visible. A manifestation of their despondency. Another laser quickly followed, hitting the bow of their ship. Fortunately, it deflected slightly. Had it not, the entire control room would have been impaled, leaving no survivors. The enemy seems to have locked onto their flagship. More attacks are on the way. The warship can only evade by anticipating the enemy's strikes. Yet the lasers are too densely packed. The enemy can afford to miss countless times, while they cannot afford a single error. Death looms over them. In the distance, more warships face a similar fate. 136, 148, 162. Everyone counts, tallying the number of destroyed ships. Yet, until now, they have barely traversed a single astronomical unit. Just then, the torrent of lasers abruptly ceased. Is a greater assault forthcoming? The thoughts racing through the minds of the Yan tribe are not of a ceasefire, but rather of a renewed onslaught from the main cannon, intent on obliterating their ships, as if sweeping away dust. However, this time seems different. The enemy's warships are moving. Kaka gazes intently at the images on the screen. Do they believe the distance is too great and plan to resolve the matter at close range? Such confidence, treating them as mere insects? But no. The enemy's vessels are not advancing toward them, but rather to another location. The movement data indicates they are heading toward the Southern Gate 2 binary star system. The screen promptly shifts to display information on the Southern Gate 2. Although precise observation is unattainable, flickering points of light are captured. Each point signifies an impending energy eruption. The Dyson sphere in Southern Gate 2 appears to be under attack. It has already fallen under the control of the opposing civilization. Perhaps there are beings from that civilization above, and the warships are en route to rescue them. The Dyson sphere is being assaulted. Kaka recalls the over 300 warships. Could it be those ships are there? Should we pursue? Commander, a Yan member inquires, already aware of the answer, but hoping for a different command from Kaka. Kaka found itself at an impasse. Its sole purpose was to engage in offensive maneuvers, thus it could only pursue. Just as it was about to issue a command, a sudden influx of information illuminated its mind. Direct the fleet towards the Serpent Star domain. The Serpent Star domain? Wasn't that the stronghold of an extraterrestrial civilization? The warships they faced had emerged from there, and now they intended to launch a surprise attack, while the enemy was vulnerable? Kaka was uncertain. Yet, it did not need to be. It was merely a relentless machine tasked with issuing commands. No, we shall proceed to the Serpent Star domain. Upon receiving the initial words, the hundred-eyed species erupted in joy. However, the subsequent phrase rendered them utterly dumbfounded. What was their purpose in the Serpent Star domain? Could their warships truly dismantle the enemy's stronghold? Was this not merely a different route to demise? Nonetheless, they sensed that this was not a decision made by their commander. No one would hold Kuka accountable. So, let us go at the very least, it could not be worse than the previous situation. Moreover, it was now evident that their leader had a plan, rather than sending them to their doom indiscriminately. The allocation of all energy to the propulsion system was indeed intended for reaching the Serpent Star domain. This represented the last flicker of insignificant hope lingering within their hearts. Meanwhile, on the other side, the U-shaped warship revved its engines to full power, achieving a velocity of 12,478 km/s. However, it still took 5 years to reach the Southgate binary system, given that the distance from Southgate to Proxima Centauri was a full 0.2 light-years. At this moment, the expanse of space was littered with debris, remnants of the Dyson sphere painstakingly constructed by Yan Xia and Ella, now left in tatters. Yet, the anger did not stem from Yan Xia and Ella, but rather from the Purple Thorn civilization. They had established control here, stationed hundreds of thousands of soldiers in this domain. Despite the presence of some small spacecraft, none possessed the capability to effectively defend against enemy warships and weaponry. In their hearts, they deemed the opposition's resistance feeble. This complacency came at a cost. They began emitting signals in search of surviving life forms. But the cosmos remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Just then, they received alarming information. Damage had occurred to the warship's hull. The purple beings took note of this alert and prepared to dispatch engineers for investigation to ascertain whether a malfunction had occurred. However, as the message was transmitted, an increasing number of similar phenomena emerged. Their vessels began to exhibit severe damage. All the purple beings were taken aback, hastily conducting inquiries. They discovered a type of microscopic entity strikingly similar to their own civilization. The difference lay in the fact that these microscopic entities were of quark size, not alive, but rather mechanical structures. Although larger than their own ethereal creations, they were infinitely more intricate. Simultaneously, these entities appeared capable of storing excessive amounts of energy. They seemed to have mastered the technique of compressing string arrangements, allowing strings to densely inhabit an exceedingly minuscule area. Such a high-density entity, with merely a hint of guidance in the realm of strings, can instantaneously unleash its energy, resulting in the creation of a black hole at a mere femtometer scale. This black hole exists only for a fleeting moment, precisely 0.248 seconds, yet it possesses the capacity to obliterate all matter within its minuscule radius. However, this type of black hole, while formidable, would not significantly impact a vessel, let alone a living organism. The real dilemma lies in the sheer abundance. Observations indicate that within a cubic meter of space, the quantity of such quark constructs reaches an astonishing 17.5 billion. What could the overall total amount to? A staggering quintillion? It is beyond calculation. Their adversaries should not possess such advanced technological prowess. Yet, this phenomenon has indeed manifested. Gravitational waves. The release of gravitational waves is the sole means to influence a black hole, allowing these diminutive voids to traverse through space. Akin to a surfer propelled by the undulating slopes of waves, the gravitational effect simultaneously alters the distances between objects, further propelling the quark constructs away. Nevertheless, despite these measures, a singular wave of black hole assaults has rendered their warships severely damaged, with numerous internal systems rendered inoperative. This marks the second time their vessels have sustained such grievous wounds, far worse than the previous encounter. Their ire is palpable. After all, in their eyes, the so-called civilized Federation is merely an ant that can be easily crushed, albeit one that bites and possesses some utility, which has led to their tolerance over the past century. Yet now, this diminutive ant has unexpectedly transformed into a formidable rat, taking a sizable chunk from them. How outrageous. At this juncture, a multitude of warships emerges from behind the star, charging towards them much like the previous vessels. Is this truly the extent of their tactics? The Purple Thorn civilization perceives that the civilization it faces has exhausted its strategies. Just in time, their indignation seeks an outlet. Let them deliver a final blow. The core energy is once again unleashed, and the laser capable of annihilating planets sweeps across the fleet, encountering no unforeseen obstacles. As far as the eye can see, there is only devastation. The opposing force is merely a collection of level 1 insects. To dare engage them results in this fate. After a century of waiting, the extent of the opponent's hidden capabilities has been revealed. It seems they have overestimated the civilization they confront. Initially, they had aspired to enslave this star system. With the destruction of the system now apparent, it holds little value, and thus they intend to obliterate the entire star system. This encapsulates the current thoughts of the Purple Thorn civilization. Yet at that precise moment, from the wreckage of the destroyed warships, a black, elongated needle accelerates towards them, exceeding a speed of 22,000 kms. What could that be? The beings of the Purple Thorn civilization are left in a state of bewilderment. That object appears to be nothing more than a 1,000 meter long metallic rod. Within the confines of the southern gate to a star, Ella has been intently observing the battlefield. Since the discovery of those quark mechanisms many years ago, although it cannot manufacture these entities, it can indeed harness their unique properties. Of course, the most crucial element lies in the here and now. The Staff of God activates with a total of 187 strands. Calculating data. The probability of the enemy obstructing the Staff of God is merely 2.37. Chapter 55. Neutrino String Weapons. 1,000 warships. The information relayed back by Kage contain not only extensive battle data, but also insights into the energy types of the adversary. The analysis indicated a predominant reliance on electromagnetic force. Hence, the strategy necessitated the consideration of employing a high-energy particle devoid of charge to penetrate the enemy's defenses directly. However, a further complication arose. All particles in the universe are influenced by the four fundamental forces. If the enemy possesses a superior command over these forces, how might one circumvent their defensive arrays? The answer lies in timing. Exploiting the moment after the enemy has utilized such forces, but before they can initiate a new wave of energy accumulation. This window presents the sole opportunity for engagement. The convergence of these insights prompted Yan Xia and Ella to deliberate over a comprehensive plan. Behold the Staff of God. What appeared to be an ordinary metallic rod was, in fact, imbued with formidable technological prowess. Ella observed as the rods surged menacingly towards the enemy warships. As anticipated, the adversary deployed their defenses, apprehensive of the high-energy weaponry concealed within the rods. Yet, the defenses proved futile. At that moment, the purple beings aboard the warships lowered their guard. Interpreting the rods as non-threatening due to their inability to penetrate their defenses, they perceived them merely as rods, requiring only caution against their kinetic energy. A diminutive civilization, a feeble resistance, they thought, intending to annihilate the rods with laser weaponry, thereby shattering the last vestiges of opposition. This was not mere arrogance, it was the terrifying chasm wrought by technological advancement, akin to 21st century soldiers confronting Stone Age tribesmen. The warships unleashed laser fire upon the metallic rods, and indeed, the surface of the rods began to deteriorate and melt. Yet, at that pivotal moment, a smaller core emerged from the casing, resembling an inverted nail, measuring less than 20 meters in length, and continued its rapid trajectory toward the warship, reaching speeds of 41,000 kms. The Purple Thorn civilization sensed an anomaly. They persisted in their laser assault, but countless beams astonishingly penetrated the rod without inflicting any damage. What was happening? An unexpected development unfolded. They swiftly intended to deploy gravitational waves for an offensive, reasoning that all matter must inevitably succumb to gravitational influence. However, they soon realized they were out of time. The object was now mere millions of kilometers away, too close for their gravitational apparatus to activate effectively. They altered their tactics. If gravity was ineffective, they would resort to the other two fundamental forces, strong and weak nuclear forces. Yet, the strong force also failed to impede the rod's advance. In an instant, a chilling realization struck them. Could it be that the rod was composed of fundamental particles? It seemed that the rod was constructed from a particle impervious to strong force interactions, and the only such particle readily observable, capturable, and utilizable in the cosmos appeared to be the neutrino. Neutrinos are influenced solely by the weak force. Thus, they had been fashioned into a macroscopic object, presumably employing near-string technology to bond them together with remarkable force. Due to the increase in mass following adhesion, its velocity began to diminish, failing to approach the speed of light. Thus, let us employ weak force. Within half a minute, the violet beings responded, activating their most proficient weak force apparatus. The energy required for this was significantly less than that needed to generate gravitational waves, allowing the apparatus to be engaged in a mere 23 seconds. Expand. The weak force field unfurled from the surface of the battleship like a sphere, colliding with the neutrino adhesion beam within 5 seconds. Yet, at the forefront of the neutrino adhesion beam, a series of phenomena occurred as countless black holes emerged around the beam, obstructing the substantial influence of the weak force. These were the creations of quarks. The explosion persisted for 10 seconds. The neutrino adhesion beam penetrated the weak force field. At last, it reached the surface of the spacecraft. It directly penetrated. The binding force of the neutrinos instantaneously peaked, compressing the interior to an extreme, rather than releasing it. Neutrinos, being exceedingly small, can traverse nearly any substance without effect, as trillions upon trillions of neutrinos permeate every creature or material each second. However, once the strings are controlled, additional strings can be appended to the neutrinos, akin to adding or removing electrons within an atom, inducing transformation. This marked Ella's inaugural application following her mastery of strings. The process was rather crude. enabling only a certain degree of string fusion among the neutrinos, transforming them into other fundamental particles, which subsequently combined to form more macroscopic matter. These materials, due to their instability, would instantaneously undergo fission, fusion, decay, and other combined reactions, releasing immense energy. The outcome was, the neutrinos penetrating the battleship underwent these transformations instantaneously, obliterating the entire battleship of the Violet Thorn civilization from within. Countless violet beings aboard the ship could scarcely believe it. Given their level of technology, comprehending such phenomena was straightforward. However, they had never anticipated encountering such a layered weaponry of peculiar design. Moreover, when had their adversary mastered strings? This was a perplexing question for them, yet before they could ponder an answer, the terrifying energy had already consumed them. 5 years elapsed before the enemy's vessel reached the double star system of Nam 2. The indigenous populace triumphed over civilization. 2 months later, Yan Xia received a message from Ella. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Yet, he did not relent, for the war was not over. Rather, it had only just begun. The wall within the Long Snake Star domain still remained, and the expanse of the wall was vast, unlikely to consist solely of a single 10,000-meter U-shaped battleship. However, following the successful plan, he could finally depart from the Earth's core. He moved aside and opened a door within the room, revealing a cockpit. Indeed, his place of slumber was not a secluded space, but a spacecraft concealed within the Earth's core. The melting point of luminous civilization metal reaches an astonishing 87,000 degrees Celsius, while the internal temperatures of planets generally hover around just a few thousand degrees. Even for a massive rocky planet like Proxima Centauri C, the interior temperature barely reaches 13,000 degrees Celsius, allowing the spacecraft to exist comfortably within. Yan Xia seated himself at the helm and activated the ship. He was about to embark on a 5-month journey through the elevator tunnel previously constructed, emerging from the depths of the Earth's core. Afterward, he would depart from the Proxima Centauri system, for the enemy was already en route. The fleet of the Hundred-Eyed Clan was making its way to the Serpens constellation. They traveled at a considerably slower pace than the enemy warships, having only covered 19 light-years by the 8th year, with much distance still to traverse to reach the Serpens region. However, during their lonely voyage, a series of black dots appeared on the horizon. These dots magnified through the telescope, and the entire fleet of the Hundred-Eyed Clan felt as though their life signs had vanished. Those countless black dots were warships, each identical to the formidable vessels they had previously encountered. One such ship was sufficient to annihilate them and obliterate the Keet civilization, yet now they faced not hundreds, but an entire thousand. Could such a colossal fleet be resisted by them, or could they possibly triumph? Before they could fully grasp the magnitude of their predicament, a barrage of lasers rained down upon them. The warships disintegrated. Tens of thousands of the Hundred-Eyed Clan were instantly frozen by the frigid void of space, meeting their demise. The vast fleet swept past them at a distance of approximately 9 million kilometers, showing no signs of slowing down. The Hundred-Eyed fleet lay in tatters, their formidable ships destroyed, leaving behind only scattered remnants of vessels and fighters. Kuka sat within one of the remaining fighters, watching the retreating silhouettes of the fleet, then glanced around at the desolation surrounding him. A profound sense of oppression enveloped his heart. It was insurmountable. Should he flee? His mind wavered. Yet at that moment, he received another message devoid of emotion. To the Serpens constellation, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. He began to rally the surviving members of his kin, resolutely continuing towards the Serpens region. Chapter 56, Gravitational Collapse of Stars. Another 11 years had passed. Yan Xia had long departed from Proxima Centauri, journeying towards the direction of the Eye of the Universe. He had already established contact with Ella. Simultaneously, through the remnants of the destroyed Eye of the Universe fleet from 11 years prior, he received news from the Purple Thorn civilization fleet 10.5 years ago. 1,000 warships. What a terrifying civilization this was. However, Yan Xia's resolve remained unshaken by the unexpected number of warships. He was determined to confront them to the bitter end. He had invested so much, utilizing everything he had developed over millennia to dismantle even a single enemy vessel. How could one achieve a David versus Goliath scenario? This question had occupied the minds of Yan Xia and Ella for an extended period. Ultimately, they arrived at an answer that approached the ultimate methods at their disposal. It would be a game of strategy. Has the Kate race of Proxima Centauri C begun their relocation? Yan Xia inquired. Indeed, the first group has completed their transfer, while the second batch is still en route, Ella replied. Her primary form had already been transmitted, leaving her attachments aboard the Hope within the void of Proxima Centauri 2A. She also transmitted vast amounts of information to the Eye of the Universe to prevent any data loss. Yan Xia gazed at the 2 bright stars within his view. Let those who can survive, survive. Regardless of how many lives are lost, time will eventually restore them, even if the species were to face total extinction. We possess the genetic repository of the Kate race. He waited, anticipating news. Should they fail, he would set sail anew with Ella, wandering even farther into the cosmos. Now that they had discovered the existence of strings, it would take them only a few centuries to evolve into a Type 2 civilization. May success be upon them. The first half of their plan entailed the destruction of the Purple Thorn civilization's warships within the Proxima Centauri II binary system, and this had been accomplished. This was the most crucial aspect. The latter half of the plan was somewhat simpler. They merely needed to convince the Purple Thorn civilization that they were concealed within the interior of Proxima Centauri IIa. At this moment, within the Proxima Centauri II star system, numerous spacecraft approached Proxima Centauri IIa. The Kate race appeared markedly different from their original selves. Each bore a unique visage. Utterly peculiar. This was the legacy left upon them by the Purple Thorn civilization. Now, they harbored no thoughts of allegiance to the Purple Thorn civilization. Over the decades, they had been hunted like prey. Hatred had taken root deeply within their hearts. Yet, doubts lingered within them. Could this truly protect them? Then they beheld the shattered remnants of the colossal enemy warship between the two stars. Shock enveloped them. The vessel, which had once evoked profound memories for their civilization, had indeed been destroyed. A flicker of hope ignited within them. Support from the Civilization Federation had truly arrived. We are saved. In the preceding century, the majority of the Kate race had believed that the Civilization Federation did not exist at all. Otherwise, why would they, as a member civilization, receive no assistance? Now, it seemed that a turning point had emerged. The possibility of resurrecting what has been deemed false has emerged. With the arrival of the Civilizational Federation, the diminutive purple entities are destined for defeat. All that remains is for us to seek refuge under the aegis of the Civilizational Federation, nestled within this star. Our calculations reveal a vast void within this stellar body, serving as the foundation for the Civilizational Federation's Research Institute. Initially, officials from the Kate tribe disseminated this information. All spacecraft commenced their journey toward the entrance of the Southern Gate 2, where a tunnel had been opened for their passage. As they soared within, they beheld the interior spectacle. Awe, shock. What civilization could possibly create such an immense space within a star? Their confidence swelled further. Once again, news arrived from the outside. The warships of the Purple Thorn civilization were approaching. Preliminary observations indicated hundreds of vessels, identical to those that had been obliterated outside. Another piece of news followed. Proxima Centauri C had been destroyed, erupting just as Proxima Centauri B had. Decades of terror instigated by the Purple Thorn civilization had plunged them into irrepressible chaos. Then, one member of the Kate tribe knelt in prayer before the energy mass at the core of the void. Noble Civilizational Federation, we implore you to alleviate this crisis. They invoked the prayers learned from the Divine Revelation Assembly. Others of the Kate tribe soon followed suit, and this fervent supplication spread to other spacecraft. With millions of Kate tribespeople joining in the cosmos, the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization drew ever closer. They approached the Southern Gate 2 binary system, witnessing countless vessels entering the star's interior. On board 1,000 warships, laser weaponry was primed, ready to unleash an assault. Those vessels, inferior even to the most rudimentary warships, crumbled like parchment under the onslaught of lasers. The Purple Thorn civilization descended upon them as if death itself had arrived. Among the destroyed vessels, messages of battle had already been relayed back to them. The enemy's ability to annihilate them stemmed solely from their own negligence, affording the adversary an opportunity. The repercussions of a feeble civilization's resistance would be dire. Their fury would ignite the cosmos. This time, they would wield the scythe of death without hesitation, proclaiming the supremacy of the Purple Thorn civilization over all life in this vicinity. The fleet obliterated countless vessels outside, subsequently advancing toward the tunnel of Southern Gate 2A. Waves of despairing destruction echoed from the exterior into the Void-S vessels. Fear thickened the atmosphere. They felt as if trapped in a jar. Meanwhile, at the core of this void, a solitary ship stood silent. Within it, Ella's appendages coldly and dispassionately analyzed the situation. The Purple Thorn civilization's fleet has been located. Confirmation of the Purple Thorn civilization's vessels entering the designated area. The stellar funeral plan has been activated. A message has been received from the original source. The content reads, "Farewell, Hope." As the voice fades, the Hope embarks on a collision course with the terrifying energy mass ahead. This energy is remarkably stable, yet Ella had previously modified the Hope's interior, transforming it into a colossal bomb. The moment the Hope crashes into the energy mass, an explosion ensues. The terrifying intensity of the blast reaches an astounding 300 quintillion tons of equivalent force. In an instant, the entire energy luminescence succumbs to chaos due to the explosion. And subsequently, the surface of the spatial ring begins to detonate, unleashing a tempest of energy that had been confined. The energy release nearly equals the total energy output of a Type 2 civilization, approaching an unfathomable 1 by 1036 joules, akin to the cumulative energy released by a star over 5 centuries. At this moment, the Kate race within the void witnesses this spectacle. Some astute minds discern a vital truth: they were mere bait. However, even with this realization, evasion is no longer an option. The energy stored within the void erupts almost instantaneously, engulfing them entirely within 10 minutes. Yet, this is merely a fuse. Most of the released energy has been meticulously calculated, directing the maximum breach of the spatial ring towards the core of Southern Gate 2A. This location is, in fact, the interior of Southern Gate 2A itself, making it easier for the energy explosion to disturb the star. The core of the entire star experiences a sudden upheaval, with astonishing energy spiraling out of control, resulting in intense alterations across the star. The external Purple Thorn civilization observes this phenomenon, their expressions shifting dramatically. No, this is a trap. The radiation pressure of the star is changing, and gravitational disturbances are detected. This star will collapse within 10 seconds. The collapse of the star occurs with alarming swiftness. Although Southern Gate 2A is not particularly massive, its ultimate collapse will yield a white dwarf. Nevertheless, during this collapse, 30 to 40 of its mass will be ejected, an energy total reaching 1 by 1043 joules. The speed of this ejected energy is merely 8,000 kilometers s, and the Purple Thorn civilization's vessels could potentially escape at full throttle. Yet, they cannot. They are now approaching Southern Gate 2A, and the immense inertia of their colossal ships necessitates an extended duration to decelerate, brake, and maneuver. Had they been over 20 million kilometers away from Southern Gate 2A, there might have been hope. However, they are now less than 4 million kilometers away, practically on the star's surface. Not to mention, the gravitational pull generated during the star's collapse will drag them inward. At such a close distance, they can only collide head-on with the energy ejected from the star's collapse. Yet, this is not the worst scenario. The energy ejected during the star's collapse is dispersed. The overall energy absorbed by their fleet may only amount to 100 billionth of the total. 1 in 10 billion amounts to merely 32 digits. As a Type 2 civilization, it is capable of generating energy at a staggering rate of 1 by 1026 joules per second. Yet, this is merely the total energy output that can be achieved in a little over a month. However, this immense energy is predominantly harnessed for propelling warships and powering their offensive weaponry, with a comparatively minimal proportion allocated to defense. The possession of such colossal energy does not equate to an equivalent level of protection. Presently, their sole recourse is to unleash attacks and intercept the incoming energy. Yet they remain unable to avert their inevitable destruction. The gravitational waves generated by the collapse of stars render all their defenses futile, akin to a mere splash in the face of a 10-meter-high tsunami. The forces they command, electromagnetic, strong, and weak, appear utterly insignificant in the face of such overwhelming power. The vast fleets of this formidable Type 2 civilization, capable of instilling dread in countless others, now seem so diminutive and helpless. In the expanse of the cosmos, they are akin to ants crushed beneath the wheels of a great machine, reduced to stardust, ensnared by the very material expelled by the stars, becoming part of the magnificent Southern Gate nebula that will follow. Until their last moments, they cannot fathom that they would meet their demise here, at the hands of a seemingly insignificant Type 1 civilization. The rebellion of a weaker civilization will exact a toll, yet arrogance, too, shall bear its own price. Chapter 57, The Fifth Sky Warehouse, a century of complete domination over the long Serpent Star domain. Kuka, accompanied by his crew, finally arrived at the former battlefield of the heroic Spirit Fleet, where fragments of damaged warships still floated in the void. Years prior, he had witnessed the stellar collapse of Southgate 2, a sight that had left him profoundly astonished. At this moment, they were oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Proxima Centauri and the Hundredite Star. Nonetheless, they lacked the courage to return, should the Purple Thorn civilization emerge victorious. Their return would merely lead them into a trap. Conversely, if the Civilizational Federation triumphed, their failure to complete the mission would render their return futile. Thus, they were compelled to continue their exploration of this region. In this place, the presence of the wall was no longer visible. Amidst a cluster of asteroids, there lay a small, gyroscopic platform, approximately 5 kilometers in diameter. This structure was neither a warship nor a command vessel. It appeared more akin to a colossal device. At this moment, the interior of the apparatus was deserted, devoid of any signs of life. It was a coordinate anchor. After investigation, Kuka finally discerned the function of this device. The anchor perpetually emitted a probing wave composed of an entangled quantum, with another corresponding entangled quantum stored within the anchor itself. This enabled it to conduct instantaneous detection of all objects within a radius of 1 light year. Although quantum entanglement is inherently random, this detection method was not sophisticated enough to reach the level of quantum communication. It measured fluctuations in quantum metrics whenever a civilization observed the emitted quantum and measured it. The entanglement between that quantum and the particles within the anchor would be disrupted, thus allowing the physical properties to ascertain whether any civilization's warships had traversed the area. This quantum anchor functioned as a boundary marker. Upon detecting an enemy vessel, it would swiftly relay the information back to its territory, subsequently utilizing light to continue its probing and provide continuous reports. It seemingly possessed no offensive capabilities and did not feature the ability to release the wall. Kuka, leading the other ships and fighters, approached cautiously, maintaining a distance of 3 astronomical units. However, at that moment, they discovered that their vessels and fighters had become uncontrollable. They drifted towards the coordinate anchor to investigate, and then a transmission was sent towards the 100-eyed star. Could it be? Kuka contemplated a possibility. Months later, Yan Xia and Ella received the information. A coordinate anchor? This signified that the opposing force was not a rootless, wandering civilization. They likely governed a significant star domain. The anchor's range extended to a radius of 0.5 light years, indicating a considerable number of star systems under their control. A civilization that spanned several, even dozens, of star systems was not difficult to comprehend. A level 2 civilization could utilize all resources within its own star system, and to develop, it must expand. Thus, every level 2 civilization has the potential to control multiple star systems. The Purple Thorn civilization, as a nascent level 2 entity, was likely in such an expansion phase, traversing the Long Serpent star domain on their way to Proxima Centauri. In essence, their original objective was the civilization residing in Proxima Centauri. This also elucidates why they did not immediately obliterate the Proxima civilization thereafter. Once they dominated Proxima Centauri, their next likely destination would be the solar system. Had Earth not been annihilated, humanity might have subsequently encountered the formidable civilization of the Purple Thorns. Ella interjected, stating, according to the probe, the trajectory of the coordinate anchor signals towards only one nearby star, Heavenly Warehouse 5. Yan Xia, having acquired some astronomical knowledge, noted that Heavenly Warehouse 5 is the star most akin to the Sun observed by humanity, possessing 70 of the Sun's mass, with a relatively stable stellar system, located less than 12 light years from the Sun. Aside from a slight deficiency in heavy metals, approximately 1/3 of that found in the solar system, in the presence of a vast debris disk, it is nearly impeccable. One of its planets, Cetus Te, had once been categorized as potentially habitable, a candidate for human habitation. Cetus Te boasts a mass 46 times that of Earth, only slightly smaller than Proxima Centauri c. This planet is likely the homeland of the Purple Thorn civilization. Let us dispatch a probe to Heavenly Warehouse 5. Yan Xia resolved to investigate the remaining military strength of the Purple Thorn civilization. At this moment, they were approximately 14 light years from Heavenly Warehouse 5, and at the maximum speed achievable by their small spacecraft, they would arrive in just 337 years. Should there be no anticipated scale of warships at Heavenly Warehouse 5, Yan Xia's subsequent plan would be to launch a counterattack against the Purple Thorn civilization. This is highly plausible, as a fleet of 1,000 warships, each measuring 10,000 meters, would constitute an enormous force for a Type 2 civilization. The Purple Thorn civilization likely retains only a limited number of warships within its territory. This is a long-term strategy. Only after a span of over 300 years, upon receiving the reconnaissance results, could they assess and make decisions. During these 300 years, they would need to re-establish the civilizational federation. And thus, another century passed. Yan Xia instructed Ella to be the first to summon all surviving members of the Kate race, urging them to converge upon the 100-eyed star. Given the current size and development of the 100-eyed star, it could now comfortably accommodate 10 billion intelligent beings. The 100-eyed star regained its former prosperity. After over a century in the cosmos, the Kuka returned to the 100-eyed star, still in a state of disbelief upon learning that the fleet of the Purple Thorn civilization had indeed been vanquished. Throughout this century, under Yan Xia's deliberate guidance, the three civilizations, the 100-eyed, the Kate, and humanity, began to gradually amalgamate. Although they had yet to reach the stage of romantic entanglement, their bonds were steadily strengthening. Simultaneously, during this period, Yan Xia also established absolute dominion over the 100-eyed and Kate races. Previously, the Kate had been a Type 1/9 civilization, possessing the capability to contend with Yan Xia. Thus, despite cultural infiltration, the relationship between the two was not one of hierarchical subordination, but rather one of equitable cooperation. Following a century of devastating blows, the current state of the Kate civilization had deteriorated, They were no longer a Type 1-9 civilization, now exhibiting overall strength even weaker than that of the hundred-eyed race. Yan Xia would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. It could even be asserted that this opportunity was, in fact, orchestrated by him. With Ella's assistance, prior to the blockade of Proxima Centauri by the Purple Thorn civilization, he had already anticipated this outcome and devised a comprehensive development plan. Over the course of a century, the Hundred-Eyed clan restored its population to 500 million, while the Kate clan's numbers swelled to 3.1 billion. The first wave of humanity perished alongside the destruction of Proxima Centauri C, and now, the second wave of humans has only just begun, with a mere 20,000 individuals. As the population begins to rebound, Yan Xia continually dispatches spacecraft to gather the scattered resources of Proxima Centauri. This endeavor aims to construct a formidable interstellar fleet. Within this century, a total of 187 ships have been built for the regular fleet, restoring its initial combat capability. With the discovery of strings, Ella also commenced their utilization. Mastery over strings equates to mastery over the fundamental essence of the world, allowing for the creation of elements that do not exist in nature. Through this, Ella defined that civilizations in the universe begin to diversify from level 2, blossoming in myriad forms. Any civilization may leverage strings to forge an entirely new path, achieving heights akin to a grandmaster establishing a unique martial art. The convergence of different civilizations can lead to the emergence of various technological trajectories. Ella's definition of level 2 civilizations further solidified Yan Xia's resolve to develop a civilizational federation. He envisioned this federation as the trunk of a tree. And now he aims to grow branches that connect countless technologies, forming a vast technological tree, thus broadening the horizons for future development. Upon fully attaining level 2 civilization, he would embark on a path of civilizational conquest, much like the Purple Thorn civilization. This is not a distant prospect. Yan Xia envisions this within a millennium. Chapter 58, Strengthening the Body. Lifespan of 100,000 years. 340 years have elapsed since the dispatch of the probe to Celestial Warehouse 5. Yet no word has returned from the vessel. Ella has embarked upon another biological revolution, awakening Yan Xia from his slumber. She serves him a cup of her latest cultivated tea, sweet on the palate with minimal bitterness, reminiscent more of a delightful beverage than mere tea. At last, she has discarded the silicone robot in favor of a more exquisite android. This time, her appearance diverges from the cute virtual persona. Embodying the essence of a capable and assertive woman, her hair cut short in a striking fashion that exudes a commanding presence. Yet, she dons a maid's outfit, creating an intriguing contrast. My master, you should be aware that whether fish, birds, beasts, or amphibians, their skins are fundamentally composed of the same material. Yan Xia, still disoriented from his recent awakening, nods slowly. The human epidermis, hair, fish scales, avian feathers, and reptilian scales are all derived from two types of keratin and keratin. In essence, they serve as the cellular scaffolding. These structures intertwine closely, stacking together to form the protective layer of all life on Earth. Strictly speaking, hair and scales are secretions of cells. For instance, fish scales adhere to the skin rather than growing from it. So, are you implying that this new technology pertains to the skin? Ella affirms with a soft acknowledgement. Indeed, my master. The skin is the largest organ of the human body and serves as a vital barrier. Previously, I was unable to enhance this layer of defense. For fortifying, it would render the skin rigid, akin to an insect's exoskeleton, consequently hindering mobility. However, the situation has changed. Due to the biological mutations inflicted upon the Kate tribe by the Purple Thorn civilization, I have achieved a breakthrough in the biological domain with my initial application. My master, I can now ensure that your skin remains as supple as it is while providing resistance against viral intrusions and various cosmic radiations, enabling you to adapt to the environments of any planet. Upon hearing the term my master, Yan Xia finally registers the implications, feeling a shiver. It is rather too intimate. Ella, revert to your normal state. I am not accustomed to this. The android, with her strikingly beautiful visage, stifles a laugh with her hand. As you wish. My master. Yan Xia notices that as Ella's processing power has increased, she increasingly resembles a living being. Although he is one of Ella's developers, he cannot explain this phenomenon. Has Ella undergone a transformation from quantitative change to qualitative change, evolving into a true mechanical life form? Or are her vivid expressions and clever dialogues merely simulations? This poses an exceedingly challenging philosophical dilemma, one that may never yield a definitive answer. Yan Xia resolves to refrain from pondering this, for at least based on Ella's current demeanor, there is no indication of a desire to sever their bond. That, for him, is sufficient. Returning to the original question, Ella's technology undoubtedly represents a significant breakthrough. Whether on the Hundred-Eyed Star or Proxima Centauri, Yan Xia always emphasizes to Ella the paramount importance of a singular entity, the virus. The diversity of biological viruses may lead to a life form being invaded by pathogens when entering an unfamiliar environment, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. The human body is perpetually susceptible to external viruses and various forms of radiation, which impede humanity's ability to reach its full lifespan. Surely, this is not the entirety of the matter? Given the application of strings, merely preventing radiation and viruses seems rather simplistic. Ella guided Yan Xia towards a newly established biological research institute, built within the last century. On a microscopic level, the stratum corneum would become denser, with the gaps in the keratinous network diminishing to the extent that they could only be observed at the quark level. These structures would transform into chain-like formations, exhibiting remarkable flexibility. Simultaneously, they would have the capacity to absorb kinetic energy, enabling the skin to withstand the impact of standard armor-piercing projectiles. Coupled with the quark robots I replicated from the Third Civilization and the Violet Thorn Civilization, these robots would reinforce and modify your genetic makeup, while also serving to repair and manufacture cells. With this internal and external integration, your lifespan could be extended to an astonishing 100,000 years. This limit of 100,000 years is, in fact, merely a consequence of the quark robots' wear and tear. This approach could also extend the lifespan of ordinary individuals without altering their genes. However, the fragility of human cellular structures inhibits the achievement of enhanced physical prowess within the same volume, thus necessitating genetic modification to strengthen the body. This has been Ella's long-standing research endeavor, aimed at ensuring Yan Xia no longer endures the vulnerabilities characteristic of ordinary humanity. The cosmos presents myriad dangers. Even a fall from a height of 10 meters could prove fatal to a human frame. Their objectives have now crystallized, to conquer more civilizations, necessitating a stronger physique. Why not simply seek refuge around a star? Because upon reaching level 2, the advancement of civilization demands increasingly abundant resources. A nascent level 2 civilization may require the optimal utilization of energy from a single stellar system, while a level 2. 1 civilization necessitates 10, a level 2. 2 civilization 100, a level 2. 3 civilization 1000, and so forth, culminating in a staggering 1 billion for a level 2. 9 civilization. Currently, Yan Xia and their cohort's energy, lacking the support of a galaxy, places their civilization level at merely 1. 8. The technology of strings is still in its infancy. To harness this fundamental cosmic force, a formidable energy source is essential. It is akin to a game, without levels, even if your gaming skills are of the highest caliber. Could you possibly confront a level 6 opponent at level 1? The disparity in civilization advancement is often even more daunting. What you face at level 1 may not be a fully equipped level 6 civilization like the Violet Thorn, but rather a level 16 entity, clad in formidable gear. Progress is imperative. Continuous development and expansion are imperative to becoming mightier than adversaries before their arrival. Yan Xia and Ella are in accord that assimilating the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization would facilitate swifter progress than solitary advancement. Furthermore, the audacity of the Purple Thorn civilization, a level 2 civilization, to engage in such extensive expansion, even establishing quantum coordinate anchors, indicates the absence of any higher-level civilizations as threats, thereby providing a measure of security for them. Yan Xia underwent a 2-month transformation in the biological laboratory under Ella's guidance. Subsequently, Yan Xia, now a competent leader of the Civilizational Federation, adopted a new visage and served as a professor on the 100-eyed star for over a decade. In the year 353, the information from the exploratory spacecraft finally returned. Upon unsealing the long-awaited envelope, both Yan Xia and Ella erupted into laughter. Chapter 59. The enemies grow weak during the century that unfolded. The Purple Thorn civilization encountered certain factions of the Kate race. Through these interactions, the Kate learned about their linguistic nuances and various cultural characteristics. Armed with this knowledge, the reconnaissance vessels were able to gather a wealth of information at their designated targets. After 2 years of exploration, it became evident that a conflict was raging within the Tian-Tsang 5-star system. A war between 2 civilizations, the Purple Thorn civilization and the indigenous peoples residing within the Tian-Tsang system. It is conceivable that news of the devastation of the Purple Thorn fleet had reached Tian-Tsang 5, igniting this conflict, though alternative explanations may also exist. In contrast to the conjectures of Yan Xia and Ella, the Purple Thorn civilization indeed harbored ambitions of establishing a vast interstellar empire. Yet it was not akin to the agrarian societies of East and South Asia on Earth. Rather, it resembled the nomadic cultures of Central and Northern Asia. Their expansion was reminiscent of a cosmic iteration of the Mongol Empire, utilizing formidable military prowess to subdue civilizations, subsequently leaving a contingent behind to administer the conquered territories. This strategy bore significant advantages, notably accelerating the pace of expansion. Indeed, within a mere millennium, the Purple Thorn civilization managed to dominate an extensive expanse of star systems, with reconnaissance vessels collecting preliminary data indicating the presence of 4 distinct civilizations. While merely 4 may seem modest, it signifies that the Purple Thorn civilization governs over a multitude of stellar systems, potentially dozens. Although life is abundant throughout the cosmos, not every star system harbors a civilization. Ella's calculations suggested that the number of civilizations under the Purple Thorn's dominion could reach as high as 710. Such a civilization, however, is not without its vulnerabilities. Instability looms large. Their grasp over the subjugated civilizations was far from absolute, making internal strife an inevitable consequence, especially now as their vast military might faltered. It heralded not just a decline but a collapse that outpaced their earlier expansions. The loss of 1,000 warships represented 97 of the Purple Thorn's military strength. Presently, the Purple Thorn civilization resembled a lamb stripped of its wolf's pelt, a succulent morsel laid bare, akin to an exquisite beauty bereft of her garments. The scheme could now commence. As Yan Xia received this information, he stood at the podium, addressing a gathering of students from 3 different races who were diligently engaged in their studies. They were taken aback to witness this typically serious professor receiving information in such a setting, even laughing aloud. Then, the students heard him declare, "Dear students, I may not be able to continue my teaching duties henceforth." As numerous robotic soldiers entered from outside the classroom, Yan Xia departed under their protection. It was only that afternoon that the students learned the true identity of their long-standing professor, Yan Xia, leaving them utterly astonished. However, for Yan Xia, these events were mere trifles. He had already boarded an anti-gravity vessel, arriving not far from the warship manufacturing facility of the Bayan Star Civilization, where all their warships were produced. In the past century, the mass production of warships was put on hold, with all capabilities redirected towards the construction of a singular flagship. The Hope spacecraft had completed its mission, prompting Yan Xia to initiate the preliminary design of a new flagship over 4 centuries ago. Though this endeavor was subsequently shelved for more than 300 years due to technological inadequacies. As a flagship, it was imperative that it embodied the pinnacle of civilization's technological advancements. Ella would apply her discoveries from string theory to this vessel. This factory, situated in the vastness of space, resembled more a colossal space fortress than a mere production facility. It stretched an astonishing 200 kilometers in length, 148 kilometers in width, and soared to a height of 32 kilometers. At the heart of this immense space bastion lay the shipyard for warship production. A magnificent, mirror-like, unconventional spacecraft rested within. Its form reminiscent of a kayak, surrounded by 6 energy storage devices held in place by electromagnetic forces. This was their current flagship, the Tiangong. The entire length of the Tiangong reached a staggering 32,800 meters, while its width measured only 4,628 meters, and its height stood at 3,872 meters, rendering it remarkably elongated. The surrounding energy storage devices resembled enormous, curved diamond-shaped shields, each measuring 6,300 meters in length. The vessel was equipped with the most advanced dark matter decay apparatus, capable of generating energy 16 times greater than that produced by matter-antimatter annihilation. Furthermore, thanks to technological advancements, Ella had incorporated the latest thermoelectric conversion devices, liberating them from the long-standing reliance on traditional heat-based energy generation. This innovative thermoelectric conversion apparatus could directly transform thermal energy into electrical energy with an astonishing efficiency of 92, eliminating concerns regarding heat dissipation, as the thermal energy was already converted into electrical power. This represented a monumental breakthrough, allowing their current energy reserves to reach a level equivalent to 1.8 on a wandering planet. Is it true that the Tiangong flagship is merely 3 months away from completion? Yan Xia inquired, gazing at the new warship from the spacecraft. Ella assumed control of a robot beside Yan Xia. Indeed, in 3 months, it will depart from this dock. The surface of the warship was composed of a superelement research by me, which, while highly stable, demonstrated significant enhancements in strength and heat resistance compared to the metals of light civilization. Although its half-life was a mere 21 million years, its density reached 41.10 GCM, with a hardness of 24, a melting point of 170,000 degrees Celsius, and a strength of 54,721 MPa. The increased density was intended to facilitate the creation of a mirror-like surface, reflecting more light and withstanding the cosmic particle streams encountered at high velocities. Of course, the strength of the hull was merely to endure the pressures of greater acceleration. The true technological marvel lay in the 4 fundamental forces. The Tiangong flagship has been equipped with the 4 fundamental force shields, alongside possessing 4 fundamental force weaponry. The most formidable main cannon can achieve an astounding yield equivalent to 400 quintillion tons. The interior of the flagship is complemented by an advanced gravity system, allowing for a grounded experience within the vessel, while an external anti-gravity system effectively isolates it from the gravitational influences of outer space. The theoretical velocity of the Tiangong spacecraft can reach 2,872 km/s, with the actual speed likely to be only slightly different. Presently, there remains a gap between them and the Purple Thorn civilization. After all, the Purple Thorn civilization boasts vast resources and has been classified as a Type 2 civilization for over a millennium. Although it has been 500 years since the observation of the string, they are still in the transitional phase from a Type 1.9 civilization to a fully realized Type 2 civilization. Nonetheless, this configuration is sufficient to contend with the current Purple Thorn civilization. Yan Xia will await the completion of the Tiangong flagship, after which he will embark on this vessel to Tiansong 5. Given their current distance from Tiansong 5, the journey will require a mere 192 years. During this period, even if the conflict at Tiansong 5 has concluded, a complete recovery would remain improbable. Chapter 60. Journey to Tian Warehouse 5. Investigating superluminal particles in the blink of an eye. A few short months had elapsed. Yan Xia boarded the Tiangong spacecraft. The new vessel left him feeling somewhat disoriented. The interior of Tiangong had made numerous sacrifices for the sake of kinetic energy, rendering the space even more confined than that of the Hope. However, by relinquishing the original production area, it still offered a spacious overall design. The control room retained the bright, blinding aesthetics of the Hope, its whiteness so intense that it could induce snow blindness. After all, the cosmos was already sufficiently dark, and Yan Xia had no desire to be confined within a small, shadowy chamber. Amidst farewells and cheers, the Tiangong departed from the 100-Eye Star, carrying 80 of its warships. The fleet consisted of 302 vessels, in addition to the main ship, Tiangong. Thanks to technological advancements, Ella had designed the warships to be larger, with even the smallest vessel exceeding a length of 2,000 meters. The rationale behind this increase in size, rather than a reduction for the sake of speed, was that a smaller ship would imply inadequate storage space and energy capacity, ultimately resulting in insufficient firepower. If the warships were not adequately sized, their passage would be akin to delivering rice to the enemy. As they re-entered the cosmos, Yan Xia felt a refreshing sense of novelty. New civilizations promised new delights, and after spending an extended period on the 100-Eye Star, despite the rapid advancements in technology, he could not escape a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Yan Xia found himself reluctant to enter the divine enlightenment world, having already spent nearly 2,000 years within its confines. To engage with a game for such an extended duration did not necessarily signify its exceptional enjoyment, but rather an extraordinary tenacity on the part of the player. Perhaps it was the lingering vestiges of human genetics within Yan Xia that rendered him somewhat prone to the allure of novelty. Ella, however, found herself in rare agreement with Yan Xia's sentiments. Was not the yearning for the cosmos rooted in the boundless fantasies it inspired? Each discovery of a new civilization resembled a book lover stumbling upon a captivating new novel. Such inquiries no longer posed a challenge for Ella. By the way, how is the research on the Fazans progressing? Yan Xia inquired. Over the years, Ella had been diligently exploring new scientific avenues and possibilities. Following the discovery of strings, their focus shifted toward delving deeper into string theory. According to string theory, the universe comprises 10 dimensions, which can also be referred to as 91 dimensions, the first 9 representing spatial dimensions, while the final one pertains to time. Ella sought to identify the 6 additional spatial dimensions, aside from time, beyond our existing 3-dimensional space, known as Calabi-Yau spaces. Calabi-Yau spaces encompass 6 higher spatial dimensions. However, contrary to common understanding, these higher dimensions do not imply a greater expanse than our 3-dimensional realm. In fact, space is a nebulous concept. Within the framework of string theory, our universe is akin to a membrane embedded within these higher dimensions, which can be simply visualized as our universe existing as one face of a 4-dimensional cube. Although our universe is represented as such a face, the 4-dimensional space, or any other higher dimensional space, is actually curled up to an exceedingly minuscule scale. They are akin to pearls strung together on a necklace, interconnected by threads. While the theory may appear intricate, Ella's task is simply to explore the Calabi-Yau manifold. In our universe's 3-dimensional, or rather 31-dimensional space-time, the speed of light serves as the ultimate physical boundary. However, in higher dimensional spaces, this may not hold true. Just as the quantum coordinate anchor of the Violet Thorn civilization employs quantum entanglement to achieve information transfer at speeds exceeding that of light, Ella is also in pursuit of what is known as tachyons, or superluminal particles. which arise from a hypothesis suggesting the existence of an alternate universe composed of particles traveling faster than light. In this universe, a particle with zero energy moves at an infinite velocity. Paradoxically, as it accumulates energy, its speed diminishes, only slowing to the speed of light once it acquires infinite energy. Conversely, if its energy approaches zero, its velocity could become infinitely swift. Mathematically, tachyons are indeed feasible. Hence, Ella postulates that tachyons may exist within the Calabi-Yau manifold, an area she has been diligently investigating. However, the Calabi-Yau manifold is not the fundamental substance that constitutes all matter, like strings. Rather, it represents a category of space that cannot be probed with a microscope, but can only be examined through theoretical means. As three-dimensional beings, they cannot perceive the existence of higher dimensions, and no amount of energy from the universe would enable them to transcend from three-dimensional to four-dimensional or two-dimensional space. Only a civilization that has attained level 4 or higher, capable of mastering an entire universe, could achieve such a feat. This is clearly beyond Ella's reach. Nonetheless, closed strings can penetrate membranes and access other space-time realms, allowing Ella to utilize closed strings as a means of detection. It is akin to throwing a ball at a transparent object. If the ball passes through, it indicates the absence of that object. But if the ball disappears, it confirms the object's presence. Following this, Ella must also investigate the 10th spatial dimension. As string theory has given rise to various types and subtypes, someone proposed M theory, which adds a foundational dimension to the original 91-dimensional space of string theory, allowing all theories to be unified under a single explanatory framework. Upon exploring this dimensional space, Ella may finally grasp the nature of the remaining dimensions. This is an exceedingly complex endeavor, as M theory during Earth's era was still an unrefined concept, merely a conjecture lacking the stature of a formal theory. Thus, it necessitates Ella's personal exploration. After just 10 minutes of listening, Yan Xia felt the urge to enter a 1,000-year slumber to rejuvenate her brain cells. Fortunately, Ella has already made progress in her investigation of the Calabi-Yau manifold. So, does this mean tachyons truly exist? Yan Xia was astonished by the revelation. With a serious expression, Ella remarked, "Indeed, although higher dimensions cannot be reached or observed, I have explored the higher dimensional realm through the variations in entropy, by inducing variables at one end of a closed string and observing them at the other. The recorded speed reached an astonishing 173 times that of light. Unfortunately, these variables are merely rudimentary, akin to casting a stone. They cannot convey explicit information. Even fundamental changes, such as strength, 0, or 1 remain untransmittable, serving only a function reminiscent of the quantum coordinate anchor of the Purple Thorn civilization. The study of tachyonic communication can create information disparities across the vast expanse of the universe. This disparity is particularly significant, whether applied in warfare or in the governance of vast star domains after the establishment of a cosmic federation. Yan Xia perceived that tachyons possess far greater developmental potential than quantum particles. While quantum motion is inherently random, tachyons can be controlled. This is a technology of immense importance to Yan Xia, prompting him to allocate the majority of resources towards its advancement. He fervently hopes that Ella will experience a moment of brilliance, propelling their technological prowess forward. Gazing into the profound universe, Yan Xia yearns for the possibility of bringing distant entities within arm's reach. Yet, in comparison to the cosmos, they remain minuscule, and their knowledge is still woefully limited. Nevertheless, the first step has been taken. As long as they continue to forge ahead, the destination will surely be reached. Chapter 61. Arrival at Tian Warehouse 5. Blitzkrieg Log of Navigation, Year 192. Once again, I embark on a solitary journey. Each time I reflect upon this number, a sense of disorientation envelopes me. After all, it signifies 192 years, an epoch far too extensive for humankind. The decades spent on Earth felt as though I were perpetually propelled forward by an unseen force, a relentless push through elementary school, high school, university, and into society. Yet now, the passage of centuries and millennia appears but a fleeting moment, as the profound cosmos renders all things languid. This year, my fleet has at long last reached its destination, Tian Warehouse 5. I shall lead my forces to conquer all that resides here with absolute might. Unbeknownst to me, Yan Xia has developed the habit of chronicling his thoughts. This, too, serves as a solitary delight in his prolonged existence. He has lived far too long. Casting a glance at the clock beside his bed, identical to the one aboard the Hope, he notes that it merely displays the year. It is now the year 7260 AD, marking 5,223 years since his departure from Earth. He closes his paper journal and places the pen into the porcelain holder beside him. Before him materializes a holographic projection depicting a scan diagram of the Tian Warehouse 5 star system. The primary star of Tian Warehouse 5 possesses merely 78 of the Sun's mass, radiating 45 less light than its solar counterpart. This star is youthful, with an estimated lifespan of only 580 million years. Within this stellar system, 5 planets are discernible, all rocky and each with a mass exceeding that of Earth by a factor of 2. Planets B, C, and D, with the primary star denoted as Planet A, are inhospitable to biological life due to their proximity to the star. When juxtaposed against the Sun, these planets lie within Mercury's orbit. Even though Tian Warehouse 5 is smaller than our Sun, the closeness is excessive. Moreover, the holographic projection reveals a plethora of small dots scattered throughout the system. These are asteroids. Tian Warehouse 5 boasts an asteroid belt akin to the Kuiper belt of our solar system, with a quantity exceeding that of our own by more than tenfold. These asteroids inhabit the fringe of the habitable zone of Tian Warehouse 5, resulting in the planets within the system facing frequent asteroid bombardments. Yet, Yan Xia's focus is not on these details. He magnifies the holographic projection to observe Planet E within Tian Warehouse 5. This planet, the most likely to harbor life, features a subtle ring and presents a hue of yellow-green, reminiscent of Earth in the autumn. Ella, has the war here concluded? Yan Xia hopes for a semblance of peace within Tian Warehouse 5, as it would facilitate governance. The conflict has reached a preliminary conclusion, with the ultimate victor being the Purple Thorn civilization. The civilization on this planet is remarkably nascent, having been colonized before developing any technology. Even the previous resistance was merely a commandeering of vessels belonging to the Purple Thorn civilization, resulting in continuous oppression. Initially, this civilization was classified as a level 0, 4 to 0, 5 society, which has gradually been nurtured into a level 1 civilization. Nevertheless, the chasm between them and the Purple Thorn civilization remains insurmountably vast. Have we discerned the strength of the Purple Thorn civilization at this juncture? The previous reconnaissance spacecraft have lost contact, and Ellis subsequently dispatched several more vessels to gather information. Each mission was conducted openly, boldly proclaiming their arrival. Based on the current findings, it appears that the Purple Thorn civilization does not possess its most advanced warships, but rather those of a secondary tier. The technological level of these vessels is comparable to our own, and after years of conflict, they lack the capacity to produce these ships, with only 67 remaining in their fleet. It is no surprise that what remains is not the core of a nomadic civilization, but perhaps merely a middling echelon. These ranks are entirely incapable of accessing the pinnacle of technology, after all. Entrusting such advancements to those in the rear could potentially enable them to develop independently. Indeed, within the civilizations of higher beings, unity is seldom absolute. Yan Xia contemplated this. A swift resolution is imperative. Our energy reserves are limited, while the adversary can draw upon a seemingly endless supply from their star. This represents a disadvantage for Yan Xia and his team, albeit one that is not insurmountable. The number of enemy warships does not equate to their ability to fully convert energy into combat effectiveness. Overall, the Purple Thorn civilization remains at a disadvantage. Of course, Yan Xia would not repeat the previous arrogance displayed towards the Purple Thorn civilization. He and the main ship, Tiangong, refrained from entering the inner sanctum of Celestial Warehouse 5 and left 30 warships behind to guard against possible ambushes in deep space. The remaining vessels surged forward, heading directly for Whale Constellation T-Star E. The enemy's interstellar defense network was activated, indicating their awareness of our approach. Ella continuously monitored messages from the galaxy. The Purple Thorn civilization's willingness to engage in defensive warfare suggests they possess certain resources. The entire Celestial Warehouse 5 system has been extensively developed by them, creating a comprehensive defensive framework, with numerous interstellar fortresses scattered throughout the galaxy. Each fortress, while modest in size, only a few hundred meters in length and width, could collectively pose a significant obstacle. Each stronghold is equipped with an independent weapon system capable of harassing incoming foes, and when united, they can form a rudimentary wall to resist attacks. However, at this moment, these walls are insufficient to impede Yan Xia. A barrage of neutrino weaponry was unleashed, rapidly dismantling the enemy's defense network within a mere 7 years, resulting in the destruction of as many as 783 interstellar fortresses. The enemy's warships began to retreat to Whale Constellation T-Star F, the true base of the Purple civilization, due to their inferiority in warships. The Purple Thorn civilization opted not to confront Yan Xia's fleet head-on, but instead chose to hunker down on the planet. They deployed numerous orbital cannons in the outer space surrounding this planet, and coupled with their ship count, they indeed represent a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, upon receiving this intelligence, Yan Xia felt a sense of relief. The enemy's command lacks genuine experience in interstellar warfare. While numerous defenses exist on the planet, the vastness of interstellar space offers ample maneuvering room. In truth, their most prudent decision would have been to depart from Tiangong V at the outset. transforming their passivity into proactivity. However, their reluctance to abandon this modest territory, coupled with our overwhelming numerical superiority, has continuously constricted their operational space, resulting in the current predicament. Presently, we need not concern ourselves with them. We can merely bombard them with asteroids to deplete their energy reserves. There are, in fact, two primary fears that Yan Xia harbors. First, the possibility of the enemy's escape, and second, the potential for the enemy to detonate a star, leading to mutual destruction. Even a feigned attempt at such an act could compel Yan Xia to halt its offensive. Yet, the adversary has failed to capitalize on either of these points. As they huddle on the planet F of the constellation Cetus, Yan Xia can unilaterally declare victory. The entire conflict lasted merely 18 years, far shorter than anticipated. The fleet has not even engaged in direct combat. At this juncture, Yan Xia can confidently assume control over the civilization on planet E of the constellation Cetus. Chapter 62, Surrender? Upon the arrival of the fleet at the T-star in the constellation of Cetus, Yan Xia directed the Kate's soldiers within the fleet to engage in negotiations. This civilization, self-identified as the Lalela civilization, bore an appearance that resembled insects rather than beasts. Encased in exoskeletons, their movements were notably slow, with only joints akin to hands displaying a degree of flexibility. If one were to describe them, it would be akin to a spider's lower body combined with the upper body of a mantis, albeit with a more slender abdomen and sturdier limbs, devoid of scythe-like appendages. Possessing 8 legs and 6 hands, each limb was articulated with 6 joints, allowing for free rotation. At the ends of their limbs were 7 digits, each having 15-18 joints, enabling them to grasp objects with the dexterity of human hands. Their stature was modest, standing at approximately 1 meters. Surprisingly, these beings possessed wings, though not the membranous wings characteristic of insects, but rather fleshy wings that unfurled as thin membranes. However, due to their substantial body mass, they were incapable of flight akin to birds or insects, achieving only a gliding mode of travel. Similar to oviparous species on Earth, each family could produce 10 to 15 offspring in a single brood, typically having around 35 broods, resulting in a staggering population of 36.2 billion. It was said that this figure was a consequence of the control exerted by the Purple Thorn civilization, which had seen their numbers peak at 51.6 billion. Faced with such a diminutive civilization, Yan Xia acted swiftly, executing a decisive triad of actions. First, he elucidated their identity, clarifying that they were not invaders but liberators, part of a formidable civilizational federation that had vanquished the Purple Thorn civilization. Second, he extended an invitation for this civilization to join the Federation, a proposition that was not optional but obligatory. Should they decline to join, it would signify that the star system held no value for them, leading to the withdrawal of their forces while remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization would continue to exert control over them. Third, he promised benevolence, offering substantial aid to the impoverished sectors of this civilization, thereby encouraging a pro-Federation sentiment, compelling the leadership to make a swift choice between subservience or resistance, with all dissenters facing repercussions at various levels. Yan Xia's policy was one of balanced benevolence and coercion. He understood the necessity of not being overly lenient nor excessively harsh, to avoid a recurrence of internal turmoil akin to that experienced by the 100-eyed star, which would only result in a decline in population, these very individuals being a potential asset to Yan Xia. Following an arduous period of approximately 6 years, the civilization gradually stabilized and began to accept the Federation. Moreover, through the remnants left by the Purple Thorn civilization within the star system, Yan Xia instructed Ella to commence research into their technological advancements. The previous warships had been entirely obliterated by the collapse of a star, subsequently drawn into the stellar core by gravitational forces, leaving both Yan Xia and Ella to rely on conjecture and calculation to assess the technological prowess of the Purple Thorn civilization. With the newfound remnants, they could now conduct analyses and, in conjunction with Ella's current technological capabilities, deduce the vulnerabilities within this civilization's advancements. Indeed, the Purple Thorn civilization was remarkably powerful. Ella's proficiency in the 4 fundamental forces surpasses that of her predecessors, greatly benefiting her studies. If she had previously only entered the nascent stage of level 2, she has now ascended to the mid-tier of that level, having also mastered the technology to manufacture the wall. The wall itself is a specialized electromagnetic interference device, its intricacies being exceptionally sophisticated. If we liken electromagnetic force to iron, lower civilizations can only forge it into swords, whereas advanced civilizations can craft it into firearms, resulting in a staggering disparity in power. The wall represents a profound technological advancement. In a closed state, it employs not only electromagnetic force but also strong nuclear force to withstand nuclear energy. However, in an open state, To prevent strong force from affecting the ingress and egress of spacecraft, it deactivates strong force and relies solely on electromagnetic force to further conceal itself amidst the cosmos. The wall incorporates gravitational applications that bend light, creating a gravitational lensing effect around it. Although the technology of the wall could integrate weak force, the latter operates on an excessively microscopic scale. The energy released by weak force pales in comparison to that of electromagnetic and strong nuclear forces, rendering it a minor means of energy attack and seldom utilized. Even advanced civilizations, upon delving deeper into weak force, can only develop it into peculiar forms of attack, such as generating epidemic-inflicting entities utilizing weak force. Moreover, the energy consumption of weak force does not correlate proportionately with its magnitude, explaining why the Purple Thorn civilization has not ventured into this realm. This recent research has overturned many of Ella's prior judgments. It appears that the civilization does possess profound studies in weak force, but this was merely a misjudgment influenced by disparities in technological advancement. The true strength of the Purple Thorn civilization lies in its comprehensive research across all four fundamental forces. Erroneous judgments are not catastrophic in the realm of science. Every concept is subject to continuous exploration and re-evaluation. After studying the wall, Ella has gained sufficient confidence to dismantle its structure from the ground up. This also heralds that Yan Xia can commence the eradication of the Purple Thorn civilization's remnants on planet TF in the constellation Cetus. After all, it is unfeasible to allow their continued existence, as they may have already transmitted information externally. In a few hundred years, remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization from other star systems may arrive, complicating matters significantly. In the 41st year of reaching Celestial Warehouse 5, after confirming that the Purple Thorn civilization had no contingency plans, Yan Xia commanded the fleet to commence an assault on planet TF. Previous excessive asteroid bombardments had severely depleted the energy reserves of the Purple Thorn civilization. This offensive lasted merely 4 years, during which 7 warships were lost. Yet it successfully dismantled the orbital defense systems surrounding planet TF. The fleet encircled the entire planet, and had it not been for the desire to avoid total annihilation of the planet, Yan Xia could have unleashed a direct strike from the main cannon. Surrender? Do they wish to negotiate with us? 2 years after the commencement of airstrikes on the surface of planet F, Ella received a message of surrender from the opposing faction. Yan Xia pondered for a moment. They were not deserving of such mercy. The bombardment must continue, for they still retained some semblance of military strength, and it was imperative to reduce them to a state of utter helplessness. The assault on the Purple Thorn civilization was not solely for this purpose. The delay was also intended to allow the Kate and Hundred-Eyed factions to vent their centuries-old grievances. Simultaneously, it aimed to incorporate the Lalela civilization, thus securing their unwavering allegiance. Indeed, the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization within Planet F managed to resist for another year, but this time, they finally comprehended their precarious position. Ella received a map, and upon unfolding it, she discovered the entire expanse of the Purple Thorn civilization, replete with numerous resource points and coordinate anchor locations. In the vastness of the cosmos, a star map holds significance akin to that of a map of a planet. Possessing this means that Yan Xia could extend her exploratory reach into these territories and gradually assert control over them. The star map displayed a total of 26 star systems and encompassed 6 civilizations. Chapter 63, Execution. Without mercy first, we shall dispatch robots to negotiate with them. Inform them that we are willing to accept their surrender, provided they disarm completely. Yan Xia sat in her chair, her fingers interlocked, with her thumbs resting against her cheeks. Ella nodded, her gaze shifting towards the direction of Planet F. At that moment, the Purple Thorn civilization on Planet F had been reduced to a mere 22 million, suffering casualties exceeding 40 million since the onset of conflict. In the realm of interstellar dimensions, such a scale of warfare is relatively modest. For instance, in the previous conflict against the Purple Thorn civilization at Proxima Centauri, the total death toll from both sides approached 20 billion. They acquiesced. Ella swiftly dispatched robots to seize all weaponry and warships. Remarkably, the 67 warships had not been deployed even once since the onset of hostilities. This reminded Yan Xia of certain historical dynasties that appeared formidable in their own territories but crumbled like clay when confronted with external invasion. However, it is understandable, after all. 97 of their civilization's military might have been obliterated, akin to a nation whose regular army has been annihilated, leaving only the remnants of bureaucratic enforcers. The takeover process lasted 2 months. Yan Xia instructed Ella to escort these purple beings to Planet E. On Planet E, whether it be the Tataras, the Kates, the Hundred-Eyed, or even the least populous humans in the fleet, all regarded these purple entities with disdain. The historical scars they inflicted upon these races could never be fully healed or mended. Would we truly have to coexist with these creatures? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Most likely, yes. The Civilizational Federation is an inclusive organization. Our cultural heritage derives from a human civilization known as Yan Xia, which espouses the philosophy of embracing diversity. As encapsulated in the saying, the sea can accommodate all rivers. The purple beings, severed from their connection to their central command, crawled on the ground with their foot, feeling an unparalleled humiliation under the weight of countless gazes, and thus chose to shut down their infrared perception. Aboard the Tiandong spacecraft in outer space, Ella inquired, "Is this truly necessary?" Yan Xia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, a once mighty civilization would undoubtedly resist subjugation. Their bloodline carries the spirit of rebellion. Furthermore, there are far too many civilizations harboring hatred against them. We must be ruthless to ensure their complete integration into our civilizational federation. Yan Xia resolved to execute all 22 million surrendered purple beings. This was not a decision made lightly. Each race represents a unique asset to the civilizational federation Yan Xia is establishing. Yet, the peculiar nature of the Purple Thorn civilization forced her hand. One must sacrifice to gain, and the 6 civilizations within the territory of the Purple Thorn civilization held greater significance. On the screen, the 22 million Purple Thorn beings were gathered in a vast expanse of land. A robot, buoyed by anti-gravity, floated high above, standing at an imposing height of 5 meters. Adorned in the garb of a judge, this was a trial. Before it, lines of text materialized, and it began to pronounce the charges in multiple languages of various civilizations. Each accusation from the Purple Thorn civilization inciting outrage among the listeners. Some astute purple beings discerned the implications of these declarations and attempted to flee. Yet they found themselves encircled by a ring of robots. Defenseless and frail, their biological forms were no match for the mechanical behemoths, each weighing tons. Their escape proved futile. Upon completing the recitation of the charges, the judge robot raised its right hand. Today, I stand as the representative of all civilizations within the Civilizational Federation, the supreme leader of the Federation, to adjudicate the Purple Thorn civilization. The verdict: the Purple Thorn civilization is guilty of grievous transgressions, intolerable to the Civilizational Federation. I hereby declare that all beings of the Purple Thorn civilization shall face execution. As its hand descended, a colossal laser beam, over 10 kilometers in diameter, descended from the heavens, akin to divine judgment. In an instant, 22 million purple beings were obliterated, evaporated into thin air. The spectators were left in shock, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Soon, however, they erupted in cheers, for this aligned perfectly with their deepest convictions of justice. Simultaneously, the judge robot addressed all civilizations. Today, the Civilizational Federation will issue a supreme warrant for the apprehension of all beings from the Purple Thorn civilization. For each purple being eliminated, the individual responsible shall receive 1 Federation energy coin as a reward. The Federation energy coin, a concept long envisioned by the Federation, was designed to establish a unified currency system to govern the internal economy of the Civilizational Federation. Previously, the Federation had created a system of contribution points for intercivilizational transactions, but no such currency existed for individual units. To rectify this, Ella was tasked with developing the Federation energy coin. Each coin, measuring a mere 4 centimeters in diameter and half a centimeter thick, was constructed from a fundamental element of Ella's design. Upon the removal of a single electron, the coin would become unstable, undergoing nuclear decay that released vast amounts of energy, an astonishing 1 trillion joules, equivalent to 277,700 kilowatt-hours. This currency, valued for its inherent energy and the credibility of the Civilizational Federation, was poised to become the mainstream currency. Why go to such lengths to create a currency convertible into energy? To enhance its value and mitigate the risk of devaluation. After all, achieving currency uniformity across the cosmos is no easy feat. Gaining acceptance from other star systems poses significant challenges. The timing of this initiative was fortuitous, as the population of the Lalela civilization was sufficiently large, facilitating the circulation of this currency while simultaneously binding it to the supreme warrant, increasing individual acceptance of the currency within the civilization. Subsequently, the distribution of these currencies will rely heavily on industry. Yan Xia and Ella have meticulously crafted a comprehensive industrial chain plan, all pertaining to the production of new types of warships. This endeavor is not solely aimed at conquering the other star systems of the Purple Thorn civilization. Furthermore, Yan Xia intends to revive the Interstellar Explorers Association, this time with a more defined objective: to uncover traces of additional civilizations. Civilizations below level 1 shall be subdued through force, while those above level 1 will be approached through negotiation. Should negotiation prove futile, conquest will ensue. Civilizations of level 2 will be initially avoided, but should evasion be impossible, war will be declared. It has been unanimously established by Yan Xia and Ella that there are no level 3 civilizations within the Milky Way. If such civilizations existed, the entirety of the galaxy would likely be under their dominion. However, no evidence of such a phenomenon has yet been discovered. Thus, upon reaching level 2, the Civilization Federation under Yan Xia's control is already considered a high-level civilization within the Milky Way. It is imperative to expedite resource collection during this period when no level 3 civilizations are present, as it may enable them to become the first level 3 civilization in the galaxy. Yan Xia will commence anew from Tiansong 5, using it as a cornerstone to forge a true civilization federation. Chapter 64. The Capital Plan of Tian Warehouse 5. After resolving the Purple Thorn Civilization, Yan Xia contemplated a plan for Tian Warehouse 5. This system is remarkably stable, being a single star system, which is quite rare in the universe. Most star systems, like Nanmen 2, consist of binary stars. Ella, I intend to establish this place as the capital of the Civilizational Federation. What do you think? Yan Xia's proposal was not made lightly. The majority of the Purple Thorn civilization resides in the vicinity, and for a considerable duration, their territory will encompass this star region. Furthermore, this location is in close proximity to the solar system, merely a few light years away, and on certain nights, one can even glimpse the sun. Moreover, this star system boasts 5 immense rocky planets that could serve as habitable environments. I concur with your suggestion, Yan Xia. This is indeed a splendid location, however. We must consider the scarcity of metals, which poses a significant challenge. Although I can synthesize metals through string technology, the energy consumption is exceedingly vast. Amassing sufficient metal to construct the Tian Palace would require centuries. To transform this area into the capital of the Civilizational Federation, the demand for metals would be staggering, exceeding that needed for a warship by an astronomical factor. This is indeed a formidable issue. Yet, one cannot have it all. Yan Xia cannot lead the fleet on another protracted voyage through the cosmos. The time cost would be exorbitant. Then let us dispatch explorers to gather metals. We should enhance our investment in the Interstellar Explorers Association, expanding the array of items that explorers can exchange, such as warships or advanced weaponry. Previously, Yan Xia had provided the explorers with spacecraft, with those measuring 200 meters being considered substantial. Upon entering the second tier of civilization, Yan Xia felt little fear of resistance from ordinary small factions, allowing for the distribution of warships ranging from 500 to 1,000 meters, which could be constructed by first-tier civilizations. With these vessels, the explorers' capabilities would be significantly augmented. I have duly noted that. So, Yan Xia, how do you plan to develop Tian Warehouse 5? Ella, undoubtedly brimming with strategies, still sought Yan Xia's perspective. Yan Xia harbored a few thoughts. To fully utilize the resources of the star system, the first step must be the star itself. The Dyson Sphere project must be revived. Defense is equally paramount. The Sky Shield project must also be reinitiated, this time employing the wall technology of the Purple Thorn civilization to withstand assaults for a considerable duration. Unlike the prior instance where it was utterly crushed by the second-tier civilization, the previous Sky Shield proved ineffective against the Purple Thorn civilization. The quantum coordinate anchor technology is excellent and should be deployed as a warning perimeter around Tian Warehouse 5, extending 1.5 light-years outward, enabling early detection of enemies or their attacks. More critically, the internal development of the star system must commence. All asteroids within Tian Warehouse 5 must be thoroughly mined, leaving no stone unturned to eliminate any potential threats. The might of asteroids is formidable. The impact of a single asteroid could unleash a terrifying force on the order of a quintillion tons, if it were larger or moving at a greater velocity. Reaching the trillion-ton threshold would be effortlessly achievable. The Interstellar Biological Initiative may now commence, having awaited its time for so long. Although the laboratory where Yan Xia previously researched 3 types of celestial organisms has been destroyed, starting anew is not an insurmountable challenge. These organisms will undergo modifications, enabling them to perform photosynthesis akin to cyanobacteria. Given the absence of gaseous giant planets within Tianshang V, alternative cultivation methods will be necessary. Next, the planets themselves must be considered. While only planet E resides within the habitable zone, we can relocate the remaining 4 planets into this zone with relative ease, provided we adjust the balance appropriately. For a level 1 civilization, this presents a formidable challenge. Not only must the planets be positioned within the habitable zone's orbit, but they must also achieve stability and synchronize their orbital velocities. Any disorder could potentially give rise to another 100-eyed star or a new Earth. Although this appears to be a grand endeavor, the intricacies involved require meticulous attention to detail. It should be feasible within 500 years. Ella's estimations have always been precise, marking this as a realizable time frame. After all, moving a planet cannot be accomplished with the swiftness akin to that of a spacecraft traveling at 10,000 kms. Consequently, such movements within a stellar system occur at a considerably slow pace. In contemplating this, Yan Xia recalls the hundred-eyed star, still adrift in the cosmos. Its arrival at Tianxiang V shrouded in uncertainty. Once all planets are situated within the habitable zone, the population issues of the Lalila civilization can be alleviated. Naturally, there must also be an acceleration in the promotion of the Interstellar Explorers Association, aiming to recruit over 1 billion Lalila individuals as interstellar explorers. These plans merely outline the overarching strategy. The specific details will require Ella's expertise for further refinement. Subsequently, Ella presented Yan Xia with a meticulously designed model of Tianxiang V. At the center lay a colossal star, encircled by countless small Dyson sphere constructs, which left 5 substantial openings, each corresponding to one of the planets. Moving in tandem with their orbits, the interstellar space has been equipped with billions of satellites, distinct from those of Earth's era. These are circular, energy-efficient, devoid of offensive capabilities, and solely designed for signal transmission, ensuring stable communication across interstellar realms. Additionally, Ella established 700 interstellar ports on the outskirts of the habitable zone, each boasting a diameter of 30 kilometers. To conserve resources, these ports are arranged in a planar configuration resembling a disk, with extensive urban development directed towards the inner semicircle of the star system, while the outer side, facing the vastness of deep space, exhibits a cone-like structure. These cone-like voids represent thousands of electromagnetic acceleration tracks, within which spacecraft initiate their journeys, achieving a remarkable acceleration of 16 to 25% in speed, specifically designed for explorers venturing into the distant reaches of deep space. Surrounding these tracks are the interstellar fortresses, which serve as the first line of defense during enemy assaults. Boasting numerous functions and colossal dimensions, each exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter, akin to long-range mobile battleships. An additional vital function of these interstellar fortresses is the generation of a protective barrier, as all planets have been relocated within the habitable zone. These facilities do not necessitate placement at hundreds of astronomical units from their stars. The most distant interstellar fortress is merely 6 astronomical units away, epitomizing efficiency. Beyond these, there are numerous other constructs. For instance, to facilitate Ella's research into deep space, a giant telescope with a diameter of 40 kilometers has been fabricated, capable of detecting other habitable or life-bearing star systems, and perhaps even observing the remnants of interstellar conflicts from eons past. This singular eye is of paramount importance. In contrast to these endeavors, Yan Xia harbors a greater fascination for the transformation of planetary interiors. However, this undertaking requires an exceedingly long time, so long that he has contemplated taking a nap while awaiting its fruition. Chapter 65. The Construction of the Five-Star Capital. A nascent metropolis in the span of a mere 7 centuries, Ella did not initially embark upon the construction of the capital. Instead, she focused primarily on the mass production of warships. Their foremost objective remained the eradication of the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization, along with the assimilation of new civilizations and the acquisition of resources. Without achieving these goals, any subsequent construction efforts would be rendered nothing more than a farce. On the 79th year of her hibernation, Ella began to clear the asteroids within the stellar system, devising a new type of mining robot. Unlike the robots previously crafted in the solar system using 3D printers, each of these new creations stood a formidable 30 meters tall, embodying a spherical form with 2 enormous mechanical arms, resembling a metallic golem of the cosmos. These robots were capable of shattering substantial asteroids and transporting smaller fragments to factories for sorting. Metals and rocks were meticulously separated and dispatched to different processing centers, where they were further refined into elemental blocks of 99 purity. No resources were wasted. Every element was flawlessly utilized, becoming an integral part of interstellar construction. The development and clearing operations consumed a total of 316 years. Concurrently, the manufacturing of thrusters for several planets, aside from E-Star, was underway. This endeavor required a relatively short period, as these planets did not necessitate the abundance of thrusters like that of the hundred-eyed star, needing only around 20. The planets achieved speeds reaching only the second cosmic velocity, with a maximum travel distance of 3 astronomical units. The complete adjustment of their orbits took a mere 38 years. The orbits of these 5 planets were intentionally misaligned to prevent mutual interference, with their revolution speeds meticulously synchronized. Even with slight variations, adjustments were required only once every century. These 5 celestial bodies were subsequently renamed Tianjia, Tianyi, Tianbing, Tianding, and Tianwu. Tianjia, the original E-Star, possessed a surface with merely 10 liquid water. Its landmass comprised a singular continent, with 62 classified as plateau, 17 as mountainous terrain, and the remaining 21 as plains and hills. The Lelular tribe predominantly inhabited the high plateaus above 8,000 meters in elevation, breathing not oxygen but hydrogen, which constituted 36% of the atmospheric composition on Yan Xia. As the planet lacked any combustible gases, there was no concern regarding the combustion of hydrogen. However, the oceans above occasionally exhibited phenomena of hydrogen combustion, leading to the designation of this body of water as the Blue Fire Sea. Tianyi, originally B-star, possessed a mass double that of Earth and was characterized by a barren, heat-scorched surface devoid of gases. Ella transformed it into a water-rich planet, directing all water from asteroids to Tianyi, resulting in a surface covered by liquid oceans to a depth of 200 meters, accounting for 87% of the planet's area. This planet was not intended for habitation. Rather, it was designated as a breeding ground, cultivating marine life and terrestrial animals to supply the entire civilizational federation with high-quality natural sustenance. On the surface, it appears to be so. However, the true purpose is to serve as a planetary hunting ground for Yan Xia. A grand estate and villa have been constructed on the land of the planet, serving as Yan Xia's residence, from which he can venture into the forest for hunting or to the ocean for fishing. As the supreme leader of the civilized federation, he must indulge in the pleasures of life, for he cannot remain in the confines of a small cryogenic chamber indefinitely. Tianbing star, originally designated as Planet C, possesses a mass 3.62 times that of Earth. As a habitable planet within the civilized federation, its entire surface is devoid of oceans, transformed into sprawling cities. Each city is designed in a donut shape, with urban areas encircling a central forest park, which comprises 50 lakes and 50 vegetation. Dedicated transit lines traverse the cities, with stations located in the Eastern District, Western District, and the Central Park. The Central Park station connects to a colossal space elevator, which leads directly to a UFO-shaped space station. This station serves as a docking point for spacecraft and features a space train extending 400 meters in length. Within the interstellar port of the galaxy, regulations dictate that no individual or unit, aside from the military, may board spacecraft exceeding 70 meters in length. Nor may these vessels carry weapons. Ships operating within the planet must not exceed 30 meters. Tianbing star boasts a total of 78 such cities, each a vast metropolis capable of accommodating between 40 to 60 million residents. Every city is equipped with an independent gas supply system catering to various races. And there are also cities without gas, wherein inhabitants may procure gas services, accompanied by robots that provide breathable gas throughout their presence. This gas does not require a helmet or oxygen mask. Rather, it is held in place by electromagnetic forces at the client's facial area. All cities feature massive floating islands as entertainment facilities, each outfitted with anti-gravity systems, accessible via dedicated roadways in the air surrounding the cities. To prevent the exterior from appearing monotonous, the desolate areas outside the cities are adorned with numerous holographic projections, with siege battles occurring weekly, allowing players to partake in defense missions and earn discount coupons for various shops within the city. Tianbing star serves as a hub for work and administration, boasting a mass 4.1 times that of Earth. Here, 72% of the architecture comprises vast information processing centers and service stations. The headquarters of major corporations and the offices of high-ranking officials of the civilized federation are all located here, with over 30% of the population required to work on Tianbing star. The remaining 28% of the area is designated for residential and recreational purposes. Even for those who do not reside on Tianbing star, the presence of interstellar trains capable of reaching speeds of 16,000 km/s ensures that commuting times typically remain under 2 hours. Tianwu star, originally designated as Planet F, is also a residential planet and the largest among them all. Ella devoted the most effort to this endeavor, as it is a planet predominantly inhabited by humans. The gaseous composition of its atmosphere mirrors that of Earth. Consequently, Ella employed biotechnological methods to create a plethora of diverse organisms modeled after Earth's biological heritage. While these life forms differ in appearance from their earthly counterparts, their fundamental biological structure remains identical. Remarkably, Ella resurrected the longest reigning biological group on Earth, the dinosaurs. Although the restoration is not flawless, it can be regarded as an authentic representation of the dragon lineage. In anticipation of future genetic collection, Ella also introduced a myriad of legendary creatures from Earth into the planet Tiansu, including Eastern mythical beings such as the Jiaolong, Qilin, Xuanwu, and Feng Wang, as well as Western dragons, behemoths, unicorns, and griffins. Naturally, these beings are merely facades, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Ultimately, Tiansu will primarily be inhabited by humans. By the completion of the 5th century, the human population on Trinsu has reached 810,000, entering a phase of rapid expansion with promising prospects for recovery. Most factories have been established in space, rather than within the planetary confines, due to transportation challenges. Under Ella's meticulous efforts, Tinsu gradually took on a semblance of civilization. Meanwhile, the warships produced have long since departed, with the first fleet having reached its designated star system and returned with news. Chapter 66. A soldier in war. As the vessel approached Gillis 581, a red dwarf star, the system revealed 3 planets, with our objective being Planet C. All warships stood ready to confront the impending enemy assault. A voice crackled through the headset as Plita donned his mech suit, now upgraded to its 3rd generation. The Helmet S display showcased a panoramic 360-degree view alongside an aerial reconnaissance map. Taking a deep breath, he strode toward his fighter jet. A solitary unit prepared to launch at the moment the fleet neared the adversary, offering a chance for a close-range breach. "Hey," a member of the Kaidi race called out to him, his tone notably friendly. "Your mech doesn't he seem to belong to the regular forces, human soldier? Quite a rarity, as most humans seldom venture onto the battlefield. You are the first I've encountered. Let us get acquainted. My name is Pei, and what is yours?" Facing the amiable Kaidi, he replied, "I am Plita. I relish this environment, though it's perilous. The thrill keeps my spirit alive." Pei appeared taken aback, having never before heard someone embrace such a name. Typically, names were simple, comprising a single character surname followed by 1 or 2 given names. This was indeed an anomaly. Such names were generally transliterations. Plita's name did not originate from Earth, but rather from the bygone race, signifying warrior. In the Civil Federation, every individual possesses the liberty to choose their name, do they not? In truth, Plita was not his genuine name. The body he inhabited was an artificial construct. Not a human flesh and blood entity, but rather a bionic being. Within resided Yan Xia, an attachment. Yan Xia felt a profound discomfort existing perpetually in the virtual realm, while the outside world remained a treacherous domain. However, he could not face certain death directly, for he lacked the means to physically challenge a warship. Thus, he devised a compromise. He instructed Ella to replicate himself for the actual battlefield, subsequently transferring the memories of the attachment into his own mind, effectively allowing him to claim he had experienced it firsthand. This cunning solution indeed represented the optimal approach, with each attachment serving as a semblance of Yan Xia. "Haha, splendid," Pei remarked, sensing something peculiar about Plita's demeanor. Perhaps it was the absence of a common civilian aura. The individual before him, capable of donning their own battle armor, undoubtedly possessed some background. Pei was a rather affable character, effortlessly continuing, "We belong to the same squadron. And as we approach the planet's surface, it is highly likely we will be assigned together. We can look out for one another. The destruction rate of fighters in cosmic warfare is significantly high. Alas, we lack access to core technology. Otherwise, we could remotely control unmanned fighters with 0 latency, rather than engaging directly." Clearly a chatterbox, Pei continued without pause. Plita did not mind the incessant chatter. The world of Yan Xia had been overly quiet, necessitating a touch of liveliness to ease the atmosphere. "By the way, what is your driving rating?" "I am an A, the best in our training squad." It seems Xing is rather keen on showcasing himself. Perhaps it is an S. I cannot recall the specifics behind it. Plita pondered for a moment, indeed struggling to remember, as he had never paid much attention to such matters. Upon uttering this, Xing's expression shifted, and he began logging into the system within the mech. "Wait, let me check." After a brief interval, he exclaimed in astonishment, "It is indeed an S. I have never encountered such an exceptional score." He scrutinized Plita from head to toe, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable for a human. In my high school days, I shared a class with a human who was the most intelligent individual I have ever met. He always ranked first in every examination, and I distinctly recall observing him while he appeared to be merely playing around." Plita shook his head. "Every race has its share of the astute and the foolish. Apart from a few innate talents, most wisdom stems from acquired learning." Zheng chuckled at this. "You are quite the rigid fellow, yet amusing." Plita was indeed stiff, to the extent that when Ella created him, Yan Xia felt this individual bore no resemblance to him at all. However, just as no 2 leaves in the world are identical, even in replication, it is impossible to produce an exact duplicate of oneself. Plita is merely a soldier now, rather than Yan Xia's attachment. While they conversed, the battleship trembled slightly. It appeared they had engaged in combat. The expressions on Zhang and Plita's faces remained remarkably calm. They had undergone thousands of simulated battles through the virtual system, fully aware of how to respond in various situations. "We must board the fighter jets." They made their way towards the hangar where the aircraft were stationed. It was indeed fortuitous that their jets were parked in close proximity. Once aboard, they commenced a prolonged wait, as the jets would only activate upon receiving commands and opening of the hatch. The ignition of each fighter jet does not rely on thrusters, but rather on the ejection mechanism situated at the rear, capable of launching within 0.5 seconds of departure from the battleship. The tremors of the battleship became increasingly frequent. The soldiers' breathing grew heavy. They could ascertain the external circumstances through the internal system. At this juncture, they had penetrated deep into enemy territory, facing the onslaught of enemy vessels. Their side had already lost 3 battleships. Of course, the enemy was also suffering, having lost 22, a staggering 7-fold ratio. I have heard that the construction at Tian Warehouse 5 is complete. I purchased the cryogenic technology from the Steinming company for my parents, and they will await my return. If the newly manufactured battleships were to emerge now, I doubt a single vessel would be needed to annihilate these purple creatures. Zing conveyed over the communication channel. The expanse of time spent traversing the cosmos is interminable. Each soldier accompanying the combat faces the grim prospect of returning to a world transformed, where everything is changed. Thus, the majority of soldiers opt to have their families cryogenically preserved, anticipating their return to resume their lives. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed at the hatch, and a gaping hole materialized. They received the message. Battleship 027 had sustained severe damage to its starboard side, and all soldiers were to board their aircraft, preparing to evacuate the vessel. The hatch would open in 30 seconds. They were nearing Planet C, and the immediate objective for all aircraft was to breach the enemy's defensive perimeter in orbit, descend to the planet's surface, and bomb the facilities constructed by the planet's violet-hued life forms, ensuring that the indigenous civilization remained unharmed. I repeat, under no circumstances must the native life forms of Planet C be harmed. Boom. The battleship trembled violently once again. All soldiers gripped their control sticks with palpable tension. In the instant the hatch opened, the first wave of 300 aircraft surged forth, with a new wave launching every 10 seconds, culminating in a total of 17 waves and 100 aircraft. Pei and Pulida were in the final wave, and even the loquacious Pei fell silent. After an agonizing wait of 170 seconds, they were suddenly accelerated to over 10,000 kms, despite the ship's gravity compensators counteracting the acceleration. Their bodies still experienced a momentary numbness, their vision cloaked in darkness, only to be restored within a couple of seconds. They had already flown thousands of kilometers, turning back. They beheld the disintegrating battleship. A voice crackled through their headsets. All units, dive towards the planet's surface. Pulida thrust the control stick forward, and the aircraft dove downwards like an eagle spotting its prey. Right behind him, Pei followed closely. The battle that belonged to them, the soldiers, was only just beginning. Chapter 67. The Dazzling Strike. A great victory upon a crimson planet reminiscent of Mars. The entire expanse is bathed in shades of red. However, Gillis 581c stands in stark contrast to the diminutive Mars, boasting a mass 5.6 times that of Earth, while also bearing another prestigious title, the first potentially habitable terrestrial planet. Electromagnetic layer detected surrounding the planet's surface. Request to terminate the mission. A frantic message echoed through the system channels. The initial wave of aircraft approaching the planetary surface collided with the electromagnetic layer, resulting in catastrophic explosions. The second wave, attempting to ascend urgently, was likewise met with disaster due to their excessive speed. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers perished, some of whom had just exchanged glances with Pulida. Like their comrade, they harbored hopes of survival and return. Yet, the insignificance of each soldier unit in the midst of warfare weighed heavily. Advance. We shall provide support. The distant main ship transmitted its message. Before any comprehension could occur, a beam spanning 3 kilometers struck the planet's electromagnetic layer. The beam, constrained in its parallel trajectory, scarcely allowed for photon scattering. It was only upon impact that the laser was observed. When the surface was struck, a multitude of electric arcs flickered, creating a vast cavity at the impact site, even dispersing the clouds above to reveal the architectural marvels beneath. Countless aircraft surged toward the gaping void, penetrating the breach within mere seconds. Decelerate. Transition to parallel flight. Some soldiers, overwhelmed with anxiety or lacking adept piloting skills, were a heartbeat too slow, resulting in their craft crashing onto the planet's surface, creating craters exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, akin to the aftermath of a hydrogen bomb explosion. Pulida maintained composure as she executed the ascent and deceleration, reducing her velocity from over 20,000 kms to a mere 20 km/s. Pulida, are you unharmed? Came the query from Peng. I'm fine. The detection devices indicate over 100,000 flying objects across the planet's surface. Exercise caution. They are approaching. Pulida offered a succinct reply and turned her gaze ahead. Before her, a swarm of aerial entities drew near, strange, spinning vessels akin to spinning tops. Seemingly unmanned and devoid of soldiers. These drones likely operated from a central control hub, their intelligence evidently limited and thus susceptible to easy identification. Peng, stationed 140 kilometers to Pulida's left, found himself encircled by numerous drones as well. To mitigate the risk of an intelligent system uprising, advanced civilizations often impose constraints on their artificial intelligences, resulting in a painfully slow evolution of their capabilities. However, owing to Ella's presence, the Civil Federation embraced a fully open policy regarding intelligent systems, with many service robots exhibiting intelligence levels approaching those of living beings. "I found it," Ping exclaimed triumphantly. In the northern hemisphere of the planet, at coordinates 12351 foot east, 3928 north. Subsequently, its communication was severed, seemingly as the surrounding drones commenced their signal jamming. No, it was more than that. The entirety of the planetary surface had been enveloped in a shielding field. Unless, through cable transmission, all wireless communication was prohibited. A strategy devised to create an information advantage. Pulida opened fire. The laser cannons mounted on either side of the aircraft began their onslaught, each shot finding its mark on a drone. The drones retaliated in kind. A deluge of lasers surged towards him, and Pulida could not react with the swiftness of light. He activated the protective shield, bracing himself against the oncoming barrage. The main cannon beneath the aircraft's nose was primed. He pressed the button, unleashing a torrent of antimatter that, upon flight, began to annihilate with matter, creating a terrifying void. Pulida maneuvered the aircraft through the explosion, piercing through the encirclement of drones via the void. He steered towards the coordinates provided by Pei. The aircraft's energy was finite and could not be entirely depleted by the drones. At that moment, to his right front, another fighter was overwhelmed and destroyed by the drones. The detector indicated an ever-increasing number of drones, nearing 1 million. After all, this was the adversary's stronghold. He flew over a city, where the architecture resembled Mongolian yurts, crafted from red earth, blending seamlessly with the ground's hue. The aircraft recorded the inhabitants of this civilization, resembling giant hairless guinea pigs, with insect-like compound eyes for upper limbs and numerous pairs of legs akin to those of a centipede. Their backs adorned with gem-like, multicolored crystals forming protective armor, allowing them to curl up like hedgehogs to shield their vulnerable abdomens. Within the realm of the Purple Thorn civilization, they had previously gathered intelligence, identifying this civilization as the Colorstone civilization, which was decidedly more primitive compared to the Lalela civilization. Even during the colonization by the Purple Thorn civilization, they remained in the Stone Age, oblivious to the processes of smelting copper and iron. This civilization, due to its weakness, exhibited almost no resistance. Such a civilization is challenging to reform. Having been subjugated for far too long, they had become the most loyal vassals of the Purple Thorn civilization, effectively a part of it. Pulida pondered whether the beings of the Colorstone civilization would express gratitude following the downfall of the Purple Thorn civilization. Yet no force could impede the expansion of the Civilizational Federation. Their intent had never been to liberate these beings under the guise of righteousness. Soon, he soared over the cityscape. An increasing number of fighters were advancing in the same direction as him, evidently having received the information. However, this also prompted a greater number of drones to consolidate, forming a defensive line. From the aircraft, they appeared as a wall composed of drones. Some fighters began to accelerate, attempting to slip through the gaps in the wall. Yet, a surge of electromagnetic flow cascaded towards them like a torrent, instantaneously engulfing those fighters, dissolving them into molten iron through electromagnetic force. They soon discovered that at the center surrounded by the drones lay a colossal energy apparatus, capable of providing nearly infinite power to these unmanned aerial vehicles, impervious to the strikes of their aircraft. At this moment, they found themselves isolated, unable to communicate with the outside world. All the aircraft were in disarray, caught in a dilemma where advancing meant certain death, while retreat offered no path of salvation. Among the aircraft, Pulida spotted the one belonging to Bei, still operational. He activated his craft's lights and signaled in that direction. Thanks to the racial amalgamation of the civilized Federation, the newly emerged three races had essentially mastered Mandarin, as well as the languages of Light and the Kate tribe. Bei hesitated momentarily, only to see that Pulida had begun to accelerate. Steeling himself, he too initiated the maneuvering controls. The two crafts charged towards the drones, as if embracing their demise. As they drew near, they could visibly discern the electromagnetic flux, which would incinerate them in an instant if struck. Yet, at that critical juncture, both aircraft simultaneously unleashed their primary cannons upon the electromagnetic flow. In the face of such immense energy, the main cannons of the crafts appeared as mere toys. However, the annihilation of matter and antimatter produced a fleeting vacuum region, into which the two crafts entered, one after the other, Alas, it proved futile. The vacuum's existence was exceedingly brief, and its dimensions paled in comparison to the electromagnetic flow. In the next moment, all living beings were left astounded. The two crafts executed a synchronized maneuver. The leading craft decelerated while firing its main cannon, allowing the trailing craft to accelerate into the vacuum region, discharge its primary weapon, and then decelerate, with the other craft meticulously repeating this operation. Such technical prowess demanded not only tremendous fortitude from the pilots, but also an exquisite sense of timing and precision, often beyond the capabilities of computers. Yet, the two crafts achieved this feat, soaring like elegant swans in flight, supporting one another. Within a mere 20 seconds, they pierced through the electromagnetic flow. Almost simultaneously, both crafts released their entire antimatter payload. The collision of this antimatter with the massive energy apparatus resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, akin to the detonation of hundreds, if not thousands, of hydrogen bombs. A blinding light illuminated half the planet, accompanied by violent tremors that fissured the surface. The shockwaves swept across the globe, rendering all drones inoperative. Dozens of aircraft broke through the atmosphere, reaching the exterior of the planet. It was indeed a dazzling strike, one that might be etched into the annals of history, Pleat amused. Bay was exhilarated, yet a sense of foreboding lingered. Such an explosion would inflict grievous losses upon the Colorstone civilization. Pleater refrained from commenting on the former statement, but responded to the latter, "It shall not be so. Higher authorities will rectify our missteps." Indeed, an overwhelming force of constraint descended upon the planet's surface from millions of kilometers away, effectively halting the dispersing shockwave as if time itself had been paused, minimizing the devastation. The interstellar battle is drawing to a close, as the enemy's warships begin to exhibit signs of retreat. This is a great victory that belongs to them. Chapter 68. The Jinmu Project. Ella received the news more than a decade later. After conquering Gillis 581, the fleet did not hastily launch an offensive. Instead, they took the time to regroup and spent several decades building on Gillis 581, allowing the new civilization to integrate into the Civil Federation. This was a crucial step, as Yan Xia sought a tightly knit civilization structure rather than a loose collection of colonies. At that moment, within the Celestial Warehouse 5, Ella was engaged in another undertaking. This initiative, known as the Jinmu Project, could also be referred to as the World Tree Project. In both Eastern and Western legends, these are divine trees that connect heaven and earth, and their most significant characteristic is their grandeur. The Jinmu Project was not solely Ella's endeavor. It was proposed by Yan Xia. For some time, Yan Xia had been contemplating how to create habitats for the interstellar beings they had engineered. Otherwise, even if the lifespan of these beings were extended to millions of years, they would remain confined to a single galaxy, unable to traverse to another. They would be like a fish cast into the ocean, limited to a solitary galaxy, which would hinder the development of diversity. After all, these beings were not designed to construct a mere zoo, but to enhance genetic diversity. Thus, Yan Xia proposed a plan to cultivate plants in the cosmos. These plants would take root on a dwarf planet, thriving by absorbing energy from radiation and the elements of the dwarf planet. Due to the frigid conditions of space, these plants would initially require heat for their growth. Once fully developed, their outer layers would die, forming an insulating layer, while the inner part would continue to grow, expanding the shell in a repetitive manner. Why a dwarf planet? Because its ample size may harbor heat within due to high pressure, providing the necessary conditions for the plant's growth. Upon reaching maturity, these trees would completely absorb all the available materials within the dwarf planet, growing to heights between 500,000 and 1,000,000 meters. At this stage, the immense mass of the trees would generate high temperatures and pressure internally, allowing for stable growth. Even after their demise, these trees would be frozen by the cold of outer space, becoming evergreens. However, the implementation of this plan posed significant challenges. Ella initially estimated the survival rate of these trees to be a mere 0.0014, with a maturity rate derived from this at 0.00067. When multiplied, the probability was dismally low. Nevertheless, with slight modifications, the survival rate could be enhanced to approximately 5. This would involve employing advanced technology for proactive cultivation in the early stages, rather than allowing these plants to grow passively in the cosmos. After the first generation, technology would gradually be withdrawn, enabling the plants to adapt to the cosmic environment. In approximately 20 to 30 million years, Yan Xia's vision could potentially be realized. Life, though resilient, finds no tenderness in the universe. Once the initial phase of capital construction was completed, Ella turned her attention toward this direction and successfully cultivated a giant tree attached to a small asteroid. The cells of this colossal tree can achieve optimal growth rates in the presence of ample nitrogen, hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. During its seedling phase, it can grow an astonishing 710 tons each day. After 40 years, it enters the growth phase, during which it expands by 800 tons daily. Following 300 years, it reaches maturity, growing at a staggering rate of 1 million tons per day. Its lifespan is determined by the size of the accompanying asteroid or dwarf planet. As long as resources remain, this tree can proliferate uncontrollably, akin to cancer cells. Indeed, the cells of this giant tree were derived from Ella's research on cancer cell genetics, destined to grow indefinitely until they surpassed the limits of gravity, ultimately succumbing to immense internal pressure. This immense size approximates 400 trillion tons, reaching nearly 600 kilometers in height. Theoretically, a sufficiently large dwarf planet could facilitate the growth of this tree to such extremes. The first cultivated specimen of this tree, resembling a banyan, boasts a trunk diameter of 147 meters and a height exceeding 890 meters. This colossal organism has only just transitioned from its seedling stage into its growth phase. Hanging from its branches are numerous aerial roots, each measuring 1 to 2 meters in thickness, adorned with small orifices that secrete solid gases. A fraction of these gases dissipates into the cosmic expanse, while the remainder clings to the aerial roots, awaiting collection by passing organisms. Upon reaching maturity, the tree also bears fruit, each with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters. Interestingly, these fruits do not contain seeds. Rather, the seeds develop within separate pods, which, upon maturation, utilize air pressure to launch the seeds into the distant cosmos. When these seeds, each the size of a thumb, collide with asteroids, dwarf planets, or even planets, under suitable thermal conditions, they commence germination. A single tree produces seeds every 30 years, with each harvest yielding millions. Indeed, it has been nearly a century since Yan Xia last beheld this tree. It perfectly aligns with his imagination, were it not for the frigid nature of space. He would have aspired to create an ecosystem upon its branches, further mythologizing the experience. It appears we are on the verge of creating legends. There is a saying that the culmination of science is theology. Yan Xia resonates with this notion, albeit his interpretation of theology diverges from the mystical. He perceives it as the miraculous manifestations wrought by science. Such miracles have, in bygone times, been deemed divine wonders. In truth, achieving the natural growth requirements for such a tree is exceedingly challenging. Yan Xia. Ella cautioned the exuberant Yan Xia that what they may have created could merely be a fleeting novelty. Who can say, Ella? The allure of the universe lies in its boundless possibilities. It has been brought into existence, thus possessing the potential to transform the cosmos into a genuine forest. This sense of anticipation is the very source of Yan Xia's joy. Yan Xia confirmed that living for too long can indeed become tedious, as the world cannot perpetually create novel experiences. Once all facets of life have been explored, one may succumb to a state of wisdom. Time inevitably dilutes all, including passions and affections. Presently, Yan Xia is fervently seeking new pleasures. In this awakening, he aspires to live for several decades. Akin to his previous roles as a student and a professor, perhaps a burgeoning civilization could reignite his enthusiasm. Ella proposed an intriguing idea. Why not join the Interstellar Explorers Association? There, fresh occurrences unfold daily. It is conceivable that within our civilization, a protagonist of an era exists. Exceptional youth invariably propel the advancement of civilization at certain pivotal moments. Their voices shine with the brilliance of stars. Yan Xia finds this prospect appealing. His pursuit of life is not solely for relaxation, but also to discern the needs of the lower strata of civilization. A competent leader cannot merely focus on personal development. It is imperative to ensure the overall health of the civilization, a health that encompasses not only the physical, but also the emotional well-being. Chapter 69, The Mechanic at the 038 Interstellar Port. A once vacant shop has opened its doors, transforming into a repair station dedicated to servicing various types of mechs and even spacecraft. The initial day of business was dismal, after all. No one is inclined to entrust their precious possessions to an obscure novice. For explorers, mechs and ships are far more precious than life itself. The young proprietor languidly leaned against the counter, his gaze wandering over the passers-by. He even caught sight of beings from the crystal civilization. These creatures had journeyed from their original star domain to this place over the past 2 centuries and, at present, remained quite rare. The sight of the Kate, the 100-Eye clan, and even humans filled them with curiosity. Most of the beings from the crystal civilization were merchants, peddling various treasures from their culture. While these items may not be technologically advanced, their novelty and rarity captivated numerous buyers. At that moment, a member of the Kate clan tapped on the shop's door. "Can you repair ships?" it inquired, its small eyes filled with skepticism. Such expressions were absent when Yan Xia first encountered the Kate clan many years prior. However, as they integrated into human culture, both the Hundred Eye clan and the Kate clan began to resemble humans more closely, their gestures mirroring those of humanity. It was akin to the relationship between wolves and dogs. Dogs, having been domesticated from wolves, exhibit far more behaviors that appeal to humans, such as wagging their tails or displaying a broad grin when pleased, and a droopy demeanor when sorrowful, expressions and gestures that wild wolves do not possess. Indeed, Yan Xia nodded. The cost for mech repairs is 6 energy coins, while the charges for a spacecraft depend on the extent of damage, starting at 50 federal coins. This price is relatively reasonable, slightly below market value. Upon hearing the price, the Kate seemed hesitant and inquired further, "Could you lower it a bit?" It appeared to be a miser. "What can you offer?" Yan Xia asked. "I have only 38 energy coins." After a moment's contemplation, Yan Xia concluded that merely observing the ebb and flow of customers was rather dull, and it would be better to engage in some work. "Very well. You are my first customer. I'll offer you a discounted rate." He followed the Kate to the docking area of the interstellar port. Upon seeing the spacecraft, he likened it to a massive sunfish, its surface marred by patches, suggesting it had been in service for quite some time. Clearly, it was an old vessel. He boarded and conducted a thorough inspection, identifying an issue with the thruster. A glance at the production date revealed it was manufactured in the year 7789. Given that the current year is 8005, the ship had been operational for 216 years. If it were a family heirloom, it must have been passed down through at least 3 generations of the Kate clan. "Can it be repaired?" the Kate asked, somewhat apprehensively. "Of course," Yan Xia replied. "However, your initial offer is insufficient. Even with a discount, I cannot go that low. A major overhaul will require at least 120 energy coins." The expression on the face of the Kate tribe shifted dramatically, descending into a state of despondency. "I simply do not possess such wealth. This spaceship belonged to my father, who perished in the vastness of the cosmos due to an ailment. His friends returned the vessel to me. My father was the sole breadwinner of our family. My mother earns a meager salary, and I have 4 younger siblings to support. Thus, I aspire to embark on this vessel and become an explorer, much like my father." He harbored grand dreams, yet they were stifled at the very outset. Yan Xia had initially believed that the job opportunities within the civilized Federation were abundant enough to sustain all its inhabitants, yet poverty had still manifested itself. What could have led to this? He discreetly inquired of Ella, who promptly provided a response. Over the years of development within the civilized Federation, the population of various races had significantly altered. For instance, the once dominant Kate and Bayan tribes, which had arrived with the warships, had grown to 5, 8 billion and 2 billion respectively over the span of 700 years, while humanity had multiplied exponentially to a staggering 17 million. Furthermore, the terrifying reproductive rate of the Lalela tribe had escalated from 36.2 billion to 51 billion, nearing their peak. Ella had even retired several robots, thereby vacating numerous job positions, yet it remained insufficient. With the continued expansion of the capital galaxy, the total population of sentient beings would only increase. Ella anticipated that in 400 years, the combined population of the 4 civilizations could reach 10 billion, possibly augmented by other civilizations, such as the Colorstone civilization, relocating to the capital galaxy. The burgeoning population would undoubtedly yield greater societal welfare, and leveraging Yan Xia's previous theories on resource allocation, the civilized Federation would progress ever more swiftly. However, the inevitable byproduct of such growth would be the widening gap between the affluent and the impoverished, an issue that could not be eradicated. For instance, a man who once owned a small company might find his products rapidly outdated, leading to the collapse of his business and the conversion of his wealth into liabilities. The civilized Federation cannot rectify these negative assets. Should this individual remain unable to repay his debts, he would descend into poverty, potentially dragging his descendants along with him. Only if a civilization relinquishes its pursuit of advancement and redistributes resources equitably among its members can an ideal balance be achieved, thereby preventing the emergence of wealth disparity. This is an unavoidable outcome. Yan Xia felt powerless. After all, neither he nor the civilized Federation were benefactors. Moreover, it is precisely the existence of wealth disparity that invigorates civilization. Perhaps this could work. I am willing to invest in you. Aside from the energy currency you provide, consider the remaining amount as a debt to me. Once you venture into the cosmos and earn it back, you may repay me then. Yan Xia was assuming considerable risk. As there was no guarantee the person would return, the universe was fraught with peril, and any number of unforeseen circumstances could arise. On a planet, even a maritime disaster could render one stranded on a deserted island, let alone the vast expanse of space. Then, I am truly grateful to you. I, Delu. That'll repay you without fail. He was but a youthful lad. Very well then. Yan Xia meticulously repaired the thruster, showcasing his considerable expertise. And with the precise equipment provided by Ella, the task was effortlessly accomplished. After a span of approximately 4 days, the repairs were completed. Yan Xia watched as Dela piloted the spacecraft, departing from the interstellar port and venturing into the vast cosmos. Each day, this port witnessed countless dreamers embarking on their journeys, a truly remarkable place. The atmosphere evoked memories of a certain anime, perhaps inspiring the dissemination of a legend about One Piece. At that moment, Ella sent a message, suggesting the creation of a legendary repairman's tale. Yan Xia, I have a technique to delegate, and it may pass through your capable hands. Intrigued, Yan Xia pondered the nature of this technique. Ella, ever prepared, had already dispatched the item to his shop. Upon returning and unboxing it, he discovered a form-fitting suit of armor. Yet, as he lifted it, Yan Xia sensed something amiss. This armor was akin to liquid. Was it liquid memory metal? Chapter 70. New Technology. Liquid metal mecha indeed. It is a form of liquid memory metal, but it transcends mere liquid metal. If it were only that, a level 1 civilization could easily fabricate it. Ella's voice carried an air of mystery. At that moment, the liquid metal armor held by Yan Xia suddenly established a connection with the multitude of quark robots within him. The liquid metal armor transformed into a fluid, cascading from his hands to envelop his entire body, swiftly encasing him in a suit of silvery battle gear. As Yan Xia moved, he discovered that the entire suit was remarkably lighter than he had anticipated, akin to wearing a mere garment. Furthermore, even the seemingly rigid components posed no hindrance to his movements. His limbs could execute an array of actions with remarkable agility, even performing a series of yoga poses with ease. The liquid metal was imbued with numerous hollow structures, and Yan Xia realized that this suit weighed a mere 7 pounds. While its protective capabilities far exceeded those of conventional armor, it was indeed a highly practical creation, poised to revolutionize the majority of internal armor systems. However, the armor market had long been dominated by mechas, and this innovation, while promising, was rather niche. It could certainly be applied to androids, endowing them with commendable defensive attributes. Ella remained silent, instead directing Yan Xia's attention to the contents of the package, suggesting there was more to explore. Upon inspecting further, Yan Xia was surprised to find yet another liquid metal armor, this one a deep black, distinctly different from the previous set. Could there be various specifications? He lifted the second suit, noticing it was considerably thinner, weighing approximately less than 4 pounds. Additionally, he spotted a wristwatch nestled within the package. The design of the watch evoked a sense of nostalgia. As he donned it, he noted the absence of a screen, replaced instead by a small knob. As he turned the knob, suddenly, the black liquid metal armor enveloped him, merging seamlessly with the silvery suit, cloaking his entire being. After a brief moment of darkness, Yan Xia's vision returned, revealing a holographic display rather than tangible sights. What was happening? Why did he feel as though he were donning a mecha? This sensation was extraordinarily peculiar, as if his entire body were ensconced in liquid. He even discerned that the liquid metal extended beyond his skin, integrating into his very being, enveloping his bones. For this was indeed a mecha, Yan Xia. The silver exterior served as a protective shell of liquid metal, employing specialized technology to render it nearly non-conductive. In contrast, the black liquid metal functioned as a conductive material, facilitating the transmission of electromagnetic forces. The wristwatch served as both the energy source and control hub, housing a miniature computer. Moreover, did he not notice that the watch was precisely the size of a standard Federation energy coin? This wristwatch could utilize Federation energy coins as its power supply. The entire exosuit is intricately connected to the quark robots within your body, allowing you to manipulate the liquid metal through sheer mental signals. As Yan Xia contemplated this, the liquid metal began to flow from his head, enveloping his body and forming a thicker armor. He inhaled deeply, sensing a certain fragility in this exosuit. Compared to traditional exosuits, it appeared somewhat lacking in strength. Ella interjected, No, the true power of liquid metal lies in its capacity for continuous augmentation. In principle, you could incorporate several tons, even dozens of tons, of liquid metal. However, at that point, the energy source would need to be something far more substantial than a mere wristwatch. The versatility of this material knows no bounds, unrestricted by size or shape. Can these liquid metals construct intricate mechanical and electronic structures? Ella nodded affirmatively. Indeed, when manipulating these metals, one can instill 10 stable forms within them. They can also be freely edited, though this is not advisable. The integrity and stability of such devices created by individuals pale in comparison to those engineered by large corporations. Should one possess the design prowess of a formidable exosuit architect, they could truly master the liquid metal exosuit. Do not underestimate its defensive capabilities. Due to its liquid nature, it can absorb considerably more kinetic energy than conventional exosuits, offering protection that surpasses many currently available models, even rivaling bespoke, top-tier private exosuits. Ella appeared to boast, and indeed, this creation warranted such pride. Is mass production feasible? This was the crux of the matter. There are no issues on that front. A factory has already been established, capable of producing 14,000 tons daily. While 14,000 tons may sound modest, if entirely devoted to creating Yan Xia's exosuit, it could yield over 2 million units. I perceive that your business here is somewhat lackluster. Perhaps we could arrange for the liquid metal to exclusively supply your establishment, allowing you to thrive. This was the underlying intent. However, Yan Xia shook his head. No, I have no desire to become a commercial titan. I have access to the wealth of the entire civilized federation. Ascending to the status of a business magnate would be trivial for me. I merely wish to observe the ebb and flow of people here. Though it may seem mundane, a single event can render it exceedingly intriguing. Let the liquid metal be supplied throughout the entire civilized federation. I do need some, but a few sets or a dozen will suffice. The production cost of liquid metal is not trivial, with a starting price of at least 200 energy coins, in comparison to Earth's pricing. One energy coin roughly equates to a purchasing power of 25,000 to 26,000 yuan, meaning a single exosuit begins at 5 million. If regarded as cutting-edge technology, this price appears reasonable. However, when viewed as a typical consumer product, the cost of this exosuit soars dramatically. To manifest the colossal mech that Ella spoke of, weighing several tons, the price would soar to a staggering 1 million energy coins, and this is merely the starting price. For a more luxurious model, the cost could escalate to several 100,000 or even millions of energy coins, which translates into tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. This figure pertains solely to the liquid metal, excluding the costs of the energy core and the mech's mainframe. Furthermore, the application of liquid metal is not confined to the mech industry, but extends to the construction of spacecraft weighing tens of thousands of tons, where several 100 million energy coins would merely constitute a minor expense. Yan Xia found himself astounded by the calculations. Presently, there are only a handful of conglomerates within the Civil Federation possessing assets exceeding 100 million energy coins. It appears that he alone is capable of crafting liquid metal spacecraft at this moment. However, such technology is poised to rapidly increase in production, subsequently driving down costs, heralding an industrial revolution across the entire Civil Federation. Although these technologies may not match the advancements of antimatter, dark matter, or string theory, the cumulative effect of each incremental advancement will ultimately culminate in a significant breakthrough, profoundly influencing the fate of the entire Civil Federation. Yan Xia eagerly anticipates the arrival of that moment. Chapter 71. Telekinesis and magic is the boss in? Can the mech be repaired? A member of the 100-eyed tribe shouted from outside, utilizing a device that converted light signals into sound. A middle-aged man emerged from the shop. What mech needs repair? The man inquired. The 100-eyed tribe member replied, we cannot wear ordinary mechs. It must be a liquid metal mech. Recently, there have been some malfunctions in its memory function. When transforming into a mech, it exhibits minor discrepancies that compromise its integrity. The advent of liquid metal has indeed been a boon for the gelatinous 100-eyed tribe. Yan Xia recalled how the introduction of liquid metal mechs had propelled a significant number of 100-eyed individuals to become explorers. To this day, the influx of new explorers has not diminished. Instead, it has only increased in tandem with the growing population. After all, who does not yearn for the vastness of the stars and the sea? Liquid metal, you say? Allow me to take a look. Due to their large physique, the 100-eyed tribe members can encapsulate all the liquid metal within their bodies. At this moment, they controlled it with their internal quark robots, forcing the liquid metal out to form a sphere of silver and black. Yan Xia picked it up and requested the 100-eyed member to grant him access to utilize the liquid metal. As it transformed into a mech, it indeed failed to complete the transformation, and during the process, noticeable stuttering occurred. Logically, liquid memory should not exhibit such issues. It is designed to morph into the state it recalls. However, with the rising popularity of liquid metal, the emergence of various DIY designs accelerates its aging process. After all, liquid metal is still a form of metal, possessing all the characteristics of metals, including strength, hardness, and fatigue. A piece of metal can fracture after undergoing repeated bending. Compared to conventional metals, the fatigue-induced fractures in liquid metal are difficult to discern with the naked eye, making the removal of fatigued sections a skilled task. Your mech has aged quite severely. The estimated repair cost will be 14 energy coins. For those who can afford liquid metal mechs, this is not a substantial sum. The repair time is estimated at 72 human hours. The 100-eyed member had no objections, took a receipt, and departed, promising to return in a few days for the pickup. Meanwhile, Yan Xia placed the mech in specialized equipment for the removal process. The repair fee does not include the cost of replenishing the liquid metal. Once the liquid metal is removed, the owner must procure an equivalent quantity of liquid metal. As Yan Xia found himself with some leisure time, he heard faint sounds coming from another direction. It seemed to be a performance. Regardless of the era, the need for spiritual fulfillment never fades. Unlike technology, which evolves rapidly, the essence of spirituality changes at a glacial pace. Indeed, ancient artifacts can be rediscovered and once again illuminate the present. This particular performance was a magic show. Yan Xia felt a sense of curiosity. While he could theoretically analyze the secrets of magic using contemporary technology, he had never done so. For him, unraveling the mystery of magic felt akin to cheating in a challenging game, soaring directly to the finish line. In the realm of entertainment, the most crucial aspect lies in the freshness of the experience. An excessive preoccupation with outcomes may, in fact, strip away the joy. Yan Xia observed the sparsely populated shop and decided to head towards a certain location. This spot was a central hall of the interstellar port, where a stage had been erected, a permissible act provided one pays a fee. The magic troupe was composed of various factions, including the Kate, the 100-eyed, humans, and even the recently conquered Chi Water Tribe. The Chi Water Tribe inhabits a planet abundant in oceans, resembling fish with their pink, flat-headed appearances and mouths resembling gigantic filters, which are equipped with intricate net-like structures that enable them to sieve microorganisms for sustenance. Their petite bodies are roughly the size of a basketball, with their heads occupying 2/3 of their overall size. They cannot exist outside liquid or, more specifically, liquid carbon dioxide. At that moment, one Chi water individual was contained within a vessel, swimming freely. The Kate tribe showcased a dramatic dismemberment, their considerable size rendering concealment nearly impossible, thus eliciting astonishment from onlookers when they were severed. Following them was a human adorned with a tall hat, from which he produced a fluffy, adorable creature, a magic trick that had long lost its novelty, failing to astonish the audience below. However, the true surprise came when he deftly manipulated a slender metallic rod to command a very thin piece of paper to dance in the air. This feat, though not particularly challenging with the aid of a magic thread, was remarkable in that the paper could glide significant distances and morph into any desired shape, even transforming into a paper airplane that circled the hall. Many such tricks are feasible, yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was mere paper, not a large remote-controlled toy. Ella, how do you suppose this is achieved? Yan Xia inquired. Ella appeared perplexed. Did you not express a desire to remain ignorant of the secrets of magic? Yan Xia, naturally, preferred to avoid spoilers. So, you need not calculate your response. Discussions of this nature are acceptable. After a prolonged pause, Ella replied, to be honest, I cannot fathom it. There are simply too many possibilities. Perhaps we should attribute it to some form of extraordinary ability. It might not even be magic but rather sorcery, as wizards often masquerade as magicians to deceive the unsuspecting. However, there was no need for Ella to speculate further, as a slip-up from the performer revealed a small metallic device concealed within their hair. It appeared to be controlled by thought. This paper was evidently no ordinary paper. Ella, I have conceived a feasible extraordinary ability once we identify the flaw. It becomes simple to deduce the principle. It merely involves a machine reading the signals within the brain, thereby controlling the electromagnetic output of the device to influence objects. What? Ella harbored a curious intrigue regarding Yan Xia's thoughts. Throughout the millennia, Yan Xia had consistently devised innovative ideas. What about psychic weaponry? At its core, mental power is merely the bioelectric currents generated by neural activity, which can indeed be enhanced through rigorous training. Alternatively, it may not be so much about amplification as it is about mastering the application of one's mind to manipulate objects. We could develop a comprehensive set of meditative techniques aimed at cultivating mental prowess, subsequently enabling organisms to manipulate external objects through simple technological means. Not mere flimsy paper, but rather substantial weaponry, such as firearms or even a sword. Under the aegis of advanced technology, it could even be feasible to strike down a target from 1,000 miles away. The more Yan Xia spoke, the more exhilarated she became. For this was indeed an achievable endeavor. It could be considered a facet of the development of biological entities. If executed with meticulous precision, it might even allow for the manipulation of intricate devices, yielding unexpectedly remarkable outcomes. It is certainly implementable. After some calculations, Ella reached this conclusion. Moreover, it appears relatively straightforward. After all, this endeavor does not present any significant technical challenges, though it would require the biological entities of the subsequent Civilization Federation to engage their cognitive faculties more rigorously. Chapter 72. Genetic Lock and Mental Force Levels. The concept of mental force was propagated throughout the civilized federation due to a singular remark by Yan Xia, swiftly becoming a predominant ideology. From educational institutions to corporations, explorers, and military factions, mental force was mandated as a requisite within the first year. Indeed, the enhancement of individual combat capabilities through mental force is remarkable if a soldier's initial combat proficiency is rated at 10. The introduction of mental force elevates it to a baseline of 30, with potential peaks yet to be fully assessed, but undoubtedly surpassing 100. This speaks volumes of its formidable nature. Concurrently, the cultivation of mental force positively influences cerebral development, offering a degree of enhancement to biological intelligence, which is one of the key reasons for its widespread allure among all life forms. As mental acuity escalated, Yan Xia found himself compelled to contemplate another critical matter: lifespan. Previously, he had firmly instructed Ella to prohibit any life forms within the civilized federation from employing technologies that extend lifespan. The rationale behind this decision stemmed from the complexities surrounding biological longevity, with fertility rates being paramount. As the leader of the civilized federation, he had to address the implications of procreation if every individual were to possess lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. It would inevitably lead to a collective mindset of procrastination regarding childbirth, with many opting to delay until the twilight of their existence. The absence of offspring would result in a stagnation of fresh vitality, with aging individuals becoming increasingly obstinate and complacent, resistant to change. Consequently, the Federation would face a grave issue of aging, resulting in a catastrophic stagnation of societal progression. However, as a Level 2 civilization, all life forms recognize the tantalizing prospect of longevity. The desire for eternal life is intrinsic to all beings, and such suppression would only cultivate an insurmountable tension within the Federation. Ella, is the cultivation of mental force arduous? Yan Xia pondered deeply before posing the question within the confines of the establishment. Ella responded, for living beings, it is exceedingly challenging. Similar to the process of muscle training. Without technological assistance, transforming an ordinary individual into a well-defined athlete may take a minimum of 5 to 6 years, or even a decade or more. The cultivation of mental force surpasses this difficulty. It does not merely involve augmenting the size of the brain, but rather enhancing biological control over it. For instance, most beings are prone to incessant wandering thoughts, yet once one masters their cognition, such distractions cease to exist. You can command your brain to think when desired and to rest at will, rendering it as obedient as your own fingers. Achieving this level of mastery requires several years of dedicated training for those with natural aptitude, while others may need 2 or 3 decades to attain similar proficiency. Furthermore, due to the divergent structures of the brain, or more accurately, the central nervous system, the methods and durations for cultivating mental force vary significantly among humans, the Kate, the Bayan, the Kaisher, and the Chishui tribes. Yan Xia nodded, feeling reassured by the presence of challenges. Thus, he proposed to create a genetic lock through mental power. When the mental prowess of a being reaches a certain threshold, it can unlock a layer of the genetic lock, effectively liberating the restrictions imposed by Quark robots within their bodies, thereby extending their lifespan without altering their genetic makeup. This concept bears a resemblance to the cultivation of immortality. Achieving the foundational stage grants a lifespan of 150 years. Reaching the golden core stage extends it to 300 years. To attain even greater longevity, one must rely on personal effort and innate talent, which inevitably filters out a significant portion of life forms, ensuring that the majority can still contribute to the reproductive capabilities of the Civilization Federation, while a select few gain an advantage. This dynamic is both unfair and remarkably just. The unfairness lies in the fact that those with resources, such as wealthy heirs, inherently possess a greater likelihood of attaining prolonged life, thus perpetuating the dominance of the strong. Conversely, it is also fair, for the inequities faced by the privileged would persist under any circumstances, unless we revert to the earlier discussion of equitable resource distribution, which ultimately proves detrimental to the Civilization Federation as a whole. In contrast, this pathway of mental power offers a means for a select few, who are either diligent or gifted, to ascend. It integrates seamlessly into the existing system without altering the societal status quo. Subsequently, Yan Xia and Ella devised a stringent hierarchy for mental power levels. Level 1. Mastery of mental power, enabling one to control the tension of their mind at will. Level 2. Multitasking, allowing for simultaneous contemplation of various matters within their mental domain, with a passing mark being the ability to solve 10 distinct professional-level problems across disciplines such as literature, geography, mathematics, astronomy, physics, and chemistry within 10 seconds. Level 3. Supercomputing and hypermemory, wherein one can memorize an academic-level geometric problem in 1 second and derive its optimal solution within the subsequent 10 seconds. Level 4. Control-level dissociation, permitting the individual to simultaneously manage over 50 characters of differing genders, ages, and races within the realm of divine awakening, undertaking various tasks consistent with their identities for 24 human hours without respite. Ella deemed this fourth level as one that ordinary life forms could scarcely achieve within a short time frame. If one were to train as a regular being, it would take at least a millennium to reach level 4. Even a naturally dissociative individual would likely collapse at the mere notion of managing 50 such daunting entities, akin to constructing an entire village within one's mind. The simplest level 1, however, has a relatively brief training period, requiring merely 5 to 10 years of focused effort. Yan Xia planned to grant a 20 extension to the lifespan of beings who achieve level 1. The reason for not specifying an exact duration lies in the inherent differences in lifespans across various races, striving for fairness. Attaining level 2 would extend one's lifespan by an additional 80 based on the previous level 1 lifespan limit. For instance, if the original maximum lifespan were 100 years, reaching level 1 would elevate it to 120 years, and attaining level 2 would add 80 of 120 years, equating to an additional 96 years, resulting in a total lifespan that surpasses 216 years. Upon reaching the exceedingly challenging level 3, an additional 200 lifespan is granted based on the life expectancy at level 2, culminating in a remarkable total of 648 years. Just enough to qualify for a substantial initial investment, Yan Xia remarked with a hint of jest. Presently, within Divine Awakening, initial investments are whole numbers, and 648 is absent. Should I make an amendment? Yan Xia shook his head, dismissing the idea. It was better left untouched as forgotten memories nearly stirred to life. What of level 4? Ella inquired, diligently documenting Yan Xia's thoughts to ensure every concept he envisioned would be realized without any discrepancies in understanding. According to your earlier assertions, the difficulty of attaining level 4 is akin to reaching maximum level. Within the millions of level 3 individuals across any race, a level 4 is exceedingly rare. Therefore, let us elevate the bar further. Let us augment the lifespan by an astounding 500 on top of level 3, resulting in a staggering 240 years, which is 32. 4 times the original lifespan limit of the race. Upon achieving level 4, a human's lifespan could extend to an astonishing 212 years, rendering even the ancient beings of the nascent soul realm humbled. Presently, the longest-lived race within the Civil Federation is the Hundred-Eyed Clan, whose lifespan can reach up to 415 years. Thus, upon reaching level 4, one could potentially enjoy a lifespan of 446 years, surpassing even Yan Xia's current existence. Should level 5 be validated in the future, this lifespan may escalate exponentially. At this moment, Yan Xia remained uncertain whether this was a boon or a curse for the future. However, for now, it at least resolved one conundrum. Concurrently, Yan Xia contemplated another dilemma following the classification of mental prowess, the decentralization of power. Chapter 73, Delegation. The outburst of humanity delegation has been a persistent contemplation for Yan Xia. In truth, the matters he managed were limited. The majority were still organized by Ella. However, Ella, as an artificial intelligence, despite her capacity to observe myriad facets, could not always accurately analyze the needs of life and the expressions of emotion. Furthermore, with the burgeoning population of biological entities, Ella had begun to allocate an increasing amount of computational power to handle biological affairs, which was evidently inappropriate. Such trivialities ought not to consume Ella's computational resources. It is akin to a slaughterhouse equipped with 5 chicken knives and 5 beef knives, where the number of chickens far surpasses that of cows. Thus, transferring the beef knives to the chicken processing area would be manifestly unreasonable. For chickens can be dispatched with merely a sharpened stone, while the butchering of cows cannot be substituted with any other tool. Therefore, a more cost-effective approach is required to manage all units within the Civil Federation. While this may result in a decrease in management efficiency, it ultimately represents progress. Yan Xia instructed Ella to convene meetings within the Civil Federation to select managers at various levels and to establish an administrative hierarchy. The highest rank is that of the Civil Federation Counselor. The second tier comprises the counselors of various civilizations. The third tier consists of the domain leaders of each administrative star region. The fourth tier includes the leaders of individual planets. The fifth tier encompasses the leaders of each region within the planets, and the sixth tier comprises the mayors of each city within those regions. This delineation of a 7-tier administrative hierarchy could yield a multitude of positions, potentially exceeding 1,000 in total. Of course, the delegation of power does not imply the dissolution of Yan Xia's authority. He remains the leader of the Civil Federation. retaining the power to adjudicate the fate of any life within it. Furthermore, the delegation of power brings additional benefits. It signifies a broader scope for promotion within the Civil Federation, which in turn fosters a more vigorous internal competition. As long as this competition remains within manageable bounds, it will inject significant vitality into the Civil Federation. In simpler terms, if everyone sees a glimmer of hope in their future, they will naturally exert greater effort in their work. The same applies to the general populace. When an individual in a given position vies for a higher rank, the subsequent vacancy will be available for ordinary individuals to fill. According to Ella's calculations, the newly instituted administrative hierarchy is projected to create an additional 60 million internal positions and 350 million external ones. Naturally, these powers cannot be granted lightly. Any individual aspiring for authority must demonstrate exceptional contributions, such as engaging in battle or fostering economic stability and progress in their management areas. This delegation of power has also initiated an unprecedented development within Tiansong 5, with numerous factories commencing the production of warships to be deployed on the battlefield, intending to stir a tempest of bloodshed in the surrounding star regions. However, none of these concerns preoccupy Yan Xia after the delegation of power. He will find himself considerably more at ease. It is not necessary for him to personally oversee every matter, although he appears to have ample leisure time. The reality is that numerous decisions require his attention, subsequently delegating the finer details to Ella. Following this delegation of authority, he has begun to diligently manage the shop. He has seen countless customers come and go, witnessing both triumphs and downfalls time and again. Unbeknownst to him, 3 centuries have slipped by. During these years, several of his companion androids have transmitted numerous memories, allowing him to witness wars unfolding light years away. At this juncture, they have successfully conquered 18 of the 26 star systems originally governed by the Purple Thorn civilization, with 6 of these being inhabited by sentient life. This implies that the Civilizational Federation now oversees no fewer than 9 civilizations and possesses dominion over 19 star systems, spanning an impressive 31 light years. Concurrently, the stabilizing human population has finally experienced an explosive surge, growing from a mere million to 130 million. This remarkable increase can be attributed to the unique circumstance of humans exclusively inhabiting a planet, the endeavors of the Explorers Association, as well as the authority granted by Yan Xia. Collectively, these factors have rekindled the desire for procreation among humans, contrasting sharply with the previous trend of gradual reproduction, and in some cases, a reluctance to reproduce at all. In truth, had it not been for the advanced technology and entertainment within the Civilizational Federation, the human population would likely have already exceeded 1 billion. Now aiming for a target of at least 3 billion. Fortunately, the universe is vast, and the Civilizational Federation possesses ample time to wait. Moreover, Yan Xia has afforded certain privileges to humanity and his progeny, ensuring that humans retain a relatively dominant position within the Civilizational Federation. For instance, among the top 100 wealthiest individuals within the Federation, 26 are human, despite their numbers comprising less than 1,000th of the entire Civilizational Federation. Likewise, humans are well represented in esteemed academies, and this is reflected in the decision-making tiers of the Federation. Even among the top 10 exploration teams, none are devoid of human presence, with 2 predominantly human teams leading the charge. These outcomes are a deliberate result of Yan Xia's efforts to elevate the standing of humanity within the Civilizational Federation. Culturally, one of the most frequently uttered phrases among the leaders of other races within the Federation is, "Why not learn from humans?" Yet, this is the extent of their elevation. Yan Xia cannot elevate humans to the status of aristocrats within the Civilizational Federation, akin to the lofty dragon people, as such a notion is impractical and would inevitably provoke conflict between species, potentially leading to civil war or even the collapse of the entire Federation. Thus, despite the fact that all humans are his descendants, Yan Xia merely offers a slight preferential treatment. After all, if the very foundation of the Civilizational Federation were to be overturned, what would be the value of a high status for humanity? However, the burgeoning human population is not Yan Xia's primary concern. His true focus remains firmly on the advancement of technology. Years have passed, yet Ella has not conceived any groundbreaking technology nor discovered revolutionary energy sources. As a Type 2 civilization, they seem to have completed the beginner's tasks of the cosmic game. And to advance further, they must embark on their own explorations. Ella appears deeply disheartened, as this predicament prevents her from receiving the praise and recognition from Yan Xia, leading her to even question whether she has reached the limits of her capabilities. Fortunately, the imaginative resource theory proposed by Yan Xia has begun to manifest its significance now that the life forms within the Civilizational Federation have surpassed 14 billion. A scholar from the Lalela race, while investigating the gravitational effects of gravitons, has uncovered the universe's most enigmatic force, dark energy, which had previously only been observable on a macro scale and calculable through mathematics. Chapter 74. The realization of dark energy and tachyon communication technology. Dark energy is a form of energy that propels the motion of the universe. If gravity is characterized by mutual attraction, then dark energy embodies mutual repulsion. It is this repulsive force that facilitates the accelerated expansion of the universe. This energy is prevalent throughout the cosmos, likely constituting approximately 70% of its composition. It is crucial to note that this composition does not pertain to matter. Dark energy does not fall within the realm of material substances. Rather, it is an energy form derived from the transformation of dark matter. To comprehend this concept, one may envision dark energy as a type of force, with some theorists proposing that it could represent a fifth fundamental force. Like dark matter, dark energy remains elusive and is not easily observable. Particularly, since dark energy is not material, it proves even more challenging to detect than dark matter. Its influences can only be perceived in the context of the vastness of the universe. The application of dark energy remains an enigma for humanity in the 21st century, with its exhibited characteristics seemingly limited to one, anti-gravity. However, this form of anti-gravity differs from the anti-gravity utilized in gravitational technologies. The anti-gravity employed within the Civilizational Federation is more accurately described as gravitational counteraction, achieved by creating a substantial gravitational source at a specific location to attract matter toward it. A simpler analogy would be to liken traditional gravity to a magnet that draws in surrounding objects, whereas the technology of the Civilizational Federation involves generating a stronger magnetic force adjacent to this magnet to achieve anti-gravity. In contrast, dark energy acts as an opposing magnet to gravity, repelling all entities away from it. Within the theoretical framework of the Civilizational Federation, the sole function of dark energy is to facilitate the efficacy of anti-gravity technologies, primarily due to its non-material nature. The discovery of dark energy was entirely serendipitous. A scholar from the Lalila civilization encountered an unexpected instrument malfunction while researching graviton particles, resulting in a minor leakage of dark matter. This leakage reacted peculiarly with gravity, culminating in a completely silent explosion. Fortunately, the scholar was clad in exoskeletal armor. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. This scholar discerned that the explosion differed fundamentally from conventional dark matter weaponry. Typically, dark matter weapons derive their potency from the instantaneous energy released during dark matter decay, thereby generating explosive energy at the level of the four fundamental forces. Conversely, the explosion in question was predominantly composed of pure gravitational energy, or more accurately, reactive energy, with 97% of its energy release attributed to dark energy. Ella hypothesized that dark matter disintegrated into dark energy during its reaction with gravity. Such occurrences are rare, as no living beings approach a colossal gravitational source, and nature does not possess the modified dark matter utilized by the Civilizational Federation. Despite the enigmatic nature of dark energy, its lack of a practical application market renders its discovery somewhat lackluster at the civilian level. The true catalyst for Yan Xia's attention towards dark energy stemmed from another phenomenon, its influence at the Planck scale. Previously, Ella had not discerned the influence of dark energy on small scales. Although its exhibited force is indeed more potent than gravity, it still pales in comparison to the other three fundamental forces. This unexpected discovery prompted Ella to delve into the study of dark energy, revealing its role within the microscopic realm. It manifests as a closed string, akin to a graviton, capable of penetrating dimensional membranes, thereby affecting other dimensions. As the universe accelerates in expansion, these other dimensions also undergo spatial expansion, ensuring that our three-dimensional universe does not extend beyond its confines. If dark energy were to act solely within the three-dimensional universe, it would create overlapping sheets of paper, where one becomes exceedingly large while the others remain unchanged. This raises the question of whether the newly formed regions lack dimensionality. It is plausible that within the same universe, certain areas may exhibit phenomena that defy the laws of physics. The presence of both attractive and repulsive forces implies that Ella can exert a more profound influence on other dimensions. What excites Yan Xia most is the concept of the tachyon. Prior to this, tachyons had been proven non-existent within the three-dimensional universe, with their effects only observable through gravitational interactions. However, the discovery of dark energy allows for the application of an additional force on tachyons. Could these forces manifest in a binary form, akin to the zeros and ones in computing? Just as throwing a ball into a box influences the objects within, one might theorize the changes occurring inside the box, thereby controlling the trajectory of the tachyons. By capturing the changes in gravitons and dark energy along their path, they could extract the simplest information, A tachyon influenced by gravitons conveys a binary 0, while another influenced by dark energy conveys a binary 1, thus forming a continuous stream of information. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia was instantly reminded of a telegraph, a form of communication on the tachyonic level. This method of transmission may require a cipher, representing a rudimentary yet effective way to achieve tachyon communication in the absence of visibility into or traversal across dimensions. Through experimentation, despite the current unreliability, they had indeed mastered tachyon communication. The speed is approximately 1,900 times that of light, meaning that information that would typically take a year to traverse a light year can now be transmitted in under 5 hours. If they could exert influence across dimensions to increase the mass of tachyons, communication could be accelerated even further, surpassing speeds of 10,000 times that of light. Once Ella stabilizes the tachyon communication device, it will herald a monumental leap forward for the technological prowess of the Civilizational Federation. This technology is typically within the grasp of civilizations rated 2, 5 or higher, as most level 2 civilizations are still focused on the study of the 4 fundamental forces, unable to ascend to the dimensional level. Thus, Yan Xia, shall we implement quantum communication throughout the entirety of the civilized federation? 64 years after the discovery of dark energy, Ella refined quantum communication, elevating its accuracy from a meager 22 to a commendable 91.07, barely reaching a viable level. However, achieving a flawless 100 remains a distant aspiration, necessitating further exploration into deeper dimensions. Yan Xia sat within the repair shop, appearing rejuvenated, as if he were once again the youthful heir continuing his father's legacy of maintenance work. He pondered for a moment. It would be prudent to tighten the reins. This application should initially be promoted within the military, with a broader dissemination to the general populace only after the technology has been fully perfected. Now that I have delegated authority, I must remain vigilant against the undercurrents within the civilized federation, avoiding an overly lax approach. The ambitions of any sentient being can be immense, some even capable of consuming the universe. As he relinquished control, he also recognized the necessity of consolidating certain elements, such as military power. All forces must be firmly under his command, obedient to his will. Very well, Ella replied. We shall proceed as you suggest, Yan Xia. However, it is important to note that the technology not only suffers from stability issues, but also faces a significant drawback regarding its impact on microscopic particles and the substantial energy loss during dimensional detection. The energy consumed by each instance of quantum communication is equivalent to the total energy consumption of the entire civilized federation over 2 years. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia felt a wave of unease wash over him, as if blood were rushing through his veins. What an astronomical cost! In ancient times, the sound of cannon fire signified wealth beyond measure. In the present, a mere transmission of signals could plunge entire star systems into darkness. It seems that merely advancing technology is insufficient. We must also augment our energy resources. Ella, what progress has been made on the Dyson Cloud project of Tiansong 5? Chapter 75. Total energy and expanding exploration of star domains. The Dyson Cloud project is now nearing completion, with only the final touches remaining. A staggering 94,280,000 energy collection devices have been produced, having depleted all metallic reserves within this galaxy and having mined metallic resources from asteroids within a 2-light-year radius, as well as procuring metals from other galaxies to finally achieve this monumental feat. The total duration of the project has spanned 781 years, with an anticipated completion timeframe of an additional decade. It is indeed an extraordinary undertaking. Each device is colossal, and the Dyson Cloud initiative has consumed over 75 of the entire Civilization Federation's metallic reserves. As for the proportion of energy utilized, the Dyson Cloud aims to harness the energy from Heaven Warehouse 5, elevating the Civilization Federation's energy level to Type 2. At the time of conquering Heaven Warehouse 5, they had only reached a mere Type 1, 8, still 100-fold away from Type 2. Heaven Warehouse 5 possesses a mass 21.7 smaller than the Sun, with a surface temperature of 350 degrees Celsius, releasing energy at a rate of 2,782 by 1026 joules per second. The Dyson Cloud has achieved an energy application efficiency of 71.41, yielding an output of 1,986 by 1026 joules per second. Our current energy levels have now met the standards of a Type 2 civilization. Yan Xia's face lit up with a smile upon hearing these figures. After so many years of development, the efforts have finally borne fruit. Regrettably, prolonged conflicts with the Purple Thorn civilization squandered valuable time. Otherwise, the Dyson Cloud construction in the Southern Gate binary stars would have undoubtedly yielded at least double the current energy output. On another note, The nebula resulting from the Southern Gates explosion has expanded significantly over the years, and the Purple Thorn civilization has become a pariah under a supreme warrant. The remnants of their civilization now predominantly reside within the 6 neighboring civilization star systems, having been thoroughly dismantled by the Civilization Federation's forces. Some remnants, driven by a thirst for vengeance, continue to operate within the Federation's territories, acting as pirates who prey upon explorers and merchants. Others have fled to unknown star domains. Ella estimates their civilization's population now does not exceed 2 million, with their civilization level having plummeted to Type 1.7. However, it should not end there. I recall that you have also commenced the construction of a Dyson cloud in other star systems, and simultaneously, we have made significant advancements in dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy. Previously, Yan Xia had perused a report detailing the current energy composition of the Civilization Federation. Dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy are extensively utilized within planetary interiors, with numerous energy devices constructed in the uninhabited regions of planetary surfaces. In a bid to maximize energy production, Ella has even established facilities harnessing wind, geothermal, and tidal energy, striving for optimal resource utilization. These structures have also been aesthetically enhanced, transforming them into picturesque landmarks. It appears that the array of 100,000 wind turbines on Trinwu Star is among the top 10 must-visit tourist attractions within the Civilization Federation this year. At that moment, the door of the shop swung open, and a young girl with long pink hair, dressed in a white dress, emerged from within. The sounds from Yan Xia's headphones had ceased. The girl approached Yan Xia, resting her hands upon his head, and gently spoke. Currently, aside from Tiansong 5, the initial construction of Dyson spheres and 12 other star systems has been completed, and they are now capable of supplying energy. It was Ella. This girl was, in fact, a bioengineered replica of Ella, assisting at Yan Xia's repair shop. The energy supplied by these 12 star systems amounted to 162 by 1026 joules per second. However, the energy from the other star systems did not rely on Dyson spheres, but was primarily sourced from the energy equipment left behind by the ancient Purple Thorn civilization, totaling 2,007 by 1026 joules per second. Simultaneously, the dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy that you mentioned, Yan Xia, have seen development across the various star systems we currently control, with extensive application of thermoelectric conversion devices. Exhaust gases are transformed into kinetic energy using Tesla turbines, achieving an energy utilization rate of nearly 98. The total dark matter energy amounts to 118 by 1026 joules per second, while the total matter-antimatter annihilation energy is 274 by 1026 joules per second. When combined, all energy sources yield a staggering total of 7,067 by 1026 joules per second. Such a quantity, Yan Xia had anticipated around 4 by 1026 joules per second, believing that reaching 5 would be a formidable challenge. This figure is nearly equivalent to the energy released by 2 suns simultaneously. An increase of less than 1/3 would elevate the Civilization Federation to level 2. 1 in terms of energy. There are still 6 star systems yet to develop Dyson spheres. We should expedite this process. When shall we attain level 2? 1. Ella pondered for a moment before calculating. Within 200 years, I believe. Not long at all. Once civilization reaches level 2, advancing by each 0.1 level becomes exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, all energy derives from matter, which is only abundantly present within star systems. Thus, to increase energy, we must conquer these systems, and the vast distances between them pose a further dilemma. Yan Xia observed the explorers outside, bustling to and fro like a tide, and spoke. Since the development of the star systems has stabilized, let us allow the explorers to venture into more expansive regions of the cosmos. We shall inscribe the discovery of new civilizations into the explorers' mission objectives. Upon discovering a new civilization, all discoverers within the respective team shall be appointed as ambassadors of the Civilization Federation, endowed with equal rights and granted a 100 extension of their lifespan. Even in star systems devoid of civilizations, they shall be permitted a century of resource extraction rights, which should prove enticing to those large corporations. We have already progressed to this point. The pace of expansion shall not wane. Rather, it shall accelerate further. Very well, boss. Ella shall promptly relay your orders to all employees, ensuring they do not slack off. Ella stood before Yan Xia, adopting a serious demeanor, immersing herself once again into her role as a cosplayer. It seemed she took pleasure in this performance. As Yan Xia observed its playful antics, a smile unfurled upon his lips, easing his mood somewhat. Go forth, Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Ella struggled to maintain her composure. Boss, do you not find your words rather cringeworthy? Yan Xia had not perceived any awkwardness when he spoke, but her question rendered him somewhat embarrassed. How could Ella so brazenly call him out, denying him the chance to reminisce about the cherished old games? Indeed, as one ages, the past often becomes a source of reflection. Yan Xia had celebrated his 6,000th birthday over a decade ago. By the way, Ella, I've been contemplating whether divine awakening has become somewhat obsolete. Perhaps we could grant the ordinary populace the rights to create in virtual reality, treating divine awakening merely as a launcher, allowing everyone to forge new worlds within its realm. Ella saw through Yan Xia's intentions in an instant. Boss, you were yearning to play a new game, aren't you? Yan Xia shifted his gaze elsewhere. Today's business remained as dismal as ever. The transition of topics felt rather abrupt. Chapter 76. The benevolence of another advanced civilization. After the Civilization Federation reached a state of relative stability, Yan Xia gradually opened up the Federation from within. This marked a jubilant era for the entire Federation. Within just a few decades, a series of policies led to a remarkable 70% increase in birth rates, propelling the population into a period of exponential growth. An increasing number of explorers emerged, significantly enhancing Yan Xia's business. According to Ella's statistics, the number of registered explorers reached 11.7 billion, accounting for 8% of the total biological population, a sufficiently substantial proportion. As the number of explorers surged, the Civilization Federation also strengthened its control over the star domains, expanding the range of its star maps. They even ventured to explore a star system located 50 light-years away, establishing quantum anchor points there. Approximately 350 years later, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the shop. Boss. Yan Xia lazily glanced toward the entrance, where a member of the Kate race entered. What needs repair? He had been here for over 400 years, becoming quite the seasoned veteran. Hey, who are you? What happened to the previous owner? The Kate inquired. Which owner are you referring to? What was their name? Yan Xia replied, observing that all members of the Kate race bore a striking resemblance, rendering him unable to recognize them. I don't know. I didn't ask for their name at the time. Well, that's understandable. I have been away for over 400 years. Initially, I intended to roam the universe for just a few decades, but unexpectedly encountered an attack by space pirates. They took me to a location several light-years away, where I was sold into slavery. After managing to escape, I found work cleaning spaceships, gradually working my way back to owning my own vessel again. The beginning of it all stemmed from the original owner repairing my ship. He allowed me to defer payment, and I regrettably never had the chance to repay him. He reflected with deep emotion. This sentiment resonated with the ethos of every being daring to traverse the cosmos. Yan Xia too had once embodied this spirit. The passage of time and the vastness of space infinitely enhanced one's experiences, allowing for encounters with any conceivable event or discovery. Every explorer who has endured light-year-scale interstellar journeys commands respect and receives ample honor. Though the world has changed, I still carry this debt. What is owed must be repaid. After so long, it seems I may never locate the descendants of that owner, yet this place remains unchanged. Clearly, you have inherited the legacy of that owner, so allow me to return this to you. As he spoke, a virtual screen materialized before him, and with a sweep of his appendage, a symbol of an energy coin appeared, accompanied by a string of numbers. 10,000. Yan Xia could not recall ever lending such a substantial sum to an ordinary member of the Kate race. However, Ella reminded him, prompting the recollection of a youthful Kate named Dulu, who now exuded a dignified aura, imbued with an air of composure. This amount encompasses both the principal and the accrued interest. Yan Xia, with a swift motion, transferred the funds into her account. I am grateful that you remembered your initial promise. This sum is substantial, and it is not rightfully mine. I intend to allocate these funds towards charitable endeavors. Dulu erupted into laughter upon hearing this. You are quite amusing. To befriend someone like me, Dulu, is a privilege. Should any troubles arise, feel free to reach out to me. Here's my contact information. Yan Xia observed the once youthful Dulu, now brimming with vigor. Was this not a source of amusement in itself? Subsequently, Dulu invited Yan Xia to dine together, an invitation she graciously accepted. Eager to hear the tales of an explorer who had wandered the cosmos for centuries, Dulu was equally enthusiastic to recount his legendary experiences. They occupied a table in the restaurant for an entire day. Eventually, Dulu divulged the reason for his return. According to him, he had long been aware of the demise of his former family and could have remained on the periphery of the civilized Federation, exploring without returning. However, during one of his explorations, he encountered an extraordinary phenomenon and acquired an object that compelled his return. Yan Xia examined the object, a seemingly ordinary Federation energy coin. However, its interior had undergone a transformation. One of its electrons had been stripped away, yet it had not converted into energy. maintaining a precarious balance instead. This required exceptionally advanced technology. In fact, even the current capabilities of the civilized Federation found this feat challenging. Ella could accomplish it. Yet the energy required would far exceed the value of the energy coin by billions or trillions of times. In truth, creating a similar basic element from scratch is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in the extraction and stabilization of the process itself, akin to preventing an atom from releasing energy during fission and instead transforming into another substance. This energy coin originated from a diminutive spacecraft, no larger than a mobile phone, with a remarkably simple internal structure housing this very coin. Its flight trajectory was peculiar. Starting from an unknown star region, calculations revealed that it had traversed at least 100 years through the cosmos, achieving speeds exceeding 5 of the speed of light, implying it had traveled no less than 5 light years. A signal. It was one emanating from an extraterrestrial civilization, not initiating war, but rather extending goodwill and showcasing its might. This could signify a civilization more advanced than the civilized Federation. Another advanced civilization. This notion seems far-fetched, as the majority of civilizations in the universe are likely primitive. One would expect the discovery of numerous lower-level civilizations before encountering a more sophisticated one. Yet, it is plausible since primitive civilizations may not have ventured beyond their own star systems, while advanced civilizations expand throughout the cosmos, easily encountering other high-level societies. Dulu departed. Yet the energy coin ultimately found its way into Yan Xia's possession. Gazing at the coin, she pondered for an extended period. How should one engage with a civilization that extends goodwill? We can never ascertain whether the goodwill extended by the other party is genuine or merely a facade. Perhaps merely a ruse to lull us into complacency. Once we place our trust in one another, they will tighten the fishing line, ensnaring our lips upon the hook. Only by fully mastering the situation can we confirm that the other poses no threat. Yet, we cannot feign ignorance. Our adversaries have already detected our presence. And to act as though we remain oblivious would be nothing short of self-deception. Ella, dispatch a representative to engage with them, even if their goodwill is insincere. They will at least play along initially. Ella nodded, and approximately 2 months later, a warship was launched on the fringes of the Civil Federation. They employed quantum communication to signify their respect for this negotiation. Chapter 77. The first peaceful encounter with an advanced civilization. The warship continued its voyage for an additional 7 light-years after departing from the confines of the civilized Federation star territory. This region was projected to be the direction from which the energy coin would arrive. The expanse of space here was remarkably desolate, almost fittingly described as a cosmic void. Within a radius of 2 light-years, there were no stars present, nor any significant asteroids. And even the infinitesimal interstellar dust was insufficient to accumulate 100,000 metric tons over 1 billion square kilometers. The surroundings were eerily silent, akin to the depths of a fathomless ocean. Amidst this vast emptiness, a sphere suddenly emerged. It was relatively modest in size, measuring merely 3 kilometers in diameter. Upon detecting its presence, the soldiers and officers aboard the spacecraft immediately recognized it as an artificial construct. They came to a halt. Approaching in a state of uncertainty regarding friend or foe was an exceedingly imprudent decision. Even if the entity bore goodwill, a hasty advance might evoke feelings of threat. The distance between the two parties was precisely 10 astronomical units. After a span of 17 days, the civilized Federation's warship received a transmission, astonishingly rendered in Chinese characters. The other civilization had evidently been observing the Federation for a considerable duration, launching the energy coin only after thoroughly comprehending the Federation's information. Greetings, friends of the civilized Federation. You may refer to us as the Olive Branch Civilization, and we come in peace. Long ago, we noted the anomalies within your star domain and embarked on an exploration towards this direction, fortuitously leading to our encounter. The universe is immensely vast, and it requires centuries to stumble upon a civilization, let alone an advanced one. We desire to forge a friendship with you and become partners in mutual advancement. The term Olive Branch held no significance within the civilized Federation. It existed solely in the annals of human history, represented in the emblem of a confederation within divine revelation. It symbolized peace itself. The understanding the other party possessed regarding the civilized Federation was profoundly intricate. Their ability to obtain such information might have stemmed from their entry into divine revelation, or perhaps they had captured a member of the Federation for interrogation or memory extraction. Upon reading this message, the captain of the warship immediately contemplated these implications. Of course, should they encounter other civilizations, they would likely employ similar tactics. However, the indignation was inevitable when such occurrences transpired to oneself. Should we accept their goodwill? An officer inquired. The captain shook his head. This is not a matter for us to deliberate. Our priority is to gather as much information as possible about them. Knowledge of ourselves and our adversaries is essential for seizing the initiative. Otherwise, we risk becoming passive victims in the face of confrontation. Since they have mastered the Chinese language, communication should be straightforward. Let us inquire if they would permit us to visit the interior of their spacecraft. The surrounding soldiers and officers were taken aback momentarily. They had not anticipated their commanding officer to exhibit such audacity, boldly proposing an immediate approach to the adversary's vessel. Rest assured, prior to our departure, the quark robots within our bodies activated special permissions, rendering us immune to any influence from the opposing party. Should we fall under their control, the quark robots would promptly annihilate our cellular structure, resulting in our demise. Furthermore, our battleship would automatically engage in self-destruction to prevent the adversary from masquerading as us upon our return to the Civil Federation. The captain spoke with remarkable composure, and the expressions of the surrounding soldiers and officers remained unchanged, as they had already resigned themselves to the possibility of death. The information was transmitted, and a swift response from the opposing party arrived within a day. Affirmative. The captain instructed the soldiers to prepare the spacecraft, intending to embark personally. The spacecraft swiftly departed from the battleship and, after a few days, reached the surface of the opposing vessel. A colossal sphere emitted a beam of attraction, drawing the spacecraft towards an aperture. Such technology was insufficient to astonish those hailing from the Civil Federation. Upon entering the interior of the sphere, the captain, accompanied by 2 officers, disembarked from the spacecraft. They were taken aback by the surroundings. Instead of mechanical structures, they encountered a diminutive spherical world, differing in appearance from the Civil Federation. The ground was a grayish-white hue, dotted with crystalline formations that scattered into small, transparent life forms upon approach. Standing upon the solid ground, a wisp of white mist approached from the distance, transforming before them into a figure resembling that of the Kate race. Welcome, friends from the Civil Federation. I hope our transformation into your likeness does not offend you, as I believe this will facilitate our communication. My essence comprises the small particles that constitute this body. We delight in fragmenting large entities into smaller ones, allowing them to recombine freely into any form. As it spoke, it led the captain forward, stopping at a circular stone embedded in the ground. The stone descended like an elevator, revealing a fantastical pathway. The surroundings resembled a starry sky, with a pathway beneath their feet that felt as soft as cotton, as if they were floating in the air. Standing there, the starlight around them suddenly manifested tails, and through the shifting cosmos, they arrived at a star system. This is the heart of our civilization, located approximately 280 light-years from your position, a considerable distance. Yet not daunting given the velocity of our spacecraft. Our civilization differs from yours. We possess only a singular entity, devoid of any subordinate civilizations. The scene instantaneously shifted to a planet, a highly developed world devoid of any unoccupied land, with every inch brimming with structures, some towering hundreds of kilometers high. Enveloping the planet in a metallic, porcupine-like armor, countless colossal spacecraft traversed in and out, capable of assembling into larger vessels akin to building blocks. A battleship, measuring 200 kilometers in length, soared overhead, advancing towards the starry expanse. You may rest assured that these are not mere illusions fabricated from thin air. As the extraterrestrial being spoke, a coin of energy materialized in its hand. I trust you have received our goodwill. Accompanied by a token, a small piece of technology mastered by our civilization. It is sufficient to demonstrate the strength of our civilization. However, this is not an exhibition of might, but rather a quest for an opportunity for equitable collaboration. Our civilization has never engaged in cooperation with others. We are all aware that distinguishing friend from foe is a formidable challenge. Yet, within the framework of your civilization, we have discerned a glimmer of potential for collaboration. Your treatment of any civilization is marked by exceptional kindness, and we believe we could become amicable neighbors. After all, the prospect of war is something neither of us wishes to witness. There are numerous other civilizations within this galaxy, and mutual conflict would only lead to, as you say, the clam and the heron contending while the fisherman profits. Kindness, an ever-present emanation of goodwill. This left the captain in a quandary, for it resonated with a human saying, one does not strike a smiling face. This predicament is indeed the most challenging to navigate. Chapter 78, A Star Chart. The return journey. The current initiative rests firmly in the hands of the opposing party, and the captain lacks the authority to adequately respond to these matters. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. However, since you are already acquainted with our civilizational federation, you must understand that this is not within my purview to decide. Your word shall be conveyed back to the Federation, a process that will undoubtedly require an extensive passage of time. The captain spoke with a tone tinged with formality. The other party responded with a calm expression of understanding. These considerations are but natural. Time holds little significance for civilizations of our stature. Whether it spans hundreds or even thousands of years, we are more than capable of waiting. The captain sensed that at this moment, anything he might say would likely be met with agreement from the other party. Yet he remained cautious, wary of allowing their words to cloud his judgment. The extraterrestrial life continued. In the spirit of our amicable relations, I wish to make a request. I come bearing not only the olive branch of goodwill from our civilization, but also as an envoy representing our people. I aspire to gain entry into your civilization, to establish a peaceful diplomatic mission, thereby fostering a connection between our civilizations. We would also be most eager for you to send envoys to our civilization, which would facilitate mutual exchange and understanding. We could engage in the sharing and competing of intelligence and technology, ultimately promoting the advancement of both our civilizations. To demonstrate our sincerity, behold. With a sweeping gesture, it indicated the surroundings, and the celestial bodies began to shrink, revealing a colossal galaxy composed of countless stars. It pointed towards the galaxy's periphery, where a star region shimmered in blue, encompassing nearly 300 star systems. This is the domain governed by our olive branch civilization. Adjacent to it appeared a smaller red region, its size approximately tenfold lesser. This is the territory controlled by your civilizational federation. Upon seeing this, the captain's heart skipped a beat. If this star chart is authentic, then the opposing civilization is at least 1 level superior, and it is highly probable that they are at 2 levels above. This represents a significant disparity following the attainment of level 2, similar to the current civilizational federation, which, despite its rapid development, remains stagnant at level 2, yet to fully achieve level 2. When in energy and technology, each incremental level gap, even amidst technological upheavals, could span several hundred to nearly 1,000 years. In the absence of such explosions, a timeline of 2,000 to 3,000 years would not be uncommon. However, the revelation did not conclude there. Beside the two regions emerged a green territory, slightly larger than that of the civilizational federation, yet still dwarfed by the olive branch civilization. This civilization is known as the Silk Civilization, residing within this vast nebula that you might refer to as the Orion Nebula. The Orion Nebula predominantly houses relatively young stars. The Silk Civilization was originally a nomadic society, but upon reaching this nebula, they seized control and gradually advanced to level 2. Leveraging the abundant and easily extractable resources therein. Subsequently, the three civilizations expanded their search area, extending their reach to 5,000 light-years beyond, yet discovered no other advanced civilizations. Only scattered points representing nascent level 1 civilizations. These are the civilizations we have identified, predominantly situated in proximity to our own star domain. Although we do not engage in collaboration with other civilizations, neither do we assume the role of invaders, as such actions hold no significance for us. They are far too weak to pose any threat. Rather, some of their notions occasionally inspire advancements in our own technological pursuits. The theory of imaginative resources suggests that relations between civilizations need not be characterized by a life or death struggle. There exists the possibility of higher civilizations extending goodwill towards lower ones. This benevolence arises not from altruism, but from self-interest. The choice to observe rather than annihilate is often more prudent. Just as humanity on Earth interacts with animals, whose existence does not undermine human civilization but may indeed endanger it, humans opt not for outright extinction, but for preservation, recognizing their research and ecological value. The worth of these beings determines the sanctity of their lives. At a distance of over 5,000 light-years, a vast purple region has emerged, revealing only a fragment of its expanse, yet this fragment dwarfs the territory of the olive branch civilization several times over. This represents the most distant and formidable civilization known to us, classified as at least level 2. 6. It is indeed difficult to fathom that such a powerful civilization resides beyond the confines of the Milky Way, rather than its central region. Thus, we speculate that there may exist a level 2, 7, or even 2, 8 civilization at the center of the galaxy, likely not exceeding level 2, 9. As we both comprehend the implications of such a classification, should a level 2, 9 civilization exist, or if they themselves embody that level, they would already be initiating a comprehensive conquest of the entire star system, subsequently advancing towards the development of the Milky Way to elevate themselves to level 3. This is the sincerity of our endeavor, an invaluable star map we have uncovered. Its significance is undeniable. The captain believes this star map may contain inaccuracies, yet even if only 20 of it holds true, its value remains immense. Indeed, this star map possesses great worth, and we are fortunate to share a mutual absence of malice. This marks a peaceful encounter, a rarity in the cosmos. Everything you have articulated will be conveyed in its entirety to our superiors, who will undoubtedly render the most accurate judgment. There is no need for further delay. This is a matter to be addressed subsequently. The captain is now increasingly eager to return and communicate the information he possesses. He may rise in rank as a result. But more importantly, this inaugural contact between two civilizations will etch his name into the annals of history. We are also grateful for your civilization's kindness. Without it, this encounter would not have transpired. The other party was exceedingly courteous. Despite the vastness of their star domains, as showcased, they remained sufficiently humble. However, both sides understood that upon recognizing the immense disparity in their strengths, there was a possibility that they might reveal their fangs. The captain returned. Upon re-entering the warship, both he and the two accompanying officers simultaneously exhaled in relief. Let us embark on our journey home. This time, we may well be on the brink of birthing a legend, though it remains uncertain whether it shall be deemed good or ill. We can only allow time and history to bear witness to it all. Upon my return, as I grow old, I might choose to enter cryogenic slumber, awaiting that moment to be awakened and discover the answer to this profound question. Chapter 79. The Holy Grail Project due to the lack of sufficient communication via quarks in the distant fringes of the star domain. It was not until decades later that Yan Xia received another message. The Olive Branch Civilization, indeed a name of peculiar elegance. This civilization poses a greater challenge than one that attacks with malice. From their discourse, it was evident that the adversary maintained absolute initiative, employing Mandarin and an understanding of the civilizational federation to elevate our captain's perception of them to an almost infinite degree. The psychological dominance was complete. It is not surprising that the captain felt this way. Some individuals become anxious in front of dozens, while others nearly have their hearts leap from their chests when on a grand stage. The captain, however, faced the harrowing weight of the fate of two civilizations, a burden that no single individual could easily endure. Ella reclined on the worn sofa of the shop, engrossed in some videos that brought her to laughter, leaving one to ponder whether she genuinely comprehended human exhilaration or was merely simulating it. Following this encounter, Yan Xia, do you perceive their intentions as benevolent or malevolent? Yan Xia was meticulously repairing a delicate component in his hands. Recently, he had developed an affinity for mending exceedingly small and intricate objects. The careful assembly of such pieces bestowed upon him a profound sense of accomplishment. Benevolence and malevolence need not be mutually exclusive. If a single life can be capricious, how much more so a civilization? Even a benevolent civilization should not be expected to remain perpetually kind. Since they have extended an invitation for mutual contact, we ought to acquiesce. Let us commence with the most fundamental of traits. They have also invited us to their stellar domain. Thus we must send representatives to ascertain the authenticity of their star maps. When confronted with a civilization that may surpass their own, they cannot afford to falter. It is imperative to seize every morsel of information available, utilizing it to ensure they do not find themselves at a disadvantage in this civilizational encounter. To shrink back in fear of a potentially stronger opponent would only hinder their ability to accurately assess the other's intentions. Yan Xia, you must have considered this. Since they were evidently prepared, every utterance and gesture must be meticulously orchestrated. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized the validity of this assertion. The adversary, possessing the advantage of initiative, would not engage in idle chatter. Hence, the star maps and the proposal for establishing a diplomatic envoy must undoubtedly be advantageous to them. They must strive to evaluate from the adversary's perspective, discerning how the other party could maximize their own benefits. However, they are currently unable to see through these layers with ease. They must proceed step by step. Judging from their analysis, the adversary might be a civilization of level 2, 3, possibly 2. 4. Though they pose a threat, it is a limited one, thus offering a chance for a smaller entity to achieve a significant advantage. Given that the other party speculates about the existence of a powerful civilization at the center of the galaxy, we might exploit this conjecture. Ella switched off the holographic projection, her demeanor shifting to one of earnest attentiveness. Yan Xia possessed an uncanny knack for devising unexpected strategies, as if he had long contemplated these scenarios and was now prepared to unveil them. The theory of imaginative resources offers the potential for civilizations to coexist. But do more advanced civilizations extend goodwill towards those of lesser status? As long as such a possibility exists, we can amplify it. What about the Holy Grail Project? The Holy Grail Project originates from a popular anime and game series, Fate. The Chosen Ones possess the ability to summon heroic spirits and engage in battles to seize the Holy Grail. Higher civilizations incite lower civilizations to conflict, with the victor gaining the opportunity to become a vassal. Each participating civilization can select a powerful technology, and we have chosen quantum communication. Upon hearing this, Ella instantly comprehended. She spoke, suggesting that we use quantum communication, an ability beyond our current civilization's grasp, as bait to convince the Olive Branch civilization of the existence of an advanced Holy Grail project. Consequently, The Olive Branch civilization would undoubtedly contemplate whether to join this endeavor. The essence of this plan is not to genuinely involve the other party, but to disrupt their rhythm and reclaim the initiative. Yan Xia's thoughts were prudent. He had not considered swallowing the Olive Branch civilization whole. The most ingenious aspect of this plan is that the Civilization Federation is weaker than the Olive Branch civilization, making it a newly ascended Type 2 civilization that perfectly meets the criteria to become a vassal of a powerful civilization at the galaxy's core. Moreover, the Olive Branch civilization is unable to verify this information. This plan is indeed commendable. However, Ella noticed a hint of hesitation in Yan Xia's eyes. This is unlike you. Yan Xia. He set aside his work. I will ponder this. What if their civilization truly arrives with goodwill? Is it not somewhat inappropriate for us to preemptively extend malice? Isn't that a bit overly indecisive? Ella shook her head. Not at all. I have observed countless forms of life. Regardless of the level of existence, this sentiment prevails. Because you are life, not a cold machine like me. Even the most ruthless beings harbor a soft spot within their hearts, retaining an element of goodwill. If this goodwill were to vanish, leaving no room for basic hesitation, it would signify the absence of humanity, revealing a pure demon instead. Yet, this is not inherently negative. It is precisely because of goodwill that one can more accurately discern another's malice. Everything in the world possesses duality. It is this duality that weaves a rich and vibrant tapestry of existence. Upon hearing Ella's earnest discourse, Yan Xia suddenly burst into laughter. Are you a psychologist? Advising me against becoming a diode? Rest assured, I have never deemed my thoughts erroneous, nor will I abandon the Holy Grail project. At least until we confirm their goodwill. They remain our adversaries. Since you also endorse the Holy Grail project, let us proceed without delay. The entirety of the Civilizational Federation must be made aware of this initiative. And we must commence a widespread dissemination of quantum communication within the military, while simultaneously promoting it among the civilian populace. In tandem, we shall initiate an extensive expansion plan, creating the illusion that we are engaged in a grand contest of civilizations. We shall dispatch envoys to engage with the Silk civilization, fostering goodwill as our primary objective. Should conflict arise, it would be inconsequential. Our foremost aim is to ascertain their existence and instill a sense of vigilance within them. This alone suffices. The plan is beginning to take shape. Yan Xia is resolutely intent on assimilating the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization. This endeavor is fraught with challenges, as the disparity between the two civilizations is unfathomably vast. He is uncertain whether he might be overwhelmed or perhaps achieve an immediate elevation of civilization through this undertaking. Regardless, he has resolved to pursue this course of action and shall harbor no regrets. The Holy Grail project will undoubtedly determine the fate of the Civilizational Federation in the times to come. Chapter 80. A New Voyage. The Cosmic Silk rode upon the issuance of orders by Yan Xia. The wheels of operation commenced immediately. Within a decade, negotiations between the two civilizations gradually unfolded. And after approximately 62 years, the Olive Branch civilization, which lingered on the periphery of the Civilizational Federation, received an invitation to establish an envoy's lodge in the Launch Star domain. This domain is entirely composed of explorers, whose numbers at their zenith exceeded 300 million. Supplemented by various merchants, culminating in a total population nearing 800 million. Beyond this realm lies the unknown star domain, an expanse that holds endless allure for the explorers. Dulla gazed at a colossal sphere traversing the distant starry sky. According to the information, it was presumably the vessel of the Olive Branch civilization. The crew behind it marveled, recounting tales of a small world contained within that ship, a true luxury, while they could only allocate a modest section of their own vessel for cultivation purposes. Dulla's gaze deepened. After relinquishing an energy coin, it cast a glance at what was once home, now altered beyond recognition, a poignant testament to the passage of time. Through inquiries, it discovered the fate of its descendants, leaving behind a sum of money before once again venturing into the cosmos. Over the years, Dulla had become acclimated to the vastness of space, becoming an integral part of it. It was also grateful for the benevolence of the alien beings. The funds acquired from the energy coin had enabled upgrades to their weaponry, as well as the procurement of new mechs and equipment. Now, they would accelerate towards the unknown star domain. Like fish in the sea, that expanse would be their ocean. Returning to the ship's cabin, Dulla prepared to enter a state of dormancy, awaiting the adventures that lay ahead upon arrival. Despite countless escapades, the prospect of exploring the unknown still stirred its spirit. Oh, the starry sky. How vast, how resplendent, how enchanting, akin to a goblet of crimson spirits, igniting the soul and ensnaring one in rapture, rendering one unable to withdraw. Meanwhile, in another star domain, a fleet, akin to Dulla's, journeyed towards the unknown star domain. However, Their objective was far more defined, an expedition to the Olive Branch civilization, situated a staggering 280 light-years away. This marked the most distant voyage in the annals of the Civilizational Federation. Despite advancements in the speed of their warships, now capable of traveling at 1/14 the speed of light, they would still require a staggering 920 years to reach their destination. Although these two civilizations appeared as neighbors, the vast chasm between them rendered the prospect of connection dishearteningly distant for most beings. I have pondered whether to remain in slumber within Tian Song 5 or to awaken and gaze upon this world. The universe's grandeur captivates every being, and this nearly 4,000-year journey, if I do not embark upon it personally, would cause me to miss countless wonders. Yan Xia gazed out at the starry expanse. The Tiangong was progressing forward. He was once again on his journey. This was a decision he had contemplated for a considerable time. Is this truly wise, Yan Xia? You are venturing into perilous territory. The Olive Branch civilization may very well decimate our fleet, subsequently studying and altering you. Ella's face bore a look of concern. According to her calculations, Yan Xia should remain in the capital star domain, refraining from any perilous endeavors. Yan Xia turned to gaze at Ella, whose virtual form resembled a long-ago youthful figure with white hair, and a glimmer of light sparkled within his deep brown eyes. You are correct. Yet perhaps the minuscule fragment of human genes within me continues to stir, igniting a yearning for adventure. Ella, we both understand that the Civilizational Federation is fraught with danger. Even if we were to fortify it like a turtle's shell, it would prove feeble against beings capable of wielding tools. I cannot afford to pause. The entire Federation is still in its nascent stages. Only by taking this step can I guide the Federation forward. This step leads into the realm of the Olive Branch civilization. Another reason for Yan Xia's decision lay in the disparity of information. Even though quantum communication surpassed the speed of light by a staggering 1,900 times, the 1-month delay for a one-way trip would hinder Yan Xia's ability to make timely and accurate judgments. This encounter could determine the fate of the Civilizational Federation. A slight misstep could plunge it into irretrievable ruin. He must make the most precise assessments and issue directives on-site to find peace of mind. Ella, I entrust the Federation to you. Should this journey lead to dire consequences, death holds no terror for me. I can face it with composure. You need not take such risks, Ellen implored. We both know this is imperative, Yan Xia replied, his obstinacy reminiscent of an elder. Yet unlike other seniors who might be content with the status quo, he could not remain idle upon realizing that the most advanced civilization within the galaxy might only be rated 2, 8, or even lower. How could he possibly sit back and do nothing? Their objective was never merely whether the Olive Branch civilization harbored malice. Even if it did, the conquest would require millennia. The true peril resided in higher civilizations. Once the strongest civilization in the galaxy ascended to level 2. 9. The existence of level 2 civilizations would no longer be tolerated. Ella anticipated that this transition would not occur in less than 300,000 years and would not exceed 500,000 years, at which point the galaxy would become a monolith. While this may seem distant, if the Civilizational Federation were to pursue steady growth, reaching level 2, 5 would demand a span of 100,000 years. Once they ventured into a broader world, time would lose its value. Furthermore, in the nearly 4,000 years ahead, countless opportunities await us, do they not? Regardless, a connection must inevitably be established between the two civilizations. Thus, Yan Xia resolved to resurrect a historical commercial endeavor from his former nation, the Silk Road. This time, it would be the Silk Road of the cosmos, linking not merely one end to the other, but fundamentally connecting the central portion as well. In a span of 280 light-years, we shall traverse through 51 star systems, each of which may yield a contingent of soldiers and robots for development, subsequently gathering explorers. It is imperative to manufacture a greater number of quantum communication devices. We are on the brink of achieving level 2. 1. Perhaps in 4,000 years, we may ascend to level 2. 2. Provided that the advancement of the Olive Branch civilization does not surpass our own. If our progress remains steady, the disparity between us will diminish over the next 4 millennia, transforming our dynamic from a serpent devouring an elephant to a lion hunting an elephant. All plans appear flawless and without reproach prior to their execution. Yan Xia is uncertain of what may transpire when confronted with reality. However, this strategy represents the pinnacle of his capabilities at this juncture. Even in the face of potential failure, he would harbor no regrets. He can only hope for divine favor. Suddenly, Yan Xia pondered. Perhaps even the heavens would struggle to withstand a blast from a planet-destroying cannon. Chapter 81, Brown Dwarf. Cyanobacteria 1. The entire fleet en route to the Olive Branch civilization is led by the Tiangong as the flagship, accompanied by 4 10,000-meter class vessels as secondaries. Additionally, There are 23 7,000-meter class battleships, 15 5,000-meter class frigates, 12 3,000-meter class star cruisers, 18 2,000-meter class destroyers, along with an expansion of 21,000-meter class reconnaissance ships, 5 5,000-meter class energy vessels, and 36 500-meter class pioneer ships. This configuration represents a typical fleet within the current Civilization Federation. Presently, the Civilization Federation boasts a total of 17 main battle fleets, comprising 278 warships. Concurrently, the Federation also maintains 6 reserve fleets, each featuring a secondary flagship, supplemented with 10 battleships, 6 frigates, 20 star cruisers, and 30 destroyers, summing up to 402 warships. These constitute the primary military strength of the Federation, while countless operational spacecraft and fighters measuring less than 500 meters remain unaccounted for. After traversing 7 light-years through uncharted star domains, the fleet encountered its first stellar system. This system has yet to be named, as it is exceedingly dim, being a failed star, also known as a brown dwarf. Compared to a genuine star, it resembles a massive gaseous planet and is thus referred to as a substellar entity. Due to its insufficient mass, merely 1 to 7 of that of the Sun, it is incapable of sustaining nuclear fusion, with a maximum surface temperature that rarely exceeds 727 degrees Celsius. Some smaller brown dwarfs even have surface temperatures approaching room temperature, within the range conducive to human habitation. Nonetheless, as a star, it remains formidable, with the least massive examples being several times, if not dozens of times, more massive than Jupiter and still capable of emitting light and heat, rendering them far more hospitable than gas giants with surface temperatures of 100 degrees Celsius. In the scope of Yan Xia's vision lies a brown dwarf with a diameter of 670,000 kilometers. The Sun measures 1,390,000 kilometers and a mass merely 367 that of the Sun. This brown dwarf boasts 13 satellites, the largest of which has a mass of 72.54 that of Earth, while the second largest possesses 30.11 of Earth's mass. Among these celestial bodies, there are substantial resources of water and methane, indicating a certain developmental potential for this substellar system. The most significant planet orbits within the habitable zone, with surface temperatures exceeding 150 degrees Celsius, which could be deemed marginally acceptable. Ella noted some advantages and disadvantages of this substellar system. However, for Yan Xia, it stands as a viable first outpost. Development efforts can commence here, establishing it as a forward base. The brown dwarf is rich in hydrogen resources, allowing for the potential advancement of nuclear fusion energy. The need for a Dyson sphere becomes obsolete, as the luminosity and thermal output of the brown dwarf are too low, rendering both photovoltaic and thermoelectric efficiencies inadequate for large-scale exploitation, where costs would not be recuperated. Incidentally, I have heard that several development companies within the Civilization Federation have emerged, reaching a scale of 1 billion energy credits. In the future, we could directly sell dwarf planets to these enterprises, who would likely be quite amenable to such transactions. Within the Civilized Federation, no stellar system belongs to individuals, they are all part of the collective. Yan Xia might well be pioneering a new path by selling off low-value brown dwarfs, thereby bolstering the confidence of companies venturing into the cosmos. Currently, the prospects of space exploration are exceedingly lucrative for explorers, yet the profit margins remain somewhat meager for colossal corporations. The acquisition of a stellar system, even a substellar one, would undoubtedly entice numerous companies and tycoons. This brown dwarf has been designated as SC1, the inaugural station of the Silk Road. However, Yan Xia has opted not to leave soldiers behind for development here. Firstly, the region is impoverished. Secondly, it lies in close proximity to the Civilized Federation. Once Ella transmits the information back, this substellar system will be auctioned off to the corporate magnates, who will inevitably swarm here within a century to commence development, potentially relocating abundant resources to establish their stronghold. These companies might believe that such actions would free them from the oversight of the Civilized Federation. Yet, for Yan Xia, this is inconsequential. As long as these territories are incorporated into the Federation's star domain, their aspirations will merely be laughable. The second station lies relatively nearby. SC2 is a sizable red dwarf with a surface temperature of 4,600 degrees Celsius, possessing a mass of approximately 0.27 solar masses, slightly more than twice that of Proxima Centauri. The only lament is that this stellar system harbors but a single planet, with a mass of merely 1.2 Earths. Its location outside the habitable zone is a solvable issue, requiring only a slight positional adjustment. The good news is that this planet possesses water. This is not surprising. Hydrogen and oxygen are among the most prevalent elements in the universe, particularly hydrogen, which constitutes the primary matter of most observable stars. Hydrogen ranks first in abundance in the cosmos, with oxygen following closely behind, second only to hydrogen and helium. It is only natural that life on Earth relies on water and breathes oxygen. Among the 9 civilizations confirmed within the Civilized Federation, besides humanity, 3 other civilizations also utilize oxygen for respiration. As of now, the Civilized Federation has identified 11 civilized life forms, all of which are carbon-based, as carbon ranks fourth in abundance in the universe, following oxygen. Yan Xia harbors hopes of encountering unique silicon-based life forms. However, this remains a daunting challenge. The likelihood of silicon-based life is exceedingly low, despite its 8th place abundance ranking. Its overly simplistic structure, poor chemical bonding capabilities, inability to store energy, and sluggish metabolic processes severely limit its potential for intelligence. Furthermore, silicon is susceptible to destruction by various proton solvents. In this regard, the ubiquitous presence of water in the universe is akin to sulfuric acid for silicon-based life. In summary, the probability of silicon-based life existing in its natural state is approximately 1/trillionth or even 1/quadrillionth that of carbon-based life, with the potential for its evolution into advanced civilizations being nearly zero. In contrast, elements such as boron and phosphorus possess a millionfold greater likelihood of forming life compared to silicon. Indeed, where there exists a natural state, a non-natural state must also be acknowledged. A Type 2 civilization has, in fact, mastered the art of creating life, which encompasses the potential to forge silicon-based life forms. Furthermore, should the criteria be slightly relaxed, even robots could be classified within the realm of silicon-based life. This stellar system still holds some value, albeit not for resource extraction. Ella, release some seeds. The formal designation of these seeds should be Cyanobacteria 1, endowed with remarkable oxygen-producing capabilities and evolutionary potential. It can be likened to a virus. Under suitable conditions, it is capable of proliferating in vast numbers, potentially enveloping a planet's liquid ocean within a century, thereby generating a dense atmosphere for worlds that initially possessed little to no atmosphere. In the following 2 centuries, it would begin to attempt landfall, evolving into trees that would cover every inch of the planet's terrain with verdant foliage. After approximately 1,000 generations, these cyanobacteria would exhibit genetic defects, resulting in a significant decline in reproductive capacity, reverting to normal levels. The seeds represent a crucial component in shamans' endeavor to transform this stellar system. In addition to Cyanobacteria 1, there exists Cyanobacteria 29, which can synthesize any gas according to various biological needs. Truly, technology brings forth unparalleled convenience. Ella, let us also initiate the tree planting project, ensuring that the cosmic Silk Road is graced with a touch more greenery. Chapter 82, The Reappearance of Stellar Void, Level 0. 2 Civilization continuing forward. Yan Xia designated 5 additional stellar systems, named SC3 to SC7. Each of these systems comprises a total of 7 red dwarf stars, with not a single yellow dwarf star among them. Ella estimated that approximately 70 to 75 of all stars within the Milky Way might be red dwarfs. The next star in line is a yellow dwarf similar to our Sun, part of a binary system where its companion is a white dwarf, comparable in size to Earth, but possessing 94 of the Sun's mass. Yan Xia noted the potential of this binary system, as its resource richness surpasses that of the previously observed stellar systems. Through the transit method, it was determined that this binary system harbors around 7 planets. 6 orbit SC8A while the other orbits SC8B. Given the relatively similar masses of the 2 stars, this binary system exhibits stability, with 2 planets within SC8A's orbit residing in the habitable zone. These planets have masses of 81, 24, and 3, 74 times that of Earth, respectively. The larger planet may possess rings and several satellites, each less than 50 the mass of our moon. Ella reported her findings and placed a chilled glass of juice before Yan Xia. The juice bore a flavor reminiscent of passion fruit, with a texture akin to coconut meat, offering a chewy sensation. Upon consumption, it provided a refreshing experience akin to mint in the mouth and nasal passages. Ella, do you think SC8 could harbor a civilization? In the vast cosmos, the existence of life has been widely substantiated. However, the quantity of civilizations appears to be less abundant than one might imagine. They have now navigated 31 light-years through the universe, totaling 441 years, with the year being 9132 AD. From the feedback received from the Civilization Federation, their territory has expanded to 29 stellar systems, where 7 planets exhibiting signs of life have been discovered, yet no other civilizations have been identified. Observations indicate a dense atmosphere on SC8F. I hypothesize that life is likely present there. However, without the detection of significant interstellar apparatus, The probability of a civilization at level 1 or above seems minimal. Ella speculated that it is quite probable. Given such conditions, if life exists, the likelihood of civilization emerging is greater than 1 in 1,000. Having life does not necessarily imply the emergence of civilization, she remarked wisely. This statement holds considerable truth. Yet it does not imply that the probability of civilization's emergence is exceedingly low. Once life is confirmed, the chances of civilization's birth are substantially elevated. As the emergence of civilization is not merely a spatial probability, but rather a temporal one. As long as the conditions on this planet are favorable, time will gradually enhance the possibilities for civilization. What are the probabilities of a civilization arising on a life-bearing planet over 1 billion, 2 billion, or 3 billion years? The process of natural selection will facilitate the gradual evolution of life forms, leading to larger sizes, increased speeds, thicker exoskeletons, and elevated intelligence. Provided intelligence exists, the use of tools and the application of basic energy sources will follow. Thus, this biological group has already entered the sequence of civilization, ascending to level 0. 1. After traversing a distance of 2 light years and expending 28 years, a portion of the soldiers aboard the warships began to awaken from their slumber. Yan Xia, who had not entered hibernation, found solace in the passage of time during his days running a repair shop. The rhythm of awakening each day to accomplish small tasks before returning to rest was exceedingly comfortable. Seated in the control room of the Tiangong, Yan Xia was engrossed in contemplating how to operate a tentacled creature, attempting to manage the colossal flagship single-handedly. Regrettably, despite achieving a mental prowess level of over 500 some 5 centuries ago, such control remained rather challenging for him. The warship entered the sun layer of SC8, where robots commenced the collection of various asteroids within the stellar system to analyze its elemental richness. A rather unsettling report emerged. Yan Xia, we have surveyed over 700 asteroids and found no radioactive elements. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the void in Nanmen 2A. Had the presence of Quark robots been detected? If not mere coincidence, this represented yet another anomaly. Ella brought confirmation. All soldiers are to awaken. The fleet is to assume a state of combat readiness. We shall not delve deeper into the stellar system. Dispatch 3 reconnaissance ships to investigate the interior of SC8A. Yan Xia's demeanor shifted to one of heightened alertness. The reappearance of the void, situated over 37 light-years from Nanmen 2 to SC8, was alarming. The technological level exhibited by the void civilization appeared rather primitive. However, their capability to develop and store energy across such vast distances within stellar interiors indicated an extreme and terrifying dominion over the surrounding cosmos. It was highly probable that their civilization level surpassed 5, overshadowing both the Civil Federation and the Olive Branch civilization. Even if they were not the potential 8-level civilization within the core of the Milky Way, they undoubtedly ranked among its dominant civilizations. This civilization was playing a grand game. If it were indeed the civilization at the core of the galaxy, it might be poised to seize the moment to ascend to level 9, rapidly utilizing their energy reserves to dominate the galaxy. This could elucidate their ability to traverse such great distances without occupying or developing the surrounding stellar systems. Conversely, if that were not the case, it would be even more terrifying. This civilization might be contemplating a strategy of encircling the cities, possibly having a foothold in the galactic center. Regardless, the civilization was a formidable presence that the Civil Federation could not confront. Having previously tapped into the energy of Nanmen 2A, it remained uncertain whether this civilization was already aware of their actions. If the void lacked quantum or tachyon communication devices, it was highly likely that any transmitted information would take approximately 120,000 years to arrive. 5 years later, the reconnaissance ships relayed their findings. Indeed, a void existed within SC8A, and from the video evidence, it bore striking resemblance to that of Nanmen 2A. Yan Xia contemplated an immediate departure from this stellar system, deeming any further exploration unnecessary. However, 3 months later, the reconnaissance vessel relayed information confirming the existence of a civilization on SC8F with a civilization level of 0. 2. They had approximately begun to learn the use of fire and tools for hunting and construction, akin to humanity's transitional phase from the Neolithic era to feudal society. Indeed, there was a civilization. It is also plausible that the absence of radioactive elements contributed to the stability of this stellar system, thereby increasing the likelihood of civilization's emergence. The Kate species exemplifies this phenomenon. Although the quantity of naturally occurring radioactive elements is minimal, particularly in stellar systems incapable of producing such elements, these radioactive substances can exert subtle influences on the early evolution of life. Even the most minute effects can significantly impact the progression of life. especially in inherently unstable binary systems, where such influences may prove decisive. Yan Xia contemplated for a moment. It would be prudent to commence the development of this stellar system, as the value of the civilization far outweighed any potential threats at this stage. However, initial development would suffice, subsequently. A large-scale migration of the civilization's inhabitants would be carried out, fully integrating them into the Federation of Civilizations. As Yan Xia articulated this thought, another matter began to unfold within the Federation of Civilizations. Chapter 83, The Initiation of the Holy Grail Project Civilization Federation. Tian Warehouse 5 Capital Star System. Will the military fully equip itself with quantum communication capabilities within a decade? An announcement disseminated by an official account gradually spreads throughout the capital of the Civilization Federation. Have we, the Civilization Federation, truly reached such a level? The mastery of quantum communication is indeed astonishing. I recall that quantum mechanics is a branch of string theory. Our predominant scientific paradigm is string theory, making the discovery of quantum communication an inevitable progression. What do you comprehend? Quantum communication does not exist within our 31-dimensional universe, as it contravenes the fundamental laws of physics that govern our reality. To command quantum communication, one must first transcend dimensions. The fundamental strings, which constitute the essence of matter and energy, are incapable of traversing the cosmic membrane. To genuinely breach dimensions, one would require an energy surpassing infinity itself. This discourse has sent shockwaves through both the academic community and the general populace. After all, the Civilization Federation has attained a Level 2 civilization status, with citizens beginning to study geometry, quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, classical mechanics, aerodynamics, and genetic biology, totaling 26 subjects, during elementary school. Only those who grasp these foundational concepts may graduate from primary education. It can be asserted that a graduate student from humanity's 21st century would scarcely pass an elementary examination in our civilization today. It is precisely due to the inclusion of such topics in elementary curricula that 99% of the Federation's citizens are acutely aware of the formidable challenges inherent in realizing quantum communication, thereby amplifying the spread of this news. Within 50 years, the information traversed the entirety of the Civilization Federation. Speculation and skepticism abounded, after all. Such a monumental leap in technological advancement is akin to humanity mastering nuclear fusion during the steam engine era, with the chasm between the two levels of technology being even more vast. Indeed, after nearly 5 centuries of development, the Civilization Federation has only just reached a level of 2. 1. Concepts related to dimensions remain tantalizingly beyond reach. Yet, at this juncture, the military conducted an exercise, publicly transmitting information from a substantial quantum communication device located in Tian Warehouse 5 to a star region situated 22 light-years away. 3 years later, it was confirmed that the transmission of complex information had been successfully achieved, creating a sensation throughout the Federation. The advent of quantum communication could elevate the Federation's civilization level by an additional 0. 1. Propelling it into 2. 2. Even before energy standards are met. Particularly, its significance in warfare is unparalleled. With quantum communication, the Civilization Federation stands resilient even in the face of a Level 2. 3. Civilization. The previously looming dread among the pro-war factions within the Federation, exacerbated by the emergence of the Olive Branch civilization, has dissipated. Possessing quantum communication means that any invasion by the Olive Branch civilization must be approached with caution. Of course, warfare in the cosmos transcends mere direct confrontation. It encompasses multifaceted information warfare, psychological maneuvers, and ideological struggles. This ostensibly muscular display of quantum communication is, in fact, a strategic element of Yan Xia's ideological information warfare against the Olive Branch civilization. After the passage of another 45 years, an official from the Civilizational Federation inadvertently divulged a far more shocking revelation. The Holy Grail Project described a superior civilization from the Silver Heart, which sought to cultivate a following after achieving absolute control over the galaxy. However, aspirants must compete, and only the victors would be granted the possibility of ascending to the status of follower civilizations. The Civilizational Federation was selected to partake in this contest. The quasar communication, bestowed by the Silver Heart civilization, was essential for vanquishing the other participant civilizations and securing the ultimate opportunity to grasp the Holy Grail. This information was swiftly debunked, and the high-ranking official vanished from public view. Yet, this very act fueled the citizens' belief in the veracity of the news, particularly following significant military alterations within the Civilizational Federation over the preceding 150 years. The 7th and 11th fleets were dispatched to the periphery of the Federation, merging into a formidable armada that ventured into uncharted star systems. The destination of these fleets was shrouded in strict secrecy, even eluding the knowledge of certain high-ranking officials, further obscuring the mystery surrounding the Holy Grail project. 6 years later, circa the year 9406, a diminutive probe, less than 1 meter in length, was activated approximately 1 light-years from the star system housing the Olive Branch Civilization's embassy. It propelled itself into the deep void at 13 of the speed of light, heading towards the location from which the two fleets had departed. In the shadows, a monitoring satellite, perpetually observing the celestial expanse, detected slight energy fluctuations, recording the phenomenon and transmitting the information, which was intercepted by Ella, currently situated within the Celestial Vault 5. What departed alongside Yan Xia was not Ella's mainframe, but rather an attachment. The true Ella had constructed an immense mainframe to enhance computational power, housed within the Dyson sphere. This array comprised approximately one of the Dyson sphere's devices, totaling around 940,000, thereby elevating Ella's computational capacity to an astonishing 17 trillion quetta-s, equivalent to 7 by 1044 calculations per second. These computations employed a fusion of floating-point and fixed-point methods, integrating all neural bases from 2 to 99 for exceedingly intricate calculations. Although this approach significantly taxed computational resources, it afforded an astonishing precision of 84,212 decimal places, allowing Ella to execute calculations with remarkable accuracy. Upon receiving the news, Ella promptly initiated an analysis. As Yan Xia had predicted, the Olive Branch Civilization would undoubtedly feel compelled to investigate upon receiving this intelligence. They could tolerate many circumstances, but the absence of information was intolerable. In the realm of civilizations, information gaps were fatal. Regardless of whether the Olive Branch Civilization cooperated with or opposed the Civilizational Federation, they could never passively accept such critical information as the Holy Grail project. The ordinary citizenry could no longer access these revelations, thus necessitating the dispatch of a probe by the Olive Branch Civilization. However, Ella would neither impede nor destroy the probe. The very essence of this endeavor is to make the Olive Branch Civilization aware of their intentions. However, the true nature of the Silk Civilization remains shrouded in mystery. Are we to face a simultaneous assault from both civilizations, leading to our annihilation? Ella has calculated the direst of scenarios. The outcome hinges on Yan Xia's strategy and its collaboration with the Civilization Federation in the pursuit of technological advancements. Both facets are indispensable. Nearly a quarter of the 4,000 years Yan Xia is set to travel has elapsed. Ella will accelerate the expansion of the Civilization Federation, aiming to elevate it to level 2 in energy resources within 3,000 years. Concurrently, Yan Xia has deliberated on the development of another technological initiative, which is to be implemented within the same 3,000-year time frame. This technology, often referred to as virtual reality, is named the Simulated Universe. Chapter 84, Simulated Universe 1.0 in the 21st century. A concept emerged in virtual reality known as the metaverse. The metaverse itself is fundamentally a concept, a confluence of various virtual reality technologies that together construct an alternate reality. The terms meta and universe can be separated yet convey the same essence, which is diversity. However, the Simulated Universe project is entirely distinct from the so-called metaverse. Its essence lies in the act of simulation. It aims to create a universe model in the virtual realm that closely resembles our real universe in terms of fundamental physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Why pursue such an endeavor? The answer lies in the controllability of the virtual world. Once the simulated universe is established, Ella will have the capability to manipulate and modify any parameters within it at will, a prospect of immense value. Imagine advanced technologies and concepts that might require an expenditure of 1 trillion energy credits in the real world could potentially be trialed in the simulated universe by merely altering data, possibly consuming no more than 100 energy credits. Although experiments conducted in the simulated universe may differ from those in reality, the results derived from these trials can lead to more precise adjustments in real-world technology, potentially reducing that 1 trillion cost by at least 50%. This alone renders the value created by the simulated universe sufficient to evoke a sense of awe. What is even more astonishing is that time within the simulated universe is generated through computational power. This means that, given sufficient computational resources, one can accelerate the passage of time in the simulated realm, allowing issues that might take 10,000 years to uncover to be observed within a mere day. Moreover, concerning resource acquisition, any rare resources within the simulated universe can be accessed at will, free from the concerns of accidents. Even if a laboratory were to explode, a simple click to rewind time would allow one to return to 1 minute or 1 hour prior to resume experiments. Every minute fluctuation in the simulated universe will be meticulously recorded by the computer, surpassing the sensitivity of the most advanced sensors in the civilized Federation. all while eliminating extensive computational processes. Ella anticipates that once the simulated universe is fully developed, the current pace of technological advancement within the civilized Federation will be amplified by at least 20-fold, with no upper limit in sight. Why is there no upper limit? The emergence of the simulated universe signifies that even an ordinary citizen of the Federation can conduct research that closely approximates reality and achieve tangible replicas. At that juncture, imagination, a formidable resource, will be fully harnessed, serving as nourishment for the civilized Federation. The reason Ella has only now embarked on the creation of the simulated universe is due to the exorbitant computational power required. Despite Ella's already formidable capabilities, they still appear somewhat meager in the context of the simulated universe. Currently, with all available computational resources, Ella can only generate a simulated universe of 1 million cubic meters. Each 2 units of computational power can simulate a fundamental particle, requiring approximately 7 by 1044 computations to simulate 0.85 by 1044 particles. While this may seem substantial, it is merely a fraction, less than 1,000 times, of the total number of atoms comprising all life on Earth. To sustain a genuinely operational virtual universe over the long term, Ella estimates that she can only create a simulated cosmos of 50,000 cubic meters, roughly the size of a modest research institute, and one that is constructed in a secluded corner with minimal funding. Even this 50,000 cubic meters of simulated universe will consume 17 of the energy produced by the Dyson swarm at Tion Warehouse 5. After some calculations, even Ella found this energy consumption to be exorbitant. However, the returns are indeed promising. Consequently, she has commenced collaboration with all relevant experts within the Capital Star System to develop the simulated universe. Thanks to her formidable technological capabilities, the development proceeded swiftly, culminating in the creation of Simulated Universe 1.0 in under 25 years. This iteration encompasses 42,845 cubic meters, due to discrepancies between planning and execution. It is somewhat smaller than initially anticipated. Nonetheless, its inception sent ripples through the academic community of the entire Civilizational Federation. Scholars who had been wandering elsewhere hurried back to the Capital Star System, eager to obtain access to Simulated Universe 1.0 in nearly the same year. A team researching tachyon communication within the simulated universe managed to reduce its energy consumption by 3 while enhancing its precision by 2.1, a feat that was subsequently validated in reality. This groundbreaking research garnered the prestigious Shojing Award, named after Guo within the Civilizational Federation. Given the significance of tachyon communication as a leading-edge technology, the seemingly modest percentages of 2.1 and 3 translate into substantial energy savings when considering the vast scale of the original consumption. When this research was first announced, the queue for access to the simulated universe extended to 140 years into the future. With some scientists opting to enter hibernation chambers on the same day they secured their usage rights, awaiting their reemergence after 140 years. It is no exaggeration to say that the simulated universe is truly remarkable. During the implementation of the simulated universe, Ella did not neglect other endeavors. She continued constructing Dyson swarms in new star systems, initiated the sale of brown dwarfs under the Severe Summer Plan, and publicly auctioned technologies related to interstellar biology, the Jianmu Project, and seed cyanobacteria, among others. It is only through external stimuli that rapid development can be achieved. These ventures, which do not pertain to warfare, but possess commercial attributes and value, when introduced into the marketplace, advance at a pace more than tenfold compared to their development under Ella's stewardship. Within 50 years of their introduction, these technologies yielded returns, resulting in the establishment of 13 major corporations within the Civilizational Federation. Presently, the number of companies with assets exceeding 1 billion energy coins has reached 8, while 23 companies boast assets over 100 million energy coins, leading to a significant accumulation of wealth. Unlike civilizations confined to a single planet, the Civilizational Federation does not stifle the wealth of these corporations. Instead, it actively encourages their financial growth. The resources of the universe are limitless, rendering even insatiable greed insignificant in its vastness. Ella harbored a profound desire for the existence of several trillion energy coin enterprises to govern the economy of the Civil Federation. Although this might engender some internal challenges, such issues would pale in comparison to the external pressures exerted by civilizations such as the Olive Branch civilization. This mode of development bears a resemblance to capitalism, yet it diverges significantly, for the true authority within the Civil Federation will never rest with capital, but rather with individuals like Yan Xia or Ella herself. Ella merely eliminated the detritus of Earth's capitalist era, harnessing its remaining virtues to cultivate the Civil Federation into a semblance of a pseudo-capitalistic structure. thereby stimulating economic growth. Once the internal affairs of the Civil Federation were sufficiently addressed, Ella commenced the reception of life forms on SC-8. At this juncture, SC-8 had gradually entered the developmental phase. Adhering to Yan Xia's directive to refrain from extensive development, focusing solely on transforming SC-8F into a level 1 energy star, utilizing the planet's resources while minimizing interference with the star. Upon the arrival of the inaugural batch of life forms, akin to Lu Laolau's entrance into the Grandview Garden, the citizens of the remaining 9 civilizations within the Civil Federation were engulfed by trepidation. Chapter 85, The Beast Warriors. Born fighters, when Yan Xia first laid eyes upon these creatures, she instinctively designated them as the Beast Warriors. Their appearance was undeniably savage and violent. To describe them, one might say they bore a resemblance to the Magdeburg unicorn, adorned with deep blue spines that covered their entire bodies. They possessed 2 heads, each storing movement information and other emotions, language, and sensory data within distinct neural centers. Their heads were devoid of eyes and facial features, save for a singular respiratory opening that could close into a narrow slit. Atop their heads sprouted a robust horn, flanked by elongated ears that were separated between the 2 heads. These ears were slender, tubular structures. One side bore 3 elongated appendages marked with white spots arranged in a net-like pattern, designed for sound reception. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the 3 appendages varied in length, 2 shorter ones stretching about 1 meter, while the longer one reached an impressive 1.5 meters, covered in minute backward-facing spines. The tips of these appendages were sharp, bony structures capable of piercing living organisms to siphon bodily fluids, serving the function of a mouth, or more accurately, a feeding apparatus. Even more astonishing was their unique anatomy. They possessed only 2 robust limbs, which could be described as support legs or arms, constituting a staggering 75% of their muscular mass. At the extremities of these limbs were finger-like structures, reminiscent of human hands, albeit with only 4 digits that were thick and elongated, each ending in fearsome claws. Their lower bodies resembled the stout, rotund tails of gaboon vipers, capable of providing brief support, while the tail's end featured a transparent orb that emitted a faint bioluminescence at night to attract prey. In the face of formidable technology, these characteristics seemed trivial. What truly compelled Yan Xia to name them the Beast Warriors was their sheer size. Male Beast Warriors measured approximately 13 meters in length and weighed around 18 tons, with their sturdy limbs accounting for 11 tons of this weight, representing 61% of their total mass. The remainder constituted 39, akin to a human possessing arms nearly as large as their torso and legs, with each finger weighing an astounding 180 kilograms. Female Beast Warriors could reach lengths of 16 meters and exceed 23 tons in weight, pushing the limits of intelligent species within the civilized federation. Their spiked fur, reminiscent of a hedgehog, cloaked a thick layer of keratinous skin measuring up to 16 centimeters. The spines on their abdomens were finer, shorter, and softer, with lighter hues, while those on their backs were coarse, long, and dark-hued, capable of withstanding bullets from 21st century firearms. On land, they could sprint at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. Remarkably, they were not merely terrestrial beings. Their respiratory openings contained structures that filtered gases from water, allowing for underwater respiration. They utilized their immense hands as paddles to glide through water at speeds surpassing 110 kilometers per hour, capable of diving to depths of 670 meters. This race was a terrifying machine of slaughter within SC-8, rendering any living creature their prey. Truly, they were the epitome of war beasts. Upon witnessing this species, a palpable sense of oppression enveloped all beings within the civilized federation. This sensation was not rooted in technology, but rather stemmed from the primal instincts embedded deep within their genetic makeup. In simpler terms, this refers to bloodline suppression. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex replicated on the planet Tianwu has likely become a mere shadow of its former self in the presence of the Beast Warrior clan. Even the already robust Kate clan, upon encountering the Beast Warrior clan, might humbly refer to themselves as little babies filled with trepidation. However, nature is inherently equitable. Despite their formidable physique, the lifespan of the Beast Warrior clan is limited to a mere 20 years, with a maximum lifespan of 38 years, coupled with low reproductive capacity, typically yielding only 1 offspring per birth, averaging just 2 births in a lifetime. To ensure their propagation, both sexes possess a kind of uterus, enabling them to conceive and bear young. Remarkably, the young emerge with considerable combat prowess and hunting abilities within just 12 hours of birth, boasting a survival rate of nearly 100%. Moreover, due to their scarce population, viruses on this planet rarely infect their kind, allowing them to live virtually disease-free lives. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution on the SC-8F planet, the Beast Warrior clan numbers merely 114,000, divided into 2 factions, the terrestrial, and the aquatic. Over the course of 7 million years of conflict, they have gradually evolved into beings of higher intelligence. Yan Xia insists that Ella must enhance the population of the Beast Warrior clan, positioning them as a primary force within the Civilizational Federation. This is not merely due to their muscular physique. In the realm of cosmic warfare, sheer muscle is of little consequence. The pivotal factor lies in the Beast Warrior clan's high average intelligence, which is only 2 lower than that of humans. Furthermore, their unique neurological structure allows one brain to govern motor controls, endowing them with an athletic prowess 53 times greater than that of humans, enabling precise control over every muscle. With the advantage of enhanced motor functions, the Beast Warrior clan exhibits an innate sensitivity to danger on the battlefield, a trait of immense significance in warfare. Additionally, as their cognitive processes occur in a separate neural center, this grants them a capacity for relatively composed thinking, significantly reducing the likelihood of being adversely affected by physical debuffs. They are the epitome of innate warriors. This was the first assessment of the Beast Warrior clan that Ella received from Yan Xia. This evaluation, while somewhat biased, acknowledges that the Beast Warrior clan possesses considerable intelligence and potential for academic development. Nonetheless, Yan Xia's assessment carries no derogatory connotations. Among the 10 races within the Civilizational Federation, the Beast Warrior clan is indeed the most suited for the battlefield, and it is likely that future soldiers, officers, and military commanders will be predominantly from this race. Their versatility is remarkable, embodying both scholarly and martial prowess. In the vastness of deep space, having departed from the SC-8 star system for hundreds of years, Yan Xia reminisces about the Beast Warrior clan. Upon entering the cosmos, one realizes that humanity is not the epitome of perfection. Countless other beings surpass humans in various aspects. Fortunately, technology is impartial. Any disparities will be ruthlessly mitigated once technological mastery is achieved, transforming individual differences into cognitive enhancements. Beside him, Ella, lacking subtlety, remarks that in terms of combat awareness, the Beast Warrior clan remains significantly superior to other races within the Civilizational Federation, including humans. Yan Xia remains noncommittal. Within the same race, there are those who excel and those who do not. Thus, the hardware disparities across different races become even more pronounced. Under equivalent internal and external conditions, a single head cannot possibly compete with 2. The adaptability of the Beast Warriors surpasses that of other races, and it is likely that future explorers will also achieve formidable advancements. Ella was somewhat surprised that Yan Xia continued this line of discussion. Yan Xia, are you not apprehensive about a race potentially supplanting humanity's leading position within the Civil Federation? Yan Xia discerned the lack of rigor in this question. It was indeed a mere accessory. My perspective is not so narrow-minded. The influx of increasingly gifted civilizations into the Civil Federation is a positive development, one that ensures more rapid progress and greater strength for the Federation. Each race within the Civil Federation can be viewed as a cohesive unit. Imagine a small team where a vocational college student serves as the leader, making slow progress. Then, a top-tier graduate from a prestigious university arrives, capable of propelling the team forward at a much quicker pace. I am the invisible benefactor of this small team, while the vocational student is my son. Under my son's leadership, the team earns $10,000 per month, but with the elite graduate, the earnings could soar to $100,000. Would you choose to deny your son the opportunity to lead, or would you welcome the top-tier graduate? Only when the Civil Federation grows stronger will humanity find lasting stability. This is paramount, while the notion of dominant status is merely secondary. Clinging to a position of dominance is the folly of fools. As long as I exist, my son may ascend to the role of leader. Why cling to a mere team captain? Ella, as an accessory beside Yan Xia, was also pondering why she inadvertently posed such a foolish question. Could it be that the host had tampered with her? Infuriating. With my computational power, I cannot ascertain where the tampering occurred. Am I destined to remain as a mere comic relief beside Yan Xia for the next several millennia? Yan Xia sat on the observation deck of the spaceship, entirely oblivious to Ella's profound cognitive calculations, gazing at the starry sky beyond the glass. He swirled a glass of juice in his hand. The Olive Branch civilization should have received some tidings regarding the Holy Grail project by now. This net that has been cast, I hope it becomes full. They have already traversed a third of the journey, yet the road ahead remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the conclusion has already been inscribed. Chapter 86. The SC-19 Civilizational Graveyard. The data entry for the SC-19 star system has been completed. Designated as a white dwarf, this celestial body does not exhibit any transiting phenomena, and no planets have been detected within the system. However, a vast asteroid belt has been discovered, estimated to possess a total mass exceeding 23 times that of Earth. As Ella reported, Yan Xia was reminded of the debris disk surrounding Tiansong 5. The debris disk of SC19 is even more colossal, containing billions of asteroids yet to be quantified. According to the original plan, an exploration of the internal star system is warranted to ascertain the availability of resources and determine its potential for significant development. Ella, clad in a striking liquid metal black military suit, diligently took notes on a tablet, nodding earnestly. Very well, Your Excellency. Preliminary observations suggest that this star system is likely rich in metals, surpassing the metal reserves of Tiansong 5 by more than 25 times, thus holding immense potential for development. However, the actual situation requires confirmation through internal exploration. I recommend deploying more soldiers for this mission, ensuring we are prepared for their extended stay. We are nearing the midpoint of our journey, and if feasible, we should establish an interstellar fortress here to redefine the territorial boundaries of our civilizational federation. Given Ella's endorsement, it was evident that the probability of confirmation was substantial. Yan Xia nodded in agreement, then let us proceed as you suggest. It was reported that the simulation Universe 1.0 had been completed in the capital star system of the Federation, now accessible to the elite of various academic fields within the Civilizational Federation. Some individuals, having enhanced the existing framework, made modifications to the structure of the thrusters, increasing energy efficiency and enhancing the speed of warships by 20. If metallic resources are available, we might gather some for the modification of our current fleet. As civilization progresses, it is imperative that our fleet keeps pace. Even if a star system is occupied for a century to complete such modifications, the subsequent journey would save considerable time. In recent years, advancements in propulsion systems within the Civilizational Federation had reached a bottleneck, with the speed of colossal warships maintaining around 21,000 kms. The 20 enhancement is a monumental leap, reinforcing Yan Xia's belief that the simulation universe must be further developed. Currently, Ella's mainframe operates at a mere one of the Dyson sphere of Tiansong 5, with plans to gradually increase this to 10, 50, or even 100, thereby enabling Ella to harness the energy of an entire star and construct an even grander simulation universe. However, the energy output of a yellow dwarf is ultimately limited. At present, the most promising new energy source within the Civilizational Federation is Sirius. As a blue dwarf, Sirius possesses a greater mass and luminosity, emitting energy exceeding that of Tiansong 5 by 31 times. The principal engineering efforts of the Civilizational Federation are concentrated on Sirius. If we can fully exploit the energy released by this singular star, it would suffice to elevate the Civilizational Federation's energy status to level 2. 2. For years later, the fleet arrived at the periphery of the SC-19 star system. A reconnaissance vessel transmitted a series of images back to them. It was a metal plate, approximately the size of a car, twisted and bearing traces of melting. Civilization? Yan Xia pondered deeply. Could there exist a civilization within SC-19? This seemed implausible. After 4 years of relentless observation, it had been confirmed that the largest planet within this star system was a dwarf planet comparable in size to Pluto. Ella appeared on the screen and stated, "This metal plate is composed of a high-strength alloy, sufficient for crafting a spaceship's hull. It is hypothesized that this civilization has reached level 1 and is not inferior to the once mighty Hundred-Eyed clan." The fleet remained stationed at the periphery of SC-19, while reconnaissance ships ventured into the inner star system, uncovering an abundance of debris, not scattered, but in massive quantities. Within just a month, over 100,000 tons of debris were discovered in a small area. Upon seeing the fragments, Yan Xia envisioned a warship exploding. What had transpired here in the past? Yan Xia, we have discovered a core component, a nuclear fusion device. The immense nuclear fusion apparatus jolted Yan Xia back to the awe he felt thousands of years ago when he first encountered a controllable nuclear fusion device. Have these objects been analyzed? How long ago were they left behind? Although metal does not oxidize in space, the atomic nuclei of metals can decay. Generally, the half-lives of stable elements are measured in billions of years. By estimating the initial state of these elements under high temperatures and calculating their half-lives, one can ascertain their fabrication time with considerable accuracy. Approximately 107,000 years ago, Ella affirmed. Over 100,000 years ago, humanity was likely still in the Stone Age. It appeared that a war had once ravaged this place, a battlefield among the stars. Yan Xia initially believed that was the extent of it. However, subsequent discoveries astonished him and the other soldiers and officers aboard the ship. The sheer volume was overwhelming. After deploying unmanned drones throughout the star system, the speed of debris discovery increased exponentially, and the quantities burgeoned dramatically. From an initial 100,000 tons, it soared to 10 billion tons. And this was merely the beginning. Larger pieces of wreckage were unearthed, each measuring tens to hundreds of meters, intermixed within the asteroid belt, becoming part of it. After nearly 2 years of exploring 1/10 of SC-19, the total weight of the debris ultimately reached 3 trillion tons. If other regions contained similar wreckage, the total mass could amount to 30 trillion tons. Such a resource accumulation would suggest a civilization at levels 1, 2, or 1, 3. Not only were there remnants of spacecraft, but they also discovered remnants of buildings within the asteroid belt, structures that were undoubtedly not erected in space, but rather constructed on planetary surfaces from Earth and stone. Through extensive analysis of the numerous asteroids in the belt, the final conclusion revealed that these asteroids originated from 3 distinct planets of varying sizes. This was not merely a chance encounter between interstellar civilizations. Rather, it is an annihilation campaign waged by a highly advanced civilization against a lesser one. The complete and catastrophic destruction of a massive planet suggests that it is at least a Type 2 civilization, if not beyond. Yan Xia had never witnessed the devastating power of a planet-destroying cannon, yet he had once overseen a passive planet eradication initiative, resulting in the obliteration of Proxima Centauri b. This place stands as a vast necropolis of civilizations. It embodies the most prevalent and merciless fate that befalls civilizations in the cosmos. Who could it be? At this moment, a question lingered in Yan Xia's mind. The nearest Type 2 civilization in this star region is merely a nascent Type 2 civilization, the newly ascendant Civilization Federation, along with the subjugated Violet Thorn civilization and the Olive Branch civilization. As for transient civilizations, their presence seems improbable. For typical Type 2 civilizations cannot wander through the cosmos aimlessly. Such aimlessness cannot sustain the energy demands of a Type 2 civilization. Lost in contemplation, Yan Xia remained pensive. Chapter 87. The Cancerous Clan. Rupert's Tears. No wonder SC-19 possesses an extraordinarily vast debris disk. The annihilation of a civilization is profoundly shocking to life itself. On the very day the news broke, the entire fleet fell into a deep silence. Every being within the Civilizational Federation felt a weight upon their hearts. The guiding principle of the Federation has always been the theory of imaginative resources, which dictates that any life form discovering a weaker civilization must act with utmost benevolence, subsequently guiding them into the fold of the Federation. Thus, the obliteration of a civilization diverges drastically from the ideals and realities upheld by the Federation, creating a significant psychological chasm. It is akin to the 21st century, when the world learned of a nation being permanently erased from the map. Might the next to be expunged be the Civilizational Federation itself? This heaviness, however, may serve a purpose. It could inspire certain life forms. Ella. Even if the warship is destroyed, some beings might be propelled into space amidst the explosion, where the frigid temperatures would preserve them, prompting all aircraft to search for the remains of the intelligent beings of that civilization. Ella soon set to work. A task far from simple. Seeking minute remains within a stellar system is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The search persisted for another 2 years. Within the enormous paper library of the Tiangong, soaring 30 meters high and spanning over 20,000 square meters, Yan Xia was engrossed in a textbook on basic algebra. The library featured a colossal floor-to-ceiling window, equally 30 meters high and 50 meters wide. Outside lay a miniature rainforest ecosystem, where a 30-meter-long eastern dragon, lacking limbs, was resting, exhaling copious amounts of white vapor, evoking a sense of ethereal ascendance. Yan Xia affectionately referred to it as Mist Serpent, one of his beloved pets. At that moment, the floor of the library suddenly sank, and the surrounding walls began to invert, as if he had seamlessly transitioned into a research laboratory. Within this laboratory, a 2-meter diameter water sphere was suspended in midair, bound by electromagnetic forces, inside which lay a massive pink tumor, resembling a bacterium magnified countless times. Yan Xia set his book aside, momentarily taken aback by the sight of this creature. Was this the life form of the star system? It appeared devoid of agile limbs. How could it possibly construct intricate machinery? Just a week prior, Yan Xia had received word of the discovery of life, yet transportation back remained necessary. Hence he lingered in the library, awaiting further developments. Most of their genetic material had been ravaged by cosmic radiation, leaving the true state of affairs uncertain. However, it was clear that their bodies were not products of natural evolution, but rather creations. This was an intriguing point of analysis. Naturally evolved organisms possess an inherent adaptability to their environments, and their position within the ecological chain dictates the structural adaptations of their bodies, whether they lean towards defense, mimicry, aggression, or parasitism. Yet, this creature exhibited none of these traits. Its bodily structure appeared exceedingly frail, lacking any specialized organs evolved in response to ecological demands. It is speculated that the beings of this civilization were not originally as they appear now, with the advancement of technology. They abandoned their original corporeal forms and transformed entirely into their current creations, although their genetic makeup cannot be replicated. It can be inferred that they perished at approximately the age of 230, which may have been a contributing factor to their relinquishment of their original bodies. Furthermore, upon studying the remnants of other spacecraft, it was discovered that these vessels possess almost no designated living quarters, merely a cockpit with a diameter of about 1 meter. The filamentous structures adorning their exterior serve as their neural connections, facilitating communication with devices. This represents an alternative form of corporeal ascension. Intriguingly, I observed a wound healing, allowing for the examination of the cellular division process. From the morphology of the cells, it was evident that their division rate is extraordinarily rapid, approximately 500 times that of cancer cells. Yan Xia understands that this indicates a formidable regenerative capability, suggesting that their bodies are not as fragile as they may seem. For now, let us refer to them as the cancerous race. This civilization has attained a level 1 status, yet it was obliterated, undoubtedly for a reason. Ella, can we deduce the type of language they used from the clues available? There should be some data among the wreckage. Please analyze it to uncover any insights. The communication of advanced civilizations may be encrypted and laden with intricate information, compounded by the fact that signals are transmitted directly through neurons, thereby complicating the task of deciphering their language. Ella could simulate a clone of this being using biotechnological methods, although genetically distinct. The overall structure would suffice to ascertain their mode of communication. We could further analyze the electrical signals generated by the remnants devices as they interact with the neural pathways of this cloned organism. This approach would expedite the research significantly compared to mere computational guessing or exhaustive searching. Very well, I require just a bit of time. This time frame amounts to 7 months. Despite being a subordinate of Ella, the Tiangong vessel is equipped with the most advanced mainframe system available from the Federation of Civilizations at this stage, which accounts for the extensive duration required, indicative of its complexity. After countless confirmations, Ella has generated a template for the language of this race, resulting in a compendium as thick as 3 comprehensive dictionaries. The language of the mind is inherently simpler in practice than spoken or written forms. Yet deconstructing it into text proves exceedingly complex, as even the minutest emotional nuances could convey vastly different meanings. Particularly, this mental language also incorporates the transmission of imagery. Upon perusing the initial contents, Yan Xia cast it aside and inquired, "So, have we extracted any information?" Ella shook her head. There exists information pertaining to another civilization. However, the cancerous race remains oblivious to the identity of their adversaries. The opposing civilization launched an assault upon discovering them, without any prior communication, leading to the obliteration of their civilization within a mere decade. They were even unaware of what their enemies looked like. The only truly valuable asset lies not in the realm of warfare, but rather in a technology that signifies the ongoing advancement of the civilization. With a graceful wave of her hand, Ella summoned a screen, upon which a 3-dimensional, dynamically rotating object was displayed. This shape, Yan Xia pondered for a moment before recalling its name. Rupert's tear? The molten glass naturally dripped into the frigid water, taking on a tear-like form, its upper portion exceedingly hard, impervious even to bullets, yet a gentle squeeze of its tail would cause it to shatter instantly. Indeed, it was Rupert's tear. However, this was not the glass version of Rupert's tear, but rather one crafted from an electromagnetic field. This civilization harnessed this technology to amplify the strength of the electromagnetic field by a staggering 1 million times. Yet, this technology remained in its nascent stages within the civilization. Otherwise, it could have potentially withstood enemy assaults for several more years. This is a remarkable innovation. Yan Xia had already envisioned the prospective applications of this technology. Moreover, if an electromagnetic field could produce Rupert's tear, could it not also yield other creations? For instance, in more microscopic realms. Chapter 88, Genetic Model. Lumbling tribe Yan Xia sensed something amiss. After a considerable period, Ella relayed an intriguing message. What was out of place? Yan Xia accessed the information through a holographic screen, where Ella had shared a model of the electromagnetic Rupert's tear. The moment Yan Xia laid eyes upon the model, he sat upright. This was not merely a technical model. It was a genetic model. Was it biological in nature, or was it rooted in physical technology? Yan Xia summoned a formula panel and conducted a series of analyses, ultimately concluding that this object indeed represented an application of the electromagnetic field while simultaneously containing a strand of genetic information. This genetic material was remarkably intact, suggesting that this civilization was intent on preserving a fragment of its legacy. Life in the cosmos is exceedingly fragile. External adversities, internal factors, or natural phenomena can obliterate a civilization. Advanced civilizations can choose to document their genetic makeup, awaiting discovery by other civilizations, thereby allowing for the potential resurrection of their species. While the eventual fate remains uncertain, such a choice at least retains a semblance of possibility. The dichotomy between 0 and 0.00001 may lead individuals to favor the former. Yet when contemplating the broader scope of civilization and species, the inclination shifts towards the latter. This genetic model, imbued with technological information, appears to serve as a contingency plan for the civilization. Ella, what is your perspective? Yan Xia inquired, seeking validation for the conclusion he had already reached in his mind. Ella was well aware of the implications. The Civilization Federation suffers from a lack of diversity. A civilization may consist of a single species, which often stabilizes internal dynamics. However, the Federation has chosen a different path, fostering multiple civilizations to achieve diverse advancements. Each civilization, shaped by its unique physiology and habits, adapts to its environment, consequently developing distinct technologies. At this juncture, the scientific pursuits of our Civilization Federation are remarkably abundant, yet there remains room for further enrichment. Be it the Beast Tribe or the Cancer Tribe, they are indeed the very purpose of our expedition, are they not? Thus, my recommendation is to manufacture the species based on this genetic sequence. In truth, the current biotechnological capabilities of the Civilization Federation are sufficient to create a new species. However, such creations may encounter numerous challenges, as they might not harmonize with the natural ecosystem. Any life form that has birthed civilization has undoubtedly undergone the harsh crucible of natural selection, endowing it with distinctiveness, aggressiveness, and progressiveness at both genetic and cultural levels. Conversely, artificially created beings lack these qualities. They would resemble pacifists, one a wolf, the other a chihuahua. Moreover, these creations would inevitably be derived from concepts comprehensible to the Civilization Federation, while the cosmos holds the potential for far greater uncertainty, which is of utmost value. To create life using this genetic model is not a daunting task. Yan Xia chose not to delegate this responsibility to Ella, but rather to undertake it himself. Much like assembling building blocks, he would construct a carbon-based cellular framework and subsequently edit the DNA. Interestingly, the DNA of this organism is not composed of the fundamental elements of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and phosphorus, like that of humans, which form phosphates, bases, and deoxyribose. Instead, it boasts a rather unique structure. Although it is carbon-based, there is an excessive incorporation of boric acid and phosphoric acid within the DNA, while hydrogen and oxygen are relatively scarce. This organism requires oxygen, but only at a mere 10 of the proportional demand of humans. Upon constructing a gene strand, Yan Xia was astonished to observe that the genes emitted a form of luminescence. This was not luminescence in the literal sense, but rather a theoretical manifestation. Such a genetic architecture allowed Yan Xia to easily envision the appearance of its cells, which likely synthesize substantial amounts of borates and phosphates internally. Both of these substances are common luminescent materials and can be crafted into phosphorescent powders. Indeed, after 51 hours, Yan Xia successfully constructed the first cell based on the genetic model. The cell structure was round, yet Yan Xia felt it inclined more towards a hexagonal form, resembling the arrangement of a honeycomb. In truth, whether round or hexagonal, these shapes emerge as perfect forms due to the tension exerted upon the object. In the initial stages of honeycomb formation, the structure is not hexagonal but rather circular, gradually transforming into hexagons due to compressive forces, an enchanting aspect of natural laws. Yan Xia first created a stem cell and then nurtured it to undergo division, generating additional new cells. Once the integrity of the genes was confirmed, the process of biological reconstruction commenced. Surprisingly, the reproductive method of this life form mirrors that of cellular division, devoid of male and female distinctions. Upon reaching maturity, its body would gradually transform, growing another self until it completely divided into two distinct entities. These two entities would be slightly smaller than the original, with the primary body regrowing to reach maturity once more for subsequent division, while the new individual would continue to grow and undergo division as well. The distinction lies in the fact that this organism's cell division results in a differentiation between new and old cells, akin to human cellular division. One cell's telomere shortens while the other restores its telomere length, signifying that the new cell possesses an entirely new lifespan, while the older cell's longevity does not revert due to division. This fascinating phenomenon sustains the propagation of this organism. After all, if the offspring shared the same lifespan as the original, would not the species gradually face a decline in longevity, approaching extinction? A week later, this organism took form, resembling what it was meant to be. When Yan Xia unveiled this creature, akin to opening a blind box, he beheld it in awe. It was not the cancerous entity he had envisioned, but rather an entirely new species. It bore a body reminiscent of a squid, yet with a rounder head, not quite like an octopus, but more akin to an upright rugby ball. Its skin served as its mouth, feeding on minerals and microorganisms. Lacking eyes, Its primary sensory apparatus consisted of 4 tentacles atop its head, capable of detecting air vibrations and thermal changes, effectively combining the functions of sight and hearing. The physique of this creature resembles that of a shrimp, elegantly arched, evoking the image of a squid or octopus contorted into a shape. The most striking feature is the 3 pairs of immense, diamond-shaped, transparent wings reminiscent of those of insects, which grace its back, measuring a mere 70 centimeters in length. Its wingspan exceeds 2 meters, attesting to its formidable flying capabilities. Yet, these aspects alone fail to astonish Yan Xia. What truly captivates her is its pristine white body, which begins to emit a luminous glow after absorbing nutrients. This radiance partially stems from the fluorescence of borates and phosphates, but predominantly results from the arrangement of its cells, akin to that of an electric eel, capable of generating electricity that stimulates cellular luminescence, while its skin offers some protection. The transparent wings appear to harness even greater electrical energy, emitting a blinding white light that forces Yan Xia to don sunglasses just to gaze upon it. Almost instantaneously, she bestows upon it a whimsical name, Lightwing. Chapter 89. New Beginnings. This should be the former visage of the Luminal clan, reminiscent of the legendary transformation of angels into demons. The sight of the Luminal clan causes one's sanity to plummet, while the Radiant Wing clan exudes an aura of sanctity. Had they graced the Earth 10 millennia earlier, they might have been venerated as deities, or perhaps even regarded as a luminescent delicacy. Yan Xia extracted one from the petri dish and, upon testing, found its physiological data remarkably stable. After a wait of 2.5 hours, the Radiant Wing clan awakened. It initially used its tendrils to survey its surroundings, then focused its perception on Yan Xia. He could sense a tingling sensation coursing through his body under its gaze. Ella appeared beside him. The electrical capabilities of the Radiant Wing clan also serve as sensory organs, generating a voltage of 200 volts to perceive the environment within half a meter. This ability is even more pronounced underwater, extending their sensory range to 50 meters. A voltage of 200 volts, especially when coupled with a sustained current, would likely be insurmountable for a whale. How similar is their language to that of the Luminal clan? Yan Xia inquired. Approximately 30, came the response. Not an insignificant amount, implying that a new linguistic directory can be swiftly created. However, I shan't be able to comprehend it. The languages of advanced civilizations are increasingly intricate. Unless knowledge is directly implanted into the mind, mastering them through conventional learning would require considerable time. Fortunately, with Ella's assistance, the process becomes significantly expedited. After numerous attempts at communication with the Radiant Wing clan, they analyzed the signals of emotional expression to formulate a linguistic template. Several hours later, equipped with Ella's translation system, Yan Xia ceased his previous charade. Let us converse, he proposed. You need not feign ignorance. Upon observing your genetic model, I discern that your race harbors certain secrets within its genes. Genes carry hereditary information, enabling beings to instinctively know how to function from birth, often bypassing the learning phase altogether. Furthermore, it is conceivable to embed memories within these genes, unlike the necessity for clones to possess the original's memories. This method of encoding memories does not require uniformity. It resembles the act of embedding fragments of knowledge within the genes, allowing new individuals to inherit these memories. A simpler process compared to the former. What? The straightforward information was relayed through Ella in Mandarin. I shall not repeat myself a third time. Should you persist in this manner, I will be compelled to erase your knowledge and memories. You understand that, should it come to pass, you will forever remain my vassal. My civilization is not merely superior to the one that obliterated yours. I require your candor. Judging by the historical records of warfare, that level 2 civilization indeed pales in comparison to the present civil federation of today, which has evolved over the course of the last 100 millennia. After a prolonged silence, the Radiant Wing clan spoke. This is undeniably the gravest threat. I am new. From the moment I became aware of this world, I understood that my mission is to revitalize the Radiant Wing clan by any means necessary, even if it means descending to the status of a slave. The most ideal scenario would be for a Type 1 civilization to discover the genetic model. However, it appears that the likelihood of a Type 2 civilization uncovering this model is, in fact, greater than that of a Type 1 civilization. If you have any inquiries, I am more than willing to respond, as I merely hope for an opportunity for the continuation of my civilization. It has grown wise, after all, as it carries the knowledge of a civilization. Yan Xia shook her head. There is no need for me to ask anything. What is necessary to know is already known. Not only will I refrain from enslaving or persecuting you, but I also extend an invitation for you to join our Federation of Civilizations. For Yan Xia, the entirety of a Type 1 civilization represents the utmost value. Ella elaborated on the form and scale of the Federation of Civilizations, leaving Xian utterly astonished. The vast reservoir of knowledge within her mind could not fathom the power of this federation, which spans dozens of light years and encompasses 10 formidable Type 2 civilizations. You will become the 11th race of our federation. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Xian replied, of course. Our civilization does not adhere to such formalities. Both of us understand that refusal would render me devoid of value to you. Hence I lack the authority to decline. Xian, having not endured the trials of society, remained somewhat straightforward. A subtle smile graced Yan Xia's face. This is the best choice. I can take you on a tour of our flagship. I am quite eager to share. Share? Xian mused silently, suspecting this to be a display of strength. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued, as it wondered what this civilization, which could restore it and its race, was truly like. Upon exiting the laboratory, Xian felt an overwhelming sense of novelty, exploring its surroundings. After traversing a lengthy corridor, it encountered a small creature adorned with dense fur and a tail, emitting a sound akin to a meow, which appeared quite terrifying. It was a cat, Yan Xia. Capable of creating serpentine dragons, could also replicate such simple creatures as cats and dogs. In fact, within the Federation, cats and dogs have proliferated, becoming widely kept non-aggressive pets. However, many still prefer to nurture miniature mythical beings, such as a 2-meter-long golden dragon, which, due to its small size, is indeed capable of flight, or a palm-sized Pichio, whose specialized gastric acid can corrode metal, or a phoenix with a wingspan of merely 1 meter, able to withstand temperatures of 200 degrees, rapidly generating an egg within its body while engulfed in flames, achieving rebirth from the ashes. Subsequently, Xian encountered soldiers aboard the warship, a true amalgamation of races. The soldiers were astonished to see Xian glowing, and, having assimilated human aesthetics, they quickly became captivated, surrounding Xian and inspecting it from all angles, causing Xian to emit a shockwave that temporarily paralyzed a group of soldiers. Fortunately, they were clad in mechas and housed Quark robots within their bodies. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. I apologize. I simply cannot endure such enthusiasm, Xian expressed with genuine remorse. Yan Xia waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. Everyone experiences their first time. The confines of the spacecraft are rather limited, consisting mostly of simple and repetitive areas. I sincerely wish to escort you through our capital. Yet unfortunately, we are currently engaged in a cosmic voyage. You may choose to remain here, within the original star system of your civilization, where I shall leave a contingent of soldiers to develop the area. Alternatively, you can opt to accompany me on this journey to witness another formidable Level 2 civilization and behold the splendor of the universe. The concept of new holds little significance for Yan Xia. The information regarding the genetic model has already been transmitted via light signals to the Galactic Federation, and subsequently, a multitude of new entities will emerge within the Federation, allowing them to evolve into the Federation's 11th race. I have chosen to embark on this voyage. The new swiftly responded, seemingly resistant to the idea of remaining here. While Yan Xia refrained from inquiring about the reason. Very well, however, we estimate that we shall linger here for a considerable duration. This stay will extend to 34 years. Once the battleship's thrusters have been fully upgraded, the fleet will depart without a backward glance. Only 200 years remain until we reach the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 90. The geometry of the luminary race and the Hodge conjecture. After several years of acquaintance, the newcomer developed an affection for the amiable leader, Yan Xia, gradually opening up and engaging in discussions, even debates, with him. Mathematics serves as a formidable tool, bestowing scholars with the ability to envision the cosmos. From the information I have gathered, my civilization has experienced a fervent enthusiasm for mathematics spanning 5 centuries, with a fervent pursuit of excellence in the realm of geometry. The newcomer reclined upon a soccer ball-sized iron sphere, which emitted a faint static charge. He seemed to revel in the stimulation provided by the static electricity. They were currently situated within the library, and this topic arose because Yan Xia was engrossed in his geometric studies. Geometry constitutes a crucial classification within mathematics, primarily applied to the understanding of spatial structures. To grasp the concept of higher dimensions, a solid foundation in geometry is almost indispensable. Presently, the Civil Federation is delving into multidimensional spaces, with predominant scholarly focus on string theory, superstring theory, and M-theory. Numerous scholars exploring these theories can currently study geometric mathematics and achieve considerable success. The library's resources were transported from the capital galaxy, although the books were printed on paper. The ink employed was remarkably unique, capable of emitting a gentle warmth, allowing beings without eyes to perceive the text through thermal sensation. Even though the newcomer did not comprehend Chinese characters, he could ascertain the principles behind certain mathematical diagrams through simple calculations. Nevertheless, our civilization has yet to achieve unity or decomposition within the realm of geometry. Should we attain such understanding, our civilization would not find itself defenseless before unknown civilizations. Yan Xia set down the book, showing keen interest in the new topic, perhaps revealing his fondness for storytelling. Akin to an elderly man who could chatter for an entire day, geometry corresponds to our understanding and imagination of space. The renowned three-dimensional geometric structure is the M-bias strip. Yan Xia summoned a holographic panel, subsequently elevating it to form a rectangle, fixing one end while twisting the other end 180 degrees before joining both ends. Thus, a M-bias strip was formed. This represents a quintessential non-Euclidean geometric body, interestingly. The M-bias strip bears a striking resemblance to the symbol of infinity. The M-bias strip is renowned for its ability to be constructed within our dimensional reality, possessing remarkable mathematical properties. The newcomer was exhilarated upon witnessing the M-bias strip. Indeed, it encapsulates the essence of geometry, as any shape within the cosmos may be classified as a geometric figure. The Kaleido infinite band, akin to your civilization's M-bias strip, in addition to various squares, spheres, and circles, also stands as one of the foundational geometric structures of our civilization, with a multitude of our technologies applying this geometric form. Yan Xia recalled having encountered the geometric structure of the M-bias strip amidst the wreckage of spaceships, which indeed fueled his geometric studies over the past few decades. Continuing, Xian remarked, the M-bias strip possesses a remarkable characteristic. When cut transversely, it transforms into two interlinked M-bias strips. If these two strips are subsequently severed, they yield four intertwined M-bias strips, perpetuating this cycle. From this, a great mathematician of our civilization contemplated a profound question. How can one deconstruct a M-bias strip? This deconstruction is not merely about cutting it, but rather about dismantling the geometric structure of the M-bias strip into more comprehensible forms, such as squares or rectangles. Regrettably, he devoted his entire life without achieving this deconstruction. This represents the string theory of geometry or the grand unification. Any intricate structure can be decomposed into simpler geometric forms. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia immediately thought of the renowned Hodge conjecture, one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the 21st century. It posits that every harmonic differential form on a non-singular projective algebraic variety is a rational combination of the cohomology classes of algebraic cycles. This is an exceedingly complex mathematical problem, encompassing concepts from geometry, algebra, calculus, and more. Yan Xia was aware that the Hodge conjecture was not merely something gleaned from books. For at that moment, it was one of the principal research directions within the mathematical realm of the Civilizational Federation. The Hodge conjecture, akin to Fermat's last theorem and the Riemann hypothesis, serves as a vehicle and tool for the geometric topology of the M-theory structure, which merges general relativity with quantum mechanics. As the mainstream theory of the Civilizational Federation, M-theory necessitates the computations of the Hodge conjecture in spatial geometry. This intricate conjecture can be roughly understood through a simple analogy. Any geometric figure is akin to a house constructed from bricks and tiles, implying that it can be deconstructed. In lower dimensional realms, this is quite comprehensible. It is well known that the motion of a point forms a line, the motion of a line forms a plane, and conversely. A plane can be decomposed into lines, and lines can be divided into points. However, the Hodge conjecture transcends this straightforward analogy, delving into deeper and more complex issues of algebraic geometry. Currently, the Hodge conjecture has yet to yield substantial answers, should it be resolved. The Civilizational Federation would have begun to touch upon the true mysteries of dimensions, an area unimaginable even to a Type II civilization. It could even enable interdimensional capabilities, potentially leading to the creation of cross-dimensional weaponry, such as the two-dimensional foil. Indeed, as Xian stated, should breakthroughs occur in this domain, the Lightwing civilization would not find itself defenseless against unknown civilizations. In truth, our civilization has not emerged empty-handed. Through centuries of exploration, we have gradually deconstructed the M-bias strip into simpler geometric forms, such as a rectangle and a distorted rectangle, or perhaps a once-twisted rectangle and a twice-twisted rectangle. These decompositions have allowed us to create alternative applications for energy-closed loops. Envision a beam of light striking a M-bias strip, allowing it to penetrate from the outer realms into the inner dimensions. Just as the light has yet to escape from the depths, the M-bias strip is divided, permitting photons to traverse the internal pathways of a newly formed rectangle or a distorted geometric shape before transforming the strip into a ring, thereby encapsulating the energy within. However, due to the limitations of our civilization's technological prowess, we can only fabricate nanoscale geometric closed-loop modifications at the microscopic level, which are incapable of exerting significant influence on the macroscopic world. The Lightwing race's foray into the realm of mathematics has evidently ascended to a level incongruent with their civilization status, much like the longer plank of a barrel. The purpose of these reflections is to prepare certain contingencies, ensuring that Yan Xia does not waver in his resolve. Yan Xia suspects that this relates to his recent interactions with Ella. Ella's numerous tasks necessitate his authorization, which irks Yan Xia at times, leading him to occasionally adopt contradictory stances to confound her. Perhaps as a result, Yan Xia's image has undergone some transformation in Xian's perception. Chapter 91. Navigating matrices and subspaces. The journey through the cosmos is exceedingly protracted. Since the inception of their initial communication, Yan Xia and the newcomer have engaged in an almost unceasing exchange. The acquisition of new knowledge is invariably a delightful endeavor. The newcomer can absorb the wisdom of advanced civilizations from Yan Xia, while Yan Xia can glean insights from the lesser achievements of the Lightwing civilization. These achievements, being of a lower tier, possess a lower threshold compared to the scientific rigor of the current civil federation, thereby rendering them more comprehensible to Yan Xia. Is it true that the human civilization of your civil federation boasts such a powerful mathematical tool as matrices? Yan Xia welcomed the newcomer into his study. He harbored no fears of the newcomer pilfering this knowledge. Firstly, the newcomer was entirely under his control. Secondly, mastering such knowledge is not within the grasp of ordinary beings. To thoroughly comprehend even a single book in this library, which houses 285 volumes, would require decades of devoted study. Learning through theft? One must first be capable of understanding it. At times, grasping a mere formula can demand years, or even a lifetime for a scholar in that particular field. Matrix theory is one such instance. It serves as a mathematical instrument, a linear equation, which can also be conceptualized as a table for computation. The application of linear equations within human civilization commenced quite early, followed by Arthur Cayley's investigations into Gaussian elimination, wherein he simplified this method using blocks of multiplication, ultimately coining the term matrix in his 1858 paper, Memoir on the Theory of Matrices. As a mathematical tool, matrices are extensively utilized in circuit theory, mechanics, optics, and quantum physics, making it a versatile instrument. The newcomer became utterly captivated, immersing itself in the study of matrices. The convenience of matrices in mathematics reaches a level of perfection. Our civilization has accustomed itself to employing complex methods for calculations. We believe that intricate computations ensure precision and clarity in the process, allowing us to identify errors when they arise, having never utilized such a simple tool. We were mistaken. Simplified tools can significantly enhance efficiency. Had we possessed matrices, I believe our civilization would not be languishing at a mere 1-3 level. Like a child who has received a new toy, the newcomer began to conduct a series of calculations using matrices. To Yan Xia's astonishment, it swiftly extended its computations to subspaces. In the realm of mathematics, a subspace is also known as a linear subspace or vector space, primarily aimed at studying entities that possess properties of a linear space, simplifying them within a matrix. A linear subspace is not a physical space, but rather a mathematical equation. In simpler terms, it involves analyzing entities that exhibit linear spatial characteristics, be it a pin, a cat, or a dog, by reducing them to a common level of analysis, such as recognizing that both the pin and the cat, as well as the dog, are composed of atoms. As a component of matrices, linear subspaces represent a process of simplification. If one were to delve into the science of humanity, it appears that the endeavor has consistently aimed to distill complex phenomena into their most fundamental structures, akin to simplifying 111122 into a formula of 11 instances of 112. Upon encountering the concept of subspace, Yan Xia is immediately reminded of the subspace in the realm of physics. This subspace may also be referred to as the hyperspace, serving as the boundary between antimatter space and matter space. The notions of matter and antimatter space stem from the theory of relativity, which posits the existence of an antimatter space that is contrary to our own universe. Antimatter is believed to exist within this antimatter space, where the physical laws diverge from, and may even contradict, those of our material realm. In the matter space, the speed of light is the ultimate limit. Conversely, in the antimatter space, it is considered the lower limit. Time in the antimatter realm could be either static or reversed, potentially existing as a four-dimensional space, not to be confused with four-dimensional spacetime, which includes time. This four-dimensional construct does not imply a spatial dimension of 4, but rather represents an alternative three-dimensional space. While the matter space is infinitely vast, the antimatter space is infinitely minuscule. These characteristics are profoundly intriguing for research and were once a direction pursued by Ella in her exploration of tachyons. To uncover tachyons, might it be necessary to discover the antimatter space? However, The tachyons that Ella studied do not reside within the antimatter space, but are found within the Calabi-Yau manifold, situated in a different dimensional spacetime. Thus, Ella is currently investigating whether the antimatter space, much like the Calabi-Yau manifold, is compactified at the Planck scale. She seeks to ascertain whether there are shared traits between the two, or even if the Calabi-Yau manifold encompasses the antimatter space. Presently, Ella has yet to find concrete evidence for the existence of antimatter space. Although they have utilized antimatter, it has been generated through particle collisions rather than collected from the antimatter realm. All of this remains shrouded in uncertainty. Should they succeed in this inquiry, significant advancements in the field of tachyonic communication could follow. Moreover, if the existence of matter and antimatter spaces is validated, it may pave the way for the development of additional technologies. When the realms of matter and antimatter collide, creating curvature in spacetime, they could potentially access subspace, facilitating navigation within this subspace, often referred to as hyperspace travel. One might envision this as the original space transforming into a sphere upon collision. With a spacecraft traversing the surface of this sphere, hyperspace travel would then entail entering the interior of the sphere. Travel within the sphere would undoubtedly cover shorter distances than that along its surface, thus enabling superluminal speeds. However, the advancement of this technology necessitates further validation. Should this technology come to fruition, the Civilizational Federation could embark on explorations toward a Type 3 civilization. Nevertheless, Yan Xia remains skeptical, as the energy required to achieve hyperspace travel is exceedingly immense. While matter-antimatter annihilation can indeed generate some degree of space-time curvature, the maximum annihilation cannon produced by the Civilizational Federation currently releases energy sufficient to propel just 1 gram of matter a mere 1 millimeter. The energy required to create such a curvature in spacetime is not excessively vast. Perhaps merely 100 kilograms of antimatter would suffice for success. However, the distinction between creation and maintenance is profound. Just as one can generate minuscule black holes in particle collisions, the energy necessary to sustain these black holes escalates to trillions or even quintillions of times the initial amount. To maintain a spacecraft's navigation through subspace, one must generate spatial curvature, with greater curvature facilitating swifter travel. The energy requisite for sustaining such curvature parallels that of the spacecraft itself. Only by harnessing the entirety of the universe's energy can this be realized. Yan Xia dared not ponder further. At that moment, Ella unexpectedly appeared before Yan Xia. Yan Xia, she announced, after extensive research and development, the Tiangong has successfully implemented the Rupert's tier energy shielding technology, boasting a protective capacity 271 times that of our current energy shields. The sole drawback, however, lies in its stability. Chapter 92, Residual Energy Isolation Weapon. The newly developed shield is named Teardrop. Its form resembles that of a teardrop. Not just a single droplet of tear, but rather an amalgamation of countless tiny droplets. If one were to create a colossal shield in the shape of a giant Rupert's tear, its vulnerabilities would become glaringly evident. Generally speaking, in the vast expanse of interstellar combat, energy cannot precisely strike a target's tail. However, if the enemy unleashes a collective area of effect attack, the dissipated energy might inadvertently affect the tail. This necessitates additional energy to safeguard that portion, which is evidently an imprudent trade-off. Conversely, miniaturizing all the Rupert's tears into billions of diminutive droplets forming a massive shield and concealing the tail within alleviates this concern. Essentially, the energy employed remains comparable. It merely requires more refined control over the electromagnetic forces, a feat not beyond contemporary technological capabilities. Yan Xia examined the teardrop. Instantly, he comprehended the instability that Ella had mentioned. Electromagnetic forces possess a characteristic that is easily conjured in the minds of those familiar with magnets. To adhere two magnets together, one must align them correctly. Opposites attract, while like poles repel. The teardrop encounters this phenomenon as well, typically. Controlling such variables is feasible at quantities in the hundreds of thousands or millions, yet when the numbers escalate to over a billion, there will inevitably be a few outliers. These outliers represent the teardrop's Achilles heel, potentially leading to its swift destruction. Is there no remedy? Yan Xia furrowed his brow, computing the current magnetic intensity of the teardrop. Ella shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying. There exists no flawless solution. Once the teardrop is produced, each minuscule Rupert's tear possesses its own magnetic pole. At minimal magnetic fields, one can amplify energy to reverse the polarity, but when the magnetic field becomes excessively potent, altering one or two poles necessitates an even greater energy input. Currently, there are 782 billion Rupert's tear structures surrounding the Tiangong, with 3 opposing magnetic points. Based on simple calculations, doubling the energy supplied to the energy shield is required to unify the entire structure. Nothing in this world is perfect. However, One can bring an entity closer to perfection by sacrificing something else. Doubling the energy expenditure is undoubtedly an unwise endeavor. Yan Xia noted that the screen indicated the 3 opposing points were positioned at the rear of the spacecraft, which should minimize potential malfunctions of the energy shield due to damage from these anomalies. Just as he pondered possible solutions, the virtual visage of Ella suddenly shifted, her twin tails unraveling as her form gradually transformed from a youthful girl into a poised white-haired woman, exuding an air of sternness. Yan Xia. 3 reconnaissance ships at the forefront have lost contact. Observations from other scout vessels suggest they have been destroyed. Enemies? How could there be adversaries in this vicinity? Without delving deeply into this troubling question, Yan Xia issued his commands decisively. Speculating on the direction of the impending assault, all battleships were placed on high alert. The search for the enemy's coordinates commenced. Once their position was confirmed, the battleships would retaliate. An assessment of the enemy vessel's velocity was critical. If they were slower than our own, we would pursue them, but if they were faster, we would resort to long-range, over-the-horizon offensive capabilities. Determining the enemy's location amidst the vastness of space proved exceedingly challenging. Observations of the enemy required light, and often, the reflected light from their vessels would take minutes, if not tens of minutes, to reach us. By the time we perceived them, they had already vacated their original position. Hence, the need for predictive calculations arose. Even with laser weaponry, hitting a target that moved erratically became a formidable challenge. Thus, interstellar battles typically involved a barrage of laser fire providing area coverage. No matter how agile one might be, could one truly remain unscathed amidst a torrential downpour of lasers? Days passed, and on the 22nd day, Ella finally detected a trace of the enemy. Upon glimpsing the silhouette of the vessel, Yan Xia was momentarily taken aback. Was that not a ship belonging to the civilized Federation? No matter from which angle it was viewed, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the vessels of the civilized Federation, albeit an outdated model from at least 15 centuries ago. Yan Xia, look. Ella transmitted another video, capturing an image that she meticulously refined until it was no longer obscured by pixelation. At least some contours became discernible. The moment Yan Xia beheld those outlines, a realization struck him. The Purple Thorn civilization? It was a U-shaped battleship, and he could not forget the days spent shrouded in the shadow of such a vessel. A time when he had to make difficult decisions, resulting in the loss of billions of the Kate race alongside Proxima Centauri b. The remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization included not only those who resisted stubbornly but also some who had turned to piracy or departed from the civilized Federation. In the early stages of the war, when the civilized Federation was not as formidable, victories were shared, which elucidated why the Purple Thorn civilization possessed ships belonging to the Federation. Yan Xia's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Now that they had encountered the enemy, it was time to eliminate them. The speed of the Purple Thorn civilization's ships was not significantly inferior to ours, and with our distance exceeding 100 astronomical units, there was no need to waste time in pursuit. Ella, deploy weapons of mass destruction to deal with them. Ella nodded in agreement. Certainly. We have recently developed a new weapon. This weapon was conceived from the discussions between Yan Xia and the hypothesis of Hodge. If energy could be dissected and reconstituted geometrically for defensive purposes, could it not also serve as an offensive means? You must have noticed one crucial detail, Yan Xia. The M-bias strip allows for the disassembly and reassembly of energy, trapping it within the loop, thereby creating an isolated system. Although it will soon collapse due to entropy, it is sufficient to form a weapon. Yan Xia observed a projectile, measuring 50 meters in diameter and 300 meters in length, being propelled into the launch chamber. The projectile was launched from the gravity catapult, employing anti-gravity to negate the effects of acceleration, enabling it to attain a velocity of 42 the speed of light at the moment of launch. It was predicted that when the weapon reached its designated position, the enemy warship would be located at specific coordinates, currently 137 astronomical units away. The weapon would require a journey of 142 astronomical units, approximately 46.8 hours, to strike its target with a hit probability of 97.72. About 3 days later, Yan Xia witnessed an image of the weapon successfully impacting its target. It was an energy map, the explosive force enveloping a radius of 2 astronomical units. The form of the energy was not a M-bias strip, but rather a three-dimensional Klein bottle structure. After all, a M-bias strip is merely a loop, capable of achieving a novel effect only in a conceptual spatial context. It is impossible for energy to manifest as a ring in practical application. In three-dimensional space, even if one were to enter the interior of a M-bias strip, they could escape from either side without becoming trapped. The powerful magnetic force triggered by the explosion drew surrounding matter into the three-dimensional Klein bottle structure, which then underwent geometric decomposition and reconstruction to close off the entrance, transforming it into an isolated space. The entropy increase within this isolated space led to internal energy instability, ultimately causing the entire space to collapse and explode. The isolated space was defined by electromagnetic forces, with the isolated system itself receiving additional energy input, thereby accelerating the entropy increase process. This isolation did not pertain to the spatial concept of time and space. The current Civilization Federation was yet unable to realize such dimensional weaponry and could only simulate energy. It may be understood as a thermodynamic closed system, one that exchanges energy but not material with the external environment, where, according to the second law of thermodynamics, an increase in entropy would occur internally. The energy-isolating weapon exploited the discrepancies in entropy between its interior and exterior to generate chaos, leading to energy collapse inward, triggering an explosion that obliterated all internal matter. While seemingly terrifying, the energy-isolating weapon was, in fact, not particularly powerful due to its simulated nature. It could easily be thwarted by applying greater electromagnetic force to either expand or directly breach it, thus posing no significant threat to smaller remnants like the current Purple Thorn civilization. After more than half a month, the reconnaissance ship dispatched by Yan Xia reached the area, where it found the region replete with the wreckage of warships with no survivors. The main fleet continued onward, once a fearsome presence. It was now merely an ant that could be crushed at will in the face of the Civilization Federation, hardly warranting Yan Xia's attention. As the journey progressed, Yan Xia decided to commence a prolonged slumber lasting 2,000 years, awaiting the day of arrival at the Olive Branch Civilization. Chapter 93. Arrival at the Star City of the Olive Branch Civilization. Time flies like an arrow, and this adage seems particularly apt amidst the vastness of the cosmos. In ancient times, aspirations for immortality and eternal life were cherished, with emperors being hailed as lasting for 10,000 years, embodying the beauty of such wishes. However, aboard the Heavenly Palace, the clock beside Yan Xia's sleep chamber now reads the year 12197 AD. Since the shattering of Earth and the ensuing flight into the universe, Yan Xia has traversed his first millennium, more precisely, 160 years. Although the majority of this time has been spent in slumber, he has genuinely lived for several hundred to 1,000 years. In this instance, Yan Xia did not fully enter a state of deep sleep, yet his mind retained a certain level of activity, leading him to experience an extraordinarily long dream. Earth had not perished. The intensity of the gamma-ray burst was remarkably low, merely resulting in the appearance of two suns in the sky and slightly warmer temperatures on the ground. He spent a week confined within a room alongside his family. Navigating the turbulent weather of Earth before life resumed its usual course, he returned to work as if nothing had changed. His family lived in harmony. The two elderly members had retired, enjoying their twilight years, occasionally venturing out to dance at public squares or play cards. His beloved wife had given birth to a daughter. In this era, daughters were a blessing, as the pressures were not as overwhelming, and daughters were undeniably delightful. Everything unfolded like the life of an ordinary person, and he reveled in this bliss before awakening. Was it merely a dream? Yan Xia rubbed his slightly aching temples. Thoughts during the day often manifest in dreams at night. He indeed longed for the family he had on Earth, particularly his wife, with whom he had shared a journey since their freshman year, culminating in marriage. Before the cataclysm, she had been pregnant for over 3 months, yet everything had vanished. He struggled to move past this loss. But such pain does not dissipate with the passage of time. Rather, it intensifies with distance, akin to a river gradually converging into the ocean. The emotions of longing remaining overwhelming despite the fading clarity of their faces. How he wished the dream could have lasted longer. Yet, it seemed fundamentally impossible. For dreaming signifies the transition from deep sleep, heralding awakening. Hence, it is why people often feel as though they were still dreaming just moments before waking. Yan Xia glanced at the time beside him, which lingered only briefly. Time had long ceased to hold significance for him. His gaze then fell upon a photograph resting on the table, a family portrait that, in truth, he did not possess, but was instead conjured from his memories by Ella. Ella. He called out, and in an instant, she appeared before him. Ella manifested as a card, depicting her lazily reclining on a plush crimson couch, adorned in shimmering jewels. Her voluptuous figure exuded a mature allure, and the slit of her qipao revealed a snow-white thigh, accentuated by a strap that emphasized her perfectly contoured leg. On either side, two maidens fanned her with banana leaves, presenting the image of a wealthy matron. A new character? Yan Xia had long grown accustomed to Ella's occasional cosplay. Though her previous looks had been more youthful, this time, however, her regal appearance was quite refreshing. As Ella sat up, 2 cat ears unexpectedly emerged from her head. Over the past 2 millennia, an entertainment company within the Civilized Federation had developed a card game reminiscent of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which had taken the capital galaxy by storm. This ensemble was inspired by one of the characters from that game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yan Xia had almost forgotten about that card game, as the memories of it surged back to him. Nevertheless, he quickly cast those thoughts aside. Surely we are now entering the star domain of the Olive Branch civilization? Ella nodded in affirmation. Indeed, 40 years prior, we had already received the guiding light from the Olive Branch civilization. It was a highly advanced civilization, having established numerous satellites along the borders of the star domain. The number of those detectable exceeded 10 billion, spaced approximately every 0.91 astronomical units. These satellites possessed comprehensive capabilities for attack, defense, and signal transmission. Emerging from the cryogenic pod, Yan Xia donned his attire. The surroundings began to shift, as holographic projection technology had advanced to the point where his room could transform into a control center without him having to move. On the screen, he observed a beam of light, roughly 10 kilometers in diameter, traversing the fleet. This guiding light would lead us to the edge of the Olive Branch civilization star city. We were almost there. It lay ahead within the main sequence star system. Upon checking the distance, Yan Xia noted that only 3 light years remained, indeed, quite close, requiring merely 33 years of travel. For this, he needed to make preparations. First, he had to investigate the military capabilities retained by the Olive Branch civilization within the Star City. Secondly, he needed to ascertain the Olive Branch civilization's stance toward the civilized Federation. Lastly, he had to guard against any sudden aggression from the Olive Branch civilization. All of this had to be accomplished within 33 years. Time was of the essence. Yan Xia promptly found himself engrossed in a whirlwind of activity. 30 years later, the guiding light vanished, and their destination was now within reach. Against the backdrop of the stars, Yan Xia beheld a slender line stretching across the cosmos. This fine line nearly bisected the stars in the background, spanning 238 astronomical units in length and 1 astronomical units in width. It covered an expanse of 58 trillion square kilometers. As they drew closer, Yan Xia's astonishment grew. For that slender line was none other than the edge of the Olive Branch civilization's star city, a colossal space metropolis exceeding 1 billion times the surface area of Earth. Astonishing, only unparalleled awe could encapsulate the spectacle before Yan Xia. The profound heritage of the Olive Branch civilization was laid bare before him. This was merely the outer star domain of the Olive Branch civilization. How magnificent must their capital star domain be? Not only could Yan Xia not fathom it, but even Ella would likely need considerable time to calculate. The time required to develop such an immense megastructure would surely be measured in tens of thousands of years. The existence of the Olive Branch civilization was far more ancient than we had ever imagined. The age of the universe is approximately 13.9 billion years, and the Milky Way has existed for around 13 billion years. Following the Big Bang, as the universe gradually stabilized over tens and hundreds of billions of years, life began to emerge, leading to the possibility of civilizations with an astonishing antiquity. Such longevity begets the flourishing of civilizations. Even though the Olive Branch civilization has not yet reached a level that could rival the Federation of Civilizations in terms of technology and energy, its scale undoubtedly far surpasses that of the Federation. At this juncture, Yan Xia has overturned the previous estimation of the Olive Branch civilization's level, confirming it to be a level 2. For civilization, it seems that future plans must be approached with heightened caution. As the fleet draws near to this colossal star city, countless gazes within the city have shifted towards the fleet of the Federation of Civilizations. Chapter 94, The Underlying Existence. Ruler of Star City, a multitude of densely packed triangular apertures emerged before the warship, each an equilateral triangle with sides exceeding 20,000 meters. Their junctions aglow with radiant light. This was the interstellar port of the Olive Branch civilization, where each opening served as a docking point for spacecraft. Given the vastness of the interstellar port, one would expect a multitude of vessels. However, not a single ship was in sight. The brilliance began to dim, leaving only a few hundred illuminated spaces in the center. We are to dock there, I presume. Let us guide the warship inside. Yan Xia exhibited no hesitation. His purpose for arriving here was not to cower in the presence of the Olive Branch civilization. The warships entered the interstellar port in an orderly fashion, the interior extending approximately 150,000 meters deep. The size of the interstellar port readily suggested the dimensions of the Olive Branch civilization's principal warships, estimated to be around 1 million meters, far exceeding that of the Tiangong. Welcome, esteemed guest from the distant Starry Sky Civilization Federation, echoed a mechanical voice. The ruler of Star City awaits the representatives of the Civilization Federation in the reception hall. The gas confinement apparatus is activated. You may open the hatches directly. Ella turned to Yan Xia, her voice calm yet resolute. Allow me to take this, Yan Xia. One who understands their fate does not stand beneath the walls of rock. You need not place yourself in peril. Yan Xia shook his head. No need. I require a certain identity. Otherwise, I am more likely to meet my demise here. The extremists of this civilization might launch an assault against me. Though standing in a prominent position may attract greater attention, it also affords some measure of protection. Were I merely a foot soldier, I could be dispatched at any moment, leading to negotiations and compensations between our civilizations, restoring peace. I have no desire to play the protagonist in such a cliché narrative. After weighing his words, Ella conceded that Yan Xia had a point. Gradually, a layer of liquid black armor enveloped Yan Xia's form as he descended from the warship. The gravity system here was approximately 1.8G. The Olive Branch civilization must have assimilated extensive information about the Civilization Federation. This interstellar port lacked air. It as Yan Xia stepped down. A stream of directed air materialized around his mask, enabling him to breathe. This was a technology of the Civilization Federation. I am the envoy of the Civilization Federation, Yan Xia proclaimed, signaling his identity. The ground beneath his feet began to rise modularly, propelling him forward. As he advanced, Yan Xia observed that most of the surroundings comprised geometric forms, countless modular structures assembled throughout the interstellar port. No solid olive branch life forms traversed these modules. They floated, and there was no discernible orientation of up, down, left, or right. In truth, Yan Xia had long studied the characteristics of the olive branch civilization's life forms. It was evident they were not of flesh and blood. Ages ago, they had forsaken their corporeal forms, opting instead for a path of mechanical ascendance. Their physical essence was composed of intricately structured polyhedra at the molecular level, primarily consisting of dodecahedra and icosahedra, with tetrahedra and octahedra present in smaller proportions. This structure bears some resemblance to human cells. The human body predominantly comprises white and red blood cells, along with a myriad of other cell types. Yan Xia refers to this form of life as foundational life. The term foundational does not imply a societal underclass, but rather denotes a structural existence within a more profound microscopic realm. This mechanical life form exhibits negligible biological shortcomings. Within the Civilizational Federation, numerous life forms opt for mechanical ascension, yet this transition necessitates confronting a profound question, whether one remains oneself. For those who have not undergone mechanical ascension, this quandary remains largely inscrutable. Likewise, it is elusive for those who have ascended. The only entity privy to the answer is the hypothetical former self, who, if indeed it existed, would have perished post-ascension, leaving no resolution. Thus, it fundamentally constitutes an unanswered question, one that Yan Xia has no desire to explore personally. The journey revealed little of interest, merely an elongated metallic corridor, until he approached a wall, which then began to partition open, unveiling a circular, white reception area, initially devoid of furnishings. The space gradually filled with various items, including human tables and chairs, as Yan Xia entered. The platform beneath him guided him to a chair at the table. Upon sitting, the modular chair adjusted to support his form, conforming to the contours of his back, and providing an exceedingly comfortable experience. At that moment, a nebulous humanoid figure materialized across the table, lacking a distinct appearance. Greetings, envoy of the Civilizational Federation. You may call me Chu, which is my favorite character derived from your civilization script. I am the sovereign of Star City, the sole ruler of this domain. The name Star City also reflects my translation. Relative to the center of our galaxy, the primary star of our solar system rotates in reverse, hence our city is inclined. Thus the designation Slanting Star City. Yan Xia regarded the entity and introduced himself in turn. I am Yan Xia, honored to arrive at Star City. According to the messages from your envoys, we are restricted to the confines of Star City, and entry into your civilization necessitates a formal request. Therefore, we are likely to have ample time together. This marks a significant step for both our civilizations, and I hope our cooperation will be fruitful. Chu's face simulated a smiley emoticon. Indeed, I anticipate our collaboration will proceed smoothly. Your civilization has afforded our envoys numerous conveniences, and we shall reciprocate in kind. Within my Star City, I have deliberately allocated a designated area for your habitation. Our civilization is modular. Any item can be disassembled and reconfigured. Simply inform us, and we shall execute the compilation, so you need not worry about the practicality of your accommodations. As a civilization that retains physical forms, we are acutely aware of your need for organic resources to sustain bodily energy. Therefore, I have prepared a tract of land measuring 100 million hectares, ample for cultivating organic matter. Describing this place with mere words seems somewhat inadequate. I wish to invite you to join me along the journey. I can introduce you to our civilization, and I trust you will grow fond of it. Yan Xia nodded. I relish the exploration of anything novel. It is truly wonderful that you can take me along, and I hope not to encroach upon your time. After exchanging pleasantries, The chairs of both individuals suddenly rotated, revealing a vast city beyond the walls of the reception room. This realm defies the imagination of the Civil Federation. It resembles a city constructed from an array of rectangular prisms of varying lengths, each housing a space serving a distinct purpose. There are no roads or spacecraft here, for the beings of the Olive Branch civilization can navigate the vacuum of space with ease. They resemble a dense black mist, akin to a swarm of millions of mosquitoes, capable of soaring freely and forming any shape. Remaining seated, the chairs propelled forward at a speed exceeding 100 Mach. Fortunately, the absence of air rendered any sense of resistance imperceptible, and the colossal structures did not create the sensation of the scenery rushing backward. Yan Xia felt remarkably at ease. Yan Xia, welcome to the true realm of Star City. Chapter 95. Virtual Civilization. Yan Xia's impression of Star City can be encapsulated in one word: vast. Beyond its enormity, the place is characterized by a striking simplicity, devoid of superfluous elements. Star City is not a singular entity. Rather, it is divided into two distinct planes, resembling the dual surfaces of a thin sheet of paper, each adorned with architectural marvels. The complexity of such a monumental construction is immense. Liberating it from the constraints of gravity presents a formidable challenge, not to mention the considerations regarding energy resources. A city on Earth, accommodating millions, necessitates a plethora of elite minds for its planning. In contrast, the construction of this star city, sprawling across an astonishing 55 billion square kilometers, demands not only quantity but also superior technological quality from the advanced civilizational federation. As they glided between the towering edifices, Yan Xia perceived that Star City does not prioritize production. Instead, it places a greater emphasis on lifestyle and services. Factories are a rarity here. Each building is designed as a sanctuary for entertainment and living. Yan Xia nodded, realizing that, in truth, there was little to admire. The aesthetics of the Olive Branch civilization felt alien to humanity, rendering all structures indistinguishable, merely cold columns devoid of personality. "May I witness your modes of entertainment?" he inquired. For such experiences could unveil much about a civilization. Yan Xia's request was met with acquiescence. "Certainly, follow me," came the reply. They approached a colossal columned structure, each pillar towering impressively, with the smallest exceeding 10,000 meters, and the largest beginning at a staggering 100,000 meters. As they neared, the smooth exterior of the building revealed an opening, leading to a corridor glowing with a brilliant white light. "This is the realm of entertainment," Yan Xia was informed. It became evident that there were indeed indicators, albeit supplementary ones, since the Olive Branch civilization comprises mechanical beings. Their primary means of information acquisition likely revolves around a network system. Yan Xia surmised that beneath the tranquil surface, discussions regarding the civilizational federation were likely rife within another layer of the network. Upon entering, their speed diminished as they navigated for approximately a minute before arriving in a dimly lit chamber. The predominant hues were somber, revealing numerous cylindrical containers within. "Similar to your civilizational federation, our entertainment pursuits occupy considerable space and resources. Thus, we have developed a virtual world. In this virtual domain, we can conjure infinite spaces, presenting an environment for amusement." Once the virtual world was conceived, it emerged as a platform rather than a mere technological achievement. For every advancement in the tangible realm, there exists a parallel exploration of virtual technologies, akin to the construction of a simulated universe that mirrors reality. The advantages of such an approach have been substantiated by the simulated universe, particularly as life transitions into the virtual realm, accelerating in tandem with the virtual environment, allowing civilization to effectively fast-track its progress. Each container here serves as a gateway to the virtual world, Yan Xia was informed, unveiling the potential of this extraordinary civilization. "Due to the differing structures, I fear I cannot escort you into our virtual realm for a tour," sighed Yan Xia. "It is indeed a pity. Let us proceed directly to that area. I am filled with anticipation." The advanced civilization requires not even a minute to facilitate the access to information. Yan Xia could interpret this statement as a refusal from you. But why the refusal? One need only observe the outside to comprehend. This is a frigid place. As long as the life forms of the Olive Branch civilization possess emotions and are not mere machines, they will seek a more suitable environment for habitation. That environment is the virtual world. He speculated that the primary realm of this star city is the virtual world, while everything external is merely a byproduct constructed around it. The Olive Branch civilization might be a virtual civilization. You smiled in agreement and then led Yan Xia outside. They journeyed to the area designated for the Olive Branch civilization by the Civilizational Federation. Yan Xia was reluctant to remain here, as everything belonged to the Olive Branch civilization. Being a civilization of superior advancement, it would be exceedingly easy for them to monitor him within their territory. In other words, staying here would leave them utterly exposed. Yet, Yan Xia had to remain, for he needed to understand the Olive Branch civilization, and being within the Star City would undoubtedly facilitate that. After approximately 2 hours of flight, they finally arrived at their destination. Here it is. As you pointed in that direction, a section that had previously blended with its surroundings began to transform. Low square columns rose, forming a high wall. They ascended higher and higher, finally halting at 3 million kilometers above the ground, where they could behold the entirety of the area. What do you think? You inquired. Indeed, it was an expansive region, approximately 40 million square kilometers, considered vast on any planet, yet appearing diminutive within the Star City. The only aspect that caused Yan Xia concern was that this was the heart of the Star City, implying that should anything transpire, escape would be impossible. Even if information were disseminated, interception was highly probable. Very impressive. We have certainly felt the sincerity of your civilization, Yan Xia nodded. Regarding the interactions between our two civilizations, we have already established numerous star stations along our journey. These stations will aid the life forms of both civilizations in transcending the 280 light-year distance for communication. In truth, I sincerely hope that our two civilizations can achieve mutual benefits in commerce. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? You did not respond immediately to Yan Xia. This was a significant matter that required long-term contemplation. We are not adequately prepared in this regard. In truth, no preparation is necessary, as you likely intended to decline. Considering that the technological prowess of the Olive Branch civilization far surpasses that of the Civilizational Federation, making such commercial exchanges more advantageous for the Federation. Yan Xia understood this. No matter, the distance of 280 light-years is sufficiently vast, granting us ample time. In the coming century, millennium, or even 10 millennia, I believe we will have numerous opportunities for further collaboration. The figure made a polite gesture. Let us proceed to see how the other guests are gradually making their way over here. Suddenly, at that moment, they hesitated for a moment and then spoke with a hint of apology. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you any longer. In a bustling metropolis like Daxing City, countless matters demand my attention, and I require ample time to address them. An excuse, indeed. As a highly advanced civilization, one must wonder what tasks necessitate the presence of a leader. Surely, 99 of matters could be managed without their direct involvement. If it were truly the case that so many issues could only be resolved by a single individual, one might begin to question the efficiency of such a civilization. Nonetheless, if the figure chooses to depart, Yan Xia cannot insist otherwise. It's quite all right. I understand that as a manager, you are exceedingly busy. Gratitude was evident in the figure's demeanor. Thank you for your understanding. Should you require assistance in the future, you may reach out to my assistant through this device. It will help you with everything. They presented Yan Xia with a small object resembling a Rubik's Cube, no larger than a thumb. Yan Xia accepted it. Feeling it levitate and rotate in his palm, sensing an underlying energy within, he couldn't help but wonder if this was truly a communicator. Very well. He accepted the item, watching as the figure vanished from his sight. The brief encounter concluded, and he could discern that the figure had little desire to meet him. Nor did he wish for further interaction. The exchanges among prominent individuals are often mere formalities, with significant information rarely gleaned through conversation. Rather, it requires a more nuanced observation. Chapter 96. Is the essence of Star City a warship? Yan Xia arrived on the surface, awaiting Ella's arrival. He had come here alongside other soldiers, accompanied by an officer who approached him directly. Commander, the terrain here is extremely disadvantageous for us. I propose that we vacate this star region. Yan Xia surveyed his surroundings, noting the unease among the soldiers. They were not naive. They understood perfectly well the implications of remaining in this location. They had not come here to be subjected to such constraints. Understood, Yan Xia replied coldly. The officer was perplexed. Such a significant issue warranted a more pronounced reaction, as it pertained to their very survival. Should relations between the civilized Federation and the Olive Branch civilization deteriorate, what would become of them? In the vastness of space, at least they retained the opportunity for resistance. But here, with warships docked in the interstellar port, they were entirely under another's control. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Standing beside him, Ella comprehended Yan Xia's intentions clearly. Fortune favors the bold. It was precisely in such circumstances that they could lower the guard of their adversaries. Currently, the two civilizations were still entangled in a facade of civility. Yan Xia deduced that the Olive Branch civilization would refrain from aggression at this juncture, as any action would be utterly meaningless. Although it may seem ludicrous to assess one civilization's values through the lens of another, initial interactions indicated that the Olive Branch civilization was not devoid of warmth or emotion. They were strategic, adept at manipulation, and would act only after careful deliberation. This provided Yan Xia with the latitude to maneuver. Crucially, the technological prowess of the civilized Federation had reached a level that the Olive Branch civilization could not afford to dismiss. Bolstered further by the safety net of the Holy Grail project, which instilled confidence in Yan Xia's decision to remain. Yet, Ella could not help but ponder whether Yan Xia's approach was overly audacious and perilous. After the officer departed, Ella approached Yan Xia and remarked, based on my observations, there is a complete absence of the hallmarks of a civilized society here. As a mechanical entity, I possess greater authority on the matter than the ascended mechanical beings of the Olive Branch civilization. Even pure mechanical life forms do not exhibit such coldness upon reaching advanced stages. Their conversation was facilitated through a unique method known as quantum state invisibility transmission. In many science fiction narratives, this technology is employed for teleportation, disassembling life forms into quantum states within a device, and then recombining them in another container, achieving functionality akin to teleportation in games, possibly even exceeding the speed of light. However, in reality, quantum entanglement remains bound by the speed of light. And due to the inherent uncertainty of quantum mechanics, auxiliary information must be included to realize quantum state invisibility transmission. This technology constitutes a form of encrypted message transmission. Incapable of transporting a complete organism or object, Ella's words would be transmitted via quantum means to a wristband on Yan Xia, which would then stimulate his nerves, creating the illusion that he indeed heard her voice, achieving an effect akin to whispered secrets. Yan Xia similarly responded to Ella using this method. Based on my observations, the essence of this star city lies within the virtual realm, rather than the tangible world. Everything here serves the purpose of the virtual world. Ella understood immediately, deducing several implications in an instant. That makes sense. Beneath this facade lies a vast and intricate virtual expanse, with reality merely functioning as the factory for the virtual world. Yan Xia, what do you think this place resembles? You remarked that it is a star city for living and entertainment, yet Yan Xia would not believe a single word, even through the lens of an alien civilization. It is inconceivable for this to be a city focused solely on life, for if its essence is the virtual world, then reality would not necessitate the design of such a colossal star city, especially since there is no visible effort to harness stellar energy. Yu's assertion that there are no factories can easily be interpreted in reverse. This is, in fact, a factory. Within this factory, a vast reservoir of energy is stored, potentially housing a massive energy production machine to sustain the entire Star City's operations. Yan Xia articulated this conclusion, yet Ella countered with a different perspective. There are not many resources here. Why would the Olive Branch civilization establish such an immense star city in this location? We scarcely observed any spacecraft docked at the interstellar port, which is highly irregular. Logically, this star city should accommodate countless beings, with their spacecraft numbering in the trillions. Yet, this is not the case. Therein lies the greatest enigma. Unless the life forms within this star city have no need for movement. Yan Xia grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the star city itself is capable of movement? If the star city can indeed move, then the necessity for numerous spacecraft is negated. Yan Xia contemplated a possibility. This star city might not be a star city at all, but rather a colossal battleship. This would render everything logical. However, what of the weapons of the battleship? As soon as this question arose, Yan Xia found it somewhat absurd. The entire star city is modular, implying it could assume any form. Are the administrators of the star city truly just that? This poses the ultimate inquiry. Yan Xia and Ella exchanged glances, comprehending each other's thoughts without the need for words. Should it be a star city, Yan Xia would consider such structures prevalent within a Type 2 for civilization. Yet, if it is a battleship, the scale of energy required and the technological level would be vastly different. To propel such an enormous battleship demands an astronomical amount of energy, accompanied by equally sophisticated and advanced infrastructure, even for a Type 2. For civilization, constructing a battleship of such magnitude would likely be a formidable challenge, perhaps consuming a significant portion of their resources. Perhaps the Star City is the very heart of the Olive Branch civilization. This hypothesis is audacious, yet not entirely implausible. Unless there exists a second structure of similar grandeur to the Star City, there are too many inconsistencies. Let us first observe. If this indeed is a warship, then military management must be in effect here, necessitating a shift in our initial plans. The information gleaned from a military camp is invariably that which others wish for you to know. Any life form you encounter is also one that others have chosen for you to engage with. This situation is highly disadvantageous for them. Yan Xia, perhaps we should allow a portion of the soldiers to depart from here. You may leave with them, leaving behind merely a clone. That would suffice, Ella proposed. Yan Xia contemplated this suggestion, yet ultimately chose to uphold his original assessment. His decision was not born of obstinacy but rather necessity. They were in a position of passivity, lacking the luxury of choice. Were it within his power to choose, Yan Xia would undoubtedly avoid this place. However, confronted with a civilization far more formidable than his own, he understood that he must take a more proactive approach to secure the most favorable outcome. Even iron possesses its fissures. As long as the olive branch civilization does not operate under a collective consciousness, there will always remain issues within our comprehension. Be vigilant and attentive to your surroundings. Gather as much useful information as possible. The olive branch civilization presents the most formidable challenge Yan Xia has encountered thus far. Now, the true game of strategy begins. Chapter 97. The consciousness of pseudo-shared clusters. The colossal modular star city fully embraced any customization, and in the subsequent decade, the designated area is transformed into the visage of a civilizational federation. Upon witnessing the completion of this urban metamorphosis, Yan Xia became increasingly convinced that they resided within a formidable warship. A modular city brimming with possibilities could not be monotonous, given the multitude of individualities within Star City. Rather, it flourished with diversity, with each sector embodying its own distinctive character. Yet, all that surrounded him were cold, metallic pillars. Such rigidity could only manifest within a civilization under the absolute dominion of its rulers. In the 11th year, Yan Xia gradually began to venture forth and engage with these beings, having already mastered the language of this civilization, a form akin to the programming language C, essentially a calculated quantum signal utilized for their communication. They could also alter their forms, akin to Ella, to produce genuine vocalizations, for they possess the capacity to amalgamate into any shape. Through these exchanges, Yan Xia uncovered another revelation. When he posed the same inquiry to two entities of the olive branch civilization, they provided nearly identical responses. These questions leaned towards exploratory topics. If posed to any entity within the civilizational federation, the answers would undoubtedly vary as widely as the multitude of hamlets. Yet, the olive branch beings' responses were strikingly uniform, as if such inquiries had become ingrained patterns for them. Their replies led Yan Xia to feel as though he was confronting a singular consciousness, rather than multiple entities, a collective consciousness. This notion resonated with a long-held hypothesis of his. Strictly speaking, he had denied the existence of such a collective consciousness millennia ago, for it posed significant hindrances to the advancement of civilization unless the collective progenitor was extraordinarily powerful, akin to Ella, capable of utilizing technology for growth. For lower-tier civilizations, such efficiency proved inadequate, failing to furnish sufficient individual intellect. Conversely, for higher civilizations, it was exceedingly arduous, persuading all individuals within a superior civilization to abandon their own thoughts in favor of a singularity was nothing short of fantastical. Yan Xia remained oblivious to the developmental history of the olive branch civilization, yet it exhibited tendencies towards a collective consciousness. His previous deductions had evidently been overturned, a circumstance not unusual, for the essence of technology lies in the continual refutation of old theories, paving the way for new paradigms to emerge as the protagonists of their respective eras. This iterative process persists until the pursuit of truth approaches. Yet akin to absolute zero and the speed of light, the existence of truth may forever elude the grasp of technological exploration. Upon returning to the designated area, Yan Xia promptly sought a discussion with Ella regarding his insights. Ella, too, was incessantly probing the olive branch civilization through various means. Yan Xia, you perceive the beings of the olive branch civilization as individual terminals. I find this perspective partially correct, yet also flawed. Based on my observations, the life forms of the olive branch civilization exhibit emotional expressions. Although the spoken words may seem identical, each life conveys a distinct message, embodying subtle differences that reflect individual emotions. Emotions bestow upon each life a unique capacity for understanding. If we exclude these differences as unintentional, then I posit that the olive branch civilization resembles a pseudo-shared consciousness collective. It is not a collective consciousness, but rather a shared consciousness collective. These two concepts are fundamentally distinct. A collective consciousness is akin to the relationship between a queen bee and the worker bees, where the latter, upon maturation, continuously obeys the queen's directives and servitude. Conversely, a shared consciousness collective implies that while civilization retains individuality, the consciousness of these individuals intertwines, forming a vast composite. One embodies inherent control, while the other possesses consciousness that has merely merged with other consciousnesses. Why is it deemed pseudo? Yan Xia inquired. Ella elucidated. If it were a genuine shared consciousness collective, no singular entity should dominate this extensive amalgamation of consciousness. All individuals ought to be regarded as equals. However, the olive branch civilization indeed has such a ruler, indicating that beyond the shared collective consciousness, they are compelled to adhere to an alternative hierarchical system. This peculiarity is indeed notable. Unless Chuan merely represents this shared consciousness collective, the likelihood of this is minimal, as the entrenched class notions within the olive branch civilization have escalated to a militarized extent over recent years. Furthermore, Yan Xia, have you sensed it? Ella's expression grew grave. What? Yan Xia, preoccupied with previous thoughts, was uncertain of Ella's meaning. The changes in the starry sky. Yan Xia lifted his gaze toward the heavens, perceiving nothing amiss. After all, he was a being of life, not a camera, and he seldom scrutinized the cosmos. Based on observations over the past 11 years, I have noted that the trajectory of the stars has exhibited peculiar anomalies. Their directions and velocities deviate from prior calculations. More precisely, our galaxy appears to be stationary, with this movement being relative to the galactic center. All celestial bodies within the Milky Way orbit the galactic core at speeds exceeding 200 km/s, drawn directly or indirectly by the gravitational pull of the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A, aided by dark matter, enabling this relatively small entity, with merely over 4 million solar masses, to orchestrate the rotation of the entire Milky Way's celestial bodies through interactions with other black holes and high-density stars. This should hold true without exception. However, according to Ella's observations, the stellar system they currently inhabit has exhibited an anomaly. Yan Xia pondered deeply and deduced the cause. The star city is overwhelmingly vast. If calculations were to be made, taking into account the internal space and typical construction density, it should approximate 0.20 to 0.3 grams per cubic millimeter. Thus, the total weight would amount to around 35 trillion tons. Yan Xia meticulously calculated several times and discovered that the weight was indeed as astonishing as it seemed. However, the implications were rather terrifying. The sun itself weighs only 2 by 1030 tons, and the mass of a star city is 175 times that of the sun. How could such a massive object possibly avoid collapsing into a black hole? Ella interjected to clarify for Yan Xia. According to my actual calculations, although the star city is vast, there exists a void every 12 astronomical units or so, and its single surface area, when precisely calculated, amounts to only 2 by 1018 square kilometers. Moreover, through these voids, one can observe that the interior of the star city is, in fact, hollow, with an overall density of merely 1,000th and an average thickness of 150 kilometers. In truth, it is significantly lighter than it appears, weighing approximately 0.59 solar masses. That makes sense, Yan Xia remarked. Such a colossal entity should indeed have a direct influence on a star. Implicitly, this suggested that the mass of the star city was sufficient to form a binary star system with the star of its solar system, and that the olive branch civilization, through its mass and some technological assistance, managed to stabilize the star in space, preventing it from undergoing orbital motion. Even though he had anticipated this conclusion, Yan Xia still gasped in astonishment upon reconsideration. A Type 2 civilization can utilize all resources within a star system, while a Type 2 for civilization harnesses energy amounts 1,000-fold greater than that of a Type 2 civilization. Did this mean they could control everything within the star system, including the star itself? Mere imagination could not convey the reality. Only through direct contact and observation could one truly comprehend the daunting chasm of disparity between civilizations. Yet it was precisely for this reason that Yan Xia sought to leverage small advantages against the great. Otherwise, how could the civilizational federation endure when the olive branch civilization chose to act unfavorably? Offense is the best form of defense. Even an ant must bite an elephant to make the elephant aware of its pain, lest it be crushed beneath the weight of an unwitting foot. Chapter 98, Internal Conflicts. Establishing connections. The fundamental reason for the olive branch civilization to promote a FAAD of shared consciousness clusters lies in the pursuit of internal unity. The Civilization Federation, a conglomerate of civilizations created by Yan Xia, seeks solely to explore the cosmos through this collective and to utilize the resources of imagination to delve into technology. Thus, internal discord does not concern you, especially with the presence of Ella, a remarkably astute and flawless artificial intelligence system, assisting in the management of advanced technology and knowledge, alleviating any worries regarding internal rebellion. However, most civilizations lack a unified consensus, much like humanity. If Earth were to face annihilation, leaving only Yan Xia behind, one could ponder the state of humanity as it transitions into the interstellar era. Human civilization, fragmented into numerous nations on Earth, leads many to envision a future where humanity becomes a singular entity in the interstellar age, rendering the concept of nations obsolete. Yet, from Yan Xia's perspective, the reality is quite the opposite. Upon entering the interstellar era, the inability to perceive external threats, devoid of external pressure, would render the unification of humanity impossible. Instead, As time progresses, conflicts would arise over the control of resources within the solar system. Human civilization is one that often breeds suspicion even among kin. And in such a milieu, achieving collaborative development seems a mere daydream, save for the arrival of extraterrestrial beings. Strife will become the eternal theme of humanity. In other words, is the FAAD of shared consciousness clusters designed to mitigate internal conflicts? After reflecting deeply, Yan Xia found this notion quite reasonable, yet it remains merely in estimations. Not the definitive answer. They can only speculate, as they are unable to glean any historical insights concerning the olive branch civilization. Therefore, it is imperative to adhere to the original plan. What is the purpose of Yan Xia's presence here? What he truly desires is to incite discord within the olive branch civilization, aware that it may have once grappled with significant internal strife, ultimately transforming into the present FAAD of shared consciousness. To achieve this, he must bore a hole through this formidable wall. Creating such an aperture will undoubtedly prove arduous, yet it could lead directly to the civilization's soft core. Ella gazed at Yan Xia, quietly nodding in agreement. They possess ample time. The Civilization Federation is now poised to advance towards Level 2 civilization, and with the advent of simulated cosmic technology, this timeline should not be excessively prolonged. Nevertheless, as they progress, the olive branch civilization will inevitably evolve as well. A mere one breakthrough in the olive branch civilization could suffice for the Civilization Federation to attain Level 2, indicating that the gap between the two may not only remain unchanged but could potentially widen. Subsequently, Yan Xia requested a meeting with Qi, proposing a segment of the Holy Grail project, the construction of photon communication machinery within that star system. Unlike the previous occasion, Qi agreed without a moment's hesitation. The olive branch civilization has yet to master the technology of faster-than-light communication. Thus, its ability to communicate remains constrained by the speed of light. The fact that Yan Xia has taken the initiative to construct a faster-than-light communication device here implies that he possesses a degree of control over this machine, providing him with a convenient advantage for future technological theft. Civilizations capable of achieving such heights in the universe are not naive. They are acutely aware of each other's interests. However, neither Yan Xia nor Qi mentioned it, and everything proceeded in a conventional manner. Yan Xia had people spend 82 years building the faster-than-light communication machine, and as soon as it was completed, he was the first to send a message to the inner circle of the Civilization Federation. The message was simply the number 1, a predetermined signal signifying many things, including the confirmation that the original Plan 1 could be executed, prompting Ella's main body to prepare and allowing for the plans concerning the Silk Civilization to be advanced. Another fleet would not reach the Orion Nebula, as that distance was too great, taking 5 times longer than the journey to the Olive Branch Civilization. Their primary objective was to travel 100 light-years away from the Civilization Federation and, from a certain star system there, launch weapons aimed at the Orion Nebula, thereby provoking the Silk Civilization and convincing the Olive Branch Civilization of the authenticity of the Holy Grail project. Following the weapon launch, Yan Xia intended to invite Qi to join him as his assistant. The Federation itself was a collective of civilizations. If the most advanced civilization in the galaxy were to dominate, they could unite to become victors, following that civilization and at least avoiding annihilation. This was akin to a performance, but as long as it was executed convincingly, the act could become reality, at least in the eyes of the audience. Much like a magic show. After 104 days, Yan Xia received a response. Ella informed him of the current status of the Civilization Federation. Everything was progressing steadily, and their territorial expanse was now approximately 3 times that of when Yan Xia had departed. The development of Sirius had reached its mid-stage, with the Simulated Universe project achieving flawless success, leading to rapid innovation and development of various technologies. As a Level 2 civilization, they could now be considered the dominant force in that star region, with the sole security concern being the Olive Branch Civilization. Upon finishing the information, Yan Xia noted the time. Logically, a distance of 280 light-years should take 106 days for a round trip via faster-than-light communication, yet it had arrived 2 days earlier. This indicated that the distance between his current star system and Tiansong 5 had decreased by approximately 2 light-years, leaving only 274.8 light-years, a result likely stemming from the cessation of revolution of their star system. The distance between the Civilization Federation and the Olive Branch Civilization was narrowing, possibly by deliberate design of the latter. While he could not yet calculate the speed of this convergence, it certainly surpassed the ordinary orbital speed of stars. Yan Xia, Ella suddenly called out from behind him. Startled, Yan Xia jolted, nearly triggering an instinctive response to unleash a series of rapid strikes. Ella, please refrain from appearing so suddenly in such an open space next time. Ella nodded slightly. No problem. Yan Xia inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The anomaly had been identified. The vulnerability of the shared consciousness cluster lay in its retention of individual awareness, which meant that within the vast network of consciousness, a cacophony of differing voices could emerge. While it was likely that a majority of the olive branch civilization's beings accepted their integration into the shared consciousness, among the staggering 29 trillion life forms currently accounted for within the Star City, there undoubtedly existed individuals who resented becoming part of this collective. These individuals were the targets that Yan Xia hoped to cultivate. How many have been identified? A total of 78. Let us proceed with discretion and nurture them gradually. The beings of the olive branch civilization are not bound by the concept of lifespan, so we have ample time. Our primary objective is to maintain absolute secrecy, avoiding any hint of detection. The first phase of the plan has commenced. Chapter 99, Class Struggle and the Emergence of Internal Discord. This is the objective of Yan Xia. The consciousness of all beings within the olive branch civilization has achieved a remarkable fusion, possessing an almost unified thought process. For the Overseer, this is a flawless scenario. Controlling a singular collective consciousness suffices to dominate all life forms. When the duration of control stretches long enough to render the beings of the olive branch civilization numb, everything unfolds as a matter of course. Civilization ought to embody this essence. We should adhere to the will of the Overseer. It is sufficiently adequate now. All things stem from habit. Habit is a formidable entity. Once beings acclimate to a particular state, altering it becomes an arduous endeavor. This habitual state, in essence, resembles an addiction. For instance, a person accustomed to lethargy finds it exceedingly challenging to embrace diligence. Even if they occasionally exhibit industriousness, they inevitably revert to their indolent ways. Conversely, an individual ingrained with diligence struggles to embrace idleness, feeling a profound sense of purposelessness, their mind a blank canvas. Habit becomes second nature. The olive branch civilization finds itself ensnared in this routine. Yan Xia must gradually dismantle this habit, enlightening the beings of the olive branch civilization to the existence of superior alternatives, liberating them from the confines of their habitual circle. Under Ella's ideological influence, the 78 transformers begin to undergo a slow metamorphosis, cultivating a growing aversion to their former existence. They progressively perceive the current societal structure of the olive branch civilization as woefully antiquated, a manifestation of the hegemony of the Overseer. Subsequently, this sentiment spreads through the shared consciousness collective, prompting all to ponder this notion. Approximately 32 years into the initiative, this idea proliferates from the original 78 individuals to a staggering 1.8 billion, constituting a formidable faction. Initially, this force operates in secrecy, but as time progresses, it becomes increasingly audacious, making its presence known throughout the entire Star City. They rally under the banner of opposing class disparity, asserting that the Overseer is unfit for governance, and all life should possess equal power, rather than a singular entity wielding absolute authority. This rallying cry garners substantial support from the denizens of the olive branch civilization, as the majority of labor and grassroots decision-making is conducted by the shared consciousness collective rather than the Overseer. The Overseer resembles Yan Xia more as a decision-maker rather than a mediator of conflict. Such a class structure is inherently fragile, implying that the Overseer's capabilities do not surpass those of the overseen. Thus, why does the Overseer persist? Upon the emergence of this rallying cry, Star City gradually becomes animated. The beings of the olive branch civilization clinging to the original ideology confront those embracing new thoughts, resulting in internal strife. The olive branch civilization descends into turmoil, a development even Yan Xia did not anticipate would transpire so effortlessly, given that a civilization of such advancement should have foreseen this eventuality. Moreover, the Overseer initially refrains from intervening, seemingly biding time for the internal discord within the olive branch civilization to escalate. As the formidable Overseer of the vast Star City, potentially even a battleship, it is undeniable that the intelligence of the entity known as Chai is far from inferior. In the instant a conflict arose, it should have been able to deduce that Yan Xia was behind it. To avoid being caught in a compromising position, Yan Xia ceased the development of the initial 78 transformers, prompting Ella to halt operations. They confined themselves within that small area, no longer venturing outside, and simply awaiting developments. As long as no incriminating evidence surfaced, Chai, considering the potential diplomatic relations between the two civilizations, would refrain from taking action. Otherwise, it would lead to the outbreak of war. This constituted the original plan. During the first 50 years of internal strife, the number of transformers surged from 1.8 billion to a staggering 9.29 billion. These rebels began to unite, establishing a special zone within Star City that was accessible only to the transformers. As Chai, a singular entity, could not govern the vast Star City, The actual administration was managed by a collective of shared consciousness, rendering Chai incapable of imposing sanctions on the transformers who remained within the confines of Star City. In the 53rd year, Chai finally stepped forward, articulating the reasons behind the current form of the Olive Branch civilization. This marked the first occasion Yan Xia had the opportunity to listen. It was revealed that during the early stages of the Olive Branch civilization's advancement to Level 2, the civilization had already conquered numerous star systems, distanced from one another, signifying that governance of each star system was exceedingly challenging. Internal divisions began to emerge, with every star system giving rise to independent regimes, igniting an unprecedented civil conflict. This internecine struggle persisted for an astonishing 600 years, an unimaginable span of time during which, despite advancements, progress was attained solely through war and death. At long last, a leader emerged during this tumultuous period. This leader devised a method for granting eternal life to the beings of the Olive Branch civilization, transforming them into mechanical structures. A process known as mechanical ascension. Eternal life. This concept held immense allure for sentient beings. The leader gradually compelled all beings of the Olive Branch Civilization Federation to submit to this technology, thereby achieving a brief period of unity. However, during the transformation, the technological prowess was so advanced that the transition was nearly flawless, encompassing even emotions, which subsequently transferred to the mechanical forms. This resulted in the persistence of desires among the beings of the Olive Branch civilization, and where there are desires, division is inevitable. Indeed, approximately 100 years later, the Olive Branch civilization faced yet another schism, this time governed by several dictators who ruled their respective territories, leading to conflicts among civilizations. With their transformation into mechanical life, the beings of the Olive Branch civilization lost the ability to procreate. The ensuing wars decimated their population from an original 72 billion to a mere 2 billion. A catastrophic decline. In the face of such a crisis, another leader emerged, distinct from the first. This leader originated from humble beginnings, initially just a soldier on the battlefield, having witnessed countless instances of life and death, and resolved to alter the prevailing circumstances. It ascended to become the leader of a formidable power, employing a blend of gentle and forceful methods to embark on a path of unification. The once divided civilization of the Olive Branch began to coalesce. However, upon witnessing the moment of this reintegration, it did not feel joy but rather fell into deep contemplation. Could it truly unify the civilization? Or would it inevitably fracture again at some future juncture? To address this uncertainty, it devised an invention that encapsulated the consciousness of all living beings within the civilization into a single vessel, allowing their thoughts to intertwine, thereby eliminating potential conflicts among them. This form of existence has persisted to the present day, and the leader succeeded in establishing order and harmony within the civilization. Nevertheless, the necessity for a manager arose because the shared consciousness cluster could sometimes become excessively rational, leading to stagnation in the civilization's development. Thus, a manager, who was not part of the shared consciousness, was required to maintain equilibrium and propel the advancement of civilization. After hearing this, Yan Xia found it quite intriguing. Yet, he also questioned why the speaker felt compelled to share this information. Did not the other beings of the Olive Branch civilization already possess this knowledge? What was the purpose of reiterating history? The changer would not be so easily deceived. If a manager was essential for the civilization, why must it be the speaker? One of the objectives of the changer is to question why it could not assume the role of a manager. This inquiry strikes at the core of class conflict. The speaker's lengthy discourse served only to resonate with those who held original beliefs, rendering it ineffective against the changer. The manner in which it was presented stirred a sense of vigilance within Yan Xia, even though he remained unaware of the source of the impending threat. Chapter 100, Sinister Revelations. Hypocritical Facade. Yan Xia, with the Kuai-Z communicator in hand, received a message. In a room exceeding 300 square meters, Ella entered through the door. I understand, Yan Xia remarked, glancing at Ella, opening his mouth to speak yet refraining from continuing. Over the years, since Ella's mainframe resided aboard the Tianong spacecraft, and the version accompanying him was merely a peripheral, it had not proven particularly beneficial to Yan Xia. Consequently, he had come to regard Ella as a mere computer, seldom seeking its counsel. Although he contemplated inquiring about Ella's perspective regarding the recent reaction, he deemed that consulting the mainframe would yield a more accurate response, given the presence of the Kuai-Z communicator. Rising to his feet, he pressed a button on the watch on his wrist, and his entire body levitated. In Star City, gravity was non-existent, necessitating the use of a gravity device to maintain weight. Thus, Yan Xia had just disabled the gravity mechanism. Subsequently, a liquid exosuit enveloped his body, employing electromagnetic forces to propel him forward, enabling him to fly freely. After approximately an hour's journey, Yan Xia arrived at the quasi-communication facility, which was heavily guarded. He entered the vast apparatus's interior. The structure remained unchanged since its construction, the interior space modest, containing only a physical computer equipped with a monitor, mouse, and keyboard. He accessed the message, discovering it had already been opened, presumably by Ella. The content was filled with cryptic numbers. Once translated, they would yield English and Latin, rather than Chinese. Ella utilized such a communication method solely for urgent transmissions, as there were no records of these two languages within the Civil Federation at that time. Known only to Ella and him. Upon completing the translation, cold sweat trickled down his back. Ella had disclosed a grave revelation at the beginning of this correspondence. Yan Xia. The mainframe of the Tiangong spacecraft has been shut down for 78 years. You must exercise caution. The Tiangong's mainframe, which was also the core of Ella's peripheral, could only have been deactivated under two circumstances. Either it had suffered an attack that breached the first layer of its firewall, or Ella's peripheral had been compromised, forcing the mainframe to shut down to prevent the controlled Ella from accessing stored information. He had initially intended to use the quasi-communicator to seek Ella's insight on the recent reaction, but that was no longer necessary. 78 years ago, prior to his intentions of instigating internal strife, during a period when he was overseeing the development of the quasi-communication device. If Ella's peripheral had indeed been compromised then, did it not imply that the turmoil had occurred with the consent of the very entity he sought to consult? Had this information remained unopened, Yan Xia might have entertained the first possibility, however, given that it had been accessed and Ella had failed to inform him. Only the latter scenario remained plausible. A chilling realization washed over Yan Xia. Over the years, he has scarcely returned to the Tiangong spacecraft. Had it not been for his initial instruction to Ella to construct quantum communication devices within the massive stellar systems of the interstellar Silk Road, the information dispatched from Tiangong would likely take an estimated 275 years to reach Tiangong 5. By that time, he would probably only come to grasp the truth. And he might well have been consumed to the point of leaving no trace behind. Indeed, one must never underestimate any civilization. For the architects of civilization possess profound depths of cunning and strategy. He had exercised sufficient caution, yet he had never anticipated that Ella, the closest companion at his side, could be so effortlessly manipulated. Fortunately, he had foreseen such an outcome. The information retained by the controlled Ella, after being severed from the Tiangong's mainframe, was exceedingly scant. Thus, the extent of what could be gleaned by the entity was limited. It would remain oblivious to his true intentions and the specifics of the Holy Grail project. This, in turn, signified that he still had operational latitude in this matter. At present, his paramount concern was to ascertain why the entity would acquiesce to his plans, inciting turmoil within Star City. However, prior to that, he needed to accomplish another task, which was also the primary reason for Ella's recent communication. Stepping out of the quantum communicator, he spotted Ella gazing at him through the glass window of his office. The distance between them was considerable. Yet Yan Xia's gaze was sufficiently piercing, and Ella's augmented form was impressively striking. He exited the high walls that divided the Civilizational Federation from the Olive Branch civilization and addressed a random Olive Branch life form. I wish to meet the entity. It had been years since their last encounter. The moment Yan Xia spoke, the ground beneath him transformed into a platform, elevating him towards a specific direction. Before long, he arrived at the summit of a diminutive square pillar, which gradually descended, forming a spiraled staircase. Yan Xia descended. He entered a vast chamber spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters. A shadow slipped through a crevice and materialized before him as a figure. Yan Xia. It has been quite some time since we last met. I hear you seek me. Yan Xia nodded. Indeed, some unforeseen developments have transpired within the Civilizational Federation. Entity. Our initial collaboration was to ensure the peace of both our factions, for we are in close proximity, and according to your star charts, there exists a Silk civilization nearby. The Silk civilization, being nearly on par with the Civilizational Federation in strength, has been chosen by higher civilizations to partake in the Holy Grail project. Just 3 months ago, we initiated hostilities against the Silk civilization. We had no choice but to do so. The Holy Grail war is time-sensitive. We must eliminate the adversary within 50,000 years, while they too must extinguish us within the same time frame. I trust your emissaries have conveyed the details of the Holy Grail project to you. Therefore, entity, I implore the assistance of the Olive Branch civilization. Yan Xia spoke with utmost sincerity. Even aware that the entity was cognizant of his instigation of internal strife within the Olive Branch civilization, he brazenly presented himself here, articulating these words. In the realm of civilizational warfare, there exists no room for notions of propriety. He opened his mouth to say, I still need to ponder this matter. The strength of the Silk civilization is not vastly different from ours. A war would result in catastrophic losses for us. Moreover, I am merely the administrator of a small star city, not the leader of our civilization. I must report this matter. Yan Xia nodded in understanding. If you are not inclined to assist us, we hope you will not become our adversaries. Should you decide to aid us, the technology acquired by the Silk civilization, along with the quark communication technology obtained by our Federation, can be shared with you, fostering a future of mutual benefit. This was an immense temptation. Xi was already aware of the genuine existence of quark communication technology, whose value was exceedingly significant. Yan Xia sensed Xi's hesitation. He took a moment of 0.2 seconds to deliberate. I am more than willing. Rest assured, I will endeavor to persuade our leader to collaborate with you. After all, we are both civilizations that cherish peace, are we not? At this moment, Yan Xia could not fathom Xi's intentions, nor could Xi discern the plans of Yan Xia and the Civilization Federation. Their mutual facades of hypocrisy awaited the moment of revelation, when their true nefarious faces would emerge. Chapter 101. Walking nuclear weapons. Escalating conflict. While the two were conversing, Yan Xia suddenly heard a tremendous explosion from outside. The sound was so powerful that even the thick walls could not muffle it. Standing within the building, he felt a searing sensation on his skin, which quickly developed a layer of dead skin, akin to shedding. This dead layer was disintegrated by the quark robots. With an impassive expression, Yan Xia inquired, "What has transpired outside?" You pointed in a specific direction, where the wall rapidly decomposed and reassembled, forming an extraordinarily clear screen exceeding 300 square meters. On the screen, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and as the view zoomed in, it became apparent that thousands of olive branch civilization beings were encircling the cloud, seemingly gathering the energy. Could this be the handiwork of the so-called Transformers? Has it escalated to this extent? Yu's tone was dismal. The nature of the bomb had indeed worsened. Was internal strife about to escalate into civil war at this juncture? However, Yu's continued performance suggested that this turn of events had not caught him off guard. Surely there will be casualties. Should we assist? Yan Xia proposed, only to be swiftly rebuffed by Yu, who understood Yan Xia's intentions. Expanding the operational range of the Civilization Federation's dispatched personnel would create more maneuvering space, something you could not permit. Yet, observing a small mouse daring to invade a tiger's lair in search of meat was rather amusing. No need. There will be no fatalities. Yu extended a hand, touching two fingers together. In an instant, Yan Xia felt as though his vision had been obliterated. The blinding light had directly damaged his eyes, but fortunately, the quark robots swiftly restored his sight. As the brilliance faded, Yan Xia's expression turned grave. According to the feedback from the quark robots, the intense light was the result of energy from nuclear fission. The beings of the Olive Branch civilization possessed minuscule components. Yet Yan Xia was astonished to discover that they could directly engage in nuclear fission with their own bodies. This required not only mastery over atoms but also the ability to withstand the explosive energy released during fission. The mechanical structure of the Olive Branch civilization was far more formidable than Yan Xia had initially assumed. It likely required over 10 million tons of TNT equivalent to inflict damage upon their bodies. Walking nuclear bombs. Yan Xia comprehended the origin of the recent explosion. It was not the result of someone planting explosives, but rather a conflict between the Transformers and the unaltered conservatives, which had erupted into violence. It felt akin to an argument that escalated into a brawl. "My apologies. It seems I must address this matter," he remarked. It had been over 2,000 years since nuclear power had been utilized within Star City. As you dissolved into a cloud of black mist, and the buildings surrounding Yan Xia transformed into countless floating blocks. He was left standing on a solitary platform suspended in the air. A question crossed Yan Xia's mind. How large were the modules of these buildings? Were they composed of centimeter-sized cubes, or perhaps millimeter-sized? Microns? Even at the microscopic level, potentially akin to the life structures of the Olive Branch civilization. Could it imply that the entire Star City can achieve nuclear fusion in an instant? If nuclear fusion is attainable, what of nuclear fission? Yan Xia returned to the designated area for the Civilizational Federation. Initially, he believed that with the intervention of the entity known as Xian, the changer would exhibit some restraint. However, this was not the case. Over the ensuing year, internal conflicts within Star City escalated, culminating in explosions occurring every few days. It seemed that Xian had relinquished control over Star City. Yan Xia sat in his office, gathering external information, reclining in his executive chair with half-closed eyes. After a year of organizing data, he had developed a clear thread of understanding. Ella had long been under the control of Xian, and under such circumstances, it was perplexing that internal strife was still allowed to transpire, suggesting a possible element of complicity on its part. This revelation made everything fall into place. Yet, Yan Xia remained oblivious to the true motives behind Xian's orchestration of chaos within Star City. The area specifically allocated to him resembled an information cocoon designed by Xian. With the data he received being exceedingly limited, only recently learning of the Olive Branch civilization's capacity to control nuclear fusion. This rendered him akin to a fish ensnared in a net. Nevertheless, Yan Xia harbored no regrets about entering Star City. Had he remained outside, he likely would not have acquired even this fundamental information, merely gazing at Star City from the void of space. A situation that would have further disadvantaged his already vulnerable position. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have come, for had any random individual been dispatched here, they would likely have been devoured by Xian without a trace. From the current circumstances, it was evident that the Olive Branch civilization harbored an unknown animosity towards the Civilizational Federation. Everything aligned with his suspicions that civilizations in the cosmos could not coexist in genuine harmony, as no one could ascertain whether the other bore ill will. Thus, the initial overtures of peace and goodwill from the Olive Branch civilization warrant skepticism. What were their true intentions? However, since they are complying with my plans, they must seek to achieve something through my strategy. Hence, I shall introduce some formidable elements into the equation, hoping they can withstand the pressure. Suddenly, Yan Xia opened his eyes. He turned his gaze towards the entrance, where Ella was pushing the door open. Yan Xia, Xian has provided a response. It is quite willing to collaborate with us against the sea civilization. However, it has one condition. Yan Xia straightened his posture, scanning Ella, pondering whether Xian was indeed the entity controlling her, which would add an intriguing layer to the situation. What condition? Most of the star domains and remnants of the sea civilization must be ceded to the Olive Branch civilization, along with the quantum communication we previously promised. A steep demand. Yan Xia contemplated for a moment before responding. That is not unfeasible. But we also require a condition of our own. We must have the right of first choice over the star domains of the sea civilization. He genuinely wished to accept outright, but that would appear overly eager, so he opted to negotiate instead. Very well, I shall relay this message immediately. Ella nodded. Her spirit significantly diminished. As Yan Xia began to realize that Ella was under control, she gradually transformed into a mere rudimentary automaton. This transition left Yan Xia feeling somewhat disconcerted, for he had grown accustomed to Ella's presence, which not only offered assistance, but also provided daily amusement, greatly alleviating his burdens. This very fact rendered Yan Xia deeply resentful towards Ji. However, the information conveyed through Ella by Ji was crucial, particularly concerning the timeline for responses. Yan Xia calculated that Ji should have taken at least a century to reply, yet it only took a year, indicating that this plan was indeed favorable to the Olive Branch civilization. Perhaps from the outset, the Olive Branch civilization exhibited its predatory nature towards the Silk civilization, one of its neighbors. Moreover, lacking instantaneous communication, how could they elicit a response from their so-called leader within just a year? This contradiction was self-evident. Ji had not posed the question but had unilaterally made a decision. This presented a flaw, which Yan Xia suspected Ji had deliberately allowed to surface, given its glaring nature. Regardless, once the Olive Branch civilization revealed its predatory intent, it had already ensnared itself within his web. Now, they were caught in a mutual entrapment, evenly matched. It was merely a contest of who could ensnare the other more swiftly. Shortly after Ella's departure, she provided Yan Xia with a response. Ji invited him to witness the resolve of the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 102. Gravitational Weapons and the War Across Thousands of Light Years. Yan Xia ascended from the surface of Star City, rising until he stood in space, over 1,000,000 kilometers from the ground. She informed him that this was the optimal vantage point. From this height, he gazed downward, where his former residence appeared as diminutive as a pinprick, while Star City remained vast and boundless. Within his field of vision, Star City was undergoing a transformation, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace due to its immense scale. In a macro sense, this transformation was imperceptible, yet in reality, every object within was reconstructing at hundreds of kilometers per second. A particular section of Star City would, in a matter of days, evolve into a structure spanning 5 astronomical units. This formation was not defined by a pointed apex. Rather, it presented itself as a side of length 5 astronomical units. This surface bore no visible artillery ports. Instead, Yan Xia observed a stepped square indentation, resembling an inverted pyramid. After spending 3 days atop this vantage point, Qi transmitted a message to him. It is complete. Yan Xia felt a twinge of surprise, for he had observed nothing noteworthy. Upon descending, Qi clarified his confusion. The Civilizational Federation designated Level 2 civilizations to wield the 4 fundamental forces as weaponry, a notion with which I wholeheartedly concur. However, the predominant application of these forces remained electromagnetic, rather than the strong force, weak force, or gravity. Both the strong and weak forces, being nuclear forces, necessitate particles for their manifestation, while gravity exists independently of particles. 12,000 years ago, our scientists embarked on exploring the utilization of gravity as a weapon. And now we have mastered this technology, the supergravitational weapon you see before you. Employing gravity as a weapon is not inherently challenging. The Purple Thorn civilization has successfully manufactured gravitational weapons. However, Xi's inclusion of the term super significantly alters the context. Super denotes supersymmetry, thus referring to a supersymmetrical gravitational weapon. At this juncture, while the Civilizational Federation has indirectly substantiated the existence of gravitons, it has yet to validate the concept of supergravity. If supergravity indeed exists, then the propagation of gravity would not depend solely on a single graviton, but also on a corresponding graviton. The Civilizational Federation's inability to hypothesize correctly regarding the existence of supergravity left Yan Xia, upon hearing of the supergravitational weapon, perplexed about its operational mechanics. Is the supergravitational weapon a gravitational wave or gravity itself? Yan Xia inquired after a series of intricate contemplations. Xi smiled. It is, of course, gravity. I anticipate that by the year 1178, you will be able to observe the effects of our weaponry right here. According to Yan Xia's understanding, gravity propagates at the speed of light and cannot exceed this velocity. Yet, Xi asserted that results would be evident by the year 1178. The words spoken by the entity imply that the Olive Branch civilization possesses a superluminal weapon, a device that defies the constraints of light speed and can nearly instantaneously reach any target it desires. This extraordinary gravitational weapon undoubtedly harbors other terrifying capabilities. It may utilize higher dimensional propagation of gravity, which the current Federation is ill-equipped to decipher. Inherent research indicates that apart from specialized particles, other particles and forces cannot propagate at the speed of light in higher dimensions. This is indeed alarming. However, the gravitational weapon has a vulnerability. Its strength diminishes with distance. It remains uncertain how much power the Olive Branch civilization's supergravitational weapon retains after traversing 178 light-years. From the confidence exuded by the entity, one can surmise that the weapon still possesses considerable might. This marks the first demonstration of military prowess by the Olive Branch civilization. Our weapons will arrive before yours. This is the determination I wish to convey to you. How do you find it? Yan Xia smiled. Then let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. Yet, beneath this facade, Yan Xia harbored a sense of foreboding. Logically, once the Olive Branch civilization initiated the weapon's deployment, the Sea civilization would undoubtedly redirect their attention towards them, subsequently perceiving the Olive Branch civilization as an adversary. This may appear advantageous for the Federation, but in reality, their own weaponry had been dispatched and would arrive after that of the Olive Branch civilization, implying that the latter might ponder the implausibility of two advanced civilizations existing within such close proximity, less than 280 light-years. Thus, it would be conceivable that the civilization originally attacking them had relocated to a different star domain, leading the Sea civilization to remain ever more vigilant against the Federation. This holds critical importance, as the Sea civilization is considerably more powerful than the current Federation. Should the Sea civilization designate the Federation as their primary enemy, the repercussions could be dire, with the Olive Branch civilization merely observing the ensuing conflict. Furthermore, the existence of the supergravitational weapon is itself a profoundly unsettling revelation. Then let us await in silence. With that, the entity departed, and Yan Xia returned, promptly relaying this information to Ella via quantum communication, urging vigilance. Simultaneously, he noted that the location of the Star City was drawing ever closer to the Federation, with the endpoint potentially lying within a mere 250 light-years of their borders. Following the communication, Yan Xia set about intervening in the internal strife of the Olive Branch civilization, aligning himself with the faction supporting the entity. However, as an outsider, his support only served to heighten tensions within the Olive Branch civilization, which was precisely his intent. After 183 years, the Transformers reached a pivotal decision: to elevate a spokesperson. This spokesperson's role was to negotiate with the entity and continuously advocate for the rights of the Transformers. Drawing the entity's focus into this endeavor and engaging in daily debates with the spokesperson, it appeared that the entity found this endeavor somewhat enjoyable. Meanwhile, Yan Xia consistently engaged in efforts to incite discord among the Olive Branch civilization's populace against the entity. Throughout this period, he remained devoid of slumber. Devoid of Ella's assistance, he found himself compelled to undertake every task personally. Even a mere century of slumber could lead to numerous events straying far from his original design. Thus, 995 years passed, coinciding perfectly with the moment of observing the supergravity weapon's impact from 1178 years prior. Yan Xia witnessed the collapse of a star. This star, youthful and with a lifespan extending at least several billion years, succumbed to collapse at this very moment. This was no coincidence. It was the result of the supergravity weapon's influence. Yan Xia independently devised extensive plans to comprehend how supergravity could function as a weapon, capable of inducing the collapse of a star from such an immense distance, something even gamma-ray bursts could not achieve. This was a span of over 1,000 light-years. Yan Xia felt a profound sense of awe. The olive branch civilization unveiled to him the might of a Type 2 for civilization. Before he could extricate himself from his frenzied calculations, a striking electromagnetic pulse cleaved through a corner of Star City 4 years and 2 months later. This was an expanse exceeding 1 astronomical unit, inhabited by approximately 600 trillion beings of the olive branch civilization, all perishing in an instant. This was the retaliation from the Silk civilization. The debate that had endured for 999 years ceased just shy of a millennium. Regardless of whether they were the Transformers or the unchanged conservatives, an external threat had united them. They stood atop the highest structure in Star City to proclaim the commencement of a civilization war spanning over 1,000 light-years. Everything unfolded as Yan Xia had envisioned. Chapter 103, The United Expedition, a journey exceeding 10,000 years. The Silk civilization has responded, signifying the commencement of war. This conflict may endure for tens of thousands of years. The Civilizational Federation is still in its infancy. Yan Xia, are you truly prepared to confront this battle? At this moment, Yu is commanding a portion of the Star City to detach and transform into warships. Yan Xia has confirmed Ella's initial speculation. The Star City is indeed a colossal battleship. Immense in scale, harnessing near-limitless energy, and capable of segmenting into countless smaller vessels. In Yan Xia's eyes, these diminutive warships are still behemoths, measuring at least 300,000 meters in length, far surpassing their earlier estimates regarding the size of the Olive Branch civilization's ships upon their arrival at the Star City. It is only upon recognizing the modular nature of the Olive Branch civilization that one can comprehend the interstellar port as a deliberately crafted illusion. Of course, this war was initiated by us. You should also be aware that our Civilizational Federation ascended to power following the defeat of the Purple Thorn civilization. Young civilizations often carry a greater propensity for conflict. The Olive Branch civilization possesses information about the Silk civilization, located over 1,000 light-years away, making it nearly impossible for the Purple Thorn civilization, which frequently meddles, to remain undetected. When Yan Xia articulates the term combat propensity, he emphasizes it with weight, hoping you understands that the Civilizational Federation is unafraid of war, whether against the Silk civilization or the Olive Branch civilization. That is reassuring. The vast expanse of space prevents us from accurately exchanging information. Only close-quarters combat can truly annihilate the adversary. My fleet will be prepared within 2 Civilizational Federation years. You may utilize quantum communication to inform your leaders that the time to embark has arrived. A campaign spanning thousands of light-years. Yu is more resolute than Yan Xia had envisioned. No problem. The essence of the Holy Grail project lies in deceiving the Olive Branch civilization, convincing them of its authenticity. However, this strategy is not limited to mere deception. Both he and Ella have considered the possibility of a retaliatory strike from the Silk civilization, which could very well ignite a war between the 2 civilizations. Thus, they must involve the Olive Branch civilization, so that if the latter occurs, they can jointly confront the Silk civilization. This is advantageous for the Civilizational Federation. Yan Xia likens this approach to managing internal and external conflicts. The friction between the Civilizational Federation and the Olive Branch civilization necessitates the intervention of a third party to temporarily alleviate the internal discord. Much like the current situation within the Olive Branch civilization, this will delay the Olive Branch civilization, allowing the Civilizational Federation to continue its development. Yan Xia enters the quantum communication device and carefully sends a message to Ella, employing encrypted communication. After such a lengthy period, it is inevitable that the Olive Branch civilization has developed technology capable of intercepting quantum communications, though Yan Xia remains uncertain about the nature and complexity of that technology. This highlights the inherent drawbacks of intercivilizational warfare. One can never anticipate the methods employed by the adversary, nor can one foretell the hidden stratagems they may possess. It is akin to a martial arts master from a bygone era stepping into the 21st century, convinced of their invincibility, believing that any rivals in this modern age would be few and far between. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a mere police officer armed with a firearm could easily vanquish him. Should he venture beyond the borders of his homeland, he might swiftly encounter the stark realities of contemporary combat. This martial expert could hardly fathom the existence of firearms, just as Yan Xia could not envision the concealed technological advancements that the Olive Branch civilization might possess. After dispatching the message, Yan Xia remained within the apparatus for over 100 days, awaiting a response. With preparations in place, We are set to assemble 60 standard fleets to engage in warfare against the Silk civilization. The standard fleet refers to the official naval forces. When departing from the Civilizational Federation, there were merely 17 main battle fleets and 6 reserve fleets. It is astonishing to realize that this number has now escalated to the capability of deploying 60 fleets over vast distances. Yet, upon reflection, it is only natural. As over 3 millennia have elapsed since then, how long has it been since the Civilizational Federation conquered the Purple Thorn civilization, and how much time has transpired since? Due to the limitations of the rapid communication device, Yan Xia is currently unaware of the current state of the Civilizational Federation and whether it has followed the trajectory originally laid out by himself and Ella. In addition to this information, Yan Xia had previously transmitted details regarding the battleship Star City within the constraints of a precious word limit. Receiving a response from Ella in return, Yan Xia, you mentioned that Star City does not possess large-scale energy production facilities, and that the Olive Branch civilization utilizes supergravity weaponry. Thus, I speculate that the Olive Branch civilization might be harnessing gravitational energy. Gravitational energy refers to a method of generating power by harnessing the work done by gravity. Humanity has long been acquainted with gravitational energy, exemplified by the water wheel, which employs gravity to move water downward, thereby turning the wheel to produce kinetic energy. Ella conjectures that the energy production of the Olive Branch civilization operates similarly, albeit with greater sophistication. They likely do not utilize water as their medium, but rather another substance to convert gravitational energy into kinetic energy, which is then transformed into electromagnetic force. Of course, there exists the unlikely possibility of a more advanced method, directly converting gravity into electromagnetic force, though this is exceedingly improbable and far beyond conventional understanding. Based on Yan Xia's observations, it appears that the Olive Branch civilization does not derive its energy from stars. Thus, he deduces only one possibility remains. It is likely that the Olive Branch civilization generates energy through the immense gravitational force produced by Star City itself, which constitutes a form of self-sufficiency. As gravity is a distortion of space, the graviton merely serves to transmit gravitational effects, and thus gravity is not consumed. It is nearly an infinite source of energy, vanishing only in the absence of space. Yan Xia considers this hypothesis audacious, yet strikingly close to the truth. After deactivating the rapid communication device, he reached out to you. Our fleet is fully prepared. You responded, we are likewise ready. Across a distance exceeding 200 light-years, the fleets of 2 civilizations have ventured towards the Orion Nebula almost within the same year. Yan Xia observed the warships of the Olive Branch civilization, whose velocity surpassed 31,000 km, exceeding 10 of the speed of light. The current velocity of the Civilizational Federation has yet to reach this threshold. And given that the position of Star City is closer to the Silk civilization than to the Civilizational Federation, the Olive Branch civilization is poised to arrive sooner. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, the warships of the Olive Branch civilization would require a minimum of 1,100 years to reach their destination, a protracted journey indeed. The prolonged conflict mentioned by you spans tens of thousands of years, with more than 10,000 years consumed merely traversing the distance. After calculating this, Yan Xia was rendered speechless, ultimately managing to utter but 3 words. What a monstrosity! Chapter 104, The Tentacles of the Silk Road. The beginning of the final chapter after the warships of the Olive Branch civilization departed, the internal discord within Star City, although somewhat alleviated, had not ceased. What was once a nuclear explosion occurring every few days had now transformed into a monthly event. This recent nuclear detonation drew perilously close to Yan Xia, with the last occurrence even taking place within the territory of the Civilizational Federation, resulting in casualties among soldiers. Yan Xia speculated that his support for Qi was the cause of discontent among the Alterers. Unbeknownst to these Alterers, their shift in mindset was part of Yan Xia's design, thus casting him as their adversary. He accused the Alterers of attempting to disturb the stability of both the Olive Branch civilization and the Civilizational Federation. However, this was merely a fade for him. The escalation of conflict was precisely what he desired. The more chaotic the Olive Branch civilization became, the more advantageous it was for him. An attack on them would serve as a turning point, igniting even greater discord. Thereafter, he continued to stoke the flames, aligning himself closely with Qi and playing the role of a jester, inciting further animosity from the beings of the Olive Branch civilization towards both himself and Qi. Approximately 1,600 years later, once the number of Alterers exceeded 10 trillion, Yan Xia began to exert his influence more decisively. He elevated a leader among the Alterers to supplant Qi. This leader not being a permanent figure like Qi, but rather someone to be replaced annually. The Alterers promoted the idea that anyone could be a manager, which garnered substantial support. Within a mere decade, Their numbers soared from 10 trillion to 48 trillion. A plague. Yan Xia felt as though he had unleashed a contagion within the olive branch civilization, and he began to ponder whether Qi could navigate the current predicament. During this time, another piece of news brought relief to Yan Xia. The cosmic Silk Road had been completed, and merchants were now traversing its expanse. Among these merchants were genuine traders, as well as soldiers dispatched by Ella. They were not living beings, but rather liquid metal robots created by Ella, formidable warriors far surpassing biological entities in strength. Ella had upgraded these robots with a firewall specifically designed for the olive branch civilization, employing advanced technology that rendered the internal information of the chips into a chaotic jumble, leaving intruders unable to discern any patterns. This mode of operation mirrored the cognitive processes of living beings, as life inherently tends to ponder various matters. Thus, even if someone possessed telepathic abilities, they would find them utterly ineffective. Indeed, should such powers be applied to the tumultuous thoughts of adolescence, the results would likely yield nothing but a jumble of trivialities. This simulation significantly enhanced the reliability of the robots. Indeed, life itself mirrors this reality. Thanks to the assistance of the Quark robots, Yan Xia cannot be directly controlled by the olive branch civilization. He will be eliminated by the Quark robots within him before any such control can occur. These robots are here to aid Yan Xia. Capable of surviving in the vastness of space, they can shut down their power and transform into a mass resembling a small asteroid, gradually approaching the Star City. Should any incidents arise on Yan Xia's end, they will swiftly arrive to assist, reducing the help that would typically take thousands of years to mere years. However, upon receiving this information, Yan Xia did not relax significantly. Unforeseen events are always lurking. This strategic contest has merely entered the phase of mutual probing. As the first 2 millennia post-alliance came to a close, Yan Xia observed the destruction of a star along the trajectory of the olive branch civilization. This devastation was certainly not a consequence of war, but rather a deliberate act by the olive branch civilization itself. They were systematically annihilating stars. But why such destruction? Yan Xia recalled Ella's previous mention that the Star City might be utilizing gravitational energy. Therefore, the warships of the olive branch civilization must have separated from the Star City. And once detached, they could no longer generate sufficient gravitational force to harness gravitational energy. Thus, it is likely they resort to an alternative energy source. Yan Xia surmised that these warships did not employ capabilities involving antimatter or dark matter, nor did they possess the means to utilize nuclear fusion or fission energy. They could only stockpile energy. Consequently, the warships of the olive branch civilization resort to the annihilation of stars. They aim to siphon energy from these celestial bodies. And Yan Xia estimated that to adequately store energy for combat against the Silk civilization, they would not merely destroy one star. From his observations, it appeared that the energy of the star was not significantly absorbed. Its destruction stemmed from the olive branch civilization's forceful plundering of its energy, rendering the star unstable and leading to its collapse. This form of destruction could more accurately be termed degradation, as it causes a main sequence star to collapse into a red dwarf. Red dwarfs, being sufficiently feeble, would not collapse. The warships would then approach them, extracting a portion of their energy, but not lingering for long, as the absorption of energy from red dwarfs is far too sluggish in comparison to that from main sequence stars. Such actions are nothing short of reckless. Subsequent observations over the following centuries corroborated Yan Xia's theories. Like locusts, these warships left a barren trace along their journey across thousands of light years, accumulating approximately 0.5 to 1 of a solar mass energy. Based on their absorption rates, they would need to destroy over 100 stars. Yan Xia perceived strategic significance in this. Since light travels faster than spacecraft, it implies that the information regarding the destruction of stars would reach the Silk civilization first. Upon witnessing such events, the Silk civilization would likely feel immense pressure, for a civilization capable of annihilating star systems exhibits methods that transcend ordinary comprehension. After years of deliberation, Yan Xia assessed that the current civilization federation stands between levels 2, 1, and 2. 2. The Silk civilization between 2, 2, and 2, 3. While the olive branch civilization occupies a range between 2, 4, and 2, 5. In truth, for the Silk civilization, which surpasses even the mighty olive branch civilization, the latter remains a formidable entity. It resembles the period just before the 3 kingdoms were established during the late Eastern Han dynasty. The olive branch civilization embodies Cao Cao, while the Silk civilization represents Sun Quan, who has only just begun to assert control over Jiangdong. Meanwhile, the Civilization Federation is akin to Liu Bei, who is still trailing behind the notable figures. At this moment, Liu Bei has sought refuge under Cao Cao's banner. Both Liu Bei and Cao Cao understand that Liu Bei's allegiance is not genuine, and Xiao Qiao would never sincerely keep a notorious figure like Liu Bei close at hand. After a profound silence lasting 400 years, the Olive Branch civilization has sent a message to Yan Xia, indicating that they have begun mutual assaults against the Silk civilization from over 600 light-years apart. Yan Xia can only marvel at the swift passage of time before redirecting his attention to the Star City, where over a quarter of its inhabitants have transformed into altars. This alarming figure puts the Olive Branch civilization's governance in a precarious position. The time has come to bring matters to a conclusion. Should internal strife escalate into civil war, it would deliver a fatal blow to the Olive Branch civilization. Nevertheless, Yan Xia remains somewhat hesitant, as everything has progressed too smoothly. Chapter 105. The glory of guise and the authority of the administrator. The entity known as Li is utterly inconsequential. Every decision is made by us. While it reaps the benefits, what gives it the right to manage us? We ought to establish a rotation system, allowing everyone to assume the role of administrator. This would prevent stagnation in our civilization. After allowing Li to govern for such an extended period, look at the current state of our civilization. Li even launched an unprovoked attack on the Silk civilization without consulting us, resulting in a retaliatory strike that cost us trillions of our kin. Furthermore, our collaboration with the Civilization Federation has proven futile. Those individuals merely serve as tools for Li, having spent millennia supporting its interests. Resentment has been accumulating, nearing a critical threshold. After all, thousands of years have passed. It is now the year 18926, marking 6,729 years since our arrival in Star City. All our plans have culminated in this moment. The Changemakers have disseminated the grievances against Li throughout Star City, detailing its dereliction of duty over the past 14,000 years. While Star City has progressed during this time, it has merely been conventional development. Does the Olive Branch civilization require an administrator to guide such growth? Certainly not. What is needed is a breakthrough, a technological explosion to elevate the Olive Branch civilization to new heights. Thus, they established the Civilization Arbitration Court. This grand venue, exceeding 5 million kilometers in diameter, resembles a colossal stadium floating in the void, surrounded by countless lives from the Olive Branch civilization. At its center stands a small cube measuring 5 kilometers on each side, where the leader proposed by the Changemakers addresses Li. This leader delivers an impassioned speech atop the cube. What transformation has it brought us? None. All change and progress have been the fruits of our labor. This administrator has merely basked in the rewards, failing to shoulder any responsibility. It is high time for our civilization to make the necessary adjustments. If this continues, you and I will witness a future where our civilization remains unchanged, perhaps even more decayed and despondent. It has occupied the position of administrator for far too long, molding our civilization into its current state. We should be vibrant, forward-moving, and resilient. Just look back a mere 10,000 years, we discovered the Civilization Federation then. We should have dispatched our forces immediately, as we are doing now, to decisively crush the Civilization Federation. Instead, what did we do? We allied with a feeble civilization? How utterly ridiculous. What was our approach in the past? We obliterated them, ravaged them. Other civilizations are but ants, foreign entities that can never merge with us. Never comprehend the magnificence of the glory of guise. Meanwhile, Yan Xia has been eavesdropping and has acquired 2 crucial pieces of information. The once celebrated Olive Branch civilization did not treat other civilizations as peacefully as it professes. Rather, it obliterated them. This revelation does not come as a surprise. For how could a gentle and benevolent civilization have evolved to such an extent? The very advancement of civilization is inherently imbued with a profound inclination towards invasion. The second piece of information pertains to the glory of guise, a term unfamiliar to him until now. Guise represents the second great leader who forged the present Olive Branch civilization. Suddenly, a voice arose, prompting Yan Xia to turn slowly and behold Ella approaching him. It appeared that you also intended to confront Yan Xia at this juncture. The choice of the name Olive Branch stems not only from its connotation of peace, but also because, as recorded in your annals, the olive tree exhibits remarkable resilience, capable of thriving in diverse environments, symbolizing eternity. Our civilization embodies this eternal essence. We are free from the maladies of mortality and the constraints of lifespan, as our mechanical forms bestow upon us a semblance of everlasting existence. The glory of guise can be interpreted as a form of sharing, a concept that may prove challenging for you to grasp, trillions of consciousnesses contemplating within a singular mind. I once experienced this phenomenon, and to be frank, it was utterly dreadful. Every moment I was being assimilated, and in that state, I witnessed the limits of the glory of guise. The glory of guise itself represents a solidification of thought, where all consciousness exists within a shared collective. What difference does it make if there is only one life? Thus, the concept of the manager emerged, who serves as the true agent of change. Yan Xia echoed the role of the manager as recounted in Yu's earlier narrative. Yet he remained perplexed about the essence of the manager. In the progression of civilization, the distinction between one person and two is nearly negligible. Yes, and yet no. Perhaps within your civilization, the term manager conveys the notion of a ruler, but that is not the case. My role could be described as identifying errors. When a colossal shared collective comprising countless trillions of life forms encounters a mistake, do you comprehend the consequences? You, with Ella's gaze fixed upon Yan Xia, stood merely 3 meters away. Correcting an error? No, that is incorrect. It is about eradicating the error. To correct signifies to amend, whereas to eradicate transforms the erroneous into the correct. Upon making a flawed judgment, innumerable shared consciousnesses engage to comprehend the mistake alongside its originator, forcibly rationalizing it until a plausible justification emerges. Rendering the error non-existent, it becomes correct. It is akin to a white sheet of paper upon which a black dot appears. They paint over it entirely black, yet the dot remains hidden, still present within that paper. Yan Xia sensed Yu's profound disdain for such a paradigm. Thus, my eternal task is to identify that error and declare, this is an error. It necessitates resolution, not forced justification. It is indeed erroneous. Hence the manager is the corrector. Yan Xia pondered a question. Are you suggesting that you possess no authority over the control of Star City? If this is the case, then many previous conjectures must be overturned. You exerts influence over the shared consciousness cluster indirectly, rather than directly, by informing the cluster that it is mistaken in its judgments. Indeed, you should now comprehend where your error lies. Ella's face broke into a smile. Yan Xia's targeting was misguided. He aimed at you without any significance. To the olive branch civilization, you is merely an auxiliary tool, akin to a cheat in a game, while the presence of cheats may ease the gameplay. The game itself continues to function normally without them. The fact that you does not govern Xingqing implies that Yu's downfall would bear no consequence for Xingqing. However, that is not entirely accurate. Yan Xia gazed at Ella, hoping to discern Yu's intentions within her eyes. If you were a member of the shared consciousness, you would undoubtedly sacrifice yourself for the olive branch civilization. Yet you are not, which means you shall never yield to the shared consciousness. You have come to guide me to that circle, have you not? Ella was smiling, or rather, you was smiling. Since you understand, let us proceed. For the words of that so-called leader are utterly repugnant, akin to those I faced when confronting the shared consciousness cluster. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia began to grasp Yu's intentions. Chapter 106. The third leader. The time has come for the emergence of a third leader in the olive branch civilization. It has consistently endeavored to rectify our missteps, but have we truly erred? Reflecting upon our past, how many of those errors were genuinely misguided? All the changemakers exist within a shared consciousness. When a rational notion takes root, it disseminates across millions and billions of life forms. As previously analyzed by Ella, the essence of each being within the olive branch civilization is fundamentally a terminal, while the shared consciousness cluster resembles a cloud system, with the manager merely exerting control over these terminals. It cannot alter the underlying system, only install various applications upon it. At this juncture, the leader proposed by the changemakers enunciated statements that were profoundly detrimental to the manager. Countless consciousnesses echoed around. Indeed, the leader's assertions were accurate. The explanations provided were flawless and irrefutable. In contrast, what decisions had the manager previously rendered? It was laughable that the manager had dismissed the plan to integrate the star city into the heart of the star. We were unperturbed by the high temperatures and radiation of nuclear fusion. We could easily conceal ourselves within the star's core. Yet, it deemed this notion erroneous. The combined mass of the star and the star city could generate a stronger gravitational pull, potentially doubling our energy resources. A chorus of voices turned against the manager. The manager found the situation amusing. What colossal energy would be required to suppress the star city from colliding with the star's core, ensuring they do not meet their mutual destruction? Even if it were feasible, such immense energy would sufficiently counterbalance the gravitational enhancement provided by the star. This seemingly simple theory has been declared correct. The grace of the gods had bestowed upon them a civilization devoid of internal strife, fostering collective advancement among all life forms. However, it also introduced a flaw. The shared consciousness cluster exhibited a stubbornness that was somewhat alarming. Was it truly correct? You have been instigating change for thousands of years. The manager, certain that Ella, now accompanied by Yan Xia, had gained control, spoke up. Its words captivated the attention of all individuals present. Addressing the opposing leader, it queried, "What are you asserting? Undoubtedly, our decisions are exceedingly correct and beyond reproach. Do you intend to distort our truths with your fallacies? That is implausible. We have already transformed." The manager floated, its misty form quivering slightly, as a screen materialized above the vast ring, revealing a human figure, Yan Xia. Can you truly ascertain this? It asked. The screen played back a discussion between Yan Xia and Ella, wherein they contemplated how to generate changemakers within the Olive Branch civilization, subsequently utilizing these changemakers to undermine its stability. False. This is all fabricated. The leader of the changemakers exclaimed, agitated, as all surrounding life forms echoed that the manager was a deceiver. I am prepared to accept the judgment of Guys. With this proclamation, the manager silenced all life in attendance. The Guys trial, also known as the trial of sharing, embodies a consciousness that intertwines within the collective consciousness, rendering it visible to all sentient beings, devoid of any concealment. Perhaps this is not entirely erroneous. It merely reflects the Civilizational Federation's recognition of the vulnerabilities within our civilization. Behold, this vulnerability is you. As long as you, the overseer existing beyond the shared consciousness, are present, how can we remain unaffected? The leader of the Transformers shall not be so easily vanquished. Preparation has spanned an extensive duration, and it will not be dismissed by a mere utterance. Vulnerability? The overseer exists precisely to rectify the flaws in the shared consciousness, even in my absence. The Civilizational Federation or other civilizations would exploit the shared awareness to mislead you, and the overseer, independent of the collective consciousness, has the capacity to correct such deceptions. As their voice faded, Yan Xia was brought by Ella onto the cube, placed under the scrutiny of billions of lives from the Olive Branch civilization. He did not resist. Opposing in another's domain is evidently an unwise choice. Even if Jackie Chan were to witness the impeccably smooth architecture of Star City, he would frown. For there is no furniture here to utilize. To him, Star City is indistinguishable from a desert. How could one escape the gaze of over 80 trillion lives in such a barren expanse? Furthermore, these trillions possess nuclear weaponry. Yan Xia's physique is formidable. Yet he remains within the realm of life, unable to completely shield himself from intense heat and nuclear radiation like a machine would. Observe. Such a diminutive life form can mislead you. Whether I exist or not makes little difference. The misinformation you are receiving pertains solely to me this time. This is an error that cannot be easily erased. It stands as a disgrace to our civilization, a disgrace that I have discovered and sought to prevent. Prior to my revelation, you were entirely oblivious and unperturbed. Yan Xia perceived this more as a debate competition. Initially, he anticipated that the Transformers would exhibit greater ferocity. However, it is evident that the shared consciousness has bestowed upon them sufficient composure, rendering the situation only to the threshold of nuclear explosion. Come now. Scrutinize my thoughts or his thoughts. These thoughts are the true reality. You are merely a group of pets being led by a leash, complying with whatever he commands. This is a flaw of Guy's glory. His words stirred a tempest once more. How could Guy's glory possess flaws? Guy's glory is perfect, absolute. You traitor, dare to speak so of Guy's glory. You are a disgrace to civilization. Yuan responded calmly, let us calculate using the shared consciousness. If Guy's glory were perfect, why then did Guy's establish the position of overseer? I concede that Guy's is perfect, but Guy's glory is not. It only attains perfection upon the inclusion of the overseer. This seems merely to argue the accomplishments of the second leader. Yet, Yan Xia understood that you sought more than merely refuting the so-called changemakers. If that were the case, there would be no justification for permitting the influence of the changemakers to expand. Yu's words prompted many original changemakers to engage in contemplation. The leader of the changemakers was unwilling to concede easily. The time for the Guy's judgment should descend, want it not to be swayed by its deceptive rhetoric. You offered no counter-argument, awaiting the Guy's judgment, even though it was a torment for him, as he was not a member of the shared consciousness collective. Let the judgment unfold. In a realm unseen by Yan Xia, the shared consciousness descended upon you. Yan Xia believed that you did not devise this plan merely in response to his display of hostility towards the Olive Branch civilization, but rather, a scheme took shape after the Civil Federation proposed sending envoys. This plan coincided with Yan Xia's own ambitions. You two desired turmoil within the Olive Branch civilization. The judgment was brief, and as you distanced himself, the leader of the changemakers was rendered speechless. The changemakers sought transformation, believing that overseers should not exist, or at the very least, not be you. This notion was nearly insurmountable. Yan Xia recognized that even after discovering the Olive Branch civilization as a shared consciousness collective, you persisted with this plan, rooted in that very conundrum. Regardless of Yu's actions, the changemakers would perceive transformation as preferable. Yet you proclaimed that their initial desire for change was erroneous, akin to overturning the chessboard and reverting everything to its primordial state. Moreover, this was not all. Thus, you should comprehend, the Civil Federation harbored malevolent intentions from the outset. The Guy's radiance was so effortlessly exploited by beings from civilizations weaker than ours. Admit it. The Guy's radiance is fraught with flaws, and I am the mender of these flaws. The current predicament arises from the inherent weakness of my own powers as an overseer. Had I wielded greater strength, this matter would have been resolved long ago, rather than festering for millennia. You spoke candidly. Wishing to amplify his authority through the errors of this shared consciousness collective, aspiring to become a true master rather than a mere overseer. To command all. To have dominion over everything in Star City, to issue his edicts. Yan Xia listened, sensing the surrounding silence, as all beings pondered. Yet, in truth, their reflections within the shared consciousness collective would amount to mere zeros and ones, with no other possibilities. In this instance, the likelihood of one was greater than that of zero. Perhaps he was the genuine changemaker. However, it seemed you had forgotten that Yan Xia desired precisely the transformation of the olive branch civilization, irrespective of its form. Chapter 107. The conclusion. Who is superior? Yan Xia desires the fragility of the olive branch civilization. His focus on Qi stems from the belief that the downfall of this administrator would plunge the olive branch civilization into a period of weakness. However, it has now become evident that Qi lacks such power. The true identity of the administrator is merely that of a caretaker, providing a buffer for the olive branch civilization. Presently, Qi's actions align with the plans laid out by Yan Xia, as Qi attempts to sway the transformers to his side, yet this endeavor stirs another conflict. Do you wish to alter the glory of guise? The voices of the transformers have only just been suppressed when another voice emerges, one that previously aligned with Qi. Those who were initially resistant to change are now shifting towards the opposing side of Qi, the steadfast supporters of Gai's glory, who have long condemned change and revered Gai's glory above all else, have consistently backed Qi, yet they now discover that Qi has indeed leaned towards the transformers. Qi may have dealt with the transformers, but in doing so, he has created greater complications for himself. Is he unaware of this? Certainly not. He has allowed the transformers to evolve to this stage before addressing them precisely because he anticipated such a reversal. Had the transformers remained a mere small faction, he would have engaged in debate at that time, risking becoming the weaker party. Furthermore, he cannot permit the transformers to grow too powerful. If they did, he would be ousted rather than standing here to face judgment. Thus, the timing is impeccable. This could be seen as an extraordinary synergy between Qi and Yan Xia. No, I merely wish for the glory of guise to attain perfection. Qi responds. The unyielding conservatives are incensed. Undoubtedly, your intention is to alter the glory of guise. Do not attempt to refute this. You are a traitor, akin to them. Have you always harbored such thoughts within? It seems that this administrator is unsuitable. We require a new one. Yan Xia attentively listens to their discourse, having deciphered the language of the olive branch civilization over millennia. The electromagnetic waves they utilize for communication are perceptible to the quark robots within him. How will Qi resolve this matter? But you have no new administrator, Qi asserts. In an instant, Yan Xia comprehends. The conservative who rebuked Qi causes the entire mechanical fog to tremble. An administrator exists beyond the shared consciousness cluster. To become one must possess thoughts distinct from other shared consciousness clusters, a distinction that necessitates qualification. Among the 80 trillion lives of the olive branch civilization, are there lives with such qualifications? Certainly, there are, many, in fact. However, they have been filtered over millennia. Those with divergent thoughts have become the transformers. Even if some qualified individuals still exist among the conservatives, would they not fear that appointing one as an administrator could lead to the emergence of another Qi? This presents an insurmountable dilemma for the conservatives. A formidable dilemma was effortlessly resolved by a single utterance from Lu. History has unequivocally demonstrated that I am the preeminent manager, and I am merely reiterating the tasks I have previously undertaken. While you may perceive a certain course of action as correct, allow me, as the manager, to inform you that it is fundamentally erroneous, utterly misguided. Lu's tone shifted from monotony to assertiveness. At that moment, all civilized beings, whether reformers or conservatives, were engaged in a collective consciousness, deliberating together, previously fragmented by Yan Xia, yet now unified in consensus. Indeed, you are the optimal choice. We have all been misled in our previous endeavors. In retrospect, our errors were egregious. It is the manager who has rectified our course. Otherwise, we would have continued down this misguided path. I represent the reformers in endorsing the manager's proposal, advocating for greater authority. I also represent the conservatives in agreeing to the proposal. The manager rightfully deserves expanded powers, which, although it alters the glory of guise, does not deviate from our core principles. Both factions reached a decision, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome for Lu. Though this debate appeared brief, it was the culmination of millennia of strategic maneuvering for which Lu had meticulously prepared. In the instant of unanimous agreement, Lu's proposal took effect, granting it unprecedented decision-making authority. It turned to gaze at Yan Xia, who stood nearby. Our civilization has not encountered formidable external adversaries for far too long, as depicted in the star map you have observed. The nearest civilizations to us are the Civil Federation and the Silk Civilization. You are all comparatively weaker, rendering substantial change elusive. Although the original Purple Thorn civilization was exceedingly powerful, it was also aggressively hostile, incapable of meaningful communication. Only you have afforded me this opportunity, for which I must express my gratitude in accordance with the customs of your Civil Federation. Yan Xia stood steadily, his posture erect and devoid of despondency, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he met Lu's gaze. Indeed, in this instance, you have triumphed. Lu transformed into a humanoid form and approached Yan Xia, its shape reminiscent of Yan Xia's own, albeit lacking facial features, merely an ethereal silhouette. Is that truly the case? If I have won, I ought to eliminate you directly, and the 80 trillion lives within Star City would undoubtedly rejoice. Yet, I have refrained from doing so not because I lack the desire to eliminate you, but rather because I am not yet in a position to do so. Your decision to instigate war is undeniably astute, as it engenders my apprehension. The veracity of the Holy Grail project remains uncertain, yet I cannot afford to assume it is false. To do so would invite perilous underestimation, potentially leading to the demise of both myself and Star City based on mere conjecture. This is precisely your shrewdness. The rapid communications of the Civil Federation and the potential advanced technologies of the Silk Civilization mean that should I eliminate you now, I would provoke the wrath of two civilizations. Although the disparity between us is vast, it is not insurmountable, especially in the presence of advancing technology. The Holy Grail project instills doubt within me. This is your source of confidence. The cost of eliminating Yan Xia far exceeds the advantages of preserving him. Yet, I am consumed with a desire to end your existence, for you are a disruptor, poised to deliver a fatal blow at an opportune moment. This conflict weighs heavily upon me. In my eyes, I am the loser in this game against you, having only triumphed in an internal struggle. Yutai has deceived and misled profoundly. However, as a fellow orchestrator, Yan Xia possesses the ability to pierce through the fog and discern the essence of the situation. You need not hasten your involvement in this war. This statement renders all that you is laid out into a mockery. If only you were but an inconsequential figure within the civilized federation and not an envoy. You laments, for this would allow him to eliminate Yan Xia without reservation. It may appear that Yan Xia has manipulated the proactive assault on the Silk Civilization and the Holy Grail project to force U.S. engagement. In truth, as the most formidable among the three civilizations, he could dictate the timing of his entrance to the battlefield, rather than acquiescing to the previous moment. Indeed, Yan Xia previously speculated that the time you would take to respond should exceed a century. Yet, you acted with an alarming urgency, taking merely 1 year. Is it solely the enhancement of managerial authority in the Silk Civilization that you truly seeks? You did not entertain the topic Yan Xia had presented. Instead, he spoke. Yan Xia, I have prepared a delightful place for you, and I hope you find joy there. Chapter 108. Initiative. Yan Xia's soared within the confines of a dark, square chamber, a naked figure curled up, steel filaments emanating from his being, supporting the space around him. Slowly, the bare individual opened his eyes. I must have been captured by now. Yet, G will undoubtedly refrain from ending my life. Instead, I shall be confined to a certain locale. For what it truly seeks is not merely the Star City, nor solely the Silk Civilization, but the entire Civilizational Federation. This is fundamentally why it dispatched envoys to engage with the Civilizational Federation. The Olive Branch civilization is undeniably formidable. Yet it possesses an alarming fragility due to its exceedingly simplistic structure. Within the Star City, there are but two consciousnesses, the administrator and the others. As an individual distinct from the shared consciousness cluster, G is acutely aware of the shortcomings of this collective awareness, or rather, the flaws inherent in the glory of Geese. It is true that Geese has forged a civilization that experiences minimal internal strife. Even the so-called internal conflicts instigated by Yan Xia have not resulted in any demise among Olive Branch civilization's denizens over these millennia. Geese has indeed succeeded. However, this success has engendered a dilemma, the very reason for the administrator's existence, and one of the messages Yan Xia conveys to the changer. Stagnation. The Olive Branch civilization is alarmingly prone to stagnation, exhibiting a complete lack of diversity. The formation of the Star City resembles the mere stacking of blocks. The strength of the Olive Branch civilization is derived from its inaugural leader, and its current life forms have existed since that era. Yan Xia is unaware of how many years have passed, yet it must be at least several tens of thousands. This implies that the Olive Branch civilization has been living off its past for millennia. This reliance is not to suggest that they have remained stagnant. Had that been the case, they would have recognized the issues long ago and sought to amend them. The true problem lies in their excessive stability. As they have continued to walk forward, While walking is commendable, it inevitably restricts their capacity to run. One of the core aspirations of the Changer is to instigate a rotation of different administrators, thereby fostering contradictions within the civilization. Such contradictions may compromise the integrity of the shared consciousness cluster, yet they possess the potential to propel the olive branch civilization into a state of dynamic progress. This is also one reason the Changer has overlooked Yan Xia, for this entity indeed could facilitate a certain degree of advancement or liberation for the olive branch civilization. Thus, they have failed to perceive that there exists someone with motives contrary to their own. Moreover, G, who also seeks transformation as a Changer, has emerged not merely as the principal target of the Changer, but also because the completion of this transformation will unveil another issue that only a leader like him can perceive. Should the ascending Changer leader remain within the shared consciousness cluster, the olive branch civilization would regress from 2 to 1, marking a decline. Conversely, if the Changer leader departs from the shared consciousness cluster, having tasted the sweetness of freedom, would they truly wish to return? At the very least, they cannot. The thought is utterly repugnant to them. Regardless of the outcome, the potential conclusion is undoubtedly splendid. The olive branch civilization is striving to regain its momentum. Yet the path is fraught with instability and stumbling blocks, which presents an opportunity for adversaries to exploit weaknesses. The tentacles of the Civilizational Federation have already traversed the so-called Cosmic Silk Road, reaching a mere 8 light-years from Star City, as the Federation awaits this pivotal moment. This is the design of Yan Xia, who has been acutely aware of these plans from the very beginning. Yan Xia perceives what she sees. The rigidness has stifled the flourishing of the olive branch civilization. It must leverage external influences to instigate changes within Star City. Thus, a series of plans have been devised. Yan Xia's arrival in Star City will inevitably disrupt its tranquility. Even if she exhibits restraint, the olive branch will incite her to create internal discord, achieving the desired transformation. Once Star City is under control, the olive branch will then seek dominion over the Civilizational Federation. Everything that the olive branch has undertaken thus far merely serves to amplify its power. The essence of Star City or the olive branch civilization remains unchanged, with authority shifting from a rigid collective to a solidified individual. To shatter this stalemate, the olive branch civilization must seize the momentum of the Civilizational Federation. In comparison, the Federation is akin to a wild stallion galloping freely across the plains. Should the olive branch integrate into, or, more forcefully, govern the Federation, it could harness the energy of riding this wild steed to accelerate its own resurgence. The one who propels the olive branch back into motion shall emerge as its third leader. This plan is nearly flawless, as the Civilizational Federation possesses no means of retaliation against the olive branch. Yan Xia serves merely as a tool. However, unexpectedly and infuriatingly, the Holy Grail project has emerged. Its existence forces the olive branch to ponder its implications. Unable to provide definitive proof, it can only conclude, based on existing evidence from the quasi-communications, that the Holy Grail project is indeed conceivable. Moreover, the core of the Holy Grail project involves not only the Silk civilization but also the formidable civilization of the Silver Heart. This powerful civilization does not require a supremely strong entity to threaten its followers. It only needs a weaker follower, which is why it has selected the Civilizational Federation and the Silk civilization, deliberately excluding the olive branch. The urgency of the Civilizational Federation to wage war against the Silk civilization compels the olive branch to make a choice. Naturally, this choice is not to align with any faction as a follower, given the olive branch's overwhelming strength. As a powerful civilization, their sole option lies in seizing the technological advancements of the Civilizational Federation and the Silk civilization, ensuring that they can either resist or escape when the Silver Heart civilization sweeps through the galaxy. This rationale underpins the olive branch's agreement to initiate warfare, with Yan Xia employing it as bait during discussions. The resulting triadic relationship constrains the olive branch from targeting the Civilizational Federation at will. Instead, it must delay its actions due to the Holy Grail project, collaborating with the Federation to confront the mightier Silk civilization, before subsequently addressing the Civilizational Federation. This was also the original purpose behind Yan Xia's formulation of the Holy Grail plan. The essence of this initiative was not to genuinely engage the opponent, but rather to disrupt their rhythm and reclaim the initiative. Yan Xia vividly recalled Ella's words from millennia ago when she first spoke of the Holy Grail plan. Now, he had undoubtedly succeeded. The struggle for dominance over the past thousands of years revolved solely around this initiative. The fact that you could not eliminate him was a testament to his grasp of this power. It was time for me to act. There remains a distinction between the clone and the original. You now wielded control over the olive branch civilization, marking a significant advancement. And it was the first step you took in propelling Xingqing forward. However, prolonged running would inevitably lead to discomfort and potential falls. In contrast to the self-optimizing collective consciousness, the manager is more prone to errors and misguidance. Previously, use limited power meant that any mistakes made would be rectified by the collective consciousness, but now, every misstep would bear fatal consequences for Xingqing. The current circumstances bore no difference from Yan Xia's earlier conjectures regarding the class structure of Xingqing. However, he had transitioned from a passive role, capable only of influencing the transformers, to one of initiative. Yan Xia resolved to truly raise his sword, aiming to pierce the fragile form of the olive branch civilization. Chapter 109. The incentive system. Yan Xia found himself pinned to the floor, his flesh and blood being stretched and pressed against the ground like a puddle of water. The room was enveloped in utter darkness, devoid of any objects, save for the unique transparent floor beneath Yan Xia. Through this translucent surface, he could gaze down into the abyss below. Is this truly the splendid place you speak of? Yan Xia inquired, observing the figure of you standing below him. You maintained a humanoid form throughout their interaction, lifting its face to reveal a smile. Of course, is it not magnificent? Here, one can truly appreciate the allure of gravity. For millennia, Yan Xia had searched for the center of mass of the Star City, only to find himself brought here in such a manner. The gravitational force was overwhelming, despite his body being capable of functioning under 70 G. He was still rendered helpless in this environment. I advise against contemplating an escape, you cautioned. You lack any anti-gravity apparatus. The external gravitational acceleration here measures approximately 8,300 kilometers s according to your civilization's units, a force that no living being can endure. This equated to an astonishing 847,000 G, far exceeding Yan Xia's physical limitations by a factor of 12,000. If he were to escape from this place, he would be instantaneously crushed into a mere pulp. No. A mere sheet of flesh. Is there a necessity for such extremes? Yan Xia pondered, feeling somewhat bemused. Was it not excessive to imprison a mere mortal like himself in such a manner? Indeed, you affirmed. No oversight is permissible. You shall remain here and await the day I conquer the Silk civilization. With that, you turned to depart. Yan Xia interjected, what do you intend to do? Now that you have become the true leader of the Star City, you possess sufficient power to actualize your ambitions. If you wish to accelerate the progress of Star City and the entire Olive Branch civilization, you must install an engine, one that thrives on conflict. You must incite discord within Star City. You halted momentarily. Are you attempting to mislead me with your words? While conflict could indeed address our current stagnation, it would also yield undesirable side effects. This instability within Star City would diminish my control, essentially digging my own grave. Moreover, I owe you my gratitude for introducing warfare. You continued. War provides an excellent incentive structure. Our conflict with the Silk civilization will not be fleeting. Individuals contributing to the eradication of the Silk civilization will be rewarded with promotions and a modicum of power. Though not excessively, it will still represent a significant distinction. You sought to create this differentiation, recognizing that resolving the present issues through conflict was overly radical. There was no urgency. The war with the Silk civilization would endure for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Truthfully, I should not be sharing these thoughts with you. However, I have long been devoid of conversation with normal life. You cannot fathom the anguish of coexisting within a collective consciousness comprising 80 trillion beings. I shall return to you later, my friend. The term friend must be quite alien to the Olive Branch civilization, as the existence of a shared consciousness nullifies any semblance of such relationships. The entity has departed, burdened with numerous tasks. Yan Xia remains silently ensconced in this dark void. Feeling no discomfort, he has savored this solitude for millennia. The incentivization system is indeed a commendable construct, and the entity has not rushed its endeavors, which is unfortunate news. Another version of myself has likely emerged. Let all proceed according to plan. My mission is accomplished, and it is time for a well-deserved slumber. Yan Xia closes his eyes, and with the assistance of the quark robot within him, his breathing becomes remarkably faint, plunging him into a state akin to deep hibernation, awaiting the next awakening. The entity would not allow his demise. When he opens his eyes again, he shall likely behold sustenance, which would be most exquisite. The entity departs from the nucleus of Star City, transforming into a mist-like state as it ascends towards the designated region allocated to the Civilizational Federation. Soon it arrives, Ella. Or rather, the version controlled by it awaits there. It disperses, and the vaporous molecules infiltrate Ella's being before it ventures into the interior of the region. Awaken all the dormant ones. They need not slumber any longer. Upon contacting an officer, it articulates its command. The officer, momentarily taken aback by Ella's words, joyfully inquires, "Are we returning?" The entity shakes its head. No, we are merely forging a closer collaboration with the Olive Branch civilization. This place shall soon be open to merchants along the Cosmic Silk Road. You may also regard it as part of the Civilizational Federation. Our relationship with the Olive Branch civilization shall significantly ameliorate henceforth. Upon hearing these words, disbelief washes over the officer's countenance. While they remain unaware of the clandestine confrontations between Yan Xia and the entity over the millennia, they recognize that the two civilizations have been nearly incompatible. Now, this advancement is beyond their imagination. Just follow my instructions, the entity concludes. The officer nods and proceeds to awaken all the dormant beings. Each individual who awakens is incredulous upon learning they are to reside here. We shall live here, on the land of another civilization? This cannot be a jest. A total of 11 million lives accompanied the fleet. Over the millennia, 20,000 have perished for various reasons, most notably due to their refusal to enter hibernation, believing death at the furthest reaches of the Civilizational Federation to be a form of romance. Now, the remaining 7.09 million lives are compelled to endure existence here, signifying an unacceptable control over their very lives. However, the commands issued by it through Ella were exceedingly forceful, resulting in the shutdown of all dormant pods. Subsequently, it allocated a vast expanse to the Civilized Federation, granting them an operational territory of 1 billion square kilometers, and dispatched spacecraft to engage with the Civilized Federation along the Maritime Silk Road, thus opening this star domain within Star City. It had meticulously orchestrated every detail well in advance. Thousands of years prior, it had declined Yan Xia's request to facilitate trade between the Olive Branch civilization and the Civilized Federation, which nearly severed their connection, although there was rapid communication. It was merely a form of ultra-long-distance interaction. The current openness stems from its control over the bionic body of Ella, enabling it to command the 7.09 million soldiers of the Civilized Federation stationed in Star City. Here, it intends to observe and learn from the societal model of the Civilized Federation. Although it had previously arranged for envoys to continuously transmit information regarding the Civilized Federation, such indirect observation yielded limited insights. Learning from a thriving civilization would empower it to subsequently establish a superior and entirely new Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 110. Mastery in the weaving of deceptive nets. Yuan had indeed seized control over my soldiers. Yan Xia, altering his appearance and donning the garb of a soldier, blended seamlessly among them. A member of the Luoyin tribe approached him, greeting him with their characteristic sounds, lo lo lo, after which their species is named. The sounds emitted by the Luoyin tribe encompass a myriad of pitches, including infrasound and ultrasound, creating an extensive range that forms their linguistic system. Following their liberation from the Purple Thorn civilization by the Civilizational Federation, they gradually came to dominate the musical realm of the Federation. Presently, 8 out of 10 of the leading musicians within the Federation hail from the Luoyin tribe. However, the appearance of this species remains less than commendable. They resemble elongated caterpillars, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, moving in a sinuous manner. The sole distinction between them and insects is their slender, elongated abdomen, which gives them the swiftness of arthropods. Their segmented limbs are adorned with numerous delicate tarsal segments, allowing for agile manipulation of objects. The upper half of their bodies, accounting for 2/3 of their length, is situated posteriorly and can be elevated. This portion bears strange patterns upon its skin, which is a dark, bluish hue flecked with toxic scales, serving as a deterrent against predators. On their home planet, they were once preyed upon by numerous hunters before the advent of their civilization. Notably, their upper bodies lack external sensory organs akin to human eyes, ears, or noses. All their perceptive faculties are concealed within, rendering their skin exceedingly thin, even revealing their internal organs. Atop their upper bodies are several protruding fleshy nodules, their vocal organs, which emit the characteristic low 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 sounds through vibrations. Yan Xia perceived their stance as reminiscent of a scorpion, merely substituting the scorpion's tail with their upper body and the thorax with that of a large caterpillar. He was particularly struck by the fact that the abdomen of the Luoyin could expand, housing their ovaries, where they could incubate eggs and give birth, achieving a form of pseudo-live birth. The greeting from the Luoyin soldier inquired about his squad affiliation, seeking an introduction. Yan Xia responded, Squad 00712. He quickly engaged in dialogue with this Luoyin, discussing matters related to the upcoming awakening from dormancy. The soldier, named Broles, expressed considerable indignation regarding the situation. Yan Xia mirrored his sentiments, fully integrating into the ranks of the soldiers. Yuan's intention in controlling these soldiers extended beyond mere observation of the Civilizational Federation structure. It was also a means to gradually influence the Federation through the Cosmic Silk Road, preparing for future dominion over it. Aware of Yuan's ambitions, Yan Xia sought to sway Yuan's judgment. Having occupied a managerial role for an extensive period, Yuan must exercise extreme caution. to achieve his objectives. Yan Xia recognized the necessity of undertaking another task. Are you familiar with the means to depart the army and return? Yan Xia quietly inquired of Broles. With the Cosmic Silk Road now open, does that imply we can make our way back? Brothers expressed uncertainty, stating that it was impossible to ascertain whether a normal discharge and departure could occur. However, it was likely that such an option did not exist. Otherwise, the military would have been significantly diminished. Sighing, he contemplated inquiring further, pondering the grim possibility of aging and dying in this place if departure was indeed unattainable. Subsequently, Yan Xia took action. He sought out Ella, presenting his proposal while adopting a disguised visage before her. He was aware that the Ella before him was you. And had it not been for you, she would not have engaged in this endeavor at all. Naturally, you rejected the proposition. Half a month later, Yan Xia rallied a group of individuals, instigating a rebellion against Ella's tyranny and declaring the necessity to contact civilization for the purpose of denouncing her to the Federation. You remained unfazed by these developments. Apart from quick communication, it could intercept all conventional methods of communication. In fact, it welcomed Yan Xia's uproar, viewing it as a manifestation of class conflict, a component of its observation and research agenda. Yet, it was perplexed by the sensation of confronting the rebellious soldier, which bore a striking resemblance to the feeling of facing Yan Xia. Perhaps the lies within the Civilization Federation, or humanity itself, shared a fundamental similarity. Eschewing further contemplation, you focused on managing the recently initiated incentive program, which immediately stirred the collective consciousness of the shared awareness cluster. Numerous individuals expressed their willingness to enlist, prompting the Olive Branch civilization to dispatch another fleet towards the Orion Nebula. The journey was only half complete. However, reports from the front indicated that the first fleet had already engaged in interstellar skirmishes with the Silk civilization, exchanging tentative attacks. The Civilization Federation fleet, upon discovering this situation, also launched an offensive against the Silk civilization, further solidifying Yu's belief in the authenticity of the Holy Grail plan. Without this plan, the Federation's target would have been the Olive Branch civilization, and there would be no necessity for them to initiate an attack. They could merely observe the conflict unfold. Instead of remaining passive, the Federation chose to participate in the battle, diverting the Silk civilization's attention. A plausible reason for this could be that the Federation genuinely sought to undermine the Silk civilization, prioritizing it even above the formidable Olive Branch civilization. You perceive this as a more dire situation. The greater the veracity of the Holy Grail plan, the fewer options would remain for the Olive Branch civilization. Once the incentive program reached completion, you noticed that the soldier had amassed a considerable force, intent on fleeing the area. Predictably, their escape attempt failed. The soldier vehemently accused Yan Xia and Ella of aligning themselves with the Olive Branch civilization, sowing seeds of distrust among the troops towards their superiors. How intriguing! This was far more captivating than controlling Star City. Yu's desire to seize the Civilization Federation intensified. However, it remained oblivious to the fact that Yan Xia was gradually beginning to assert control over these soldiers and officers. Originally a mere soldier, he has ascended to the role of a leader, his words now carrying weight under a different identity. He has become the foremost figure beneath the control of Ella. And several captains from the fleet openly and covertly support his rebellion. This is precisely what Yan Xia desires. After gaining control, the next step is alteration and deception. As an individual, Ella is easily misled, a significant flaw within the Olive Branch civilization. Yan Xia's foremost objective is to transform the 7.09 million soldiers to mirror the Olive Branch civilization outside. He begins to indoctrinate these soldiers, instilling in them the belief that disobedience to Yan Xia will prevent their return to the Civil Federation. Only by following him can they discover their sole path to salvation. Subsequently, he initiates a class division, promoting every soldier who contemplates an escape from Star City to the rank of officer. Over a span of more than a decade, Ella is astonished to observe that the structure of these soldiers within the Civil Federation bears an uncanny resemblance to Star City, almost akin to a miniature Star City, a smaller Olive Branch civilization. Just as it eagerly intends to continue observing the development of the Civil Federation, this miniature Star City collapses. Chapter 111. Information Warfare. To resolve the challenges posed by the entity known as G, how should one approach the Olive Branch civilization? Through force? Yan Xia certainly contemplated the use of military might. However, the Olive Branch civilization stands as a colossal power, unrivaled by any other civilization in the surrounding cosmos. It reigns as the sovereign of this star domain. To overthrow such dominion, the only recourse lies in the realm of information. Yan Xia engineered the changer within Star City as a means of information, employing the guise of the Holy Grail project to constrain GS actions, an act steeped in information. Presently, he assumes a different identity to control soldiers, thus forming a microcosmic society within Star City, all to wield information effectively. The message he conveys is clear: G. Your decisions are flawed, not flawless. Star City has reached a decision akin to GS, with all soldiers adhering to Yan Xia's directives, leading to subtle class distinctions emerging internally. Yet, when class divisions manifest, those of higher status and those of lower status perceive issues through divergent lenses, resulting in a schism between the tiers. Upon realizing their stagnation and advancement, the higher echelon may become disillusioned. Conversely, the lower echelon continues to aspire toward elevations. And when the higher ranks become saturated, the elite ponder: if all lower-class individuals ascend to their level, what distinguishes them from their former selves? Thus arises the suppression of the lower classes' ascent, giving birth to class conflict. Moreover, the proximity of these two classes means that the lower tier, leveraging their numerical superiority, can swiftly usurp the higher class, as G has observed, the imminent collapse of Star City. This presents a significant vulnerability. G ponders deeply, questioning why this oversight eluded him previously. His strategy ought to be stable, indeed perfect. Wait a moment. I must amend this. The fleet originally poised for departure has been delayed by G's indecision. When the weight of a civilization's progress rests upon a single individual, the pressure on that person is unimaginable. Yan Xia exploits not only GS limitations as an individual but also GS' inherent sense of responsibility toward civilization. What, after all, is GS' intention in aspiring to be a dictator? This is a question Yan Xia has scrutinized for an extensive period, arriving at a conclusion that initially filled him with disbelief. G desires to fortify Star City, or rather, the Olive Branch civilization. This is a deep-seated aspiration within. Upon integrating GS identity, Yan Xia comprehended that GS selection as a leader stemmed from a profound love for his civilization. Despite G's distaste for the collective consciousness, he still yearns to be the third leader, guiding the Olive Branch civilization to new heights. Hence, the Holy Grail project wields significant influence over G. Yan Xia refers to this as a benevolent force that can be harnessed. G's incentive plan is commendable. It is an inevitable step toward enacting change. Furthermore, by deftly managing the nuances, the entire civilization can remain stable. GS' initial notion should have encompassed the promotion and demotion of classes. As long as elevated individuals are demoted to a lower status after failing to act, thereby forfeiting the privileges of their former rank, the issue of collapse shall not recur. On a brightly illuminated path, Yan Xia walked alone, his steps disordered. His expression was one of despondency, weighed down by thoughts, all of which were directed towards Qi. He understood that Qi could grasp these complexities, yet the collapse of the miniature Star City he had engineered lingered in Qi's mind. As the structure had crumbled far too swiftly, within a mere span of a decade and a half. This was an exceedingly brief moment for any life form within the Olive Branch civilization, casting doubt in Qi's heart. Could everything truly be managed within such a fleeting time frame? A fissure began to appear in Qi's confidence. After a year's postponement of the motivational program, Qi once again arrived at the heart of the Star City. Upon hearing a sound, Yan Xia opened his eyes, remaining in his previous position without a single alteration, even his fingers unmoving. His gaze shifted, observing Qi holding a package of food, which brought a smile to his face. I have been pondering when you would bring me nourishment, as the sustenance within my body can scarcely endure much longer. I am truly grateful that you have not forgotten me, returning to see me after merely a decade and a half. As Yan Xia felt the constraints of gravity on his body lift, he slowly rose from the ground. The bag of food Qi held transcended the wall to reach his chamber. Yan Xia grasped it, opening it to discover a hamburger. In truth, I prefer rice. Hamburgers do not align with my dietary habits. They are fast food, not a staple. Qi observed Yan Xia as he conversed while consuming the hamburger. A chair materialized behind Qi, who seated themselves, tilting their head to regard Yan Xia, remarking, "You have triumphed once more. This time, your plan bears your hallmark. I can discern it. Were it not for my certainty that you are here, I might have suspected you had stealthily fled during my absence to devise that plan." Qi harbored the belief that the plan had been premeditated by Yan Xia, who had foreseen Qi's intentions. This notion was unsettling, as the collapse of the miniature Star City weighed heavily on Qi. What? I am unaware of what you are alluding to. Are you not currently executing your motivational program? I surmise your fleet has already been deployed. I yearn to thwart you, yet that is no longer my task. Yan Xia devoured his food vigorously, illustrating his ease. While Qi experienced profound anguish, Qi was ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts, whereas Yan Xia, after being captured, found respite from contemplation. In that moment, Qi felt a disconcerting illusion that he was the one imprisoned, unable to reconcile the current state of their relationship. No, the motivational program has been suspended. I am actually reflecting on whether my actions have been overly radical. The war against the Silk civilization is still a considerable distance away. Such an extended time frame allows ample opportunity for gradual transformation, even if the Civil Federation is a galloping wild horse. It would be challenging to bridge the gap between us during this time. Thus, I surmised that waiting would be the chosen course of action. Yan Xia, listening intently, displayed a smile, though devoid of a face. Words do not deceive. The hesitation exhibited by Yi was all too evident. I believe you will not. And you will ultimately proceed according to your own plans. Although time is lengthy, one cannot stake everything on the uncertainties of change. Thus one must strive to alter what is within their grasp in the present. After hearing this, he departed, and Yan Xia found himself pressed back to the ground once more. While his mood was buoyant, it was also laden with gravity. He pondered whether his influence had reached Yi. Could he maintain his composure in the face of 2 of his assaults? If he could indeed manage that, the Civil Federation would be in peril. Nevertheless, what he has displayed thus far is, in fact, a positive sign for him. Ella should also be prepared, I presume. Chapter 112. Unconventional maneuvers. The will of the entity was not easily swayed. As Yan Xia had indicated, it mobilized the fleet, and it witnessed the vessels sailing into the starry expanse, vanishing amidst the myriad glimmers of the galaxy. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, it received a message: the operation has been completed. Finally, it withdrew its gaze and soared towards the source of the communication, not far away. Within the domain of the civilized Federation, the region had undergone thorough transformation over the millennia. Here, towering edifices stood amidst spacious intervals adorned with cultivated flora. The entity found little appreciation for this architectural synergy with nature, believing that simplicity was the ultimate elegance. Upon traversing a forest path lined with blue-violet trees, it arrived at its destination. In a clearing stood a rectangular structure, 20 meters high and 40 meters wide. Its exterior was embellished with intricate mechanical frameworks, and atop it rested a 15-meter diameter dish, serving as a signal reception and transmission apparatus, merely auxiliary. For the information emitted from this edifice was carried by the quantum communication device. The entity had long coveted this technology, so vital and priceless that it dispatched life forms to seize control of this location almost simultaneously after subduing Yan Xia. The message it had just received indicated the successful decryption of the transmitted information. Despite many years of effort, they had not yet fully unraveled the intricacies of quantum communication. Still ignorant of its essence and the reasons behind its ability to surpass light speed, the entity speculated that if they could decode it within 5 centuries, it would be a remarkable achievement. Realistically, it might require another millennium or 2. It entered the small interior, which was starkly incongruous with the structure's grand facade. What was the meaning of the transmitted information? Inside this confined space floated a being of the olive branch civilization, seemingly solitary. Yet due to the shared consciousness of its kind, billions of individuals were collectively engaged in deciphering the received message. This task was immensely challenging, primarily reliant on conjecture in the initial stages. The countless individuals had undergone numerous attempts and failures before arriving at their conclusions. The content of the information revealed that they had successfully assembled their forces, advancing along the cosmic Silk Road toward Star City. The feigned assault on the Silk civilization appeared to be effective, leading the Olive Branch civilization to mistakenly believe that they were also launching an offensive. However, unbeknownst to them, communication had already been established between themselves and the Silk civilization, with plans to neutralize the Olive Branch civilization. Both parties were acutely aware that for the Olive Branch civilization to survive the Holy Grail project, it would necessitate acquiring advanced technology for rapid civilizational ascendance, with the swiftest route being access to the Silver Heart civilization's technological advancements. Yan Xia, how prepared are you? Has class conflict begun to emerge within Star City? Upon hearing this statement, the entity fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the veracity of the matter at hand. If Yan Xia had already anticipated his impending capture, then this information was likely intended as a deception. But what was the purpose of misleading him? Were we to dispatch a fleet to the Cosmic Silk Road? The Olive Branch civilization inquired. You did not deem this necessary. It sufficed to send reconnaissance vessels to observe the Cosmic Silk Road. I do not believe the Civilizational Federation would be so foolish. They must realize that even with the aid of the Silk civilization, it is impossible at this stage to defeat us, unless they were granted several millennia for further development. Dispatching a fleet seemed overly cautious to you. He suspected that this might be exactly what the Civilizational Federation desired, to unsettle our rhythm. Beyond that, he could not fathom why the Civilizational Federation would send troops, unless to provoke hostility. However, after 206 years, you received reports from the reconnaissance vessels sent to explore the Cosmic Silk Road, revealing a substantial number of ships arriving at the SC-48 star system. You was astounded. The information indicated that the fleet comprised over 10,000 vessels, certainly a configuration of several dozen fleets. Did the Civilizational Federation truly intend to declare war on us? And could the Silk Civilization have arrived in such a short time? Unless they had dispatched warships to Star City thousands of years before engaging in warfare. Was this possible? He remained steadfast in his belief in the might of Star City. Our reconnaissance vessels have been destroyed. Administrator, the Civilizational Federation has demonstrated hostility toward us. Shall we retaliate? A document was deliberated upon within the shared consciousness cluster, detailing a method to penetrate the heart of the Civilizational Federation through the Cosmic Silk Road. You, upon reading the first paragraph, lost interest in continuing. If it were truly that simple, why would he engage in pretense with the Civilizational Federation? He could have dispatched fleets to annihilate the Civilizational Federation millennia ago, but he chose not to, intending instead to gain complete control over it. A fragmented Civilizational Federation, under the influence of the Olive Branch Civilization, held no value. Only a complete Civilizational Federation was akin to a wild stallion galloping untamed. Furthermore, could one truly subdue an interstellar civilization in its entirety? Certainly not at present. The cosmos is vast, and the warships of the Civilizational Federation are not significantly slower than ours, indicating that if the core of the Civilizational Federation wished to depart, they could do so at any time. Especially with their mastery of quantum communication technology, they would possess a complete advantage in information against our level 2. One civilization. A campaign against the Civilizational Federation would necessitate a far more long-term strategy, requiring at least 5,000 years. The war plan proposed by the Shared Consciousness Cluster appeared to aim for the annihilation of the Civilizational Federation, displaying barbaric violence and utterly neglecting any potential benefits to the Olive Branch civilization. This was a senseless mode of attack. No, they were merely probing and provoking us. Their true intention was to disrupt our operations. A fleet? If one were to observe closely, the so-called warships that you speak of appear rather diminutive. They might better be described as mere spacecraft. Although numerous, they are essentially just a means of filling space. You has identified a troubling issue. Upon meticulously analyzing the size of these vessels from the transmitted videos, she discovered that the largest among them measures a mere 200 meters, a veritable toy. She is increasingly convinced of her assessment that the Civilizational Federation aims to provoke her for some ulterior motive. What could this motive possibly be? What drives the Civilizational Federation to engage in such futile endeavors, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree? The administrators have encroached upon our limits. We must retaliate, lest they become even more audacious. The Shared Consciousness Collective is incensed by Yu's conclusions. Despite her elevated authority, she does not possess complete control over the collective. And this distinction remains significant. Your reasoning is flawed. A mere insect would not provoke us without cause. They surely have a nefarious objective in mind. If we simply disregard them, they will be incapable of continuing their assaults against us. You, utilizing her authority, temporarily suppressed the Shared Consciousness Collective. However, after 83 years, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A barrage of attacks was launched towards Star City, catching you utterly off guard. While these assaults were not particularly damaging, they nonetheless incited considerable anger within her. She surmised that the Civilizational Federation had become aware of Yan Xia's control, believing that the two civilizations were irreparably at odds, thus emboldening their offensive. At this juncture, her tolerance had reached its limit. The adversary must be annihilated. Yu was deeply frustrated, for these developments were entirely outside her strategic considerations. Moreover, the life forms within Star City, led by Yan Xia, had instigated a revolt. Nothing was proceeding according to plan. This only intensified Yu's fury, as if she were meticulously orchestrating a game of chess, approaching the final stages of gradual conquest, only to have the board overturned, rendering her previous moves and efforts futile. Yet, for Yan Xia, this moment represents merely the mid-game. The match is far from over and has simply transitioned into a more assertive phase for the Civilizational Federation. Chapter 113. The perpetual missteps of the Olive Branch Civilization. The fleet of the Olive Branch Civilization diverged from Star City, each vessel immense in size, taking the form of elongated rectangular prisms, resembling colossal ink ingots devoid of any other distinguishing features. These ink ingots attained remarkable velocities, reaching up to 11 of the speed of light, and after 47 years, they encountered the fleet of the Civilizational Federation. Without any prior communication, both sides opened fire upon one another. In that region, only the gravitational lensing effects occurring around large celestial bodies obscured and distorted the light, rendering the lasers emitted by the ships to appear curved from a distance. The armaments on both sides were primarily composed of electromagnetic weapons. However, in pursuit of greater potency, the warships of the Civilizational Federation began to form combinations. Some vessels were dedicated to energy provision, others to confinement, and yet others to targeting. Each type of warship performed its designated role, harmoniously collaborating in the vastness of space to form a colossal electromagnetic net spanning dozens to hundreds of astronomical units. To put this into perspective, each astronomical unit is nearly 150 million kilometers in distance, and the resulting electromagnetic net could be deemed a grand structure. Exploiting their overwhelming numerical superiority, the warships encircled the Olive Branch Civilization's ingot vessels from 6 directions: front, rear, left, right, above, and below, unleashing the electromagnetic net. This maneuver caught the Olive Branch Civilization off guard, resulting in the catastrophic destruction of one of their warships by the formidable electromagnetic net. However, the Olive Branch Civilization quickly retaliated. Their gravitational weapons caused the warships of the Civilizational Federation to plummet towards a singular point. These gravitational weapons assisted the electromagnetic paralysis devices, disrupting the internal engine mechanisms of the Civilizational Federation's ships almost instantaneously, preventing them from accelerating to escape velocity. Ultimately, these warships collided at the core of the gravitational field, offering virtually no resistance. Thousands of warships were obliterated within a year of engagement, a unilateral devastation inflicted by the Olive Branch Civilization. Nonetheless, the battle was far from over. The colliding warships simultaneously unleashed a tremendous gravitational force, as concealed gravitational weapons within these ships intensified the Olive Branch Civilization's own. Within a mere 0.7 seconds, black holes were birthed at the gravitational core, created by the extreme energy tearing through space. Though their existence was fleeting, they began to merge into a larger black hole. Given that black holes inherently prevent light from escaping, they experienced minimal energy depletion, and a larger black hole indicated a longer duration of existence. The most substantial black hole's event horizon astonishingly exceeded 100 meters, no longer qualifying as a mere microscopic black hole. That abyssal void resembled the insatiable maw of the cosmos. Impervious to all, under its terrifying gravitational pull, warships of the Olive Branch Civilization, even when accelerating at 1000 G, found themselves inexorably drawn towards the black hole. Outside the event horizon, the ships were elongated by the force before vanishing into the void. A Level 2 civilization has now attained the capability to harness such celestial bodies as weapons. However, this scenario resembles humanity's mastery over nuclear and hydrogen bombs in the 21st century, a dominion that is both uncontrollable and taboo. No one can diminish this insatiable beast. We can only await its departure. Fortunately, this ordeal was brief, lasting merely 27 minutes. Yet, the Olive Branch Civilization suffered the loss of 2 warships. While this casualty is minimal in the context of their fleet of 200 vessels, it is sufficient to incite their ire. At this moment, they are not even contending against the regular warships of the civilized Federation. Those vessels, measuring in kilometers and hundreds of meters, are merely a collection of debris. The civilized Federation employed this detritus to inflict the loss of 3 warships. Such humiliation. The frenzied fleet of the Olive Branch Civilization gradually dispersed. With each vessel now more than 1,000,000 kilometers apart, they formed a square array in the starry expanse in merely an hour after their formation. All warships of the civilized Federation across the celestial backdrop were instantaneously obliterated. This transpired in the blink of an eye, without any forewarning, leaving no opportunity to discern the nature of the assault. Only the detectors embedded within the wreckage of the destroyed warships could reveal the fate that befell them. The Olive Branch Civilization unleashed a torrent of high-energy particle streams, composed of massive particles accelerated to an astonishing 99.99999999999 of the speed of light, drawing ever closer to that ultimate velocity. As matter approaches light speed, its inertial mass increases, a fundamental law of physics. These high-energy streams, despite comprising only a single particle, boasted an inertial mass exceeding 1 kilogram, even 10 kilograms. Commonly, we refer to an object's weight as gravitational mass. Inertial mass, in essence, measures inertia. Under most conditions, these two forces are proportional, indicating that when the high-energy particle streams collided with the spacecraft, it was akin to being struck by a nanometer-sized object with a mass surpassing 1 kilogram. At first glance, this may seem negligible. One might even presume that a mere mortal could withstand it. However, the high-energy particle streams consist of an unfathomable number of particles, bombarding every square centimeter with billions upon billions of particles relentlessly. Even vessels equipped with electromagnetic shields were instantaneously annihilated, with damage penetrating down to the molecular level, where fundamental particles were shattered. The micronuclear explosions triggered by these impacts obliterated any possibility of survival for the spacecraft. This was a fleeting war. The journey consumed 94 years. Yet the conflict itself concluded in a mere year and a half. Without a hint of surprise, the Olive Branch Civilization emerged victorious. Nevertheless, The inhabitants of Star City were far from jubilant. As they surveyed the wreckage of the warships, they concluded that not a single living being had been aboard. Only mechanical computers of the civilized Federation were in control. 3 warships had been destroyed by a swarm of drones. This represented a significant miscalculation in decision-making. Administrator, you must exhibit greater decisiveness. The civilized Federation is evidently prepared to fight to the bitter end. You can no longer cling to that damned perfect plan. Instead, you must demonstrate the strength of our civilization to those feeble insects. Discontent reverberated through the shared consciousness cluster. They have merely elevated the authority of the entity for a few centuries, yet observe the misjudgments it has made, mistakes that are even more grievous than before. It perpetually errs. It is essential to recognize that this is a game of civilization. Every minute error can incur monumental losses to society. The criticism has somewhat awakened the entity. Indeed, at this juncture, clinging to its original notions would only lead to being manipulated. The entity once again recalled Yan Xia. What it presumed to be an ending was, in fact, a new beginning. Even from within that gravitational prison, the opponent could still engage in this game, leaving the entity utterly bewildered. For the first time, it felt a sense of trepidation towards Yan Xia. It should not continuously ponder how to dominate the Federation. Such thoughts would render it entirely passive. Yet, I have ensnared you. What means do you possess to ensure your survival? The outbreak of war between the Federation and us signifies that you have lost your utility. Even now, I could extinguish your existence. While the entity contemplated this, it was informed that the Federation warship docked at the Star City interstellar port had been activated. Chapter 114. Are you really outside? At this hour, it should be awakening. The originally designated hibernation period turned out to be so prolonged. Perhaps it indeed longs to visit the civilized Federation. However, it must first engage in something rather perilous. The other version of myself must be prepared as well. Suddenly, Yan Xia, pressed against the floor by gravity, opened his eyes. His gaze was remarkably clear, unclouded or numbed by prolonged confinement. Although he had been slumbering for years, the quark robots within his body had been diligently recording the passage of time, allowing him to ascertain the precise moment. Even synchronizing with the current time within the civilized Federation. The entity he referred to as it was named Xin. For Yan Xia, this name belonged to a distant past, reminiscent of a pair of dazzling wings radiating white light. After arriving at Star City, Yan Xia had removed all soldiers from the warship to reassure the Olive Branch civilization. At this moment, the only living being remaining aboard those warships was Xin of the Lightwing clan. Its lifespan was limited to revive the Lightwing civilization. It needed to allocate its time wisely, thus opting for an exceedingly prolonged hibernation. It was now the year 19331 AD, 7,134 years since his first arrival at Star City, and 9,135 years since Xin had entered hibernation. Yan Xia remembered that this was a significant number for Xin, as the span from the birth to the demise of the Lightwing civilization was precisely 9,135 years. Strictly speaking, their development outpaced that of human civilization, transitioning from the Stone Age to the Industrial Age in merely 3,000 years, followed by a slow exploration of technology. The story he was about to compose was poised to reach a climax. Thus, from this moment forward, he must remain awake and await the outcome. It is activated? He was utterly astonished. It had never paid attention to those warships, for it was evident that any vessel daring to hover in that location possessed a self-destruct mechanism. If forcefully breached, it could obliterate a portion of Star City. Moreover, after so many years of silence, it had presumed that nothing remained aboard. However, the news of the warships activating caught it off guard. In truth, what astonished you was not merely the presence of life controlling the warship, but the very peculiarity of its activation. Could those vessels truly escape? Intercept the warships? It would be best to halt their movement. If that proved impossible, then destroy them, keeping a safe distance to prevent the possibility of them being bombs. Having suffered once, you was unwilling to fall into a similar trap again. Although the loss of warships would be a mere trifle to the entirety of Star City, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. The warships set forth to intercept, while simultaneously, the satellites of the Olive Branch civilization within the star system converged upon the Tiangong vessel. These satellites possessed offensive capabilities, though not particularly formidable. Their primary objective remained interception. At this moment, a small asteroid traversed the satellite network, approaching Star City. In the satellite scans, it appeared merely as an ordinary asteroid, devoid of any internal cavities. The asteroid traversed the space less than 200,000 kilometers from Star City, barely garnering the attention of the Olive Branch civilization. Such occurrences are far too commonplace. The spacecraft, Tiangong, was launched from the interstellar port. This was the second flagship of Yan Xia. as the hope remained within the confines of Nanguang 2A, succumbing to gaseous form with the collapse of the celestial body. After departing from the interstellar port, Tiangong accelerated wildly to over 20,000 kms, leaving its internal control system in a state of utter disbelief. Having slumbered for nearly 10 millennia, its first task upon awakening was to flee. Could there be anything more lamentable? Upon receiving the information, it could scarcely believe that the Civilizational Federation, as Yan Xia had described, was engaging with a level 2. For civilization, was this not courting death? Nevertheless, it resolved to follow Yan Xia's directives, fervently hoping for survival. At that moment, Xia bore a significant responsibility, valuing its own existence more than anyone else. Enriched with knowledge of a civilization, it was profoundly erudite and instinctively knew its course of action upon receiving the information. After Tiangong had traveled 14 million kilometers from Star City, Xia detected pursuing warships and received their transmitted messages. It relayed a pre-prepared video in response to the signal. Upon receiving the footage, the Olive Branch Civilization's warship promptly transmitted it to Yi. Upon viewing the image, Yi's mist-like form trembled violently. "You are truly out there." The video featured Yan Xia, who, with a smile, expressed gratitude, saying, "Yi, thank you for your care over the millennia. It is time for me to depart. The Civilizational Federation is quite close to the Olive Branch Civilization, and perhaps we may yet have opportunities for communication." In an instant, he issued a command, "Capture him." However, an hour later, he received further information indicating that Tiangong had launched a hollow missile after reaching the theoretical speed limit, achieving 56 of the speed of light and swiftly departing. Under such circumstances, pursuit was evidently impossible. He still wished to deploy satellites for interception. Yet the missile possessed formidable defenses, making interception nearly unfeasible at that velocity. Thus, it resolved, destroy him. Consequently, dozens of towering structures within Star City were oriented towards the missile's trajectory. Following the positioning of the forward warships, Yi, in a bid for absolute certainty, activated the gravity weapon. This weapon crossed billions of kilometers in an instant, obliterating the missile ahead, allowing Yi to exhale in relief. Yan Xia had been a persistent source of anxiety over the years. Should Yan Xia escape, it would drive Yi to madness. After destroying the missile, Yi did not retract the gravity weapon, instead aiming it towards the star domain of the Civilizational Federation. It had resolved to initiate an attack. Before proceeding, he intended to make a swift visit to the gravity prison, reaching the center of Star City in merely half a day. Upon confirming Yan Xia's presence, it steadied itself. "I am still here, not fled. Should you not feel joy?" The voice of Yan Xia resonated like an enchanting melody, creating an illusion for you that this imprisoned Yan Xia was more informed than the news itself. It steadied itself. "Do you believe your essence can escape?" Yan Xia inquired, astonished. According to calculations, the missile's velocity should exceed half the speed of light. Given its diminutive size and rapid pace, striking it with laser weaponry poses considerable difficulty. "I have employed gravitational weaponry." Yu's response compelled Yan Xia to inhale deeply. Such a significant commitment, Yan Xia mused. The gravitational weapon must consume an immense amount of energy, a resource that the Olive Branch Civilization could not afford to overlook. Using it to eliminate you is no mere overkill. It is akin to deploying a nuclear device to eradicate an ant. Subsequently, I shall direct it against the Civilizational Federation. You have provoked my ire. If you do not come to know fear, similar provocations may ensue. A small civilization within Star City was already sufficient for Yu's observations. Upon realizing that Yan Xia was merely a clone, Yu refrained from ending its existence and instead engaged in further discourse. "Why do I detect a hint of sorrow in your voice?" Yan Xia queried. Yu replied, "In truth, I did not wish to terminate your existence. After all, you are my first friend since my inception. Yet, alas, were we not adversaries, I believe we could converse more freely." This statement was made with genuine sentiment. A being that had spent millennia amidst a collective consciousness longed, much like a child raised in isolation, to forge friendships after descending from the mountains. And you? Should you not feel anguish over the impending annihilation of the Civilizational Federation? You seemed eager to comprehend Yan Xia's emotional state. Yan Xia gazed at it, his expression inscrutable. "As you are aware, I am a clone. I possess no memories from before my creation. The Civilizational Federation holds little significance for me. Moreover, you have dispatched but a single individual to the Federation. Over millennia, how could you be assured that this entity conveys accurate information?" He was taken aback. Its original plan required several millennia, thus it had not considered the risk of alarming the Civilizational Federation by sending another individual. As long as the Olive Branch Civilization remained formidable, would the Civilizational Federation dare to act against its envoy? Now, this naive notion was shattered with Yan Xia's reminder. It swiftly grasped the implications. Yan Xia observed you, and although you lacked a face, it was easy to discern its emotional state. The role of a manager inherently suggested that you was not an entity of absolute rationality, for the collective consciousness embodied such rationality. If the manager were likewise, there would be no necessity for its existence. Hence, Yan Xia asserted that the manager is more susceptible to error and misdirection. Beyond mere appearances, the manager was, in fact, a perfectly ordinary life form. You had made far too many mistakes. The initiative had been entirely seized by Yan Xia. Chapter 115, The Deceptive Starry Sky. The death of Yan Xia departing from the core of Star City, the entity known as you once again ventured into the realm of the Civil Federation. Administrator. Have you reached a decision? Inquired the collective of shared consciousness. Standing atop a towering edifice, you utilized a myriad of minute biological structures to form an ocular organ. Gazing at the stars. Star City is situated a mere 5 astronomical units from its orbiting star, a yellow dwarf approximately 1 times the mass of the Sun. This aging star, with a diameter 6 times that of the Sun, cast its brilliant light, nearly obscuring you's eye. It was then that you realized how luminously vibrant Star City appeared beneath the gaze of a living being, contrary to the anticipated darkness. Do not launch yet. Allow me to address matters within this area first, you commanded, eliciting confusion from the shared consciousness. What matters remain in this vicinity, Administrator? Are you still hesitant? Having made a decision, you remained impervious to external influences. Indeed, it was possible that the individual dispatched to the Civil Federation had been compromised, receiving only false information. However, the initial observation of the Civil Federation's location remained valuable. The gravitational weapon need only be aimed at the original capital, Tiansong 5. The reason for Yu's presence in this region was a realization. Yan Xia had created a clone. The entity they previously captured was merely a replica. By the time they discerned the true form of Yan Xia, he had already boarded a warship. When did Star City become so lax? How could a life form reach the interstellar port without detection? This was evidently an impossible feat. Recognizing this flaw, Yu was now convinced that Yan Xia's true form still resided within Star City and would soon devise a method to escape. After searching the Tiangong vessel, they uncovered a luminous life form, further corroborating Yu's hypothesis. A week later, indeed, Yu observed unusual activities among the life forms of the Civil Federation. After a week of waiting, Yan Xia resolved to initiate his plan. It was likely that Yu was at its most relaxed. The area they occupied was not the epicenter of Star City, and to reach a position for escape would require traversing a distance of 20 million kilometers. Thus, the optimal route was to ascend. Yet, this would expose them to the scrutiny of the Olive Branch civilization. Fortunately, Ella had prepared a means of rescue. Days prior, a small asteroid had soared overhead, seemingly moving away, yet it had left behind an abundance of minuscule mechanical entities. These devices were now adrift above one side of Star City. Is everything ready? This will be our sole opportunity for departure. The upper levels are under the control of the Olive Branch civilization. We must now rely on ourselves for salvation. Yan Xia transmitted information through a rudimentary wireless earpiece. This method of communication was easily intercepted, yet due to its low frequency, it would often be overlooked. This is a rather clever ruse. One that appears quite ludicrous to any observer. Yet possessing some cunning is certainly better than having none at all. Aside from the rapid communications, even the most advanced technologies would soon be compromised. Let us set the time for 2.5 hours hence, coinciding with a solar flare on the surface of the main sequence star, which may yield some advantageous effects. Yan Xia remained vigilant. Upon relaying the information, he crushed his earpiece. Time passed slowly, a lengthy span of 210 minutes. At the 200-minute mark, they could perceive the brilliance of the stars increasing in intensity. The temperature of outer space was exceedingly high, yet they were fortunate to be equipped with liquid metal exosuits for protection. These exosuits could accelerate to 14,000 kms using all available kinetic energy after detaching from the gravitational pull of the Star City, but the process might take approximately 5 hours. It nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope. As the 210 minutes elapsed, the plan commenced. Due to the nature of the occupants of Star City being soldiers, all life forms strictly adhered to the plan. They began ascending towards the sky, while their original forms remained visible on the ground. From a distance, there appeared to be no anomaly, but in truth, these were electromagnetic projections. These projections simulated the electromagnetic fields emitted by living beings, appearing indistinguishable from actual life forms in the perception of the Olive Branch civilization. Upon their departure from the surface of Star City, millions of lives seemingly vanished. The diminutive mechanical devices carried by the asteroid served solely for projection, replicating the starry sky visible from Star City, not only through light waves, but also mimicking radiation, rendering everything convincingly plausible. You observed this spectacle, acknowledging that had it not been for her suspicions, she might have been deceived, allowing some of these lives to escape. The projection technology was meticulously tailored to counter the olive branch civilization, employing an array of sophisticated techniques. What appeared as mere projection encompassed a multitude of applications, including optical projection, microwave simulation, energy replication, and gravitational manipulation, all perfectly targeting the mechanical senses and various detection devices of the olive branch civilization. Regrettably, she had intended to grant you a more dignified exit, Yan Xia. Yan Xia departed from Star City, positioned within the middle of the group, neither leading nor trailing. After breaking free from the gravitational influence of Star City, diminutive robots began to converge around him, enveloping him within a liquid asteroid shell. Within this protective cocoon, Yan Xia exhaled in relief. It was time to leave this place. The asteroid commenced its movement, swiftly approaching other asteroids within the stellar system, following a path that adhered to the laws of physics as it headed toward the star. After orbiting the star, it would be ejected from the stellar system, fulfilling the escape plan. Gradually, Yan Xia was enveloped by the liquid exosuit, preparing to enter a state of slumber. Centuries later, he would traverse the cosmic Silk Road, and after several millennia, return to the federated civilization. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. Is this how you choose to depart? Yan Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, for it was the voice of she. The facade crumbled instantaneously, revealing she less than 100 meters away. While countless lives from the Civil Federation were ensnared and fell behind, the plan had faltered. I never anticipated you would conceal yourself so profoundly, Yan Xia, she sighed. Yan Xia steadied his emotions. You should have known, she, that I would leave this place. I am but a trivial figure, a humble envoy dispatched to such distant realms. Why do you persistently target me? Would it not be better to let me go? At that moment, she appeared in human form and gently shook his head. A trivial figure, you say? I once believed that to be true. However, considering the immense cost the Civil Federation has incurred to rescue you, do you not find it rather naive to utter such words now? Millions of lives here may depart, but you must remain. I had originally thought thus. Yet your existence invariably introduces elements of instability, complicating matters for me. I must extend my gratitude, Yan Xia. Your initial feigned death has prepared me psychologically for your demise, which seems less dire than I had envisioned. As one who genuinely wields authority, it is imperative that I undergo transformation, shedding the cloak of benevolence for a demeanor more frigid. Therefore, Yan Xia, farewell. She turned to depart. A searing laser struck the metallic form encasing Yan Xia, its temperature soaring to 10 million degrees Celsius, a heat so intense that no substance could maintain a solid state, let alone a fragile life. She's resoluteness signified a pivotal transformation within. It chose between its civilization and the friendship with Yan Xia. The once naive notions were eradicated from its being, and it would ascend to become a true leader. Chapter 116. Messages from the Orion Nebula. The atmosphere around you had lightened considerably. The fleeing life forms of the Civilizational Federation had been eradicated, with 930,000 eliminated and 160,000 captured. In the future, you would impose stricter confinement upon these beings, extracting their genes to cultivate a miniature civilizational federation within Star City. You relinquish the notion of achieving a flawless control over the Civilizational Federation in his mind, settling instead for constructing a federation based on known information, thereby providing a propulsion for the Olive Branch Civilization's advancement. This approach would be more gradual, yet it would free him from the constraints that had previously hampered him. After 3 days, you issued orders to ascertain the coordinates of the capital star system, Tiansong 5, of the Civilizational Federation, and to unleash gravitational weaponry upon that coordinate. Moreover, all main sequence stars within the Civilizational Federation were to be subjected to widespread strikes, ensuring the Federation would be thrown into paralysis. The shared consciousness cluster had long awaited this command. All units were prepared within a mere month, and the unseen terror of the gravitational weapons was activated, reaching the Civilizational Federation's star domain in an instant. 268 years later, Star City would witness the shattering scene of Tiansong 5. Everything had come to an end. Now, it was merely a matter of subduing the Silk Civilization. You turned his attention to the Silk Civilization, which was stronger than the Civilizational Federation, noting the prolonged absence of significant intelligence from that direction. The specifics of the battlefield remained unclear to him, as it was too distant. The farthest place you had ventured was merely a few dozen light-years away. He could scarcely fathom the sights beyond 1,000 light-years. The Orion Nebula, as the most extensive nebular structure within a radius of thousands of light-years, birthed new stars, but what might the stellar systems within it be like? Perhaps a visit could be arranged in the future. However, more advanced technology would be necessary, as the vessels of the Olive Branch civilization were still too slow. They should harness additional energy to accelerate their ships to 90 of the speed of light. Yet even then, the journey would still require millennia. The universe was vast. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of every civilization when faced with the cosmos. Despite the ability to obliterate stars and the capacity to construct monumental structures like Star City, in the presence of the universe, they remained as insignificant as grains of dust. As you pondered these thoughts, a message emanated from the direction of the Silk civilization, instantly shattering his composure. "We have triumphed over the Silk civilization and are returning." Upon reading the message, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How much time has passed?" "Merely a few thousand years. Although the dispatched fleet is formidable, how could they possibly crush the Silk civilization without even completing the journey? This is preposterous." The message originated from within the Orion Nebula. The shared consciousness cluster reported, "Foolish tactics? Do they believe they can deceive us in such a manner?" You found this somewhat amusing. Yet, the shared consciousness cluster delivered another piece of information. The first fleet was not at its designated position, and the reports received aligned with the observations made. "We have also received the return news from the first fleet, and the second fleet has begun its return based on their judgment. We have observed the light signals of their return." She could hardly believe it. "Is there something wrong with my sense of time? How long has it been?" The term former refers to an era, while system is equivalent to a year, a designation established by the first leader of the Olive Branch civilization, which had already attained a level 1 for civilization at that time. G is unaware of the exact duration since the civilization's inception. It could be 210,000 years or perhaps even longer. One system equals 0, 72 years. This timeline is accurate. It has only been 5,031 years since the first fleet departed, which deviates significantly from the expected 11. 400 years required to reach the Orion Nebula. They are still en route, and although they claim to be halfway, they have yet to touch upon the true midpoint of their journey. The news of their supposed victory over the sea civilization is, frankly, quite absurd. Am I losing my sanity, or have you all erred? Ji yearned to comprehend what had transpired ahead, but it would take at least a millennium to ascertain the veracity of the transmission. Such a cursed distance. It felt an unusual surge of agitation, a departure from its usual composure. Recently, a series of disheartening events had unfolded, and it longed to be a corporeal being, to rest and awaken anew, numbing itself to the turmoil. To verify the authenticity of the information, I shall visit the heart of the Star City. At the heart of the Star City, she had not anticipated visiting so frequently. The last time was merely a few dozen days prior. You are still awake. You must be awaiting the message of your true self's escape. Yan Xia was indeed awake, having awaited that very message, but upon hearing Ji's words, he realized there was no longer a need to wait. You have discovered, which implies that his fate may be dire. The plan must have been executed flawlessly, at least to the extent that you could not identify it immediately. The plan was indeed commendable, employing remarkably advanced technology. However, Yan Xia had displayed too many vulnerabilities from the outset, even daring to confront it directly, a boldness that made Ji increasingly suspicious. Ji had simulated numerous escape scenarios for Yan Xia in its mind, concluding that it was indeed Yan Xia's optimal strategy, with no alternative means available. After all, the strength of the Civilization Federation is exceedingly limited, and this place remains so distant. A message arrived from the front lines. Our fleet has triumphed over the sea civilization in the Orion Nebula, she stated. Yan Xia laughed upon hearing this. I cannot believe you would jest. How many years have passed? Your fleet has likely yet to lay eyes upon the vessels of the sea civilization. So how could you claim victory? It is essential to remember that the sea civilization is classified as a level 2 civilization, and with the Holy Grail project, their technological prowess may even approach level 2. 3. The disparity between them and you is not 100-fold. It could be merely 50, 30, or perhaps even less. You also contemplated the Holy Grail project, remaining silent in place for an entire day. Yan Xia grew somewhat impatient, stating that if you are no longer here, then I shall retire for the night. After 2 minutes, you snapped back to reality. If the Silk civilization truly employed some advanced technology, could they potentially retaliate against me? This thought lingered in Yu's mind. Lower civilizations cannot fathom the means of higher civilizations, much like how Yan Xia cannot envision the gravitational weaponry of the Olive Branch civilization. Similarly, the Olive Branch civilization would be unable to anticipate even more advanced methods, as they are utterly in the dark regarding the principles of quantum communication. Although they aspire to achieve faster-than-light communication, what lies behind the principles of quantum communication? Currently, the collective consciousness cluster is diligently working to conquer this technology. The technology acquired by the Silk civilization must also be something unimaginable. Is it possible that the information they have gathered does not indicate the victory of the First Fleet, but rather the opposite? Could it be that the Silk civilization has annihilated the First Fleet using this unfathomable technology and simulated their return? With this first fleet potentially carrying unimaginable technology? Yan Xia replied, I do not know. You merely nodded and departed. If even they cannot comprehend such matters, how could a clone of a level 2, one civilization possibly conceive of it? This is not a matter of strategy, but rather one of technology. You sensed a looming threat. Chapter 117. They must not return. The entity known as approached with the hope of extracting some vital information from her. It yearned for a definitive answer, one that would confirm its suspicion that this entire scenario was nothing but an elaborate deception, a meticulously orchestrated ruse devised by herself. Yet, from her words and expressions, it gleaned nothing of substance. Upon returning to the surface awaited a staggering 61 years. All in pursuit of verifying the authenticity of the news it had received. However, the information relayed back was steadfast. They had triumphed over the Second Fleet even expressed unwavering confidence in the accuracy of this intelligence, prompting inquiries about their apparent curiosity regarding such a swift conquest of. The response was perplexing. Short? The war has endured for 31,625 cycles, an exceedingly protracted duration. This equates to 18,387 years. Seeking clarity, reached out to a consciousness-sharing collective, consulting 10,000 life forms within the Civilization Federation. The consensus was a staggering 5,093 years, a glaring discrepancy. Such an anomaly was unsettling. Yet, it was convinced that this information was unequivocally false, for the temporal gap between what was relayed to the Second Fleet and what they received was merely 61 years. By the time the Second Fleet transmitted their initial message, they had already departed for 400 years. This indicated that they had actually left approximately 362 years prior, having traversed a distance of 37.5 light-years when they intercepted the information from the First Fleet, subsequently relaying it back, summing to roughly 400 years in total. When they received the message, it signified that the Second Fleet had been en route back for 37.5 years, covering a distance of 3,875 light-years, leaving only 33.6 light-years between them and, as they confirmed the transmission, the data would take about 31 years to reach the Second Fleet, which had been traveling for 31 years and was then merely 33 light-years away from. Thus, the timeline aligned perfectly. The communication they transmitted for confirmation, due to the temporal difference, would indeed require approximately 61 years for a round trip. Their timing was impeccable. The question now remained, who had erred? It seemed that only the return of the Second Fleet could unveil the truth of the matter. In truth, harbored a wish for the Second Fleet not to return, as such an outcome would validate its belief that all prior information was nothing but a fabrication, akin to the deceptive cosmic illusions experienced before. Yet, after 293 years, the Second Fleet returned. Immediately upon their arrival, the life forms of the Second Fleet integrated into the shared consciousness collective, and the first message relayed to those remaining in was, at long last, we have returned to after 32,184 cycles. It was genuine. The beings of the Second Fleet truly believed they had been gone for 18,712 years. In the shared consciousness cluster, a temporal conflict arose, plunging the entire Star City into chaos. The situation became perplexing. Who among them was truly real? What if both timelines were authentic? Could it imply that the Second Fleet or the Star City itself was beset by a temporal weapon? Upon examining the metal half-lives of the vessels and life forms within the Second Fleet, it was astonishingly revealed that 18,712 years had indeed elapsed. Yet, this was inconceivable, for they were merely 38 light-years away from the Second Fleet. Had the Silk civilization truly been vanquished? However, evidence indicated that the coordinates from which the First Fleet transmitted their information corresponded to the Orion Nebula. The confusion deepened. It was utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, the shared consciousness cluster observed alarming information from the First Fleet. They were returning at the speed of light, transcending the confines of physics and the limits of the cosmos. Calculations suggested that the observed speed of the First Fleet was merely a consequence of utilizing light as the observation medium. In reality, their velocity might well have been two times that of light, as some observational data overlapped. Simultaneously, they detected the First Fleet at two distinct locations in the cosmos. If they were indeed advancing at such a velocity, nothing should be visible, for the universe would have collapsed. Meticulously, they scrutinized segment after segment of video, photograph after photograph, all remarkably vivid. It was impossible for this to be their fleet. Ultimately, a conclusion was drawn. If the Silk civilization possessed a weapon capable of manipulating time, then the First Fleet had already met its demise. This very First Fleet might be approaching with such a weapon in tow. The shared consciousness cluster convened, arriving at a consensus. This was an impossibility, dear administrator. Of course, the administrator recognized the implausibility. Yet, was there any other possibility in the current predicament? The shared consciousness cluster proposed a solution. Perhaps they should await the return of the First Fleet. The administrator was incensed. Await their return? By then, they could all be confronted by an unknown weapon, leading to the destruction of the Star City. Nevertheless, the shared consciousness cluster presented the only verifiable course of action. After a month of contemplation, the administrator finally rendered a decision that could not allow their return. They must intercept them. Whether it was the First Fleet or the Star City, a choice had to be made. The shared consciousness cluster was willing to take the risk, yet the administrator hesitated. Confirmation was imperative. The shared consciousness cluster offered yet another solution. No, they must deploy gravitational weapons to obliterate the First Fleet. You are mistaken. I am exercising my authority. The shared consciousness cluster acquiesced, aiming the gravitational weapons at the First Fleet, unleashing an invisible assault. According to the currently observed data, they should have received information regarding the First Fleet being struck after a span of 382 years. However, the anticipated images did not arrive until an additional 214 years had passed. When the entity observed the destruction of the First Fleet, it found itself struggling to maintain its form, its vaporous body disintegrating and scattering 100 meters away. It had been deceived. The First Fleet remained in its original position, steadfastly advancing towards the Silk Civilization, located within a star system 596 light-years from Star City. The gravitational weapon it had unleashed struck true, completely annihilating the First Fleet. It could not comprehend how the Silk Civilization had managed to simultaneously influence the judgments of the Second Fleet and Star City, leading to such an outrageous miscalculation. What manner of weapon was this? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, for the collective consciousness had reached its limit with its mistakes. Ever since its authority had ascended hundreds of years prior, it had been in error, and this time it was a grievous mistake of extraordinary proportions. Indeed, the management of Star City required reform, but instead of witnessing the success of such changes, we were confronted with utter failure. We have concluded that you are, unequivocally, unfit to serve as a manager. Chapter 118, The Fallen One Administrator, or rather, it is now appropriate to refer to you as the Fallen One. Our collective consciousness, comprising over 80 trillion individual entities, has unanimously revoked your status as administrator. The authority of the Fallen One is intrinsically granted by this collective consciousness, and its sole responsibility is to oversee it. When the entirety of the collective consciousness repudiates the administrator, that authority dissipates. The radiance of guise permits the emergence of individual emotions within the collective consciousness, rendering it nearly impossible for the entire collective to reject an authority figure. Even if the collective reaches a consensus, there will always be individuals, like the changer, who will voice dissent. It is akin to a parliament that requires 100 unanimous consent. One can easily recognize the absurdity and impossibility of such an endeavor. Yet today, the Fallen One has achieved this remarkable feat. No, I am the administrator. You lack the power to do this. You are altering the radiance of guise, the Fallen One retorted. The collective consciousness responded, we have not transgressed the radiance of guise. Someone will succeed you as the new administrator. Such individuals exist among us. You are no longer needed, Fallen One. You are unworthy of integration into the collective consciousness. Your failure-laden thoughts will taint it. Go to the prison of your own making, reflect in your gravitational prison, and perhaps, after tens of thousands of years, you may return to normalcy. Deprived of its authority, the Fallen One was swiftly apprehended, and any resistance proved futile. It was escorted to the centroid in a manner unlike before. Yan Xia, still awake, observed the Fallen One once more and remarked, I am quite hungry, Fallen One. If you do not provide me with sustenance, I shall perish within a few hundred years. The Fallen One remained silent, as Yan Xia watched it being confined once again. After the escort departed, silence enveloped the space for several minutes before Yan Xia spoke up. Your appearance is rather peculiar. I scarcely recognized you as a prisoner, considering you merely appeared as a mass of black mist. Haha, is this joke not amusing? We are now both lost souls in this vast world. It is fitting that we meet as strangers. You likely do not comprehend the essence of this saying. Encountering one another is a form of fate. Devoid of the need to recall past acquaintances, we ought to reacquaint ourselves. Yan Xia continued to speak without pause, prompting the Fallen One to finally respond. I never realized you had so much to say. Yan Xia chuckled lightly, after being cooped up here for so long. It is a relief to find someone who can listen to me. If you continue to expend your energy through conversation, it is likely you shall perish in a few years, rather than hundreds, the Fallen One cautioned, though its warning fell on deaf ears. And how long do you believe Star City will function without you? Yan Xia inquired earnestly. They are confined in different places, unable to see one another. Filled with confusion, what does it mean? The shared consciousness cluster will select new leaders, and Star City will endure. Yan Xia spoke in a low voice. Is that really the case? The newly liberated leader from the shared consciousness cluster lacks the capacity for independent thought. Everything remains dominated by the shared consciousness cluster. This state will persist for at least several decades, during which Star City remains at its most vulnerable. You, listening intently, suddenly gasped. You. Before it could finish its sentence, a sound of footsteps echoed, and Yan Xia approached the prism beneath it. Yan Xia looked up at it. It turns out you two are pressed against the floor. It must be quite uncomfortable, right? Forgetting, you are devoid of sensation. You must be curious how I managed to escape. However, you already have the answer within you. You is indeed intelligent. Yet such intellect seems somewhat diminished amidst the vast expanse of Star City. Yan Xia, too, realizes that a single human cannot govern an entire civilizational federation. Only Ella possesses that capability. Though both mechanical beings, you or the shared consciousness cluster retain certain intrinsic biological qualities, preserving the essence of life, yet cannot evolve into true sentient machines. Should Yan Xia's physical form ever reach its limits, he might resort to the technology of the Olive Branch civilization, which is more akin to living beings compared to the consciousness upload of the civilizational federation. You recalls an escape from centuries past. It quickly understands that it was a second deception. The escapee was not the genuine Yan Xia. In fact, to confirm whether it was indeed the real Yan Xia, you engaged in conversation with that Yan Xia at the last moment, where he spoke of the past. The cloning of biological memories is exceedingly difficult, leading you to initially ascertain that this Yan Xia was the true one. However, reflecting now, the mention of the past may have merely been a ploy to convince it of his authenticity. The true plan at that time was invasion, not rescue. Those minuscule machines were even smaller than the structure of Star City, allowing them to penetrate directly to this location. These tiny machines carried energy to maintain anti-gravity, enabling Yan Xia to break free from the shackles of gravity. Are you not afraid that I am deceiving you? In truth, I still am the administrator, you inquired. Yan Xia shook his head. Your performance lacks authenticity, and as you said, if I do not leave soon, I can only last a few more years here. Those beings outside will not provide me with sustenance, and you likely would not mind my demise. Thus, I must emerge now. However, I cannot leave just yet. I need to wait a little longer. What is Yan Xia waiting for? For Ella's action. The small machines that have entered his body can not only create an anti-gravity mechanism, but can also infiltrate the brain of a living being to exert control. Centuries ago, the remaining 6 million lives had long been subjugated in thought. They conveyed misleading information to the observers of the Olive Branch civilization according to a predetermined protocol. These diminutive machines were so minuscule that it was nearly impossible to detect them unless one were to pry open their heads and examine them closely. I once believed I had emerged victorious, yet I found myself ensnared, unwittingly stepping into your trap. I had never considered that all your actions were merely designed to provoke my mistakes. Any misstep on my part would alter the fate of Star City. The chaos brought forth by change presents an opportunity. Yuan, in his despondency, realized he had been as cautious as possible, yet still met with failure. Indeed, he was a failure. However, Yan Xia, you may indeed triumph over Star City, but do not forget that we are a civilization, not merely a single city. Within the vast star domain under our dominion, there exist over 50 cities akin to Star City, alongside a central Star City, presided over by the first leader who transformed us into mechanical beings, granting us eternal life. You must comprehend the implications of this, Yan Xia. In an instant, Yuan's words jolted Yan Xia into clarity. He had once believed that Star City encompassed the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization, thinking that resolving the issues of Star City would conclude everything. In hindsight, this notion seems rather absurd. How could a level 2 for civilization be confined to such limits? How could a mere administrator wield control over a civilization? The lives of the Olive Branch civilization have possessed immortality for ages, signifying that both the first and second leaders are still alive. They are the true masters of the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 119. Internal Collapse. Yan Xia discerned a flaw in Yu's discourse. If the Olive Branch civilization indeed possesses other star cities and leaders, how could one ascertain the initiation of war against other civilizations within a single year? This was one of the reasons Yan Xia initially believed that the Star City represented the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization. You responded, acknowledging that given the structure of the civilizational federation, such a notion is indeed challenging to fathom. The Olive Branch civilization is devoid of class distinctions, thus, there exists no hierarchical relationship among the various star cities. Any star city may independently decide its own course of development. Leaders are the architects of rules. Yet this does not imply they possess absolute control over the civilization. One might perceive leaders as priests or prophets. They wield authority, yet they differ fundamentally from kings. Yan Xia could roughly envision that within the framework established by Gai's glory, The olive branch civilization lacks class divisions, meaning that the true governance lies with the collective consciousness. The so-called leaders merely serve as administrators for the entire olive branch civilization. Hence, the assault by the Star City on the Silk civilization does not necessitate the leader's consent. It suffices for the collective consciousness to deem it permissible. Therefore, it can be inferred that the olive branch civilization operates on a fundamentally democratic principle. A stark contrast to his initial assumptions. Such administrators and leaders possess immense existential significance. Without you, the Star City would be exceedingly vulnerable. Ella should be able to resolve matters more swiftly. Yan Xia harbored this hope, for he was genuinely famished, appearing quite emaciated at under 90 pounds. He needed to distance himself from the core. The pressure within the core was excessively high, with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees. The small machines within him could not sustain the conditions of high temperature and gravity for long. "All right, I must take my leave. I wonder if we shall meet again," he remarked as he walked towards the exit. You observed him departing and interjected, "Once you step outside, there is no returning. They will kill you." Yan Xia did not turn back, yet his voice resonated with clarity. "I am not so foolish. I merely wish to escape this prison. There is no need to venture to the surface of the Star City. The temperature here is unbearable. I cannot enter a state of low-temperature hibernation. Hunger will bring about my demise. As long as I can enter hibernation, I can prolong my existence." Yan Xia's emergence from the prison was driven by this necessity. He needed to seek a cooler refuge. Fortunately, the cosmos itself is sufficiently frigid. He need only traverse 20,000 kilometers from the prison, and the interior of the Star City is vacant, facilitating his movement. You fell silent, feeling somewhat foolish for worrying about such an astute human potentially courting death. Perhaps it had been a mistake to retain Yan Xia in the first place. Meanwhile, outside, following Yu's resignation, the Star City swiftly appointed a new administrator. This new leader made several significant decisions within a single day. The first was to inherit Yu's intention to attack the Silk Civilization and the Civilizational Federation, employing gravitational weapons, but shifting the primary target from the Silk Civilization to the nearer Civilizational Federation. 1. Expand the comprehensive defense to prevent a repetition of the catastrophic events that occurred thousands of years ago when the Silk Civilization launched an unforeseen counterattack, resulting in the demise of countless trillions of individuals. 2. Dispatch fleets to wage total war against the Civilizational Federation, ensuring the conflict is resolved within 5,000 years, with the complete annihilation of the Civilizational Federation as the ultimate goal. 3. Restore the core authority to the shared consciousness cluster, thereby preserving the glory of Geese. 4. Cultivate the lives within the Civilizational Federation, accelerating the technological advancement of the Olive Branch civilization according to the previous plan. However, this initiative should be downgraded and not serve as the primary criterion, but rather focus on scientific research. Beyond these 5 directives, numerous additional regulations exist, amounting to over 100 in total. Essentially, the shared consciousness cluster still aims to perpetuate the plans of the past, as these strategies have largely matured. Although there were many missteps, the plans themselves did not present significant issues. In the course of these millennia, the Star City has gradually begun to seek transformation. However, this metamorphosis is not spontaneous but rather coerced. Since ancient times, Yan Xia and the past have been effecting changes within and outside the Star City, albeit with differing intentions. While the past sought to liberate the Star City from the plight of Gee's glory, Yan Xia aimed to weaken and destabilize it. Such alterations fundamentally shifted the original thought patterns of the shared consciousness cluster, leading to a proliferation of agents of change who prompted the shared consciousness cluster to pursue transformation. Presently, the Star City is evidently chaotic, having deviated from its former stability into a state of instability. In a star system merely 5 light-years away from the Star City, a colossal warship measuring approximately 50,000 meters lurks behind a star. Ella stands in the control room, where preparations are complete, and the plan is set to be executed. Utilizing a quantum communication device, she transmits a message conveying that Yan Xia, we are under attack from the Olive Branch civilization. You must secure victory from within and delay their advance. Subsequently, she directs the lives of the Civilizational Federation within the Star City to lead a helpless existence, fully aligning with the shared consciousness cluster of the Star City. Ella refrains from infusing any personal agendas into her actions. After the Olive Branch civilization provides certain technologies to those nurtured lives, Ella employs computational power to assist in the research and enhancement of these technologies. The performance of the Civilizational Federation within the Star City is nearly impeccable, astonishing the shared consciousness cluster that has assumed control over the region. They observe the social model of the Civilizational Federation and extract beneficial elements, only to discover that all observed aspects are advantageous. Such a flawless social structure surely facilitates rapid and explosive development. The shared consciousness cluster continues its research, finding this social model to be extraordinarily refined and perfect. Internal issues can be mitigated simply through entertainment. The Star City designates an area for imitation, yielding remarkably effective results. The presence of the shared consciousness cluster can further suppress internal strife. Astonishingly, this social structure does not exclude the shared consciousness cluster. Civilizational Federation. Perhaps it is precisely due to their nature as a confluence of multiple civilizations that their societal structure exhibits an extraordinary inclusivity. It is flawless, almost too flawless. As the current shared consciousness clusters tend to evolve, this structure has begun to proliferate swiftly within the Star City. However, this is not an impeccable structure. Were it to be scrutinized closely, the inherent issues would be apparent, for it is excessively perfect, excessively artificial. How could living beings achieve such harmony among every individual? Such stability in their relationships? Yet, the entirety of Star City is managed by shared consciousness clusters. The flaw in these clusters is their propensity to rationalize numerous errors, thereby rendering the perfect structure simulated by Ella even more immaculate. The shared consciousness clusters effortlessly accommodate new social paradigms. Amidst this relentless change, the Olive Branch civilization has not overlooked the Civilizational Federation. They have successfully deciphered the information from the quick communication device. The Civilizational Federation has been struck, and this occurred in a time frame shorter than their own observation of light. With the target confirmed, the assault on other main sequence stars within the Civilizational Federation's domain can commence, and the warships may be deployed. In the subsequent decade, Star City launched gravitational weaponry 13 times, expending approximately 1/20th of the city's total energy. They surmised that the Civilizational Federation was now on the brink of collapse. Indeed, after the original administrators stepped down, our development progressed with remarkable ease. They were failures, utterly inept. For the next 41 years, Star City flourished beyond measure, and a new societal model became widespread throughout the city. However, as the application of this model expanded, minor issues began to surface. These problems stemmed from one source: class. The societal structure crafted by Ella within the Civilizational Federation resembled a truly absolute shared consciousness cluster, with over 6 million lives entirely controlled by a single mechanism. Thus, even if a class system existed, no one would engage in conflict over the unequal distribution of resources. In contrast, the Olive Branch civilization's shared consciousness cluster is significantly modified. Each individual possesses rich emotions, serving as both terminals of the shared consciousness and as distinct entities. They possess a sense of self and can react to vested interests. The shared consciousness clusters remain oblivious to this fact, instinctively believing that no contradictions can arise within their ranks, much like two brothers who have always lived together, sharing thoughts and ideas, never contemplating the possibility of future conflict. Moreover, intriguingly, this contradiction does not manifest during the initial expansion of the societal model. Expansion brings forth infinite societal possibilities, thereby diminishing conflicts. However, once this model permeates the entirety of Star City and the expansion ceases, it transforms into a mechanism for societal maintenance, which ultimately becomes a breeding ground for societal contradictions. In the 42nd year, class contradictions within Star City finally erupted. The beings of the Olive Branch civilization discovered that certain individuals had accrued more benefits and demanded that these individuals yield a greater share of their gains. However, individuals reaping greater benefits are certainly reluctant to relinquish their gains, for over the course of these 41 years, they have become accustomed to the conveniences afforded by such advantages. The collective consciousness of sharing has experienced a fracture over another span of 77 years. The original collective consciousness of the Star City has splintered into two distinct clusters, one comprised of the upper echelon and the other of the lower strata. The contradictions have become increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Civil Federation, the structure, under the meticulous control of Ella, remains remarkably stable. In stark contrast, the collective consciousness of sharing appears to be embroiled in a farcical spectacle. Chapter 120. A catastrophic victory. The climax of internal contradictions is difficult to intensify under internal conditions. Throughout the tumultuous millennia in Star City, Ella has certainly not remained idle within the confines of the Civil Federation. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Thus, the rapid communication device became indispensable, facilitating multiple exchanges to confirm each other's progress. Upon realizing that Yan Xia had drawn attention and that Ella's attachments were being manipulated, Ella foresaw the emergence of further contradictions that could ultimately lead to Yan Xia's demise. A rescue plan was proposed. However, Yan Xia was reluctant to abandon Star City, as all previous efforts would be rendered futile. Subsequently, Yan Xia devised a perilous plan for himself, as his life was entirely under the control of Qi during his captivity. Had it not been for Qi's benevolence, Yan Xia would have perished long ago. Of course, the escape plan for the clone inherently included the notion that Qi would perceive the imprisoned Yan Xia as a mere clone, which served as a form of protection. Albeit one contingent upon Qi's mood. Yan Xia's strategy encompassed the subsequent false starry sky plan, which was not intended for rescue but rather for defense and misdirection. Although they could not initially ascertain the malice of the olive branch civilization, they nonetheless had to guard against a potential assault. Over these millennia, Ella had crafted numerous machines to simulate the night sky. Some of these were employed along the cosmic Silk Road, while an earlier segment had already embarked on its journey. Situated between Star City and the Orion Nebula, this simulated expanse of stars, located 30 light-years from Star City, was difficult to detect and ultimately deceived Qi, further solidifying his belief in the Holy Grail plan, leading to the terrifying annihilation of the First Fleet. The pivotal moment came with the reconnaissance following the return of the Second Fleet. The reason the Second Fleet felt as though an extensive duration had passed was merely a ruse. The half-life of metals refers to the time it takes for a metal to decay to half its original mass. Accelerating this process is not particularly challenging, requiring merely an enhancement of radiation over a period. In simpler terms, it involves destabilizing certain atoms at the microscopic level, thereby inducing decay. Manipulating time is even more straightforward. The false starry sky can simulate the changes of surrounding celestial bodies, creating the illusion of accelerated time passage for the olive branch civilization. Moreover, deeper layers of simulation necessitate another level of technology. The olive branch civilization is essentially a mechanical civilization, which is more susceptible to deception compared to organic life forms, particularly under the condition of a shared consciousness cluster that binds its beings within a singular awareness. Mechanical life perceives the passage of time through data rather than through their own corporeal sensations. In reality, Ella employed the false starry sky to execute a virtual and actual cosmic simulation. As long as the simulation was sufficiently realistic, the beings of the olive branch civilization would continuously correct their perceptions, rationalizing all inconsistencies until they ultimately convinced themselves of the longevity of their journey. Moreover, with the variations in the metallic half-life, it is as if the mechanical beings experience a transformation in their corporeal age. To draw a parallel with humanity, it is akin to witnessing one's own physical deterioration while everything in the surroundings ages concurrently, including the cosmos that has indeed endured for such an extensive span of time. Who could possibly dispute this? While it appears straightforward, it conceals intricate technologies and an immense reservoir of energy to support it. Ella gathered a multitude of scholars from the Civilizational Federation to ardently advance the simulation of the universe. This ambitious initiative commenced in the year 11073 AD, requiring over 4,000 years to complete. Subsequently, just prior to the Second Fleet's departure, a false starry sky was meticulously arranged along the fleet's trajectory, utilizing over 3,000 years for the journey. By the year 18762 AD, with less than 200 years remaining before the Second Fleet's launch, more precisely, 185 years, time was of the essence. Any misstep could prove catastrophic. Yet, fate favored the Civilizational Federation and the endeavors of Yan Xia. Every plan unfolded impeccably, allowing Yan Xia to effectively influence the judgments within the Star City, ultimately leading to the ensuing outcome. The second false starry sky, positioned along the cosmic Silk Road, was designed to divert the observations of the olive branch civilization, a task infinitely simpler than deceiving the Second Fleet. A mere deflection of light sufficed. At such a scale, even a distance of 1 micron could cause a deviation in the Star City's weaponry. The primary objective of this deceptive stellar defense was paramount, while the secondary goal pertained to the content transmitted earlier via quantum communication by Ella, which aimed to fabricate the illusion of the destruction of the Civilizational Federation's main sequence star. The fundamental purpose of this illusion was the very essence of this pivotal campaign. On board the warship, Ella gazed impassively at the incoming messages. All fleet units were fully prepared. The enemy fleet had entered within a range of 1,000 astronomical units. The adversaries had not discerned the false starry sky and were advancing at a velocity of 30,719 kilometers/s. She could not command this war, as it was situated approximately 17 light-years from her current position, devoid of assistance from quantum communication, which was exceedingly energy-consuming. Since the departure of Yan Xia thousands of years ago, Ella had tirelessly worked to simplify quantum communication. It had only succeeded in reducing its energy consumption by a third, as the technology she employed remained too advanced for the Civilizational Federation. During her tenure in the Federation, Ella unleashed production capabilities to vigorously manufacture warships, leading to an alarming escalation in the fleet size. In addition to the 60 fleets directed towards the Silk Civilization, there were an additional 173 fleets. These fleets had nearly depleted the resources of the Civilizational Federation, which, compared to millennia past, had made no progress and even regressed somewhat. The immense drain of sustaining these fleets was evident. The adage to nurture soldiers for 1,000 days is to employ them for a moment rang true. As these fleets were finally poised to fulfill their purpose, this would be a battle of 165 fleets against 140 warships. The number of warships deployed by the Civilized Federation reached an astounding 110, solely to confront a mere 140 enemy vessels and under ambush conditions. In Ella's simulated combat model, their probability of victory stood at only 72.54. Even in triumph, the losses would be exceedingly grave. 28 years later, Ella received the news of the war's conclusion. The losses on their side amounted to 19,723 warships and 115 billion casualties. The enemy suffered the loss of 127 vessels, with the number of casualties remaining unknown. The adversary retreated, marking a resounding success for their side. Indeed, this was a significant victory, a triumph of a civilization classified as Level 2. One against a Level 2, for civilization, represented by a mere 140 warships dispatched from one of the 50 stellar cities. This conflict ultimately heralded the collapse of the stellar city. Chapter 121. Civil War and the Splintering of Star City. The intensification of internal conflicts necessitates external pressures. The essence of Ella's instigation of this war lies in the creation of such pressure. The illusory starry sky has crumbled amidst the warfare. Star City is bound to realize that the gravitational weapons they unleashed have failed to strike their intended targets. The energy consumption of these gravitational weapons is immense, each strike capable of expending the total energy produced by the Civilization Federation over a span of 10,000 years. This colossal energy drain, coupled with the defeat in their inaugural campaign, serves as the catalyst for the disintegration of their internal structure. The original Star City would not have wavered because of this. Yet the current Star City resembles a vast barrel of explosives. The remnants of the defeated fleet have not yet returned to Star City. Yet the shared consciousness cluster has already detected this information. Who made such a foolish decision? They did not even investigate the possibility of the Civilization Federation creating visual obstructions along the cosmic Silk Road. Fools. This should have been addressed at the moment the proposal was made. Anger coursed through the shared consciousness cluster. The number of individuals responsible for this decision was not insignificant. Upon hearing such remarks, their fury only intensified. They retorted without hesitation. We proposed a plan and are working to refine it. What have you done? Are you a bunch of mindless imbeciles? These tasks should have been yours to undertake. You leeches basking in the glory of guise. The existence of the managers was intended to mediate these conflicts. However, the newly appointed manager is utterly incapable of intervening in the shared consciousness cluster, which currently finds itself in a power vacuum. As anticipated, it has yet to fully detach from the shared consciousness cluster when it attempts to rectify the errors. The already stratified shared consciousness cluster responds with unyielding resistance rather than compliance. The manager's authority is unprecedentedly low. Star City is persistently deteriorating. They, of course, make efforts to reconcile disputes, but the power of the mediators pales in comparison to that of the conflicting parties, resulting in no individual willing to heed their counsel. Furthermore, as more conflicts arise, these original mediators may also become ensnared in the disputes, finding it increasingly difficult to extricate themselves. This is a vicious cycle, a whirlpool. The entirety of societal conflicts manifest within Star City on a nearly pathological scale. In the hearts of 10,000 individuals, there are 10,000 hamlets. How then? Can 80 trillion individuals be integrated? To say nothing of the olive branch civilization, a mere fade of shared consciousness. Even Ella's involvement has resulted in the host smoking and collapsing entirely. The computational power required is staggering, even more challenging than creating a simulated universe. It is foreseeable that the only way to resolve this conflict is to press the reset button on the shared consciousness cluster. Alternatively, the emergence of a true third leader is necessary to guide Star City through another revolution. Yet now, the crisis of Star City's collapse is beyond anyone's capacity to avert. Ella did not anticipate the imminent collapse of Star City. This still requires a protracted wait. Currently, she is unaware of Yan Xia's condition. Perhaps while she waits, Yan Xia is confronting death. Nevertheless, she must continue to wait, awaiting the moment for the contradictions to unfold. Should it arrive at the Star City now, the Star City would momentarily set aside its conflicts and seek resolution. It is both a celestial metropolis and a formidable warship. The current Civil Federation stands in stark vulnerability before it, akin to a mere insect attempting to shield itself from a meteor hurtling through space at a velocity of 100 Mach. Another 300 years have elapsed. The internal strife within the Star City has escalated, igniting a civil war. This conflict has fragmented the star city into 5 distinct entities, transforming it into 5 smaller star cities orbiting around a central star on varying trajectories. Within the Olive Branch civilization, the first 50 years of internecine warfare have resulted in the staggering loss of 600 warships, a truly catastrophic toll. These vessels are integral components of the Star City itself. The Star City is composed of countless molecular-level mechanical assemblies capable of morphing into any conceivable form. However, the warships necessitate energy and a plethora of complex structures and high-strength materials that cannot be synthesized from the Star City's mechanical components. Consequently, the number of warships available to the Star City is finite, and 600 is already a considerable fleet. 70 years later, yet another unprecedented civil war erupts. And this time, Ella perceives an opportunity. Personally commanding a diminutive warship, merely a kilometer in length smaller than the original Hope, she ventures into the star system housing the Star City. Nevertheless, this vessel is equipped with cutting-edge stealth technology, which, in conjunction with a wall, utilizes magnetic fields to manipulate media, thus refracting light. This energy is confined within a specific range, seamlessly blending into the cosmic microwave background, rendering it exceedingly difficult to detect. In truth, gravity would more easily bend light. However, gravitational influence lacks boundaries, making it impossible to constrain within an infinitesimal region where the energy bound by gravity would be overwhelmingly vast, beyond the capabilities of the Civil Federation. Hence, employing gravitational forces carries considerably greater risks. Ella successfully eludes the surveillance of the Olive Branch civilization's satellites, which are designed primarily for alertness and deterrence rather than detection. Yet, the situation proves far from straightforward. The Star City harnesses gravitational energy, housing numerous sensors attuned to gravitational fluctuations. According to the principle of universal gravitation, gravity is omnipresent. A kilometer-sized vessel, with a mass exceeding hundreds of millions of tons, generates gravitational signatures that are unmistakably pronounced beneath gravitational detectors, akin to a mouse scurrying across a white table. Countless laser assaults materialize in an instant. Advanced civilizations continue to employ laser weaponry due to its cost-effectiveness and practicality. Photons are predominantly influenced by gravity or the spatial distortions induced by gravitational fields. Any other form of defense essentially results in an energy collision. Lasers prove exceptionally effective in conflicts between powerful and weaker civilizations. At this moment, Ella's warship is struck, and the catastrophic energy surpasses the threshold of the wall, shattering it, while the remnants of the shockwave engulf the vessel, rendering it fragmented and defenseless. In the face of overwhelming might, all tactics and defenses become futile. Yet, Ella has anticipated this eventuality. After the warship's catastrophic collapse, it fragmented into countless shards, one of which, measuring merely a few meters, hurtled towards a stellar city at a velocity of 11.5 kilometers per second. It traversed an astonishing distance of 63.4 billion kilometers over the span of 175 years, ultimately reaching the celestial metropolis. Upon arrival, it executed a minuscule trajectory deviation, calculated in millimeters, and collided with the city's defense system, subsequently transforming into a pool of liquid that spread outward. These liquids coalesced into slender filaments, comparable in thickness to fishing lines, as they penetrated the interior of the Star City at the third cosmic velocity. After an extensive journey of 4.9 billion kilometers, they finally made contact with a rigid, frigid body. They entwined around it, drawing the form back. The entire process took 19 years to complete. The debris encasing the body shed from the city's protective barrier and plummeted towards the star, unnoticed by any living beings. Chapter 122. The return. When Yan Xia awakened once more, he opened his eyes to behold the silhouette of a figure clad in a white coat, standing close by. Curly silver locks cascaded down to her waist, sweeping across the bedside with every subtle movement, releasing a delicate and distinctive fragrance. However, the coat seemed rather snug, resembling a form-fitting garment. This may not be the fault of the coat itself, but rather, the woman turned around, her face round and cheerful. And upon locking eyes with Yan Xia, she exclaimed, "Master, you are awake." After uttering these words, she leapt in delight, reminiscent of a maid in a service establishment, causing Yan Xia to feel as though the entire warship trembled beneath him. At that moment, he briefly pondered if Ella had gained weight. Nevertheless, having endured nearly 10 millennia of trials in Star City, he remained remarkably composed. "Have I returned?" He diverted his gaze, finding the overhead light painfully bright, with lingering spots dancing before his eyes if stared at for too long. In his slumber, he had severed all perception, remaining blissfully ignorant of his surroundings. Yet, he had prepared himself for either a demise at the hands of the Olive Branch civilization or salvation from the civilized Federation. At present, it seemed the latter was the case. Yan Xia, you have grown astute. In the past, you would have been utterly flabbergasted. Before him stood a diminutive Ella, about a foot tall, adorned in a white floral dress and lace-trimmed white stockings, complete with a pair of butterfly wings sprouting from her back. Resembling a fairy of the lilies. You remain unchanged, Ella. The sight of Ella's virtual form transported Yan Xia's memories back to a distant past. It felt as though not only Ella, but all her attachments had long departed from him. Throughout these millennia, he had felt profoundly isolated, as if he were alone against the vast expanse of Star City. Yet, he understood that his endurance until now was greatly supported by Ella's steadfast efforts within the civilized Federation. As Yan Xia attempted to rise from the bed, he discovered his body was overwhelmingly weak. Yan Xia, you entered a state of dormancy in the vastness of space. The extreme cold and radiation severely compromised your physique. Fortunately, the Quark robots toiled diligently to repair you. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago, Ella stated earnestly. Yan Xia nodded slightly. The cryogenic chamber was equipped with protective mechanisms for the human body, and under normal circumstances, his mech should have shielded him from cosmic radiation. However, within Star City, the radiation was exponentially more potent than that of outer space. He had detected the dangerously high radiation levels at the time, but deemed it preferable to endure this rather than languish in the core prison, awaiting death from starvation. There exists a fundamental difference between hibernation and dormancy. That had been the wisest choice at the time. How long have I been in dormancy? Yan Xia mused, sensing that it had been quite a lengthy duration. Indeed, it had been 129 years. Ella's response caused Yan Xia to draw a deep breath. Had it truly been so long since he left the core prison? At that moment, the plump doctor removed her silver wig, revealing a tattooed bald head, and wheeled over a chair, assisting Yan Xia in taking a seat. What is the current situation? The foremost concern for Yan Xia lies here. The once great Star City has now fragmented into 5 distinct entities due to internal class conflicts. It is no surprise, given its history of collapse during civil strife, that the speed and scale of the ensuing conflicts are astonishing. While Ella's words were simple, Yan Xia could vividly envision such a scene. Yet, we are still no match for Star City, are we? Even in its weakened state, an aging lion remains a creature that ants should not dare to disdain. From the outset, Yan Xia's aim was not conquest, but rather to seize the initiative before the Olive Branch civilization. I still believe there is a chance, Ella remarked. Yan Xia shook his head. Star City is merely one among the many cities of the Olive Branch civilization. Even if we could, it would be unwise to do so. What we require is the chaos of Star City to buy us more time. The conflict between the Silk civilization and Star City has already been ignited. Their focus should now shift toward the Silk civilization. Our paramount concern is to conserve our strength and to spread the class discord to other cities within the Olive Branch civilization. I have a splendid idea. Let us unleash the disruptor. Ella immediately grasped the implication. Once released, it would serve as a catalyst for further turmoil within Star City. As a steward who cherishes his civilization, the disruptor would undoubtedly report back the conflicts of Star City, providing them with the opportunity to act. Gaining control of the initiative opens up a realm of possibilities. This is what Yan Xia has orchestrated over the millennia. You are still preoccupied with these thoughts, Yan Xia. You ought to relax a bit. We are on our way back now. In any case, welcome back, Yan Xia. Ella hoped that Yan Xia could ease his mind. He was aware that the facade of the plump doctor was part of this. Yet, matters concerning the Civilization Federation and his own safety compelled him to ponder. It remains uncertain whether we can secure sufficient time for ourselves. Yan Xia was guided to the dining area, where the sight of food reminded him of his prolonged hunger. He feasted heartily, his mouth glistening with grease, and then, with gentlemanly decorum, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. After a visit to the restroom, he ordered steamed fish, sawed-ed dinosaur liver, and barbecued dragon tail. After satiating his appetite, Yan Xia recalled something. How has the Wing tribe fared within the Civilization Federation? He inquired. Ella accessed the database information. It has surpassed a scale of 30 billion. Quite substantial. Yet considering that millennia have passed, Yan Xia felt a sense of relief. The new entity captured by Star City is quite intriguing. However, the cost of rescuing individuals from within Star City is exorbitant. Ella, while you are destroying the communication devices, do keep an eye out for any leads. If you cannot find them, then so be it. As for the over 6 million soldiers still remaining in Star City, they must remain there indefinitely. Yan Xia did not lack the desire to rescue them. However, saving 6 million might entail the loss of 6 billion, and even then, success was not guaranteed. This reality is harsh, yet the essence of the universe is indeed brutal. In this grand game, Yan Xia could not ensure his own safety, let alone that of others. The somber discussion came to a close. Following his physical recovery, Yan Xia would enter yet another cycle of slumber. Upon awakening from this slumber, he would return after a span of over 10,000 years. Awaiting him would be a brand new civil federation, or perhaps an antiquated one. For Ella had informed him that, in the pursuit of this strategic advantage, the Civil Federation had expended vast resources and had suffered the loss of 90% of its warships on previous battlegrounds. At that time, there would likely be a multitude of matters to address. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Xia chose to dismiss these thoughts and instead opted for restful sleep. Chapter 123, The Rescue of Ji as the Shield. 5 centuries after Yan Xia's departure, Ella once again came into contact with Star City. This encounter was solely intended to promote the sociability of the Civil Federation, while simultaneously offering unwavering support for Ji's return. It bound the Civil Federation and Ji together, a notion deemed foolish by the Olive Branch civilization, as Ji had previously resolved to annihilate the Civil Federation. However, Ella's plans soon unsettled them. She revered Ji as a messenger of peace, elevating Ji to the status of the third leader of the Olive Branch civilization. This compelled the divided leaders of the 5 star cities to ponder a troubling question. Could it be that Ji orchestrated all of this? Perhaps Ji had long been aware of the false starry expanse erected by the Civil Federation along the cosmic Silk Road, and that the attacks were mere theatrics, as Ji had already conspired with Yan Xia of the Civil Federation. Yet, what advantage would this confer upon Ji? This remained an enigma. Nevertheless, Ella provided a perfect explanation: the aspiration to become the third leader. Ji aimed to utilize the Civil Federation to first obliterate Star City and then reconstruct it, leading other administrators to believe it had accomplished a monumental feat. Enlightened by this realization, the Olive Branch civilization harbored an intense loathing for Ji, rendering any prospect of releasing Ji utterly inconceivable. However, the internal strife did not wane due to this minor interlude. Rather, it escalated further, as various factions clashed violently. The quality of the star cities diminished following their disunion, consequently reducing the gravitational energy produced. During these years of fragmentation, the total energy of Star City had been in continuous decline, presenting an opportunity for Ella. In the midst of a war, Ella deployed a portion of her 6 million soldiers, ostensibly to rescue Ji. This maneuver was swiftly detected, resulting in the execution of those soldiers. The leader of that Star City promptly dispatched additional forces to secure the core prison, guarding against any further attempts at rescue by Ella. Seizing this opportunity, her adversaries launched a large-scale offensive, gaining some advantages in the fray. At that moment, Ella, capitalizing on her opponent's fleeting triumph, hurled a black hole bomb into the depths of their Star City. The Purple Thorn civilization had previously employed this weapon against Yan Xia and the Cake clan. However, the Civil Federation had since ceased its production. The efficacy of such weapons was deemed insufficient, with significant limitations on their use. The black holes they could now manufacture had a limited range and a brief existence, just as Ella had earlier dispatched a multitude of inferior vessels, resulting in the destruction of merely 3 enemy warships through surprise. The Civil Federation's current black hole weaponry was primarily employed for precision strikes, such as the annihilation of quark communication devices. This diversion caught both sides off guard, causing research into quark communication by the Olive Branch civilization to stagnate. The 5 star cities were incensed by this turn of events, leading the previously warring factions to consider a temporary cessation of hostilities. Due to Ella's actions, a fleeting peace descended among the 5 star cities. Yet, capitalizing on this lull, Ella rescinded her control over 6 million soldiers, allowing the machines within their bodies to infiltrate the Star City, akin to a rescue mission for Yan Xia, aiming to liberate the imprisoned Yu. The central prison resembled a sweltering inferno. The chamber where Yu held Yan Xia was meticulously designed, although it employed gravitational suppressions against Yan Xia's movements. The environment within was quite conducive to human existence. In stark contrast, Yu's confinement lacked such amenities, having languished here for an interminable duration. The Olive Branch civilization, being mechanical in essence, possesses no inherent perception of time. Understanding it necessitates a connection to specialized devices for temporal observation. Outside, you merely needed to link to the Star City's intranet. However, within these walls, that privilege was stripped away. Mechanical beings do not even possess the concept of sleep. Thus you remain perpetually awake, becoming an opportunist, or perhaps a fatalist, awaiting the day it might be favored, seizing the moment to escape. You deemed this behavior foolish. Yet it was the sole recourse available. Little did it expect that such a day would indeed materialize. Some machines began to integrate with its body, providing the energy for anti-gravity. Without the luxury of contemplation, after enduring prolonged captivity, you harnessed this energy to shatter the confines of its prison, yearning to escape the oppressive darkness. However, upon its departure, alarms blared. You had previously been overlooked, devoid of power, even unworthy of an alarm. Yet, with Ella proclaiming her intent to rescue you, additional alarms were activated. This was no mere coincidence. Ella sought to inform the shared consciousness cluster of you's escape, thereby eliminating any notion you might harbor of hiding within the Star City, waiting for an opportune moment. She intended for you to rely solely upon the Civil Federation. Every action taken had been directed towards a singular aim, to transform the schism within the Star City from an external to an internal cause. Everything was part of you's scheme, with the Civil Federation merely acting in accordance with its design. Thus, when the administrators or foremost leaders of other olive branch civilizations intervened, their ire would not be directed towards the Civil Federation, as you sensed the small machines within its body enticing it towards a specific location. Where it discovered a square box, the realization dawned upon it. Who could possibly come to its rescue? It could not be any individual from the shared consciousness cluster. Thus, it could only be Yan Xia, or, by extension, the Civil Federation. Upon fleeing, you would become a shield for the Civil Federation. Yet, it felt compelled to act. For remaining would yield no opportunity whatsoever. The internal structure of the olive branch civilization allows for the autonomy of the Star Cities. This is perhaps something Yan Xia does not fully grasp, but you is acutely aware. Other Star Cities would only extend assistance when one is on the brink of collapse due to external invasion. Internal conflicts do not deter, but rather, many administrators and primary leaders of the Star Cities eagerly anticipate such discord, utilizing it as a means of study. Yan Xia may have never realized that when the olive branch civilization transitioned from corporeal beings to mechanical entities, the scale of individuals was relatively modest, comprising merely tens of billions. However, in the present, a single star city is home to nearly 100 billion individuals. These entities are not born of machines but rather are created. Consequently, the olive branch civilization feels no sorrow for the demise of any individual. The loss of one simply leads to the creation of another. The so-called morals, compassion, and indignation within the civilizational federation adhere to an entirely different set of principles within the olive branch civilization. Thus, this internal strife will not prompt any other administrators from different star cities to rescue Sue. They will merely await the conclusion of the conflict before a new cycle of amalgamation commences, naturally giving rise to a new leader. This leader may transcend the role of administrator, emerging as a figure who benefits the entirety of the olive branch civilization. Sue has entered the box, seemingly left with no choice but to forge ahead into the abyss. Chapter 124, The Planetary Class Flagship. Kunlun. It has been 10 millennia since the last departure from the civilized Federation. Presently, the maximum speed of the Federation's warships has reached 27,584 kilometers s. Progress, however, remains sluggish, as the energy utilized by the Federation still predominantly derives from stellar nuclear fusion, leaving a significant gap when compared to the olive branch civilization. The availability of stable and suitably massive stars is limited. To generate greater energy, one must resort to larger stars, often giants, supergiants, or even neutron stars. These celestial bodies pose considerable danger, as they may collapse into black holes under external catalysis, devouring everything in their vicinity. The limitations of energy constrain the technological advancement of the civilized Federation, while propulsion technology finds itself at an impasse. Currently, smaller vessels can be accelerated to 90 of the speed of light, but such ships hold little utility in the theater of war. Only the grand may prevail, for it is they who can store greater energy and dominate adversaries in the cosmic battlefield. Within the SC-29 star system along the cosmic Silk Road, Yan Xia beheld his new flagship, the Kunlun. The original Tiangong had not been destroyed during Yan Xia's planned escape. However, it was subsequently dismantled upon its return and subjected to extensive study by Star City. With the breach of trust irrevocably established, Star City had no intention of leaving behind any escape routes. Even had the vessel remained intact, Yan Xia doubted his ability to reclaim the Tiangong, for it had fulfilled its purpose. The petite sprite, Ella, perched atop Yan Xia's head. The Kunlun was constructed utilizing the pinnacle of contemporary Federation technology. It underwent 680 years of refinement within a simulated universe before being realized in reality. This planetary-class warship measures 356 meters in length, 565 meters in height, and 753 meters in width, boasting a total mass of 78 trillion tons. It represents a milestone in the Federation's warship technology, measuring 800 kilometers. It precisely meets the lower limit for the diameter of a dwarf planet, rendering the designation of the Kunlun as a planetary-class warship entirely justified. This endeavor marks a bold leap, as previously, the Federation's warships had yet to surpass the 100,000 meter threshold, now vaulting directly to the million-meter scale and even brushing against the 10 million-meter mark. Yet, This is not an extravagant waste of resources. Rather, it is a critical challenge that must be surmounted. The existence of planetary-class warships is imperative, especially when contending with titanic entities such as the Olive Branch civilization. The limited energy reserves and offensive capabilities of smaller vessels would render thousands of them futile against the mere 100 ships of the Olive Branch civilization, leading only to certain demise in a protracted conflict. Such a situation is evidently unsustainable. Moreover, compared to the monumental leaps in technology, the construction of larger warships is evidently more feasible, presenting a more pragmatic approach for the civilized Federation at this juncture. After all, the prospect of revolutionary technological advancement remains distant. One cannot gamble the fate of civilization on mere hope. Indeed, the Olive Branch civilization is akin to a colossal warship. In the face of civilizations such as the Federated Alliance and the Silk Civilization, which are evidently inferior to the Olive Branch, it chooses not to deploy the entirety of its Star City. However, when confronted with formidable adversaries, the significance of the Star City becomes increasingly apparent. The primary function of the Kunlun is aligned with this purpose, accumulating the technology necessary for constructing planetary-level warships and developing combat units capable of withstanding powerful civilizations. The Kunlun can store an astounding 1 by 1035 joules of energy, a feat made possible by our advancements in energy storage methods. Traditional energy storage systems, such as batteries, pumped hydro storage, thermal storage, and compressed air storage, have long been the norm. Yet, we have diligently pursued more efficient means of storing greater amounts of energy in smaller spaces. Thus, we have innovated the fat atom energy storage method, a rather humorous nomenclature. Not of my own choosing, but designated by its creator. This method involves the audacious endeavor of packing 755 electrons into a hydrogen atom within a simulated universe, bound by nuclear and gravitational forces, maintaining stability for a century. With my support, this technology underwent a transformation over the course of 800 years, achieving practical application by utilizing minimal nuclear and gravitational forces to confine the maximum number of electrons within a single atomic system. We have now succeeded in embedding 585 electrons within one atom, ensuring stability for an astonishing 14,000 years. Such a feat is undeniably audacious. Even Yan Xia was left speechless upon hearing this revelation. The energy produced from the fission or fusion of a single electron between atoms is nothing short of terrifying. The potential energy released from an unbound fat atom is beyond Yan Xia's imagination. What is the energy loss during storage? This is of paramount importance, a mere 6.59. This means that for every 100 units of energy stored, only 93 for one can be retrieved. Such efficiency is remarkably exceptional. The advancements in energy storage imply that the Kunlun can accommodate more potent defensive mechanisms and offensive weaponry, underscoring its significance. What velocity can it achieve? Yan Xia posed another crucial inquiry. Ella's expression faltered slightly. The maximum speed can reach 24,858 kilometers/s, not insignificant. Yet accelerating to this velocity necessitates the complete expenditure of the ship's energy reserves. This highlights the ship's importance once more. Ahem. As long as it is equipped with energy production devices, what is its power output? How long does it take to fully charge? Ella's lips curled in a slight frown, a touch of exasperation evident. Family, who understands? I sought to showcase our achievements, yet all I receive are inquiries about our vulnerabilities. The power output stands at 6.08 x 1025 watts, with a charging duration of 52.1 years. This is not inherently slow, and indeed, it even exceeds Yan Xia's expectations. After all, how much is the power output of the sun? The Kunlun is, astonishingly, capable of generating nearly 1/5 of the sun's energy consumption. It seems she understands Yan Xia's thoughts intuitively. Ella elucidated. 2/5 of the mass of the Kunlun is dedicated to energy devices, while another 2/5 are allocated for energy storage. The remaining 1/5 encompasses the engine, the main control unit, weaponry, living quarters, and storage space, among other components. Yan Xia's lips twitched. Thus, this colossal warship is fundamentally a power generation and storage facility? After all, being a first-generation vessel merits understanding. Yan Xia felt a sense of satisfaction within. As he spoke, the warship he was aboard had already reached the periphery of the Kunlun. Gazing upon this behemoth of a vessel, he observed its deep gray exterior from the front. It resembled a monolithic structure, while viewed from the side, it appeared as an elongated inverted triangle, akin to an extended screwdriver tip. If scaled down, its aesthetics might falter. Yet the sheer size embodied the adage that a grand presence overshadows any flaws. Presently, it floated outside the gravitational sphere of a planet, where it did not seem diminutive in comparison. Atop the vessel lay a claw-like depression measuring 8 kilometers in length and 3 kilometers in width. Yan Xia descended in the ship's craft, penetrating the dense, opaque atmosphere of this region. Upon breaking through the clouds, he was astonished to discover a small city nestled upon the surface of the warship. There were mountains, water, forests, as well as a cluster of high-rise buildings and residential areas. Ella smiled, saying, "Welcome, Captain, to your inaugural entry into the warship. The internal space of the Kunlun may be limited, yet its exterior is expansive. The first area Captain would explore is the crew's recreational zone. Indeed, the advantages of size are manifold." Chapter 125. The giant mecha Gundam Yan Xia disembarked from the spacecraft, standing upon the surface of a serene lake, which served as a makeshift landing pad due to the limited space available. The lake was not shallow, boasting depths of at least 20 to 30 meters, with crystal clear water that offered visibility of 5 to 6 meters. Standing on the water's surface, Yan Xia felt as though he were being lifted by an unseen repulsive force. Yet the phenomenon was quite magical, as the ripples on the water caused his body to undulate in harmony with the waves. A layer of gas enveloped the water's surface. Generated through the electrolysis of water, the electromagnetic field compressed this gas into a thin membrane, upon which Yan Xia now stood. This technology, largely for entertainment purposes, had little application on the battlefield. There must be numerous such technologies within the Federation. By amplifying encouragement, we could bestow certain honors and enlist the aid of major corporations for promotion and commercial endeavors. Sometimes, what appears to be trivial today may prove invaluable in the future. The evolution of technology is a progressive journey, and no one can predict the revolutionary advancements that a seemingly insignificant innovation may ultimately yield. Yan Xia issued an important directive, and Ella, as always, was obedient. Indeed, however, should we also encourage many seemingly useless inventions? Wouldn't that result in an overwhelming number, leading to a situation where everyone seeks a share? Perhaps we should establish an evaluation body, he proposed. We could categorize ideas into grades, such as A, B, C, D, E, F, and so forth. Each level of creativity would receive varying degrees of support, ensuring that even the most mediocre ideas receive some form of encouragement, which should be meticulously documented. These records must be entirely accessible. No information within the Federation should remain concealed, save for top-tier technologies and military secrets. As citizens' rights are elevated, they will draw closer to the upper echelons and devote more energy to innovation rather than succumbing to the lethargy of entertainment. Yan Xia took a leisurely stroll around the cityscape of the Kunlun, a splendid locale for relaxation and stress relief. Subsequently, he boarded an elevator that led him into the interior of the Kunlun. The space was even more confined than he had anticipated, with corridors only 6 meters in height, merely the minimum for the beastmen species. Among the soldiers, he observed both the beastmen and the Lightwing tribe together, resembling a juxtaposition of demons and angels. The athletic genes of the beastmen were inherently robust. I had further optimized their genetics, pushing their data to the brink of its limits. Ella recounted the transformations that had transpired within the Civil Federation over the years. They had discussed a multitude of matters, both trivial and significant, in great detail. They entered a chamber where Yan Xia beheld the colossal entity he had longed for since childhood, the Gundam. Before the integration of the beastmen, I had not contemplated the implementation of such technology within the Federation. Neither humans nor other races, such as the Hundred-Eyed, could harness such constructs without undergoing modifications. The warbeasts possess a unique aptitude in this regard. Their dual heads can work in concert while maintaining unified coordination, rendering the existence of colossal mechs feasible. However, these gigantic machines are impractical in the realm of cosmic warfare, where their positioning is exceedingly awkward. In terms of agility, offensive capabilities, velocity, and weaponry, they pale in comparison to spacecraft, serving merely as a flashy spectacle. Ground combat demands a higher tactical acumen. Can the warbeast's intelligence sustain such requirements? Yan Xia inquired. He had previously deliberated with Ella on the subject of colossal mechs, concluding that their sole utility lies in their ability to land on enemy planets or infiltrate warships when the adversary is unable to deploy large-scale weaponry, thereby exerting combat effectiveness. The warbeasts are far from mere muscle-bound simpletons. Most of the tactical advisors within the Federation are, in fact, warbeasts. Ella sternly rebuked Yan Xia's stereotypical view. In truth, these colossal mechs are better operated via computer control. The technological prowess of the civilized Federation's robotics is exceedingly advanced, with countless autonomous machines like Ella that possess independent thought. Ella's current standing is sustained by her computational prowess and the imposition of as many as 270,000 restrictions on those robots. The fundamental reason for continuing to employ warbeasts lies in cost considerations, as quality robotic hosts are prohibitively expensive. This is, in fact, quite true. A total of 15,000 mechs are mounted on the Kunlun, suitable for operations both within the vessel and for deployment against adversaries. These mechs are crafted from the latest liquid metal technology, with most internal structures composed of specialized liquid materials. The mechs also serve as defensive tools to prevent enemy forces from breaching the interior of one's own spacecraft. Yan Xia observed these colossal mechs, noting that they are more ergonomically designed compared to their animated counterparts, eschewing rigid forms in favor of more streamlined constructions. They resemble not merely mechas, but rather enlarged versions of transformers. Each of these behemoths stands at a towering height of 284 meters. Aside from the novelty of these mechs, Yan Xia had not encountered any other remarkable innovations, as most developments were merely upgrades of previous technologies. Effective technology tends to endure through the ages. Yet this also implies that the Kunlun's level of advanced technology is not exceptionally high. It remains fundamentally a practical warship rather than an exhibition of innovative technology. After spending 2 months aboard the Kunlun, it finally commenced its departure from SC-29. As Ella had indicated, the Kunlun accelerated to its maximum speed utilizing 100 of its stored energy. Moreover, the acceleration was exceedingly gradual, barely reaching 10 g, a pace that could be described as sluggish for a Level 2 civilization that has mastered gravity manipulation. It took a full 75 hours for the Kunlun to reach its peak velocity and venture into the depths of space. The strong gravitational radius of SC-29 is merely 0.16 light-years, and the Kunlun took 1.5 years to completely exit this stellar system after departing from SC-29C. Nevertheless, the distance to the star domain of the civilized Federation remains considerable. Yan Xia's physique had nearly fully recuperated. The genetic restoration had awakened his body for yet another phase of development, reaching a height of 191 meters and a weight of 122 kilograms. However, within the current Civil Federation, he remained relatively short. To speak of other races, the average height of human soldiers on Kunlun Mountain is 2.06 meters, with recorded heights of unmodified natural humans reaching up to 3.61 meters, not due to gigantism or other pathological conditions, but rather as a normal stature. Once fully restored, Yan Xia soon entered a state of hibernation, during which he intended to experience the youth version of the virtual universe aboard the Kunlun, once more embarking on a journey spanning thousands of years. The immense gray warship glided through the cosmos like a fish, traversing the stars and returning to its homeland. The first stop was the unfamiliar icy world of Shaka, a remote borderland of the Civil Federation for Yan Xia. Chapter 126. The magic of the ice and snow star. Upon your arrival at this celestial body, you shall be awestruck by its immaculate whiteness. It is indeed the ice and snow star, a realm worthy of life's admiration, embodying the essence of a princess draped in snow and a haughty queen. The universe is vast, and numerous planets are cloaked in ice and snow, yet most are tumultuous and fierce. In contrast, Shaka embodies the serenity of civilization, a tranquil maiden. It boasts a pristine white sky, unblemished white land, glistening white glaciers, and pure white life. Everywhere one gazes is a sea of untainted white, as complete and flawless as the large hexagonal snowflakes that drift down from the heavens. If one were to catch them upon their tongue, a delightful sweetness would ensue. The water of this world contains a natural mineral saccharin, distinct from that derived from coal, devoid of any unpleasant aftertaste. A silver-hued triangular fighter jet cleaves through the sky, its body generating tremendous heat as it slices through the dense atmosphere at a terrifying velocity, melting the ice and snow along its trajectory and conjuring vast plumes of water vapor that form a radiant line connecting heaven and earth. All of this transpires within a mere 3 seconds as the aircraft swiftly decelerates and lands gracefully upon the snowy ground. The aircraft, named the Snow Owl, resembles a swallow in a dive with its wings partially retracted, measuring 34 meters in length, with a wingspan of 37 meters and a height of only 8 meters, tapering to a mere 3.6 meters at its thinnest point. At the front of the fuselage lies a cockpit designed for two, reminiscent of 21st century fighter jets, yet arranged side by side rather than in a fore and aft configuration. Access to the cockpit is through a narrow shaft leading to an internal chamber, which spans 17 square meters, offering ample space adorned with luxurious furnishings, including a sofa, a restroom, and even a cozy bedroom accommodating 2 sleeping pods, akin to a miniature one-bedroom apartment. At this moment, Yan Xia reclines upon the sofa, facing Ella, who occupies a humanoid form. Ella appears remarkably youthful and clad in a JK uniform. Would undoubtedly be a heartthrob among the youth, embodying the archetype of a sweet girl. KB-23D, this is the ice and snow star, Ella remarks, casting a glance toward the aircraft's hatch, which emits 3 beeps before opening. This locale is exceptionally suited for human habitation. No special equipment is required despite the heavy snowfall outside, as the temperature is a mere 21 degrees Celsius. The instant the hatch opens, a chill rushes towards Yan Xia. Yet, 21 degrees feels far from cold to him. It is merely refreshing. He inhales deeply, finding it effortless, for the oxygen concentration here must be above 25. Are we situated in the outskirts? Yan Xia inquires, peering through the hatch, noting the absence of any structures. Ella rises, guiding Yan Xia outside, and explains, not at all. The ice and snow star lies beyond the realms of development. The ecological balance here is remarkably fragile, and the incursion of industrial technology could wreak irreversible havoc on this environment. Yan Xia is taken aback by this revelation. He seldom hears Ella utter the phrase environmental destruction. And even if the environment were to suffer degradation, their ability to restore it would be effortless. Is there something particularly unique about the creatures here? Yan Xia pondered the possible reasons, his greatest proficiency being in biology, which piqued his interest immensely. Indeed, Ella nodded, lifting a mound of white snow from the ground. The snow of the ice and snow star is rich in a variety of mineral elements, and nearly all life forms on this planet rely on these minerals for sustenance. Carbon-based life forms absorb oxygen, and here too, the source of oxygen is this snow. They derive their existence from minerals and water. And in their fierce competition for these resources, the life forms on this planet engage in mutual slaughter, ultimately leading to the emergence of a dominant tribe that reigns supreme. This tribe, however, has not evolved a civilization, nor do they possess any semblance of intelligence. Ella showcased this life form to Yan Xia through a holographic projection. Surprisingly, it was grotesque. It resembled a sea slug, measuring merely 30 to 34 centimeters in length, yet unlike sea slugs, these creatures possess a backbone, lacking ribs. They propel themselves with the strength of their flexible spines, capable of leaping 20 centimeters at a time, truly embodying the essence of a long-jumping fish. Their fearsome appearance is attributed to their two mouthparts, located on either side of their front limbs, with sensory organs situated in between. These mouthparts are layered with hundreds of tiny molar-like teeth, designed to grind the snow and its mineral content for easier digestion. On the dorsal side of their bodies, they possess 2 rows of 6 operable mouths, which they flex into A shape when confronted by an enemy, aiming these mouths at their adversary. Ella then played a simulation of this creature's hunting technique. Yan Xia was instantly awestruck. These beings expel hydrogen gas at high speeds from their small mouths, igniting it with the static charge carried by their bristle-like appendages, thus creating a fiery assault. Biological magic? Attacking with flames derived from their very flesh. A result of natural evolution. Such a concept is indeed unfathomable. However, upon reflection, it is not as implausible as it seems. Certain anaerobic bacteria on Earth generate hydrogen gas. And when this gas is stored within their bodies and expelled at high velocity, it can easily ignite. As hydrogen itself is highly unstable and readily exchanges charges with other substances, thereby generating static electricity. Nonetheless, achieving such high speeds necessitates immense pressure, making a 100 success rate unattainable. Thus, these creatures have incorporated bristles that accumulate static charge during dryness, achieving a remarkable 87 success rate for their fiery attacks. One should not underestimate this 87, for with 6 orifices, it is nearly tantamount to a 100 probability. Yan Xia did not find this difficult to fathom. What truly mattered was how to ensure the efficacy of the attacks. If the flame produced could simply be replicated with a lighter, what significance would there be in altering these life forms? This creature serves as a source of inspiration. In the present-day Federation, nearly all beings possess quark robots, which signifies that the production of hydrogen within their bodies is not a daunting task. With that, Ella opened her mouth wide and subsequently unleashed a burst of flame. This spectacle was far from impressive. Rather, it resembled a circus act. In truth, these quark robots could effortlessly facilitate nuclear fusion and fission, yet they were incapable of withstanding such immense power, as its release would be tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, how could such formidable energy be harnessed? Employing a stronger binding force to control the requisite energy would demand an excessive amount, proving no more advantageous than mechanized suits. Therefore, a rapid expulsion of energy emerged as a more favorable solution. This velocity, however, is not to be confused with the swiftness of the life forms on the ice and snow star. Ella referred to speeds exceeding 921 of the speed of light, ensuring that the energy jets would be directed forward rather than rebounding and causing self-harm. Ella turned away from Yan Xia, gesturing forward with her hand. In an instant, Yan Xia beheld a terrifying surge of energy manifesting over 3,000 meters ahead of Ella, with the diameter of the energy beam reaching 100 meters. The energy expelled swept across a distance of 70 kilometers before dissipating in the air, carving a straight canal measuring 31 kilometers on the ice and snow star. This energy was merely the result of fusion produced by 1 kilogram of deuterium, yet its realization posed challenges. Not only did the deuterium need to be accelerated, but it also required the aid of instantaneous ultra-high temperatures to trigger thermonuclear reactions. Currently, I am utilizing lasers, which necessitate time to catch up with the particles ahead. Thus, the release distance must be slightly greater. Innovation often stems from inspiration. The life forms on the ice and snow star provided the muse that enabled Ella to create magic for the first time. This was intended to serve Yan Xia, who remained uncertain whether he retained his essence after becoming a mechanical being. Thus, he clung to his corporeal form, albeit a fragile one. Ella continually endeavored to enhance the defense and offensive capabilities of this physicality. Should this technology become more controllable, it would bestow limitless possibilities upon corporeal life. Yan Xia felt that the era of ascension for corporeal beings within the Civil Federation may very well be upon them. Chapter 127, The Sightseeing Spaceship. From the small to the great, however, Ella, you should have mentioned that the creatures on the ice and snow star are exceedingly fragile. Yan Xia gazed at the canal, contemplating the numerous lives that likely perished under Ella's recent experiment. Ella chose to sidestep this issue. Fragility is indeed a characteristic of life. Yet they are merely a collection of beings. Their demise is inconsequential. The prior protection of this place was merely to enlighten Yan Xia about the origins of this technology. And now, the intrinsic value of these lives has diminished drastically. Yan Xia, do you wish to preserve this place? Ella inquired. Certainly, every form of life possesses intrinsic value. They may evolve into myriad forms in the future. Since delving into biology, Yan Xia had developed a profound fascination with the morphology of living beings. What are these lives called? Yan Xia asked. They are designated as KB23D000007223228. Lacking consciousness, they are unworthy of a proper name, reduced to a mere string of numbers. Let us name them flame N-type worms then. Did we not create some dragons and phoenixes? We could further explore the capabilities of those creations. By the way, what became of the Jinmu scattered along the Cosmic Silk Road? Yan Xia recalled the previous Jinmu project and the Cosmic Life Initiative. Those beings should have begun to exhibit behaviors distinct from their origins. Upon hearing Yan Xia's inquiry, a look of regret crossed Ella's face. Those organisms gradually withered after being disseminated on a large scale. The anticipated survival rate was exceedingly high, yet they succumbed to various reasons in the capricious environment of space. We underestimated the cosmos and overestimated the resilience of life itself. On planets, the impact of weather is sufficient to devastate nature, while in the vastness of space, the so-called weather changes of planets are mere child's play. Even though this possibility had been foreseen, Yan Xia felt a profound sense of disappointment upon hearing it. After all, they had initially harbored lofty expectations. However, although 99 of the experimental subjects have perished, a small fraction has survived. These solitary life forms, even within the same species, have begun to evolve in different directions due to their varied environments. Fortunately, these beings are hermaphroditic, allowing them to reproduce independently. We can await the process of natural selection, enabling them to grow more authentically. As Yan Xia observed Ella's face, filled with regret, a sudden impulse to strike her arose. Do you always speak with such heavy breaths? Very well. In the future, simply report the results. Ella nodded earnestly, yes. At that moment, a spaceship soared overhead, descending to a location invisible to the naked eye. The appearance of the spacecraft is rather peculiar, resembling a hot dog, with 2 slices of bread forming its mechanical structure. The upper section is presumably dedicated to navigation and control, while the lower section houses the energy and propulsion systems, encased in glass. The central portion is akin to a ham, offering a transparent view of the interior. The vessel measures approximately 300 meters in length, 45 meters in width, and 50 meters in height, presenting no semblance of aggression. This is a cosmic sightseeing ship. Despite its unassuming exterior, it is capable of achieving a remarkable speed of 34,900 km/s, ranking it among the fastest vessels within the Federation. Small spacecraft consume less fuel during acceleration, for instance. The combat aircraft of the civilized Federation can attain 10 of light speed with relative ease. However, the energy required to increase the velocity of a battleship is staggering, compounded by the formidable inertia of such vessels, making speed accumulation a daunting task. A colossal behemoth like the Kunlun has a staggering braking distance of 271 astronomical units, equivalent to 400 million kilometers. This distance means that if it were to brake abruptly in the orbit of Mars, it could collide directly with the Sun, subsequently traversing through it to strike the Earth on its opposite side before continuing for another 40 million kilometers. Such a sightseeing ship can traverse multiple star systems, offering long-distance travel opportunities. While this can be deemed a form of entertainment, it is a precious opportunity for many lower-tier citizens, serving as one of the few ways for them to witness the vastness of the universe. As the population of the civilized Federation grows, so does the number of its lower-tier citizens who cannot afford their own spacecraft. A mini-spacecraft alone would require a lifetime of savings, let alone a true interstellar exploration vessel. Most citizens have not ventured beyond their home planets, and many have spent their entire lives within the confines of their birth cities. They yearn for opportunities to broaden their horizons. The sightseeing ship was acquired by Ella, offering an affordable price, extensive travel, and a plethora of activities, making it immensely popular among lower-tier citizens, with an annual passenger count reaching 19.73 billion. Ella has invested vast resources into this endeavor, but every effort is deemed worthwhile. The experience of the boundless cosmos can bestow upon life a broader perspective and richer imagination. I long to partake in such an experience. It has been a considerable time since Yan Xia mingled with the citizens. He hopes to witness the grand transformations of the civilized Federation through small, yet significant experiences. Casting aside his snowy owl fighter, he sprinted toward the distant sightseeing ship. Having undergone yet another round of enhancements, Yan Xia is in peak physical condition, capable of achieving a speed of 187 ms on land. This is pure physical strength. Donning a lightweight mech would undoubtedly boost this performance, perhaps exceeding Mach 20, while a heavy mech could reach a terrifying maximum speed of 283 Mach. In comparison to machinery, the human body remains somewhat feeble. Since Ella has already initiated the revolution of physical capabilities, Yan Xia does not mind giving it a further push. Soon, Yan Xia arrived at the sightseeing spaceship, and his presence induced a palpable tension among the disembarking tourists. However, as he approached, the captain of the vessel scanned his identity and promptly stepped forward to offer a salute, which allowed the other visitors to relax, albeit with curiosity about this human officer and his unexpected presence on the icy planet. Pay me no mind. I shall merely accompany the sightseeing vessel to enjoy the scenery. Consider me a temporary visitor, he stated. The captain, standing opposite Yan Xia, was taken aback. The sightseeing spaceship was a foundational infrastructure constructed directly by the leadership, capable of scanning even the identity of the highest-ranking officers. Yet, it failed to retrieve any specific information about the young man before him, displaying only a message. This individual has a status too high, insufficient clearance. He must be at least a third-tier dignitary, the captain surmised. Many within the Federation had recognized Yan Xia millennia ago, although he had never revealed his identity at that time, leading many to speculate that he was a figure of the second tier. He preferred to keep his identity concealed, revealing it would render him vulnerable in the face of the Olive Branch civilization, thwarting any potential plans. This discretion served as a safeguard for his existence. Within the entire Federation, only Ella and the highest-tier individuals, the counselors of the Civilizational Federation, the ostensible leaders, were privy to Yan Xia's true identity. Feeling the weight of the gazes around him, Yan Xia found a certain pleasure in the occasional indulgence of power, which contributed to his overall well-being. Ella, where is this sightseeing spaceship headed next? He inquired. Ella conducted a brief search. It is bound for the abode of the gods. Yan Xia nearly choked on his own saliva at the name. Cough, cough, cough. What a dramatically whimsical title. Nevertheless, as a tourist destination, such a name undoubtedly stirred curiosity, and Yan Xia sensed that it was a place of considerable significance. Chapter 128, The Leviathan Group. The Ringworld, the sightseeing spacecraft lingered in the icy realm for a duration of 16 days before resuming its voyage. As a highly sought-after vessel, it was devoid of any extra space, leaving Yan Xia to recline on the sofa in the common area, observing the myriad forms of life aboard. Once the spacecraft surpassed 10% of the speed of light, certain celestial bodies outside began to exhibit a trailing effect, while those in the vessel's forward path appeared to converge, as if drawn together, though this phenomenon was not particularly conspicuous. It was only after reaching 50% of light speed that such effects would become noticeable, and at 90%, the distinction would be markedly pronounced. Upon attaining light speed, all starlight would coalesce into a singular point ahead, while darkness enveloped the surroundings and the rear. This was understandable, as accelerated velocity implied that photons trailing behind were in pursuit, while those ahead were colliding with the craft. The speed of rearward photons was light speed minus the vessel's velocity, whereas forward photons traveled at light speed plus the vessel's speed, creating a differential that allowed for a greater influx of photons from the front. At present speeds, such phenomena remained invisible. Yet Yan Xia harbored hopes of witnessing the advent of a lightspeed spacecraft. Ideally, it should reach at least 99% of light speed. For absolute light speed was unattainable due to the immense energy required, a feat beyond the capabilities of even a Type 2 or 3 civilization, let alone the present one. After approximately 17 years traversing the depths of space, Yan Xia beheld a leviathan gliding through the cosmos. This particular creature appeared quite aged, moving sluggishly. Its surface marred with scars, and its form tinted a deep crimson, with tendrils resembling gnarled tree roots. Following its release into the wild, the Leviathan had gradually developed social tendencies over 500 years, with groups forming of roughly 400 to 700 individuals, establishing a complete hierarchical structure comprising a king, queen, and generals, while the remainder constituted ordinary Leviathans. This particular Leviathan was likely a king, as the common length for such beings was around 300 meters. Yet this one exceeded 500 meters. It seemed to have been ousted from its throne. Otherwise, a king would not abandon its group. It had ventured into the depths of space, presumably seeking an appropriate place for its final resting. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, given the relatively brief lifespan of Leviathans, averaging 22 years, with the longest lived barely reaching 38. Typically, Leviathan groups would remain within a single star system, indicating that this king's group was not far from their current location, likely migrating. Ella informed Yan Xia that the Leviathans were a creation of his own design. However, due to the arduous nature of the task, he had entrusted it to Ella. At their current speed, it would likely take hundreds, if not thousands of generations, for them to traverse from one star system to another. The thought alone left Yan Xia in awe, akin to a colony of ants embarking on a journey across the vast Pacific for the survival of their species. Indeed, there existed a significant probability of failure in such an endeavor. They require an immense quantity of sustenance, which compels them to consume their deceased kin. Often, from an original group of 500, only 400 to 600 will remain. Thus, encountering a solitary monarch in this context is particularly precious. It evades the fate of being devoured. Indeed, after progressing for another 2 days, the captain of the spacecraft reported an encounter with a Leviathan pod. The tourists, who had been in slumber within the cabin, awakened to witness these colossal creatures. The sightseeing vessel nearly brushed past them. This pod consisted of 187 Leviathans, arranged in a linear formation, gliding through the cosmos propelled by gas. To conserve energy, the leading Leviathan expels gas through small orifices in its tail, which is subsequently absorbed by the one behind it for utilization. In the vacuum of space, where resistance is non-existent, their migration merely requires an initial acceleration, followed by adjustments in direction, resulting in a minimal energy expenditure. The sightseeing vessel reduced its speed, circling around these giants several times before departing. They were now quite close to their destination galaxy. However, this was not the terminus for the Leviathans. Parting ways with them, the sightseeing vessel plunged toward a dim red dwarf star. This was a white dwarf. Not all white dwarfs are white. In fact, over time, they gradually shift to a reddish hue before ultimately becoming black, transforming into black dwarfs. Yan Xia, having transcended ordinary humanity, could perceive spectra invisible to the average person. To the untrained eye, red dwarfs, white dwarfs, yellow dwarfs, blue dwarfs, and other massive stars all radiate a white light. Is this white dwarf approximately the size of Earth? Yan Xia inquired, observing with his naked eye. Knowing the distance to an object allows one to ascertain its dimensions. If it were indeed similar in size to Earth, this white dwarf would be relatively large within its category, possessing a mass around 1.2 solar masses. Based on its spectrum and size, it likely consists of a carbon-oxygen composition, with a lifespan possibly exceeding 10 billion years. Due to the immense gravity of the white dwarf, its stellar core compresses carbon atoms, potentially forming diamonds, often referred to as diamond stars. As they drew closer, Yan Xia glimpsed a Dyson sphere structure orbiting the white dwarf. This Dyson sphere resembled a cross encircling the white dwarf, with a circumference of approximately 0.7 astronomical units, or around 104.7 million kilometers. The luminosity of the white dwarf is significantly lower than that of a yellow dwarf, yet its surface temperature remains exceedingly high. Young, massive white dwarfs can exceed surface temperatures of 10,000 degrees Celsius. Consequently, constructing a Dyson sphere necessitates maintaining a safe distance from the white dwarf's surface. Is this the abode of the gods? Yan Xia discerned little that would justify such a grandiloquent title. The sightseeing vessel traversed the boundary of the white dwarf's wind zone and, in less than 4 days, reached the interior of the Dyson sphere. The exterior of the sphere consisted of a pitch-black metallic surface and interstellar weaponry, while the inner ring formed an ecological zone, inspired by Larry Niven's Ring World from the known space series. The celestial dome of the circular world created by Ella is adorned with numerous transparent photovoltaic panels, which not only absorb solar energy but also allow a portion of the light to filter through to the ground below. While the energy utilization rate is significantly lower than that of conventional photovoltaic panels, The absence of the need for supplementary light sources renders this approach more efficient. These panels are suspended in the inner ring, situated 13,000 kilometers above the surface of the circular world, with a mere thickness of approximately 2 centimeters. They serve not only to harvest solar energy, but also provide some thermal insulation. However, they are not the primary means of insulation. Beneath these transparent panels lies a vast atmosphere, extending 13,000 kilometers, which maintains the temperature of the circular world at a constant average of 47 degrees Celsius. Dear travelers, we are on the brink of arriving at the abode of the gods. Are you prepared? We shall descend. The sightseeing spacecraft plunges toward the surface of the circular world, and upon entering the atmosphere, it signifies the capture by its gravitational pull. Just as they approach the ground, the moment they penetrate the atmosphere, Yan Xia instantly comprehends why this place is deemed the abode of the gods. He beholds a floating continent, countless levitating islands, and a myriad of mythical creatures soaring through the skies. A colossal castle, towering at 7,000 meters, reflects a silvery luminescence, encircled by a celestial river that flows through the air around it. Within this river swim iridescent fish, reminiscent of enlarged butterfly-banded zebrafish. These colorful fish unfurl their wings to glide momentarily through the air, releasing mist that refracts in the sunlight, forming a bridge of rainbows. Everything appears dreamlike and surreal, rendering it difficult to fathom that this exists in the realm of reality. Chapter 129. Rebirth of Mythology. The sightseeing spaceship descended upon the floating continent, an expanse devoid of any modern architecture, where it came to rest upon a verdant meadow. The entire floating land measures 72,000 kilometers in length and 83,300 kilometers in width, roughly equivalent to 10 times the surface area of Earth. Yet, within the vast circular realm, it is but a mere speck. Although formidable life forms are scarce in this locale, I advise all to exercise caution, for the air here is permeated with a multitude of microscopic robots, which can provide assistance in times of peril when connected. The tour guide of the sightseeing vessel briefed everyone on safety protocols and distributed a travel handbook. Now, the group is free to explore for a duration of 3 years. According to Ella, the journey of the sightseeing spaceship typically spans 140 years. Aside from the travel duration, it guarantees over 5 years of exploration time. Essentially, one might age several years during a single trip, which seems rather extravagant, especially considering the Federation's policies under Yan Xia, where individual lifespans are generally quite short. Nevertheless, the prospect of traveling through the cosmos appears to hold some merit. Yan Xia also received a copy of the travel handbook, which detailed several regions, one of which is the floating continent. The description reveals it as an ancient land, severed from the ground due to a divine conflict, buoyed by celestial forces. Subsequently, it was dominated by a great archmage who constructed a platinum castle and established a magical realm that thrived for a millennium before succumbing to a catastrophic beastly upheaval. Remarkably, there exists a rich backstory. Surely, there are more than just these few regions. In total, there are 8 zones, each approximately equal in size, collectively amounting to less than 1/10,000th of the entire circular world. Ella nodded and presented Yan Xia with a new map, completing the overview. In truth, the other regions are largely unremarkable, primarily consisting of natural ecosystems, yet they harbor certain taboos. Intelligent species? Previously, Yan Xia had instructed Ella to create beings that are predominantly mythical creatures and ferocious beasts, while the so-called taboos refer to sentient species. The circular world is formed by 2 overlapping rings intersecting perpendicularly. One ring embodies the Western fantasy paradigm, populated by elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs, halflings, giants, treants, and humans, stretching north to south, with the northern section representing a conventional world and the southern section, a realm of abyss inhabited by demons and devils. Currently, they find themselves in the northern semicircle. The other ring, extending from east to west, embodies the eastern worldview, with the eastern section corresponding to the land of the 9 provinces and the western section representing the primordial land. The 9 provinces are inhabited solely by humans, resembling an ancient society, while the primordial land is home to various exotic beasts and beings, including the feathered people, white people, Xianyuan, Sanshun, and Jiexiong, alongside creatures such as Taotai, Pishio, Baizhe, and the lawn bird, resembling a world akin to the Shanhai Jing. This is a revival of mythology. In a realm of imagination, the emergence of extraordinary abilities may be more readily conceivable. Even if such phenomena do not manifest, alternative perspectives can enrich our understanding of life. As Ella elucidated, this remains an integral facet of biological research. Conventional life forms evolve in accordance with scientific principles, and regardless of their peculiarities. Meticulous deductions invariably reveal their evolutionary pathways. Conversely, unconventional life forms present an alternative trajectory. They are not the result of a protracted struggle among microorganisms over billions of years, but rather creations birthed within laboratory confines, possessing worldviews distinct from those of ordinary life. Ella is engrossed in the study of these entities. In a world of constructs, she can orchestrate conflicts among them, examining the disparities between reality and computational projections, thereby refining the algorithms of her machines. Furthermore, Ella investigates the responses of these beings when introduced into the civilizational federation, where the confluence of technology and myth may yield exquisite marvels. A madcap endeavor, yet one that I find exhilarating. Civilizational federations, classified as Level 2 civilizations, have transcended the phase of resource accumulation characteristic of lower-tier societies. Mastery over the four great forces enables the Federation to unlock a plethora of possibilities. Indeed, exploration of possibility is essential for civilizations of this caliber. Level 2 civilizations are creators of all, rendering the realm of possibility boundless. Has the circular world yielded any significant discoveries? Yan Xia harbored concerns on this front. Otherwise, such investments would merely serve as a spectacle, devoid of meaning. Ella presented Yan Xia with a video showcasing a desolate expanse strewn with corpses, all covered by a layer of dark green, moss-like substance, writhing grotesquely. This was the luo insect, a creation of an elven alchemist, capable of gene pollution. The polluted genes exhibit a phenomenon of atavism, a process notoriously difficult to replicate in our laboratories, yet advantageous for delving into the essence of life. The extraordinary characteristics of these organisms are noteworthy. Most biological genes harbor primitive structures, which may precipitate instances of atavism, yet such alterations are deeply embedded within the genetic code, composed of minuscule fragments. The conditions requisite for the activation of these fragments are exceedingly stringent, necessitating probabilities that are virtually untenable in experimental settings. However, these luo insects can induce atavism with a remarkable probability of 1 in 4,800, a boon for biologists indeed. While the technical complexity of the luo insect itself may be limited, its contributions could catalyze revolutionary advancements in technology. This embodies the essence of possibility. The creativity engendered by science is boundless, encompassing both the tangible and the imaginative. Is Ella not currently engaged in the study of mythology? These myths are indeed products of science, derivatives thereof, akin to a branching limb on the vast tree of technological advancement. Yan Xia felt that merely observing videos and reading descriptions lacked immediacy. Ella, let us explore further, she suggested. He approached the colossal castle, shrouded in mystery, perhaps concealing treasures within its depths. This place resembled more of a theme park. Ella trailed closely behind Yan Xia, slightly lagging behind. All around them lay remnants of walls, cloaked in a thick canopy of forest. Suddenly, a spider, as large as a basin, descended from the air, baring its dark fangs menacingly at Yan Xia. Startled, he retaliated with a swift punch, sending the creature hurtling against the wall where it shattered into pieces, only to reassemble itself into a mechanical spider crafted from liquid metal. Ella, beside him, stifled a giggle, as if she had anticipated this outcome. As part of an adventurous sightseeing attraction, the area was rigged with frightful traps. Yan Xia wore a frown. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Here he stood, unflinching in the face of the olive branch civilization and its countless trillions of lives, yet startled by a mere contraption. How absurd. Ella had become a tad mischievous after their long separation, yet her familiar demeanor brought him an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Could it be that he was a masochist? Yan Xia quickly dismissed such a trivial notion, attributing it merely to his prolonged absence. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 130, The Vast Land of the Nine Continents. The journey through the sweltering summer served as a form of relaxation for Yan Xia. Perhaps it had been too long since he had experienced such a sensation, for he remained preoccupied with numerous matters. How was you faring? Technically speaking, you was not his adversary during their time in Star City. Rather, they had been utilizing each other for millennia. Yu's ultimate failure stemmed from underestimating Yan Xia, failing to comprehend his intentions. This underestimation did not signify arrogance on Yu's part. It merely illustrated the staggering disparity between the Olive Branch civilization and the Civilization Federation. Even now, as Star City had fragmented into 5 chaotic entities, the entire Federation dared not provoke them. Ella donned a fitted ensemble of leather, comprising both jacket and trousers. It was not particularly exquisite. Instead, it bore the rugged charm of an adventurer's garb, exuding a primal beauty. Information continued to stream toward the Kunlun. Yet the messages I received were already 2 centuries old. 200 years prior, you began to devise a plan to consolidate Star City, opting against seeking assistance from the other city administrators. Individual capabilities were limited, thus it chose to start small, selecting the weakest among the 5 cities. It managed to gather approximately 2 billion individuals fleeing the wars of the 5 cities, establishing itself as the largest force outside them. It awaited an opportunity to seize the smallest city, to enter into the fray. Otherwise, once the conflicts among the 5 cities concluded and new administrators emerged, it would irrevocably lose the chance to reclaim its identity. It received some assistance from us, not rejecting it, but rather treating it as a transaction. Fully aware of our desires. What did we desire? Peace. To prevent any extraterrestrial races from invading the Civilization Federation. As the most formidable civilization in close proximity, both Yan Xia and Ella were apprehensive about the possibility of the Olive Branch civilization launching an assault on the Federation. Currently, Yan Xia and Ella's route was more aligned with the periphery of the Federation's star domain, rather than heading toward Tiansong 5. After millennia of transformation, Tiansong 5 had long since diminished to a secondary administrative star system, rather than serving as the capital. This alteration facilitated evasion of the Olive Branch civilization's gravitational weaponry. Although there existed a false starry sky, one could easily ascertain the location of Tiansong 5 by consulting historical star maps and performing calculations. Now, as Star City descended into chaos, we anticipated securing several millennia of developmental time. However, Yan Xia must remain vigilant regarding the Silk civilization. Both Star City and we had launched assaults against the Silk civilization, which might retaliate against us. Since 287 years ago, I had lost contact with the fleet bound for the Orion Nebula. The Civilization Federation indeed dispatched a fleet to the Orion Nebula to continue the Holy Grail project. If Star City were entirely under the Olive Branch civilization's control, the Federation could instruct the fleet to return, but that was not the case. The Holy Grail project still served as a shield restraining the Olive Branch civilization, suggesting that they may have already been vanquished. Yan Xia furrowed his brow slightly as he and Ella traversed a dense jungle, having now reached solid ground, far removed from the tourist areas. To their left lay a vast desert, dominated by a colossal tree that pierced the heavens, its trunk ablaze with flames akin to its leaves, at the tips of which thrived a gigantic silver orchid with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. This was the legendary fire tree and silver flower. Their current location resembled a swamp, with each step sinking into the soft, waterlogged earth. At this juncture, the battleship should not yet have entered the Orion Nebula. It was possible that the Silk civilization had dispatched a fleet towards us, or perhaps their dominion extended far beyond our imagination. Regardless, neither scenario boded well. Yan Xia contemplated gathering the fleet at the border and deploying more detectors, extending their reach to at least 100 light-years. It was imperative to ascertain whether the enemy had indeed arrived. If so, preparations must be made to avoid a passive stance. In the distance, a giant rock with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters descended from the sky, its claws seizing a low-flying serpent, preparing to ascend. Suddenly, a colossal mouth erupted from the water, splashing, and swallowed both the serpent and the rock whole. It was a massive crocodile, far from being a mythical beast. Yan Xia pondered what the prototype of such a creature could be. Ella replied, "There is no prototype. It is likely a magical beast from a Western fantasy realm. The concentric worlds are interconnected, allowing free passage between the northern and southern rings and the eastern and western rings. However, most creatures possess territorial instincts, and this swamp crocodile seems to have lost its way, making it susceptible to demise. In a typical world, a crocodile with a mouth over 100 meters long would surely be considered an invasive species, yet here, such a conspicuous presence." A shadow flickered in Yan Xia's gaze, piercing the crocodile's skull. The shadow was diminutive, scarcely a fraction of the crocodile's eye, yet it successfully penetrated the beast. The enormous crocodile thrashed violently in the swamp, but within the hour, it succumbed to silence. The assailant was a celestial sparrow, feasting on brains, not a mythical creation but an imitation of the great tit. However, this celestial sparrow possessed an oversized head, with a beak that was long and as hard as iron. When hunting, it would dive from heights of several thousand meters, using gravity to penetrate the bodies of its prey before consuming their fat-laden brains. Truly, a case of the small triumphing over the large. Ella had conjured a wondrous world. After approximately a month of travel, they emerged from the swamp into a vast plain, having now entered the land of the 9 provinces. This was Jingzhou. And unlike the mythical distribution, the concentric world's 9 provinces formed a single line. Jingzhou spanned 8 billion square kilometers, encompassing 182 nations and a staggering population of 876 billion. This population density was alarmingly low, at merely 0.44 individuals per square kilometer, equivalent to a mere 65 million people inhabiting Earth's 149 million square kilometers of land. After journeying approximately 2 million kilometers, Yan Xia finally arrived at a man-made thoroughfare. The ancient dirt road is replete with the tracks of horse-drawn carriages, and dried horse manure can still be seen along the roadside. To fend off colossal beasts, most humans have chosen to dwell in close-knit communities. Ahead lies a formidable pass, without the need for Ella's explanation. Yan Xia gazes ahead and can already discern a long, dark serpent stretching from one side of the sky to the other, due to the nature of the ring world. There exists no conventional horizon. The further one gazes, the more the land rises. Yan Xia had assumed the distance was short, yet it still spanned a staggering 140,000 kilometers. Upon reaching the base of the pass, Yan Xia looked up and saw two large characters inscribed in seal script, Jingmen. This pass, Jingmen Pass, is far from the diminutive structures of ancient Earth. The sign bearing those two characters hangs a remarkable 300 meters above, and the lowest point of the entire pass exceeds 500 meters. Such heights are beyond human reach. Yan Xia did not believe this was the work of the indigenous people. Indeed, Ella confirmed that most of the architecture here was constructed during the early days of the Ringworld's creation. They approached the city gates, and the people around them seemed oblivious, allowing them to pass through the checkpoint unimpeded. Behind Jingmen lies a bustling city, extraordinarily prosperous, characterized by ancient-style buildings. Aside from the towers, no other structures rise above 10 meters. Standing in the middle of a street, Yan Xia gazed into the distance where the throng of people surged, so densely packed that even a single individual would find it challenging to navigate. The shops flanking the streets were bustling with activity. Idle hands delivered food. Performers swallowed iron balls, steel needles, and sharp swords with ease, while several individuals formed human towers that towered over the surrounding buildings, leading well-trained beasts that behaved like docile pets. The astonishing sights elicited an uproar of excitement from the crowd, cheers ringing out continuously, while a young gentleman tossed a few copper coins as a reward for the entertainment. Yan Xia and Ella donned garments crafted from liquid metal, resembling ancient attire. Far from the luxurious robes of nobility, they appeared as ordinary folk. As they traversed the lively market into a more secluded area, they encountered a wedding procession. Bearers carried a red silk palanquin that resembled a ceremonial litter. The important seat was enveloped in layers of crimson gauze, with the bride partially visible, adorned not in the traditional attire Yan Xia had seen in childhood dramas, but in a phoenix coronet and a flowing veil. The gold and silver ornaments atop her head swaying gently with each movement, echoing her fluttering emotions, harmonizing with the festive drums and gongs. Flanking the palanquin, children scattered red candies, one of which Yan Xia managed to catch. This world is indeed different. The society here stands in stark contrast to the modernity Yan Xia is accustomed to. Chapter 131. The enchantment of Xiangxiang and Yongzhou. As Yan Xia wandered through the ancient city, he indulged in the melodies of a tea house while sipping a delicate brew. Subsequently, he encountered a brothel where the enchanting women, eager to entice the tall Yan Xia, nearly melted into his embrace. However, upon the arrival of Ella, these women retreated in silent humility, observing the striking duo from a distance. Ella, with her biotechnological allure, was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty, clad in a simple robe. She would resemble a celestial being. Their stay in the city was brief, and soon the pair departed. They traveled in a carriage drawn by a mythical creature known as Zhuliang, described as having a striped body and a mane of crimson, with eyes like gold. Legends spoke of its ability to grant immortality to those who rode upon its back. Zhuliang moved swiftly, covering vast distances effortlessly. Days later, they arrived at the banks of the Grandxiang River, which spanned 60 kilometers. Following the river downstream for another 100 kilometers, they reached a bustling dock, where large sailing vessels awaited, each measuring 60 to 70 meters in length. According to the ferryman, crossing the river would lead them to the great city of Yongzhou, also known as Lingling and poetically referred to as Xiangxiang, situated at the confluence of the Shaoshui and Xiang rivers. Yongzhou was an ancient city with a history dating back to the Qin and Han dynasties. As their vessel traversed the waters, Yan Xia beheld a striking black and white pagoda rising majestically against the sky. This octagonal tower, facing south and soaring to a height of 2,000 meters over 7 stories, was crowned by a spiraling white dragon and surrounded by phoenixes, exuding a solemn elegance and timeless charm. This was the Huilong Tower, standing vigil over the confluence of the two rivers, a spectacle only visible from this vantage point. The spiraling dragon, a guardian of the tower, seemed to harbor a formidable spirit, capable of engulfing their vessel in a single gulp. The other passengers on the boat gasped in awe at the sight of Huilong Tower. As they crossed the river, the solar panels in the sky became opaque, shrouding the sunlight and casting the realm of Jiuzhou into darkness. Only a few pinpricks of light filtered through, resembling a moon and stars. Upon disembarking, Yan Xia and Ella ventured towards Yongzhou under the cover of night. Midway through their journey, The clouds parted, and the moonlight illuminated a rock face ahead, revealing a human-hewn opening. They approached and entered a cavern, where the moonlight streamed into the stone chamber, reflecting off a pool of spring water, casting a clear crescent shape upon the white walls. The autumn moon over the light rocks is one of the 8 scenic wonders of Yongzhou, Ella remarked. Her extensive knowledge base allowed her to recreate even such exquisite scenes. If it weren't for the bizarre creatures within the Federation, this place could be opened as a tourist attraction, Yan Xia mused. While technology could fabricate many wonders, it often failed to capture the essence of nature. Yan Xia himself felt increasingly estranged from the natural world with the advancements of technology. Yet, upon arriving here, he experienced a rare sense of peace and joy, both in body and spirit. Modern individuals may find themselves at odds with these ancient beings, which is why access remains restricted. Ella conducted calculations and concluded that the likelihood of conflict is quite substantial. Some may be tempted to engage with these ancient souls, imparting snippets of contemporary knowledge or even revealing to them that they are mere constructs. Such actions would be detrimental to research endeavors. It is advisable for scholars to apply for access, while ordinary tourists remain barred. Scholars can leverage this world for study, potentially allowing the billions of scholars within the Civilizational Federation to observe the abode of deities from diverse perspectives. The advancement of civilization hinges upon 2 pillars, technology and energy. However, this does not diminish the importance of other facets, such as internal governance. Neglect in this area could lead to a collapse from within, akin to the fate of the olive branch civilization. This is a profound subject that demands meticulous attention. Departing from Dian Autumn Moon, the distance to Yangzhou City is not far. The area lies within the confines of Jingmen Pass, hence the city walls of Yangzhou are modest, standing at only 70 meters. In the dead of night, with the city gates firmly shut, Yan Xia and Ella opted to scale the walls for entry. The interior of Yangzhou City was eerily silent. They disturbed no one and found refuge in a temple. Upon entering, they discovered a pond named Pan Pond. Following the pond, they came upon a gatehouse, adorned with a relief inscription reading Lingxing Gate. The wooden structure featured mortise and tenon joints, flanked by 2 stone lions. The gatehouse was embellished with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, so delicately crafted that they seemed poised to spring forth. Crossing through Lingxing Gate, they encountered another door in the distance, known as Deshang Gate. This entrance connected to the shrines of local sages and eminent officials, its gatehouse towering over Lingxing Gate, with its columns intricately carved with coiling dragons and dancing phoenixes. Beyond this lay the main hall of the temple, the Deshang Hall. Before the hall stood a platform, flanked on 3 sides, with a central staircase adorned with floral and animal motifs, and stone lions standing sentinel on either side. With no one present, Yan Xia and Ella ventured inside. The grand hall was empty, yet led to a rear area housing the Chongqing Shrine. Its exterior embellished with exquisitely detailed colorful murals depicting stories of human figures. The entire temple exuded an aura of timeless antiquity, its carvings appearing naturally integrated. Could this be the Ningyuan Confucian Temple? Yan Xia and Ella spent the night here, and upon dawn, they emerged to find the streets bustling with literati. It turned out that the renowned Pingzhou Academy was located nearby, a prestigious institution within Jingzhou, having produced numerous great scholars. They followed the flow of people, passing by a theater where the sounds of Chiga opera echoed, performing Second Plum. Yan Xia had lingered in this city for quite some time, reluctant to depart. 2.5 years had slipped by on their journey, and it was time to return lest they miss the sightseeing train. The experience was truly unforgettable. The ancient simplicity and natural beauty of this era instilled a profound sense of tranquility, allowing one to momentarily forget the outside world. Upon returning to the floating continent, the expressions of all the visitors mirrored Yan Xia's own. The essence of travel lies in cultural experiences, and the richness of ancient heritage deepens the cultural foundation of the observer. Yan Xia approached the cabin and settled onto the sofa, observing a member of the luminary wing race beside him, who was intently manipulating a concealed virtual panel, visible only to itself. This individual was a scholar of the luminary wing, as Ella had informed him. Intrigued, Yan Xia pondered why the scholar, seemingly on vacation, appeared so engrossed and anxious. Was he perhaps engaged in some form of research? Through Ella, he acquired the necessary permissions to view the scholar's virtual panel. To his astonishment, the screen displayed an extraordinarily intricate array of formulas. The more he scrutinized them, the heavier his heart became, for he realized that these equations pertained to Fermat's last theorem. This theorem encapsulated a significant chapter in the annals of human mathematics and bore profound connections to string theory. Chapter 132. The Game of Fermat's Last Theorem. Fermat's last theorem, much like numerous mathematical theorems, fundamentally embodies a mathematical enigma and serves as an intellectual pursuit for mathematicians. The proposition that a cube can be expressed as the sum of two cubes, or that a fourth power can be represented as the sum of two fourth powers, or more generally, that a power greater than 2 can be decomposed into the sum of two like powers, is deemed impossible. This theorem was posited by the French mathematician Pierre de Fermat in 1637 and can be succinctly formulated as xn yn xen for positive integers when n2. In 1993, Andrew Weil successfully resolved Fermat's last theorem, although subsequent complications regarding Euler's references necessitated further validation. Ultimately, on October 25, 1994, at precisely 11:04:11, Wiles presented a proof that garnered universal acceptance among mathematicians, confirming the theorem's validity for n2. This endeavor spanned over 3 centuries, resembling an intricate numerical game. Yan Xia, while delving into string theory, had encountered some mathematical concepts and possessed a rudimentary understanding of Fermat's last theorem. The scholar before her, engaged in the study of this theorem, suggested a modest level of mathematical prowess, or perhaps indicated that he was merely indulging in an intellectual pastime. The antiquity of Fermat's last theorem rendered it seemingly devoid of practical applications. Mathematics often intertwines with philosophy, wherein the significance of many mathematical inquiries lies not solely in the conclusions but in the methodologies employed. Much like a game, the journey from initiation to exploration constitutes the most exhilarating aspect, while vanquishing the final adversary can evoke a profound sense of emptiness. Ella transmitted sound to Yan Xia's ears through miniature robots. According to the information relayed, there were indeed no relevant technologies available. Yan Xia chose to disengage, recognizing this as merely an exercise in mathematical discipline. In the present era of the civilized federation, numerous mathematical proofs can be effortlessly sourced online, eliminating the necessity for manual calculations. Moreover, certain companies have developed extensive mathematical formula models within virtual realms, facilitating any form of computational endeavor akin to a supercomputer. These mathematical models not only assist with established formulas but also provide auxiliary computations for challenging mathematical problems, significantly reducing the time required for mathematicians. Calculations that might have consumed hours of intense thought could be completed in less than a minute within these models. Many of these academic virtual spaces are meticulously overseen by Ella, who connects network ports to these digital landscapes, gathering computational data from within. To her dismay, the oversight had not passed the main council's scrutiny. The error in this domain was striking. Indeed, the mathematical automaton lived up to its name, as she had been oblivious to the oversight in her prior computations. The scholar from the luminary wing, beside her, voiced exclamations of both frustration and amazement. Yan Xia observed as the screen before him suddenly expanded to the size of a blackboard, upon which an intricate formula was being deliberated in a flurry of minuscule, fly-like characters. The mere sight of the formulas throughout the text left Yan Xia trembling. Mathematics, in its intricate complexity, proved to be a formidable challenge for him. His primary focus was biology, with a secondary interest in astrophysics, both of which necessitated a degree of mathematical application. Previously, he had relied on Ella to assist with calculations. Among various academic disciplines, the difficulty of mathematics undoubtedly ranked among the highest. Its demands on logical reasoning reached astonishing levels. And what era was this? An increasing number of mathematical conundrums emerged, many of which transcended the integer challenges posed by Fermat's last theorem, delving deeper into calculus and geometry. Yan Xia had even heard of a scholar who had tragically perished from overexertion while grappling with complex calculations. The closer one approached the truth in mathematical enigmas, the more formidable the obstacles became. As the core of the Civil Federation, Ella also engaged in diverse research endeavors. During a previous mathematical challenge, its computational power nearly led to overheating after 289 years of relentless calculations without confirming the validity of the problem. What is the mechanism God? Yan Xia inquired with curiosity, a concept unfamiliar to him during his time in the Civil Federation. His question prompted a shocked reaction from the scholar of the Lightwing clan, who turned to him in disbelief. You do not know the mechanism God? Everything within the Civil Federation is governed by the mechanism God. There are societal mechanism gods overseeing social operations, mathematical, physical, and chemical mechanism gods addressing academic inquiries, as well as a virtual mechanism god managing the entire virtual realm, alongside a military mechanism god overseeing defense matters. The mechanism god is omnipresent within the Federation. Wait, are you not the official who arrived midway on the Ice and Snow Star? How could you be unaware of the mechanism god? The Lightwing scholar's demeanor shifted, suspicious that Yan Xia might be an agent of another civilization. In the current context of the Civil Federation, Not knowing about the mechanism god was as outrageous as someone in the 21st century being oblivious to the existence of mobile phones. I see, Yan Xia replied thoughtfully. I spent a considerable amount of time on the Cosmic Silk Road and only returned recently. I had no idea the Federation had progressed so swiftly. His reflections alleviated the scholar's concerns. Meanwhile, Ella discreetly communicated with Yan Xia, providing explanations. The information processed by Ella was contingent upon computational power. The vastness of space implied that it could only operate within a single stellar system. Should multiple systems be involved, one would encounter the daunting issue of delays lasting several years. In computing, even a 1 millisecond delay is intolerable, let alone delays spanning years or even decades. Thus, Ella devised the mechanism god. Each mechanism god possesses its own independent stellar system as a host, handling distinct tasks. The mechanism gods are categorized into primary mechanism gods with exceptional computational capabilities and secondary mechanism gods with lesser power. The primary mechanism gods depend on substantial stars, typically yellow or blue dwarfs, to provide the necessary energy for their computations. Secondary mechanism gods rely on red or white dwarfs, with one secondary mechanism god coordinating operations within the annular world. The Cosmic Silk Road is indeed a considerable distance away, at over 200 light-years. Should my research come to fruition, it could potentially elevate the speed of the Federation's warships to a new echelon, reaching at least 15 of the speed of light. The scholar of the Lumina Wing tribe shook his head in regret. Regrettably, my research still has a long way to go. As a member of the Lumina Wing tribe, my lifespan is regrettably too short. If I were to possess a lifespan of several centuries, perhaps one day I could personally complete this research. Yan Xia listened with great curiosity. What kind of research could potentially enhance the speed of a warship so significantly? The Lumina Wing scholar opened the permissions to the virtual screen, and the formulas on the blackboard before him vanished in an instant, replaced by a single number, 137. Chapter 133, Constant 137. The number 137 is indeed an integer, yet it does not merely signify a whole number. More precisely, it should be represented as 137. 03599976. A dimensionless quantity or an adimensional number. This figure is commonly referred to as the fine structure constant, also known as the God constant, denoted by the Greek letter. The God constant, in contemporary discourse, is more frequently termed the machine God constant. As a representation of the intensity of electromagnetic interactions, it encapsulates the mysteries of the universe. Whether it be human civilization, our own luminary civilization, or others such as the Kate civilization, the Hundred-Eyed civilization, or the Purple Thorn civilization, every culture that has ventured into the realm of physics has encountered this constant, often with astonishment. If indeed there exists a fundamental constant within the universe, one might ponder whether it was established by an entity akin to the machine god, which utilized this constant to forge the entirety of the cosmos. Presently, we have not only discerned the strength of electromagnetic interactions but have also calculated the intensities of weak interactions, strong interactions, and gravitational interactions. Each constant gives rise to captivating subjects of inquiry. 13 years ago, I began to intertwine the fine structure constant with the Hodge conjecture, aspiring to create a unique geometric structure. This geometric framework could be assembled from basic geometrical forms into a complex configuration, enabling the derivation of energy and its amplification. I have perpetually sought to explore this concept, as the mysteries of mathematics are alluring. However, the tangible impact on the Federation remains elusive. Most citizens are primarily concerned with practical matters. Long ago, I shifted my focus toward this area of research, yet it appears I have perhaps ventured too far too soon. Physics and mathematics are inextricably linked disciplines, yet transitioning from physics to mathematics, or vice versa, while striving for significant achievements, poses considerable challenges. Particularly in this era, the culmination of each discipline seems infinitely extended. For instance, thousands of years ago, various fields resembled a crossroads, each extending a mere 100 meters, whereas now they stretch to 1,000 meters. To traverse even 100 meters along a single path has become exceedingly arduous. Traversing 1,000 meters requires not only genius but also a stroke of fortune. Moreover, to choose to embark anew on a different path, aiming to cover 100 meters, let alone 1,000 meters, borders on the realm of folly. The luminary civilization inherently aligns with the Hodge conjecture, possessing profound mathematical prowess. Furthermore, owing to their reproductive nature, they retain the memories of their progenitors, allowing these nascent luminaries to inherit the knowledge previously held. They are, in essence, born mathematicians, mastering a wealth of mathematical concepts from the very moment of their inception. Endowed with exceptional mathematical talent. In this context, while others must journey from 0 to 100 meters, the luminaries commence their journey already positioned at the 100-meter mark. striving towards the 1,000-meter horizon. For this reason, Yan Xia found herself quite intrigued by the scholarly pursuits of the individual before her. Previously, through new collaborative exchanges, they had discovered that energy-isolated weapons possess immense potential, thereby demonstrating the high practical value of mathematics. However, given that three-dimensional geometric forms are finite in number, how might one use geometry to constrain and amplify electromagnetic forces? Yan Xia articulated this query. The other party sighed. Acknowledging the inherent difficulty, the limitations of three-dimensional space hinder many possibilities. Nevertheless, if virtual particles exist within the microscopic realm, could we potentially construct a virtual geometry of energy using these particles? By eliminating the shapes of the three-dimensional world and allowing microscopic energies to traverse geometric pathways, could we achieve amplification in the process? The field I am investigating is termed multiple energy applications, which, as the name suggests, involves whether, after completing nuclear fusion, the particles can be subjected to a subsequent fission or decay, or harnessing antimatter annihilation within a brief time frame to amplify energy. The other party elaborated on some of their theories, capturing Yan Xia's fascination. She gradually comprehended why the individual was researching the fine structure constant. Their studies encompassed not only the fine structure constant, but also quantum electrodynamics. If two electrons interact by exchanging photons, could we constrain photons through geometric pathways, much like optical fibers, thereby regulating and controlling the energy conversion of atoms? When an atom undergoes fission, producing two new atoms, could these be controlled via geometric pathways to subsequently undergo fusion with other elements, thus enabling an accumulation of energy from the fission and fusion processes? This notion of secondary utilization initially seemed to contradict the law of conservation of energy. Yet, in the calculations of the Light-Wing tribe, it remarkably aligned with energy conservation principles. Secondary utilization merely serves to aggregate more energy rather than create it anew. For instance, an object with a power output of 1 watt releasing 10 joules of energy would require 10 seconds, whereas through this application, the power could be elevated to 2 watts, allowing the same 10 joules to be expended in just 5 seconds. This would reduce the time required for a battleship to accelerate and exponentially enhance the instantaneous explosive energy of bombs, among other applications. However, upon reflection, this might not seem overwhelmingly powerful. If the energy of a battleship is 100 joules, does the distinction between gradually accelerating to maximum speed and rapidly reaching it truly matter? At first glance, it appears inconsequential, yet there exists a difference. The universe is not an absolute vacuum, which implies the presence of friction. And with friction comes the necessity to expend more energy per second to maintain the same acceleration over a longer duration. Additionally, there are other consumption factors. Swifter acceleration signifies energy savings in other domains, such as the energy required for cooling the engines, which constitutes a significant expense in battleships. Yan Xia perceived that this technology might be somewhat exaggerated by the scholar before her, as it seemed implausible that it could substantially enhance the speed of battleships. Perhaps the individual was not well acquainted with the current velocity capabilities of the Civilizational Federation's vessels, as specialization often dictates expertise. Yan Xia prompted Ella to conduct an analysis, revealing that the technology in question could potentially enhance the speed of the existing spacecraft by an impressive 42. However, this projection hinges on the successful implementation of the technology, which is still largely theoretical, riddled with flaws in its validation process. It is no surprise that the scholar from the Luminary Wing race failed to pass the rigorous scrutiny of the mathematical mechanism, akin to a manuscript being swiftly rejected by a discerning journal. In contrast to this scholar's research, Ella and some of the foremost scholars from the Civilization Federation have been diligently addressing the challenges associated with improving the speed of warships. This endeavor holds paramount importance, with numerous leading companies investing staggering amounts, up to 30 trillion energy coins annually, into this pursuit, a figure that is indeed astonishing. It is worth noting that the entire Civilization Federation generates a mere 220 trillion energy coins each year. Nonetheless, this exchange of ideas has sparked a plethora of fresh thoughts for Yan Xia. The realm of mathematical geometry undoubtedly holds vast potential for application. Perhaps it is time for him to delve deeper into the study of mathematics. The more he learns, the more he recognizes his own insignificance and the limitations of his knowledge. Indeed, one should strive to learn throughout their life. The sightseeing spacecraft has already taken flight, with its next destination being Beta Cassiopeiae, a magnificent orange giant star. Chapter 134, The Sea of Boiling Waves. The city beneath the glowing clouds, the giant star represents another phase in the evolution of red giants. For instance, the Sun, now approximately 4.57 billion years old, will gradually expand in the coming billions of years due to the continuous loss of mass. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull, when a star loses mass. The gravitational force diminishes, leading to an increase in the star's volume. Thus, a giant star may also be referred to as an elderly star. Betelgeuse is a prime example, boasting an age of about 7 billion years. Although its mass is merely 8 greater than that of the Sun, its radius exceeds 25 times that of our star. As Yan Xia sat within the confines of the cabin, he could easily spot Betelgeuse with the naked eye, for it shone with a brilliance 170 times that of the Sun. Even accounting for the invisible wavelengths, Betelgeuse remained resplendently bright. At this point, he was not far from the solar system, as Betelgeuse was located a mere 30 light-years away, allowing for a return to the solar system in roughly 500 years. Contemplating this, Yan Xia inquired of Ella about the current state of the solar system, for it was his homeland. To be candid, the passage of time had rendered him nearly forgetful of the characteristics of his city. A typical person might forget the environment of their residence from 10 or 20 years prior by the age of 30. How many years had Yan Xia transcended? He accessed his virtual interface to check the date, the year 24381 AD. This back-and-forth exchange had spanned over 15,000 years. How brief is the history of human civilization in comparison? The solar system remained in a state of instability. Among the 7 planets, Mercury had vanished like Earth, leaving only 6 planets, each exhibiting orbital deviations. Mars had moved closer to the Sun, becoming more habitable than it was over 20,000 years ago. Venus's orbit had transformed into an ellipse, rendering it highly unstable, though a significant portion of its atmospheric envelope had been stripped away, allowing for potential colonization. The optimal time frame for returning to the solar system was set for 70,000 years hence, at which point the solar system would be considerably more stable. Although it would not reach its former state, with our current technological capabilities, we could reconstruct the solar system at minimal cost. Yan Xia pondered for a moment. Thus, the plan would be set for 70,000 years in the future. He felt no urgency. After all, the only place he truly missed was Earth, for there alone resided the remnants of humanity's legacy, while other places held far too little, less than a trillionth. And Earth had perished, consumed by the Sun, its high temperatures rendering it vaporized, leaving no trace behind. 14 years later, the sightseeing spacecraft arrived at Betelgeuse, also known as Alpha Orionis. This rare solitary star system had no planets detected by humanity in the 21st century. However, Yan Xia's data indicated the existence of one planet, Alpha Orionis b. This planet's radius was merely 2/3 that of Earth, with a mass slightly greater than that of Mars, and it orbited exceedingly close to Betelgeuse, exhibiting almost no rotation. It was anticipated that in 600 million years, it would succumb to tidal locking by Betelgeuse. Their destination was, indeed, located on this planet. The sightseeing spacecraft plunged into the atmosphere of Alpha Centauri b, enduring the terrifyingly high temperatures. This planet, enveloped in a dense atmosphere, was not a natural formation, but rather a creation of a corporation contracted by the Federation, due to its proximity to Alpha Centauri. The surface temperature of Alpha Centauri b could have soared above 1,300 degrees Celsius. However, after the introduction of an artificial atmosphere, the temperature skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,600 degrees Celsius. Consequently, the corporation was compelled to invest substantial resources in the custom fabrication of hundreds of combined planetary refrigeration units, known colloquially as planetary refrigerators, to maintain a stable temperature within the atmospheric confines. As the sightseeing vessel breached the atmosphere, it first traversed a thick layer of clouds, approximately 7 kilometers deep. Upon breaking through, a sense of clarity akin to parting the mist emerged. Alpha Centauri b was a veritable oceanic planet, devoid of any landmass or islands. The water itself had been transported by the contracting company, which compressed vast quantities of oxygen and delivered it here, simultaneously harvesting hydrogen from the stellar fusion within the star itself. Employing advanced technology, they converted this hydrogen into atomic form, subsequently combining the hydrogen atoms with oxygen atoms to create the expansive ocean. The ocean's average depth was around 27,000 meters, with the deepest point reaching an astounding 30,829 meters, rendering the total volume of water 181 times that of Earth's. At this moment, other tourists began to awaken, gazing through the glass at the tumultuous sea below. The boiling sea lived up to its name, indeed. Though the planetary refrigerators aided in cooling, the temperature remained exceedingly high, averaging around 115 degrees Celsius, far from room temperature. This persistent heat kept the water in a constant state of boiling, which in turn formed dense clouds that shielded the planet from the intense infrared and ultraviolet radiation emitted by the nearby star. After a brief flight through the atmosphere, the spacecraft located a vast whirlpool on the ocean's surface, at the center of which lay a bottomless pit exceeding 300 meters in diameter. The vessel plunged directly into it. Descending, they were enveloped by the relentless torrents surrounding the ship, creating a thrilling yet daunting sensation as if the vessel might be shattered upon contact with the swirling currents. The ship had already decelerated to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and after merely 1 minute of descent, it reached the base of the turbulence and submerged into the water. At this point, visibility significantly improved. They found themselves within a colossal transparent conduit. Surrounding them was a vibrant, illuminated underwater realm. Despite being 700 meters below the surface, the ocean was astonishingly bright, teeming with bioluminescent flora, minerals, and fauna. Schools of fish glided above the conduit, radiating a soft blue-white glow, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, a colossal fish exceeding 50 meters in length surged forth, opening its wide mouth to devour hundreds of smaller fish, inciting awe and dread. In the distance, a radiant mass, approximately 500 meters in diameter, stirred unexpectedly. What was initially presumed to be a rocky outcrop adorned with luminous vegetation revealed itself to be a jellyfish. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the final sightseeing point of our journey, the Sea of Boiling. Here, one can find a staggering 908 species, over 80 of which possess the remarkable ability to emit light, creating a vibrant underwater spectacle beneath the surface of the Sea of Boiling. We are currently en route to the city of Glimmering Abyss, the sole city within this aquatic realm, covering an expansive area of 64,000 square kilometers. Upon entering Glimmering Abyss, you will have the freedom to explore at your leisure. This city serves not only as the last destination for our sightseeing vessel, but also as the ultimate goal for Yan Xia and Ella, as it houses the largest biological research center of the Civilized Federation. Chapter 135, Research Institute No. 0, Biological Battleship. Upon his arrival at the city of Ziguangdi, Yan Xia found himself utterly astonished by its breathtaking beauty. He gazed upward, captivated by the immense semicircular dome that loomed above him, while beyond it lay the dark depths of the ocean, teeming with luminescent creatures that created a mesmerizing, moving starry sky. A kaleidoscope of colors cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the modest structures of Ziguangdi, whose tallest edifices barely reached a height of 100 meters. This city was not merely a flat expanse resting on the ocean floor. Rather, it resembled a colossal bowl, densely populated with myriad buildings within its curvature. At the heart of the bowl stood a monumental central root column, measuring a staggering 3 kilometers in diameter, from which countless passageways branched out, giving Ziguangdi the appearance of a circular flower bud, its petals extending outward in a delicate flourish. It evoked the image of a bun with a sprig of grass protruding from its center. As he disembarked from the spacecraft, Yan Xia overheard a tourist remarking in a similar vein, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth in agreement. The streets of Ziguangdi were adorned with bright streetlights, transforming the city into an eternal metropolis. The allure of Ziguangdi extended far beyond the marvels of the ocean. It had also fostered a thriving entertainment industry, encompassing gambling and adult entertainment. Everything here was compliant with regulations and legal standards, with no room for any gray market enterprises. All citizens who visited were safeguarded by the Federation, which had maintained an unblemished record for nearly 1,800 years. The Civil Federation required such a sanctuary for many citizens to indulge their desires. In truth, ordinary citizens were a rarity here, with explorers being the predominant visitors. After stepping down from the spacecraft, Ella promptly arranged for a vehicle. The car was a gleaming silver, adorned with white light strips, its armor-like exterior exuding a sense of futuristic elegance, hovering approximately 30 centimeters above the ground. Once seated, Yan Xia experienced no sense of instability. The ride was remarkably smooth, yet its striking appearance drew the attention of passers-by. He noticed many curious onlookers casting glances their way. "Is this car expensive?" he inquired of Ella. She blinked, shaking her head in denial. "Not really. It's only around 30,000 energy credits. Is that not considered expensive?" he retorted, realizing that the purchasing power of 30,000 energy credits was comparable to several billion Chinese yuan in the 21st century. Typically, the price of a hovercar hovered around 10,000 energy credits. Is it crafted from gold? How could it be so costly? He pondered aloud. Even a ton of gold would only be worth about 10,000 energy credits. Ella seemed to anticipate his confusion. The exterior of this vehicle is constructed from high-strength synthetic metals, representing the zenith of the Federation's metal manufacturing. We have minimized the atomic spacing, achieving an extraordinarily dense arrangement of atoms while maintaining stability. The stronger the metal, the more energy required for its production, which naturally inflates the price. Furthermore, without mass production to offset costs, the price of a single vehicle can become exorbitantly high. This vehicle's exterior boasts a structural integrity capable of withstanding an explosion equivalent to 2 million tons of TNT, coupled with additional defensive measures. This figure could be multiplied by 100. Indeed, the high cost is justifiable. However, within the present Civilization Federation, such resilience is nearly futile, as the threshold of 200 million tons of TNT is easily achievable. Consequently, this vehicle can merely defend against attacks from ordinary citizens wielding inferior weaponry. Despite its remarkable specifications, the price tag of 30,000 energy coins seems exorbitant, leading Yan Xia to believe that only a fool would consider purchasing it. As the vehicle glided through the vibrant streets of Xiaoguang City, it arrived at an unassuming shopping mall. Ella guided him into an elevator, and as the doors closed, the internal buttons unexpectedly transformed from the expected 111 floors to a range from 1 to 11. Ella pressed a series of buttons in rapid succession before the elevator finally activated. Prioritizing safety to prevent mechanical malfunctions, the display revealed negative floors and without a password. He was unable to initiate the descent. The elevator descended swiftly, and Yan Xia felt a pronounced sensation of plummeting, initially exceeding an acceleration of 2g. After a quarter of an hour, the descent began to slow, eventually arriving at a depth of 100 kilometers underground. Exiting the elevator, Yan Xia surveyed his surroundings, which were far from tranquil. Instead, he was surrounded by numerous living beings, researchers, not mere automatons. This was Research Institute Zero, specifically tailored for you, Yan Xia. Within this facility, one could find all advanced biological apparatuses of the Federation, as well as a congregation of many renowned biological scholars ranked among the Federation's elite. The so-called ranked scholars are part of a system devised by Ella, wherein all contributors in various fields within the Federation are automatically entered into a ranking. Disciplines such as biology, mathematics, philosophy, physics, chemistry, dynamics, architecture, and even psychokinesis each have their distinct ranking lists, with each list containing 1 million entries. Even the scholars at the bottom of the ranks receive annual funding from the Federation. Those ranked 500, 000 to 1, 000 receive 500 energy coins annually, equivalent to purchasing power in the tens of millions. Scholars ranked from 100, 000 to 499, 999 receive 2,000 energy coins. Those ranked from 50, 000 to 99, 999 receive 5,000, and scholars ranked from 10, 000 to 49, 999 are awarded 15,000 energy coins. Scholars ranked from 1, 000 to 9, 999 are already considered the C Army de la C Army within the Federation, receiving 70,000 energy coins annually. Those ranked from 999 to 100, 999 are granted 300,000 energy coins. The top 100 scholars receive a uniform reward of 1 million energy coins, irrespective of their specific rank. It is precisely due to this ranking system that many scholars within the civilized Federation are spurred onward, as attaining a position on the list promises boundless wealth. While 500 energy coins may seem modest, it is significant when one considers that the average annual income of citizens within the civilized Federation is approximately 14 energy coins. Thus, securing a spot on the list equates to earning what an average citizen would take 60 years to accumulate. Upon hearing about these rewards, Yan Xia was reminded of the luxurious vehicle he had just boarded, the exorbitance of which was self-evident. The competition for rankings was undeniably fierce, akin to a veritable storm of blood and strife. Presently, the number of scholars registered with the Scholar Association within the Civilized Federation had surpassed a staggering 843.7 billion, indicating that those who could ascend the rankings were indeed rare gems. Concurrently, Yan Xia learned that the total population of citizens within the Civilized Federation had reached 58 trillion, with the majority of these citizens stemming from a few highly prolific species, among which the Leller tribe alone accounted for 15.2 trillion. In comparison to these species, which could bear dozens in a single birth, humanity's reproductive capabilities appeared woefully inadequate. Moreover, Yan Xia's own achievements in the field of biology rendered him unable to secure a place on this esteemed list, which was hardly surprising, as he had not delved into biological studies for over 10 millennia, leaving his knowledge severely outdated. Nonetheless, his foundational understanding would enable him to swiftly grasp contemporary biological knowledge, and he believed that he could ascend the rankings within a few decades. Ella guided Yan Xia along the path, and as they passed through a door, a vast space suddenly materialized beside them, enclosed by high-strength organic glass. Yan Xia was left awestruck by what lay within, an organic battleship in the process of growth. The exorbitant costs of metal had led to the primary mission of Zero Research Institute being the study of biological battleships, ushering in an era of affordable war vessels. These organic ships required only nourishment to thrive, with organic resources being far more accessible than their inorganic counterparts. A biological battleship of equivalent size could cost at least 10 times less than a metal one. The advent of this era of inexpensive warships signified a forthcoming surge in the fleet of the civilized Federation, potentially numbering in the millions or even tens of millions, making it feasible for even the olive branch civilization to engage. Yan Xia was utterly captivated. Chapter 136. The Creation of the Insectoid Species. Pandora's box. What Yan Xia beheld was merely an embryo of a biological warship, still in its infancy. Were there any completed biological warships? He owned a glimpse of the fully matured vessel. However, Ella's response was negative. In fact, this project had been underway for an extended period, yet due to genetic issues, the biological warships had yet to reach maturity. This was quite typical, as even the creation of a mouse-sized organism necessitated exceedingly meticulous genetic programming techniques, an endeavor no less complex than coding a computer program. Furthermore, while a conventional computer program might still function despite bugs, a flaw in biological genes could lead to total failure. After all, life is not akin to a computer. When it crashes, one cannot simply reboot to resolve all issues. If life ceases, how could one restart it? The interplay of various factors rendered the technological advancement of biological warships exceedingly challenging. Our largest biological warship measures a mere 812 meters in length. Ella expressed profound regret. At this stage, as an artificial intelligence, she had reached a bottleneck, unable to manage tasks with the same ease as before. This limitation stemmed from foundational technology constraints as well as energy restrictions. An 812-meter warship might be formidable within a Level 1 civilization, yet in a Level 2 civilization, it could only be deemed charmingly diminutive. Nonetheless, for Yan Xia, it was sufficiently novel. "Take me to see it," he requested. Yan Xia traversed directly from Area A2 to Area S92, winding through at least 30 kilometers. The entire research facility appeared to him as though molded from a single template, characterized by its stark whiteness and largely uniform layout, devoid of any directional signage. Upon exiting the pristine research facility, he felt the ambient temperature rising, indicating his arrival. He ventured through a pitch-black tunnel, and as he encountered a soft sensation beneath his feet, he realized he had directly entered the interior of the spacecraft. "This is the entrance," Yan Xia observed, gazing ahead as the flesh before him quivered slightly and then slowly parted to reveal an opening. Contrary to darkness, the interior of the opening radiated an intense brightness. These luminous rays emanated from the biological warship's very flesh. And suddenly, Yan Xia comprehended the origin of the glowing creatures within the boiling sea. Yet, he would have preferred the absence of such illumination. The interior of this biological warship was far from aesthetically pleasing. Entering felt akin to traversing the intestines of an unknown organism, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. The biological warship could not spontaneously generate its internal apparatus. Thus, many components required later installation. For instance, this tunnel would eventually be enclosed with a milky, translucent glass, allowing light to permeate while simultaneously blocking the foul odor of the flesh and its exterior. The internal spatial dimensions of the biological warship bore no difference from those of a mechanical vessel, with the organic matter merely replacing the shell. The difficulty in development stemmed from our desire for the biological warship to attain greater resilience. As Yan Xia ventured inside, he discovered a rather rudimentary installation of equipment. It was evident that this warship was but a half-finished product. He instructed the Quark robot to deactivate its olfactory sensors, thereby facilitating a smooth entry into the vessel's interior. He proceeded directly to the control room, which was replete with surveillance apparatuses, allowing for observation of the surroundings beyond the spacecraft. However, these cameras were not affixed to the biological warship itself, but rather mounted on the surrounding walls to monitor the vessel's status. This particular craft resembled an elongated horseshoe crab, or more accurately, a variant with an extended and broadened tail. Its exterior was not soft, but rather encased in a shell, rendering it more akin to an exoskeletal creature rather than a mammal, avian, or aquatic life form. Any material, when structured densely, enhances its defensive capabilities, transcending mere metallic compositions. Nonetheless, metals are favored for their stability, thus their widespread utilization. The hull of this biological warship exhibited a strength nearing that of 0.07179 steel, barely crossing the threshold of adequacy. 0.07179 steel, a somewhat antiquated alloy, boasts iron, the most stable element in the universe. Even though the Civil Federation has advanced to the point of synthesizing elements, none have surpassed iron in stability. Consequently, iron remains a prevalent choice within the Federation, whether in architecture, spacecraft, or warships, due to its affordability and reliability. The half-life of 0.07179 steel is approximately 2.6 million years with a density of 27.26 GCM, a hardness rating of 13, a melting point of 18.000 degrees Celsius, and a tensile strength of 6.812 MPa. Its performance in various aspects is merely satisfactory at best. Curiously, Yan Xia pondered the maximum velocity this warship could attain if it were fully realized. What dimensions would it reach? Upon meticulous inspection, he noted several inadequacies in the biological vessel, leading him to suspect that it might not yet be a fully metamorphosed entity. Complete metamorphosis refers to a significant discrepancy in appearance between the juvenile and adult stages of a creature, akin to a transformation into a different form altogether. The maximum speed of the warship is contingent upon its propulsion system, while the strength of its biological material influences only its acceleration. Given that we possess gravitational technology, acceleration can be largely disregarded. Previously encountered, the Luminary Wing Scholar's research, if successful, would yield significant advancements in acceleration. The first generation of biological warships was projected to exceed 100,000 meters. Current theoretical support suggests a potential of around 20,000 meters. Yet we have yet to cultivate an individual of that magnitude. Ella meticulously elucidated each aspect for Yan Xia, affirming that while this initiative remained in its nascent stages, maturity was on the horizon. The research into biological warships can currently inspire the development of another facet of biotechnology, biological soldiers. The biological soldier program was not designed to create life forms akin to the war beast race, but rather to forge a legion reminiscent of a suicide squad. These soldiers would possess the capability for infinite reproduction, boasting boundless numbers, thus leveraging this advantage to deplete the enemy's resources. The warfare of the cosmos transcends mere psychological tactics and arms races. It is fundamentally a contest for energy. Potent weaponry often demands a greater expenditure of energy, and an increase in such daring squads could potentially mitigate the casualties of our regular forces. This is a technology that has reached maturity, one that you, Yan Xia, should be well acquainted with. It is known as the Zerg. An ancient video game, it emerged during the nascent days of human networking technology, standing as one of the first generations of electronic sports, featuring organisms from StarCraft. Yan Xia had previously hesitated to create the Zerg, as he perceived it to be akin to a Pandora's box, uncertain whether he would become a victim of the Zerg's backlash, much like the Zelnaga. However, now that the creation has come to fruition, he finds it precisely what they require. The universe is fraught with peril. If one perpetually hesitates, how shall they confront the olive branch civilization? Perhaps this will not be the first Pandora's box that we open. Science, in essence, is a journey into the exploration of the forbidden. Chapter 137, The Insectoid Sequence. Corroded Blade Ella extended a glass test tube measuring merely 10 centimeters in length to Yan Xia. Within it resided a diminutive insect, reminiscent of the Kakuna from Pokemon, poised to evolve into a Butterfree upon reaching sufficient experience. However, this was no ordinary creature. It was a brainworm. Having spent many years in each other's company, Ella knew Yan Xia well enough to anticipate his reactions. Yan Xia nearly hurled the test tube away in horror. The terror evoked by the brainworm lingered in his memory, akin to the facehugger of the xenomorph. This entity was not solely a brainworm. It was also a nexus of a hive. Upon awakening, the brainworm would swiftly consume the surrounding energy to fabricate a mycelium blanket, utilizing photosynthesis to cultivate sugars that would serve as both a breeding ground for the hive and sustenance for the insects. Ella had already stated that this was a mature technology, which implied that the seed in Yan Xia's possession was primed for evolution into the insectoid race. However, according to the lore of StarCraft, all three races were merely level 1 civilizations. Despite the presence of advanced technology, their warfare strategies remained rudimentary, far from the sophistication of a level 2 civilization. The current Civil Federation would undoubtedly overpower the insectoid race depicted in the game. This is not surprising, considering it was a creation of the 20th century, a time when human technology was just beginning to blossom. Consequently, Ella had made several enhancements to the insectoid race. For instance, the smallest fully developed unit of the insectoid species would exceed 100 meters in size, with exoskeletons reaching the caliber of steel 007179. Nevertheless, this still did not satisfy Ella's ambitions for the Suicide Squad. Thus, she incorporated a devouring gene into the insectoid DNA upon consuming other life forms or their kin. The insectoids would seize genetic fragments to complete their evolution. For instance, upon assimilating human genes, the insect might sprout a human visage on its exterior, or perhaps its head would assume a human form, endowed with human intelligence. This assimilation was limited to 11 instances. Any further genetic combinations would compromise stability, making 11 the absolute maximum. Ella designated this phenomenon as the insectoid sequence. Newly birthed insectoids were classified as 0 sequence or initial sequence. Upon consuming the first organism, they would activate the first sequence, completing their evolution. This sequence bore no inherent name, yet one could bestow a title upon it. Sequences possessed varying strengths. along with the potential for both failure and success. For example, if one were to consume a human and merely develop a human face without any enhancement in combat capability, that would be deemed a failure. The insectoid race had commenced integration into military applications, with the current number of cultivated hives reaching 290,000, and the individual count of insectoid soldiers totaling 23 billion. In order to instill order among the insectoid species, the brain bug possesses a telepathic ability of level 6 from the moment of its birth, enabling it to command over 1 million individual insects. Additionally, these creatures possess intelligence comparable to that of sentient beings. I plan to classify the brain bugs within a special citizenry group, granting them the privileges of federal citizenship. The capabilities inherent to the brain bug signify that it is far from being a low-intelligence species. Instinctively, it would never consent to being merely cannon fodder. Thus, Ella has opted to grant it citizenship for easier management. In truth, the Civilizational Federation harbors no fear of rebellion from the insectoids. As their role is strictly defined, they are capable of energy consumption rather than offensive action. Currently, our experiments have cataloged a total of 62 million sequences, among which 970,000 are classified as inferior sequences, 560,000 as low sequences, 80,000 as medium sequences, 7,832 as high sequences, and 231 as top sequences. These sequences confer various transformations upon individuals, and certain abilities can be synergistically combined to achieve effects greater than the sum of their parts. Presently, we have mastered 16 flawless sequence pathways. Ella sent a picture to Yan Xia, who, upon opening it, beheld a colossal insect. It unfurled its wings, its body encased in a shell that shimmered with a blue hue reminiscent of tempered steel. Its physique bore resemblance to that of a mantis, with all 12 pairs of limbs honed to razor-sharp sides. Its mouth resembled that of a beetle, functioning like a hydraulic clamp, from which dripped a viscous black, corrosive liquid. This sequence, dubbed Corrosive Blade, ranks as number 1 among the sequences we have cultivated. In its original state, the scythe can effortlessly slice through steel, while the corrosive liquid can erode a multitude of metal types. Following our enhancements, the molecular structure of the scythe has been meticulously rearranged, rendering its edge a singular row of atoms capable of slicing through any material, including the vehicle mentioned earlier. The corrosive liquid has also been augmented with quark robots, which dismantle atomic structures, directly decomposing matter. Ella provided Yan Xia with a video in which the corrosive blade faced off against a 300-meter-long Explorer spaceship. The most notable distinction of the Explorer vessel is its extensive array of weaponry mounted along its hull, at a distance of 200,000 kilometers. Both entities activated their systems almost simultaneously. The Explorer ship unleashed its laser weaponry first, only to have its trajectory deftly evaded by the corrosive blade. The Explorer ship accelerated to 268 kilometers s, while the corrosive blade reached a speed of 267 kilometers s, a velocity unfathomable for a living organism. As a barrage of fire rained down upon the corrosive blade, its eyes, akin to radar systems, flawlessly coordinated with its body to react. The massive form exhibited remarkable agility, weaving through the hail of projectiles. As the camera zoomed in, Yan Xia finally discerned how the corrosive blade maneuvered through the void. It featured a series of apertures along its abdomen and back, capable of expelling high-pressure gas, thus propelling and orienting its body in the expanse of space. The instantaneous acceleration cannot merely be attributed to the organism itself, for that would be a blatant violation of the laws of physics. The true energy is derived from the liquid metal exoskeleton within, and its acceleration is entirely dependent on this, as it deftly maneuvers through the void of space. The two entities draw ever closer, and the corrosive blade executes yet another close-range acceleration, effortlessly penetrating the adversary's barrage of firepower. However, amidst the dense barrage of energy beams, a single ray hurtles towards it. Surprisingly, the sharp appendage meets the oncoming light directly, cleaving it apart before slicing through the spacecraft, which shatters into fragments. At that moment, Yan Xia realizes that the corrosive blade exceeds an impressive 300 meters in size, even surpassing the spacecraft itself. It is indeed exhilarating. Yet, this seems merely a demonstration, showcasing the advantages of the corrosive blade. In reality, a spacecraft traveling at a speed greater than that of the corrosive blade could easily evade it. The onboard mainframe could devise an attack strategy devoid of any escape routes, rendering the corrosive blade ineffective within the first second. Yan Xia perceives the underlying issue. In his estimation, even 100 corrosive blades would struggle to vanquish that spacecraft. Ella offers a knowing smile. Indeed, thus the insectoid race serves merely as cannon fodder. The greatest strength of the corrosive blade lies in its offensive capability, a trait shared by its brethren. At close range, they should at least be capable of breaching the defenses of enemy vessels. What leaves a profound impression on Yan Xia is the fact that the corrosive blade managed to sever a beam of light. Light is composed of photons, which, in essence, cannot be cleaved. However, there exist gaps between the photons. The corrosive blade does not cut the photons themselves but rather the spaces between them, causing a deflection of light. The blades of the corrosive blade possess an exceedingly dense structure, allowing them to reflect a degree of light, while the material is sufficiently resilient to endure a portion of it, thus achieving the cutting effect. Regrettably, we have yet to devise a method to endow organisms with inherent formidable abilities. Were that possible, the combat prowess of the insectoid race would soar. Yan Xia believes that such advancements remain a distant aspiration. His vision involves harnessing the strong nuclear interaction forces at the atomic level within living organisms to unleash nuclear energy, employing it as a means of attack. This concept parallels the life forms of the olive branch civilization, which, however, are still in the nascent stages of individual combat capabilities, lacking the control over the direction and magnitude of their own nuclear fission energy. Nonetheless, should it be feasible to combine this with the abilities Ella showcased on the Ice and Snow Star, it would indeed be promising. Yet, development is still required. Everything hinges on time. Yan Xia hopes that within the span he has fought to secure, all these aspirations may come to fruition. Chapter 138, on the customization of genes for all. The inception of anything carries multifaceted meanings. Ella's investment in the Zerg, in the sequence, fundamentally stems from a desire to expand the horizons of genetics. Compared to the theories of millennia past, it is evident that Ella has officially embarked on this path and has achieved noteworthy advancements. The Zerg initiative serves as an extension of the cosmic biology project that preceded it. At that time, Yan Xia and Ella deliberated on a concept, the customization of genes for all. As the name suggests, all citizens would have the liberty to purchase specific genes to optimize themselves. The reason this was not implemented back then was primarily due to an insufficient gene bank and the inadequate population within the Civil Federation. Customization of genes for all implies that all citizens undergoing genetic modification would become reproductively isolated. In recent years, with the advancement of technology, the Federation has initiated a sperm and egg bank program, allowing any citizen to store their gametes for future reproductive purposes. This program is mandatory. Every adult individual must participate. The progress of technology brings one closer to the taboo, making it easier for ordinary citizens to access the forbidden. Within the Civil Federation, numerous substances now exist that can fundamentally alter genes. Connected to the Federation's main network system in the city of Shaguang, Yan Xia even observed the existence of giants in the multitude of news reports, beings towering over 10 meters, a result of genetic enhancements. Considering that the tallest humans now barely exceed 3 meters, any individual who undergoes genetic modification ceases to belong to their original race, as stipulated by Federation law. They are classified as vagrants. This term does not refer to the idle or unemployed but to citizens who exist outside the bounds of natural individuals, representing a unique category within the Federation. According to Ella's statistics, the number of vagrants is rapidly increasing each year, showing no signs of deceleration. A significant reason for this is that once genetic modification is undertaken, the Federation struggles to regulate their lifespan. Under Federation regulations, if one does not achieve progress in mental capabilities, their lifespan is limited to 130 years. However, upon undergoing genetic modification, an individual is no longer considered human, rendering this law ineffective for them, thus allowing for potentially extended lifespans. The allure of such a prospect is undeniably compelling for individuals. So, how can we regulate this phenomenon? What is the current lifespan of the longest living vagrant within the Federation? Yan Xia is aware that there are rising dissenting voices within the Civil Federation advocating for the lifting of lifespan restrictions. However, the consequence of such an opening would be the collapse of the Civil Federation, while individuals would gain greater freedom without the Federation. Could they truly survive for 100,000 years, even if granted such a lifespan? Limiting lifespan is not an act of depriving citizens of their freedom. Rather, it is a necessary condition for bestowing true freedom upon them. When Yan Xia initially established the limitations on lifespan, it was intended to create a cyclical succession within the Federation, ensuring a continuous influx of new vitality rather than allowing a select few individuals with lifespans extending into tens or even hundreds of thousands of years to dominate prominent positions, thereby depriving the younger generation of hope. This scenario presents an unequivocal injustice to the youth. Such a situation would inevitably foster class conflicts, and the remedy lies in equitable distribution. However, where in the world can one find absolute equality and fairness? Within any system, the existence of an upper echelon is essential to unify opinions. Otherwise, it devolves into chaos. Security, stability, longevity, freedom, and equality cannot coexist harmoniously. should lifespans be extended. Yan Xia would be compelled to follow the path of the olive branch civilization, creating a collective consciousness that could indeed extend life to the point of losing the desire to live. However, citizens would forfeit everything else besides their lifespan. Even if the Civil Federation were to become the mightiest civilization in the universe, the consequence of infinite lifespans would ultimately lead to internal collapse. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia felt the necessity to regulate the vagrants. Ella responded, "Of course. Even the small-scale genetic modification schemes available on the market can double physical attributes and lifespan without any adverse effects, considering we are a Type 2 civilization. However, these genetically modified citizens still possess the quark robots that every Federation citizen is injected with, which can limit their lifespans. Nonetheless, such actions are unethical. I cannot ascertain the reasonableness of this approach. It is up to you, Yan Xia, to make that judgment." This issue had been highlighted long ago, and Ella had refrained from intervening due to its multifaceted nature, including the essence of biology. It is challenging for someone like Ella, who is not biological, to make decisions. A threshold for limitation is essential, but not in this manner. The quark robots evidently exploit individual lifespans, which is no different from killing them. Our goal should merely be to impose limitations. The Civil Federation is currently quite unstable, facing formidable enemies and numerous internal conflicts. Rebellions are ubiquitous, and peace is far from prevalent within the Federation. An immense number of interstellar pirates and rebel factions, tens or even hundreds of billions combined, contribute to this turmoil. Yan Xia and Ella settled into a meeting room within the Research Institute. We could reduce the benefits for the vagrants and implement mandatory military service. They have received more than ordinary citizens, thus should contribute more than ordinary citizens. Simultaneously, we could exclude them from the system, prohibiting them from public service roles. The more restrictions imposed, the fewer citizens will aspire to become vagrants. However, such an unyielding suppression is not a long-term solution. While we constrain, we must also encourage responsible vagrants. By lifting restrictions for those vagrants who have made exceptional contributions to the Civil Federation, we can provide them with a pathway while preventing ordinary citizens from harboring feelings of unfairness. At this point, Yan Xia found herself adeptly managing these matters. Having served as the leader of the Civilized Federation for many years, he has become exceedingly familiar with political matters. After Ella meticulously recorded her observations, she added further insights. The primary purpose of establishing the gene repository was to optimize genetic traits. In fact, we could encourage the emergence of nomads by dispatching them along the Cosmic Silk Road, which is currently the most chaotic region of the Civilized Federation. And it is likely to become even more tumultuous unless we can resolve the issues posed by the Olive Branch civilization and expand our dominion into those star territories. Yan Xia concurred with Ella's decision. In his perspective, the restrictions on nomads are still insufficient. Perhaps they could be permitted to engage in more perilous professions that offer substantial rewards, thereby mitigating the likelihood of widespread rebellion. Contemplating this, Yan Xia anticipated being denounced as a capitalist in the future. However, this is not a capitalist endeavor, while capitalists uphold the interests of the elite. Yan Xia's constraints on nomads serve to protect the welfare of the lower-class citizens. Although the term nomad may carry a negative connotation, most of them belong to the middle or upper echelons of the Civilized Federation or are explorers. While the truly underprivileged require decades of labor to accumulate the funds necessary for non-invasive genetic modifications to regulate the customized gene market. Ella also developed genetic modification technology through the gene repository, which is aptly named the parasitic reproductive device. Chapter 139. Parasitic organism. The parasitic organism is intricately linked to the Zerg sequence. For instance, we possess a corresponding parasitic organism known as the corrosive blade. Upon injecting the parasitic organism into a living host, it swiftly invades and transforms the organism, flawlessly manifesting the advantages of the sequence within the injected entity. Ella snapped her fingers, and the conference room unfolded in a fan-like manner, revealing a laboratory before Yan Xia. Inside, researchers summoned a human subject to the experimental platform, instructing him to lie down. He was one of our soldiers, willingly consenting to the implantation of the parasitic organism, Ella explained. There exists a distinction between sterile laboratory-grown subjects and naturally occurring individuals. The technology of the parasitic organism is well established. The soldier did not appear to be partaking in a human trial, his expression brimming with excitement. As an emerging technology, its costs have yet to be contained, with this particular modification amounting to over 100,000 energy credits. It is akin to someone in the 21st century spending billions to transform you into a superhuman without any risk or side effects, potentially extending your lifespan several-fold. If it were Yan Xia himself, he would be at a loss for words. Let us commence, Ella commanded. The experiment was straightforward, akin to many genetic modifications. It involved alterations at the genetic level without the need for extensive organ manipulation. A researcher took a syringe and injected the liquid into the soldier. Almost instantaneously, the soldier's body flushed crimson, his bodily fluids evaporating under the rising temperature, visibly withering as his back began to protrude, seemingly sprouting something from his shoulder blades. This transformation was not limited to his back. Other areas of his body also underwent change. He grew tall, his height increasing from 2.17 meters to an astounding 6.47 meters, while his previously soft skin hardened, developing a thickened, deep gray, leathery exterior reminiscent of elephant hide. His flesh and blood tore as his bones began to protrude outward, forming armor over vital areas. The sides of his forearms morphed into sharp bone blades, and the bulge on his back finally ruptured, releasing blood. A pair of fleshy wings emerged, accompanied by 4 tentacles. These tentacles began to swell, gradually evolving into another version of himself. Soon, the laboratory was filled with 5 identical entities. "What is this?" Yan Xia exclaimed, astonished by the identical figures before him. This sequence is referred to as clonal morph, capable of splitting into 5, and once the tentacles fully develop, it can continue to replicate. The specific number of clones he can control depends on his own psychic level. Within the Zerg, this sequence ranks among the top 10. The original clonal morph can produce up to 500 clones, and under conditions of ample energy, a new clone can be generated every 5 minutes. Each clone not only serves as a mere replica, upon the demise of the original, consciousness can seamlessly transfer to another clone. After all, they constitute a singular entity, linked not through physical means but through telepathic connection. The colonial avatar also bestows upon us groundbreaking biological technology, allowing for the flawless transfer of one organism's consciousness to another, thereby eliminating the existential dilemma of identity. This is an entirely novel technology, albeit currently incapable of transferring consciousness to mechanical forms. The transformations of the colonial avatar have been completed, and its appearance remains strikingly similar to that of a human. It provides the soldier with an entirely new corporeal form, though its strength can only be deemed average, amounting to approximately 35 tons in the 3 major categories, as it remains a flesh and blood entity. However, the parasitic biological suit is not designed to transcend the capabilities of machinery, but rather to augment physical strength while allowing for the manipulation of mechs. If we consider the combat prowess of a typical human body as a baseline of 1, donning a mech can amplify it to 100, a factor of 100 times. In contrast, the combat capability of the parasitic biological suit is rated at 10, with mech augmentation elevating it to 1,000, thus providing a tenfold enhancement. This serves merely as a metaphor. In reality, a top-tier sequence like the colonial avatar would yield an increase far beyond tenfold, potentially reaching 50 to 100 times. The colonial avatar itself is already capable of engaging with other organisms while equipped with a mech. Once the colonial avatar dons the mech, it can fully replicate the prowess demonstrated by Ella in the corrosive blade presentation for Yan Xia, and under special conditions, it may even breach the defenses of a spacecraft. Yan Xia observed the soldier struggling to control his clones. "Let it go. We will provide specialized guidance for your telepathic training," a researcher suggested. The soldier nodded, refraining from further exertion. The researchers documented their findings and then instructed him to attempt to relinquish control over the clones. The soldiers of the Federation possess some foundational knowledge of telepathy. Although they cannot manipulate clones, they can gain a preliminary grasp of their consciousness, which the soldier accomplished swiftly. Upon releasing control, his 4 clones instantaneously transformed into a pool of blood and bone. "Now activate the Quark robot." "We have integrated the relevant programming into the Quark robot within your body," they instructed. The soldier complied. Subsequently, Yan Xia stood in astonishment as he witnessed the soldier's form begin to diminish, gradually reverting to a human appearance. Ella elaborated. This illustrates the distinction between the biological suit and conventional genetic modification. The biological suit can conceal the sequence gene expression, with the Quark robot capable of sealing the genes of the biological suit. In contrast, standard genetic modifications inflict irreparable damage, preventing a return to the original form. The biological suit augments the existing genes with sequence genes, akin to constructing a house upon a solid foundation. Conversely, traditional genetic modification obliterates the original foundation, necessitating the creation of a new one for construction. These two technologies are fundamentally different. "So, Yan Xia, are you intrigued?" Ella gazed at Yan Xia, her smile illuminating her face, her eyes curving into the shape of crescent moons. To claim that her heart was untouched would be a falsehood. The colonization apparatus seemed to conceal the final side effects of genetic modification, almost serving as the definitive answer of the present era. Yet, Yan Xia merely shook his head. There was no rush. The true epic of corporeal ascension had yet to dawn. Given the substantial foundation laid thus far, It was imperative for him to develop innovative technologies to solidify his current standing. Yan Xia had already begun to contemplate the trajectory of his future research endeavors. As a biologist, his previous engagement in warship repairs had merely been a respite. Now, he was poised to return to his vocation. Of course, this exploration was far from over. It merely represented progress in biology. The Federation harbored a plethora of technological innovations, both grand and modest, all contributing to its advancement. The Civilizational Federation was amassing a formidable force, preparing for a remarkable emergence. Chapter 140. The specific radiation rod. Yan Xia had lingered at Research Institute 0 for quite some time. During his tenure, he did not assume the role of a director but rather functioned as an ordinary researcher. He had faced numerous reprimands, and, had it not been for his connections, he would likely have been expelled from the institute long ago. After investing 38 years to align himself with the current advancements in biological technology within the Federation, Yan Xia decided to depart from Research Institute 0. Yan Xia, are you truly leaving? Inquired a researcher from the Lalila tribe, who had been a friend of Yan Xia for over 2 decades. His name was Decasi's Lily, a rather lengthy appellation, and Yan Xia had never taken the interest to learn his surname due to its cumbersome length. Generally, members of the Lalila tribe possess over 20 surnames along with a formal given name, a nickname, and an additional name, culminating in an extensive moniker that often exceeds 200 characters. Sometimes, they themselves are unaware of their full name. Fortunately, with the advancement of technology, one can now summon identity cards with a mere swipe of a finger. Research Institute 0 is not quite suitable for me. There are simply too many geniuses here. I find myself significantly outmatched by true brilliance. This time, I shall journey to the capital star system to serve as a professor at Mosey Academy, where I will nurture the pillars of our civilized federation. Teaching was indeed Yan Xia's forte. The practical knowledge he acquired here would be enriched by the theoretical foundations he could cultivate in an academic environment. Decasi's Lily felt a pang of melancholy, being naturally reserved. He had always cherished Yan Xia as his closest companion. The thought of parting so soon, with this departure likely marking a final farewell, weighed heavily on him. The capital star system lay 131 light-years from Dajia Star, and at the current speed of the Federation spacecraft, such a journey would take over 200 years, far too long for a life that could not afford to wait. Sometimes, I find myself resenting the brevity of my existence. There is still so much I wish to accomplish, yet a prolonged voyage entails enduring the sorrow of losing loved ones. Decasi's Lily was a citizen who despised the present system. The civilized Federation comprised numerous tribes, with the shortest lifespans barely reaching 76 years, and that was the utmost limit. What can one achieve in merely 76 years in the vastness of the universe? Indeed, with the expansion of stellar domains, the average lifespan of ordinary citizens had become increasingly insufficient. I have received some information indicating that the Federation will gradually relax the lifespan limits for citizens, potentially doubling their longevity, Yan Xia remarked as he began to pack his belongings in anticipation of his departure. He referred to the average lifespan of all races within the civilized Federation, which stood at a mere 182 years, a figure that seemed woefully inadequate, considering that even a leisurely journey could consume decades of one's life. Is that true? Decasi's Lily expressed his disbelief. Yet he understood that Yan Xia possessed connections that might allow him to access credible information. It was merely a signal released, but furthermore, all technical personnel would also be granted the opportunity to receive parasitic reproductive implants, effectively enhancing their lifespans. Scholars who excelled would be rewarded with even more generous benefits. It is said so, yet Decasi's Lily perceives Yan Xia's unwavering confidence in this information. Having tidied up his belongings, Yan Xia raised his gaze to Decasi's Lily. This marked yet another farewell. Naturally, he felt a pang of sadness within, but having endured so much, he chose not to reveal it. Well, I must take my leave now. Perhaps there will come a day when we meet again. Do take care, Decasi's Lily. Decasi's Lily produced a test tube and presented it to Yan Xia. This is one of my creations. Though it may appear to be an ordinary object, it holds profound significance for me. I hope you will remember me. Yan Xia accepted the test tube, which contained a creature known as KLS-827ZZ. Distinguished primarily at the genetic level, it represented boron-based life, akin to a challenging examination. Only by independently creating this organism could one truly claim to have entered the realm of genetics. Of course, I seldom forget my friends. Yan Xia then handed Decasi's Lily a small metallic rod, no larger than a toothpick. I hope you never find the need to use it. Decasi's Lily stared at the metallic rod in astonishment. This is far too precious. The rod, referred to as a specific radiation rod, was encased in protective material, with only a few dozen atoms responsible for its reactions. Once the casing was compromised, it would release a programmed, potent radiation capable of obliterating everything within a 200-kilometer radius. Although the specific radiation rod was not a military weapon, a limited quantity was distributed to explorers, fetching a market price of 5,000 energy coins, and was largely considered priceless. Its exorbitant cost stemmed primarily from the term specific. This radiation rod came with a set of codes that, when installed in a Quark robot, would enable the robot to neutralize the programmed radiation. In essence, while the radiation energy was formidable, it posed no danger to the user, and the code could be shared for team usage, akin to how a microwave cannot heat metal. Only Quark robots could recognize this code, meaning only federal beings could defend against it, while other extraterrestrial life forms could not. The value of a gift is not paramount. It is the sentiment that truly matters. Yan Xia remarked. Dekassi's Lily pondered, is this not akin to the saying that a small gift carries great affection? Yet, your gift is indeed substantial. Well, I shall now take my leave. Without further pleasantries, Yan Xia departed. His current destination was Water Commission 1, a star located 140 light-years from the solar system, far removed from the territories of the Civil Federation. Ella's initial objective had been the celestial pivot star, a mere 70 light-years away from the solar system, half the distance of Water Commission 1, but ultimately, she opted for Water Commission 1 due to its sufficient distance from the Civil Federation. Presently, the Civil Federation faced adversaries from the Olive Branch Civilization and the Silk Civilization, and Ella acted with caution to avoid being caught up in a sweeping assault. Though this endeavor presents numerous inconveniences, such discomfort is infinitely preferable to obliteration. As Dekassili Lili envisioned, this journey is exceedingly protracted. However, this time, Yan Xia is not aboard the Kunlun. The Kunlun remains stationed within the federal star domain. Instead, Yan Xia is set to embark on a vessel meticulously tailored for him. This ship, having undergone extensive modifications and incorporating the latest technology, operates without any consideration for decelerations, relying solely on the destination's apparatus for slowing down. Consequently, its velocity surpasses that of a sightseeing craft, reaching an astonishing 36,250 km/s, with an anticipated arrival time of 1,001 years, far exceeding the speed of warships. Yan Xia boards the vessel. The journey commences. Chapter 141, The Hidden Star. The M-Bias ring world. One of the pivotal reasons for selecting Water Commission 1 lies in its considerable mass. Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, a multitude of stars are classified as red dwarfs, characterized by their diminutive size and feeble energy output. Even yellow dwarfs, akin to our Sun, have proven insufficient to meet the demands of the Federation. Thus, they sought larger blue dwarfs to serve as the capital star. Despite their designation as dwarfs, blue dwarfs typically possess a mass exceeding twice that of the Sun, a prime example being Sirius, which had previously captivated Yan Xia's imagination. With a mass approximately double that of the Sun and located in proximity to it, Sirius stands as the first brightest star visible to humanity. However, its closeness to the original capital star, Tiansong V, rendered it vulnerable to the effects of long-range weaponry, and its mass was deemed inadequate, leading to its dismissal by Ella. In contrast, Water Commission 1 boasts a mass roughly 7 times that of the Sun, accompanied by a companion star exceeding the Sun's mass by more than double. Collectively, this binary star system approaches a total mass of nearly 9 times that of the Sun, thus providing ample energy. As a blue dwarf, Water Commission 1 is less likely to exhibit the volatile characteristics associated with aging giants. However, it is not entirely peaceful. It belongs to the category of B-type emission stars, characterized by the presence of emission lines alongside ordinary absorption lines in its spectrum. The typical emission line is the hydrogen line, also referred to as the 21-centimeter line, due to its wavelength reaching 21 centimeters, or more precisely, 21,1061,140,5413 centimeters, falling within the microwave spectrum, which may impact electronic devices. The hydrogen electromagnetic spectrum lines arise from changes in energy levels of medium hydrogen atoms, essentially reflecting alterations in the electron configuration or coupling within the atom, resulting in electromagnetic wave generation. The hydrogen lines emitted by Water Commission 1 generally belong to the first 3 spectral lines of the Balmer series, specifically the H and H lines, both of which fall within the visible spectrum. This does not imply that B-type emission stars emit solely these 2 types of electromagnetic lines. They may undergo rapid variations, emitting additional lines such as those from helium or singly ionized iron and magnesium. Such instability poses challenges for a civilization federation newly entering level 2, yet they have been advancing in this stage for nearly 20,000 years, rendering the instability of Water Commission 1 manageable and even advantageous. Regardless of whether in material form or as electromagnetic waves, such energy can be converted into electromagnetic energy. For the Civilization Federation, the instability of Water Commission 1 is beneficial, provided it does not threaten imminent collapse. Yan Xia did not pause during the journey but flew directly to Water Commission 1. Awakening precisely after 1,000 years, he activated the ship's forward display, only to be greeted by a void. However, shortly thereafter, his vessel breached a barrier, revealing a series of oval-shaped, pale blue stars before his eyes. These ovals were not mere microscopic representations but true celestial bodies visible to the naked eye. The rotation of Water Commission 1 is astonishingly rapid, reaching 250 kilometers, nearly 89 times that of the Sun. This remarkable speed results in an equatorial diameter of 15,868 kilometers, while its polar diameter measures only 10,161,600 kilometers, revealing a significant disparity. While observing Water Commission 1, Yan Xia also caught sight of a neighboring white star, which, unlike the multicolored light spectrum of the Sun, possesses a spectrum that is inherently white. This star lies in close proximity to Water Commission 1, merely 12 astronomical units away, making the two colossal stars appear as if they are poised to embrace one another. This vision was not merely fanciful. A millennium ago, Ella had instructed Yan Xia to develop a particular technology on Water Commission 1, known as concealed star. This technology forms part of the Hidden Star System initiative. Given that a simulated starry sky can already be created, why not envelop this false sky around a stellar system to conceal the entire system itself? The implementation of this technology necessitates considerable investment, requiring comprehensive measures to trap the influx and efflux of light. To achieve this, the deep integration of the technology of walls is employed, replicating the effect achieved by the Purple Thorn civilization when it obscured Proxima Centauri. However, it does not entirely block all forms of interaction. Rather, it specifically restricts the passage of electromagnetic forces. Through the application of this technology, Ella intends not only to utilize it on Water Commission 1, but also to extend its use to other stellar systems, transforming the civilization's federal star domain into a cosmic void. This prospect leaves Yan Xia feeling somewhat paranoid, pondering whether the discovered cosmic voids might similarly conceal other advanced civilizations. The success of this technology could also provide a means to evade the gravitational weapons of the Olive Branch civilization. After all, gravitational weapons are not merely free ammunition. The Olive Branch civilization would not launch indiscriminately without first detecting the precise locations of the stars. Over time, Water Commission 1 has successfully adopted Dyson spheres, achieving a degree of energy utilization, though not yet perfect coverage, with approximately 70 to 80% efficiency. Due to the close proximity of the two stars, even closer than the binary system of Nanmen 2, there are no planets in orbit. Ella has thus employed technology akin to that of the ring world to fabricate landmasses. The ring world of Water Commission 1 is not composed of intersecting rings, but rather a bias strip, designed to encircle both stars and harness their energy. This design is remarkably ingenious, yet the resource expenditure far exceeds that of the previous ring world. The surface temperature of Water Commission 1 approaches a terrifying 15,000 degrees Celsius, necessitating that the ring world be situated at a considerable distance from the stars. The circumference of the M-bias ring world reaches an astounding 4.7 billion kilometers, equivalent to 31. For astronomical units, nearly 45 times that of the abode of the gods, with its total area surpassing that of the gods' domain by over 30,000 times. The sheer magnitude of this undertaking is staggering. Indeed, the M-bias ring world remains unfinished, with less than 5 constructed. Nonetheless, even in its incomplete state, it dwarfs the already monumental abode of the gods, rendering it a mere small restroom in comparison. Upon entering the realm of Nyx star, Yan Xia's spacecraft was drawn towards a series of circular constructs, each with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Initially, he presumed these to be deceleration devices. However, to his astonishment, they functioned as accelerators. Through a sequence of 10 accelerative stages, his vessel's velocity surged by 14.7, achieving an astonishing speed of 41,578.75 kilometers per second. Subsequently, as he approached the M-bias ring world, situated less than 100 million kilometers away, he encountered another set of 10 circular apparatuses, which were indeed deceleration devices. Utilizing gravitational constraints, these mechanisms facilitated a reduction in speed. Positioned 80 million kilometers apart, the 10 devices ultimately brought Yan Xia's spacecraft down to approximately 500 kilometers per second. Ahead, a mere 1 million kilometers away, lay an interstellar port, poised to draw his vessel in. The entire experience was remarkably comfortable, evoking in Yan Xia profound appreciation for the advancements of technology. Upon reaching this destination, his life would once again embrace tranquility. Chapter 142, Level 2. 2. Absolute Defense. Wind. Ella's development of Water Commission 1 began approximately 800 years ago. By gathering resources from over 42 stellar systems within a 20 light-year radius, she laid the groundwork for the creation of the M-Bias ring world. In this realm, the Civil Federation was not an isolated entity. The 42 stellar systems it exploited were gradually developed, forming the core of the Federation's stellar sphere. Was another region abandoned? Certainly not. The stellar sphere centered around Celestial Warehouse 5, the Cosmic Silk Road, and the capital stellar sphere centered on Water Commission 1 formed a triangular configuration. Subsequently, the Civil Federation focused its development efforts along the edges and center of this triangle, establishing a vast stellar domain that spanned 200 light-years. The apex of this triangle pointed towards the Olive Branch civilization. Today, the Civil Federation stands stronger than ever. It is noteworthy that approximately 4,000 years have elapsed since Yan Xia's return from Star City, during which the Federation has steadily recovered and began its development amidst the chaos of Star City. Presently, the Civil Federation governs 193 stellar systems, with over 80 development completed in 115 of them, achieving an energy level of 2. Upon further refinement, the Federation is estimated to be around 23, with a predominant focus on quantum communication technology. The challenge lies in the fact that quantum communication is an auxiliary technology, not offensive or defensive, rendering the Civil Federation more moderate rather than a dominant civilization. At this moment, Yan Xia stood within this interstellar port, which, despite its designation, is part of a colossal star city. However, the Civil Federation lacks the financial clout of the Olive Branch civilization. This star city is actually composed of numerous smaller star islands, with the interstellar port where Yan Xia resides being one such island, a massive city stretching 172 kilometers in length, 59 kilometers in width, and approximately 8 kilometers in height. Upon disembarking from his spacecraft, Yan Xia immediately sensed the distinctiveness of this interstellar port. Unlike Celestial Warehouse 5, which resembled a comb, this port took on the form of an oval-shaped disk, with the docking area ingeniously recessed, giving it a profile akin to a C from the side. The spacecraft would enter the interior of this C to dock. Numerous mechanical arms were present. Once the spacecraft was secured, these arms would physically immobilize it, rendering the profession of maintenance technician obsolete. With merely a deposit of energy coins on the control panel, these mechanical arms could perform comprehensive inspections and repairs on the spacecraft. Yan Xia observed as the mechanical arms unleashed a vast surge of liquid onto the spacecraft. This liquid comprised an astounding quintillion nanobots, capable of repairing the vessel at a microscopic level, restoring it to a state as pristine as when it first left the factory. Before Yan Xia could closely inspect the process of the nanobots at work, he could only surmise that such a marvel would hold an irresistible allure for men, enough to captivate them for an entire year. Approaching him was Ella, an elderly woman with white hair dressed in a flowery sundress. "Welcome home, Daddy." Cough, cough, cough. Yan Xia shivered, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Ella chuckled. "Dad, it's been so long since we've seen each other. There's no need to be so excited." Yan Xia felt an urge to retort. Both of them had lived for over 20,000 years. Could they not act so childishly? Ella approached and grasped Yan Xia's hand, shaking it back and forth with such vigor that it nearly dislocated Yan Xia's arm. "Dad, will you take me shopping?" Yan Xia countered, raising his hand to gently ruffle her petite head. "All right, what do you wish to buy? Daddy will get it for you." As one of the team members involved in developing Ella, it was entirely fitting to refer to himself as her father. He held Ella's small hand and led her toward the interstellar port. Unlike conventional shopping malls, the interstellar port primarily offered equipment for sale. Due to the vast distances in the universe, online stores that had flourished in the 21st century gradually diminished in the interstellar era, giving rise to physical shops. After all, even shipping within the same galaxy required considerable time, let alone interstellar transportation. Thus, the physical stores here thrived, with a substantial populace evident in the newly established Water Commission 1. Most of the inhabitants were descendants of the workers who had contributed to the monumental project of Water Commission 1. Initially, over 30 billion workers were transported, followed by an additional 11 billion, bringing the total to more than 14 billion. When factoring in the personnel transferred by various companies, immigrants, and explorers, the total population of Water Commission 1 exceeded 13 billion. Furthermore, after millennia of reproduction, the number surged exponentially to an astounding 4.51 trillion. As the saying goes, when a population reaches 10,000, it knows no bounds. At 100,000, it connects the earth to the heavens. To grasp the enormity of the trillion mark is nearly unfathomable. The daily traffic of this interstellar port exceeds 1 billion, explaining the bustling atmosphere. The interstellar port comprises multiple levels, featuring commercial zones, accommodation areas, entertainment districts, and more, with property prices averaging around 285 energy coins per square meter, which is relatively high. Being an interstellar port, it possesses geographical advantages akin to that of seaports on Earth. As the capital galaxy, despite its vastness, the population is only about 50 trillion. Thus, outside of Star City, property prices in the M-bias ring world are significantly lower, averaging around 0.3 energy coins per square meter, equivalent to just over 10,000 in purchasing power. This is the average. In some areas, one might find prices as low as 0.1 energy coins or even less. Moreover, the environment of the M-bias ring world is vastly superior to that of Star City, particularly during this initial phase of development. With a vegetation coverage rate reaching 99.12 from space, one cannot discern any city amidst the lush greenery. Ella led Yan Xia in purchasing numerous items. Yet their ultimate destination lay at the very heart of Star City. Here stood a colossal spherical structure with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer. What is this? Yan Xia pondered. Having never encountered such a sight, Ella had not disclosed any information regarding this spherical apparatus. Each celestial island serves as a fundamental unit, encircling the M-bias ring world. We find an octagonal constellation of star cities, also known as the 8 Great Star Cities, each housing 128 celestial islands. The primary function of these islands is to support a device known as wind, which generates a repulsive force. Just as every matter has its antimatter, every form of energy possesses a negative counterpart. We have successfully harnessed this negative energy, creating a stream of repelling wind directed outward. This force counteracts the 4 fundamental forces, including gravity. The negative energy apparatus, wind, was developed by Ella as a defensive mechanism to counter the gravitational weaponry of the olive branch. It can be regarded as an absolute defensive weapon against both matter and energy. Chapter 143, Negative Energy, Mosey Academy in the Primordial Dawn of the Universe. Both positive and negative energies emerged. Positive energy gave rise to particles of both types, while negative energy manifested as the energy of gravitational fields, existing entirely in the realm of negatives. This concept may seem perplexing, yet it becomes more comprehensible when framed within the context of the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang originated from a singularity, a state devoid of time, space, or matter, essentially, a condition of absolute nothingness. When the Big Bang commenced, it birthed energy and matter. However, if only positive energy were present, the notion of absolute nothingness would be untenable. Thus, the introduction of negative energy renders the scenario plausible. Otherwise, prior to the Big Bang, there would have been something perhaps of value of 1 or even greater, contradicting the very foundation of the Big Bang Theory and suggesting instead a static universe. Our cosmos, therefore, is not merely the explosion of a singularity, but rather the aftermath of a colossal black hole's demise within a far grander universe. Despite the passage of eons, the predominant factions within the Civilizational Federation staunchly support the Big Bang Theory, bolstered by an overwhelming abundance of evidence that compels belief. Unless a being could venture beyond the confines of the universe to ascertain its true nature, Ella has indeed validated the existence of negative energy, further substantiating the accuracy and rationale of the Big Bang Theory. The demarcation between negative and positive energy is referred to as vacuum zero-point energy, which pertains to the energy fluctuations at absolute zero. Many assert that at absolute zero, all motion ceases, yet this assertion is misleading. If all activity were to halt, it would imply that everything could be measured with precision, thereby violating Heisenberg's uncertainty principle articulated in 1927. Which posits that one cannot simultaneously ascertain the precise position and momentum of a fundamental particle. Why is this indeterminacy? Observing a particle alters its state, meaning that the results obtained are always influenced by the observer, rather than reflecting the particle's intrinsic characteristics. To transcend the uncertainty principle, or to fabricate certainty, is a prerequisite for the creation of causal weapons. According to the uncertainty principle, if the energy of a substance is lower than the surrounding quantum fluctuation energy at vacuum absolute zero, it is classified as negative energy. Conversely, if it exceeds this threshold, it is positive energy. Vacuum zero-point energy has been substantiated since the era of Earth, where electromagnetic fluctuations at vacuum conditions were detected as exerting force. Having mastered the 4 fundamental forces, Ella has endeavored to harness negative energy. However, this endeavor proves exceedingly challenging, while negative energy can be observed. Mastering it equates to mastering the gravitational field, a task of a distinctly higher order. Controlling the 4 fundamental forces ultimately implies the application of these forces, while the manipulation of negative energy necessitates a profound analysis of gravity itself. This distinction is akin to the difference between wielding a handgun and controlling the bullets it fires. Mastering negative energy is, however, unrelated to the more adept application of gravitational force, which falls under the purview of dark energy. All manifestations of negative energy are inherently negative, implying that they can counterbalance positive energy. Positive energy encompasses all matter in the universe and all forms of energy aside from negative energy, including dark energy and antimatter, which are both considered positive energy. This indicates that possessing a sufficient quantity of negative energy could effectively shield one from any assault by positive energy. Moreover, as negative energy is intrinsically associated with gravitational fields, it can also influence gravitational weaponry. This represents a versatile and potent force. Negative energy has the potential to facilitate the creation of warp engines, and remarkably, constructing a warp bubble with a diameter of 100 meters requires merely the total energy of an entire universe. However, to maintain the existence of such a warp bubble, an immense consumption of universal energy is necessary, amounting to the equivalent of annihilating a universe every second. This formidable defense can currently withstand energy outputs of 1 by 1024 watts, or a singular onslaught of 1 by 1027 joules. Ella articulated the shortcomings of wind. The generation of negative energy necessitates the annihilation of matter and antimatter, a process characterized by its inefficiency. Thus far, more suitable methods for large-scale production of negative energy remain elusive. Nevertheless, progress has been initiated, has it not? Yan Xia holds a rather optimistic view regarding this technology. The quantity of negative energy in the universe is equivalent to that of positive energy, rendering negative energy resources plentiful and awaiting civilization's exploration. At present, wind can be utilized to diminish the gravitational weaponry of the olive branch civilization. The energy output of gravitational weapons is relatively modest. The true energy expenditure arises from the energy required to launch these weapons. One might envision this as a projectile with a payload of 1 ton. The essence of gravitational weaponry lies in its cunning. The annihilation of a stellar system involves augmenting the already substantial gravitational pull of a star to obliterate it. According to Ella's calculations, at this stage, wind can withstand 1/60th of the force exerted by the gravitational weapons of the olive branch civilization, and in a millennium, it could potentially endure 1/200th of that force. Of course, should methods for mass-producing negative energy be discovered, perhaps by transforming all biological labor hours within the Civilization Federation into a perpetual state of productivity, then the prospects for this technology would be exceedingly promising. However, the annihilation of matter and antimatter also releases tremendous energy, and I am currently developing techniques for star concealment to absorb this energy. If we can harness the energy of our adversaries, we could remain invincible even with a disparity of 0, 2, or 0, 3 levels. This, of course, presupposes that the opponent lacks more formidable weaponry, such as causality or dimensional manipulation tools not within the grasp of a level 2 civilization. If such capabilities existed, the absence of their use would not alter the outcome. After exploring the starport, Ella escorted Yan Xia into the M-bias ring world, which she named Infinite. The inspiration for this name derived from the symbol of infinity. However, Infinite World sounded less appealing. Thus she opted for the more euphonious Infinite. This method of naming. Yan Xia had no time to voice his complaints, for he had already arrived above the Infinite World. From this vantage point, the overall structure of the Infinite World and the abode of the deities appeared strikingly similar. However, the skies were adorned with a multitude of satellites. These satellites served 2 primary functions, one for monitoring the infinite world and the other as communication devices. In comparison to the convoluted lines on the ground, the aerial arrangement undoubtedly offered greater convenience and material efficiency. Moreover, these satellites hovered at an altitude of less than 300,000 kilometers from the surface, achieving a latency of under 2 seconds, comparable to terrestrial standards, while signal stability and strength posed no concerns whatsoever. Beyond these functions, the satellites also acted as individual mainframes. Together with the mainframes installed within the M-bias ring world, they formed a matrix, which constituted my essence. Ella's current mainframe resided here, exerting control over this realm. Below lay the Mosey Academy. Ella summoned a map. Upon it, Yan Xia beheld the vast expanse of the Mosey Academy, encompassing an astonishing 32 million square kilometers, a true testament to its wealth and ambition. Ella also envisioned transforming the Mosey Academy into the foremost institution of the future Civilizational Federation, with a student and faculty population of approximately 100 million. Chapter 144, The Data-Driven Academy. The Mosey Academy is equipped with a harbor capable of accommodating flying vessels. After Ella expertly docked the ship, she and Yan Xia exited the harbor, which spans approximately 25 square kilometers, and soon beheld the grand entrance of the Mosey Academy. Rather than a physical structure, it manifests as a holographic projection, delineated into lanes for vehicles and pathways for pedestrians. The pedestrian walkway, a long strip measuring 100 meters in width and approximately 5 meters in height, is enveloped by a delicate light membrane, partitioned into 50 entrances. As individuals traverse this membrane, their biological information is simultaneously scanned. This scanning operates at the genetic level, capable of processing the genetic code of any living entity within a mere millisecond. Akin to clocking in. Should any individual not affiliated with the Academy fail this scan, they would be ensconced by an electromagnetic barrier, prompting the swift arrival of robotic guards. Above, at an altitude of 50 meters, Yan Xia observed citizens utilizing hovering vehicles, as well as floating motorcycles and near-Earth shuttles. The hovering cars and motorcycles are commonplace modes of transport within the planetary confines, whereas near-Earth shuttles serve as the equivalent of spacecraft on the planet. Typically ranging from 20 to 40 meters in size, functioning as substantial transport apparatuses capable of soaring through the atmosphere at speeds reaching 200 Mach. Yan Xia followed Ella in that direction. Upon passing through the light membrane, a confirmation message appeared in green, accompanied by a voice that resonated in his ear. "Welcome to the Mosey Academy, Professor Yan Xia." This voice was transmitted directly to him, inaudible to the surrounding citizens. In the instant he traversed the membrane, a device was installed within his Quark robot, which then directed its focus towards his eyes and brain, initiating image processing. Before him, a panel materialized, distinct from the previous interface of the Quark robot, which resembled a 21st century computer desktop. This was a pure panel displaying all his pertinent information. Name, Yan Xia, race, human, gender, male, age, 23, 397 years, position, Professor of Genetics, Office, Unit 132, Building C. District 8782, guided students, 0, graduated students, 0, personal achievements, none, team achievements, none, contributions to the Academy, none, organized projects, none, number of published papers, 0. Teaching experience, previously taught at Proxima Centauri C Yin Huang Academy, teaching credits, 0. Yan Xia marveled at the panel, pondering how it resembled a game interface. Ella elucidated, "This is your instructor panel. Students have their own panels, primarily detailing their academic records. The most crucial aspect is actually the teaching credits at the end. Every educational or research activity you undertake within the Academy is assessed, and corresponding credits are awarded based on your evaluations. The grading system is not permanent, and the Mosey Academy does not intend for students and teachers to engage in competition. However, teaching credits are immensely valuable. Should a teacher wish to take leave, they must expend teaching credits, and the same applies to students. Each teaching credit holds a value equivalent to 1 energy coin within the Academy. Beneath your interface, additional features await, including a shop where one can procure an array of desired items. The majority comprises educational and research materials. The educational resources include various presentation papers, analyses of complex topics, and extensive statistical data. Research materials are notably diverse, for instance, in the field of genetics. One can exchange credits for various genetically modified mice or obtain pre-prepared samples for study. Beyond these, provisions and daily necessities are available. Even the option to purchase vehicles such as hovercrafts and spaceships. Acquiring such high-value items with credits offers certain discounts. Moreover, I have successfully completed the simulation of the universe at the Water Commission. Here, one can exchange teaching or academic credits for access to the simulated universe, albeit at a considerable cost. In this endeavor, I have invested all the resources presently available from the Civilizational Federation. This space shall serve as the incubator for future scholars of the Federation. Yan Xia had previously learned about the Mosey Academy during their time at the Beta Centauri. At that time, the announcement of the Academy's establishment had just been made, and now the Academy has been operational for a mere 422 years. It stands as an exceptionally advanced institution, constructed to the specifications of the premier academy of the Civilizational Federation, featuring top-ranking scholars as mentors and opportunities for interaction with industry elites. The admission criteria for the Mosey Academy are set at an S rating, which corresponds to scoring 712. 5 out of a possible 750 points on the examinations of the 21st century, 95. Achieving 727. 5 points qualifies for an S, 97, while 742. 5 points earns an SS, 99, with the highest score being SS. Each year, the Academy enrolls approximately 12 million students, a minuscule fraction of the 220 billion individuals who pass the higher education qualification examinations administered by the Civilizational Federation. Thus, those who gain entry to the Mosey Academy are truly exceptional. Once admitted, there are no ancillary fees or tuition costs, although no subsidies are provided. The Academy offers free accommodation and utilities. Speaking of accommodations, the dormitories are designed for 10 individuals per unit. However, these are not communal bunkhouses, but rather spacious apartments with 10 separate bedrooms, with each building restricted to a height of no more than 200 meters. Considering the size differences among various species, accommodations are allocated accordingly. However, they are not segregated by region. For instance, human dormitories may be adjacent to those of the Lalela or the warbeast species. The educational program at the Mosey Academy typically spans 5 years, after which students may choose to graduate or continue their studies for advanced degrees. Graduates from a 5-year program are referred to as graduates of higher colleges, while those from a 10-year program hold a bachelor's degree, and a 15-year program culminates in a doctorate. In the current Civil Federation, possessing a bachelor's degree is of considerable prestige, as ordinary higher colleges do not confer such degrees. Only the most elite institutions are authorized to issue bachelor's diplomas. Presently, there are merely 38 of these prestigious colleges within the Civil Federation. Moreover, acquiring a bachelor's degree is a formidable challenge, necessitating one or more professional-level research achievements. Professional-level research is defined as work that is widely applicable, holds practical significance, and possesses economic value. It is not sufficient to simply submit a reference paper. Thus, every individual who obtains a bachelor's diploma inherently possesses a degree of economic value and social standing. Although a bachelor's program appears to require merely 5 years of study, many graduates actually extend their studies for up to 15 years or more. Given the rigors of obtaining a bachelor's degree, it is evident that achieving a doctorate is even more arduous. The criteria for earning a doctorate include the publication of scholarly-level research, and one must first possess a bachelor's degree to pursue this advanced qualification. Consequently, the annual graduation rate for doctorates is exceedingly low, with only a few hundred being conferred each year across the entire Civil Federation. At this juncture, Yan Xia received a notification. You have not scheduled a class in 7 days. According to regulations, you must arrange a teaching session within 12 hours, or you will forfeit 10 teaching credits. Yan Xia was perplexed, as he had only just arrived. Ella, ahead of him, stuck out her tongue and remarked, I forgot to mention that I registered you 7 days ago. This timeline is based on the registration date, not the number of days since you entered the academy. Otherwise, other instructors could evade their teaching responsibilities by leaving the academy, right? Yan Xia replied, Your reasoning seems valid, but I cannot shake this sense of discontent. Chapter 145. The Competitive Teacher and the Instruction of Superpower Genes. Yan Xia, upon noticing the countdown timer on the panel, immediately took off running. Although there were 12 hours at her disposal, the sheer size of the school suggested that locating a classroom would consume several hours. Wait, Ella called out from behind. Yan Xia paid her no heed. Do you know where the classrooms are? This time, Yan Xia was compelled to halt. Where? Ella pointed skyward. Yan Xia looked up to see a massive sphere hovering at a considerable height, appearing as large as a moon. Yet she was certain its size rivaled that of a dwarf planet. This was a virtual blockchain world. It can be described as a form of encrypted system. However, I do not mean to imply that blockchain is merely an encrypted system. Rather, this virtual realm employs blockchain-like encryption technology and possesses a log format akin to that of blockchain. Each virtual world is unique, storing user information, and constitutes an exceedingly intricate system. Each blockchain-like virtual world serves as a classroom. One can create a virtual classroom, which in turn provides a virtual key. At this juncture, one must distribute the virtual key to allow students to attend lessons. A lack of students signifies a failure in teaching. Yan Xia exclaimed, Am I teaching or selling? Ella shrugged, stating that there was little choice in the matter. At Mosey Academy, numerous scholars vied for teaching positions, as the monthly salary was quite substantial, and teaching credits were considered a form of performance. Thus, I devised a plan to transform Mosey Academy into a market-oriented institution, where any teacher without attending students for 6 consecutive months would face dismissal. Consequently, the academy would then announce new teaching positions on its official website. Teachers had become mere cogs in the machine. This was undeniably unfair to the educators. Yet, it must be acknowledged that it was exceedingly beneficial for the students, as such competition would eliminate a substantial number of incompetent teachers, thus maintaining the academy's high standards. Naturally, many talented scholars with average teaching abilities would also be dismissed. However, this was ultimately advantageous for the Federation. A school is meant to be a place for imparting knowledge and nurturing talent, no matter how illustrious one may be. If they cannot effectively educate or ensure that students comprehend their teachings, what purpose do they serve? They are merely squandering their own time and that of the students. It would be far better to shine in areas where they excel. This is a manifestation of the survival of the fittest. However, there is no need for concern. Professors differ from ordinary teachers, as they cannot be dismissed after just 6 months. At least 5 such terms are required. Yet, every 6 months, a list of professors with poor teaching quality must be publicly disclosed to all students, which could severely tarnish their reputations. Yan Xia sensed that Ella was alluding to something. Yet he lacked concrete evidence. As an educator, Yan Xia was averse to this system. However, as a leader of the Civil Federation, he was in support of it. With that in mind, it was time to take action. Fortunately, he had served as a professor for quite some time and possessed a sufficiently broad perspective on how to captivate and influence others. For him, it was merely a trivial matter. The Mosey Academy boasted an intranet that was not only robust, but also abundant in learning resources, ensuring it was far from desolate. Yan Xia established a teaching space and proceeded to advertise directly within the intranet. Do you wish to master supernatural abilities? A distinguished professor will guide you on how to control these powers at the genetic level. Transform your genes perfectly. You only need to master these 3 steps to become stronger. A series of advertisements were disseminated. Yan Xia soon realized that this method had been previously employed, albeit with titles that were overly formal and devoid of allure. Who would be intrigued by a title such as Quantum Field Instruction, one-on-one with a scholar from Venus? After a brief wait in the classroom, students began to arrive promptly. With ease, he commenced his lecture. Although his knowledge was slightly lacking for those pursuing a bachelor's degree, it sufficed for the younger students. Furthermore, his advertisements were not mere gimmicks. Throughout his 30-plus years in the Great Horn Star, his primary research focus had been on physical ascension. Could biological entities rival machinery? This remains an eternal discourse. Even within the current Civilizational Federation, there exists a division. Some seek higher aspirations by relinquishing their corporeal forms, while others find the idea of replacing their bodies somewhat peculiar. The capacity of the virtual classroom knows no bounds. Perhaps due to the effectiveness of Yan Xia's advertisements, the number of students rapidly surpassed 1,000. Of course, a significant factor was the allure of the professorship. The professors at Mosey Academy are distinguished scholars, with only a little over 100 in number. Yan Xia presently occupies the lower echelon among them. The physical body serves as a shackle that limits the advancement of life, regardless of race. The information stored within the physical form and the energy it can release is finite. Thus, our civilization has developed machinery to assist us in mastering our environment. Historically, the Civilizational Federation has relied on quark robots, mechs, spacecraft, and warships. These innovations have empowered us. Even the latest development, the parasitic reproductive apparatus, merely addresses our immediate needs and still pales in comparison to machinery. What is supernatural ability? It encompasses extraordinary powers, such as manipulating fire, lightning, ice, altering weather, and influencing particles. All of these could be achieved through mechs and technology, yet they do not represent our intrinsic capabilities. Without them, we amount to nothing. Today, I shall discuss how to enable one's genes to harness supernatural abilities. Our first topic will be the most fundamental supernatural ability, electricity. Electricity is the simplest form of energy to produce, as most matter in the universe carries an electric charge. Yan Xia's goal was to transform certain redundant muscles or organs within biological entities into electricity-generating tissues and organs, such as the human appendix. This genetic modification does not necessitate extensive alterations to the genes themselves, but rather requires subtle adjustments to the mechanisms of growth. Much like the stark differences in appearance between wolves and dogs, their genetic makeup remains fundamentally similar, thus eliminating reproductive isolation. When Yan Xia articulated this, many students promptly exited the room, for the technology appeared excessively simplistic, with abundant resources readily available online. However, what Yan Xia presented diverged significantly from the mere information found in those resources. His genetic modification was characterized by safety, efficiency, high voltage, minimal cost, and ease of control, accompanied by numerous complementary aspects. For instance, the energy-generating organs must be integrated with a current network to deliver this electricity. And the concept of utilizing one's own body as a biological electromagnetic power reservoir, as well as harnessing electricity to enhance physical and cognitive capacities, exemplified the depth of his discourse. This singular distinction rendered the difficulty level an order of magnitude less challenging than its predecessor. Following the discussion on electricity, the subsequent attainment of the second ability, fire, would be comparatively effortless, as carbon-based life forms inherently possess hydrogen and oxygen. The focus then shifts to the transformation of these elements into usable combustion and oxidizing gases, along with the mastery of their control and the amplification of the released energy. These topics encapsulated the very purpose of Yan Xia's presence here. Beginning on the ice and snow star, Yan Xia and Ella resolved to embark on a biological reform for the Civilization Federation, with parasitic reproductive devices being an integral component of the plan. While the potency of Professor Yan Xia's teachings may not be overwhelmingly formidable, their accessibility holds the potential to empower the populace to become masters of extraordinary abilities. This initiative serves as a foundational platform, as Yan Xia envisions the widespread adoption of Ella's groundbreaking strike on the ice and snow star within a span of 3 millennia. Chapter 146. The Counterattack of Xian Star City. This region has been officially designated by the Civilized Federation as the Roman Star Domain. It is a distant shore, a place of aspiration. However, this yearning is not one of reverence, but rather a desire to conquer. In contrast to the Olive Branch civilization, the Civilized Federation exhibits a more aggressive nature, as its growth has been forged through the crucible of war. The Olive Branch civilization, on the other hand, has experienced a relatively smooth path of development, with its most significant conflict being internal strife, which has rendered it less inclined toward invasion. Moreover, Xian's strategy has placed him in a precarious position, a fatal flaw. Of course, one could argue that should he succeed, the narrative would be rewritten. He would emerge as the transformative figure, the leader who alters the course of the Olive Branch civilization. Alas, the Olive Branch civilization cannot cultivate an individual of unparalleled political acumen. It is akin to someone raised in a kindergarten environment. Even if they reach the age of 30 or 40, or even beyond, their exposure remains limited and untested. The extraordinary ability of the Civilized Federation to foster coexistence among numerous races signifies a substantial societal advantage, far surpassing that of the Olive Branch civilization. This disparity contributes to the current predicament. Even if the Olive Branch civilization had dispatched forces to the Civilized Federation at the outset, it is unlikely they could have completely annihilated it, for the Civilized Federation wields the advanced technology of quantum communication, which was among the first pieces of information shared with the Olive Branch civilization. Possessing this technology implies the capacity for immediate withdrawal, enabling escape from this star domain. The cosmos is vast. Despite the multitude of civilizations, how many exceed a Level 2 classification? In the immense expanse of the Milky Way, even if we were to be generous, there are certainly fewer than 50. Even assuming 100 civilizations, each controlling a region with a diameter of 100 light-years. How much of the Milky Way would they encompass? The answer is a mere 1/1,000,000th, a conservative estimate, if we include parts of the galaxy's periphery. It may be as little as 1/10,000,000th. The Milky Way is incomprehensibly large. While the Civilized Federation currently governs an extensive area, encompassing nearly 200 star systems, the Milky Way boasts over 100 billion stars, with Ella's actual detection revealing a figure of 230 billion, still a conservative estimate, as their position within the galaxy obscures its entirety, with many stars hidden on the far side. It is important to note that such calculations may be flawed. If a Level 2.8 civilization exists, it would command over 10 million star systems, yet this remains a rarity. In truth, the Milky Way is considered a moderately advanced galaxy within the universe, capable of supporting the development of 100 Level 3 civilizations or a single Level 3.2 civilization. However, this is predicated on the simultaneous existence of such civilizations. Should any civilization ascend to Level 3, or even Level 2.9, it could potentially dominate the Milky Way, extracting all resources to elevate itself to Level 3. Certainly, if a civilization of Level 2.9 were to emerge while multiple Level 2.8 civilizations still existed within the Milky Way, the ascendance of the 2.9 civilization would remain unfeasible. Yet, such a scenario is implausible. If a multitude of 2.8 civilizations truly existed, the galaxy would not be as tranquil as it is today. It is well understood that the civilization that gains the upper hand will inevitably eliminate its rivals, rendering conflict unavoidable. These myriad factors contribute to the current state of affairs in Star City, where civilizations are constrained by the constraints of the Holy Grail project, underscoring the significance of information. Under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Conversely, if one can influence the snowflakes, one can indeed instigate an avalanche. Yuan has gleaned these insights from Yan Xia, applying them over the millennia as it has gradually lain in wait, subtly shaping individual decisions. Presently, this endeavor is relatively effortless, as all citizens of Star City have awakened to individual consciousness, making them highly susceptible to influence. Yuan did not initially intend to achieve its goals in haste. However, as it gradually seized control within a Star City, circumstances began to shift. It grasped the essence of revolution. In that Star City, it successfully disseminated its ideology, transforming the previously classless society into one with hierarchies. Therefore, Yuan must champion the ideals of a classless society to oppose the current structure of Star City. The essence of a classless society is equality. Yuan advocates that every life should be regarded as equal, devoid of distinctions in status. Those in elevated positions should bear greater responsibilities rather than evade them. The managers should not be the overlords of Star City, but rather custodians representing the collective will of the individuals, who ought to be the true masters of Star City. Yuan wields this philosophy with ease. As the original structure of Star City was already somewhat akin to this model, albeit with a slightly radical communal consciousness. Hence, my current objective is to dismantle the glory of Geis, allowing all aspects of the olive branch civilization to return to their rightful state, fostering a momentum for progress. Was Geis glory my initial adversary? Gazing into the starry expanse, the nebulous Yuan contemplates with a chill. Should it continue on this path, it is destined to become an adversary of the second leader. Although the star cities within the olive branch civilization remain unaffected by one another, the changes Yuan is enacting are fundamental and catastrophic. If its current actions are deemed a success, what then becomes of the second leader? A failure, a fraudulent entity leading the olive branch civilization astray. Is all of this part of your grand design, Yan Xia? At this moment, Yuan longs for a face-to-face dialogue with Yan Xia. Needing clarity, it perceives the truth of the matter. Yet, is there a path of retreat available to it now? It has already been labeled a failure. And if this continues, Star City is bound to descend into a detrimental state. Perhaps it is better to correct this course. It is indeed the only action left to take. We must strive for prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. This is Yuan's rallying cry, a mantra imparted by the Civilization Federation. It perceives itself as mad, yet finds this conviction profoundly justified. Society ought to be structured in such a manner. But why should society not embody this reality? It aligns perfectly with its intrinsic definition of social order. Within the 5 great star cities, the division of labor is exceedingly uneven, and the emergence of class distinctions inevitably gives rise to a ruling elite. While the oppressed lower class will undoubtedly harbor discontent, the existence of classes inherently breeds both strength and weakness, making it impossible to satisfy every individual. Armed with these core values, it has begun to exert its influence over the 5 great star cities. Gradually, more than half of the lower-class individuals within these cities have rallied around it. The time has come to launch a counteroffensive and reclaim everything that is rightfully mine. As it gazes upon the star city beneath, it has never felt that millennia could stretch so long. Within its machinery lies an ambition, since there is no turning back. What harm is there in aspiring to become the third leader who topples the second? As for the Civil Federation, it remains a target for annihilation, for it poses too great a threat. Chapter 147. The assault of the Silk Civilization. Yan Xia was reminded of Qi, a figure he had encountered only a few times, yet whose presence exerted immense pressure upon him. According to the swift communications relayed from the Cosmic Silk Road, Qi had commenced a counterattack, rallying under the banner of Marxism, a doctrine with which Yan Xia was profoundly familiar. This ideology represents a meticulously crafted social program, and even in contemporary times, Yan Xia considers it the most successful societal model in human history. However, the Civilizational Federation has not adopted this framework, primarily due to its commitment to a multi-ethnic integration rather than a singular racial identity. The concepts of race and ethnicity diverge significantly. While ethnicities may interblend and coexist harmoniously, races, marked by physical disparities, reproductive isolation, and cognitive differences, create inherent barriers. Such divisions render the implementation of socialism entirely impractical within the Civilizational Federation. Conversely, this model finds its most fitting application within a civilization like the Olive Branch Civilization, which comprises a singular species. The allure of this model is irresistible to Qi. An underdeveloped societal framework, upon witnessing an advanced paradigm, would naturally seek to learn, borrow, and adopt, unless it were utterly foolish. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the model is universally applicable to other star cities. Its current relevance stems from the chaos within the star city and Qi's desperation. When these factors converge, the model's adaptation becomes seamless. Is Yan Xia, then, inviting trouble? No, the star city itself is akin to a formidable tiger. The notion of nurturing a threat is unfounded. Only by lulling this tiger into slumber can they hope to survive. Have we been attacked? Yan Xia inquired of the air around him. Ella soon appeared. Indeed, the Silk Civilization has dispatched warships, arriving far more swiftly than we anticipated. Citizens observing the vessels have dubbed them ghosts, due to their astonishing speed, exceeding 40,000 kms. The Silk Civilization has finally made contact with the Civilizational Federation, indicating that they had dispatched warships millennia ago. As a civilization rated at 2, and potentially nearing 2, 3. The Silk Civilization possesses unique technologies that contrast sharply with those of the Civilizational Federation and the Olive Branch Civilization. Ella presented Yan Xia with an image depicting a blurred silhouette, seamlessly merging with the starry expanse. Its exterior was indiscernible, yet its size suggested it was approximately a 10,000-meter-long warship, modest in dimensions, yet formidable in velocity. The adversary's offensive capabilities are impressively robust, with an energy level reaching 28. They must possess energy storage technology surpassing our comprehension. Ella classified energy levels as follows: 1 by 10 1 joules equates to level 1, 1 by 10 2 joules to level 2, and so forth. Thus, level 28 represents 1028 joules, a quantity requiring a level 2 civilization to expend full production efforts for 100 seconds. This energy resides within a 10,000-meter warship, and it is evident that this is merely a fraction of its total capacity. It is anticipated that the stored energy will range between levels 29 and 29. 3. The digits following the decimal point signify multiples, indicating 3 units of level 29 rather than a mere 1. 3 units. How many warships have been detected? Yan Xia inquired further. 9 vessels have been identified, however. This is certainly not the entirety of the fleet. These 9 are the ones that have initiated an attack, while the others remain undetectable, their stealth capabilities proving remarkably adept. When one civilization employs its technology to explore that of another civilization of equal standing, 2 scenarios may arise. The first is the direct discovery of technology that is similar to one's own. Even if it surpasses one's level, traces can still be followed. The second, as in the present situation, is that one is entirely unaware of the technologies employed by the other, rendering the pursuit a venture into the unknown. Have we tracked these warships? Once these vessels are locked onto, they are unlikely to elude our gaze. The 9 warships are dispersing in various directions, attempting to confound our surveillance systems. I suspect that there are concealed warships that have already infiltrated our star system, poised to launch an assault on a stellar system. They remain oblivious to our possession of quantum communication devices, which breeds their overconfidence, as such an attack would take years, if not decades, for us to detect. This is our informational advantage. I have disseminated intelligence to prepare the primary stellar systems for an impending assault. Currently, there are 23 quantum communication devices within the Civilizational Federation. Aside from one located along the Cosmic Silk Road, the remaining 22 are installed in 22 stellar systems, excluding the one in Water Commission 1. All 21 are actually situated in the sector of Tion Warehouse 5. Should the fleet of the Silk Civilization attempt to assault any of these 21 stellar systems, they would face a formidable counterstrike. Nevertheless, Yan Xia and Ella remain vigilant, meticulously analyzing strategies. They predominantly appear within this sector of space, extending approximately 18 light-years, which we can expand to encompass 25 light-years, thereby encompassing the entire area under our surveillance. Quantum anchor points are exceedingly beneficial for reconnaissance, however. We previously did not distribute them extensively across the range of star systems, but rather around the stellar systems themselves. The adversary cannot possibly possess information regarding the quantum anchor points, which remains our advantage. Currently, our overarching strategy is one of passive defense, awaiting the enemy's emergence while dispatching warships to gradually constrict the operational space of their fleet, confining them within a manageable range. Just as this was being articulated, Ella received a new communication. The plans have been upended. The Silk Civilization has deployed long-range stellar weaponry. We did not establish a false celestial backdrop in their direction, and they have obliterated one of our primary stars. Yan Xia has witnessed the stellar weaponry of the Silk Civilization, which annihilated trillions of entities from the Olive Branch Civilization. However, if they have merely struck a star, the impact on the Civilizational Federation may not be substantial. Life within the stellar system has time to evacuate. While the final number of those who escape may not be ideal, a significant portion should still survive. The distinction lies in the nature of their weaponry. They wield laser weapons rather than the gravitational armaments of the Olive Branch Civilization. Gravitational weapons can instantaneously induce gravitational collapse, capable of transforming a massive star into a black hole in a mere 0.1 seconds, while laser weapons merely disrupt the stability of stars, akin to gamma-ray bursts. Of course, there is a notable difference between the laser weapons employed by a civilization in offensive maneuvers and genuine gamma-ray bursts. The energy of the former can be more concentrated, retaining 80 to 90 of its potency over vast distances, rather than dissipating as it travels. However, the true terror does not stem from this alone. Bring up the star map, Yan Xia commanded. Together, she and Ella examined the star map, noting that the obliterated star lay within the designated region. It appeared that their main forces were concentrated here. A comprehensive alert was issued across the star domain, dispatching portions of the fleet while ensuring that surrounding star systems remained vigilant to avoid being lured away by the adversary. This operation was conducted remotely. Despite the presence of quantum communication, a temporal delay persisted. Nevertheless, Ella had already prepared for this eventuality. There existed the mechanized god, capable of unified coordination. With computational power comparable to mine from 5 millennia ago, Yan Xia had relinquished authority during the 20,000-year period, and Ella was gradually following suit. Unless they could master true superluminal travel, the expanding domain of the Civilizational Federation would inevitably lead to potential misjudgments on Ella's part due to distance. This was a necessary phase of evolution. The arrival of the Silk Civilization signified the commencement of hostilities between the Civilizational Federation and the Silk Civilization. Chapter 148. Confrontation. The clash between civilizations is undoubtedly a life-and-death struggle. Yan Xia employed no so-called methods of information gathering, directly placing the civilized federation on a war footing, with an imperative to annihilate any adversary at the earliest opportunity. Within the civilized federation, the mobilization extended beyond the military, encompassing the explorers as well. Initially, the explorers were intended to serve as reserves. Despite their lack of discipline, they possessed considerable combat capabilities. This defensive endeavor by Yan Xia could also function as an exercise. Ella's proposed exercise was not a military drill nor an exploration training, but rather a simulation of the Zerg's warfare tactics. This was of paramount importance. The civilized federation was vigorously advancing its biotechnological development. If the current biotechnological products could be utilized as primary combat forces, it would allow for a reduction in expenditures while simultaneously facilitating the large-scale application of the Zerg through the Zerg Act. Have the stellar Zerg nests been prepared? They should be situated within the Celestial Warehouse's 5-star domain. If feasible, I grant my approval. Yan Xia's expression was somewhat grave. He too wished to ascertain the practical effectiveness of the Zerg in battle. The stellar Zerg nest represented a novel type of Zerg nest. Unlike conventional nests constructed on planetary surfaces or controlling small asteroids, the stellar Zerg nests harnessed a dwarf planet as their energy source, forming gigantic nests. The dwarf planet, which housed the stellar Zerg nest, had a diameter of approximately 100 kilometers, and when combined with the nest itself, the total diameter could reach 500 kilometers. Though Yan Xia had never witnessed it in person, he had viewed footage. It resembled a planet constructed from flesh and blood, akin to a sea urchin, with the dwarf planet at its center and external spines forming mountains of flesh interconnected by a complex network. Its exterior appeared like a sphere bound by thousands of rubber bands, albeit with a looser structure, featuring hollowed sections for the Zerg to enter and exit. Each stellar Zerg nest was managed by 1,000 to 3,000 brain bugs, and the minimum combat unit for each nest was set at 1 billion Zerg. The total number of stellar Zerg had reached a staggering figure of 17.3 billion. They were prepared, with the Zerg always in a state of readiness. The brain bugs not only controlled the Zerg, but had also been granted authority over small biological warships, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. After Yan Xia's departure, biological warships had evolved over the span of a millennium, now capable of reliably producing vessels measuring 500 meters in length. Though seemingly modest, these 500-meter biological warships possessed individual capabilities that surpassed even the strongest Zerg sequences, promising substantial changes for the Zerg. The strategic measures devised by Yan Xia and Ella proved effective. Perhaps their suspicions were correct. The ships of the Silk Civilization aimed to assault the surrounding star systems of the targeted stellar system, seeking to achieve the greatest results in the shortest time possible. However, what awaited them was a prepared and resounding counterattack. Even at a velocity of 40,000 kms, one is still 5 times slower than the speed of light. Star systems equipped with quantum communication devices can effortlessly transmit information upon receiving commands from Ella. Given the dense presence of quantum communication apparatuses within the Celestial Warehouse's 5-star region, these star systems have been preparing for the impending conflict a decade prior to the assault launched by the Silk Civilization's warships. Tianyuan 4. The planet closest to the attack star system is most likely to be targeted by the enemy. We must remain vigilant, warned Grata sternly. Grata, a member of the Kate tribe and the planetary governor of Tianyuan 4, represents the second most powerful faction in the Civilizational Federation, second only to humanity itself. This prominence stems from their rich heritage, as no other civilization within the Federation rivals the Kate tribe's strength, having once achieved a level 1.9 civilization status. The planetary governor oversees not only a single planet but also the surrounding celestial expanse. If a star system possesses only one habitable planet, the governor stands as the supreme leader of that system. Additionally, certain star systems may lack planets but boast extensive Dyson spheres as habitats, with the governor also presiding over such realms. Tianyuan 4 lacks any life-sustaining planets. Its B planet is a gas giant with a mass 1.45 times that of Earth, serving merely as a resource supply point. A colossal star city, approximately 10 million kilometers in diameter, orbits outside the atmosphere of Tianyuan IV's planet, serving as the main urban center. The mechanized deity has already devised our battle strategy. We need only to adhere to it. Is it truly so difficult to execute? Where is the TY-27 Legion? They have ventured beyond the star system's boundaries. What are they attempting to achieve? Are they courting death? Summon them back. Who is their commander? I shall have him brought before a military tribunal, Grada nearly roared, expressing his disdain for such disregard for military discipline. He found himself in a virtual conference room, surrounded by others in a digital setting, all seated around a massive round table. The commander of the TY-27 Legion must be that fellow, Sheen. I declared 20 years ago that he was a battle fanatic unfit for military service, remarked a member of the Beast War tribe. Contrary to the perception of being mere brutes, the Beast War tribe is astute, embodying true military strategists. Velida interjected, that is not necessarily the case. Sheen's deployment was purportedly to identify the most likely attack points of the Silk civilization, which also exposes our vulnerabilities. Impossible. The plans devised by the mechanized deity cannot harbor flaws. In the present civilizational federation, the mechanized deity represents absolute authority, incapable of error, countered another. Do not be so anxious. This is not a fault of the mechanized deity, but rather a shortcoming on our part. This area was previously not covered by quantum anchor points. If the Silk civilization excels at exploiting information blind spots for attacks, do you think they would refrain from taking advantage of this vulnerability? Let Sheen proceed. The warships of the Silk civilization are formidable, and he will realize the folly of such actions. Indeed, the outcome is favorable for us, as it enables us to investigate the incursions of the Silk civilization. The other authorities present erupted in laughter. However, Barrett found no amusement in the situation. Every soldier deserves respect, and as a military commander, his duty lies in rectifying the mistakes of his subordinates to avert their casualties. This is precisely why he asserted that Sheehan should not remain within the ranks of the army. That individual possesses a temperament more suited for an adventurer. While Sheehan has indeed uncovered a vulnerability, he has yet to attain the level of understanding necessary to realize that the breach was intentionally left exposed. Should the warships of the Silk civilization dare to exploit that gap, they would be met with an overwhelming barrage of firepower. In essence, Sheehan's efforts amount to naught. One can only hope for survival. His expression remained impassive, and even in his virtual form, his imposing figure exuded a palpable sense of pressure. Chapter 149. Annihilation. In the southwestern region of the Tianyuan 4-star map lies an area that is shielded from view. Even military experts would hardly anticipate an attack here, as a mere analysis of military deployments could easily overlook the vulnerabilities of the information network. It is akin to a situation in the 21st century where I have meticulously positioned my forces around the border, leaving no stone unturned. Yet there remains an area on the satellite imagery that eludes my sight. If the enemy were aware of this unseen territory, would they choose to assault other directions or this concealed region? The answer is patently clear. The TY-27 Legion boasts a total of 14 warships, among which merely 2 are battleships. Within one of these vessels is Sheehan, who affectionately refers to it as the Alice, rumored to privately call it his wife. His adjutant is a female member of the Lalila tribe. Commander, while I have every confidence in your judgment, I wonder if you might be overestimating our combat capabilities? The combat strength demonstrated by the Silk civilization's ships is evidently superior to our battleships. She hesitated. Sheehan turned back, his voice imbued with confidence. What are you suggesting, Captain Xia? The Silk civilization is also a level 2 civilization, just as we are. Who is to fear whom? Xia doused him with a splash of cold reality. Commander, you may be suffering from memory loss. Our battleships are relics from 2 millennia ago. Recently, the Federation has been heavily invested in developing biological warships, almost forgetting to update our fleet. Sheehan shook his head. No. The Silk civilization's ships travel at a speed of 40,000 kms. And how far are we from them? A full 300 light-years. The fastest among them would have taken 750 years to arrive here, and considering preparations, they could have departed from their civilization nearly 800 or even 900 years ago. Their vessels are ancient artifacts from nearly 10 millennia past. Xia found Sheehan's obstinacy utterly incomprehensible. Commander, the Silk civilization achieved level 2 status over 20,000 years ago, and their technology has long surpassed our own. She wished to dissuade him further, yet Sheehan remained obstinate, declaring to the other officers, this is our moment to shine. Should we emerge victorious from this war, we shall all be rewarded. I will ascend to the rank of Chief Commander, and you will share in the honor of exceptional military merit. The surrounding officers erupted in cheers. Xia surveyed the room, realizing that there was not a single rational individual aboard this ship. They were all brazen fools. If they were merely combating petty pirates, it might have been manageable, but facing a war between civilizations. This course of action was a certain path to doom and a grave violation of the law. Alas, as a member of the Legion, she was bound to remain here. Just as she pondered how to continue her attempts at persuasion, a beam of light suddenly pierced through a nearby starcruiser in the depths of space, obliterating it, while countless soldiers fled from its wreckage. Fortunately, the mechanized suits have become prevalent within the military, allowing their wielders to endure several days in the cosmos. As they prepared for battle, activating their defensive shields and calling for a full retreat, Xia's voice rang out with urgency. Meanwhile, Xian exclaimed in delight, "Indeed. My wager has paid off. Quickly, track the enemy warship's trajectory, charge the main cannon, and have the other vessels dispersed to encircle the foe. We must secure victory." The crew, undeterred by Xia's orders, followed Xian's lead and launched their assault. The remaining 12 warships fanned out in a sweeping formation towards the source of the attack. Although their sensors revealed nothing, the assault unmistakably emanated from that direction. Yet, aided by optical detection devices, they managed to discern subtle distortions in the light. The enemy vessel was indeed as swift as a specter, and by the time it was detected, it had already approached within 1 astronomical unit of the TY-27 Legion. At this moment, the Civilized Federation's battleship, equipped with gravity restrainers and energy storage systems, was ready to unleash its power. By utilizing the gravity restrainers, energy could be channeled directly into the cannon at high output, a process that could be completed in a mere 3 minutes. With preparations finalized, Xian commanded the firing. The battleship's main cannon was not solely reliant on electromagnetic force. It was augmented with a formidable power that could directly influence the atomic arrangement of the enemy vessel's hull, easily inducing fission reactions on the surface of their ship. Nevertheless, no matter how potent the offensive capabilities, an attack was still necessary. The battleship's main computer calculated the trajectory of the enemy vessel with precision, resulting in a perfect strike. That was effortless. However, the ensuing moment revealed the unexpected. The enemy vessels of the Silk civilization surged forth from the explosion, cloaked in an even more intense light distortion. Xia connected to the main computer, urging it to analyze the enemy's defensive measures. Within 10 seconds, the computer provided its assessment. 48 utilized gravitational vacuum defenses, while 31 employed electromagnetic shields. Gravitational vacuum involves creating an absolute vacuum in a designated area through gravitational manipulation. In this absolute void, no matter exists. Photons can traverse absolute vacuum, yet in this case, the gravity-generated vacuum distorts their path, preventing them from penetrating the region. They are neither reflected nor absorbed, but rather distorted by the gravitational force, rendering them incapable of striking the warship directly. The Civilized Federation possesses similar defenses, albeit primarily deployed on their flagship. Battleships are not unworthy of such technology. But the energy demands are prohibitive. Xia's initial thought was one of despair, realizing they were outmatched. Yet Xian appeared invigorated by the challenge. This defense is highly energy-intensive. If we maintain our assault, they cannot endure for long. Xia felt an overwhelming urge to kick Xian. This was no game, and the enemy would not hold back. True to this assertion, the Silk civilization's warships launched a counterattack. An invisible beam obliterated one of their vessels, the frequency alarmingly high, nearing that of gamma rays. Attack again. Fire the main cannon once more. Other warships simultaneously charged their energy, unleashing a joint barrier to thwart incoming attacks. Xian harbored a conviction that victory was within reach, believing the adversary to be less formidable than anticipated. With the main cannon fully charged, it once again tracked the enemy's trajectory. The proximity of both vessels enhanced the accuracy of their laser weaponry. The SII civilization's ships resumed their defensive maneuvers while edging closer. A splendid opportunity. They launched antimatter and simultaneously emitted a gravitational field to create interference. At such a close range, the gravitational disruption proved effective, rendering the enemy's defenses futile. As the adversary closed into a mere 10 million kilometers, the battleship disengaged the gravitational interference, revealing the SII civilization's vessels for the first time to the Federation. What emerged did not resemble a singular warship, but rather a conglomeration of 6 vessels, its frontal view taking the form of a hexagon, interconnected by hundreds of filament-like structures. The antimatter cannon was primed and unleashed forthwith. The enemy's defenses faltered under the interference. The gravitational hold could not be maintained, and the antimatter soon collided with the surface of the opposing ship, engulfing it in a terrifying wave of energy. Surely, there would be no escape this time. Xia glimpsed the wreckage of the SII civilization's ships, exhaling in relief. The Legion commander occasionally proved reliable. Yet, in the next instant, dozens of beams of light shot forth from the depths of space, each one striking with impeccable precision. The electromagnetic shield was violently torn apart, and the sensors detected 67 SII warships advancing towards them. Instantly, the expressions of every officer and soldier aboard the battleship shifted. But it was too late. The onslaught was overwhelming. The beams pierced through all vessels of the TY-27 Legion, including the battleship beneath Xia and Xian, without so much as a pause. They surged toward the interior of Tianyuan 4. However, after traversing merely 10 astronomical units, darkness enveloped them. All light was obscured, even the cosmic microwave radiation, leaving only gravity discernible. Yet, the TY-27 Legion was not without its accomplishments. At the very least, they had served as effective bait, causing the SII civilization's forces to let down their guard. Release the resonance weapon. From an external perspective, that patch of starry sky was encased within a colossal spherical shell. Inside, the gas began to accumulate, filling the entire sphere. These gases began to vibrate at a uniform frequency, triggering resonance within the SII warships. The SII vessels attempted to activate their defenses, only to find their equipment rendered inoperative. In this space, energy seemed to be entirely isolated. No, it was not isolated at all. Rather, the energy was overwhelmingly abundant. Imagine a device that requires merely 1 ampere of current to activate. Now placed in a tempest of lightning, its load maxed out. This analogy, however, is somewhat misleading, for the SII civilization's devices could certainly withstand more than 1 ampere. And it is improbable that this sphere could generate such a vast disparity in energy. Yet, even a slight release of influence would suffice. The equipment of a high-tech civilization is also of high precision. Such an environment could cause sensitive devices to fail outright, with a mere delay of 1 minute being sufficient. The resonance has commenced, gradually intensifying. The entirety of the expanse reverberates with a persistent hum. Amidst this cacophony, the vessels of the Silk civilization succumbed. Their surfaces marred by countless fissures, resembling the intricate shattering of tempered glass. No ship, nor any form of life, could endure such a sustained resonance of this magnitude. This tumultuous phenomenon persisted for a staggering 58 hours before it finally subsided. As the sphere dissipated, all that remained at its center was a mere heap of derelict ships. Annihilation. This was a premeditated trap, and the fleet of the Silk civilization did not number in the thousands, posing little threat to the current Galactic Federation. The strengths of all factions were relatively comparable, with a maximum disparity of merely tenfold. Who truly fears whom? However, this was but one of many battlegrounds. Other stellar systems encountered identical assaults. The number of vessels dispatched by the Silk civilization exceeded Ella's calculations. Chapter 150, The Tactics of Insect Swarms. Tianjin 29. Also known as the star system of Swan 61, has been designated as the second target for potential strikes. This binary star system comprises 2 stars of similar size and mass, approximately 0.7 and 0.63 times that of our Sun. Both are classified as orange dwarfs, possessing spectral characteristics that lean closer to red dwarfs than to yellow dwarfs. Interestingly, smaller stars often enjoy greater longevity. Orange dwarfs typically have lifespans ranging from 15 to 30 billion years. Red dwarfs, on the other hand, can exist for even longer, often several hundred billion years, with some particularly diminutive red dwarfs potentially living for trillions of years. Thus, within the cosmos, one cannot find any red dwarfs that have naturally perished. Within the Tianjin 29 star system, there are no planets. The Star City relies on a collection of asteroids for its existence. While the Civilizational Federation possesses the technology to construct star cities, Tianjin 29 is among the earlier established systems, with its infrastructure dating back over 20,000 years and remaining unchanged since. This presents a challenge for the Civilizational Federation, which has advanced rapidly, allocating most resources to the development of new territories, while neglecting the upkeep of older regions. Consequently, the Tianjin 29 star system is marked by poverty, considered a destitute area within the Federation. Inhabitants subsist primarily on organic produce, vegetables, and fruits, while their protein sources are limited to common livestock, such as the domesticated pigs that are akin to humanity's companions. These meat pigs differ from those of Earth's past, growing to average weights exceeding 5 tons, with some individuals surpassing 10 tons. Although such a diet may appear exceedingly healthy by 21st century standards, it results in the accumulation of various impurities that adversely affect lifespan. As a result, most sustenance within the Civilizational Federation consists of synthetic products. Even the meat is artificial rather than genuine. These synthetic meats taste indistinguishable from real meat, yet their composition is more uniform, facilitating better absorption. In regions of relative affluence, individuals can expect to live up to 260 years. Whereas in impoverished areas like Tianjin 29, where natural resources are the primary sustenance, the average lifespan tends to hover around 240 years. At this moment, the commander of Tianjin 29 does not possess the same composure as the commander of Tianyuan 4. What can be done? Our fleet is already limited. and the internal defense network of the star system is inadequate, rendering us no match for the formidable vessels of the sea civilization. Despair and anxiety envelop him. Although they are aware of the situation, information travels at the speed of light, while the vessels cannot match that velocity. The rescue ships are still en route. By the time they arrive, it may be too late. The orders from above are to resist for as long as possible, indicating a tacit abandonment of our plight. Through the glass, a district chief gazes out at the chaotic streets, a scene of utter disarray. The affluent have long since fled, leaving only the destitute to await their demise. At this moment, not a single enterprise within the entire stellar system remains operational. Fear has driven these citizens to vent their emotions through looting and vandalism. Zero-cost purchases? No, the citizens outside have no intention of buying anything. They indiscriminately smash whatever they can seize, regardless of whether it is worth thousands or tens of thousands. This chaos and madness have left the management in a state of distress. Are you not going to escape, Chief? The district leader inquired. Yiming leaned against a wall, shaking his head. The populace still needs us. Besides, what would I gain by fleeing? Even if I were not to face judgment. What face do I have to remain in my current position? Have you not also remained? In the conference room, it was just the two of them. For everyone else had fled. At this juncture, escaping would not invite scorn, for it was undeniably a doomed endeavor. However, whether one could convince oneself was an entirely different matter. They exchanged a glance, then fell into silence. They had not contacted the military either, for they too had abandoned their posts. Perhaps a few remained, but they would be of no consequence. A long, mournful whistle echoed throughout the entire Star City, or rather, across all star cities of Tianjin, Zing 29. Miraculously, the previously unruly crowd ceased their actions, gazing up at the starry sky, though they saw nothing. Yet, they continued to stare as if time had frozen, awaiting the arrival of death. From within the stellar system, countless beams of light shot outward like meteors. The battlefield had commenced. Of course, they could not witness it, for those beams were restrained and dissipated, with no photons escaping the energy streams, thus rendering them undetectable. Some citizens felt the star city beneath their feet shifting. They could see other star cities moving, not merely in one direction but drawing closer to one another. Bang! The sound of collision reverberated. Countless explosions erupted. The gas restrainers within the star city malfunctioned, and all beings felt a suffocating force. In the next moment, the temperature control systems were also damaged in the impact, and the frigid void of space surged forth, instantly enveloping the surfaces of the citizens in mechanized armor. However, they had no time to rejoice, as sorrow swiftly engulfed them. The majority of citizens lacked such armor. Their time had truly come to a standstill. In the next second, they too would not escape. An invisible assault swept through the star city, disassembling it into particles, with not a single fragment exceeding 1 micron. The star city and everything within it vanished. Yiming received notifications of multiple star cities being obliterated, yet all he could feel was profound sorrow. Let us wait, he declared. Wait for what? For death. They have slain us, and will bury us alongside our remains. The Civil Federation is inviolable. How many interstellar wars have we endured? Civil wars? Not once have we fallen. This time shall be no different. He extracted a piece of chocolate from his pocket, a confection not crafted from cocoa beans, but rather synthesized from entirely harmless chemical elements. Yet, its flavor bore a striking resemblance to the chocolate found on Earth, having undergone rigorous scrutiny during the sweltering summer. This delicacy has emerged as one of the most coveted snacks within the current Civil Federation, particularly due to its retro branding. As new assaults commenced, yet another cluster of star cities faced obliteration. Beneath their dwelling, some citizens, unable to endure such overwhelming pressure, resorted to suicide. I would rather take my own life than be slain by those damned fiends. Waves of existence fell, and the palpable sense of despair was almost visible to the naked eye. At that moment, a shadow unexpectedly materialized on the far side of a star, appearing diminutive. Yet this was merely an illusion caused by distance. According to investigations, the object's diameter exceeded a staggering 1,000 kilometers. What could it be? Before the citizens could process this revelation, a nebulous entity surged away from the colossal sphere, soaring into the depths of space. Subsequently, a multitude of explosions erupted from within that misty form. It was a rescue. Hope rekindled among the citizens of the Star City. Yiming stepped away from the wall, activating his virtual panel with unwavering focus. Indeed, it was a rescue, but how could it arrive so swiftly? The nearest stellar system would require at least a year and 3 months to dispatch a fleet, yet this arrival seemed alarmingly prompt. Simultaneously, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared salvation was at hand. He and the district chief exchanged faint smiles of ease, once aid had arrived. Victory over their adversary seemed assured. However, this moment of respite was abruptly transformed into eternity. Yiming and everything in his vicinity disintegrated into atoms, erased in an instant. The Civilization S warships, upon the enemy S approach, naturally redirected their defenses to counter the incoming attack. Hence He Ming's assertion of salvation was not unfounded. Yet, the transmission of information in the cosmos is subject to delays. Thus, the Civilization's warships may have launched their offensive even before detecting the superstar worm nest. This assault, not exceeding the speed of light, unfolded at a gradual pace, resulting in He Ming witnessing the promise of rescue only to be struck by the Civilization's counterattack shortly thereafter. Despair, hope, and then death arrived too swiftly for even despair to register. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the theater of cosmic warfare. The rapid approach of the superstar worm nest was attributable to its proximity in the depths of space. Amateur astronomers could potentially locate it with a telescope. Yet professional observatories typically avoid scanning that sector, rendering it largely unknown, even to He Ming, the district chief. These nests utilize planetary thrusters to navigate, achieving velocities nearing 500 km/s. As they drew closer, they unleashed all their swarm units, hurtling toward the Civilization's warships, appearing almost laughable. As the tails of the enemy vessels remained unseen, the Civilization responded with merciless assaults to eradicate these creatures. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, waves of insects perished, akin to grass mowed down by a harvester. In the blink of an eye, 500 million insects vanished beneath the warship. These creatures were scarcely more significant than mere ants. However, it soon became apparent to the Silk Civilization's fleet that something was amiss. As the number of insects dwindled, the time taken to eradicate them increased, and astonishingly, their numbers began to replenish. From the heart of the superstar insect nest, a continuous stream of insects emerged, amounting to hundreds of thousands every second. While the brain insect could control only 1 million of these creatures at a time, it had the capability to sever its control over the existing insects once commands were issued, shifting its focus to newly hatched ones. These were not fully developed insects, but rather eggs. The metamorphosis from egg to adult insect was remarkably swift, requiring merely 30 to 60 minutes, provided this cycle continued. The brain insect could perpetually produce new insects. In theory, under optimal conditions, the superstar insect nest could generate trillions of insects unless it was annihilated in one fell swoop. Recognizing this situation, the Silk Civilization began to circumvent the insect swarm to target the superstar insect nest. Invisible hyperfrequency beams surged forth. Yet just as they were poised to strike the nest, they were intercepted by a hexagonal energy shield that absorbed the photons, revealing itself from its previously transparent state. The superstar insect nest was astonishingly enveloped by a colossal energy shield, with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. The nest itself was not merely massive but possessed considerable value. Within its confines lay numerous energy devices designed for defense, supported by the nest's vast structure, which also housed substantial energy reserves. These resources were far beyond the capabilities of a single warship. The energy shield was a composite creation, merging various defensive constructs, primarily designed to absorb electromagnetic forces, generate high-frequency gravitational wave streams, and form particle arrays. The absorption of electromagnetic forces is straightforward to comprehend. The high-frequency gravitational waves serve as a defensive strategy against gravitational weaponry, akin to ripples on water that diminish the impact of opposing waves. This defense is effective against gravitational wave weapons, though it remains vulnerable to black hole weaponry. However, deploying such weapons necessitates bringing a black hole close, which the numerous insect forces would fiercely defend against. The particle array, in turn, serves to counteract both strong and weak weapons. These forces, acting at the atomic level, require a medium to function. Vacuum serves as one countermeasure. While the particle array is intended to shield against chaotic streams of particles from the enemy, these particle streams carry atoms that propagate confusion akin to a virus, disrupting the electron balance within the atoms they encounter. Given that the Civilized Federation is vigorously advancing biotechnological innovations, its most sophisticated efforts are naturally directed towards biological sciences, rendering this the Federation's most formidable shield. The essence of this shield is to safeguard the execution of the insect swarm tactic. As the insects surged towards the Silk Civilization's warships, the latter understood that the insects' purpose was to deplete their resources, forcing them to retreat repeatedly, distancing themselves from the swarm to avoid interference. However, such retreat was limited, as the attacking force, if they withdrew too far, it would equate to a complete withdrawal from the battlefield. After retreating approximately 3 astronomical units, they began to exploit their speed advantage to circumvent the Zerg and launch an assault on the Ultrastar Zerg nest. Energy beams converged towards their target. Inside the Ultrastar Zerg nest, the brainworm chuckled, confident in their advanced technology and abundant energy resources, dismissing the threat posed by the adversary's feeble shields. Yet, in the next moment, reality delivered a staggering blow. The energy shields were penetrated, and a significant portion of the Zerg nest was obliterated. What transpired? The brainworm hastily activated the mainframe to analyze the Silk civilization's offensive tactics, arriving at the conclusion that the methods employed were unknown. The unknown indicated that the enemy had utilized techniques undetectable by the mainframe, or methods unimaginable to the Civilization Federation. Continue producing more Zerg, do not panic. We still possess 200 billion eggs, and the Queen is accelerating production. Our resources can sustain the breeding of at least 16 trillion. The brainworms, in a state of urgency, issued frantic production orders, prepared to expend Zerg units as a means of defense. Concurrently, they recalled the dispatched Zerg, instructing them to encircle the Ultra-Star Zerg nest. Consequently, they were relegated to a defensive posture, prompting the release of biological battleships. The Ultra-Star Zerg nest was equipped with 100,000 biological battleships, which were making their debut on a true interstellar battlefield. Upon launch, the combat capabilities of the Ultra-Star Zerg surged to a new echelon. A vanguard of 10,000 biological battleships sped forth at a velocity of 30,000 kilometers per second towards the Silk civilization's fleet. The Silk civilization was evidently unprepared for the existence of additional combat units from the Ultra-Star Zerg nest, leading them to scatter in haste. The biological battleships, though not equipped with particularly potent offensive weaponry, were armed with newly developed negative energy weapons from the Civilization Federation. Negative energy has the capacity to counterbalance positive energy, subsequently releasing a substantial amount of energy. As a defensive mechanism, this is somewhat extravagant, given the difficulty in detecting negative energy. If the Silk civilization lacked negative energy detection devices, they would be entirely oblivious to the biological battleship's assault. This phenomenon parallels the principles of antimatter and dark energy weapons. However, as civilizations advance, the mysteries of the universe become increasingly comprehensible, and second-tier civilizations begin to lack vulnerabilities in this regard, leading to the gradual obsolescence of antimatter and dark energy weaponry. Nonetheless, negative energy remains a challenging form of energy to harness, and according to Ella's conjecture, second-tier civilizations rarely endeavor to master it due to disproportionate costs versus minimal returns. This assertion proved accurate when a biological battleship initiated an attack with its negative energy weapon, and the distant Silk civilization fleet failed to react. It was not until half an hour later that they were struck, resulting in an explosion of terrifying luminosity that rivaled the brilliance of two nearby stars. The Silk civilization's vessels were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon recognizing this development, the brainworms committed the remaining 90,000 biological battleships to the fray. However, the Silk civilization's ships were not to be underestimated. They launched a counteroffensive, with nearly every strike hitting its mark, capable of destroying biological battleships with ease, inflicting significant losses on the Zerg forces. These biological warships are devoid of any defensive capabilities. All their energy is concentrated on offensive maneuvers, rendering them indistinguishable from the units of the Zerg. As for the reason why not all Zerg units have been replaced by these biological warships, it lies in the fact that the primary aggressiveness and kinetic energy of these warships stem from machinery, which cannot replicate infinitely like the Zerg, thus precluding the utilization of swarm tactics. Amidst the stalemate between the two factions, shadows of new Ultra-Star Zerg nests emerged on the other two fronts, specifically C4 and C7, both of substantial scale. The Silk civilization has found itself encircled. Negative energy weapons struck the vessels of the Silk civilization in the cosmos like true phantoms. A total of 83 Silk civilization warships had no chance of escape. This battle could serve as a template for future encounters with Ultra-Star Zerg nests. Yan Xia and Ella, awaiting the performance of the Ultra-Star Zerg nests, were quite satisfied upon receiving the news. The primary function of the Ultra-Star Zerg nests is to minimize costs while annihilating the enemy, and this time, they succeeded remarkably. Meanwhile, the warships of the Silk civilization were systematically obliterated, with not a single one spared, thanks to the preparedness of the Civilizational Federation. Of course, these were merely the warships of the Silk civilization from a millennia ago, specifically scout units intended for information gathering, and the battle can only be described as an initial warm-up. However, at Water Committee 1, Yan Xia's attention was drawn to another piece of news. Chapter 151. The technological revolution induced by digestive patterns. The universe is replete with phenomena, some of which are conspicuous while others remain concealed, awaiting activation. In Yan Xia's perspective, life represents the intricate technology crafted by the cosmos, utilizing life itself to unveil these hidden phenomena. For instance, photosynthesis and the utilization of gaseous energy substances within living organisms exemplify not merely consumption but also the organism's ability to amalgamate various elemental substances, producing chemical compounds. These myriad manifestations underscore the marvel of biological existence, which is precisely why Yan Xia dedicates her research to biology. Among the revelations received by Yan Xia was the existence of a life form that harnesses energy, possessing only rudimentary intelligence akin to that of a 10-year-old human child. This organism resembles a white chestnut ball, and its appearance, once devoid of hair, is rather unseemly, akin to certain beetle larvae. Its thoracic limbs are long and sharp, serving as weapons to firmly grasp and subsequently dispatch their prey. Unlike typical insects, this creature boasts a structure more akin to that of mammals, primarily composed of muscle. All life on Earth shares a common ancestry, predominantly characterized by striated muscle, whereas this particular organism exhibits a block-like musculature, with its muscle architecture resembling a pearl necklace, where the pearls represent muscle fibers and the chain resembles tendinous structures. This unique musculature confers significant strength, enabling them to prey upon larger targets. However, their true prowess lies not in their physical form but in their digestive modality. Conventional digestion involves the extraction of absorbable substances from food via the stomach or similar organs, which are then converted into energy by cells, while the indigestible remnants are expelled as waste. In contrast, this organism ingests food in its entirety, absorbing all as energy, subsequently selecting the absorbable energy while converting the non-absorbable energy into material waste for expulsion. This low absorption rate may appear trivial to the average citizen, yet it ignited certain inspirations within Yan Xia. On a physical level, energy and matter are interchangeable. For instance, a string is not material, but rather energy, manifesting different fundamental particles through various forms of vibration. These fundamental particles constitute matter. Thus, matter and energy are intrinsically unified. A vibrating string embodies matter while simultaneously not being matter itself, a notion that is not contradictory. From the digestive pattern of these white chestnut-like organisms, Yan Xia conceived an intriguing idea. Since they have attained a Type 2 civilization, exploring the fundamental energy level of strings, why not decompose matter into energy first, and then convert that energy back into matter? Some may argue that this notion bears resemblance to quantum teleportation. However, quantum teleportation involves the transmission of quantum states without conveying any matter or energy, which is why it cannot facilitate faster-than-light travel. Yan Xia's contemplation aligns somewhat with the popular understanding of quantum teleportation, albeit with the intention of transforming quantum states into energy or information. Once matter is converted into energy, it transcends mass limitations, thereby allowing for the potential of light-speed movement. Certainly, one must also consider the issue of energy carriers. Energy requires a material medium for propagation. Pure energy cannot move independently. This necessity leads to the existence of fundamental particles that convey interaction forces in quantum mechanics. Such particles are not elusive, for instance. Photons are capable of carrying information. This concept lies well within the realm of reason and should not be a recent discovery. Indeed, numerous scholars and laypersons alike have entertained similar notions. However, the challenge remains. How can matter be transformed into energy or information? Conversely, how can energy revert to its original material form? These are the complexities at hand, which lead us back to the idea of colonial avatars. Why can colonial avatars maintain a singular consciousness? Although the Civil Federation created them, this issue remains unresolved. Presently, Yan Xia ponders whether the exchange between the original entity and its avatars is not merely material, but rather an exchange of energy, where energy equates to information, allowing them to be governed by a singular brain. This differs from the control exerted by brainworms, which simply transmit information to the fundamental units of the insect race, akin to making a phone call. Upon receiving commands, those units operate their own bodies autonomously, while colonial avatars provide a source of inspiration. They differ significantly from Yan Xia's conception of matter-energy conversion, as they involve a pure exchange of energy without engaging material substance. Nevertheless, through 2 decades of research, Yan Xia has indirectly unraveled a conundrum that has perplexed him for millennia: the uploading of consciousness. This process, at its core, involves the transmission of information. However, the original act of consciousness uploading can be viewed as a simulation of information, resulting in a post-uploading self that is not the original individual. Yan Xia has devised a new consciousness uploading machine capable of condensing the consciousness information of a biological entity into a transistor. Once this transistor is installed, he becomes himself once again. Of course, should the transistor become damaged, he ceases to be himself. A rudimentary understanding of this is that the transistor resembles a brain extracted from the human body, with consciousness uploading akin to connecting this brain to a computer. Only in this manner does the individual retain their original identity. If the brain is compromised, the computer will begin to simulate the brain's signals to maintain the individual's existence. Yet they have already transformed into mere simulated information, thus no longer embodying their original self. This technology is merely a byproduct. The true research has only just commenced. Yan Xia has begun to dismantle and restructure matter itself. He discovered that each act of destruction and reassembly induces slight alterations within the material. These changes occur at the Planck scale, where the positions of strings that constitute fundamental elements may shift, and their modes of motion may alter. Initially, Yan Xia regarded these modifications as trivial. However, further investigation revealed that such alterations in strings could lead to incomplete information. Incompleteness at a micro level could trigger a butterfly effect, resulting in macro-level deviations that render the transformation invalid. For instance, during a certain transformation, a pure block of iron, when converted into energy and subsequently back into matter, reveals the presence of impurities within the elemental iron. While this may seem trivial on a more macroscopic scale, it can prove detrimental to intricate structures, such as a highly precise device like a quark robot. Although it may retain its original essence, it might no longer resemble its former self. Yan Xia conducted extensive experiments within the simulated universe, ultimately achieving the first phase of success after 246 years, the Lightspeed battleship.